The man was reincarnated as the weakest mushroom lord. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was trapped in the deepest level of the dungeon, surrounded by ferocious monsters. It was like a hell mode from the start. What's worse is that just when he wanted to explore to the next level, he found that the passage leading to the upper level was guarded by a fire demon boss who could spit magma. He exuded a destructive pressure and could not move forward. Fortunately, he awakened the Golden Finger. As long as he decomposed the enemy's body, he could plunder the opponent's skills. This ability became his biggest trump card for surviving adversity. While Lin Jun was working hard to build his own mushroom garden underground, he was also accumulating combat power and training the army, fantasizing that one day he would be able to completely break through this danger-ridden dungeon. However, just as his mushroom garden is beginning to take shape, a pink Pudgy suddenly appears without any warning. Lin Jun immediately tried to use mycelium to connect its consciousness and tune it into the fungal network channel shared by the mushroom colony. Unexpectedly, the pink Pudgy resisted extremely violently and was completely out of control. The little guy ran around in the mushroom garden, not only knocking down several mushrooms, but also trampling the mushrooms into a mess. The originally orderly mushroom garden suddenly became a mess. Lin Jun was finally fed up with it, so he simply summoned a large number of Pudgy to surround it tightly, squeezing it in the middle so that it could not move. Only then did he take the opportunity to successfully connect the mycelium and complete the control. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" The scream came out of nowhere and exploded in Lin Jun's mind, like thunder from the blue sky, shaking his mycelium to the point of exploding. What kind of ghost is this, starting to make noise as soon as it came online? He frowned immediately and whispered, "Quiet." This order was transmitted unimpeded through the fungus net. In an instant, the entire mushroom garden fell into deathly silence, and all the mushrooms were completely still as if controlled by a pause button. But the next second, he realized, no, all areas have resumed normal operation. After a series of operations, the mushroom garden was finally restored to order. Lin Jun then turned his gaze back and stared at the troublemaker Pudgy. This guy obviously did not belong to his group of mushrooms and was 100% an alien mushroom. He suddenly felt something was wrong. His place was the most secretive corner of the dungeon. How could a wild Pudgy accidentally get in? "Tell me, where did you break in from?" Lin Jun asked, staring at the other person. However, the pink Pudgy was suddenly stunned, with a confused look on his face. "Who are you? How can you talk to me?" "No. How am I talking now?" TSK. This guy's obviously completely confused, talking nonsense incoherently, and even he can't figure out the situation. Lin Jun was too lazy to talk nonsense, and simply called up the other party's panel. He took a quick look and was stunned. Name, Inanna St. Clair. Race, Mushroom Puff. Level, LV28. HP, 3280. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Constitution, 1. Intelligence, 33. Spirit, 24. Racial talent. Spore spread can actively spray spores around, will be triggered when dying. Fixed effect. Blessing of the Church. Provides light element affinity LV4, light magic LV4. Revenge mark. Transferred to the murderer after death. The caster can track the murderer and cause extra damage to him. Tracking mark. Location mark. Fruit of life. Gain 3,000 extra health and life recovery LV4. Dragon Crystal Potion. Provides high resistance in all aspects. Permanent transformation. The transformation effect lasts forever unless the magic is dispelled. Connected fungus network. A short-range mental network formed through magical resonance between hyphae. Skills. Riding LV4. Elemental affinity. Water light. LV4. Mana storage LV3. Mana control LV4. Light magic LV4. Water magic LV3. Cloth armor mastery LV2. Dagger mastery LV2. Magic resistance LV6. Physical resistance LV6. Mental resistance LV6. Corrosion resistance LV6. Toxin resistance LV6. Paralysis resistance LV6. Heat resistance LV6. Cold resistance LV6. Dizziness resistance LV6. Underwater adaptability LV6. Astrology divination LV1. Ancient Elvish LV2. Life recovery LV4. Lin Jun stared at the long list of data and was stunned. Although there were many Pudgy in his mushroom garden, The basic Pudgy attributes were all 1 point in all 5 attributes, and the health was only 10, which was definitely the bottom of the food chain. The Pudgy in front of him, with 3,000 health points, had already reached the limit that ordinary Pudgy could not reach. Although it was not difficult for Lin Jun to control her, the entire row of fixed effects on her panel still made this king of mushrooms so envious that he wanted to eat her up in one bite and take away all her abilities. Of course, this was a joke. He finally met someone he could communicate with. How could he really eat it? Besides, judging from the panel, this Pudgy was most likely a human. Although Lin Jun was a mushroom incarnation, he had not fallen to the point of eating living people. Are you calm now? He controlled the Pudges surrounding her to move aside, slightly, and no longer put too much pressure on her. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Inanna's mind, which made her alert instantly. She had no idea whether the other party was a human or a demon. She only knew that all the creatures around her seemed to obey this voice. Is this the continuation of the conspiracy? Are they arranging for her execution here? If you want to kill me, then kill me. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why would I kill you? Could you please calm down?" Lin Jun replied, with helplessness in his tone. He sighed, feeling annoyed by the rudeness of this outsider. He made a mess of the mushroom garden, but he didn't even apologize. "I am the lord of all the mushrooms on this floor. You can call me Lin Jun. What's your name?" "Mushroom. Lord." For a moment, Inanna could not understand how these two words were connected. In her impression, mushrooms were just the lowest level of monsters, with a maximum level of 10. Even if they were the maximum level, they would be eaten as snacks by other monsters of lower levels. But the place in front of me didn't look like what a level 10 mushroom should have. Not to mention that it also had a talking function similar to level 5 magic. And it wasn't just talking. After the connection, Inanna found that her perception range suddenly expanded to the entire mushroom garden. She could even feel the condition of each mushroom in an astonishingly detailed manner. She had no idea of Lin Jun's true strength. She had no choice but to pretend to be a fool and get away with it. I'm also a fool. I don't have a name." "Then why don't I give you a name, Inanna?" Lin Jun looked at her with a smile and said, "How do you know?" She was stunned. Could it be that this telepathy also has the effect of reading minds? The scattered Pudgy slowly gathered back and were about to surround her. Would she be killed for lying? No way. Fortunately, before the last bit of space was sealed, the Pudgy stopped and Lin Jun's voice sounded again. "I'm very friendly, but the premise is that you don't play tricks. Otherwise, I don't mind adding more fertilizer to moisten the soil. Do you understand?" Inanna nodded vigorously, her mushroom hat trembling. "Then let's try again. Name?" "Inanna. Inanna St. Clair. What's your identity?" "Duke. Amara's daughter." Lin Jun's heart moved. It seems that the outside world is really similar to the feudal structure of the Middle Ages. Otherwise, there would not be the blessing of the church, the fruit of life, and the outrageous data of 3,000 HP for Pudgy. "Tell me, how did you, the daughter of a duke, end up here?" Now that the truth had been revealed, Inanna had no intention of hiding it any longer. She told the whole story of how she was murdered and fell into the dungeon, and also answered all the questions raised by Lin Jun. Lin Jun took the opportunity to learn a lot of key information. For example, the place where he was actually the deep underground area of the Inanna family's territory. No wonder there were so many monsters here. For another example, humans are on the brink of war with the vampire forces among the demons, and the two traitors who framed Inanna are most likely colluding with the vampires. More importantly, Inanna, a local, does not seem to be able to see the system panel. Otherwise, she would not have tried to conceal her name from the beginning. Perhaps this system panel is a hidden privilege exclusive to outsiders. In short, Lin Jun felt that today's harvest was already considerable, and he found this pink Pudgy much more pleasing to the eye. "Inanna, you're already a puff now. What are your plans for the future?" "My plans for the future? You really won't turn me into fertilizer, will you?" Inanna seemed a little timid as the psychological trauma she had just experienced had not yet dissipated. "I promise. I want to go back to the ground." She not only wanted to go back to the ground, she also wanted to find her father, lift the transformation, and kill the two traitors to avenge herself. Go back to the surface. Lin Jun laughed. "I wanted to. But the problem is, you are a mushroom, and I'm also a mushroom. How can we go through the dungeon full of high-level monsters and return to the surface? Take our floor, for example. The passage to the top is stuck in the lair of a fire demon. The fire demon was a high-level monster of at least level 55. Not to mention Inanna now. Even if she hadn't been transformed, she would probably die if she met the fire demon. By the way, won't your father, the Duke, come to save you? I think so, but she remembered what the two traitors said, saying that her father might also be doomed, and she had no confidence at all. Being mushroom gab dropat instantly. Yes, she couldn't even use magic now, so how could she talk about returning to the ground? Okay, let's make the best of it. You must be hungry after making such a fuss for so long. Eat something first. Lin Jun said. He really didn't want her to starve to death because of the rare resources he had just picked up. Pudgy with a green umbrella hat jumped out, walked up to Inanna, and took her to the cafeteria. Inanna was indeed a little hungry. Is this you? She asked tentatively. Yes and no. All the mushrooms here are me. Lin Jun answered casually. He actually has a real body, but he just didn't intend to say it. Inanna nodded as if she understood, then followed Pudgy to a fungal carpet made up of hyphae. Lin Jun personally demonstrated the operation of how Pudgy eats. The control Pudgy just laid down on the spot, and the mycelium on the ground quickly connected to it and began to transmit nutrients. In less than 5 minutes, the energy was replenished. This scene made Inanna's mushroom cap change color. What was this? Letting a bunch of hyphae drill into the body and injecting unknown things? She had been eating with her mouth for 16 years, so this operation was difficult for her to accept for a while. Lin Jun was not in a hurry. He knew that if she didn't eat, she wouldn't be hungry enough. When she was really hungry, she would know what to do. As her strength was rapidly draining away, Inanna finally lay down. Nutrition poured in continuously from the countless connection points under her body, and she was intoxicated by the happiness of being fed. She sat up only after the nutrition was full and the hyphae automatically disconnected, still unsatisfied. Making mushrooms seems like a good idea. No. Inanna, what are you thinking about? Did your brain turn into a mushroom? Oh, your brain did turn into a pink mushroom cap. Lin Jun was unaware of the little drama going on in her mind, and when she finished her meal, he took her to visit the various areas of the mushroom garden. You already know the cafeteria, and the planting area is where you just bumped into it. See that rock wall? That's the breeding area. There are roller beetles and slimes there. They're quite aggressive. Don't get too close. Do you see that giant mushroom on the right? That's the division of labor area. It's very complicated. You'll know when you go and see it for yourself later. And don't go in that direction. It's unsafe once you leave the mushroom garden. Lin Jun spoke with great interest, but Inanna completely froze from the first word. Planting area, breeding area, division of labor area. How could this be the configuration of a dungeon monster? She even began to doubt whether this was a fully functional town. But she was still in the deep area of the Amethyst dungeon. Where were the other monsters? Why did the mushrooms occupy such a large area here? Where was common sense? Why was all the common sense in the dungeon useless? Her mind was full of questions, which made her more and more confused. She felt that this underground world was much more outrageous than she had imagined. You say it again. Duke Amara's knuckles turned white from excessive force, and the mahogany armrests of the main seat groaned under the pressure. Eric, the butler standing nearby, had cold sweat on his neck, but he still spoke clearly. Pero and Oaks used your name to trick the young lady away. First went to the Amethyst Underground City, then crossed the border and fled to the Hermit Empire. Judging from the route they took, they are very likely to have defected to Duke Sigismund. Damn traitor. Damn vampire. Amara roared. The wooden handrail shattered, and blood flames rolled in his pupils. Inanna is still alive, the tracking mark is still there, and the mark of revenge has not been transferred. I have to save her. Master, seeing that Amara had drawn his giant sword and was ready to set off regardless of everything, Eric hurriedly shouted to stop her. As soon as you leave, the High Castle will be razed to the ground by Sigismund and his Blood Knights. Once the High Castle is lost, there will be no place to defend it. By then, not only your duchy, but the entire Southern Federation will be in crisis. So, you want me to watch Inanna die? As Amara's anger erupted, the bluestone bricks under his feet began to crack, and spiderweb-like cracks quickly spread. As a top-level human warrior at LV-70, the aura he released made Eric kneel on one knee on the spot. The Diamond-level adventure team, Silverthorn, is active nearby. You can privately commission them to go to the Amethyst dungeon to find the young lady. As for the High Castle, You can create the illusion of leaving to lure Sigimund to show up, and then take the opportunity to give him a fatal blow to avenge the young lady. After speaking in one breath, Eric almost had no strength to continue standing. After a while, the oppressive feeling released from Amara gradually dissipated. He sat back on a main seat, raised his hand, and condensed a coordinate crystal for locating Inanna, and handed it to the butler. Just do as you said. Tell those adventurers that if they can bring Inanna back alive, I will give them a city. At the same time, in the mushroom garden deep in the dungeon, Inanna, who had no idea that her father had begun sending people to look for her, was standing at the edge of the breeding area, looking at the scene in front of her with horror. Where slimes were raised, a hollow-bodied Pudgy was feeding slimes with a bowl filled with ordinary mushrooms. Unexpectedly, the slimes suddenly bounced when the mushrooms were dumped, stuck to its feet, and dragged the Pudgy into the pit. Then, the slimes in the pit swarmed over and completely wrapped up the unfortunate Pudgy. The wrapped Pudgy was still struggling, and it seemed that there was still a glimmer of hope. Ling Yun, you slim age pui. Inanna screamed. Lin Jun, who was busy, turned around and said, "Got it. I'll send a new one over right away. I told you that the breeding area is dangerous, so don't go there." Inanna wanted to explain something, but seeing that the Pudgy had stopped struggling and its body was gradually decomposed, she had to swallow her words. She felt cold in her heart. The underground world was indeed cruel. In this cruel underground world, in order to survive, Lin Jun is hardly idle for a moment. The Pudgis is extremely limited, and at most they can only automatically find their way and perform tasks after receiving orders. Activities such as breeding and mining all require Lin Jun to distract himself and control them, not to mention that the border of the mushroom garden is often invaded by monsters. Even though he had LV5 spiritual integration, it was still quite difficult for him to operate. He was able to take time out to help Inanna get familiar with the environment, which was actually a spare moment that he had squeezed out with great effort. Although he didn't show it, Lin Jun was actually very happy to have someone to communicate with. At least, he no longer had to rely on talking to himself to keep his language skills active. But after that, he really couldn't spare any extra time to look after Inanna, so he could only let her explore the mushroom garden on her own. He had to focus all his attention on the edge of the garden. The swarm of fireflies came again. This mosquito-like flying insect is larger than the Pudgy, and its average level is around LV20. Although it is not the strongest monster, it is the most difficult to deal with. They fly in groups, are agile, and are good at attacking lone Pudgy. They are the biggest threat to Lin Jun in the early stages of his development. However, this time he was already prepared. Faced with a swarm of fire mosquitoes, several mushroom-capped Pudgis, equipped with nozzles, simultaneously released flying slime. This mucus is highly adhesive and corrosive. Once it sticks to the fireflies, they cannot continue to fly and can only fall to the ground. On the ground, a large number of purple mushrooms quickly release spores with hallucinogenic effects, causing the fire mosquitoes that fell to the ground to become powerless. Soon, 7 puffs died in the battle, and the remaining fire mosquitoes fled quickly. Lin Jun knew that they would not learn from their mistakes and would come again soon. Next, Pudgy, wearing a carapace, finished off the unconscious fireflies one by one. The bodies of these monsters were cleaned up and thrown into the mushroom garden, becoming fresh fertilizer. The 7 sins of greed is triggered. Plundering skill, high temperature resistance LV5, LV6. The skill has been upgraded again. Not bad, not bad. If the high temperature resistance is upgraded a few more levels, maybe I could try to sneak through the fire demon's lair and see what the upper level looks like. Lin Jun thought, while opening the panel to check the current status. Race, Mushroom, Fungus Master. Level, LV42, HP, 420/420. Magic Power, 8045/12450. Racial Talent, Magic Gathering. Mycelium can absorb magic from the environment and continuously provide experience. Scavenging, decomposing corpses can obtain nutrition and experience. Fixed State, connect to Fungus Network. Skills, Pudgy Creation LV5. Magic Storage LV4. Magic Perception LV4. Entanglement LV3. Mushroom Cannon LV6. Accuracy LV4. Mimicry LV2. Storage Capsule LV4. Mycelium Network LV6. Dependent Control LV6. Mental Integration LV5. Airflow Perception LV6. High temperature resistance LV6, Dodge LV6, pecking LV7, hallucinogenic spores LV4, chitin shell LV4, digestive mucus LV3, rolling charge LV5. Title Greed of the Seven Sins. Unique title you can randomly take skills or buffs from corpses. Mosquito Killer, plus 10% damage to mosquitoes. Brave, not limited by race level, you can randomly draw a special title or skill already used. Lin Jun's panel doesn't even have basic attributes because his body is just an ordinary-looking mushroom. At level 42, he only has 420 HP, which is what a mushroom should have. Inanna's HP, on the other hand, is over 3,000, which is simply outrageous. As for his excessively high magic power, it was actually a reflection of the total magic power of the entire mushroom garden. The most outrageous thing was the title of Brave Man. Lin Jun himself found it incomprehensible. How can I, a mushroom, have such a title? He had never seen his summoner and didn't know whether he was a crazy wizard or a god with a bad taste. But he was very clear about one thing. That person's brain must be abnormal. Who would specifically summon a mushroom to be a hero? However, it is precisely because of this brave title that he was able to extract the greed ability and use this skill to continuously plunder the skills of underground monsters and then use them to arm the Pudgy army. From being chased by slimes and eaten as food at the beginning to being able to build a garden underground now, Lin Jun's growth path can be described as full of sadness. He often thinks that if he had not drawn greed at the beginning, he would have become underground fertilizer a long time ago. Why? Do you have to summon me to become a mushroom? This question has almost become his obsession, second only to climbing onto the surface. Dealing with the invasion of fireflies, Lin Jun finally had a moment of free time. He turned around and looked at the new guy. He was secretly picking up the purple crystals he had dug up. The mushroom garden is closely attached to rock walls on one side and the back. Those rock walls look like skeletons that have been gnawed by ancient beasts, and the dark gray surface is covered with countless honeycomb-like holes. In some deep caves, dark purple crystal clusters condensed, scattered like stars across the entire rock wall. The concentration of magic power near these amethysts was always much higher than the surrounding area. The so-called mining area refers to the place where these amethysts are collected. Although inserting crystals into the soil will not directly transform them into fertilizer, it can attract the free magic power in the surrounding air to gather, thereby improving the efficiency of mycelium in collecting magic power. Pudgy equipped with the chitin shell skill. They will form a thick shell on their mushroom caps and then ram their heads against the rock wall to chisel out the crystals inside. But to be honest, with only a level 4 skill, the shell is far from hard enough and the efficiency is extremely low. Even Pudgy is often dizzy from the recoil of his own impact. But under the condition of scarce resources, every bit of mining is valuable. At this time, Inanna stared at a piece of amethyst that had just been chiseled off about the size of a fist. She desperately clamped it with her short legs and tried to drag it away. "What are you doing?" Lin Jun's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Lin Jun." Pink Pudgy was startled. Her feet slipped, and she was tripped by the purple crystal and fell heavily. "Don't talk in your head, suddenly. Do we have any other ways to communicate? Get used to it sooner." Lin Jun answered as a matter of course. Inanna was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was indeed true, but she still felt a little resistant in her heart. She always felt that it was difficult to adapt to the fact that someone could get into her head and talk to her at any time. She picked up the amethyst again, her tone revealing a bit of uncontrollable excitement. "You have so many magic crystals here." "Magic crystals? Are you talking about those amethysts used to fertilize the fields?" Lin Jun asked in surprise. Fertilizer field?" Inanna couldn't even finish her words. A green-capped Pudgy suddenly jumped out and used its short legs to lift the cap of a large mushroom next to it, revealing the soil at the root of the mushroom and a magic crystal inserted in it. You actually used magic crystals to fertilize the fields. What else?" Lin Jun replied as a matter of course. "This is magic crystal. It can be used to make magic items and magic array bases. Even the fragments can be used as spellcasting materials. You actually use it as fertilizer." Inanna looked heartbroken, as if she was looking in nouveau riche who threw rare gems as if they were pebbles. Lin Jun didn't know how to refute for a moment. Don't forget, this is an underground city. Lin Jun explained. Of course, besides fertilizing the fields, it does have other uses. As he spoke, a tentacle woven from mycelium stretched out from the root of the mushroom, activating the skill Entanglement Level 3, binding a purple crystal half the size of a palm and a pudgy together. Crystal continuously, and the originally dull purple crystal gradually became full of luster and even began to flicker. The energy continued to overload, and eventually the entire magic crystal cracked and emitted a faint shrill sound. Pudgy quickly jumped to an open space with the magic crystal. Bang! The explosion happened in an instant, and the aftermath swept the entire area. Even Inanna was knocked upside down. It's powerful, right? It's very useful against monsters, Lin Jun said calmly. Inanna fell to the ground and was speechless for a moment. She had just witnessed with her own eyes that a C-grade magic crystal, which could become the main material of silver-grade adventurer's staff with just a little processing, was actually used as a disposable explosive and detonated. This kind of use is simply a waste of natural resources. You know, even her own magic wand was only inlaid with a B- grade magic crystal. By the way, you haven't told me what you want the magic crystal for? Lin Jun's question brought her back to reality. Inanna was stunned for 2 seconds, and before she could recover from the shock of wasting the magic crystal, she subconsciously answered, I want to use it to cast a spell. As soon as she said this, she felt a little guilty. She didn't know if Lin Jun would regard being able to cast spells as a threat. If he did, her life might be in danger. Oh, didn't you say that you can't cast magic after turning into Pudgy? Lin Jun obviously didn't think much about it. He was just curious. Hearing this, Inanna secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained, I just want to try using the magic crystal to cast magic. Maybe I can bypass the limitations of my body. Then you can try it, Lin Jun said, and stretched out another mycelium tentacle, rolled up the magic crystal next to Inanna, and handed it to her. Seeing the tentacle suddenly approaching, Inanna instinctively took 2 steps back, but was eventually entangled and tied the magic crystal to the top of her mushroom cap. Be gentle. These tentacles are very fragile. Don't break them. This skill was not originally his own, but was stolen by Lin Jun from another creature. The effect simulated by the mycelium is far less solid than the original. After hearing what he said, Inanna did not dare to act rashly. She immediately concentrated and prepared to cast a spell. The target was Glimmer, a small spell that even an apprentice could cast. A ball of orange-yellow light appeared above her mushroom cap, flickering, and the magic power was extremely unstable. After a while, she seemed to have found the trick, and the light gradually became stable. It worked. It really works. Inanna was so excited that she jumped up on her short legs. Snap! The tentacles on her head broke. The magic crystal fell to the ground, and the glimmering spell was extinguished. The mycelium tentacles were indeed very fragile. Sorry, she quickly apologized in a low voice. Lin Jun didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at her with interest. Try it again and see. But I don't have the magic crystal now, so I can't release it. It doesn't matter. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. I want to see the difference. Inanna didn't quite understand what he was trying to do, but she did it anyway. As expected, the spell failed, just like countless other times she had tried before. But Lin Jun saw much more than she did. He activated the skill Magic Perception Level 4, which was an ability he acquired from a type of magic vine called Noctis's Whiskers. These magic plants rely on sensing magic to find prey and then strangle them with vines. It is worth mentioning that the Entangle skill he obtained earlier was also taken from them. Although these magic plants are of high level, they cannot move and are just a meal for Lin Jun. At present, there is no trace of them in this area. Lin Jun felt a little regretful about this. Both skills of Noctis's Whiskers were very practical. If he had kept some of them for breeding, perhaps he could have harvested their skill proficiency regularly like rolling beetles and slimes. In a magic vision, he clearly saw that when Inanna cast the spell, the flow of magic power was very smooth at the beginning, but there were obvious blockages at multiple nodes, and it was impossible to build a complete closed loop. It felt like her way of casting spells was fundamentally incompatible with her body. The magic crystal is like an external compatible environment, allowing her to bypass the problem of system mismatch. This situation is exactly the same as the process that Lin Jun had previously used to transform the bodies of the Pujis and adapt their skills. Then can you use other magic now? He asked. Lin Jun knew very well that she was originally a dual-element 4th-level magician, so he naturally wanted to see more spells. I'm afraid I need more practice. I'm not used to using Puji's body to output magic power. Also, this magic crystal has not been polished, and there are some turbid areas inside that will interfere with casting spells. I need to get used to it. The purer the magic crystal, the better. Li Yun asked. He really didn't have any idea about this. He only knew that inserting it into the soil could gather magic. Sometimes the effect was different, and he thought it was a matter of size. As for self-destruction, he didn't care about purity at all. Of course, Inanna's eyes lit up. It is said that the staff of Archmage Zoria is inlaid with a completely pure S-grade magic crystal. The power of any spell cast through that staff will be increased by more than 3 times. S level is divided into levels? Wait, Lin Jun waved his hand, and soon 2 Pujis carried a whole piece of crystal, clear magic crystal that was almost as long as an arm and walked in front of Inanna. This is actually an A-grade magic crystal. Why? Why do you have such a high-grade magic crystal? How long do you think I've been here? Lin Jun himself couldn't tell how long he had been in this world. There was no change of day and night, nor of seasons in the depths of the underground city, but he estimated that it had been at least 2 or 3 years. Even if we only count the time from the establishment of the Mushroom Garden, this period of time is not short. The entire rock wall has almost become his personal mine, and mining all year round will naturally produce some high-quality magic crystals. However, Lin Jun collected these magic crystals not for their value, but because these clean purple crystals looked better. Placing them around the body could not only attract magic power, but also serve as a decoration. With this magic crystal, will you be able to cast spells faster? Can I really use this? Even though she was not familiar with it yet, Lin Jun could see that Inanna had a natural love for magic crystals or anything related to magic. Of course, I also want to see more of the power of spells. By the way, Inanna, I haven't asked you yet, what spells do you know? Although Lin Jun's panel shows that she has mastered Light Magic LV4, this is only the highest level of spell she can cast and cannot display the specific types of spells. Each magic system has a large number of spells of various levels, and some spells have many variants. For example, biological transformation can be divided into transformation into an eagle, a dog, a puff, etc. Inanna stood there in deep thought for a moment, as if trying to recall all the spells she knew. Lin Jun even felt that if she were still in human form, she would definitely be counting on her fingers. Let me think. Water snake, water mirror refraction, ice blade, purification, healing light, invisibility, illumination, water creation, energy protection, swamp. That's about it. Then try the mud spell on that Puji. Lin Jun moved a mining Puji that was hitting a rock with its shelled mushroom cap to the empty space left by the previous explosion. At the same time, a mushroom tentacle stretched out from the ground and helped Inanna tie the A-level magic crystal to her mushroom cap. Be careful not to break it again. This is the last one. I'll be careful. Inanna slowly poured the magic power in her body into the magic crystal. Unlike before, this time when the spell began to be cast, the magic power around her swarmed in, and the A-level magic crystal above her head seemed to become a vortex that swallowed up magic power. No wonder high-level magic crystals can be used to make magic wands. With the blessing of such huge magic power, the power of any spell will definitely be doubled. Let it go. Mining Puji's body sank slightly, and the originally solid ground instantly turned into mud. Puji tried to lift his feet, but his legs were stuck tightly, and he couldn't move at all. Logically speaking, the main function of the Quagmire technique is to delay the enemy's actions. Even if it is enhanced by A-level magic crystals, it should be the area effect that is enhanced. The reason why Puji couldn't break free was because the shell on its head was too heavy, and its own strength was insufficient, so it was crushed and unable to move. Try using the ice blade on it again. Hey, is it okay? Maybe. It's okay, let it go. Lin Jun didn't care at all. It was just a poof. Even if it died in the Mushroom Garden, it would just be turned into fertilizer and recycled. There would be almost no loss. Then I'll let it go. After a while, an ice blade condensed in front of Inanna. This time, even she was startled. Unlike the swamp technique, The Ice Blade technique changed very quickly after being activated. The Ice Blade, which was less than 1 meter long, was now more than 2 meters long. What was even more terrifying was the biting cold air it emitted, which significantly increased its power. Go! The Ice Blade flew out and collided with Pudgy's shell, making a crisp cracking sound, and actually split it all the way until it cut into 3/4 of the shell before stopping. Even Lin Jun was a little surprised. That was a LV-4 chitinous shell, and he had to fire 2 shots with his LV-6 mushroom cannon to break through the defense. But this Ice Blade actually cut most of it in one go. I don't know whether it's the Ice Blade itself that's powerful, or the A-level magic crystal that's too powerful. Maybe it's the combined effect of the two. Magic is indeed powerful. Lin Jun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he knew spells from the beginning, the early stage wouldn't be so difficult. But it's not too late now. Although he doesn't know how to cast spells yet, he has a companion who can use magic, so he can start trying some plans to go to the upper level. Of course, he wasn't talking about confronting the fire demon guarding the passage. He had observed that guy with the sacrificed Pathfinder Pudgy. He was a terrifying LV-64 existence with an absurdly high level. He couldn't even see the panel clearly. He was not someone he could afford to provoke right now. But who said he had to climb up the passage? Inanna, do you want this magic crystal? You want to give it to me? Alas, this mushroom is so good to her. Is it a trap? Inanna, who has just experienced betrayal, is now extremely cautious about everything, especially when facing a monster like Lin Jun whose true identity is unknown. Of course, it's not for free. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me to defeat some monsters, this magic crystal will be yours. Okay. Hearing that it was a conditional exchange, Inanna was relieved. She really wanted this magic crystal, but if Lin Jun gave it to her directly, she would not dare to accept it. However, speaking of defeating monsters, this was indeed the deepest part of the dungeon, but the strange things in a mushroom garden made her almost forget this. The point is, a mushroom wants to defeat monsters? How? By poof. But what kind of monster do we need to defeat? Earthworms. Do you know anything about them? Earthworms? This name sounds familiar. Or have I heard it before? Ah, I remember it. Sorry, the earthworms you're talking about are the ones that are huge, have skin like rocks, like to dig holes underground, and feed on minerals? Lin Jun nodded. That's right. We're going to subjugate the larvae of the earthworms. No, the adults. Adults? Aren't those large monsters that must be at least LV-45 and can only be encountered by a complete gold-level adventuring team? Mr. Lin Jun, I'm only LV-28. Inanna's head exploded. She was going to fight earthworms? Even if she hadn't been transformed into a puff, she would have only been a bite away from the earthworm. Was this mushroom crazy? Was the mushroom going to hunt the earthworm? You seem to have some misunderstanding about my strength. Lin Jun looked at Inanna's shocked expression, and then he remembered that he hadn't taken her to the mushroom garden yet. No wonder she had no confidence in her own abilities. In fact, Lin Jun had already thought about the plan of hunting earthworms. Earthworms have a skill called high-temperature drilling, which can heat and embrittle rocks, crush them with rotating mouth parts and swallow them, expel useless impurities from the side gills, and reinforce the channel walls. If he could master this skill, he could dig a path from the inside of the rock wall to the upper level without having to take the risk of passing under the eyes of the fire demon. The problem is that the earthworms are too good at digging holes. If they can't be defeated, they will simply burrow into the ground and escape. Moreover, they are huge in size and have high health points, so it is very difficult to kill them when they are left with little health. He had tried it once before, but ended up with nothing and suffered heavy losses. However, after seeing Inanna's swamp technique just now, Lin Jun felt that there might still be a chance. If the earthworm is trapped in the mud, it may not be able to escape. But it is not time to start now. It really needs some adjustment. It doesn't mean that we should go hunting earthworms right now. You also need time to familiarize yourself with the magic crystal's casting method. You can take this opportunity to go out and practice with the expedition team. Lin Jun stood at the edge of the mushroom garden, looking at the neatly lined up Pudgy army with a satisfied look on his face. This group of troops was the 14th expedition he had carefully prepared. There were a total of 120 Pudgys, divided into 4 categories, each with its own duties. There are 40 fire turret-type Pudgys, which have magic storage, mushroom cannons, and precision skills. 40 slime Pudgys responsible for auxiliary attacks, which can spray corrosive digestive mucus. 20 hallucinogenic types are equipped with spores and defensive shells. The last 20 are Oxhorse Pudgis, specializing in transporting supplies, which can store materials in their bodies and have entanglement skills. It's not that Lin Jun doesn't want each Pudgy to have multiple skills, but once the number of skills exceeds 4, the time and effort required to manufacture them will increase exponentially. Considering the actual combat cost-effectiveness, he chose a more efficient division of labor. Inanna was stunned. She had never seen so many variants of Pudgy. Some had a pot-shaped mushroom cap, some had ventilated shells, and some even had tentacles. It was like watching a popular science exhibition. She lamented her own ignorance and couldn't help asking Lin Jun, "You said this is an expedition team. Where are they going?" Lin Jun answered casually, "Of course we're going to defeat the monsters, and our target is the nest of the fire mosquitoes." When she heard that it was not a groundworm, Inanna was obviously relieved. She knew a little about fireflies. Although they were troublesome, they were much easier to deal with than those thick-skinned groundworms. As long as she paid attention to their flying speed and group movements, she could basically ensure her own safety. Lin Jun was already fed up with the fire mosquitoes that would drop from the sky and launch sneak attacks every now and then, and had already figured out the location of their nests long ago, but he had not taken action before in order to practice the skill of high-temperature resistance. Now this skill has reached level 6, and it is estimated that it can be upgraded to level 7 after another battle, which is almost graduation. In addition, his escape plan has long been changed to hunting earthworms with the help of Inanna, so naturally he will no longer keep these annoying bugs for the new year. While he was laying out the battle orders, he reminded Inanna to stay in the middle of the team and listen carefully. Inanna nodded rapidly, feeling relieved when she heard that it was just a mosquito kill. Although the fireflies were generally at level 20 and had the ability to dodge, magic attacks were still effective against them. She could also take this opportunity to experience a real war for the first time, and she was actually a little excited. She noticed that this Pudgy team not only had a wide variety of species, but also walked in unison. They didn't look like a group of monsters at all, but more like a regular army. Obviously, this was the result of Lin Jun's manipulation. Lin Jun relies on skills such as follower control, mycelium network, and spirit integration to achieve remote and precise control of all Pudgis, and the operation is like playing a real-time strategy game. It is precisely because of this ability that he can allow these Pudgis, whose attributes are only one, to gain a foothold in the depths of the dungeon, and even play a tactical feint to the east and attack in the west, to completely crush the original monsters with touching IQ. However, this time, the battle against the fire mosquito did not require any strategy. Although the fire mosquito was fast and had a high dodge rate, in comparison, his side was already overwhelmingly strong, so it was most satisfying to just rush over. Lin Jun's goal for this trip was clear, not to test, but to eliminate. First, to clear the hidden dangers. Second, to demonstrate his strength, so as to increase Inanna's confidence in him and make her more committed to teamwork. The so-called Deep Dungeon refers to the area below the 10th floor. From this floor onwards, there are no clear connecting passages, and the various areas are connected by intricate three-dimensional passages. The Firefly's Nest and the Mushroom Garden is a rock cave passage with a diameter of more than 50 meters. On this road, there are some inconspicuous mushrooms growing sparsely between the cracks in the rocks, all of which are signal nodes for Lin Jun to expand his fungus network. Relying on these nodes, his mycelium network can stably control the remote Pudgy. Even if they don't operate it personally, each one can issue basic instructions through the mycelium network, which greatly reduces energy consumption. As the Puff Legion advanced, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the underground passage. Suddenly, a few balls of red light appeared 300 meters ahead, and a few fireflies appeared in sight alertly. When Inanna saw the fire mosquitoes, she immediately opened her mouth and chanted a spell, and an ice blade flew out. Unfortunately, the direction was very off, and the fire mosquitoes didn't even use the dodge function and easily avoided the attack. Lin Jun reminded softly, "New recruits, don't waste your magic power." Inanna quickly lowered her head to admit her mistake, and also noticed that the Pudgy troops around her were not affected at all and were still moving forward in an orderly manner. The fireflies did not fight back but turned around and flew away. Inanna frowned. Could they be going to report the news? Lin Jun responded calmly, "Of course. Even if they are low IQ monsters, their instinct will prompt them to defend their nests. We should be able to see more of them later." This sounded scary, but there was a hint of expectation in his tone. It was not that he had not expected this, but he had deliberately let the firefly go in order to lure the snake out of its hole and solve the problem once and for all. Dome space where the firefly's nest is located is filled with hot mist and evaporating air currents. In the middle, there's a large pool of water similar to a hot spring, which is the key habitat for their larvae to hatch. Hundreds of fireflies were flying around the dome, making a harsh, buzzing sound. This battle was not only to wipe out the enemy, but also a devastating blow to the entire tribe. As long as the pool was destroyed, the fireflies would naturally become extinct. The moment Inanna stepped into the dome, she saw the fireflies collectively light up with orange spots, indicating hostility and danger. The first few fireflies rushed towards them without hesitation. She immediately released the water snake technique, and the water flow formed a flexible snake-shaped whip that swept forward. Unfortunately, the fire mosquitoes were too good at dodging, and although one was hit, it only fell a few meters before returning to its flying posture. Lin Jun watched her casting spells and couldn't help shaking his head. Magic is indeed useful, but if you want to defeat a large number of enemies who are good at flying, you still have to rely on coordination and firepower suppression. What he didn't say was, hey, new recruits, we're still a long way to go. This is just the appetizer. The main course of the war has just begun. Lin Jun had expected the fireflies to attack, but he was not panicked at all. As an old neighbor, he was already familiar with the behavior of these fireflies. It was not until the fireflies flew into the range of 50 meters that a few slime puffs suddenly took action, spraying a stream of digestive mucus accurately, splashing all the fireflies flying in the air. Downed fireflies struggled to take off again, but soon they were enveloped by the mist released by the hallucinogenic Pudgy. Once they were wrapped in a mist, they were like drunk and could not stand steadily, and then they were smashed by the hallucinogenic Pudgy with its shell, completely killing them. But this was just the beginning. More fire mosquitoes rushed up like a tide. The battle broke out at the entrance of the passage, and Lin Jun led the Pudgy army to engage in a bloody battle with the fire mosquitoes. Although his mycelium defense line was solid, there were too many fire mosquitoes, and from time to time some of them would slip through the net and rush in. A firefly suddenly stabbed into the body of a puff, and the puff collapsed on the spot, but the firefly also fell into the hallucinogenic spores and was poisoned. This life-changing fighting method caused chaos on the entire front line, and a tough battle was about to take place. On the other side, Inanna began to show her value. She released Ice Blade and Water Snake techniques successively, and shot down several fireflies in one breath. For her, this was the first time she killed a monster by herself, and she was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. Compared to the hunting she had participated in before, this was a real battle. She was extremely excited. But the good times didn't last long. A firefly broke through the fire net and rushed straight to the turret next to her, pinning it to the ground instantly, which frightened her so much that she felt a chill down her spine. If the fire mosquito had been attacking herself instead of Pudgy, Inanna shuddered with fear and quickly shouted, Lin Jun, what should we do? So many Pudgys died. Her tone was full of panic, but Lin Jun remained calm. Use lighting magic. Don't keep casting attack magic. Lin Jun suddenly gave her a confusing instruction. Lighting magic? This wasn't a lighting party. She had a lot of questions in her mind, but she still did it. After all, she had promised to follow Lin Jun's instructions. Surprisingly, as soon as the illumination spell was released, the fire mosquitoes immediately became chaotic. The fire mosquitoes that were originally well-organized suddenly flew around in disorder. Some bumped into their companions, and some fell directly into the mist below, and the scene became extremely chaotic for a time. Inanna was stunned. It really works. Lin Jun was also a little surprised. I just tried it. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. He suddenly had an idea and continued to direct Inanna to release the illumination technique to continue to amplify the chaos. It was dark, deep underground all year round, and the firefly's eyes were extremely sensitive to light. Unexpectedly, Lin Jun accidentally took advantage of this. The lighting technique was equivalent to a flash bomb, which immediately caused the firefly's formation to collapse. With the help of the hallucinogenic fog and the attacks of Pudgy, the fire mosquitoes were defeated step by step. The first group of fire mosquitoes that rushed up began to disintegrate, and the dense attack gradually became sparse, and finally they could only escape into various passages in a scattered manner. The entire fire mosquito cave finally quieted down, leaving only mosquito corpses scattered all over the ground and a hot pool of water, still emitting white steam. Inanna sat down and let out a long breath. She was almost exhausted, but her eyes could not hide her excitement. She fought very hard in this battle, and her magic power was almost exhausted. From attack magic to more than 20 consecutive lighting spells, it was very good that she could hold on until now. This also made her experience the thrill of real adventure. What do we do next? Inanna asked, panting. Lin Jun was very excited. Of course, we will harvest the spoils. That's right, 20 cows and horses finally appeared. Like hard-working coolies, they used their tentacles to stuff the bodies of the fireflies into their bodies. According to Lin Jun's estimation, these puffs can move all the mosquito corpses in 2 trips. After he decomposes these corpses, he may be able to improve his high-temperature resistance skill by 1 level, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he had no intention of expanding the mushroom garden to this fire mosquito cave. There were too many passages, and it was difficult to set up defenses, which was not suitable for long-term development. In contrast, the old nest only had one side open, which was simply a paradise for survival. The still steaming pool was full of white firefly larvae. Lin Jun simply ordered the turret to blast all the remaining magic power into the water, and immediately a layer of minced meat floated on the surface of the water. He felt that this was the true meaning of cleaning up the battlefield. Are these spoils of war? Inanna looked at the mosquito corpses being carried away and felt that they were a little different from the treasure she had imagined. Lin Jun smiled and said, "Did you think it would drop swords and gold coins?" As soon as he finished speaking, he said self-deprecatingly, "But it's not certain. Maybe there really are good things under the pool." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Inanna dived into the pool. Lin Jun then remembered that Inanna had a level 6 underwater adaptation skill, and she was not afraid of being soaked in water. A few minutes later, she emerged from the water excitedly, with a water snake behind her wrapped around an orange glowing stone. "Look, I found the treasure," she shouted excitedly. Lin Jun was stunned. This thing actually had a panel display. It was the first time he saw a system panel on a dead object. Artifact, Sunstone Fragment. Lin Jun was stunned. How could a level 20 firefly drop an artifact? Was the drop system designed too casually? But no matter what, it was a good idea to take it. He asked Nyama Puji to wrap it up in mud and take it away. This fragment can generate heat, so it's perfect for keeping the mushroom garden warm. Lin Jun explained casually. Inanna didn't mind. She was just here to work, so she didn't care who the spoils belonged to. While they were happily cleaning up the battlefield, another group of people on the surface fell into complete chaos because of Inanna's departure. In the town closest to the Purple Crystal Underground City, Yafeng Town, there are 2 taverns, and the most famous one is the Jinyangma Tavern. It does not sell low-quality drinks, nor is it noisy and chaotic. Instead, because of the rich aroma and excellent taste of the wine and the high price, it attracts powerful adventurers as the guests. On this day, the atmosphere in the tavern was a little off. The adventurers who usually sat scattered around were now crowding to the right, fearing to get close to the table on the left. The 4 people sitting on the left were from the Silver Thorn team. All of them were diamond level, and all of them were above level 50, truly tough characters. It's not that they are rude or unreasonable, but the oppressive atmosphere makes people afraid to approach. Everyone just huddles aside, drinking and listening, hoping to hear some gossip. In the Silverthorn team is the Half-Dragon Gar. He is 2.3 meters tall, and even when sitting, he is taller than others standing. The heavy armor makes him look like a wall, and in battle, he is indeed the first line of defense of the team, holding off the enemy countless times to gain output space for his teammates. Unfortunately, he did not inherit his mother's dragon breath ability. Otherwise, he could spit fire and kill even the orc warriors. However, this strong man now looked desperate and complained in a low voice. "It's over. It's over. The United Kingdom is afraid that it will not survive." Gar's tone was full of cowardice, and he even suggested, "Boss, why don't we run away before the mission starts and go directly to the Western Islands?" As soon as he finished speaking, a flying knife hit his breastplate with a clang sound and then bounced off the table with a crisp sound. The elf assassin Night Owl was casually spinning the blade in his hand, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a goblin dung ball. "Have you forgotten that you vomited to death after 2 days on the boat?" He continued. "Besides, the reward for this mission is a city. You want to be an islander and fight monsters in the fog? You're crazy." When Night Owl talked about cities, his eyes lit up. No one knew why an elf like him would be so interested in human cities, but he really cared about them. Gar's face turned red with anger. You only think about the city. I think you really don't understand the situation. Do you know that no one has ever escaped alive from the Amethyst Underground City? The 5th floor is a parasitic tree, and the 9th floor is a tentacle nest. No one who enters has a good ending. Even if we rescued the Duke's daughter, she would have gone crazy. How can we talk about intact? The luckier ones would have been captured by the orcs and used as food reserves. But you, if something happened, you would have escaped with a shadow meld. What would happen to Nova, Ivan, and me? Would we wait to be beaten into a pulp by Duke Amara? This statement really hit the nail on the head. 10 years ago, Duke Amara was already a level 70 warrior, while they are only in their 50s now. Even though there was only a difference of more than 10 levels, the gap was huge. After all, at this level, even a small difference could be a crushing difference in strength. Moreover, the Duke was a max-level old monster with many skills and a high level, and he could suppress the Empire for so many years. Who wouldn't be afraid? At this time, the silent Captain Nova finally spoke up. Gar, shut up. He cut off the other party's complaints with a low tone. The mission is indeed difficult, but there is still a chance. A damaged brain cannot be saved, but a broken limb can be restored with potions. The temptation of the city is worth a gamble. He paused and added, if it really fails, I will take the blame alone, and you could take the opportunity to run away. Nova was not unaware of the situation. He had thought about escaping to the Western Islands or the Dwarf Elf territory in his early years. But now the United Kingdom and the Hermit Empire were on the verge of a war, and the elves and dwarves had long blocked the entry passage for foreign strongmen. Although the Western Islands were still accessible, the fog there was constantly expanding, and the slave owners were eager to recruit people as cannon fodder. That place was even more dangerous than the underground city. Instead of that, it was better to take a gamble here. Maybe there was still a way to survive. The team finally had to vote. Nova spoke first. As usual, I vote in favor of entering the dungeon. Night Owl also nodded in agreement. I want to be the city lord. Gar gritted his teeth. I still think it's better to run away now. The three of them finally looked at Ivan, the halfling who had been busy tinkering with something from beginning to end. He was almost completely blocked by the table, so no one noticed what he was doing, but he was the main mage of the team, and his status could not be ignored. Done. Ivan suddenly stood up from under the table and threw a worn-out magic crystal on the table. He quickly took out a brand new B- grade magic crystal and inserted it into the magic crystal interface in his abdomen. The magic power around him instantly became agitated. Strong energy poured into his limbs like a tide, washing over his nervous system and pulling him into an extremely intoxicated state. Oh, a series of strange moans came out of his mouth, attracting the attention of everyone in the tavern. Night Owl's eyelids twitched wildly, and his fingers moved slightly, almost sending the blade flying and sealing his throat. This devil addict is having another attack. Night Owl gritted his teeth and said. Nova held his forehead, feeling that it was becoming increasingly difficult to lead the team. Looking at Ivan, who was already drooling and had his eyes rolled back, he even began to doubt his life. The mission cannot be delayed. Even if it's 2-1, it has to be considered passed. Nova gave the order helplessly. Gar, you carry him. Gar took a deep breath, did not refute, but silently extended his hand. Give me the magic resistance potion. He whispered, don't forget the last time he exploded on my back and almost sent both of us to heaven. Lin Jun looked down at the pile of fireflies and had the illusion that this thing doesn't need to be buried. But it's not a plant, and it doesn't need to be buried underground to absorb. The people in this world seem to have not yet fully understood the difference between fungi and plants, especially special creatures like Pudgy, which did not rely on roots to absorb nutrients. The Pudgy had already dragged the corpses of the fireflies and larvae back to the mushroom garden. Although the fire mosquito is agile, once it is hit, its body is as brittle as paper. No matter whether it is bombed by a mushroom cannon or hit by the shell of a puff, it will not be able to leave a complete corpse. These fragments were evenly spread in the planting area, and the first batch that was transported had already begun to grow mycelium. The firefly corpses were not only used as fertilizer, but also directly provided magic power and skill proficiency, which was a double harvest for Lin Jun. Although the magic power in a single firefly is not much, when a number reaches a certain level, it becomes a qualitative change. Lin Jun put all the magic power into the creation of the new Pudgy, preparing for a large-scale troop explosion plan. Currently, The limit of the Pudgy that the natural magic of the mushroom garden can accommodate is about 300, of which 100 are for logistics and the rest are for combat. This time he wants to break through the limit at once and rush to 400 combat Pudgy, with only one goal, to completely clear the groundworms. Although the plan was radical, Lin Jun knew very well that such a large-scale source of nutrition was hard to come by. The environment near the fire mosquito nest was too good. If he didn't seize the opportunity this time, he might have to wait a long time for the next one. "Look, Lin Jun, I've awakened a new talent," Inanna suddenly shouted excitedly. A tiny water snake was hovering in her hand, and it looked very flexible, like a blue dragon materialized by some magic. Lin Jun remembered that she had used this move before, but the performance was terrible, short range, weak power, and missed the target. However, the water snake was now incredibly flexible, and it was obviously no longer the useless move. He immediately called up her dashboard, and sure enough, her level had risen to level 30. The experience gained from hundreds of fire mosquitoes was indeed powerful. Even if she only got a little bit, she had already risen 2 levels. Among the fixed effects on the panel, a new talent has appeared: Favor of Elemental Spirits. Elemental Spirits will actively help the caster control spells, which is equivalent to directly giving the caster a spellcasting assistance plugin. Lin Jun immediately tested it, and casually asked her to use the Ice Blade to attack a stone in the distance. It was about 100 meters away from her, a distance that even Pudgy would not miss. But when Inanna attacked, the angle was terribly crooked, but the Ice Blade automatically adjusted its trajectory during flight and finally cut the edge of the stone. "Wow, I hit it." She couldn't believe it herself. If her initial angle wasn't so off, she would have hit the target right away. It seems that this so-called elemental spirit is really like some kind of intelligent control system that can automatically correct the trajectory. What caught Lin Jun's attention even more was that after the Ice Blade was released, the Water Snake technique did not disappear. This shows that Water Snake is no longer a simple skill, but a spell-like auxiliary with a permanent nature. This kind of assistance reminds Lin Jun of the AI automatic aiming in the game, and the elemental spirit is like a real-life plugin. It turns out that this world really has such a setting as elemental spirits. Before, he thought magic was just magic. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Every time a human reaches 10 levels, he will automatically gain a fixed skill or talent. Like the mushroom cannon and fungus net he obtained, this is part of the rules of the world. It's just that he had to choose one of the 3, while Inanna was automatically assigned by the system, which might be related to not being able to see the panel. Lin Jun looked at his level. LV44, the next talent selection, is still a bit far away. In the following days, Lin Jun basically immersed himself in the Explosion project and was very busy. His mental integration skill finally reached level 6, which allowed him to command 400 Pudgy to act together at once. But even so, he couldn't spare the time to deal with Inanna. But Inanna didn't care at all. Instead, she had a lot of fun. She kept testing her new talent and found that elemental spirits could be used in conjunction with other spells. For example, the illumination spell will automatically float and follow, and the water mirror can automatically refract attacks, which is equivalent to opening an all-round shield. Although control spells, such as Purification and Mire, have not been improved, their practicality has indeed increased a lot. As they were busy, the mushroom garden seemed to be ready, but suddenly a strong magical shock was heard outside. "Lin Jun, what's going on? The air is suddenly so oppressive." Inanna was a little confused. Even someone like her, who had no magical perception, could feel the pressure, so she knew how violent the fluctuation was. Lin Jun immediately called up the external monitoring. Although these mushroom probes could only sense the fluctuations of magic power, the direction was very clear. The source of magic power was exactly the direction of the flame demon's lair. Finding that it was not heading towards the mushroom garden, Lin Jun did not take it too seriously. He comforted Inanna and continued to work. It was not that he was not afraid of the fire demon. On the contrary, he was always extremely vigilant against the fire demon. After all, this was the most powerful monster he had ever seen. If it really came to the mushroom garden one day, he would definitely run away immediately. Fortunately, the fire demon was usually too lazy to move. Unlike himself, who grew in the ground, it could completely soak in the magma to maintain its health without going out. Lin Jun had recorded the Flame Demon's 3 outings, and each time caused this kind of violent fluctuation of magic power. So he guessed that this time would be similar. The Flame Demon was most likely going to fight some monster again. As for who to fight and where to fight, Lin Jun had no idea. After all, the area he explored was too small. His plan of smuggling to the upper level was to take advantage of the fire demon's absence and find a loophole to pass through its lair. Unfortunately, the risk was too high. It was uncertain when the Balrog would return. The shortest time recorded in the 3 attempts was a few hours, and the longest was 3 or 4 days. This was a complete gamble, and it was later replaced by the whole digging project. Now Lin Jun just hopes that the Flame Demon won't cause any trouble this time when he goes out, so as not to affect his pace of hunting earthworms. The Pudges were ready to go, all filled with magic power. Even Inanna was no exception. This time, not only did they use up the energy they had obtained from decomposing the fireflies, but they also emptied out the magic power they had in their inventory. Lin Jun knew very well that after this battle, this group of Pudgy would not be able to replenish their magic power. In other words, this was a one-time deal. The target of this battle was a giant creature called a groundworm. Lin Jun dispatched a total of 400 Pudges, most of which were equipped with turrets. Facing this monster covered in a rock shell and almost ineffective against ordinary attacks, Lin Jun had already given up using spores or digestive fluid to deal with it. The only way was to bombard hard. Of course, he was not completely without a plan. The favorite thing of the earthworms was the magic crystals that were a specialty of the Amethyst Underground City. And Lin Jun happened to know how to detonate these magic crystals, so he developed a complete set of luring plus explosion trap plans. Lin Jun specially arranged 10 self-destructive Pudges. Their stomachs were hollow and filled with magic crystals. They were also equipped with magic storage skills to trigger violent explosions. These magic crystals were dug out by Lin Jun from the Mushroom Garden. They were originally props to improve the efficiency of magic power collection, but now they're all used as bait and explosives. It is really a huge investment. After this attack, whether the situation can be controlled depends on whether Inanna's mud spell can hold back the earthworms. She has a whole piece of a level magic crystal on her head. Although she is unsure, she is reluctant to give it up. This is far superior to her previous B-level magic crystal. The spell strength is directly doubled, and the temptation is terrifying. Lin Jun also promised considerately, "If you really can't win, you can run away. I won't take the magic crystal." Although Inanna complained in her heart whether the short leg could run away, at least she felt better. She nodded, finally feeling at ease. Lin Jun left her a way out not out of pity, but because he clearly knew the value of magic. After the battle with the fireflies, he had deeply realized that having an Inanna who could cast spells at any time was more useful than hundreds of ordinary Pudgy. If the magic crystal was gone, it could be dug again, and if Pudgy died, it could be remade, but if Inanna was gone, it would be a huge loss. This time the destination was much farther than the fire mosquito nest, so there weren't many monsters passing by on the way. They only encountered a large black and white spider, which was beheaded cleanly by Inanna's tracking ice blade. Finally, they arrived at a broken cave. To be precise, it was no longer a cave, but a mess of passage wreckage. The passages around were densely packed, all with traces of earthworms. Lin Jun discovered that there were several more new tunnels than the previous exploration. He placed the self-destructive Pudgy and the pile of magic crystals on a relatively stable open space, and the other turret Pudges were deployed throughout the cave to form a firepower network. Inanna was placed at the entrance of the tunnel they came from. Her A- grade magic crystal emitted a faint light, like the last tranquility before the war. Lin Jun began to guide the magic power into the magic crystal, and a strong wave of magic power spread out immediately, and even he himself couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Inanna stared at the pile of magic crystals, feeling her heart bleed. Some A-level magic crystals were thrown out like explosives. How wasteful is that? Even if these magic crystals were sold, they could hire strong men to kill 10 earthworms, but Lin Jun used them all as bait. The magic fluctuations attracted a lot of miscellaneous monsters, including the black and white spiders that I had seen before, and deformed creatures with mouths full of teeth, but they were not threatening and were quickly killed by the turrets. What surprised Lin Jun was that he actually saw a Minotaur of level 35. The Minotaur should be extremely powerful, but this one is obviously intelligent. After seeing the battle from afar, it decisively turned around and left. Lin Jun thought, if it weren't for the big fish he wanted to catch today, maybe he could have talked to this bull about cooperation. Finally, the ground began to shake. Rubble fell from the top of the tunnel, and an unlucky Pudgy was smashed into fungus mud before he could react, becoming the first victim. Inanna's nerves immediately tensed up, and she couldn't help asking, "Are you going to cast the mud spell?" Lin Jun quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll tell you when the time comes." His voice was also tense, but he couldn't hide his excitement. He knew that the prey was coming. With a loud bang, one side of the cave collapsed, and a huge earthworm suddenly broke through the rock layer and swallowed 20 Pudgy into its stomach in an instant. The data popped up on the panel, level 49. It was the target earthworm, without a doubt. The giant insect bent in the air and pounced directly towards the magic crystal. Lin Jun stared at it intently, and even when he saw Inanna was about to attack, he hurried to stop her. The time had not yet come, and he could not alert the enemy now. As the magic power continued to pour in, the pile of magic crystals began to vibrate violently. Just as the earthworm opened its huge mouth and swallowed all the self-explosive puffs and magic crystals in one gulp, Lin Jun counted, 1, boom. The entire cave seemed to be torn apart by thunder, and a huge explosion exploded in the mouth of the earthworm. Its rock shell was instantly blown to pieces, and fragments flew everywhere. Even the surrounding puffs were affected, and the scene became a mess. The mouth of the earthworm was completely blown apart, but it did not die immediately. Instead, it struggled madly because of the pain, and its entire body rammed around underground, causing a chain of landslides. The rock wall was shaking continuously, and the worm's body was squirming, trying desperately to get back underground and escape. Lin Jun's eyes widened as he shouted out an order, his voice even breaking with excitement. "Inanna, swamp technique. Quick!" Chapter 11-1-12 V401 Epic Victory. The magic crystal above Inanna's head lit up, and she used the quagmire technique in a slightly panicked manner. The originally solid ground beneath the earthworm turned into a quagmire in an instant, and the gravel that was dug out turned into muddy water. However, the thickness of the swampy ground is limited. Deeper underground, at the end of the giant worm's body, the ground is still solid. Near that small section underground, the earthworms were still slowly shrinking underground. Of course, Lin Jun wouldn't just watch it run away. "Inanna, keep using the quagmire technique. Don't stop." "Good." At the same time, the Pudgys that had been suffering damage all around finally began to fight back, and the pop sound of the mushroom cannons firing was endless. Lin Jun controlled the firepower and concentrated it on the shattered parts of the earthworm's rock armor. The health of the earthworm on the panel is constantly decreasing. At the speed it drills down, it can't escape. It's going to work. The hope of breaking out of the dungeon by yourself. After that, just move here temporarily and eat all the earthworms to gain skills, and then you can dig it up and see the light of day again. It's been a long time since I last basked in the sun. But why did the ground start shaking again? The direction from which the vibration came was, "Inanna, run back." Inanna, who was still concentrating on continuing her quagmire technique, didn't react at all. It just subconsciously took 2 steps back. The next second, another giant insect broke out of the rock in front of her. The protruding rock armor passed by, and Inanna was thrown into the passage as if she had been hit by an uppercut. Inanna. There was no response. Lin Jun hurriedly opened the panel. 400 blood points were lost. Fortunately, she had more than 3,000 health points and was far from being killed, but she was obviously unconscious. The 4 nearby Pudgys picked up the unconscious Inanna and the A-level magic crystal that fell to the ground and retreated deeper into the tunnel. Inanna was safe for the time being, but the situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. The second earthworm that suddenly broke and was running around the cave, crushing a large number of Pudgy to death. The swamp that trapped the injured earthworms was gradually hardening without Inanna's maintenance, and the speed at which the earthworms drilled down began to increase significantly. Why is there a second earthworm? I put too much magic crystal, and the attraction is too strong. Or do these insects have a sense of companionship and help each other? There was no time to think about it. The second earthworm was definitely not going to be dealt with, so Lin Jun could only concentrate his firepower to continue attacking the injured one. Without paying attention to the continuous casualties among Pudgy, Lin Jun vented his firepower with all his strength. As long as I can reduce its health to 0 before it runs away. What? You mean I was knocked away by another earthworm? There are 23 Pudges, and one Inanna who has awakened but is still confused and even a little excited. That was all the strength needed to retreat back to the mushroom garden. The low-health earthworm finally escaped with its last bit of blood, and the remaining Pudges suffered heavy losses under the harassment of another earthworm. What's worse is that many places collapsed, and many Pudges were unable to return to the tunnels they came from, and finally had no choice but to give up. The only thing to be thankful for is that the magical fluctuations from the battle here scared away all the small monsters around. There were no further attacks on the way back. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one will come back. Lin Jun is now like a stock investor who spent all his money to invest in A shares and came out penniless. All savings are gone. Fortunately, there was no collateral loan in the dungeon, so he still had a mushroom garden left. Mushrooms do not share the same joys and sorrows. Lin Jun was still secretly grieving over his losses, but Inanna was in a good mood. She didn't know that Lin Jun was hunting earthworms in order to escape from the dungeon, nor did she know how much he had risked on this hunt. In her opinion, it would be better to organize hunts later. It is impossible to have 2 earthworms every time. She only knew that Lin Jun kept his promise, and the A-level magic crystal that was tied to the mushroom cap again finally officially belonged to her. Inanna decided to call Lin Jun boss from now on. As for being almost bitten by a groundworm, it doesn't feel real at all. I suddenly fainted, and thanks to the level 4 life recovery, my health was full when I woke up. There was no impression of being injured at all. It felt like I had earned some magic crystals just by lying down. She even thought that maybe she could get a new A-level magic crystal next time she hunted. In a corner of the mushroom garden, under a big mushroom, at the end of a 10-meter-long passage made of mycelium extending downward, there's a 3 by 3 underground space. Lin Jun's real body, an ordinary green mushroom, is right here. Also in the same room was a special Pudgy that exuded a powerful aura. Different from those cannon fodder Pudges, this one was nurtured from the beginning of the mushroom garden, and its skills and levels were raised to the limit of Lin Jun's strongest Pudgy. It is the exclusive car that Lin Jun prepared for himself. The question facing Lin Jun now is, it is to spend a lot of time to accumulate strength and hunt earthworms again. Let's go back to the original plan. Next time the Flame Demon goes out, I'll take the risk of sneaking up with Super Pudgy and Lin Jun. At the same time, at the entrance of the passage between the deep layer and the 10th layer, the lair of the Fire Demon. It's so hot. Is this the deep area of the Amethyst dungeon? It can't be all lava, right? Are you sure that young lady would be in such a place? Night Owl tugged at the collar of his tights, uncomfortably. She had no resistance to high temperatures at all, and had to drink a bottle of fire protection potion to barely stand here. Even so, I felt very uncomfortable and just wanted to leave quickly. A cooling spell was cast on several people, and Night Owl finally looked relieved. It really saved my life. The light on the staff faded, and Ivan smiled and nodded. The halfling Archmage is quite reliable when he is not addicted to magic. Captain Nova held the positioning crystal in his hand and sensed it. Yes, the direction indicated is close to horizontal. It should be in the upper part of the deep area. But this is the deep zone. It's almost a month. I may not survive. Unlike the first 10 levels, which have clear hierarchies. Each previous level has its own characteristics, monster level ranges, available rules, and so on. Night Owl thought that as long as he had a strategy, he could easily survive on his own. But the deep area is different. There's chaos here, and monsters of all levels can be found here. What's more important is that the monsters inside are still roaming around, and each time the adventurers come down, they may encounter a completely different situation. Just like the information they had 3 years ago, it said that a level 59 fire demon would come out of this passage. As a result, there are no monsters except for a piece of lava. Of course, this is a good thing, but this also means that the deep area has undergone changes again, and the information has become outdated and has lost its reference value. Well, once we find her, we'll know how she survived. The half-dragon Gar's tone no longer had the dejected tone he had before setting out. The 2 worst possibilities, parasitic trees and tentacle nests, have been ruled out. In his opinion, the possibility of the princess surviving with a healthy brain was much greater than he had previously expected. Well, it probably increased from 2% to 20%. The tone of the work is still lighthearted, and the protagonist will not really be made to suffer everywhere. It's just that the logic of the subsequent plot requires a small defeat here. Chapter 12: Adventurers Arrive. The dim tunnel was filled with a sickening smell, and the giant spider's green blood kept dripping along its own giant web. Arachno, like its spider cousins, is always known as giant spider monster by most illiterate adventurers. Only those who truly understand them know that this is a special kind of giant spider that can weave a giant poisonous web. The thick spider web is extremely eye-catching, and weak monsters will stay away from it. But there are always some monsters who, relying on their strong bodies and powerful strength, never take spiderwebs seriously. These are exactly the kinds of creatures that Arachno preys upon. But today obviously failed. A huge axe hit the center of the spider monster's head, smashing it to pieces. Huff huff. The monster with a bull's head and a human body panted, picked up the axe, and swung it with a little force, shaking off most of the sticky blood foam on it. On his sturdy body of 4.5 meters, his knotty muscles rose and fell under his fur with his breathing. He was an exceptionally strong individual, even among the Minotaur. Under its violent attack, the hunter becomes the prey, but is not unscathed. The poison in the left arm that touched the spider web spread along the blood vessels, and the level 5 poison resistance could only prevent it from spreading further. Losing an arm in a short period of time would inevitably make it difficult for it to survive in the dungeon. Fortunately, this problem will not bother it soon. A pure black dagger emerged from the shadows and gently circled the Minotaur's thick neck, cutting its throat as easily as tofu. Looking at the Minotaur lying on the ground and twitching, Night Owl walked out from the darkness and complained to the other 3 people who had just arrived. It's at least a level 40 Minotaur. This thing can be used as a treasure chest guard on the 8th floor. If it wasn't in poor condition, I would have to work hard to find it. I have a feeling that if I keep hanging around like this, sooner or later I'll run into some really troublesome guy. Nova, how far is it? Nova touched the guidance crystal in his hand and said, "It's almost there." The amplitude of the change in the direction is getting bigger and bigger, which means we are very close. Gar, help me break open its belly. Ivan pointed to the spider's corpse and called his teammates. Why does the giant spider monster's body fluids stink so bad? Gal looked reluctant, but still pulled out the scalpel and cut open the spider's belly. Sure enough, a fishy smell hit his nose, and he quickly fanned his hands and took 2 steps back. Ivan, however, rushed over with his eyes shining, not caring about the stench, and stretched out his hands to take out an organ. It is indeed Arachno. Its poison sac is the best material for setting up the poison cloud ritual. After watching Ivan take out an exquisite box and carefully put away the smelly poison sac, Nova directed everyone to move forward. He had a hunch that he would see his target after passing through 3 more caves at most. In fact, after passing through another cave with sporadic fire mosquitoes, they arrived at their destination. Outside the mushroom garden, for people looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. A group of Pudgy could occupy a piece of territory even in the deep layer. No, it's better to say why there is poo in the deep area. It's true that there are monsters of all levels in the deep area, but that doesn't include the Pudgy who has no ability to survive. If nothing else, the fireflies next door will eat them as a buffet all day long. Gar opened his mouth and murmured for a long time, "If it is here, I think I understand why the young lady is still alive." One came over. A Pudgy walked towards them with its short legs. Only then did Ivan think of using reconnaissance skills to find out what was going on. Is it really level 1? Yes, the skills are. But someone reacted faster than him. And as Pudgy came over, the figure of Night Owl disappeared. Shadow, Shuttle, LV9. As an experienced adventurer, he would not be disturbed by the seemingly harmless scene in front of him, and he would attack with all his strength. He appeared behind Pudgy in an instant and slashed down with a black blade. Boom! Night Owl, be careful! Ivan's reminder came too late. Fortunately, it was just a small explosion and couldn't really hurt the Night Owl. However, when she emerged from the smoke, she was covered in dust and looked at Ivan intently, almost questioning him out loud. "Ha! Sorry, it was so strange that I was distracted. I've never heard of a walking mushroom exploding, and the others don't look like ordinary walking mushrooms." Nova pointed to the few cannon mushrooms over there and changed the subject in time. Ivan cast another reconnaissance spell. Those few can fire magic cannons, but they're not very powerful, and they don't seem to be very aggressive. Indeed, their group took the initiative to kill the one that blew itself up, while the others seemed to have no reaction, neither attacking nor running away. Very strange. Do you want to clean it all up? Night Owl asked with her mouth, but her body was ready to move. She was still holding her breath because of the embarrassment she had just suffered, but he was held down by Nova beside him. Wait, the princess is still in here, and who knows what will happen if we cause chaos. Since the threat is not big and they won't attack actively, just go in. Always be vigilant. The last sentence is directed to the half-dragon, who must protect his companions from sudden attacks. Replacement Level 7. Shield Domain LV8. Group Defense Upgrade LV8. The half-dragon cast several Guardian skills in succession. Okay, go in. As early as when the few people entered the passage connecting to the fire mosquito nest, Lin Jun sensed them through the mushrooms in the passage. The great wizard Ivan did not notice that Lin Jun was secretly monitoring the entire mushroom garden, and their conversation was heard word for word by Lin Jun. But I don't understand. As expected, the language spoken in the other world is not the Earth language. Communicating with Inanna through the fungus network is actually a kind of mental local area network. What is transmitted is thoughts rather than language, so there's naturally no language barrier. Now that I've met someone who actually speaks the language of another world, I really can't understand it. Although I didn't understand what they said, I had never seen any humans in all these years here, and now I met a group of them who were obviously heading for the mushroom garden. 99% of the time, the target is Inanna. I just don't know whether to kill her or save her. Inanna has a tracing mark on her body, and no matter how you think about it, it must have been put on by her father, the Duke. So this group of people is most likely here to rescue her. In fact, even if it is not the case, Lin Jun has no good solution now. It's not that he is unwilling to protect this little follower he picked up, but he only has 40 combat Pujis and 100 logistical Pujis on hand. He also looked at the 4 people on the opposite side. The lowest was LV-52 and the highest was LV-58. Each of them is higher level than the earthworms, and there are a lot of high-level skills with reasonable combinations on the panel. With this lineup, even if he used his most powerful trump card, Pudgy, he would have no chance of winning. As for escaping, others came to her door after precise positioning. Where could they take her to escape? Looking at Fan Pudgy, who was still practicing magic in the garden, Lin Jun felt that he should remind her. Inanna, what's the matter, boss? Your family has sent someone to pick you up, probably. My home, probably. Maybe they're here to kill you. Chapter 13. The garden is empty. The young man's mushroom hat trembled, and he looked around for an outside figure. What should I do? If it's really a killer, then you're dead. Alas, there is no hope of winning. Seeing that Inanna was still fantasizing, Lin Jun mercilessly analyzed the situation for her. Just think about it. We're trapped on this floor and can't escape, but they can easily get down from above. The difference in strength is obvious, right? Then what should I do? How about being ready to self-destruct with magic crystal at any time? Perish together. It's possible to die with dignity. That makes sense. When the Silverthorn team reached the center of the mushroom garden, they saw a pink Pudgy with a large magic crystal on its head, magic power surging around it, and it was ready to self-destruct at any time. Lin Jun also considerately arranged 2 Pudges on her left and right, which made her look more powerful. The explosion of such a large piece of magic crystal is incomparable to the one at the door. The Night Owl immediately wanted to use its speed advantage to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Shadow Binding. As expected of a teammate, Ivan used a spell to restrain Night Owl right from the start. Calm down, you fool. It was only after Ivan's reminder that Night Owl noticed that Captain Nova was looking at the pink Pudgy in front of him with excitement. Feeling the direction of the positioning crystal in his hand, there was no doubt that the Pudgy in front of him was their rescue target, the Duke's daughter, Inanna St. Clair. Nova immediately knelt on one knee and performed standard aristocratic etiquette towards Inanna. Ms. Inanna, we are adventurers sent by your father, Duke Amara, to rescue you. We are sorry to have frightened you. As he said this, he winked at Night Owl, who was standing stupidly beside him holding a dagger. He was now extremely glad that he had stopped Night Owl from clearing the area before coming in. He didn't even dare to think about what would happen if the Duke found out that the adventurer who was supposed to save his daughter was stained with his mark of revenge. Gulu, I'm afraid that not only will the Duke himself be hunting them, But the Adventurers Guild will also definitely issue a high bounty on them in order to clear themselves of this mess. At that time, I realized that the world was so big and there was no place for me to live. Thinking of this, Nova shuddered and looked at Night Owl with an increasingly unfriendly look. She had indeed become more and more reckless recently, and it was time for her to go back and hold a self-reflection meeting. How should I know? The glared Night Owl muttered, put away his weapon, and knelt down in the captain's posture. Although he didn't understand the conversation, seeing several people kneeling in front of Inanna, Lin Jun was sure of their purpose. Inanna was so excited that she jumped up with the magic crystal, which was still in critical state. Lin Jun was so scared that he quickly advised her to calm down, otherwise it would be a big joke if she exploded. Old man, my father actually came to save me. Inanna didn't know that she had positioning magic. After listening to the two traitors, she always thought that the Duke would be too busy to save her. Just now I suspected that the people in front of me were here to wipe out the roots of my evil. But now I feel like crying for joy, but there are no tears. Boss, did you hear that? We can go out now. Once you get out there, you can grow mushrooms all over my private woodland. The old man will definitely agree. We can. Boss, why don't you speak? Li Yun. A Pudgy came to Inanna with a grade, a magic crystal slightly smaller than the one on her head. Newcomer, you've done a good job these days. Here's your bonus. Don't mention me to these people. I wish you better luck in the future. Lin Jun finally replied, but the content of the reply made her confused. Don't you want to go out too? Why? Ms. Inanna, is this a way to communicate? The voice rang directly in Inanna's mind as usual, but it was not Lin Jun who spoke. Inanna looked at the old halfling in front of her and realized that he was the one who used telepathy. Abel, I'm glad to see you're safe and sound. I know you've been solidified by transfiguration. Don't worry. We prepare a reversal ritual for you once we get out of the dungeon. Please be patient for a while. Ivan felt that the girl in front of him was a shy and somewhat introverted girl, which did not match the information they had collected before. But the positioning crystal was definitely correct. The one in front of him must be the Duke's daughter. Think about it. A little girl is suddenly betrayed, and her life is hanging by a thread. It is normal for her personality to change a little. Ms. Inanna, can you tell me what you went through? I don't want to say. Inanna remembered Lin Jun's words, and after thinking about it for a while, she chose not to make up a story, but to keep it to herself. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, Ivan took the initiative to comfort her. It's okay, it's not an inquiry. Ivan certainly knew what secrets might be hidden in this mushroom garden. Otherwise, the Duke's daughter would not have been able to survive here. It seems like she gets along well with the Pudges here. At any other time, he would have definitely found out to satisfy his curiosity. But now this is a task related to the reward of an entire city. The Duke's daughter in front of him had turned into a pink puff. Even if she wanted to step on a night owl's head and spray spores, he had to help hold the night owl down so that it wouldn't move. Not to mention the little secret here. We will be returning soon. Is there anything we need to take with us? At Inanna's signal, Ivan took out a box and put away the magic crystal that came later. As for the piece on Inanna's head, she still insisted on tying it on her head. It's just that Ivan replaced the mycelium tentacles originally used to bind the magic crystals with a tough ribbon. After that, Ivan briefly communicated with his teammates and returned the same way, carrying Inanna. As we get further away from the mushroom garden, the connection of the mushroom network becomes weaker and weaker. Without the vision provided by the fungus net, Inanna felt as if she had returned to the time when she was turned into Pudgy. Loneliness, fear. Looking at the team of adventurers disappearing in the passage, Lin Jun came out from his hiding place driving the strongest Pudgy. Of course, he couldn't go with Inanna. After spending so many days with Inanna, he knew that what Inanna said were her true thoughts. But it was impossible for Lin Jun to trust adventurers, let alone a great noble like Inanna's father. He didn't know if there was anything about him that was worthy of these people's attention. Even if I was taken out and located, I would probably just be the pet of the Duke's daughter. And what would the Duke do if he found out that he could gain great benefits by killing his daughter's pet? This is just a hypothesis, but Lin Jun will never put his hopes on others. Moreover, not going with Inanna did not mean that he would not follow them from a distance and use these adventurers to open a safe path for himself. Put your collection of sunstone fragments and an S-level magic crystal into the shell of Super Pudgy. Gather the only 40 combat Pudges. Lin Jun took a last look at the mushroom garden he had created, which had helped him through the most difficult times. It had completed its mission. Following Inanna's weak bacterial network signal, Lin Jun also stepped into the passage. Chapter 14, Why is there a fire demon here? Lin Jun, who was following the adventurer from a distance, felt more and more that something was wrong. Why is this road so familiar? Isn't this the way to Yen Mo's hometown? Lin Jun knew very well that no fighting had ever taken place at the location of the fire demon's lair. Otherwise, the mushrooms he had placed nearby would definitely have detected the fluctuations in magic power. Could it be that the flame demon never came back after he went out that time and missed it when they came down? He had always thought that these people came down through a route he didn't know about. After all, the deep area was so big that there was far more than one entrance. He just didn't have the ability to explore it. Since we're leaving the fire demon's lair, now, the question is, has the fire demon returned home? Now I can finally feel relieved. Having found the Duke's daughter, Garl was in high spirits. Which adventurer wouldn't be envious of the reward of an entire city? Captain, you don't know how desperate I was when you said there was a change in direction on the 9th floor. I thought she was really trapped. Before Gal could finish his words, he was kicked by Night Owl. Looking at the pink Pudgy held by Night Owl, he remembered that Inanna was still here, and his previous words were somewhat too arbitrary. Ahem. As usual, it was Captain Nova who came out to change the subject. Ivan, are you sure you can undo Miss Inanna's transformation? Do we need to find some professional curse removers after we go up there? Ivan didn't like this. Do you think I'm worse than those third-rate people? It's just a solidifying agent after deformation. You still want to confuse me. It won't be any harder than the time I turned you back from Scarecrows and Scarecrow Abyss. Nova just wanted to change the subject, but he didn't expect to step on Ivan's minefield and could only laugh awkwardly. I don't understand, as long as you are sure. Before they knew it, they had returned to the entrance leading to the upper level. It's still as hot here as ever. The Night Owl can't stand the heat to begin with, and now it's hugging a poo, which makes it even hotter. But considering that Inanna is still a daughter of a wealthy family, even if she turns into a Pudgy, it is not appropriate for her to let any man hug her. The Night Owl could only endure the heat and just quicken its pace. On the contrary, Inanna and her arms did not react much to the hot environment. After all, her resistance was level 6, etc. The Archmage Ivan's short voice made Night Owl and his companions stop in their tracks. The fluctuations of magic power are different. Reconnaissance. Night Owl, the Archmage said calmly, take the young lady away. Night Owl glanced at Ivan. Although this old halfling often went crazy when he was addicted, he was the most experienced in the entire team when he was sober. Without hesitation, she took Inanna and merged into the elongated shadows of several people and rushed into the passage at an extremely fast speed. The next second after she disappeared, the entire cave began to tremble. The magma pools on both sides suddenly surged like boiling blood. Sticky golden red bubbles burst one after another, and thick sulfur smoke gushed out with heat waves. The departure of the Night Owl made the hidden enemy realize that it had been discovered, and now it had no intention of letting the remaining prey escape. With an inhuman roar, a huge figure rose from the magma pool. The mountain-like upper body is made of semi-solidified lava and charred bones. The dark red rock shell wraps around the body and a lava heart inside like armor. At the same time, many fire monsters as tall as a person jumped out from the surroundings, as if they were smaller versions of it, blocking the way. Gulu, the half-dragon, swallowed hard. Flame demon and lava golem. Be careful, it's level 64. Ivan, who had already used reconnaissance skills to see the strength of the fire demon, pointed out the strength of the fire demon. There was no time for further communication, and the fire demon had already swung his giant lava fist and smashed over. Shield domain. Gar raised his shield to form a huge shield shadow in front of him, blocking the attack. However, due to the level gap, he was not intact and blood was constantly oozing out of his armor. Recovery. Life potential. Nova took a breath and released 2 kinds of magic, healing and strengthening, and Gar was able to barely maintain a shield area. With another roar, seeing that he couldn't kill the bugs directly, the fire demon created a huge wave from the magma pool under him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ivan decisively inserted an A-level magic crystal into his abdomen. At the same time, he used the awakening spell to keep himself sane under the stimulation of magic power, although this would cause him great pain. Facing the level 64 fire demon, he did not dare to hide his weakness at all, and used 300% of his full strength in one attack. Ice Ring. The embedded magic crystal gave him a power boost far beyond that of an ordinary staff, and an ice ring spread out in all directions with the three people as the center. It froze the rocky ground and the lava puppets, and finally collided with the huge lava wave and barely solidified it. We have to run fast. The tremendous pain stimulated every nerve of Ivan, and he could not maintain this state for long. Even with this kind of explosive blessing, his magic can only barely match the normal power of the fire demon. If it is dragged on, several people will surely die. I'm afraid it's not that simple. This fire demon actually took advantage of the time when several people were resisting the magma and moved to the entrance of the passage, blocking the three people. Seeing this, Ivan also swore, "Damn it, if I can make it back alive this time, I will definitely go and apologize to Chemo." Last time she said that the flame demon has a high IQ. I laughed at her. What should I do? Should I go back? The half-dragon looked at the passage they came from and thought it should still be possible to retreat. No, hold on a little longer. Nova's tone sounded as if he had made some decision, and Gal, who had worked with him for 10 years, knew what he was thinking. You want to use that, but even then it may not be able to defeat this fire demon. Ivan remained silent. After blocking another wave of lava, he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He had to use his last bit of strength on the next spell. Nova didn't explain. He just glanced at the half-dragon man, who could only choose to trust his captain as he did in the past. A small branch with 2 tender buds on it was taken out of Nova's arms. Lin Jun, who had been watching this place from a distance, immediately noticed the object with a panel. Artifact. Yeshingwood Core Remnant. Another magical artifact. Magic poured into it, but it wasn't just magic. Nova's vitality was also drained away in large quantities, and his face became visibly thinner. After finally feeding the artifact, Nova pointed it at a corner of the Balrog's chest, where there was a tiny crack in the rock shell. It was because he noticed this that he dared to fight back. A young sprout turned into a flash of green light, piercing through the armor of the fire demon and shattering the lava heart in his chest. The flame demon, who originally thought he had victory, suddenly suffered a fatal blow. With its core shattered, it could no longer support its huge body and fell to the edge of the magma pool, letting out one last weak whine. This monster had been blocking Lin Jun's life for several years. The strongest monster he had ever seen died so suddenly, feeling the still heating fragments of sunstone beneath the carapace. Is this the divine weapon? If you find any bugs, please let me know and I will fix them in time. Chapter 15, Werewolf. A tragic victory. Ivan was unconscious. His face was covered with dark purple lines eroded by magic, and even his breathing was very weak. Nova sat on the ground, supporting himself with his dry branch-like arms, and coughed from time to time. On the contrary, Gar, who was responsible for taking the beatings in the team, was full of energy. However, he was the only fighter left, and he didn't dare to stay there for long. He gave the 2 teammates potions, quickly collected the spoils, and then ran with the 2 teammates, one on each side, to meet up with Night Owl. After he left, Lin Jun came out from his hiding place and dug out a fist-sized piece of lava heart fragment from under a piece of rock armor. It is about 1/10 the size of the complete one, and the rest of the fragments were taken away by the half-dragon. Strictly speaking, this thing is the body of the fire demon and the only valuable part of it. As for the 10-meter-long shape, it is just a combat form supported by its abilities. Standing in front of the rock armor scattered on the ground, Lin Jun was still quite emotional. This imaginary final boss died suddenly before he could challenge him. The opponent was only an adventurer 3 levels lower than it. Just because of that little flaw, he was killed instantly. Lin Jun, who had been observing the situation, did not miss any details. The cracks on the fire demon's breastplate were most likely caused when it was out. In any case, he had a new understanding of how dangerous this world was. Level is not everything. The safest thing is to never expose your true self. Having said that, in order to move, I have no choice but to expose my real body to danger. The passage connecting the 10 floors is quite interesting. The lower section is no different from other passages in the deep area, but in the upper section there are crude steps. I don't know who built the underground city. Lin Jun still got a lot of information about the underground city from Inanna. This young lady, who had never been to the dungeon herself before, had heard a lot of gossip. This obviously does not include the origin of the dungeon. However, There is information about the 10th floor. The 10th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon, also known as the Thousand Stone Forest. There are countless natural stone pillars inside that divide the entire level into upper and lower areas that are difficult to communicate with each other. A winged wind serpent called Hacker lives on top of the stone pillars, and below is the werewolf hunting ground. Werewolves are actually not monsters, but demons, and were once one of the most powerful races among demons. However, ever since the Demon King was chopped to death by a brave warrior 300 years ago, the Demon Clan has been caught up in an internal struggle over who should be the leader. Humans also took advantage of this period of time to unite various races and barely develop. Otherwise, even if they lost the Demon King, the strength of the demon race would still be far superior to that of other surrounding races. In the end, the vampire won the chicken dinner and established the Hermit Empire. Some demons who refused to submit to the vampires moved to the impoverished far west, and the Hermit Empire stopped interacting with them. The vampires had no choice but to launch a brutal purge against their archenemy, the werewolves. Some werewolf tribes fled into dungeons around the world and became a part of them. According to Inanna, apart from the dungeon, werewolves can only be seen on the Western Islands. But being on the brink of extinction does not mean that they are weak. On the contrary, to be so hostile to vampires, they must have corresponding strength. Without training, they can reach at least level 30 just by becoming adults. The upper limit of their racial level is as high as level 90, the same as vampires. They are definitely a dominant race. Lin Jun once asked Inanna, "Aren't humans and vampires afraid that these werewolves will grow strong in the dungeons and then come out to kill?" However, Inanna said that the dungeon has rules, and even on the 10th floor, they can only grow to level 50 at most. As for crossing the levels, it has never happened before. Not to mention werewolves running out of the dungeon. There have never been werewolves on the adjacent 9th floor. As for the specific reasons, Inanna didn't know. She only said that rules were common sense in the dungeon, whether it was the Amethyst dungeon or other dungeons. The Silverthorn squad did not stop to rest after reaching the 10th floor. Although there were 2 injured people in the team, they still headed straight for the entrance to the 9th floor. Werewolves sometimes hunt in groups, so it would be troublesome to encounter them even if the team was complete, let alone now. They planned to go directly to the safe house on the 9th floor. Lin Jun followed the route taken by several adventurers, and sure enough, he did not encounter any danger along the way. But I saw an interesting scene. When passing by a passage hidden in the rock wall, Lin Jun witnessed through the tiny holes in the passage the process of a level 40 wind snake hunting a rabbit monster. It is said to be a rabbit monster, but the panel shows that it is called a rift-toothed beast. It is a monster that is no smaller than a brown bear, has sharp fangs and teeth, and can jump 10 meters high. It was not afraid of the wind snake's attack, but kept jumping up to bite the wind snake. However, the wind snake was very agile. It not only dodged the attacks several times, but also took the opportunity to send out electric shocks, leaving the rabbit's body charred. By the time the rabbit wanted to run, it was too badly injured and could not run fast. What's interesting is that the clawless wind snake actually used the skill of airflow control to drag away a body as big as a rabbit. At first, Lin Jun thought it would eat on the spot. Whether it was a wind snake or a split-toothed beast, Lin Jun was quite greedy for them. They all have good skills. Unfortunately, now is not the time. But the hiking experience ends there. Oh, there were wolf howls coming from the front, and it was obvious that the adventurers had run into werewolves. When Lin Jun came out of the path on the rock wall, he saw the half-dragons and elves being besieged, but the battle was almost over. It wasn't like either side was about to be defeated. Although the 2 adventurers were in a mess, they were still able to retreat steadily under the siege of the werewolves. Lin Jun even saw Inanna joining the battle. Due to her limited vision, she couldn't see the enemy's position clearly, so she could only use the water snake technique and rely on the elemental spirit's automatic aiming to attack the enemy. Not to mention, as the only remote control at that time, it actually played a role. It looked like they could still hold on for quite some time. The reason why it was said to be nearing the end was that they had successfully retreated all the way to the 9th floor staircase. Sure enough, when they reached the last short distance, the half-dragon suddenly used his skills to repel the surrounding werewolves, and then quickly retreated into the passage. The wolves gathered at the entrance and howled, but none of them stepped into the passage. That's good. This way, you don't have to face the moral dilemma of whether to expose yourself to save your former employees. The next step is to wait for the werewolves to give up and leave before going over there. Lin Jun finally understood what rules are. He was just curious about what would happen if he caught a werewolf and forcibly took him to the 9th floor. He would probably die suddenly, otherwise someone would have discovered such an obvious loophole long ago. Lin Jun was still thinking, but the werewolves over there had quieted down. They twitched their noses and turned one by one to look at Lin Jun's hiding place. It really has a dog nose. Chapter 16 Brave. Pairs of green eyes stared at Lin Jun. There are 13 werewolves. The lowest is LV-26, minor, and the highest is LV-42. These stupid dogs looked like they wanted to vent their anger at him for letting their prey escape. Dogs generally have the skill, speed up, so you will most likely not be able to escape if you turn around and run. Fortunately, Lin Jun had no intention of running away. Super Poof transformed, shrunken into a ball. Rolling Charge LV-5. This is a byproduct of the Kite in Shell skill. It is extracted from the rolling beetles day after day, and finally the level reaches LV-5 before the shell. This skill, which had almost no presence in the Mushroom Garden, finally had its moment of glory. Lin Jun rolled directly towards the 9th floor stairs. The 40 Pudges behind him were not idle either, and they bombarded the front with mushroom cannons. The dogs were very agile and easily dodged the straight-line attacks, except for one unlucky one whose paw was blown off by a blast. However, Lin Jun's goal has been achieved, and the mushroom cannon has successfully opened a path. A gray-haired werewolf who didn't believe in evil used all 4 limbs and rushed in under the gunfire and attacked Lin Jun with his claws. Dodge LV-6. With a small jump, the ball ran right over the dog's face and rushed past him into the stairs. Safe on base. The werewolf fell heavily, and before he could get up he was hit by 7 or 8 mushroom cannons at once, turning into a pool of rotten meat. It passed successfully, but unfortunately, the only one that could pass was this Super Pudgy. None of the combat Pudges that remained in place were equipped with rolling charges. When the wolves saw that Lin Jun had entered the passage, they all turned their attention to the remaining Pudges. It turns out that just 40 Pudges are no match for 12 werewolves in a head-on confrontation. After injuring only 3 werewolves, all the Pudges were killed. It's not that Lin Jun felt it was a pity. These Pudgy were originally brought out to cover up their own bodies, and could even be used as bait when necessary. I just didn't expect that they would all be wiped out after just completing 1 floor. I hope I won't be so unlucky in the future. Without the Pudges following him, Lin Jun's fungus net could no longer provide any vision. He could only rely on air sense and magic sense to observe his surroundings. It's much more inconvenient. The 9th floor was the most disgusting place Lin Jun had ever seen. Tumors are everywhere, and the monsters are all flesh and blood monsters that look like the products of failed genetic engineering. Fortunately, he is a mushroom and has no sense of smell, so he can guess what it smells like just by looking at it. However, the journey to the 9th floor was relatively smooth. After resting here for a while, the adventurers successfully reached the 8th floor. But when Lin Jun was about to go up, a small accident happened. Native monster level exceeds the limit, refused to pass. The panel that popped up without permission scared Lin Jun, and what was worse was that an air wall appeared. There was clearly nothing there, but the closer he got to the stairs leading to the 8th floor, the greater the pressure in front of him became, as if it was going to crush him. Is this the rule of the maze? A native monster, so I'm also considered a member of the maze family. It's a pity that this home is not warm at all. No, I want to see the sun again. How could there be a reincarnation as miserable as myself? Brave man, restrictions lifted. He was about to try to use a rolling charge to force his way down, but the air wall that was just squeezing him suddenly disappeared. What's this? The privilege of a brave man. After taking 2 more steps forward, the resistance indeed disappeared. What kind of old running program is this? Why is the interval between 2 judgments so long? Scare him. I thought I would have to stay in the dungeon for the rest of my life and play the family game of you eat me, and I eat you with monsters. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. But why can't I sense Inanna's location suddenly? On the 8th floor, Lin Jun stood there in a daze, staring at the 4 magic circles on the ground. Then he entered an ancient building. But the problem is that there is no road on the 8th floor except for 4 magic circles on the ground. Could this be a teleportation magic circle? If so, that would explain why Inanna couldn't be sensed. So what should I do now? Which one to choose? Of course it is. Don't choose anyone. How could he possibly risk using his real body to step on a magic circle that was obviously full of traps? Although it's disgusting, I'll just settle down on the 9th floor for the time being, plant some Pudges, and then use follower control to explore the way. Thinking of this, Lin Jun, who was about to return, felt a fluctuation of magical power behind him. The second magic circle on the left lit up. 3 humans walked out of the magic circle. One word kill. Wind blade. Accurate shooting. Grass. After a brief moment of surprise, the 3 adventurers decisively launched an attack on the monster in front of them. At the same time, they were talking loudly in words that Lin Jun couldn't understand. Dodge! 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 Lin Jun dodged and tried to fight back with a mushroom cannon. He didn't have the habit of not fighting back when being attacked. But knowing how to fight back is one thing. Whether you can win or not is another matter. All 3 adventurers are above level 40, and they obviously cooperate. Lin Jun wanted to retreat to the lower level, but was blocked by an ice wall. He was able to break the ice wall, but the constant attacks from the adventurers made him exhausted. Skill upgrade. Dodge LV6, LV7. It would be okay if I could dodge skills until my dodge was upgraded, but unfortunately, it didn't help much with the current situation. The counterattack of the mushroom cannon will be dodged or blocked. Digestive mucus is blown away by the strong wind. As soon as the hallucinogenic spores were released, all 3 of them drank the antidote. Although they're not as good as the diamond level group that took Inanna away, those who can come to the 9th floor are definitely not small fry. All 3 of his tricks were cracked in seconds. Lin Jun is self-aware. Even his so-called strongest Pudgy is definitely weak among those at level 40 or above. Not to mention picking 3 professional adventurers of the same level. But he didn't expect that he couldn't escape. No, you can still escape. Lin Jun curled up into a ball, dodged the warrior in front of him, and rushed towards the archers in the back row. The wizard on the side cast magic to stand between him and the archer. Right now, taking advantage of the gap between spells, Lin Jun made a sharp turn and plunged into the magic circle on the right. As the light of the magic circle gradually rose, the surrounding scene changed, and Lin Jun appeared in another place. Once again, escape from danger. If only I hadn't been hit by this arrow. The warrior couldn't catch up, and the mage was at a loss in casting spells. But the archer's arrow finally caught up with Lin Jun. An iron arrow shot through the buttocks of the strongest Pudgy. With just this one blow, Pudgy's blood volume dropped by half. Fortunately, Lin Jun's body was not at his hip and was not affected. I hope those adventurers won't follow us. He hasn't appeared yet, so he probably won't come. That's right, after I was teleported here, there was no corresponding magic circle under me. It was obviously a one-way teleportation circle. I think those adventurers would not step into it casually regardless of whether they knew it was a one-way teleportation array or not. Really, those people almost got the achievement of killing the brave man. So what to do now? Looking at the long stone brick corridor in front of him, Lin Jun fell into thought. Chapter 17 Treasure Room. Logically speaking, Lin Jun felt that his level should not be low. After all, he was level 44. But why am I being chased after I get out? After thinking about it, it seems that in the same environment, the difficulty of survival for me is much higher than that for the adventurers. Not only will monsters eat him, but humans will also be killed if they encounter them. And these adventurers obviously have a strategy. Otherwise, how could they pass through the teleportation maze smoothly while I got lost in it? God knows what day it is, but judging from the previous journey, Inanna might have successfully walked out of the maze by now. Behind the long corridor is a teleportation array. Behind the teleportation array is a monster. And behind the monster is another branching corridor. Just like now. With one shot, the last rot-toothed dog in front of him, which kept barking but dared not move forward, was blasted into pieces, causing it to follow in the footsteps of its companions. Then choose a corridor and walk through it, and choose a teleportation array halfway or at the end to enter. Fortunately, the monsters on this level are not higher than LV40. To be more precise, most of them are between LV20 and LV30. Even if he was really surrounded, he could always escape by relying on his high dodge and rolling charge. But it's not a good idea to continue like this. First, I had a fierce battle with the adventurers, and now I've been lost in the maze for so long, and my magic power is running low. In short, he was starving to death. And for some unknown reason, the magic power in this layer of air was extremely thin. Even if he wanted to take root there, he couldn't collect much magic power to replenish his consumption. Decomposing monster corpses is also a way to obtain magic power, but it is too unstable. Finding monsters is easy. Just enter a teleportation array, and there will most likely be a few monsters behind them. But how do you get them back? You can't be a nomadic mushroom, eating wherever you go. If you do that, the energy consumed in growing roots won't be recovered. I can only try to find a way out, or at least find a magical environment. Found another teleportation array. There is no gambler who always loses. He must find a way out. The green teleportation light lights up. Oh, the color is different this time. Tick-tock. A drop of water fell from the inverted stone cone into the small pool. This concentration of magic. Even without spreading the fungal mat, Pudgy began to slowly recover his magic power just by being in this environment. It feels like swimming in magic. No, you have to stay awake. There is a high probability that there will be demons after the transmission. Under the claustrophobic dome, blue-gray stone walls surround a pool of clear water. There was not a single monster in the space, as far as the eye could see. However, he saw something that was very unexpected, but reasonable to him: a treasure chest. A treasure chest made of stone, but with delicate texture. Although logically Lin Jun couldn't figure out who put it there, a dungeon should have a treasure chest to be called a dungeon. It was confirmed again that this place had no hidden space to hide monsters except for a stone door. After confirming it was safe, Lin Jun couldn't wait to close the treasure chest. Native monsters refused to touch the treasure chest. Similar information, familiar wall of air. Discrimination and oppression against native monsters are everywhere in this dungeon. Lin Jun did not give up, but stuck close to the air wall. Sure enough, after a while, Bravement, restrictions lifted. I originally thought that after the hero gave me the title of greedy, it was all used up. I didn't expect that I would use it everywhere after I got here. So delicious. He jumped up and kicked open the stone cover. After landing, he jumped back twice to create some distance for safety. Nothing happened, not a trap. Now it's time to see what good stuff is inside. He took out a blue high-collared cloak. It's equipment, which is also expected. However, this size was obviously designed for humans. When draped over Pudgy, who was only half a person's height, half of it dragged on the ground. The high collar was pressed into a flat ring by the mushroom cap. Opening Pudgy's attribute panel, I found that the original agility of 42 had increased to 47. It feels very subtle. It seems to be somewhat useful, but not so useful. Are there any active skills? If so, how should I use it? I tried to direct the magic power into the cloak, and the two sides became blurry. Two Pudgys wearing identical cloaks appeared on the left and right. I could control them. Doppelganger. Pudgy on the right rolled towards the wall under command. Wait, disappeared without a trace like a popped bubble. Okay, Phantom. It's not bad either. After all, it's something you picked up for free. With 5 attributes and a skill, Lin Jun is already satisfied. I just hope this cape won't get too dirty. The cloak is just an extra bonus. The real treasure is this place full of magical power. From the perspective of magical perception, the place with the most concentrated magic is the small pool of clear water in the center. The rich magic in the air is only a small part of what escapes from the pool of water. At the same time, drops of magical power continued to drip from the dome into the pool, and no one knew where they came from. In short, they really found a treasure. If they collected all the magic power here, Lin Jun would even have the confidence to form a large team of 400 Pudgys. With a group of bodyguards, we can get out of the dungeon. Which adventurer dares to cause trouble for me? Who can withstand hundreds of mushroom cannons? Of course, the space here is too small to accommodate 400 Pudgys. Lin Jun looked at the only stone door, wondering where the outside was and whether there was space to store the... I pushed the stone door gently, but it didn't move at all. I increased the force, but still nothing happened. Rolling charge. Lin Jun, who was dizzy after being hit, was a little dumbfounded when he saw the stone door in front of him, in which not even a single piece of stone had been broken. What do you mean this door can't be opened? Or does this door not open from this side? What should I do if I fall here? Wait for someone to open the door from the other side. After thinking for a while, Lin Jun decided to look around again. This is one of the traps in the teleportation maze. Other people must have come in before. Maybe we can find some mechanism or clues left by our predecessors. Soon he made a discovery. Although he did not find any clues left by his predecessors, he found the predecessors. A half-buried skeleton was dug out from grass. No one knew how long it had been dead, and the leather clothes it was wearing were tattered. Looking at this skeleton, Lin Jun seemed to see his own future. But I am a mushroom, and as long as there are continuous drops of magic water on the dome, I will not starve to death. Just make the best of it and be optimistic. It just so happened that the various dangers along the way also made him physically and mentally exhausted. There's food and drink here, so just treat it as a vacation. Maybe there's a lot of traffic nearby, so this room might be discovered one day. Or maybe if we gather dozens of Pudgy together, we can blast open this stone door. Super Pudgy stretched out a tentacle from under the mushroom cap, took out Lin Jun's real body, a seemingly ordinary mushroom, and placed it beside the pool. The spores slowly spread out, and in the rich magical power, the hyphae rapidly multiplied. Chapter 18, The Desperate Man. Mute Wind Town, a remote town located in the southernmost part of the United Kingdom, has attracted a large number of adventurers and merchants due to its proximity to the Amethyst Dungeon. Its prosperity is comparable to that of some medium-sized cities. The Adventurers Guild even set up a regional branch here. Thanks to the resources of the dungeon, there are quite a lot of specialties here. However, the most recognizable symbol of Dumbwind Town is neither the precious high-purity magic crystals nor the wide variety of magic beast materials, but the unique brew of the Rotten Willow Tavern, a turbid liquid with a notorious reputation. Even adventurers who have never set foot in this place must have heard of this inferior wine that exudes a musty smell and is said to be enough to kill walking mushrooms just by spilling it. Despite the quality, the boss still added more water into it than the wine itself. However, the pricing strategy of only 1 copper coin per cup still makes it an irreplaceable drink for low-level adventurers. Naturally, the Rotten Willow Tavern became a gathering place for all bottom-side adventurers. If you randomly pull someone in Dumbwind Town, he may not know where the Adventurers Guild's office is, but he will definitely know the location of the Rotten Willow Tavern. Today, the Rotten Willow Tavern was packed with all kinds of people as usual. They guzzled cheap liquor and chatted loudly about recent gossip. For example, the Hermit Empire's increasingly frequent small moves on the border. For example, 3 months ago, the Silverthorn team went deep into the dungeon to rescue the Duke's daughter and received an extremely rare and high reward, a city. Today, the word Silverthorn has become a benchmark legend in the adventurer's profession. The eyes of every drinker who raises a glass to them are burning with desire for fame and fortune. When the tired man with messy stubble pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, no one cast any extra glances at him. Such figures could be found everywhere in the tavern. The man glanced around and walked straight towards the fat man, sitting alone in the corner. The latter was sipping from a wooden wine glass. The inferior muddy wine tasted like some fine wine in his hands. The fat man saw the man sitting opposite him and called out his name. "Dylan, haven't seen you for years. Aren't you retired? Why are you looking for me? Don't ever tell me you miss me, my old friend, or I'll spit it out. Fatty, are you still doing that business?" The fat guy's nickname is Fatty. Facing him, Dylan did not hide anything and directly stated his purpose, which startled the fat guy opposite him and made his eyelids jump. He quickly glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to this corner. So he lowered his voice and said angrily, "What are you doing? You almost said that word. Do you want to kill me?" Seeing the fat man furious, Dylan became excited instead. "You're still working on it. Come on, give me 3 copies." As he said this, he took out a purse from his bosom and pushed it in front of the fat man. There were 27 silver coins in it. The fat man narrowed his eyes and didn't touch the purse. Instead, he took a good look at the man in front of him. Compared with 7 years ago, Dylan has aged a lot. His body is not as strong as before, and the calluses on his hands have almost disappeared. "Sorry, Dylan, I can't sell you. It looks like you've lost the ability to eat that you once had. We are old friends after all. I can't watch you go and die." Dylan grabbed the fat man by the collar, his bloodshot eyes revealing the madness of a man who was forced into a desperate situation. But the fat man just looked into his eyes quietly. After a long time, Dylan loosened his hand and collapsed, begging in a low voice. "Fatty, please, my daughter was poisoned by blood during the border mission. I need money, lots of money. I don't know what else to do except this. Please." The fat man fell silent. Blood poison, the most vicious move of vampires. People who are poisoned by blood will not die immediately, but will be slowly transformed into vampires in pain. This monster transformed from a human, although retaining the memory before the transformation, cannot suppress its bloodthirsty desire and will eat even its closest relatives with tears in its eyes. Only when facing vampires do they become completely obedient slaves. There are treatment methods, and the two most well-known ones are the blessing of the Holy See or anti-rebirth potions. Both can revive an infected person before they are completely transformed. However, these two have nothing to do with the people at the bottom of society. The former can only be baptized personally by a bishop-level figure who spends several days doing so, while the latter costs a whopping 50 gold coins. Even if a bishop is rich, he may not be able to gain connections. Dylan's target is obviously the latter. So how can Dylan, who is only a silver-level adventurer at his peak and whose strength has declined greatly, earn 50 gold coins in a short period of time? There are only two ways to make money quickly. One is dangerous, and the other is illegal. Naturally, the one who is involved in both makes money the fastest. On the 5th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon, there is a notorious demonic plant, the parasitic tree. As the name suggests, they capture living people and force-feed them into tree seeds, turning them into new stumps, and the people who become stumps become their legs for movement. During this process, the brain of the person being parasitized will be irreversibly damaged, and even if they are rescued, they will only be a living shell. This is why they are notorious. However, few people know that the species of parasitic trees are extremely excellent materials for psychotropic potions. It is only because of its overly inhumane production method that it has been listed as a banned item by the United Kingdom, restricting its circulation and the spread of this knowledge. But the more it is prohibited, the higher the benefits. And if there is profit, naturally there will be people who will do it secretly. The fat man has something called sleeping powder in his hand, which is a necessary item for picking fruits from parasitic trees, and it is also what Dylan wants to buy. However, picking the fruits of parasitic trees is not an easy job that can be done by just running over and bringing them back. The parasitic trees are not of high level, but are huge in number, concentrated in the swamp terrain on the 5th floor. And the most difficult thing is that they can use the skills or magic that the parasite knows. Imagine being besieged by dozens of parasitic trees with different skills and magic. Even a high-level adventurer would die in agony if he was not careful. Then it is made into a new, stronger parasitic tree. This is a demonic plant that is far more dangerous than its level. Looking at Dylan's expression, the fat man knew that in order to earn as much as possible, he would go alone. Of course, given his current condition, no one would want him even if he wanted to team up with someone to do this. The fat man can almost conclude that he will die. But Fatty also had a daughter a few years ago, and she was the apple of his eye. He knew that letting Dylan watch his only daughter slowly turning into a vampire would probably be more painful and despairing than death. Oh, the fat man sighed, took the purse on the table, and secretly stuffed 5 small bags into Dylan's hand. 5. This thing is much cheaper than it was back then. I won't charge you any money for the sake of our old friendship. If you're lucky enough, this trip will be enough. Thank you, thank you. Dylan clutched the bag tightly, as if he had grasped hope, and hurriedly left the tavern. The fat man picked up the glass of cheap wine and took a sip. TSK, a loss of 73 silver. I am so soft-hearted. It seems that I am too old and not suitable for this job. I will retire and return to my hometown after some time. Chapter 19. Release from prison. The 5th level of the Amethyst Dungeon, the swamp area. Mud mixed with blood seeped into the swamp through his fingers. Dylan leaned against the slippery rock wall, and the penetrating wound in his abdomen made it difficult for him to move. He failed. He failed right at the beginning. Failed to use sleeping powder to control the lone parasitic tree before being discovered. Now not only was he stabbed and seriously injured, his weapon was also knocked away, and other parasitic trees in the distance received the signal and gathered around. Bella. Whispering his daughter's name, Dylan's eyes burned with the desire to live. He couldn't die now. Bella is the only child between him and his late wife. She is smart, sensible, and talented. He has already reached the silver level at such a young age, and in the future he will definitely become a much more powerful figure than his useless father. She still has a bright future and shouldn't die now, let alone become an ugly creature like a vampire and live in pain. So he couldn't die yet. He still had 4 packets of sleeping powder. He still had a chance, as long as he could escape from the swamp. Dead end. At some point, The road ahead was blocked by a stone wall. Dylan wanted to retreat, but 5 parasitic trees had already surrounded his retreat route, and their pale roots were ready to capture Dylan. If his body was intact, he could try to rush out before the parasitic trees surrounded him. But now, with the serious abdominal injury, it was impossible for him to do so. He grabbed the climbing vine hanging from the stone wall and tried to climb up the stone wall along it, but the climbing vine was pulled off completely, revealing a stone door that was covered by it. A hidden room. This was the first time he had come across a hidden room in all these years. If it were any other time, he would have been ecstatic because there would usually be valuable things inside. But now, the parasitic tree was less than 20 meters behind him. Dylan didn't care about anything else. He groped for a protruding mechanism and pressed it. Now, he could only pray that there would be a legendary artifact inside that could help him turn danger into safety. As blue dust continued to fall, the heavy stone door opened inward. Bang, bang, bang. Several magic shells shot out from the shadows and hit a parasitic tree that had already extended its roots towards Dylan, breaking it in half. The fluorescent mushroom caps in the darkness lit up one by one, and rows of strange round puffs appeared in front of Dylan. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Now you dare to enter my territory. What the hell? What kind of tree man looks so disgusting? Life in the treasure chest room is not a worry about food and drink. It's really quite boring. It's not as good as the mushroom garden, where you can fight monsters every day. Life here was so boring that Lin Jun ate all the fluorescent grass in the room and gained a fluorescent skill that consumed almost no mana. Of course, the level increases quickly here. There was a pool full of highly concentrated magic power. When Lin Jun had collected almost all of it, he directly raised the level to LV47. He then took out the 1/10 of the lava heart that he had picked up. As expected of the flame demon's true body, it still emits astonishing heat even after being shattered. If Lin Jun's high-temperature resistance had not reached level 7, the mycelium would not be able to stick to it. After decomposing the lava heart, Lin Jun leveled up again and looted a new skill, Self-Destruction Level 3. From now on, he won't need to use magic crystals when playing the self-destructive Pudgy. Fortunately, the fire demon died suddenly. If he had left a trace of blood and given him the opportunity to self-destruct, it might not be certain whether Lin Jun was in that position, but the 3 adventurers in front of him would definitely be dead. The question now is how to get out. He has produced another 40 Pudgys. Due to limited space, he couldn't increase quantity and could only choose to improve quality. Each Pudgy was equipped with 5 to 7 skills. He had tried to bombard the stone door collectively, but it couldn't be broken. The treasure chest room must have special reinforcement measures. Otherwise, it would be easy for this firepower to blow up a rock. As for the self-destruction technique, Lin Jun didn't dare to use it, fearing that the power would be too great and the space would be too small, and he would be blown up. I don't know how long I was shut down, but something interesting happened. The treasure chest was refreshed. After a burst of magical power, the slate lid of the treasure chest returned to its original position. After it was opened, a ring was taken out from inside. Unfortunately, it is an offensive magic ring that adds no attributes and can only cast Ice Cone 3 times a day. Its power is about the same as that of a mushroom cannon, and it is completely useless to Lin Jun. In the days that followed, Lin Jun could only wait for the treasure chest to refresh something to see if it could help him get out. It would be nice if I could get a classic teleportation scroll or something like that. However, before Lin Jun waited for the treasure chest to refresh for the second time, the stone door was open from the outside. The light from outside shone in and illuminated Lin Jun's body by the pond. This is the breath of freedom. But in the next second, the Pudgys blocked the door tightly and also blocked the light to prevent any possible attacks from harming the main body. After the repaired, strongest Pudgy carefully hid its body inside its shell, Lin Jun finally had time to observe the situation outside. A seriously injured adventurer lay beside the stone gate, not daring to move. This is the person who released this fungus. He did a good job. Further outside, there are a few trees. People, such disgusting monsters. After opening the panel and seeing the fusion parasite skill on it, Lin Jun finally figured out what it was. They immediately opened fire, and several parasitic trees used their skills to try to fight back, one of which even released a fireball. However, it was all in vain in the face of Lin Jun's firepower. The fireball was blown apart before it could be fully condensed and instead burned itself. After easily taking out a few parasitic trees, the only one left was this weak adventurer. Don't get me wrong, Lin Jun doesn't want to kill to silence the witness. In fact, as long as the true identity of the person was not exposed, he didn't care about the leak of information, such as a group of strange Puji appeared in the maze. This man released Lin Jun, and Lin Jun saved his life, and they were even. The problem is that he looks like he's about to die, and the health on the panel is slowly but steadily decreasing. Letting him die like this is not in line with Lin Jun's principles as a mushroom farmer. At least he should try to save him. The difficulty now is that Lin Jun doesn't have any healing skills. Pujis are consumables. If they're broken, just throw them away. If they really need to be repaired, just use mycelium to repair them. You can't use mycelium to repair people. Can you help him call other adventurers? Not to mention that I have no idea where this is. Even if I find other adventurers, I'm afraid a fight will start first. Lin Jun recalled the introduction about fusion parasitism he had just seen, and looking at the several parasitic trees still soaking in the mud, it seemed that this was the only way. The Pujis dragged the unconscious Dylan and the remains of the parasitic tree into the treasure room. Lin Jun controls the mycelium to accelerate the decomposition of the parasitic tree. This is a very unprofitable behavior, as the magic power consumed to accelerate the process is far more than the magic power gained by decomposition. But Lin Jun got what he wanted. 7 Sins of Greed trigger. Plundering skills. Fusion parasite LV1. The main body personally spread spores on the fatal wound in Dylan's abdomen. With the help of magic power, the mycelium gradually merged with the flesh and blood to block the wound. It even replenished Dylan's vitality to a certain extent. In the end, he really used mycelium to heal people. Lin Jun always felt something strange when feeling this neither human nor mushroom existence appearing in the fungus web. The purity of my organization seems to have declined. Chapter 20, The First Fungus Speaker. In the dark forest, Dylan held up a torch and shouted anxiously, Bella, Bella, where are you answering your daddy? Dad. A faint voice was heard, and Dylan hurriedly followed the sound and pushed aside the grass, and saw his daughter leaning against a tree covered in blood. Bella, how did you get so badly injured? Don't be afraid, Bella. Daddy is coming, Daddy is coming. Dylan cried and hugged his weak daughter. Here, I'm here, take your time. Dad. Bella put her arms around Dylan's neck and opened her scarlet eyes. I'm so hungry. The sharp teeth pierced into his neck and Dylan's blood gushed out. In his blurred vision, he saw Bella swallowing his flesh and blood with tears. Dylan woke up with a start, gasping for air. It was a dream. Fortunately, it was a dream. Where am I? Dylan looked up and saw a Puji running away from him with disgust. Monster, mutated Puji. He remembered the scene before he fell into a coma. Were those parasitic trees? Then Dylan noticed the remains of parasitic trees with mushrooms growing all over the ground. At a quick glance, there were far more than just 5 strains chasing him. These are all made by these poofs. Dylan couldn't believe it. Even if Puji had mutated, he could kill so many parasitic trees. But the vague memories before the coma and the current scene seemed to tell him that this was the fact. This was the hidden room, and he saw the open slate treasure chest. It turned out to be a treasure chest room. The Pujis might be monsters guarding the treasure chest. However, the Pujis around me didn't seem to be hostile to me. Strangely, I didn't feel awkward at all, as if this was how it should be. So strange. Oh, what about my own injuries? Dylan touched his abdomen and found that the wound was gone. But when he looked closely, a storm of shock arose in his heart. The wound was filled with mycelium, and even a small mushroom grew on it. He had seen similar scenes before in people who were captured and parasitized by parasitic trees. No wonder the mutated Puji didn't attack me. No wonder I felt close to them. It turned out that I was parasitized. But he was still conscious now, and he wasn't as restrained as if he had been captured by a parasitic tree. It seemed that he still had some time before being completely controlled. He looked at the remains of the parasitic trees, on which many species were still hanging, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Dylan doesn't care about his life or death, or whether he will be controlled by the parasite. He just wants to get the money to save his daughter. If he doesn't have enough time, he asks Fatty to help him save his daughter. What he needed now was to return to the ground with the parasitic tree seeds. He climbed up to a parasitic tree, carefully picked a seed, and put it in his arms. Looking around, the Pugis didn't seem to care about his actions. This made him feel relieved, and he collected all the seeds in the room one by one. That's enough. This much is definitely enough. He held the tree seeds and came to the stone gate. He looked back and saw that everything was still normal for the Pugis. That's strange. Watching Dylan disappear outside the stone gate, Lin Jun didn't say a word to him from beginning to end, even though he was connected to the fungus net at this time. Saving him is a principle. It doesn't mean I believe in him. Dylan was indeed parasitized and was at the critical moment. As long as Lin Jun is willing, the mycelium in Dylan's body will completely destroy his mind and turn him into a puppet-like existence. But that would go against the original intention of saving him. Let him be. Lin Jun has already shown enough gratitude by saving his life and sending tree seeds. What happens next has nothing to do with him. It turns out that this person took such a big risk just for the tree species. They look like good things. Should I stock up on some? Maybe it will be useful in the future. Anyway, after it is decomposed directly, the magic power will only be a little bit. While Dylan was unconscious, he took the pooches out for a walk and hunted for some fertilizer. I also used the panel to observe the surroundings and basically determined that this was the 5th floor based on the levels. That teleportation maze is really unreasonable. It directly dropped me from the 8th floor to the 5th floor. Will there be a teleportation maze that goes to the 10th floor or even deeper areas? Fortunately, I didn't encounter it and silently marked the 8th floor as extremely dangerous in my mind. What Lin Jun is most concerned about now is the location of the new mushroom garden. Although this treasure chest room has magic water, the supply is actually not that much. After the previous storage has been used up, the value of this place is not great. Secondly, I also have some understanding of how this dungeon works. It shouldn't let me keep the door open all the time. I never know when some mechanism will be triggered, and it would be bad if I was still inside at that time. As for rushing out of the dungeon in one breath to bask in the sun, he wanted to but didn't dare. There is only one entrance and exit to the dungeon, so you will inevitably encounter a large number of humans, including some experts. He didn't want to fall before dawn. It's better to be steady, even if it's a little late. Now he can see hope and he can endure it. Regarding the new mushroom garden, he wanted to choose a location that was both safe and convenient for hunting and robbing skills. In fact, he found that this swamp area was really suitable. Adventurers rarely choose to pass through the dangerous swamp terrain, and even if they do, they move slowly. The ubiquitous swamps are not much different from the real land to the lightly armed Pudgy without a shell. And if the mushroom garden isn't a swamp, you can hide your body under the swamp, which is also a very safe method. It's just that the local residents are a little troublesome. When Lin Jun started to deal with the 5 parasitic trees, he didn't take them seriously. As a result, he had a tough battle when he went out for a walk. These parasitic trees like to gather their friends to fight in groups, which is very shameless. He has a variety of skills and magic of varying levels. Lin Jun encountered a parasitic tree that was parasitic on a level 36 mage. He didn't check the panel first and suffered a loss accidentally, losing a few Pugis. Before this, he had never thought that such a high-level wizard would fail here. It is estimated that there are still many parasitic warriors in the entire swamp. If there is one over level 50, it shouldn't be possible. What's more important is that the benefits of attacking these parasitic trees are actually not high, which is the most important thing. The skills of the parasitic tree are very simple, just fusion parasite, entanglement, toughness, and a little bit of various resistances. What's really amazing are the various strange and bizarre moves of those who are parasitized. But when Lin Jun tried, he couldn't use any skills to decompose these parasitic bodies. Even his magic power was very little, as if his insides had been drained dry. Just because of the few skills of the parasitic trees themselves, the difficulty of fighting them obviously does not keep up with the benefits. But if you add in the fact that you have to grab land to build a new mushroom garden, it seems barely acceptable. After a little thought, Lin Jun still felt that they were about to reach the swamp area. The goal is set. After producing another batch of Pugis that are adapted to the swamp terrain, I will start the attack plan. Chapter 21 Battle in the Swamp. The early morning sunlight penetrates the wisteria curtains, weaving golden patterns on the oak floor. The girl curled up in a velvet cushion was still sleeping soundly. So satisfying. 3 rhythmic knocks woke the girl from her sweet dream. Good day, Mississippi. The voice of Eric the butler sounded outside the door. "The new magic teacher will be here soon, miss. Please be prepared in advance." Ever since Inanna was found, Eric has been ordered by the Duke to serve her full-time, arranging her daily life and ensuring her safety. As for the Duke himself, he was forced to stay at the border because of the small-scale military harassment constantly provoked by the Hermit Empire. "Uncle Eric, I got it. I'll be there in a minute." When the footsteps faded away, Inanna stretched herself, got up from the bed, and began to dress herself. According to convention, the Duke's mansion has a special maid who is responsible for helping the young ladies to dress up, but since Inanna came back, she has only been willing to do it herself. Everyone speculated that this was a sign that the young lady had become more cautious after experiencing betrayal, and everyone in the mansion felt deep sympathy for Inanna's experience. But in reality, it is not the case. Inanna reached her hand into her pink hair and touched the back of her head. There was a very, very small pink mushroom capped the same color as her hair. Inanna told no one about her experience in the dungeon or the mushroom. The former was because of Lin Jun's request, and the latter she herself didn't know why she had to hide it. Maybe after telling others about it, everyone will find a way to wipe off the little mushroom cap, but I want to keep it. After putting her hair up, Inanna went to the window and felt the warmth of the sun. What a nice weather. I wonder what Lin Jun is doing now. Did he succeed in defeating a groundworm after I left? Yes, blow them up. Blow these disgusting things to pieces. In the swamp area on the 5th floor, a war between Pudgy and the parasitic tree is in full swing. More than 100 lightly armored Pudges without shells, but equipped with dodge level 7, were engaging in a fierce firefight with groups of parasitic trees. The more Lin Jun fought with them these days, the more he felt suffocated. The reason for his suffocation was ultimately the issue of benefits. Fusion parasitism. This skill is good. It can parasitize any humanoid creature with flesh and blood. Among the opposing parasitic tree team, there is a small group of parasitic trees with jackals as tree stumps, the easiest type to deal with. The problem with this skill is that there is no difference between level 1 and level 10. This skill can only parasitize dying creatures, and the only bonus of upgrading it is that it can parasitize when the creature is not so dying. It can be said that it is the same whether it is added or not. Those who want to parasitize will definitely be caught by Lin Jun. It is not possible to hit them to any health point you want. It is necessary to add this bonus. Therefore, there is absolutely no benefit in this skill. Entangle is also of the type that is fine to have, but useless at advanced levels. Fighting by myself depends on elegant bombardment, and there is no need to use primitive tactics, such as mycelium tentacles. In the end, only toughness is of some use. It can make the mycelium tougher, which will naturally increase the defense of the Pudges and make the mycelium tentacle stronger. Useful, but not much. For such a small profit, the loss is huge. In the past few days, Lin Jun has encountered several high-level parasites, and each time caused him considerable losses. Now in Lin Jun's eyes, these parasitic trees are just a group of cockroaches. It's disgusting to look at them, but he has to kill them. After all, he still has to take the swamp from them. I have to say, swamps really go well with mushrooms. The humidity and temperature are very suitable, and more importantly, the swamp is rich in magic. This swamp is literally made for a mushroom garden and only needs a little cleanup. After today's battle, I have occupied half of the swamp area, which is a gratifying progress. Watching the parasitic trees being reduced to ashes in the mushroom cannon, Lin Jun's real body deep in the swamp of the occupied area couldn't help but tremble with satisfaction. The parasitic tree seemed to retreat under the fierce attack of the Pudges. Just when Lin Jun thought that this round of battle was about to end, a madly spinning individual rushed out from the parasitic tree team. Just by its appearance, its spinning roots chopped up 2 parasitic trees that were blocking its way. Bladestorm LV8. The parasitized individual is actually level 45. No, buddy, you're already a gold-level adventurer. Why are you still failing on the 5th floor? Isn't it embarrassing? In fact, most melee skills are severely deformed when used by parasitic trees, and their power is greatly reduced. But Bladestorm is obviously not among them. It rushed into the Pudgy team like a tornado and instantly turned the surrounding Pudgy into mycelium. The mushroom cannons fired by the Pudges were all cut off by the high-speed rotating roots, causing only minor injuries that were not painful. This is not the end yet. There is a wave of magic in the parasitic tree team, and two dirty-looking water elements made of mud and water appeared in the swamp. Summon magic. This was the second time that Lin Jun saw summoning magic. The last time was at the Flame Demon's place. He saw it summon a few puppets that seemed very powerful, but were of little use in the end. The summoner was hiding among the parasitic trees, and it was impossible to tell which one it was. Hateful. The two water elements are only at level 35, but their water attack can blow away a large area of people. More importantly, this thing is a summoned creature. If it dies, it can be summoned again. Does it mean that Pudgy has to consume the summoner's mana? The sudden appearance of two masters caught Lin Jun off guard, and the other parasitic trees also began to fight back. TSK. Retreat. Several Pudgy attacked the water element and the Blade Storm parasitic tree, running to the sides while attracting their attention to lead them away. The remaining Pudgys retreated at full speed. Fortunately, the parasitic tree was not a very smart creature. After killing the Pudgy that served as bait, it found that there were no other Pudgy around, so it resumed its slow movement mode. After the battle, Lin Jun counted and found that only about 40 of the more than 100 Pudgys he sent out escaped. Half of them were lost in the final sneak attack. The worst thing is that if you lose the battle, you won't be able to collect the remains of the parasitic trees to replenish your consumption. It is foreseeable that the next round of offensive will be forced to be postponed. Damn parasitic trees, there are still some big names that could be used. But it doesn't matter. The hidden thing is the killer. Now that it has been exposed, there are ways to target it. But Lin Jun also discovered a problem. Although his Pudgys had dodge skills, they could easily avoid single attacks. But it is useless against large-range attacks, such as Blade Storm or Water Impact. With his short legs, he couldn't run fast, so he was easily caught up. It would be nice if there was a skill for acceleration, like the most simple and practical acceleration that the 10th level werewolf has. My rolling charge doesn't count. It takes preparation to curl up into a ball, and it takes time to transform back to the original form. Moreover, it is not convenient to use other skills to attack while rolling. I don't know if there are any useful acceleration skills on this floor, so I might as well explore around while replenishing my Pudgy inventory. Chapter 22, this is called Decomposition, not Eating. Lin Jun said that we should look carefully for suitable acceleration skills on this floor. But what he was looking for was a monster that could provide fixed skills stably. This time he sent out the scout Pudgy to check out the situation in the werewolf forest. I didn't expect that before I met the jackal. I saw this first. A dead human. To be more precise, it was a human mage who had just died and whose blood had not yet coagulated. Although Lin Jun couldn't see the dead person's panel, the standard mage attire was still easy to recognize. He was obviously seriously injured and escaped from the forest, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Unfortunately, Jiang collapsed on the spot due to excessive blood loss as soon as he ran out. When Lin Jun found him, he was no longer breathing. Human adventurers usually act in teams, but judging from his condition, they might have been separated or all of them were killed in there. The lives of these low-level adventurers are also difficult. They risk their lives just to make a living. According to Inanna, there is such a thing as resurrection in this world. But this so-called resurrection seemed almost like summoning the dead to Lin Jun's eyes. First, use various methods to perfectly repair the body, then pay a large amount of rare resources that would make a country feel painful, and finally, go through a ceremony to call the hero's soul back into the body to complete the resurrection. Under normal circumstances, no one would organize a resurrection ceremony, and resurrection has not happened for more than 100 years. Most people might even think that it was just a legend, and only Inanna, who had the support of her father the Duke, could know much. Just from such a simple explanation, it can be seen that this thing has nothing to do with ordinary adventurers, and even has nothing to do with those nobles. Only true legendary beings have the opportunity to experience it. In general, unlike some games and animations in the previous life that treated death as a joke, in this world, death means real death. He briefly looked through the bag of this unfortunate wizard. A small metal plate with the mage's portrait and other information printed on it, an ID card. A booklet filled with unreadable notes, a half-empty bottle of yellow potion, and the rest were a few coins and some collected plants. Together with the staff inlaid with sea-level magic crystal in his hand, it is the entire legacy of this wizard. The robe he was wearing should also be a good thing, but half of it had been burned, and the remaining part was so tattered that it was barely any different from a strip of cloth, and was obviously worthless. There was a rustling sound in the forest, and several hunchbacked gnolls walked out holding wooden bows or swords and shields. Especially the sword and shield that were stained with blood, but were obviously well maintained. They were obviously inconsistent with the rubbish clothes of the werewolf. I'm afraid it's the equipment that was just taken from the corpse of the mage's companion. So it wasn't that he managed to escape, but that the gnoll deliberately let the seriously injured prey use up the last bit of resistance while escaping. His IQ is really not low. The jackals also noticed the scout Pudgy next to the corpse, looked at each other, and laughed in a very human way. The gnoll with the sword and shield put away his sword and shield and walked over. It seemed that he didn't want to deal with Pudgy cleanly, but planned to play with him for a while. The gnoll grinned and stretched out his bloody claws towards Pudgy, but he failed to touch it. Its entire claw had disappeared. Gaia! The howl of pain did not last long, as another mushroom cannon blew the head of this best-equipped werewolf into pieces. The three gnolls behind were so frightened that they quickly clenched their weapons and looked in the direction of the attack. There are 7 strange Pudgys that I have never seen before. Seeing that the Pudgys had launched another attack, the jackals hid behind big trees and fought back with wooden bows. As soon as the wizard's body was discovered, Lin Jun called Pudgy over to move it, but he didn't expect that he would have to fight with these gnolls. That's fine, it's a good opportunity to try out the power of the new Pudgy. The two Pudgys huddled together and rolled quickly towards the forest, where they soon found the gnoll hiding. Self-destruction level 3. With a loud bang, 2 gnolls with missing arms and legs were blown out. The last werewolf who hid the farthest was so scared when he saw this scene that he dropped his weapon and fled into the forest. Lin Jun was too lazy to chase him. Lin Jun was quite satisfied with the results of the new self-destructive Pudgy. Self-destruction is a self-sacrificing skill that kills oneself first before killing the enemy. Even if it is only level 3, its power is quite good. What's even more rare is that he can cooperate with the rolling charge. The previous self-destruction required the use of magic power to overload the magic crystal, which could not be completed under the circumstances of a charge. Now it has been changed to skill self-destruction, which is much simpler to operate. The 2 jackals that were blown up were seriously injured, but did not die on the spot. They were now lying on the ground, howling in the direction of the Pudgys. What does begging for mercy mean? Even if I continue to live with this broken body, what good will it do? The gnolls don't look like a race that would care for the elderly, the weak, and the sick, so they won't have a good ending if they go back like this. Lin Jun was kind-hearted and could not bear to see such a tragic scene, so he killed them immediately. Then the Pudgys packed up the items and corpses and moved them to the swamp area. 7 Sins of Greed trigger. Plundering skills. Precision level 4 level 5. Plundering skills. Archery Mastery LV1. Plundering skill. Wine Magic LV1. Plundering skill. Human Common Language LV1. The first 2 came from the werewolf, and the last 2 came from the wizard. Although I didn't find the acceleration skill, I still gained something. Archery is useless to Lin Jun accuracy, is much more practical, and can be used in conjunction with a mushroom cannon. Wind magic looked good, but I still lack a skill called magic control. Without it, I can't finally control the magic to form spells, so this skill can only be put aside for the time being. What surprised Lin Jun the most was that language could be acquired in this way. This is a pleasant surprise. However, I have never seen this human common language skill on other adventurers panels, but I saw the ancient elven language level 2 on Inanna. Is the native language not displayed? Speaking of which, gnolls should also have the ability to communicate, so why don't they have language? Did I not get it, or is it because the language system is not complete, so it is not considered a skill? I can't figure it out, but at least I should be able to understand human writing now. Lin Jun excitedly took out the booklet and immediately experienced what it was like to be illiterate. I can only recognize 2 or 3 words in a long string. I still don't understand this. You won't have to reach level 10 to fully understand all the text. You should know that your highest skill level is only level 7. Forget it, it's all unexpected gains anyway. Maybe the dungeon will be full by picking up corpses. There's no need to rush. I haven't even completed my goal of finding the acceleration skill, so I'll go to the other end tomorrow to have a look. Chapter 23 5th Floor Changes. Recently, adventurers in Dumbwind Town discovered that the number of monsters on the 5th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon has dropped sharply. The Gnoll tribe retreated deep into the forest and no longer went out hunting. The green-eyed frogs could no longer be found in the poison mist lake, and even the acid slimes roaming everywhere had decreased a lot. Only the crystal bat colony and rock lizard colony in the western cave remained normal. There are many different speculations about the cause of the mutation. Someone said that during a certain mission, he detected from afar a violent fluctuation of magic power in the swamp area. It must be that the parasitic tree went out of control and scared the surrounding monsters. Some people also speculated that it was a sign of the coming demon tide, but the Adventurers Guild was professional in this area, and the guild did not issue a demon tide warning. So few people believed this speculation. The funniest thing is that the drunkard Nick swore that he saw with his own eyes that a group of Pudgy killed all the green-eyed frogs in the pond. This statement caused everyone who heard it to laugh, and they concluded that Nick must have been so drunk even in the dungeon that he could not distinguish between reality and his own drunken dreams. Everyone knows that Pudgy is at the bottom of the food chain even on the first floor, and he slaughters the green-eyed frogs on the fifth floor. Compared to what Nick said, the signs of the demonic tide seemed much more reliable. At the same time, Lin Jun, the lone werewolf killer, the instigator of the near extinction of the green-eyed frog, and the culprit of the fifth level of change, once again launched a territorial war against the parasitic tree. The active contraction defense during this period allowed most of the swamp area to return to the hands of the parasitic tree. However, the number of parasitic trees will not increase in the short term. Instead, they'll become more dispersed due to the large territory. Lin Jun went hunting everywhere and accumulated a large amount of magic power and bred more than 100 Pudges. Now it's time to counterattack. There were more than 200 Pudges, and the few parasitic trees on the periphery were reduced to ashes as soon as they met, and the battle line was easily pushed back to the last battlefield. Just like last time, the demon and warrior duo of the parasitic tree took action. 2 more dirty water elements. Lin Jun quickly mobilized 40 Pudgy to attack continuously, suppressing the water element for a short time. On the other side, the blade storm spun towards the Pudgy team. If it was allowed in, Lin Jun would suffer heavy losses. But Lin Jun will not fall into the same trap twice. All the Pudges turn around and press down, squeezing their bodies into a heap in a very short time, and then bounced up. Assault Ejection LV4. Thanks to the displacement skills contributed by Frog, the Pudges were immediately bounced away, and only the closest one was caught up by Blade Storm and cut into pieces when it jumped in midair. It wasn't over yet. The self-destructive Pudges that had been prepared long ago rolled out of the team and exploded one after another in front of the parasitic tree. Although each puff was blocked in the outer circle by the rotating roots and failed to reach the trunk and explode, even so, after 20 self-explosions, the health of this parasitic tree was exhausted. In fact, these damages are not enough to kill a level 45 warrior adventurer, but the main body of this parasitic tree is only level 24 and cannot withstand such a series of explosions. Now the only thing left is the parasitic tree that can summon. A large number of Pudgy bypassed the suppressed water element and pounced on the other parasitic trees behind. When another ordinary parasitic tree was broken in half, the 2 water elements immediately dispersed and merged into the swamp, disappearing without a trace. The 2 most troublesome parasitic trees have fallen down, and the rest is just a boring push. Pudgy was still suffering sporadic casualties due to the strange skills that popped up from time to time, but it no longer had any impact on the overall situation. The parasitic tree that terrifies lower-level adventurers does not pose much threat to Lin Jun. The reason why human adventurers have to take a detour when they see a parasitic tree is because they have to face an endless stream of parasitic trees as a team, so their chances of winning are naturally very low. Lin Jun is different. He is fighting a war, unifying and organizing the Pudgy army that is not afraid of sacrifice, and fighting against the monsters that are scattered and fighting each other. Even if there are a few more of these parasitic trees, as long as none of them have extremely strong combat power, the others can only be classified as useless. Now Lin Jun only has a small amount of attention left on commanding the battle, and most of his mind has begun to think about the planning of the new Mushroom Garden. Unlike the enclosed terrain of the Mushroom Garden in the deep area, the swamp area is located in the center of the entire 5th layer. It's just that the terrain here is difficult to pass, and there are terrifying monsters like parasitic trees that adventurers choose to take a detour. After the parasitic trees were cleared, the danger was reduced, and it was possible that someone would choose to pass through here. Lin Jun didn't want his nest to become a highway for adventurers. be it the use of force or some kind of communication. We have to find a way to let them know that they will have to continue to avoid them in the future. In addition, Lin Jun's new mushroom garden is not limited to the swamp area. In fact, the swamp area is only the core of his plan, and the entire 5th floor will eventually be included in the mushroom garden. The poisonous fog lake can be used for breeding. I haven't decided what to breed yet, but there are many options. The cave was originally a mine, but it is now mined by adventurers. It is also the area with the most humans on this floor, which is why Lin Jun did not go there hunting during this period. What it produces is still the local downtown specialty, purple magic crystals. However, the average quality is obviously far inferior to that of the deep area. Lin Jun went to see it secretly, and found that even C grade is considered rare. But after all, it is the mine in his own backyard, so he still has to find an opportunity to take it back. It would be easy to use military force to occupy the place, but he did not want to show strong hostility towards humans. It's not about human identity, but it's more realistic. If you don't have enough strength, you should act more friendly. Even though he seemed to be invincible on this level and could easily kill any ordinary adventurer with a snap of his fingers, he was still too weak compared to the human group. Since communication is inevitable in the future, try to make a good start and reach an agreement, even if it is some tacit rules. However, my human common language is only level 1, and the inability to communicate directly is a big problem. You can't just kill adventurers indiscriminately, upgrade the human common language to level 10, and then tell them, now let's get along with each other. This issue is the most important, and Lin Jun needs to plan it well. As for the gnolls in the forest, I just happened to have a fusion parasite on hand that I hadn't had time to study in detail, so I might as well use it as a sample. All to make the mushroom garden great again. Dark clouds rolled in, and heavy rain turned the road into a muddy mess, splashing mud with every step the horses took. It is very easy for horses to slip in such bad weather. Even so, the rider had no intention of stopping. Instead, he held the reins with one hand and protected the package in front of his chest with the other hand, and moved forward at full speed. The strong wind whistled past with raindrops, blowing off his hood and revealing Dylan's hideous half-face covered with mycelium. Chapter 24 Vampire. A total of 90 gold coins. This was the income Dylan earned after selling all the parasitic tree species he brought out, and this was the result of packaging them at a low price because he was in urgent need of money. He still remembered the flickering look in the goateed merchant's eyes when he deliberately lowered the price. If we have more time, it wouldn't be surprising if it doubled. But what he lacks now is time. This was the largest sum of money he had ever received in his life, and he spent it without any hesitation. After buying the anti-rebirth potion at a premium of 55 gold coins, Dylan rushed to Finrad without stopping, a border village where all residents had been relocated inland and transformed into a place to treat the wounded. After Bella was infected with the blood poison, she was sent to the church in Finrad, along with other victims, where the priest used holy light to suppress her transformation progress every day. But even so, it could only last for 3 months at most, and it was a month later that Dylan received the news. Now that the deadline is approaching, Dylan dares not delay even a moment. Maybe it's because of the parasite, but Dylan needs less and less sleep recently. This should be considered a good thing, as it gives us more time to travel. At the same time, thanks to the extra gold coins, I could change horses constantly along the way and travel day and night. Although we encountered some dangers, we finally arrived at the border earlier than expected. Dylan dismounted early on the trail. The village was still a little distance away, so he didn't plan to ride in on horseback. That half of the face covered by mycelium could not withstand scrutiny no matter how you looked at it. So the only way to see his daughter was to sneak in quietly. Dylan untied the reins and slapped the horse on its butt, watching the horse going away. He never thought that he would have such a luxurious day. The sun has already set, and I can sneak in under the cover of night. Dylan guarded the package containing the medicine tightly and became more nervous the closer he got to the village. It's almost 3 months past the deadline. Has Bella really made it this far? Will the anti-rebirth potion in my hand not work? Or maybe there's something... Bella, you have to be okay. Suddenly, Dylan frowned and sniffed hard. At some point, a burnt smell mixed with blood wafted into the air. He was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the top of the hill. The entire village of Finrad was burning in flames. Figures swayed in the flickering firelight, and sounds of crying and fighting could be heard faintly, mixed with the sound of metal colliding. What's going on? The vampire is coming. No, it was a sneak attack. A large army could not stop such a small stronghold. What about Bella? Dylan saw the direction of the church at a glance. Fortunately, there was no fire, but he was still in danger at any time. I have to get to Bella quickly. The moment Dylan stepped into the village, he felt like he had arrived in hell. Thick smoke wrapped in sparks rolled in the night sky. The soles of my boots were stained with sticky blood plasma, and the thatched roofs on both sides were burning and collapsing. 3 defeated soldiers suddenly rushed out of a house, their smoke-blackened faces full of fear. They passed Dylan and fled out of the village. Just a moment later, terrified wails were heard from behind. Looking back, I saw one of them lying on the ground with his chest peeled open. He was twitching and obviously dying. The other 2 soldiers had disappeared. Beside him, a figure that looked neither human nor human was eating the still fresh flesh and blood like a wild beast. Blood-eating vampire. The vampire seemed to be momentarily absorbed in the food in front of him and not paying attention to Dylan. Dylan didn't want to get entangled here, so he turned around and wanted to leave, but he found another one standing in front of him. The young vampire stared at Dylan with her scarlet eyes, which were full of hungry desire. Looking closely, she had many protruding keratin cells on her skin, making her look even less human than Dylan. It seemed that this vampire would not let him go easily, so Dylan could only draw the long sword at his waist. This weapon was made of fine steel and was of much better quality than the one he lost in the dungeon, but he had no idea if it could deal with the vampire in front of him. The vampire bent his knees slightly and suddenly rushed towards Dylan. So fast. Parry LV4. Dylan barely managed to hold the sword across his chest before the attack came. The moment the sharp claws and the sword blade collided and sparks flew, the huge force blasted him and his weapon several meters away. Dylan slammed heavily against the wall, his internal organs churning and spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with mycelium. With just this one strike, he clearly realized that his opponent's attributes far exceeded his own in his prime. The strength of a vampire is directly related to the strength of the person being transformed. Dylan was already cursing in his heart. What the hell did these people on the border do to make so many strong people infected with blood poison? The vampire didn't intend to give Dylan a chance to breathe and stabbed him in the neck a second time. In the crisis, Dylan took out a scroll from his body and used it on the vampire. Blindness. God, how could Dylan not be prepared when he knew that he was going to face a dangerous border? A scroll costing 5 gold coins temporarily blocked her sight. But Dylan didn't expect that the vampire not only did not stop the attack, but stabbed at him more violently based on his sense. The sharp claws originally aimed at Dylan's neck pierced his left arm, and the huge force nailed Dylan to the wall behind him. At this moment, the vampire showed a bloodthirsty smile. The other claw blindly grabbed towards Dylan's body. The sharp claws left a claw mark on the wall, but did not touch the prey's body. Go to hell. Dylan's roar came from behind, and he used all his strength in his first attack. Fury LV3. Spin/LV5. The fine steel sword slashed at the vampire's keratinized neck, cutting 2/3 of the way before the vampire's claws barely blocked it. The vampire couldn't understand why this man appeared behind him, as he had clearly nailed him to the wall just now. She tried to push the sword away, but after her neck was cut open, blood gushed out uncontrollably, and her strength was fading away. After a brief stalemate, the vampire's head and hand were chopped off amid Dylan's roar. Dylan, covered in blood and gasping for breath, kicked the headless corpse on the ground away in anger. He stepped forward and picked up the arm that he had torn off on his own initiative. He simply bandaged the broken arm back together, feeling the creeping sensation of the mycelium slowly repairing the broken end. Dylan felt that he was becoming more and more adapted to this mutated body. I just don't know how much flesh and blood will merge with the mycelium this time. There are not many parts of me that are completely human left. The other vampire behind him was indifferent to the death of his companion and just continued to feast on the remaining half of the soldiers. Dylan sincerely thanked the soldier for his efforts. He couldn't handle facing another vampire at this time. He gulped down a whole bottle of magic potion, which helped the mycelium in his body to repair his internal injuries. Dylan dragged his heavy body towards the church. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the noise around me gradually died down. Is the battle coming to an end? I hope the vampire doesn't win, And I also hope I don't have to see my daughter become a vampire. If Bella had really been transformed. Dylan clenched the sword in his hand. Let him help his daughter to be free. Chapter 25 Escape. Finrad's Church. Since the residents here were relocated, the church has been used as a place to accommodate the wounded, and a group of wounded people who were poisoned by blood were also tied up in separate compartments. The pastor did not give up on these people, but notified their relatives, hoping that one or two of them could be rescued. Today, the smell of blood in the church was several times stronger than usual. Wounded people were constantly being sent in, and most of them were seriously injured. Let me go. Without the suppression of holy light for a long time, the patients suffering from blood poisoning have become more and more agitated. Trainee priest Malvin held down a struggling patient, and his companions cooperated to tie the rope tightly. This won't work. We still need holy light to suppress it. Where's Pastor Gran? The companion glanced at the screaming patients around him and shook his head. They're still treating the wounded outside. 2 more seriously injured people just arrived. The pastor may not have enough energy to help them. I'll go ask. When Marvin came outside, he saw the priest stuffing a soldier's intestines back into his body with one hand and casting a healing spell to keep him alive with the other. After the soldier's injuries were finally stabilized, Marvin stepped forward and said to the pastor, Reverend Gran, the blood poisoning patients must be suppressed with holy light. Otherwise, they may not be able to hold on. When Gran turned around, Marvin noticed that his eyes no longer had the luster they used to have, and he looked exhausted. This is a sign of magic overdraft. Marvin felt that there was probably no holy light magic. Sure enough, Gran said with a look of pity, Marvin, go in with your sword and help those who are dying. I can't abandon these people who can definitely be saved for the sake of the blood poisoning patients who have little hope. I will bear any consequences. Yes. Picking up a soldier's sword from the wall, Marvin returned to the compartment. There were a few more people going crazy. When his companions saw him coming back with a sword, they understood what he meant and walked out without being able to bear to watch. Walking up to a man who was struggling the most violently, Marvin took a deep breath. He knew this man, the captain of a patrol team. He became like this after accidentally drinking tampered stream water during a mission. I'm sorry. May the Lord of Light, Ixion, save your soul. The long sword pierced into the neck, ending the captain's suffering. Marvin sighed and moved on to the next person. This is a young female adventurer who was said to have been attacked by a bat while doing a commission. Half of her eyes were already dyed red, which was a precursor to complete transformation and also the most painful stage. But she clenched her teeth and didn't scream, just let out muffled groans. Marvin was so impressed by what he saw. It's just a pity. The female adventurer smelled the blood on Marvin's sword and did not resist. She just closed her eyes, trembling slightly, and prepared to meet her tragic end. May Ixion, the Lord of Light, save your soul. Bang! The door was pushed open, and the sudden change caused Marvin's sword to freeze in midair. The man was wearing a tattered cloak. When he saw the female adventurer, he rushed over like crazy and knocked Marvin down. Why are you crazy? I'm helping them solve the problem. Marvin thought the visitor had misunderstood something, so he stood up, holding his waist and trying to chase him away. But when he saw what the visitor was holding, he was stunned. Anti-rebirth potion. The person wearing the cloak was naturally Dylan. He didn't pay any attention to what Marvin said. He just looked at his daughter's painful expression with heartache. He took out the potion with his good right hand and carefully fed it to her. Dead. Don't be afraid, Bella. Daddy is here. This is a potion that can save you. You'll be fine. Bella seemed to be unable to believe that her father would appear at this time, but she still drank it obediently. As the drug entered her body, Bella felt a tingling pain all over her body. The sudden intensification of pain made Bella scream out, and then she fainted. Hey, what's going on? There's a problem with the medicine. What should I do? Dylan was completely panicked. If this only hope was false, then he must go back and kill the whole family of that goatee man. Seeing this, Marvin, who knew what was going on, hurriedly explained. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon of the anti-regeneration potion. To transform the changed part back, you will naturally experience the pain again. It's okay if she faints. Everything will be fine after she wakes up. Really. Dylan grabbed Marvin's hand with such force that Marvin, a trainee priest, gritted his teeth in pain. Really, let me go. Realizing his mistake, Dylan quickly let go and apologized awkwardly. Never mind. I understand you. After saying that, Marvin picked up the sword on the ground, walked towards another patient who was about to transform, and continued to complete his task. Not everyone is lucky enough to turn danger into safety. Bella frowned at this time, as if she could feel the pain even in her sleep. Dylan stroked her face gently, tears in his eyes. He finally saved his daughter. The shouting and screaming outside could hardly be heard. There were not many vampires attacking compared to the soldiers, and they just took advantage of the sneak attack. The manager here seemed to be quite capable. Before Dylan came in, he had already organized soldiers outside the church, and they formed a team and started a fight back. Dylan himself was allowed, and only after his face was smeared with blood to cover the mycelium. Order will be restored here soon. Lucky girl, you have a deep bond. You actually rushed into the village in this situation. After killing all the agitated patients, Marvin started to make small talk. He now needed to find someone to chat with to relieve his psychological pressure. After hearing this, Dylan seemed to remember something. He stood up in a panic and ran out. Alas, alas. This made Marvin look confused. If you don't want to chat, you don't have to run away. Dylan rushed out of the church and looked around, making sure that there was no trace of the vampire and the church was no longer in danger. He slipped out of the village before the soldiers could fully restore order. It's not that he doesn't want to see his daughter wake up. He's just afraid. He moved his left hand, which had regained consciousness. The mycelium fused with the flesh and blood at the wound reminded him of the fact that he had already been alienated. It's not that he's afraid his daughter won't accept him. Quite the opposite. Just as the trainee pastor said, they have a deep father-daughter relationship. So deep that even if Bella knew that her father had become like this, she would stand by him without hesitation. And this is exactly what he feared. It is only a matter of time before his abnormality is discovered, and it is still unknown whether he will live or die when the time comes. Bella has outstanding talents and a bright future, and Dylan cannot accept that she would destroy that future for himself. He had to stay away from Bella. But where can he go now? Dylan even thought that maybe it would be best for him to find a place to end his life. But people still desire to have children. He could risk his own life for his daughter. Now that his daughter is safe, he can't bear to sacrifice his own life. If possible, he also wanted to hide somewhere and occasionally ask about Bella to know whether she was doing well. After much thought, Dylan decided to go to a place first. Somehow, he felt that he could find a way to survive there. Chapter 26, the fifth floor, is dangerous recently. Unlike the quick journey when he left, Dylan's return journey took more than a month. Along the way, he wrapped his face with bandages, like a mummy. Tried to avoid populated areas as much as possible, and only get supplies at post stations or villages. After finally returning to the Dumbwind town, I didn't stop, but hurriedly bought supplies and entered the dungeon alone. He didn't go to the tavern to get information. The dungeon has been the same for thousands of years. How much can it change in 2 months? The routes he took in the dungeon were relatively safe, ones with few resources and monsters. His purpose this time was not to make money. He wanted to take another look at the swamp. I don't know what I'm expecting, but every time I think about hiding, the scene I saw in the treasure room will appear in my mind. He considered that this might be some kind of mental suggestion after being parasitized, and he would be devoured if he went back. But in the end, he decided to come and take a look. If he died from it, then so be it. Walking on the bluestone corridor dozens of meters high between the 4th and 5th floors, the heels tap on the steps, and the echo bounces back and forth between the walls on both sides. The footsteps were not his only. A group of adventurers appeared on the stairs. As they passed each other, both sides tightened their weapons. You must be on guard against others. There are all kinds of people in the dungeon. Friend, wait. Dylan turned around and saw that the person who called him was a young man in leather armor and a scimitar on his waist. He looks less than 20 years old, but he was able to get up from the 5th floor. He is a guy with enviable talent. What is it? As he spoke, Dylan took 2 steps down to create some distance. The young man saw his action and just reminded him kindly. I don't know if you know, but something strange has happened on the 5th floor recently, and no one has figured out the situation yet. It's best not to take risks. The mutated parasitic tree has gone berserk. That's not it, it's Poof. A group of mutated Pudgis have occupied most of the levels. Their habits are unknown, but it is said that some people have died in them. We also wanted to bypass Pudgy and go to the cave, but we found that there were Pudgis everywhere on this passage, so we turned back. The young man seemed to be giving a kind reminder. Dylan nodded slightly. Thanks. Then he continued walking down. He came to find Pudgy. TSK, You are such a secretive person. Thanks for your kindness in reminding me. Vera. No one else believes it at all. Before Dylan had gone far, the female archer in the youth team sneered in dissatisfaction. All right, this is normal. Let's go too. We still have to check out the other passage. The voice of the young man behind him gradually faded away. Dylan still has a good impression of such an enthusiastic guy like him, but his favor is probably of no use. As for the female archer's ridicule, he was no longer at the age to take such things to heart. There are 3 connected passages between the 4th and 5th floors, and this one is close to the poisonous fog lake. Dylan drank the anti-poison potion early, but was dumbfounded when he came out. The lake is still there, but where is the poison? There used to be a green mist surrounding the entire lake, which was not only poisonous, but also obscured the view. Now I can actually see far away at a glance. Dylan saw a few Pudgy wandering around the lake in the distance, blocking the way to the cave, as the young man said. The reason why there is poisonous fog on the lake is because there are green-eyed frogs living here. They have been spewing green poisonous fog over time, covering the entire lake. Only then did Dylan notice that even with such a good field of vision, he didn't see a single green-eyed frog. There were only a few acid slimes and water spirits. What happened here? As he continued to walk forward, Dylan felt a little uneasy. Fortunately, the Pudgis ignored his passing as before, which made Dylan breathe a sigh of relief. Dylan walked toward the edge of the swamp, crossing the poisonous fog lake where there was no poisonous fog anymore. He planned to bypass the parasitic trees and sneak into the treasure room to see what was going on there. However, after arriving in the swamp, he saw a similar scene again. The local monsters disappeared without a trace, and in their place roamed the area with Pudgy. The young man told him that the Pudgis occupied most of the levels, and he thought that the Pudgis had integrated into the ecosystem of the 5th level. Now it seems that all the monsters that originally inhabited the area have been killed. Considering that those Pudgis were able to easily kill the parasitic tree, it seems not impossible. Finally, we arrived in front of the stone wall, and something unexpected happened again. The treasure room is gone. Instead of being closed again, the entire stone door disappeared. Dylan was sure he was in the right place. Just when he was at a loss, a voice emerged from his mind. Why do you want to touch the treasure chest? Lin Jun has been very worried recently. What I am worried about is not the construction of the mushroom garden. Everything on the 5th floor is going according to plan. The forest gnolls have now turned into mushroom gnolls. They have become puppets similar to Pudgy that completely obey Lin Jun's commands. But in reality, Lin Jun was not very satisfied with these puppets. The combat power is not very high, but it consumes a lot of energy and needs to consume meat. In terms of cost effectiveness, it is far better than those of the others. I have kept it until now simply to research the skill Fusion Parasite. Now that the research is almost complete, Lin Jun is considering whether to use them in battle or bury them directly as fertilizer. What worries Lin Jun is that the relationship with humans has become a bit strained recently. When adventurers see Pudgy, they will choose to take a detour or attack first, and Lin Jun doesn't have the habit of not fighting back. The source of all this was caused by a group of stupid adventurers who brought their girls with them. 3 LV-25 plus bronze level adventurers brought a LV-16 novice female mage to explore the 5th floor, and they insisted on going through the swamp area. It's like someone wants to come to Lin Jun's bedroom to explore, but he naturally disagrees. He sent Pudgy to block their way, and even fired a cannon at the side to make them realize the difference in strength. The 3 bronze-level adventurers understood it, but the novice wizard did not. He consciously took the initiative to make mushrooms, chanted for a long time, and came up with an electric claw technique, grabbing the self-destructive Pudgy next to him. Lin Jun really didn't understand why a mage would want to play melee combat. When faced with people seeking death, Lin Jun always tries to help them. In the dazzling explosion, the beauty flew more than 5 meters high, and when she fell down, she was a piece of rotten meat. Originally, the matter ended here, and Lin Jun had no intention of pursuing the matter of them trespassing into the swamp and killing innocent people and exploding Pudgy. Unexpectedly, one of the adventurers rushed over with tears in his eyes, looking like he wanted revenge. One of the other 2 hesitated and then rushed over. The result was predictable: 2 more rotten meat. When the Pudgis looked at the last person, he decisively tore open a scroll and disappeared. Teleport scroll. I didn't expect there was such a thing. I swear to God. Lin Jun had no intention of killing to silence the witness. He was only acting in self-defense. However, judging from the adventurer's reactions later on, he was afraid that he could not clear himself of this blame. He also didn't know how it would turn out in the end. All-out war, or abandon the area outside the swamp, reduce your presence, and wait for the storm to pass. However, when he discovered that the half-human, half-mushroom Dylan had reappeared on the 5th floor, he immediately had an idea. Dylan's personal chapter is finally over. He and his daughter are quite important, so I'll write more about them. Now, let's return to the Mushroom Garden plot. Chapter 27, Mushroom Garden Employee Number 1. In a tent made of various monster skins, Dylan sat on a wild boar skin. This is the camp of the gnolls in the forest. He was brought here by several Pudges. There were few items in the tent, only some crooked frames made of bones and wood. Dylan even saw a human skull among them. Dylan was now fidgeting. He felt that returning to the dungeon was a bit self-destructive, but he never expected the current situation to occur. The Pudges are actually controlled by a mysterious will. No wonder they would do things that go beyond their survival needs, such as exterminating parasitic trees and blue-eyed frogs. And now this mysterious will has found him. What worries him even more is the curtain was suddenly opened, and a werewolf covered with gray and white mushrooms walked in stiffly. He placed a roasted pig's trotter next to him, then staggered away. When I went out, I was scratched by the tent, and a mushroom fell off. Dylan felt his throat tighten. Is this the end of the parasite? Will I become like that in the future? Dylan didn't know, but he began to regret having chosen to return to the dungeon so casually. Eat, you're welcome. The voice appeared again. Dylan could only pick up the slightly burnt pig's trotter and bite it hard. So fizzy, so fishy. On the other hand, Lin Jun actually had no intention of scaring him. But as a human being, it is not suitable for him to stay in the poisonous fog lake or live in the swamp. There just happened to be some ready-made tents in the gnoll forest, so it would be a waste to use them since the gnolls would not need them soon anyway. As for the taste of the pig's trotter, watching Dylan finish eating the trotter in a few bites, Lin Jun was still thinking that the taste of what he made would probably be good. Isn't the so-called gourmet food just grilled and sprinkled with salt? After eating the pig's trotters, Dylan hesitated and took out a bottle of magic potion from his arms. In the past half-month, he found that ordinary food could no longer fully meet his needs. He had to drink a sip of magic potion every day to relieve his hunger. He guessed that the mycelium in his body needed magic power. You don't actually need to waste the potion. Dylan stopped pulling out the cork and asked subconsciously, "What should I do?" The tent was open again, and outside was the same mushroom jackal. The gnoll waved to him, and Dylan had no choice but to put away the potion and follow him out. Walking all the way to one end of the forest, there were dozens of mushroom gnolls cutting down trees. Dylan was taken to the edge of a logging site, where there were many huge trees that had been chopped down and hollowed out, which reminded people of coffins. The interior was filled with dense mycelium, which made Dylan's scalp tingle. Try lying down in there. Forget it, I'll lie down. This strangeness made Dylan feel a little guilty, but after thinking about it, it seemed that his life was not in his own hands now, so there was no need to be timid. With the mentality of going to the execution ground, Dylan fell up with a determined look on his face. As soon as he lay down, he felt the hyphae reaching out to him, wriggling and connecting with the hyphae on his body. Although it was just a hollowed-out piece of wood, Dylan felt like he was sleeping on a large velvet bed. What is even more rare is this sense of satisfaction and peace of mind. Soon, the anxiety that had lasted for months finally relaxed. Just lie down and relax. Let's chat for a while. The voice seemed to come from the horizon, and Dylan was not on guard at all. Okay, let's chat. Dylan, tell me your story. I'm curious why you came back to get more parasitic tree species. I'm not here for trees. I'm here for... Dylan was in a daze, as if the person talking to him was his close friend of many years. He poured out all his experiences and thoughts without reservation. Seeing him like this, Lin Jun couldn't help but sigh. It is really useful to add some hallucinogenic spores when supplementing nutrition. In fact, relying on the absolute advantage of fusion parasitism and the fungal network, Lin Jun can sense the general emotions of the parasite when he speaks. This has been verified in previous experiments on werewolves. This can be used to determine whether the host is lying. But that kind of interrogation method of asking and answering questions one by one like squeezing toothpaste is too inefficient and does not look friendly. It's better to have something softer. How long have I slept? Dylan didn't know when he fell asleep. The jackals who were cutting wood lay in the hollow logs around them and didn't move. He only had a vague impression of what happened before he went to bed, but he could roughly guess what happened. Logically speaking, he should be on guard now. But magically, he now just felt relaxed physically and mentally, just like waking up at home. The only difference is that the wooden bed was a bit simple, and it was a bit uncomfortable to put his hands on it. Dylan, I understand your situation. Lin Jun's voice appeared in Dylan's mind again at the right time. I don't mind giving you a place to stay here. But just like you have to work to earn money in the human world, I also have some small things here that I need your help with. Don't worry, it will be much easier than being an adventurer. We are a conscientious enterprise, providing food and accommodation, and there are extra rewards for good work. Although he didn't know what a company was, Dylan understood the meaning, so he asked the question he was most concerned about. Will I be like these gnolls? To Dylan, these guys looked as good as dead, and they were. Jackal, Lin Jun's voice rose by 2 degrees. Of course not. Your will belongs to you. The premise is that you don't commit suicide. Dylan nodded and knelt on one knee. Dylan is willing to serve you, but I don't know your name yet. Don't be awkward. You can call me boss. Yes, boss. Dylan was about to call him master. Dylan didn't ask who or what Lin Jun was. Lin Jun didn't appear in front of him, so naturally she didn't want him to know anything. Asking him would just be a waste of time. By the way, when you were asleep, I helped you straighten out the messy mycelium and added a skill for you. I'll consider it as an advance payment. Add skill. Dylan looked as if he didn't understand. In the Rotten Willow Tavern, amid the usual noise, Dylan gulped down cheap wine mixed with water. He hadn't been to the tavern for a long time. At this time, he did not cover his face, and there was no trace of mycelium on his face, just like an ordinary person. Mimesis LV2. Just like adding skills to Pudgy, Lin Jun can also add skills to the person being parasitized. Just adding skills to humans who already have many skills increases the cost countless times. This skill alone consumes enough magic power to create 40 combat Pudges. But it's worth it. Lin Jun had acquired this skill from the Deep Zone in the early days, and it only allowed him to perform a very rough camouflage skill, such as changing the skin color and texture. There has never been any application scenario for it, but now it finally comes in handy. At this moment, Dylan felt that his decision to return to the Amethyst Dungeon was the right one. Of course, he did not think of leaving the dungeon and returning to normal life. Disguise is always a disguise. In essence, he is still half Mushroom Man. Who knows when he will be exposed? Moreover, he now needs to rely on mycelium to supplement his nutrition. Otherwise, no matter how many gold coins he has, it will not be enough just by drinking magic potions. The reason why he appeared here now was naturally because of Lin Jun's first mission. After another glass of wine, a few adventurers sat down opposite Dylan. Dylan, huh? I heard you have the latest strategy for the 5th floor. Putting down the wine glass and wiping the wine foam off his face, Dylan grinned. Yes, but I spent my life to find it. It's not cheap. Chapter 28. Deep caves are better. While Dylan went to distribute the strategy, Lin Jun was not idle either. The research on fusion parasitism is almost complete, and it is time to consume these gnolls with extremely low cost effectiveness. With the friction with adventurers during this period, adventurers below the silver level almost never come to the 5th floor. Only a few high-level adventurers would come, and their purpose was simply to reach the lower levels. As for these people, as long as they did not plan to cross the swamp area, Lin Jun would ask Pudgy to hide. Since Lin Jun had allowed the mycelium and mushrooms to grow everywhere, it was entirely possible to detect them in advance and avoid them. Since the silver-level adventurers didn't come to the 5th floor, the cave would naturally be empty. The crystal bats and rock lizards living inside were the happiest during this period. Without those annoying adventurers, they could search the entire cave for food. But it was too early for them to be happy, because Lin Jun came with the jackals and Pudgy. Leaving aside the rock lizard, its rock armor is too heavy, and if Pudgy installs it, it can only be used as a fixed turret. The crystal symbiosis skill of the crystallized bat is a good thing. It can eat magic crystals, then transform them in the body, and finally become part of the crystallized bat, helping it to enhance the power of its skills. If it was simply a skill to equip the magic crystal on one's body, then it wouldn't be anything special. Lin Jun is not short of firepower. After all, one mushroom cannon cannot solve the problem, so he can just fire 10 shots. Pudgy will have as many as he wants. But its hidden effect is that it can be purified. Lin Jun realized this only after seeing that the magic crystals on the wings of many crystallized bats were of much higher quality than those dug out from the caves. Of course, that is the degree of purification from D to C. But this is only because the skill levels of these crystallized bats themselves are not high, generally only 3 to 4 skill levels, and are completely unable to demonstrate the true power of this skill. If the skill is high enough, can Lin Jun use a large number of low-level magic crystals that are of no use to pile up a large S-level magic crystal? Lin Jun wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a try. The gnolls and the Pudges poured into the cave in a mighty force. The monsters obviously felt threatened and started to become agitated. They were just monsters of the same level as the fire mosquitoes, and Lin Jun didn't take them seriously at all. The Pudges launched a clean and neat round of bombardment, and after a long period of vibration, everything was gone. The crystal bats are gone, the rock lizards are gone, and even the entrance to the cave is gone. So fragile. I was in the deep zone. No. The caves and tunnels in the deep zone were all dug by earthworms, which excrete the rocks they eat from around their bodies as they dig holes to reinforce the rock walls. So no matter how hard you bombard it, you don't have to worry too much about it collapsing. Lin Jun even forgot that the 5th floor was a normal cave. Fortunately, the collapse was not complete, and the werewolves spent a lot of time cleaning and finally dug out the entrance again. What to do now? The mushroom cannon that we are so proud of cannot be used, and the self-destruction probably cannot be used either. Although I have learned a lot of skills from adventurers recently, their levels are still quite low, and they are of no use. We don't really have to rely on these dozens of jackals, do we? Without mushroom cannons and other useless things, it would be difficult for the gnolls to cut the shells of the rock lizards. They can't be relied upon. That's great. Our cave attack plan has just begun, and we've hit a dead end. There is no other way but to open my own panel and look for inspiration among the miscellaneous skills. Magic. Thanks to the adventurer's contribution, the magic control is now complete, but he needs to learn the spells by himself. And where can he learn it? So no. Use Carapace and Roll Charge. After thinking about the stone shell of the rock lizard, I decided to give up. Slime's digestive mucus or the recently acquired strong acid skill. It works on bats, but it won't work on stone shells. After much thought, the most difficult ones to deal with are turtle-like guys like the rock lizard. Do they eat poison? It's both crystallized and rocky, and its name sounds like an inorganic substance, so Lin Jun subconsciously didn't think of it as a poison. This is also because Lin Jun hasn't used poison in combat for a long time. Lin Jun did it as soon as he thought of it. He accelerated the production of several hallucinogenic puffs and went in while spraying spores. Soon the cave was filled with a purple filter. The spores were not easily blown away in the narrow cave. Crystallized bats fell from the top of the cave one after another, and the rock lizards soon lay on the ground motionless. It's really poisonous. Using poison was easier than his original plan of violent attack. Hauled them out and did the first round of fertilizer. 7 Sins of Greed trigger. Plundering skill, Crystal Symbiosis LV1. Plundering skill, Infrasonic Attack LV1. Plundering skills, Sound Wave Detection Level 1. Plundering skill, Rock Eater LV1. Unfortunately, the cave is interconnected and we don't know how deep it is. It's not something that a few hallucinogenic puffs can handle. Lin Jun could only wait until a large number of hallucinogenic Pudgy were produced before continuing to act. In the end, these jackals have nothing to do with anything. It's so useless that it's hard to consume it even if you want to. There's a reason why Lin Jun is in a hurry to consume them. These jackals are covered with mushrooms after being parasitized. Who wouldn't think of Pudgy when seeing them? It's enough that Pudgy has attracted hatred for occupying a class. What if it is found that it can parasitize and control humans like a parasitic tree? So Lin Jun is actually destroying the evidence. If it doesn't work, just decompose it directly. Unfortunately, only some magic power can be decomposed. Just like those people controlled by the parasitic tree, the creatures completely parasitized by Lin Jun cannot have their skills decomposed. Lin Jun still hasn't figured out the principle behind this. Lin Jun was used to this. There are so many things in this underground city that he couldn't understand. For example, who made the rules on the stairs in the dungeon? For example, how the dungeon moved the hidden room entirely. Lin Jun didn't notice anything unusual when the stone gate in the swamp disappeared. He now strongly suspected that the hidden room and treasure chest were refreshed simultaneously, and he was afraid that he had moved along with the hidden room last time. But he didn't notice it while he was inside. Lin Jun felt that he had to find a way to learn more about the underground city. Let's wait for Dylan to come back and ask him if he has any solution. There was a gentle knock on the door of the guest room, and the voice of Vera, a young adventurer who had met the masked Dylan once, came from outside the door. Failing Fane, are you in there? The twin sisters in the room, who were only wearing underwear, looked at each other, hurriedly put on their clothes, and let Vera in. It's so late, what's going on? Sister Failing had an expression that said, if you're okay, I'll make you pay. Vera acted as if she hadn't noticed at all and handed a piece of notebook paper to Failing with excitement. The latest guide to the 5th floor. Failing glanced at it and looked strange. Isn't it a bit too detailed? Where did you get it from? I bought it from an adventurer named Dylan for 50 silver coins. He also said that he got along well with me and gave me some special information at the end. 50 silver coins. Failing's voice suddenly became so high that it was distorted. Why did you sound like a scam? It's so expensive. Are you being cheated again? Some not-so-good memories about her childhood sweetheart surfaced in Failing's mind, and she already wanted to smoke Vera. Vera also knew what Failing was talking about, and quickly explained. I asked the tavern owner, and he knows this Dylan. He's been an adventurer here for a long time. He's a decent person. He retired for a while, and seems to have started to work again recently. Overall, it has a certain degree of credibility. The key is to look at the information in this guide. If it is true, 50 silver is definitely worth it. Failing pouted and looked at the strategy in her hand. It was already a fait accompli. What else could she do? If it turns out to be fake news, Vera will be punished. Vera and Failing are playing the role of a pair of bickering lovers, while the other twin, Fane, is watching the show silently like a nobody. Among the three of you, she never objects to anything and agrees with whatever you two say. Chapter 29, Additional Information. Under a few huge gray mushrooms on the edge of the poisonous fog lake, 3 young adventurers were lying under the mushroom caps, quietly observing the mutated Pudgis in the distance. Ever since the Pudgis occupied the class, the spores they emitted gave rise to a large number of blue-gray mushrooms of varying sizes. According to experience, although these mushrooms are produced by Pudgy spores, they have no direct connection with Pudgy. The only difference is that occasionally new mushrooms may be generated in places where mushrooms grow well. Now these big mushrooms have wide and low caps, which are very suitable for hiding. But the smell in my nostrils was filled with the stench of decay oozing from the soil. There must have been a monster corpse here before. Fei Ling, the girl carrying a short bow, rubbed her nose. She felt like she was about to lose her sense of smell from the suffocation. Vera, stop wasting time. You'll know if it works once you try it. All right. There seemed no point in continuing to observe, so Vera put down the 2 large cloth bags on his back and took out a dead 2-headed python from one of the bags. This snake has a snake head at each end, one black and one white, and its body is black and white. It is a common monster on the 2nd floor of the dungeon. Valuable materials, such as snake fangs and venom sacs, had already been removed, and now it was just a piece of low-value snake meat. Vera rolled up the python and carried it on her shoulder, ready to throw it. She whispered the name of the other girl. Fane. Good. An inaudible response came from behind Vera. Raising the small staff that was 2 palms long in her hand, Fane cast the enhancement spell on Vera. Strength amplification. Vera suddenly felt that the 2-headed python in his hand was much lighter. He waited twice and threw it out. The snake's corpse spread out in midair and finally fell heavily near the Pudgis. Bang! The frightened Pudgy fired a shot immediately. The mushroom cannon, which had been upgraded to level 8, hit the middle of the python's body, and this medium-sized monster from the 2nd floor was blown into 2 pieces. The power of this thing made the people under the mushrooms sweat profusely. No wonder so many people died at the hands of these Pudgis, including some masters who could reach the 6th or 7th level. The power of just one attack is so great, and monsters of this level can actually act collectively. It is said that even if Pudgy defeated a small group, he would only be chased by the arriving large group. It's no wonder that most of the silver-level adventurers are crowded in the tavern drinking. They all want to wait until they have a reliable strategy before coming down. After the Pudgis confirmed that the snake was dead, 2 of them with tentacles placed the 2 sections of the snake's body on the mushroom cap. Then the group of Pudgis all went to the swamp area, as if they had finished hunting. Just like in a guide, you can lure Pudgy away by using the monster's corpse. The key point is that the materials have been taken away, and the remaining corpses are not valuable. It's just a bit troublesome to carry them down. It actually works. Failing opened her mouth slightly. She still couldn't believe that Vera would be so lucky as to buy a real first-hand guide. Vera herself was excited. I just know it's true. Failing, Fayin, let's not rush to the cave to find Tai Xinluan. Let's go check out that additional information first. Fei Ling felt there was no reason to refuse, so she nodded in agreement. Several people followed the road and headed towards a place on the edge of the Knoll Forest. But they didn't notice that there was another big mushroom further away. They seemed to have a strategy. Do we still need to attack directly? The one who spoke was the half-elf Nasa. Only half of his left ear was left, and under his sunken cheeks and heavy dark eyelids, the handsome features inherited from an elf were vaguely visible, but unfortunately he looked like he had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. His companion was a sturdy dwarf with a mouth full of steel teeth and cold eyes. The axe blade flashed coldly, and the mushroom caps on the two men's heads slid down diagonally. Granjiba stood up by standing on the fallen mushroom stalks. Norus, we can kill them anytime we want. Let's see what they have done first, and then we can deal with them later. There are all kinds of people wandering in the shadows of the dungeon. Since there are adventurers hunting monsters, there are naturally villains who specialize in killing other adventurers for money. Such people are called plunderers. Nasa and Granjiba are plunderers in disguise as adventurers. Their combat levels have clearly reached LV-34 and LV-36, but they often hang around on the 4th and 5th floors just to look for suitable prey. The overly young faces of the Vera team made the two men set their sights on them. Besides, these things on the 5th floor have been making a lot of noise recently, and the death of 3 more young people here will not arouse anyone's suspicion at all. Nasa took out a packet of powder from the package and sprinkled it on the two men. This is a kind of powder that can block common detection skills. It is a prop specially used to deal with adventurers. Nasa himself used his detection skills to stay far behind Vera and the others. It is thanks to this skill that the two of them are able to successfully launch sneak attacks every time. There is a small cave at the edge of the Knoll Forest, with an entrance less than 2 meters high. Hidden under the maidenhair fern and snake vine, it blends in with the surrounding rock walls and is very hidden. Vera and the other two were in the cave at this time, looking at Pudgy, who was sitting in the middle of the cave in a daze. The reason I was stunned was that this Pudgy was so huge. His height, which almost reached the top of the cave, and whose width was no less than his height, completely overturned their perception of Pudgy's image. Just sitting there, it took up a third of the cave. Failing bumped Vera with her shoulder and asked in a low voice. This is the one mentioned in the guide, the one that can exchange for various random items. Vera really wanted to ask how she knew that, but she would definitely be beaten if she did. Maybe. Let me try. As he spoke, Vera put down another cloth bag on his back. He took out another dog monster corpse from inside, took 2 cautious steps forward, and placed it in front of Fat Pudgy. Fat Pudgy, who had been motionless, finally reacted when he saw the monster's corpse. 6 tentacles made of mycelium stretched out from behind. Vera retreated to his teammates and drew his scimitar cautiously, but this time he was worrying too much. The tentacles rolled up the corpse and stuffed it into the hollow body. Then Fat Pudgy continued to use its tentacles to dig inside his body for a long time, and finally threw out an exquisite small round shield. The carved round shield rolled with a bang 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 sound all the way to the front of several people. The 3 of them looked at each other for a while and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. It's not too strange that some highly intelligent monsters can communicate or even trade to a certain extent, but this is bullshit. This shield doesn't belong to another adventurer. Fei Ling thought about the fact that many adventurers had died on the 5th floor recently. It was impossible that the small round shield was made by the Pudgis themselves. Then don't use it. Vera seemed a little reluctant. The small shield seemed to be of good quality, and he could sell it for a lot of money even if he didn't use it. But Fei Ling suddenly became excited. Why not? Come on, let's go up there and kill a few more monsters and drag them down. The good stuff on this Pudgy must be limited. We must try to get as much as possible before others find out. As he said this, he excitedly bent down to pick up the small shield. But before her hand touched the small shield, Vera next to her kicked her on the shoulder. A crossbow arrow grazed Fei Ling's face and was nailed into the ground, leaving a small wound. Predator. Chapter 30. Attacks are strictly prohibited. 2 raiders rushed out from outside the cave, giving Vera and the others no time to react. Granjiba laughed and used charge, aiming directly at Fane, who was wearing mage equipment. However, when facing the surprise attack, Fane still hadn't figured out why her detection spell failed to detect the opponent in advance. Vera roared, drew out his scimitar, and slid in front of Fane as if walking on ice to stop the dwarf. The broad-bladed axe and the scimitar collided, producing countless sparks. As soon as the two fought, Vera was at a disadvantage, and the axe blade kept pressing against Vera's collarbone. Vera braced his hands against the blade to prevent the axe from splitting him in two. Your weapon is not bad. It will surely fetch a good price. So close, Vala could smell the stench of wine in the dwarf's breath. Fane, when her name was called, Fane suddenly woke up from her panic and cast several buff spells on Vera. Strength amplification, agility increase, endurance stimulation. The blessed Vala retreated and swung his sword, forcing the dwarf to put a few steps away from him again. The dwarf who didn't get the upper hand immediately started to curse his partner, who was slacking off behind him. Half-ear, what the hell are you watching? How can you deal with that little brat with a magic staff? Why are you in such a hurry? Winding up the strings takes no time. Nasa came from behind holding a crossbow, but did not fire it. Instead, he took out a small bag from his arms and threw it at Fane. Vera watched the small packet fly towards her, but she didn't wait until Failing could intercept it with an arrow. Failing. In the end, he had no choice but to go forward and stab it with a knife, causing a cloud of light blue powder to burst out. Vera hurriedly covered her nose and retreated with Fane, while looking at Failing, only to find that Failing was lying on the ground and unable to get up. The paralyzing liquid extracted from the 6th-level monster can make a person unable to move with just a little bit. It's quite effective. Nasa smiled and pointed the crossbow at them and pulled the trigger. He loved to see his prey panic. Fane quickly cast a spell, but the magic shield only appeared in its infancy in midair before it collapsed. So you're a rookie? You can't even recognize the forbidden magic powder. Me? In a hurry, Vera took a step forward to protect Fane behind him and blocked the crossbow arrow with his side knife, but his hands were numb from the shock. This is the moment that Granjiba has been waiting for. The muscles in his hands swelled and hot air blew out of his nose. The dwarf swung his broad axe at Vala's waist. Vera could only barely keep the scimitar attached to his body before he was hit by an axe and flew out of the cave. Although he didn't die, he was only breathing his last breath. After Vera fell, Fane, a mage who couldn't cast spells, was naturally knocked unconscious in 2 hits. The entire battle was under the control of the 2 predators. But this cannot be blamed on Vera and the others, as their only experience in fighting monsters is with them, and the same goes for the items they have. Regardless of tactics, props, or skills, all of the predators' tactics, tools, and skills are aimed at humans. In addition, he had the advantage of being careful and rank-based, and his targets were not those experienced ones, so he rarely failed. Granjiba was holding an axe and was ready to kill several people one by one, but was stopped by Nasa. The dwarf said impatiently, "Why do you want to play with twins?" Nasa looked disgusted when he heard this. "What are you thinking? Well, have I ever found a bastard without elf blood?" However, Granjiba disagreed with this inexplicable sense of superiority, because it was obvious that Nasa himself was a mixed-race bastard. Of course, he never said this in front of Nasa. As a partner, Nasa's endless number of small props are still very useful. Then what are you going to do? Tie them up, and when they all wake up, we'll play the game of who to kill and who to let go. This is a game that Nasa made up himself. Simply put, it allows the captured people to decide among themselves who lives and who dies. Of course, they would all be killed in the end. Nasa just wanted to enjoy the drama of teammates betraying each other in order to survive. Granjiba rolled his eyes. He didn't have this special quirk. Although he was addicted to alcohol, gambling, and murder, compared with his perverted teammate, he was considered a good dwarf. But he doesn't care about Nasa's hobbies. Just let him play if he wants. He was now more interested in the large walking mushroom in the cave. He had just seen it take out a shield from its body with his own eyes. It's not full of good stuff, is it? Pain. It hurts. The broken ribs were embedded in the flesh. The bones of his left arm had pierced through the skin and were exposed, and his mouth was filled with blood mixed with internal organs. Vera was completely awakened by the pain. He tried to move, but couldn't, and then he realized he was tied to a tree. On the other two trees in front of him were tied his two childhood sweethearts, who were still unconscious. Fei Ling, Fei, Yin. The two women slowly woke up after Vera's continued weak calls. When I woke up, I saw Vera, who was dying. Vera, you're badly injured. Damn this rope. Fei Ling struggled to break free from the restraints, but couldn't get free at all. She could only look at her sister. Fei Yin, use magic. I can't use it. Well, I can't use it. Fei Yin had never seen Vera so badly injured, and she couldn't use magic, so she cried in panic. If you want to leave, I can let you go. A nightmarish voice came from behind the tree. Nasa, playing with a knife in his hand, walked between the three people with a smile. What do you want? How about it? Nasa put the knife on Fei Ling's cheek and made a small cut. One of them is your sister, and the other is your little man. Choose one. What to choose? Choose who to die. As Nasa spoke, his mouth smirked, his tongue kept licking his teeth, and his tone became uncontrollably excited. Choose one to die, and I'll let you and the other one go. How about that? Fei Ling suddenly stretched her neck and tried to bite his hand, but Nasa dodged it in time. Choose your mother to die. You scum. A beast. A bastard who will be killed by wild dogs sooner or later. Tisk. A slap landed on Fei Ling's face with such force that a tooth was broken. Fei Ling was slapped unconscious, and Fei Yin on the other side cried even harder upon seeing this. You boring bastard. After saying that, he was about to ask the other twin whether he would choose or not, but he heard Vera's mosquito-like voice. Kill. Nasa's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly stepped forward. Yes. Don't worry about who you choose to kill. Once you choose, I will feed you the life potion and make sure you don't die. Afraid that Vera wouldn't believe him, he actually took out a bottle of life potion from his pocket. Kill me, and let them go. Nasa straightened up, glanced at the three people coldly, and finally raised the knife. How boring. You like to make sacrifices, right? I'll just let you watch them die first. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Granjiba tried various methods such as picking, pulling, and tugging, but he failed to open the pocket of Fat Pudgy with the toughness skill. The dwarf finally lost his patience and decided to take a direct approach. Stand in front of Fat Puff and raise the axe above your head. Heavy chop LV6. Amidst the earth-shaking roar, Glongiba turned into raindrops that drenched Nasa, who had fallen to the ground. Nasa, Li Yun. Chapter 31. Sent to work to pay off debts. No. Fat House number 1. That took me a whole month to make. There's 7 or 8 pieces of equipment in there. Although I upgraded Fat House number 1's physique to 40 and installed the level 4 self-destruction, it was just to deal with those who don't follow the rules. But I didn't expect this to happen so soon. If I had known earlier that I would have put in fewer pieces of equipment, now the loss would have been maximized. You play with humans killing humans. I am a monster and I should not meddle in other people's business. But how can you chow my mushrooms? The culprit dwarf has been shattered to pieces, and his teammates should pay the debt. Nasa reached out and wiped the flesh off his face. The spores and dust suspended in the air poured into his nasal cavity, causing him to cough intermittently. He shook his dizzy head until the throbbing black spots on his retina gradually faded. Then he staggered to his feet. The rock wall at the entrance of the cave looked like dough kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The original 2-meter-high cave entrance was violently torn to 3 meters. Fat Walking Mushroom and Granjiba have disappeared. Wrong. Nasa saw half a set of steel teeth embedded in a tree trunk not far away. It's not gone, it's all over the floor. Nasa shuddered as death was so close to him. Fortunately, I have a little quirk, and fortunately, I didn't go to check that fat guy together. Nasa, feeling that he had escaped the disaster, no longer had the intention to torture Vera and the others. He picked up the knife from the ground and planned to finish the job quickly and leave. When he took his first step, he fell down. A long mycelial tentacle had wrapped around his ankle at some point. What the hell? Nasa picked up the knife and chopped at the tentacle, but the blade was stuck at 1/3 of the depth. After repeated tugging, it was finally cut off. He tried to stand up, but a mycelium tentacle climbed up his back and clamped around his waist and abdomen. This time, before he could swing his knife, more tentacles emerged and wrapped around the joints of his limbs. At some point, mushrooms with tentacles attached to their caps appeared all around and surrounded Nasa. Walking mushroom tentacles. The half-elf panicked and tried to reach into his clothes to get the powder, but he was entangled more and more. No, no, go catch them. Go eat them. Help, help, woo, help, help. Countless tentacles eventually wrapped NASA into a human-shaped pupa, and he struggled and was dragged into the depths of the forest. Only dull cries for help gradually dissipated in the woods. Fayne, the only one who witnessed everything, trembled and clenched her teeth to prevent herself from making any sound. She didn't sob until all the Pudgis disappeared. Cutting technique. Cutting technique. Cutting technique. After using the cutting technique for who knows how many times, the rope on Fayne's body finally broke. She quickly put her sister and Vera down. My sister Failing is fine. She just fainted. But Vera was barely breathing and might die in the next second. No one knew where the backpacks of several people had been taken to, and the potions were all inside. She doesn't know any healing spells, and without the potion, Vera will die. Fayne was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes again. A red object flashed in my tear-blurred vision. Life potion. It's the bottle that a half-elf took out earlier. Fayne crawled over using her hands and feet to pick up the potion, and with trembling hands poured it all into Vera's mouth. Ahem. Vera choked violently on the water. Although she didn't wake up, her face finally showed some color. That's great, so. Fayne, who was relieved, finally burst into tears again. Deep in the forest, in the empty werewolf camp, the Pudgis were rolling the half-elf against the rocks again and again. At this time, NASA looked extremely miserable, with a broken nose, all his teeth knocked out, and his tongue seemed to be half-broken. He was unconscious and could only make vague with sounds. But the Pudgis continued to work mechanically. It's not that Lin Jun wanted to torture him. It's just that this half-elf needed to use his own body to repay his debt. However, Fusion Parasite can only parasitize on the low health targets. So we can only reduce his health to a minimum first. It's too dangerous to attack him directly with skills, and you will die if you're not careful. Hit it a little bit at a time, like this, safe. It's definitely not because he is petty. Finally, his blood volume was reduced to the limit, and the Pudgis gracefully sprinkled some spores on his wounds. Then they hung him on a tree. After a few days, a mature parasitic puppet will naturally fall to the ground. This is Lin Jun's first human puppet, and he plans to have some fun with it, and make him pay for the blood debt of Fat House No. 1. Speaking of bringing the half-elf back, Lin Jun also picked up those unwanted things on the ground. What kind of weapons, armor, rings, potion powder packets are they? By this calculation, the equipment lost in the Fat Man Pudgy's stomach seems to have been recovered. I don't feel so sad anymore. However, the debt owed to a half-elf cannot be forgiven. As for the Fat House, Pudgy, fortunately, Lin Jun was well prepared and gave birth to 5 cubs at once. This kind of Pudgy with high physique can not only become bigger in size, but also carry more things. Higher health can also greatly increase the damage of self-destruction. The only problem is that other attributes cannot keep up, and movement is extremely slow. Otherwise, why is it called a Fat House? This time the mission failed, so they had to send Fat Guy No. 2 back to sit in the cave that had expanded. It just so happened that I stuffed these things I picked up this time into its stomach for exchange. In the future, people will get used to paying corpse tolls and exchange corpses for random items at the Fat Man Pudgy's place. Lin Jun, now, has an endless supply of corpses of monsters of other levels. The adventurer's impression of Pudgy will probably change greatly as well. At least there won't be fighting when we meet. As for the worry that there are not enough items to exchange, now is the beginning, so naturally the things inside are full and in good condition. The adventurers will make a lot of money with every transaction. After the habit was formed, Lin Jun would fill it with a large amount of low-level magic crystals to make up the number, and occasionally open a few good things to whet the appetite of adventurers. Anyway, for adventurers, most monster corpses are worthless, so it would be a waste not to exchange them. Lin Jun himself admires his own operational acumen. With such a wise mushroom owner, there's no need to worry about the mushroom garden not flourishing. Just when Lin Jun was feeling proud, several hallucinogenic Pudgy signals that were slowly advancing in the cave suddenly disappeared. It is a very, very deep place, so deep that it is almost impossible to reach there without exhaustive method. It didn't look like they were attacked by ordinary crystallized bats or rock lizards. The 3 Pudgis lost contact at the same moment. Lin Jun turned his attention and controlled some nearby hallucinogenic Pudgis to move towards that location. Just when these Pudges walked to the same position, their health bars suddenly became empty. Like their predecessors, they collapsed to the ground. But this time Lin Jun figured out what was going on. He also had this skill. It is the infrasonic attack of the crystallized bat. At the same time, with that stunning glimpse, Lin Jun also opened the enemy's panel. Race, crystallized bat. Level LV 25. HP, 850/850. Magic, 1200/1200. Strength, 16/27. Agility, 20/34. Constitution, 13/22. Intelligence, 35/59. Spirit, 30/50. Racial talent, soundwave skill, and crystal skill proficiency bonus. Fixed status, extreme aging, all basic attributes reduced by 80%. Crystal symbiosis, skill power increased by 500%. Skills, crystal symbiosis LV10. Infrasonic attack LV10. Soundwave detection LV10. Mental resistance LV10. Physical resistance LV8. Magic resistance LV7. High temperature resistance LV5. Dodge LV6. Title, Lizard Killer. Increases damage to lizards by 10%. Bat Killer. Increases damage to bats by 10%. Beyond Death. Age-related negative status effects such as aging are halved. Chapter 32, Under the Cave. No bro, how did you do that? I've been here for so long, and I've never seen a LV10 like you have one. How come it looks like it was bought wholesale? The crystal symbiosis on ordinary bats only increases the power by about 20 to 30%, but this can increase it to 500%. Are there S-level magic crystals on your body? If Lin Jun still had eyes, he would definitely rub them well. Otherwise, how could I see such an outrageous panel? The most outrageous thing is the title Beyond Death. The so-called title can only be obtained after meeting the corresponding conditions. Such a cool title is actually seen on an ordinary crystallized bat. Lin Jun called a few more Pudgy over. This time, they deliberately came out from two different passages one after another, with the second group coming out after the first group died. Taking advantage of the time between the opponent's attacks, Lin Jun finally saw its true appearance. A huge trunk over 3 meters long hung upside down in the center of the cave. Dark red blood vessels were visible between the wrinkled wing membranes, and pure dark purple magic crystals were embedded at the end of each wing bone. They are all S-level magic crystals. It's so big. Compared with these pieces, the S-level magic crystal in Lin Jun's hand should be called fragments. Looking at the shape of this crystallized bat, if it weren't for the faceplate, Lin Jun would believe it was a dragon. But when Lin Jun saw it for the first time, he thought of a question. With this size, can it dig a hole? The cave passages here are different from those in the deeper areas, with diameters of dozens of meters at times. Many of the small passages here were chewed out by rock lizards. Not only are they bumpy, but their diameters are generally no more than 2 meters. This old bat is so big, it shouldn't be able to get into the hole. Doesn't this mean it's trapped in this cave and can't go anywhere? That's good. At least now, I don't have to worry about it running away. There were more than 100 hallucinogenic puffies scattered in the cave, and Lin Jun asked them all to gather here. They were scattered in different passages, but they did not go in. Instead, they started spraying hallucinogenic spores on the spot. The old bat was the first to notice the poisonous fog spreading from the small holes. With a high IQ, it obviously didn't intend to sit there and wait for death. The old bat flew to the entrance of a cave and flapped its wings vigorously. Even without using any skills, the wind still blew away the few spores. Then the old bat put its mouth close to the edge of the cave entrance and used infrasonic attack LV10 directly inside. There was no suspense about the 9 Pudges in this passage. They were killed instantly. Then it did the same thing again, attacking all the remaining passages emitting poisonous fog. When Lin Jun saw that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat, it was too late. In the end, not even a hallucinogenic puff was left. They were completely wiped out. My Pudgy is really afraid of this kind of area attack that cannot be avoided. Moreover, the environment of the cave passage greatly extended the range of the sonic attack. Even though Lin Jun's last batch of Pudgy ran a long way, they were still killed by the roar. TSK. Cannons can't be used. Poison doesn't work either. How can we fight? More than 100 Pudges didn't even get their blood skin removed. Even though my family business is big now, I can't afford such consumption. After thinking about it, The only way to solve it in the short term is to attract high-level adventurers. But when the adventurers come, what does the spoils have to do with me? I'll die and leave a body for Lin Jun. But the most valuable things on the old bat are the 3 S-level magic crystals. Not to mention what secrets he might have. Of course, Lin Jun can also choose to kill and rob the adventurers after they come out. But regardless of whether it can be done or not, even if it is foolproof, it would violate Lin Jun's principles. So instead of calling humans, it's better to put it aside for now. Anyway, the old bat can't escape from this cave with its size. Things weren't going well in the cave, but setting rules for the adventurers was going well. After that group of young men left, several more groups of adventurers came to buy the information. Most of them completed the transaction well, except for one team that was dishonest. After blowing a thief to death and dragging away a nanny, the remaining 2 ran away. It's okay to run away. Once the news gets out, no one will come to cause trouble again. It's just that the cave has expanded a little bit again. Lin Jun is a little afraid that if it happens a few more times, the rock wall will collapse. Boss, I'm back. As soon as Dylan visited the website, he greeted Lin Jun. The middle-aged veteran always has a good sense of details. After Dylan went down to the 5th floor, he was like home. He didn't even put his hands on his weapon and walked towards the forest camp in a swagger. When he saw Pudgy on the road, he would wave to him, not caring whether Pudgy would respond or not, and looked like he was in a very good mood. As they walked, they talked to Lin Jun about the mission. Boss, I sold 9 copies of the guide. Has any adventurer come here yet? Yes, the plan is going well. That's good. By the way, boss, this is the money from the sale. I only used a small portion for accommodation. As he spoke, Dylan took out a bag of coins from his clothes and wanted to continue reporting his expenses, but Lin Jun directly rejected him. You can keep the money. You did a good job this time. I have prepared some equipment and bonus for you, and put them in the tent. Although the wages have been paid in advance, Lin Jun will naturally give extra rewards if his subordinates do a good job, so as to ensure their enthusiasm for work. Hey, thanks, boss. Dylan suddenly felt that having a monster boss who didn't care about money seemed to be more satisfying than he had imagined. Here, food and accommodation are provided, and there's also a salary. It is much faster to make money than being an adventurer, and it is also safer. Although I don't spend much money in the dungeon, I can save it and send it to my daughter. Dylan happily took back the purse, and then he remembered something. By the way, boss, I want to go replenish my nutrition first. You know where the coffin lid is. It's available 24/7. Just go there yourself. You don't need to ask me for permission. The corner of Dylan's eye twitched. It turned out that the boss also thought it was a coffin lid. However, seeing that Lin Jun didn't understand what he meant, Dylan could only continue. Boss, what I mean is, I want the same nutrition as last time. Nutrition is nutrition. What about last time? This. Lin Jun specifically opened the skill panel to take a look, and it didn't seem addictive. No, little brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Jun finally prepared special nutrition for Dylan. Can I refuse this request when someone comes back from a business trip? However, looking at Dylan lying there with a look of enjoyment on his face, Lin Jun was still quite speechless. This guy won't fall into depravity like this, right? He now had the illusion that he was Dongfang Booby, relying on the 3 corpses brainworm pill to control his subordinates. No, we're in a serious mushroom garden. This is just a nightcap. That's it. The Adventurers Guild branch in Mute Wind Town. A report sent by the Intelligence Analysis Department of the Guild was placed on the desk of Branch President Oberon. The name of the report is 5-Layer Mutation Analysis and Subsequent Impact Prediction. Oberon drank fruit wine, read the report from beginning to end, and then called the director of the Task Management Department. Please take a look at this report. After reading it, I issued a task in the name of the Guild to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the 5th floor of Pudgy, especially the interior of the swamp. The mission level. Let's set it as a level. Chapter 33, Boss. Do you know it's dark here now? Dylan, do you know how the underground city came about? The old bat cannot be defeated for the time being, and other things are on track. Lin Jun, who has some free time, thinks about the dungeon again. Under the torch, Dylan, who was trimming the corners of the coffin board, stopped his work and scratched his head, thinking, how come? Sorry, sir, I haven't thought about this question. I heard a story when I was a child. It said that a brave man fought a great battle with the devil and opened up a passage to the abyss, thus forming an underground city. But a lot of logic doesn't make sense, and it's obviously just a simple story. As for whether there are other explanations, I don't know. This story really sounds like two supreme beings fighting until the galaxy was shattered. Then no one among you studies these things? Yes, the people in the Relic Association do this, and they have been issuing rewards for relevant clues for a long time. Unfortunately, that kind of mission is just a look, and the valuable clues have been found by people in hundreds of years. I've never heard of anyone getting rich from this. Then can you get this information from that association? Dylan waved his hands after hearing this. Impossible Boss, the Relic Society, is an official organization affiliated with the United Kingdom. A bottom-level adventurer like me can't even get through the door. I am not a thief, so I cannot help you steal the files you want. As expected, it didn't work. This was not beyond Lin Jun's expectation. He was just asking. Unlike the natives like Dylan who are accustomed to the dungeon and regard it as a normal part of the world. In Lin Jun's opinion, many places in this underground city were too regular and were obviously specially arranged. There must be a lot of secrets behind it, but it seems that he hasn't had the chance to get in touch with it yet. Adventurers can't enter the bottom, but the Duke's daughter should be able to enter. Should we try to get Dylan to contact Inanna? After thinking for a while, Lin Jun still felt that there was no need to rush this matter and that it could be done slowly. I don't know what Inanna's current situation is yet. I'll ask Dylan to find out first. Boss, I have something to ask you. Dylan's slightly hesitant words drew Lin Jun's attention back. What's up? That's why. The 5th floor has been getting darker recently. Dark? Yeah. Lin Jun really didn't feel anything about this, as he saw things differently. After careful analysis, I found that Dylan's words were quite tactful. It's not just dark, the entire class is almost completely dark. Although there's no sun in the dungeon, there are almost no completely dark floors. The glowing fireflies or the luminous stones in some rock walls can provide a certain degree of brightness. The 5th floor dome is covered with fireflies, making it the brightest among all floors. So what about fireflies? Why are all the domes turning into mushrooms? He didn't really notice when his fungal blanket climbed onto the dome. It looks like the fireflies on the 5th floor are almost being eaten to extinction. It turns out it's my own fault. Although the complete darkness had no effect on him, it was obviously not conducive for adventurers to come and trade, and Dylan also seemed to be in a very inconvenient situation. I don't know how long it will take to grow the firefly grass back to its original size. Or maybe just use fluorescent mushrooms. Although due to the problem of skill compatibility, fluorescent mushrooms are far less bright than fireflies. But now the whole floor is full of mushrooms of all sizes, and it is definitely not dark after the fluorescent light. It seems that this is the only way for now. Collect the slime core, 10 firefly plants, 2-headed snake venom sac. In the lobby of the Adventurers Guild, Vera was selecting tasks from the bounty board. A pair of childhood sweethearts were sitting on stools not far away, and Fane was obviously in a low mood. The last time they were attacked by looters, they not only lost a lot of equipment and supplies, but they almost lost their lives. If those two marauders hadn't provoked Pudgy, they wouldn't have been able to come back. After coming back, Fane seemed very reluctant to go to the dungeon. Vera also understood, but one has to earn money to live on, especially after having just lost such a large sum of money. After discussing it with Fei Ling, he decided to take on some simple upper-level tasks to make a living. We will make further decisions based on Fane's recovery condition. If it really doesn't work, it's not impossible for a few of them to change careers and become caravan guards. Noisy discussions continued to be heard. Although the guild was usually very lively, it seemed particularly noisy today. Vera discovered that a lot of people gathered around the exclusive task board for the official task over there. Yes, there is an official new mission. Just as Vera was about to squeeze into the crowd, a giant furry paw violently separated the crowd. The unexpected push caused him to stumble back a few steps, with a strand of brown hair stuck to his lips. He's a hairy guy. A muscular Khajiit walked straight to the task board, his shiny fur glowing amber in the light. The people around were cursing, but they honestly took half a step back. The Tiger Man glanced at the task board and reached out to take off the latest A-level task. Coming to the counter on the right side of the hall, the Tiger Man slapped his adventurer ID card and task list on it. Register for the mission. Behind the counter was the guild's signature receptionist, Helena, a pretty lady with long red hair. The two seemed to know each other. Helena took the ID card, glanced at the Tiger Man and the leopard teammate behind him, and asked casually, Inigo, why did the mute wind come to Percy? Why didn't I see him? Stop talking so much. This is not an inspection for entering the city. Just register for me quickly. Inigo looked impatient. It seems that the archipelago is really dangerous. After Helena finished muttering, she ignored the tiger man's ugly expression and reminded him according to the guild rules. Inigo, the recommended number of people for this A-level mission is 3 to 4 gold-level adventurers. I suggest you go find. Bang. The tiger man slammed his palm on the counter, interrupting Helena's words. Don't treat me like a newbie and give me advice. The two of us are enough. Hurry up and register. Helena raised her eyebrows, not angry at all for being yelled at, but she did not return the ID card to the tiger man directly after registering. What's the meaning? Helena stretched out her finger and pointed at the cracked counter. Inigo threw 7 silver coins on the counter, then angrily took back his ID card and called the leopard man who was traveling with him to leave the guild hall together. After the tiger man left, Vera stopped an adventurer beside her and asked what mission everyone was so concerned about. What else could it be? Those mushrooms everyone's been talking about lately. The guild has finally issued a mission to investigate the cause of the mutation. Then those 2 orcs. I don't know him, but those who could take A-level missions must be gold-level masters. Vera recalled all the trouble she had encountered on the 5th floor from beginning to end. If we want to conduct a detailed investigation, we must enter the swamp area that is strictly guarded by the Pudgis. Can 2 gold-level adventurers really handle it? Chapter 34. Surrounded. At the bottom of the 4- or 5-story staircase, the raised fire burned quietly, the flickering flames illuminating the cross-section of the surrounding circular stone steps. Inigo and his leopard teammate Milo were resting against the wall. The original plan was to walk to the 5th floor in half a day, but it ended up taking a full day and a half to reach the destination. The reason is very simple. I got lost. I thought I could relax by following my memory from 2 years ago, so I didn't buy a guide map. Who would have thought that when I really got to the dungeon, I would find that my memory wasn't that clear? After wandering around for a long time, I was already quite tired. I can only rest for now. Instead of taking turns on guard, they rested at the same time, quite confidently. Firstly, this is the inside of the stairs, a safe area where monsters cannot enter. Secondly, the orcs' innate 5 senses and vigilance allow them to wake up immediately when adventurers come. Just like now, 2 very subtle puff sounds made Inigo, who was already asleep, prick up his ears. He did not move in a hurry, but raised his tiger eyes slightly and aimed at the source of the sound. A mutant Pudgy was standing at the entrance, a place that no monster could possibly reach. As if he didn't expect to run into them, Pudgy stood at the entrance motionless. It took a while before it quietly retreated, stretching its short legs as far as possible with each step, and its movements were slow. This time, not even a puff-puff sound was made. Just as Pudgy was about to retreat back to the 5th floor, the leopard man moved before Inigo could even stand up. Like a flash of black lightning, in just the blink of an eye, Milo returned to the fire with half a bowl of Pudgy in each hand. Throwing the 2 halves onto the ground, Milo didn't look proud at all, but instead frowned. No wonder the guild issued it personally. This mission is probably not an easy one. Inigo also nodded in agreement, looking at the cut section of the ground, and said, "It ignores the rules of the dungeon and has a high level of intelligence. Its structure has obviously undergone a significant mutation. Why don't you go back and prepare more thoroughly before coming back?" What Milo actually wanted to say was to recruit 1 or 2 more gold-level adventurers to come along. After the team's nurse and support died in the island fog, they now only have 2 output players left. This is a rather unhealthy team structure. They had just returned to Yafing Town in despair and had not had time to inquire about any information when they saw this task. I thought it must be a loophole that there was an A-level task on the 5th floor of a relatively simple level. 2 gold-level adventurers should be able to handle it easily even without assistance. But now something that goes against common sense has happened, such as monsters entering the safe zone. Milo felt that this task might be difficult. He was kind of backing off. Inigo stared at the fire and thought for a while, then finally stepped on the puff on the ground and crushed it to pieces. "We're already here. Let's keep going. This walking mushroom is just a little weird. It's not a big threat." If he went back now, he would probably be laughed to death by those people who knew him, but he still added 1 sentence just in case. "If we find that there is indeed danger, it won't be too late to retreat. If we can't defeat them, can we just run away?" Inigo's confidence is not groundless. As cats among orcs, he and Milo both have speed-related skills. Even if there was danger, it would be strange if they couldn't escape even if they tried their best to run. After all, this is still the 5th floor. Milo didn't think there was anything wrong with it and nodded in agreement. Now that they had rested enough, they turned off the engine and entered the 5th floor. Come to think of it, was the 5th floor this dark before? Looking around, there were only some mushrooms glowing dimly, and not a single firefly could be seen. I don't think so. Fortunately, both of them have night vision, so the darkness does not have much effect on them. According to the mission requirements, they needed to investigate the entire floor, and specifically stated that the swamp area should be inspected in particular. Inigo decided to start with the other 3 areas first, so that he could roughly judge the difficulty of the task before deciding whether to enter the swamp. However, after the task had been going on for half a day, the expressions of both of them became strange. They had already been to the cave and the poisonous fog swamp, but they didn't see a single Pudgy. If it weren't for the slime he saw on the road, Inigo would have suspected that this level had been cleared. What are these 2 orcs doing? Not only was he caught sneaking up to the 4th floor, but now he's shopping here again. As per usual, Lin Jun sent all the Pudgis away in advance to avoid meeting these high-level adventurers. But looking at the situation now, could it be directed at me? Under Lin Jun's surveillance, after leaving the cave, the 2 did not go to the forest as he expected, but went straight to the swamp. TSK, trouble. This time he had to stop him. The swamp area was his bottom line. A mushroom cannon hit the 2 orcs in front of them, splashing dirty water all over them. Inigo looked at the 10 Pudgis that appeared in front of him. After one attack, they disappeared for a while. Does this mean deterrence? Are these mushrooms a little too smart? Inigo looked at Milo and found that he was also looking at him, waiting for him to make a decision. The attack power of these walking mushrooms is indeed very powerful, and even they will be injured if they are hit. But if you can't hit it, there's no point. Just 10 walking mushrooms. Inigo winked at his companion, and the leopard man understood. The next second, both of them activated their acceleration skills at the same time and rushed forward from the left and right sides respectively. The Pudgis reacted quickly, attacking as soon as they moved. But the 2 orcs lowered their bodies and nimbly dodged several mushroom cannon shots. Soon Inigo and Milo rushed into the Pudgy team. Milo was a worshipper of primitive power, and he used a pair of leopard claws to tear apart several Pudgis in succession. Inigo pulled out a bloody long sword from his back, which could even directly split the magic ball shot by the mushroom cannon. All 10 Pudgy were killed quickly. Milo habitually wanted to lick his paw, but suddenly remembered that he had killed Pudgy. There was no blood on his paw, but instead it was full of dirty water, so he retracted his tongue in time. As expected of an A-level mission, these walking mushrooms are actually well organized and cooperative. It's still just a bunch of mushrooms. Inigo retracted his knife and prepared to go deeper into the swamp, but he stopped after taking a step. Milo, do you feel that the surroundings seem to have become brighter? Now that you mention it, it is true. The 2 looked around, and the faint light at the edge of their vision merged into one, getting brighter and closer. Inigo and Milo's expressions were completely gloomy. It was Pudgy. Countless fluorescent Pudgis surrounded them. Milo swallowed hard and said, "How much is this?" 300, 500 or more. Inigo took a deep breath and drew out the bloody long sword again. It's hard to count, but get ready to break through. Chapter 35, Level 50, New Skills. The magic shells exploded in the swamp, sending up black mud and half-rotten bark fragments all over the sky. After several months, heavy artillery fire once again descended on the swamp area. But this time the enemies are only 2 orcs. When they realized they were surrounded, Inigo and Milo's animal eyes simultaneously locked onto the direction of the forest. If we can get out of the swamp area, even if there are enemies further out, we can still escape by relying on the complex terrain of the forest. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to get out of the swamp area. Neither of them had any intention of fighting. There were just too many Pudgis. There were so many that even if they just stood there and let them chop them, they would be exhausted to death. The only way to survive is to break out before the encirclement closes. As they ran, several mushroom cannons broke through the air and fell towards the 2 of them. Speed up level 6. Flash LV7. Both of them used their respective skills to dodge the attack, but this was just a prelude. The nearly saturated fire coverage made the entire swamp boil. The 2 men tried their best to jump and move in the mud, but they could only try their best to avoid being directly hit. As for the aftermath of the explosion, we can only withstand it. Inigo felt that he was thick-skinned and tough, so he charged even faster and more violently. As they were approaching the edge of the encirclement, they saw dozens of Pudgy standing in scattered positions in front of them. Inigo raised his sword high, charged forward and dodged behind a Pudgy, while the upper body of the Pudgy flew into the air. With his nimble movements and the orc's excellent combat instincts, Inigo was always able to accurately find gaps in the killing array and break through. Almost at the edge, several Pudgys rolled into balls and charged towards Inigo at the same time. This scene almost made the Tiger Man laugh. He certainly didn't dare to take that kind of magic cannon head-on, but how could a soft thing like Pudgy fight him in close combat? He could cut through the enemy with a sword in an instant. Amid a series of explosions, the Tiger Man rushed out with his body burnt to a crisp. At the last moment, his instinct made him flee, but it was still a little too late. Inigo's left leg was missing below the knee. At this time, he fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. The Pudgys aimed their mushroom cannons at him from a distance. The fifth floor... this is going to make me laugh to death. I might as well be hanging in the fog. At the last moment, he looked in the direction of Milo. I saw the figure that was blown into the air. The throwing posture was so funny that Inigo couldn't help laughing out loud. Puff! Bang! After finally getting rid of the two adventurers who came to cause trouble for him, Lin Jun was about to count the losses. Suddenly, a piece of information that he had been thinking about for a long time appeared in his mind. Level up LV49, LV50. New optional racial skills added. Finally reached 50. Upgrading is so difficult, considering he was already level 48 when he first reached the 5th level. First, he ate almost all the monsters on the 5th level, and then spent several months collecting from the mycelium that spread throughout the entire level. Finally, the finishing touch was completed here. I was so moved that I almost cried. According to Lin Jun's experience, the skills given every 10 levels are in line with one's own race. Things like the mushroom cannon are obviously tailor-made for the mushroom race, and are more useful than most skills picked up randomly. Hurry up and see what skills you can choose. Optional skills. Long-distance transmission greatly increases the distance spores can fly, allowing them to spread over long distances. Mycelium reorganization. Regardless of whether the individual is dead or alive, the mycelium can be automatically repaired as a unit. Delicious, unparalleled taste. Is this delicious? Aspiring to be the most delicious food in another world. Speaking of which, the option of juicy has also appeared before. So, does the mushroom family really have an upgrade path to becoming a superfood ingredient? Don't be too outrageous. Excluding the deliciousness, the first remote transmission didn't mean much to Lin Jun. If the mycelium is not connected into one piece, Lin Jun's will cannot be transmitted and cannot be managed. Just like the mushroom garden in the deep area, he could no longer sense it after he walked away. It seems that there is no choice. Skills acquired. Mycelium reorganization, level 1. Soon, a test piece of Pudgy was ripened in the swamp area. A small knife was wrapped by the tentacles and stabbed into Pudgy's body. With only 10 HP left, Pudgy died on the spot. After waiting for a long time, Pudgy seemed to have no reaction. However, Lin Jun, who had been watching, could see clearly that the skill was indeed effective. The intact mycelium around the wound is slowly gathering magic power, splitting into new mycelium to replace the severed parts. It's just that the process is very slow. It took Pudgy a long time to stand up again. HP, 1/10. The wound has not yet healed completely, but Pudgy has already regained his mobility. Lin Jun cut it with his knife again, this time directly cutting Pudgy in half. Then, poof, it really popped. After trying several times again, Lin Jun finally figured it out. The integrity of the Pudgy needs to be above 80% to be repaired, and the greater the damage, the slower the repair. There is no way to recover from being cut in half, smashed, burned, or frozen to death. At the same time, in order to generate new mycelium to fill the wound, the magic power of the surrounding environment needs to be consumed. If Pudgy has a skill like magic storage, the repair speed can be greatly increased. All in all, it was not as useful as Lin Jun thought. He thought it could be like slime. Even if only a small lump was left, it could grow back by replenishing some magic power. It may also be because it is only level 1. But even if it's only level 1, it seems to have some uses. On the bottom floor of the cave area, in the Old Bat Cave, A hallucinogenic Pudgy swaggered out of the passage. Just like before, he was killed instantly by the infrasound as soon as his head showed. Pudgy, with several tiny wounds inside, fell down on the spot and lay among the corrupted predecessors around him. After the old bat was dealt with, he lost interest. Each of these mushrooms is poisonous and cannot be eaten. They keep coming and it just feels annoyed. But it doesn't know that the mycelium in the body of this Pudgy is slowly repairing itself. After a long time, Pudgy jumped up again. The old bat, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, woke up instantly when he heard the noise and killed Pudgy, who had just run a few steps. This time the old bat looked at Pudgy twice more, but he still couldn't figure out what was going on. When Pudgy stood up again, the old bat finally found his place. He crushed Pudgy with one claw. It won't regenerate this time, but the violent destruction directly causes the hallucinogenic spores on Pudgy's body to explode. The old bat was so close that it flapped its wings wildly as it retreated, but still managed to inhale some spores. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. The old bat just felt a little uncomfortable and returned to normal after hanging upside down and resting for a while. There was just a bad premonition lingering in its heart. Of course it should feel bad. As for Lin Jun, since it has been confirmed to be useful, 100 new Pudgy, specially made for old bats, have entered the production sequence. Once this army lands, the 3 S-level magic crystals will be Lin Jun's. Chapter 36, the old man revealed his props. On the wet rock top, the falling water drops were shaking violently. The infrasonic attack echoed within the cave, and a layer of corpses piled up at the bottom. The old crystallized bat was extremely anxious, and its jagged claws kept scratching the surface of the upside-down rock, leaving white marks. From time to time, it would land and use its wings to sweep aside the Pudgy that came too close. The wing bone spike accidentally scratched the cap of a mushroom, and lavender hallucinogenic spores immediately gushed out. The old bat flapped its wings and retreated continuously, then hurriedly returned to the top of the rock, its chest heaving violently. By the time it finally recovered, some of the Pudgys below had already repaired their bodies and started moving again. A new round of infrasound waves then exploded in the cave, knocking down the newly revived Pudgy again. This dilemma has lasted for countless cycles. The Pudgy killed by the sound wave will be resurrected, and the Pudgy caught and exploded will emit hallucinogenic poisonous fog at close range. The old bat could only delay time like this over and over again, but the poofs were getting closer and closer. When a last foothold was also covered by hallucinogenic spores, the old bat was finally poisoned and fainted and fell from the top of the rock and lay motionless. Lin Jun thought that the old bat would finally explode. But maybe because it values life more as it gets older, it just keeps curling up there, not daring to come down and tear a few Pudgy apart, even when it's about to die. The final casualties were much smaller than Lin Jun had expected. Outside the cave, 2 figures had been waiting here for a long time. Mushrooms grew on the half-elf's broken earlobes, and the emerald green wooden staff in the human woman's hand had merged with the fungal membrane growing between her fingers. These 2 were parasitic puppets made by Lin Jun before. This time the work of dissecting the old bat was done by these 2 puppets. But before that, the 2 puppets had to each drink a bottle of antidote. Otherwise, they would also be paralyzed by the hallucinogenic poisonous fog. I always feel that after being made into a puppet, I have inherited the weaknesses of both mushrooms and humans. After entering the cave, Lin Jun first controlled the 2 puppets to cut the neck of the unconscious old bat. How come there is a panel that can be pulled open? This isn't dead. This time, Lin Jun simply cut off the entire bat head. The panel still didn't disappear. Lin Jun opened the panel with a puzzled look on his face, only to find that it was not the old bat's panel. Artifact, Sunstone Fragment. Without having time to pay attention to the S-level magic crystal, Lin Jun hurriedly controlled the puppet to search the old bat's corpse. After cutting open the chest, they finally found a piece of sunstone emitting hot light inside. My goodness, the cave environment is so cold. How come the old bat's high-temperature resistance is level 5? It turns out that it was baked by sunstone fragments. So the old bat's title of transcending death is also related to this fragment of the sunstone. This artifact gave it a new lease of life. Unfortunately, there is still no information on the panel. According to the existing information, in addition to emitting light and heat, sunstone may also be used to survive. So the question is, what use is this to Lin Jun? The lifespan of mushrooms on Earth can range from a few months to thousands of years. But this is not Earth. After being here for so long, Lin Jun has not felt any aging problems. Rather than worrying about dying of old age, it is more realistic to worry about whether you'll be killed by a powerful monster or adventurer one day. This made Lin Jun think of another incomplete artifact he had seen. What he wanted was a magical weapon that could unleash powerful killing moves. 3 arm-sized S-level magic crystals and the Sunstone were finally sent to Lin Jun's secret space hidden at the bottom of the swamp. As for the remaining body of the old bat, it will not be wasted. The puppet is still cutting it into small pieces before taking it out. After all, the old bat has so many full-level skills that a lot of proficiency can be plundered. He took out his own piece of Sunstone, studied the cross-section for a long time, and finally found the corresponding part to connect the 2 pieces of Sunstone together. The broken ends automatically glued together, forming a seamless whole, which was consistent with Lin Jun's stereotype of a magic weapon. The light and heat emitted by the more complete Sunstone was even stronger, so hot that even the level 7 high temperature resistance could hardly withstand it, and it could only be held a little further away. If this thing is complete, it won't really turn into a little sun that burns mountains and boils seas, right? Even a panel has changed. Artifact, Sunstone, Remnant. It was obviously upgraded, but Lin Jun still couldn't figure out how to use it. This feeling of being useless really makes me anxious. Fortunately, Lin Jun knew what the 3 S-level magic crystals were used for. The old bat's 500% skill power bonus made him very tempted. I'm going to tinker with it and see if I can install it on the car. 2 days after dealing with the old bat, a wave of magical power suddenly appeared on the entire 5th floor, which immediately attracted Lin Jun's attention. It came up from the lower level, and not through the level passage, but penetrated the level wall from underground and came up vertically. It is not like the intense magic shock during battle, but a more lasting and regular magic fluctuation. This is something I have never encountered before. The fluctuation of magic power lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stabilized again. Did something happen to the dungeon that I don't know about? I asked Dylan, who was building a wooden house, and he turned out to be a bottom-level adventurer. He didn't know anything about the more advanced questions. Dylan had no choice but to put down his work and go on a business trip to the surface to gather information, so that he could also find out about Inanna. Even after sending Dylan, Lin Jun was still worried. Something must have happened with such a large-scale magical shock, and the unknown always makes Mushroom anxious. He planned to produce more Pudgis recently and send some of them to explore the lower level. It seems that the plan to strengthen the vehicle, which had been prepared slowly and carefully, will have to be speeded up. He does not want to put himself in possible danger due to lack of preparation. In Yafeng Town, inside the guild president's office, Oberon had just finished listening to Helena's report about 2 gold-level orc adventurers who had not returned for 10 days after accepting an A-level mission on the 5th floor. The young branch president rested his chin on one hand and tapped the table with the other, hesitating whether to increase the level of the task or put it on hold for the time being. Recently, many diamond-level adventurers have been invited to the capital, and he learned from some special channels that there seem to be big moves to come. There aren't many diamond-level players hanging around out there right now, and even if an S-level mission is released, it's not certain that anyone will take it in the short term. After all, according to the current intelligence, these Pudgy will not actively attack unless you force your way into the swamp, and will not have much impact on the adventurer's exploration of the maze. Updating the official guide, it seems to be a more cost-effective way to keep adventurers away from the swamp area. A rapid knock on the door interrupted Oberon's thoughts. Comine. The person who came was Mirabelle, the head of intelligence analysis. As soon as she came in, she said straight to the point. The detection crystals is set up on the 7th, 4th, and 1st floors have all detected magical fluctuations, and they are decreasing layer by layer. In an instant, Oberon forgot all about the 5th floor of Pudgy. He asked with a glimmer of hope, "Are you sure it's not interference or a false alarm?" Mirabelle didn't reply, but the meaning was self-evident. Well, Oberon also realized that he had asked a stupid question. Mirabelle would never make such a low-level mistake. But it shouldn't be time yet. How come it's so early this time? And it just happened to coincide with the time when all the diamond-level players were transferred away. Oberon grabbed his golden hair randomly, causing the originally neat hair to stand out in messy arcs. He yanked open the drawer and pulled out a bottle of elven ice wine. After drinking the wine, Oberon finally calmed down and said to Mirabelle, "Issue a demonic tide warning and seal off the dungeon entrance at the same time. I will report this matter to the headquarters and write to several surrounding cities to request support. Ixion bless you. I hope nothing serious will happen this time." Chapter 37, What Should I Do If I Can't Go Back? Dylan feels that he has now entered a semi-retired life. Every day after getting up from the mycelium coffin, I would cook a bowl of mushroom soup. These were all picked in the forest. The boss said that you can eat any gray mushroom you want. But as a fungi person, eating mushrooms always feels a little weird. Moreover, the soup always has a bland, earthy smell, and a few grains of rock salt must be sprinkled on it to awaken some of the flavor. In addition, maybe because I mentioned the problem of the layers being too dim to the boss before, the mushrooms have started to fluoresce recently. Although it was good that the lighting problem was solved, it was very uncomfortable that the soup also had a faint glow, making him feel like he was drinking a witch's potion. Fortunately, the work is not very leisurely, and my boss won't assign me any tasks except for ground business trips. Only occasionally would some adventurers forget to take away equipment and props, and Dylan would be needed to identify the value, but otherwise there was nothing to worry about. He would occasionally use his free time to go hunting and bring back some edible monsters. After all, you can't always eat mushrooms. The last time he told his boss that he wanted some monsters to improve the food, but he ended up sending him a few mutilated puffballs. Dylan knew that he would have to find a way to add more food to the meal. After all, eating your own colleagues is too. Fortunately, the boss didn't object to him going to the upper level to hunt, and was even quite supportive, but he just instructed him to throw the remaining monsters into the swamp. Finally, in order to improve the quality of life on the 5th floor, he applied for a vacant lot in the marginal area and started to build his own wooden house. Unfortunately, I had to deal with work right after I started. The boss first asked if he knew what magic power and fluctuations were, but how could a pure melee fighter know anything about magic power? After that, he was immediately assigned the task of going to the surface to gather information, and it seemed quite urgent. Not daring to delay, Dylan finally reached the surface after a while, as he was familiar with the route. Then they ran into 3 Adventurers Guild officials who were guarding the entrance to the dungeon. He recognized the leader, a middle-aged adventurer named Marshall, who had been active in Dumbwind Town 10 years ago. But he was a gold-level adventurer, and he had stopped entering dungeons since joining the guild. Seeing someone blocking the door, Dylan, feeling guilty, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What happened? Why block the entrance? You won't check something and find out you're pretending, right? After swallowing, Dylan still gritted his teeth and walked out with his back straight. However, several guild members simply glanced at Dylan and let him out. However, 4 adventurers who were planning to go to the dungeon were stopped. The red-armored warrior knocked the hilt of his sword heavily on the stone slab. Why can't we enter the dungeon? The question was filled with sparks, but Marshall, standing opposite him, stood with his arms folded, appearing quite calm. Most adventurers are like this, raising their voices when encountering problems. I'm used to it. Demon Tide Alert. Seal off the dungeon as requested by the guild. As soon as the word Magic Tide came out, the dissatisfaction of the adventurer on the opposite side seemed to disappear in an instant. Although a demonic tide only occurs once every 10 years in each dungeon, most adventurers have never encountered one before today. But no adventurer is unaware of its reputation as the greatest disaster in the dungeon. No one would object to closing off the dungeon due to the demonic tide. The 4 of them gathered together and whispered for a long time before asking with some doubt. "Excuse me, how long will this closure last? What should I do with the time-limited mission I accepted? I can't just drag it out until the mission fails. Some time-limited tasks require a deposit, and if you fail, the deposit will naturally be lost. However, the guild is obviously experienced and has taken every aspect into consideration. Just go to the guild's front desk and apply for an extension or cancellation of mission. As for the blockade, it will of course last until the demonic tide ends." After saying this, Marshall waved his hand at the adventurers, signaling them to leave quickly. The 4 adventurers left, but Dylan came up, rubbing his hands. "I hid some things on the 2nd floor. Can you let me get them back? It will be quick." "No." Marshall refused without even thinking about it. What did other people's losses have to do with him? Dylan took a half step forward and quietly handed a shiny gold coin to Marshall. Marshall's Adam's apple rolled twice, and his eyes glanced at his 2 colleagues behind him. The people who were carrying out the mission together this time were not people he was familiar with, and he could not guarantee that someone would report him. It was not worth taking the risk just for a few gold coins. Rules are rules. Pushing Dylan away, Marshall rejected his request to return again with a stern face. Dylan scratched his head helplessly. What should I do? The message was heard easily, but it could not be sent back. I always feel that the boss needs a high-level stalker to do these things more than me. After thinking it over, I decided to go to the pub first. As soon as the moldy wooden door was pushed open a crack, the turbid smell of alcohol made Dylan take a step back. It would be no exaggeration to say that the business at the Rotten Willow Tavern today was explosive. The adventurers who couldn't enter the dungeon obviously planned to drown themselves in alcohol. When Dylan walked in, he found that there was no empty seat at all, and the place was crowded with drunk adventurers. If 3 big bosses were to explode here, Dylan shook his head, wondering why he had such a strange thought. A glass of wine. Dylan tapped the bar. The boss scooped out half a bowl of brown liquid from the wooden barrel. There were suspicious stains on the edge of the ceramic bowl. The bowl obviously cannot hold as much as the wooden cup. Finding a place to lean back, Dylan listened carefully to the conversations around him. Unsurprisingly, the topic everyone was discussing was the current demonic tide. Some young people are not aware of the dangers of the demon tide and are still complaining that they are short of money and cannot go to the dungeon and cannot survive. This immediately attracted ridicule from others. Little brat, isn't it good to be alive? You're going to the dungeon now to feed your little meat to the monsters, right? Amid the laughter of the crowd, a retired adventurer with a white beard said some valuable information. Don't worry about having no work. Based on experience, the guild will release assistance tasks in a few days. At that time, there will be countless monsters waiting for you to kill at the entrance of the dungeon, and there will even be guys running out from the deep area. As long as you are not afraid of death, there is plenty of money to be made. Hearing that there was an opportunity to make money, many people in the tavern became excited, which made the old adventurer shake his head. Vera also thanked the old adventurer enthusiastically. If they really couldn't make any money in 10 days or half a month, the 3 of them would have to consider mortgaging their equipment. Dylan knew that monsters would rush out, but it was the first time he heard of the existence of a deep area among them. The monsters from the deep area have all rushed to the surface, so the inside of the dungeon must be even more chaotic. He had never thought about this problem before. Dylan also remembered that he had heard someone say before that after each demon tide, the ecology of each level in the dungeon would change. He is a little worried now, wondering if the boss will be the one to be changed. Chapter 38, Why Are You Passing By My House? Puff, puff. On the spiral corridor, 7 Pudges were jumping up step by step. These stairs, which were tailor-made for humans, were too high for Pudgy, who had short legs and was only half a person's height. He could only move forward step by jumping. These are the Pudges sent to the first level by Lin Jun. Thanks to the Moon Shadow Stone left by a kind adventurer, a strange mineral that changes color every half a day. This allows Lin Jun to count the days even in the underground city. After Dylan didn't come back for 7 consecutive days, and even the adventurers gradually disappeared, Lin Jun clearly realized something big has happened. Could it be that the underground city has expired and is going to be demolished? No matter what, Lin Jun certainly couldn't just sit there and wait for death. In order to find out the truth, in addition to the large team of Pudgy that had been decided earlier to be sent to the lower level to investigate the source of the magic fluctuations, Lin Jun also added a team to go up. Considering that the monsters in the first 4 levels are of lower levels, the number of Pudgy in this group is not large, only 7. As expected, the monsters looked restless and wanted to take a bite of Pudgy as soon as they saw him. But after one shot from the mushroom cannon, the corpses all became quiet. Relying on the strategy that they had learned from Dylan a long time ago, the team almost reached the first level in just 1 day. Half of that time was spent climbing stairs. In fact, although the terrain and ecology of each layer are very different, the stairs connecting the layers are all carved from the same mold. Lin Jun seriously suspected that the builder was lazy and just copied and pasted it. When Pudgy finally reached the first floor, Lin Jun felt a little excited. This was the closest he had ever been to the outside world. In the past, in order not to attract attention, Lin Jun tried not to send Pudgy to other levels. The first floor is a maze of corridors, just as Dylan said. The architectural style is made of ancient bluestone bricks, and at first glance it is quite similar to the 8th floor. However, Unlike the hell-level maze on the 8th floor, the maze on the 1st floor has no teleportation arrays, no traps, and even no monsters. Monsters are sparsely distributed and weak in combat, so even a novice can handle them with ease. Although the corridor structure itself is confusing, this challenge has long been eliminated by the detailed strategy plan. A few Pudges took the shortest route directly towards the gate of the dungeon. He wanted to see what was going on today. Puff. A familiar voice came from the corner ahead, and soon a familiar figure walked out. A wild Poo. Opening the panel, level LV1, 5-dimensional attribute 1, and no other skills except the talent of spreading spores. Its only purpose is to spread its spores when it is eaten by other monsters. It's truly pure and natural. In comparison, those like Lin Jun who have 4 or 5 advanced skills are the kings of mushrooms. The wild Pudgy seemed to be completely oblivious to its fellows and was just wandering along the corridor on its own. Lin Jun's Pudgy shook its mushroom cap slightly, and some spores stuck to the wild Pudgy. Suddenly, there was a new member in the fungus network. Stop! Retracting its legs, this Pudgy obediently accepted Lin Jun's instructions, just like the 7 others next to it. Lin Jun's guess was verified. Pudgy, a low-level monster with no self and only instincts, was too easy to control. Even if it is not produced by him, he can easily control it as long as it is connected to the fungus network. But it doesn't make much sense. With this Pudgy, the team arrived near the gate. When we got near the end, it felt like we had entered an area with a completely different style. The difference was so big that it was almost like we had moved to a new floor. 8 pure black stone pillars stood in the hall, and each pillar was engraved with dark gold geometric patterns. Some kind of metal structure can be vaguely seen on the top of the pillars, connecting the 8 pillars into a ring. 16 chains extend from the ring structure to the middle and finally connect to the intangible circular magic circle suspended in the center. Under the field of magical perception, the magic circle flickered, just like the broken light bulb in the toilet in the previous life. Go across this hall and go forward to the gate to the dungeon. Lin Jun did not let all the Pudgy go, but picked out the wild Pudgy alone to explore the way. When Pudgy arrived at the gate, he saw traps and roadblocks all over the ground. The 12-meter-wide gate was blocked so that only a horizontal gap was left. Through the gap, Lin Jun saw several pairs of terrified eyes and a crossbow aimed at Pudgy. Call out. The poor wild Pudgy was shot and flew 3 meters away, dying instantly, with spores bursting out all over the ground. However, Lin Jun discovered that these spores quickly lost their activity, as if they were affected by the special effects of this hall. Now it is certain that humans blocked the door. I still don't know why, but when I got closer to him just now, I found a bacterial network signal outside the door. 7 Pudges stuck to the corner of the wall and moved to the wall near the door in the blind spot. Lin Jun finally connected with the other party. Dylan, boss, you actually came to the 1st floor? Are you also going to break through the dungeon? For a moment, Dylan was deeply entangled in his heart. Should he stand on the side of humans or mushrooms? What the hell? Stop talking nonsense and tell me why humans sealed the gate to the dungeon. Dylan heaved a sigh of relief when he found out he had misunderstood and quickly told Lin Jun all the information about the demon tide. Then he told Lin Jun that he was dumbfounded. The monsters will rush out en masse. There are even monsters from the deep zone. So before those monsters reach the 1st floor, they have to pass through their 5th floor first. What is this? Dylan also said that the Adventurers Guild has hired almost all idle adventurers to take turns guarding the gate. The fact that we need to be on such high alert fully demonstrates the scale and strength of the monsters in the Demon Tide. Can I stop it myself? Looking at the situation outside the door, it is impossible for me to hide outside the dungeon now. But I'm also a monster after all. If the monsters prioritize rushing to the gate instead of killing each other during the monster tide, it seems that I don't need to worry too much. No matter what, at least we know what happened. Tell Dylan not to get involved in the demonic tide, because his disguise might be exposed during a fight. Lin Jun also had to go back and prepare well. The team of Pudgy that was exploring downwards was now struggling with the monsters on the 7th floor, and Lin Jun also asked them to retreat. Before the demonic tide arrives, we must make as many preparations as possible, and we must also release a batch of Pudgy beyond the limit. The only thing that comforted Lin Jun was that in the secret space in the swamp area, Lin Jun successfully embedded 2 S-level magic crystals on the vehicle. As for the 3rd one, It couldn't fit in due to its size, so it had to be kept for other uses. Although since it was not created by one's own skills, but inherited from the old bat, the added effect was discounted. But 2 S-level magic crystals increased the skill power by 200%, which is also quite gratifying. It's time to officially name it. Let's call it Night. Chapter 39. Is this different from what we agreed? Here they come. The monster has appeared. The sound mixed with fear and excitement made the mercenaries leaning in the shadow of the stone wall straighten their backs at the same time, and the metal armor plates made intermittent crisp sounds when they turned around quickly. Everyone's attention was focused on what was behind the door. Vera also tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, a very ordinary scimitar. His fine steel scimitar was lost in the looting incident, so now he can only use this ordinary iron one. Since the Adventurers Guild offers generous rewards and recruits assistance, even before the battle begins, a considerable amount of hiring money can be obtained every day. So he and Fane and Failing both came. Although some adventurers describe the Demon Tide as terrifying, it is impossible for so many adventurers to fail. What they need to pay attention to is to try not to get injured in the battle. But I didn't expect that after only one day of guarding, the Devil Tide was coming. Vera and the adventurers around her held their breath and adjusted themselves to the best condition. Several adventurers armed with bows and crossbows gathered at the gap in the gate, aiming inside, ready to launch the first wave of shooting at any time. This wait lasted 10 minutes. The adventurers looked at each other and finally looked at the guy who first shouted, "Monster appears." No, that's not right. A monster has indeed appeared. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took a look at the gap. There was only the corpse of Pudgy, and as for the other monsters, there was no trace of them. In the end, it was Marshall who stepped forward to confirm the situation and comforted everyone. There's indeed a walking mushroom running to the door, which means the rules of the dungeon have become weaker. But the main force of monsters should not have arrived yet. It's just that the walking mushrooms on the first floor happened to wander over. Let's relax our guard first. I'll keep watch here. Marshall also breathed a sigh of relief. The guild had previously predicted that the demonic tide would not break out for another 3 to 4 days. It will take a few days for support from surrounding cities to arrive. Gathering adventurers to guard the gate now is just a precaution. He just thought that this what-if had happened. After hearing what Marshall said, everyone put down their weapons and complaints arose one after another. Beside Vera, Fei Ling and Fei Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it is the legendary demonic tide. It would be a lie to say that I am not nervous. But from the beginning, Vera has been looking at an unknown adventurer. The scimitar on that man's waist. Why does it look so familiar? The magic shock once again spread from below to the mushroom garden. It has been happening more and more frequently recently, as if it is a sign that a demonic tide is approaching. Knowing the situation, Lin Jun has begun to actively arrange defenses. Although the demonic tide looked very dangerous, he had made preparations. The best-case scenario, of course, is to be considered a member of the Magic Tide, and then blend into the Magic Tide team and rush up. When other monsters and humans fight, he is responsible for providing free corpse collection services to both sides. However, this situation is too idealistic, and we cannot really pin our hopes on it. The other possibility is that the Magic Tide will attack you as well, and you'll have to fight back for the sake of your mushroom garden. Fortunately, there are only 2 stairs between the 5th and 6th floors, so the defensive pressure is not that great. To put it simply, it is a tower defense game, and Pudgy's most powerful mushroom cannon is suitable for this kind of scenario. At that time, we will add some Pudgys with functions such as spraying mucus, spraying poison mist, and self-destruction. At that time, even if the werewolves on the 10th floor rushed up together, he was confident that he could kill them all on the stairs. As for the connection points between the 4th and 5th layers, just send a small number of Pudgy to block them. Firstly, the monsters shouldn't rush down in the opposite direction. Secondly, even if those low-level monsters come, 10 or so Pudgys will be enough to deal with them. What Lin Jun is really afraid of are those supermodel individuals from the deep area. If a monster of the fire demon level comes, it will be even stronger. But Lin Jun wasn't sure he could stop it. Fortunately, Lin Jun has a backup plan. The main body drives the night and hides deep in the cave in advance, and blows up the entrance if the situation gets bad. He just didn't believe that the monsters would dig a hole in order to have a bite of his mushroom. That means it will be a bit troublesome to dig it out later. For this purpose, Lin Jun specially prepared a few pudges with rock-eating level 3. The old Bat's Cave, which once served as a retreat, is now filled with most of Lin Jun's possessions, including equipment items left behind by adventurers, parasitic tree species, valuable materials taken from monsters, and a small pile of gold coins. At first glance, it looks like a small dragon treasure. In addition, 20 pudges that are full of magical power and are used simply as batteries are prepared. Even if the entire cave collapsed unexpectedly, he would be able to hold on until he dug it out. Well, whenever he had to prepare a way out for himself, Lin Jun would always think of the figure who opened the scroll in front of him and disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, he asked Dylan and found out that there was no such thing as a teleportation scroll in this world. The only way to teleport is through a complex ritual array, and a scroll alone cannot support teleportation magic. The scroll that person used was not a teleportation scroll, but an escape scroll found in a dungeon treasure chest. The principle is to use the power of the dungeon's own rules to eject the user directly. This kind of scroll is produced in small quantities, but the price is not too expensive. The reason is that this pop-up only ensures that the user leaves the dungeon range, and the location it pops to is completely random. Safety ejection is a low-probability event, and it is normal for it to occur underground or in the sky. If you don't have any special survival skills, using this scroll is tantamount to seeking death. Having said that, if you can get one, it would be okay to use it to gamble when you're desperate. Relying on these abilities of the night, the possibility of survival is quite high. With Lin Jun's mobilization, the pudges were almost ready. The 2 staircases leading to the 6th floor were equipped with no less than 400 pudges of various species. There were 30 soldiers deployed at each staircase connecting to the upper level. The main body and the knight, along with about 50 pudges, are in the cave as a last resort. Now all that's left is to collect the 100 or so pudges that had previously explored downwards. These pudges have just walked onto the stairs leading to the 5th floor. Another wave of magical power came, and Lin Jun was almost used to it. However, this shock seems to be different from the previous ones, and it lasted for a long time. It's not over yet. Is a bit too long? Not only that, as time goes by, the shock has not weakened, but has become stronger. Finally, a tsunami-like magical wave formed, which made Lin Jun dizzy. What the hell? The magic tide has begun. When the waves finally subsided, Lin Jun found something wrong. The more than 100 pudges that were just climbing the stairs have all lost contact. The original stairs no longer exist, and in their place is an ever-expanding dark crack. Faint roars of beasts could be heard from within. This is the magic tide. It seems to be a little different from what I thought. What's more crucial is that it wasn't just this staircase that mutated. The other staircase leading to the 4th floor, which was guarded by only 30 pudges, also turned into that kind of crack. You can't play dirty like this. Before Lin Jun could go crazy, a head covered with hexagonal scales, shaped like a monitor lizard, poked out from the crack. The monster's vertically narrow golden pupils moved slightly, sweeping across all the people present. Chapter 40, Where Does the Dragon Come From? Dumwin Town, Adventurers Guild Branch. Mirabelle burst into the president's office. Oberon glanced at his own intelligence chief with dissatisfaction and lectured him. You didn't even knock on the door. What a panic you are in. No, not good. Mirabelle panted and spoke intermittently. The detection crystal detected strong magic power. Strong magic shock detected. Seeing that Mirabelle was out of breath, Oberon simply finished her words for her. It's just that the demonic tide broke out 2 days in advance. There's nothing to worry about. Oberon now looked like he had everything under control and was not at all as anxious as he was when he first learned about the demonic tide. The 2 cities around Dumwin Town, Yufan Port and Norwade, both agreed to send troops to suppress the demon tide. It will only take 2 or 3 days to reach Yafeng Town. The demonic tide is always weak at first and then strong. Even if it breaks out now, the pressure in the first few days will not be too great. He recruited a large number of adventurers in advance, which should be more than enough to deal with the monsters that escaped in the first few days. By the time the demonic tide develops to the point where the adventurers can no longer handle it, the army should have arrived long ago. So, there is absolutely no need to panic. Mirabelle looks like she's still not experienced enough. Oberon looked disappointed with Mirabelle and shook his head slightly. He gracefully picked up the small cup on the table and took a sip of the moon wine produced in the archipelago. However, Mirabelle didn't seem to have finished her words yet, and continued. No, not only the magic vibration, but also resonance. Ahem. Oberon coughed up all the wine he had just drunk and subconsciously retorted. Impossible. There is a demonic tide in other dungeons. There is no way the headquarters would not inform me. It's not the dungeon in the United Kingdom. Mirabelle finally calmed down and said anxiously, It's the Dragoncliff Dungeon in the Hermit Empire. Dragoncliff Dungeon, one of the 6 large dungeons in this world, is located in the northernmost part of the Hermit Empire, close to the wasteland. The monsters inside are mainly dragon beasts, and their strength is much higher than that of the Amethyst Dungeon. The so-called resonance refers to the situation where the internal spaces of 2 dungeons that are hit by demonic tides at the same time are interconnected. In this case, the statement that the demonic tide is not very strong in the first few days is no longer applicable, because the layer on your side may be directly connected to the deep area on the opposite side. Other dangers of resonance depend on the object of resonance. This time, the resonance with the Dragoncliff Dungeon was much stronger than Amethyst, and it was obviously a very dangerous one. But how is this possible? It spans half the continent. Oberon was still unwilling to accept it. Chapter President. Dungeon resonance has nothing to do with distance. The important thing now is to find a solution quickly. Adventurers who are unprepared will be defeated at the first sign of encountering a dragon beast. Mirabelle's voice rose in pitch, and she looked like she was going crazy with anxiety. If the demonic tide really destroyed Mute Wind Town, neither she nor Oberon would be in any good situation. You go and send all the forces of the guild over there. Tell the logistics department to take out all the props for dealing with dragons and send them all to the gate. I will contact the troops right away and ask them to speed up their journey. Mirabelle nodded and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Oberon again. By the way, don't announce the resonance. Just let our people take the props. Mirabelle looked towards Oberon with a hint of fear in her eyes. She understood that Oberon did this to prevent the adventurers from backing down when faced with difficulties. It seems to be the right choice for now. But so cruel. The completely unaware adventurers will undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties when faced with the sudden change in the demonic tide. Oberon is going to use their lives to hold back this demonic tide. Break out of the dungeon, destruction. Get out. Get rid of those vague voices that pop up in your head. The dungeon monsters are affected by this thing. The voice is quite magnetic, but it seems to be of no use to me. Compared to this sound, the monster that appeared on the 5th floor made Lin Jun more nervous. Dragon, are you sure? When the head completely popped out of the crack, Lin Jun was completely devastated. Is there a dragon in the deep zone? How come I don't know? The dragon body appeared. Lin Jun was relieved instead. This is not a dragon. Instead, it was a monster that stood on all 4s, looking like a dragon, but not really a dragon. Pulling open the panel also reveals its identity. Race: Dragon Beast Blade Tail Whip Dragon. Level: LV42. Draco Beasts, a fairly large category. Any monster with a bit of dragon blood can be included. I thought it was a real dragon and was shocked. However, even the dragon beast is not weak. The scales on its body alone provide level 5 magic resistance. If you use your own mushroom cannon to hit it, the effect will be weakened a lot. So what will this dragon do? Attack yourself, or go straight to the upper level. The tail of the Blade Tail Whip Dragon was seen growing longer and longer, its dark red scales slightly curled up, and the bone blades on both sides completely extended outward. When all the joints were fully extended, the tail extended from the original 2 meters to a blood-red whip of more than 10 meters. It twisted its butt, and the long whip made a sound of wind as it swung towards the Pugis. Fortunately, Lin Jun was prepared. Assault Ejection LV5. The Pugis all jumped back and avoided the tail whip. No wonder it is called Blade Tail Whip Dragon. The name is very appropriate. But we still have to fight. As soon as the Blade Tail Whip Dragon swung its tail, the Pugis mushroom cannons landed on it. The huge 5-meter-long body made it almost impossible for Pudgy to miss. More than 100 mushroom shells bombarded the blade-tailed whip dragon, and even with its highly resistant scales, half of its body was blown into a bloody mess, and it could only wail in its dying breath. To be honest, Lin Jun has no shortage of firepower. In comparison, the 2 agile orcs of similar level are much more difficult to deal with. But there's nothing to be proud of because this is obviously just the beginning. Two more dragon beasts of different species rushed out from the rift. One of them actually had wings and flew into the air as soon as it came out. Judging from the speed, it was the agile type that Lin Jun hated. As more and more monsters poured out from the rifts, the battle quickly entered a white-hot stage. And this is just the guarded entrance. On the other side, the rift guarded by only 30 Pudges was in a terrible state. A two-headed dragon beast crawled out from it. The Pudges tried to attack, but the mushroom cannon was offset by the flames it sprayed. The two Pudges that were close to them were burnt to a crisp on the spot. I really can't hold it. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from the crack, circled in the air, and swooped down suddenly. Landed on the back of the two-headed dragon beast. The two claws suddenly grabbed the dragon beast's neck, and the knuckles directly crushed the scales on the neck, and a large amount of blood oozed out from between the claws. Then the sharp claws pulled the dragon beast's neck and lifted it up. No matter how the two-headed dragon twisted and spit fire, it was useless. In the end, the two heads were pulled off. Too violent. Lin Jun could now see clearly what this thing looked like. The human-shaped body is wrapped in scales with a texture between cold iron and black jade. The folded dragon wings are attached to the spine, and there is a huge tail behind it. Under the scales covering the cheeks, one can see a set of facial features that resemble those of a human. Race, Dragon Man. Level, LV58. The Dragon Man's nose twitched slightly, and his golden vertical pupils looked at the Pudges not far away. After seeing the plump and soft bodies of the Pudges, he looked down at the hard dragon head in his hand. The two dragon beast heads were thrown on the ground like garbage. The next second, the Dragon Man had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and picked up a struggling Pudgy. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and took a big bite with great anticipation. Chapter 41, First Sight. While chewing the still-twisting Pudgy in big mouthfuls, he easily dodged the mushroom cannon. This Dragon Man actually had a happy expression on his face. Hey guys, you think my Pudgy is delicious, right? Lin Jun simply took over the assisting aiming himself. Predict, block movement in advance, and cover with firepower. Very good, one shot missed. This Dragon Man was the fastest he had ever seen. Not only is it fast in a straight line, it also accelerates quickly, decelerates quickly, and turns quickly. This guy is all around fast. It's fast, but also extremely destructive. She is definitely a supermodel among supermodels. After trying to attack several times, Lin Jun gave up. It was a waste of energy. Moreover, other monsters have emerged from the rifts, so this place is bound to be lost. When Lin Jun was thinking this, the Dragon Man rushed forward in the blink of an eye and took off the heads of the two monsters. After the monster came out, it planned to eat the Pudgy in front of it. Protect food. Lin Jun did not let the remaining Pudgy fight, but just gathered them all in front of the rift to make sure that the monsters that came out would notice them first. He had intended to use the Dragon Man's protection of food, but the next monster that came out still gave him a bit of a scare. Just by stretching out a claw from the crack, a cold breath swept over. A huge monster with bulging muscles all over its body and a large number of sharp exoskeletons. It squeezed out of the crack with some difficulty. Race, Rat Tribe, Frost Skeleton Giant Rat. Level, LV54. It is called a rat clan, but with its huge body nearly 7 meters tall, it is hard to associate it with a rat. If you have to say something, the only similarity is the pointed head. The Dragon Man and the Giant Rat. Both are powerful monsters over level 50. The monsters coming out of the rift on this side seem to be much stronger than those on the other side. After the Giant Rat came out, it naturally noticed Pudgy, who was half frozen in front of it. The sturdy forelimbs stretched out, ready to beat these little creatures to death. Before the claws fell, the black figure rushed straight towards him. The Dragon Man seemed very small compared to the Giant Rat, but he knocked the Giant Rat directly to the ground. The Dragon Man's sharp claws slashed across, tearing the flesh on the Giant Rat's chest, causing it to howl in pain. The Giant Rat roared and sprayed a large amount of frost at the Dragon Man in front of it. The two monsters started fighting in front of the rift. Although the Dragon Man had the upper hand, the Giant Rat was not without the power to resist. All the monsters that emerged later were affected without exception, and were either crushed to death or frozen to death. The Pudges hid far away, ready to become snacks for the winter. Lin Jun also specially prepared a dozen hallucinogenic Pudges as a snack and was on his way there. I don't know if I can get some benefit from this. In short, the trouble with the rift here has been resolved at least temporarily. But Lin Jun didn't feel relaxed. After the 2 cracks, the third trouble appeared. The monsters from the lower floors began to rush to the 5th floor. Looking down from the edge of the stairs, monsters of different kinds were swarming up in layers like insects. The circular staircase, which was originally quite spacious, was now so crowded that there was no extra space, and a few people were squeezed down from time to time. Monsters rarely attack each other. Lin Jun even saw the natural enemies coming up side by side. Why do I feel like the other monsters are all members of the dungeon family, and I am just an outsider? Don't play with me. Then die. More than 100 Pudges filled the edge of the corridor, pouring down mushroom cannons from above. The monsters that had nowhere to hide suffered heavy damage at once, and those in the front were directly hit by the wall. Of course there will be counterattacks, but due to the height difference, not many can hurt Pudgy. The spikes and water guns shot from below would occasionally take away 1 or 2 Pudges. But the new Pudgy will immediately fill the vacancy and will not have any impact. Most of the monsters coming now are from the 6th level, so the pressure is not that great. But in the future, monsters from the lower levels, or even the deep levels, will probably appear. Moreover, it is unlikely that this kind of black crack would only appear on the 5th floor. In front of the gate of Amethyst Dungeon, the adventurers were looking through the gaps and shooting at the monsters that were charging at the roadblock. The levels of these monsters are not high. However, there is a question lingering in everyone's mind. In the monster team, in addition to the common types on the 1st and 2nd floors, there seem to be some new types. A 1-meter-long flying worm with a horrific mouthpart. A small dragon beast with thick hind legs that runs very fast. There used to be these things in the Amethyst Dungeon. However, during the battle, no one mentioned this distraction. Anyway, these new varieties are not very strong, so they have no impact. Adventurers Guild, inside the president's office. Oberon, who had been monitoring the gate with the surveillance crystal, breathed a sigh of relief. It is a blessing in disguise that there is no direct connection to the lower area of the Dragon Cliff Dungeon. If we can keep this pace. In the crystal screen, the adventurer standing at the gate seemed to have seen something and became visibly panicked. People dodged to the sides, and only one adventurer was still leaning against the gap and trying to look inside. This scene made Oberon nervous as well. No way. It seems like the more you fear something, the more it will come. The exit blocked by wooden boards and stones cracked like a fragile eggshell in front of the huge body covered with scales. A 2-meter-tall giant lizard rushed out from the debris, swinging its long tail covered with bone spurs. The poor guy who didn't escape in time was crushed by the rolling rubble. Faced with the sudden change, the adventurers present had their hair standing on end. Marshall was indeed a veteran gold-level adventurer. He was the first to react and woke everyone up with a roar. "Why are you all just standing there attacking?" As he said this, he rushed forward first. Although the monitor lizard is huge in size, it is also extremely powerful when charging. But when it broke open the door just now, it was also dizzy from the shock. Under the concentrated fire of the adventurers, he soon fell down. However, the gate had been opened, and the monsters were no longer hindered and rushed out one after another. The scene fell into chaos for a moment. The machete stabbed into the abdomen of a flying worm, cutting it open. Vera quickly wiped the blood off the knife with a cloth. It was not because he loved this ordinary scimitar, but because he discovered that the blood of these flying worms was actually corrosive. If I let the blood stick to it, this scimitar would become rotten iron before the end of the day. Failing, Fane, don't leave my side. After receiving a positive response from behind, Vera looked around. Although many monsters rushed out, the situation did not get out of control. Several mages worked together and used magic to temporarily stop the subsequent monsters. Although there are quite a few monsters that have escaped, their levels are not very high. Most of those present were experienced adventurers, some of whom were at the silver level like himself. There are also more than 10 gold-level adventurers who are as powerful as Marshall. The clearing should be completed soon, but Vera was still very worried. Didn't they say that the demon tide wasn't very strong in the first few days? As a result, the gate was breached on the first day. Glancing at the 2 sisters behind her, Vera made up her mind. If the situation is really bad, even if the guild cancels their adventurer qualifications as punishment, they must evacuate in advance. Chapter 42 Prelude to Collapse. Level up LV 50 LV 51. After the battle lasted for most of the day, Lin Jun was promoted. It hasn't been long since the last upgrade. As expected of the demonic tide, there's so much experience. Inside the stairs, one shot from Pudgy can affect 6 or 7 monsters. Normally, there's no such a good output environment. However, as time went on, the monsters gradually became stronger. In addition to some dragon beasts, Lin Jun also saw flesh and blood monsters from the 9th floor. These things are more troublesome than dragon beasts. The vitality and recovery ability are too strong. So strong that it made him sick. Even if it is blown to pieces, as long as the core part is still alive, it can absorb the surrounding debris and reassemble a deformed body. And now, the stairs are full of pieces of meat again. Fortunately, the size of the body that each flesh monster can control is limited. Otherwise, Lin Jun would have no way to assemble a giant one. The current situation is that although the flesh and blood monsters are difficult to kill, they are also suppressed and unable to climb up. The situation on this side of the rift is much more difficult. It's a special terrain where there are no stairs and thousands of troops have to cross a single plank bridge. The firepower gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of the monsters pouring out, and the siege turned into a melee. Without any reinforcements, the Pudgys will probably be unable to hold on for long, but that was also expected. The unexpected thing was the dragon people. The giant rat that was fighting with the dragon man has turned into a piece of meat on the ground. At the end of the fight, the dragon man became furious. Not only did he crush the giant rat's throat, but he also tore it to pieces after it fell down. This battle obviously consumed a lot of the dragon man's energy, so much so that it didn't even bother to guard all the Pudgys. Just now, it seemed to have figured it out, and directly packed up 6 Pudgys and flew towards the forest. Without the dragon man, the monsters can move freely. After entering the 5th floor, I started running around like a headless fly. Large areas of fungal mats were trampled and mushrooms were crushed. What I worried about came true. Although the monsters received the order and wanted to rush out of the dungeon, this order obviously did not include navigation. The only fungal blankets that remained intact on the 5th floor were probably those hanging on the dome. Fortunately, enough monsters have been killed so far. If you can't prevent the mushroom garden from being destroyed, try to minimize the time and cost of rebuilding it. Nothing speeds up reconstruction more than a large number of corpses. Now, all the monsters are trying to rush upwards and will not eat the corpses on the ground. Only the dragon man, an odd creature, was completely focused on chewing Pudgy. The rift can no longer be blocked, and if we continue to guard the stairs, we will soon be surrounded. Lin Jun commanded 2 Pudgy teams and began to fight while retreating to the swamp area, where the terrain was most suitable for Pudgy to make a final counterattack. In order to maximize firepower while retreating, Lin Jun even developed a rear jump round shooting tactic. After the front row fired a volley of Pudgy, he took advantage of the opportunity to regroup his magic power and jump to the back row. By jumping and fighting like this, the monsters left behind quite a few corpses. Once the Pudgys entered the swamp area, the battle entered its final stage. The mobility of small monsters is greatly weakened after entering the swamp, so they are not to be feared. The ones that are really threatening are those that can fly, and those that are huge. The remaining less than 500 Pudgys started a final battle with the monsters rushing in from all directions. The plan has almost been executed at this point, as monsters have already started wandering around the cave. Lin Jun decisively detonated several self-destructive bombs at the entrance of the cave, sealing the entrance. By the way, the fat Pudgy who was being held and bitten by the dragon man in the forest also exploded. Is this really a buffet? Fatty Pudgy was found hiding in a cave at the edge of the forest. Self-destruction certainly won't kill it, and it's hard to even hurt it. Lin Jun can't do anything about it now. The previous poisoning plan also failed. I don't know if it can tell the difference. It only eats the cannon mushroom or the self-exploding Pudgy. I just hope it can leave the 5th floor as soon as possible with the other dragon beasts. But then again, after the demon tide, wouldn't there be a large number of high-level monsters left in all classes? It is not known whether they will automatically return to the lower level or the dungeon itself will deal with them. I always feel that there are more and more problems in this dungeon, including the suspicious sound that caused the magic tide. However, I'm just a weak mushroom now and shouldn't think so much. I'll wait until I reach level 99 and then go find out. No longer thinking about the dungeon, Lin Jun squatted in the cave and watched the live broadcast outside. Although the fungal carpets and mushrooms on the ground were trampled into pieces, those on the dome were not greatly affected. Thanks to them, Lin Jun was still able to observe the outside world. It's just that the signal underground was a little weak. What was coming up from the lower areas was becoming more and more outrageous. The three-headed basilisk leaves a trail of venom wherever it crawls. I wonder if we can still grow mushrooms on it in the future. The beetle, with flames burning all over its body, successfully set Dylan's loving cabin on fire. There's even oversized golem, which is so huge that it is amazing that it can climb up. These monsters came out one after another. If they found the stairs, they would continue to rush up. If they didn't find any, they would run around in panic. Fortunately, no one is interested in the collapsed cave, except for a certain dragon man. Lin Jun saw the dragon man come out of the forest and head straight towards the cave. What is this for? I found these poofs in the cave. The dead puffballs on the 5th floor are all over the floor. Do we have to eat fresh ones? However, even if it sensed it, it should not be able to dig in. But, just in case, we still need to be prepared. No, it's impossible to stop it. At the gate of the dungeon, from a certain moment on, the strength of the monsters suddenly increased significantly. Flesh monsters, high-level dragon beasts. The adventurers were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. Even 2 gold-level adventurers were sacrificed. And it's not just this batch that's strong. The further you go in the back, the more powerful monsters there are. By now, the casualties have reached the limit that the adventurers can tolerate. Many people have already given up and are planning to find an opportunity to escape. No retreat. If you retreat, will Yafeng Town suffer? Anyone who dares to escape from the guild will have his adventurer status revoked. Reinforcements are coming soon. Hold on. After the crisis, everyone's bounty will be tripled. Oberon actually came to the front line in person at this time. In fact, he had no choice but to come. He now stood up and made a gesture of fighting to the death. After being defeated, he could still gain some sympathy by saying that he fought to the death and broke through with serious injuries. When the time comes, the association will hold him accountable and may deal with him appropriately. As Oberon shouted in response, the luxurious and exquisite wand in his hand emitted a dazzling light. 7th level light magic, arrow of the sky. Several arrows composed of rays of light shot out and accurately hit several small dragon beasts flying in the air. With Oberon's encouragement, the morale of the adventurers was finally boosted a little. But he knew that collapse was only a matter of time. After all, the so-called reinforcements that will arrive soon are actually still a whole day away. And after a day, it is unknown how many of these adventurers will be able to escape with their lives. As for himself, at level 55, although it is impossible to stop the tide of demons, it is still very easy to escape in the chaos after the morale collapses. Slightly change the name. Draco. Calling them Yalong is a bit of a compliment to them. Level 3 magic, level 3 magic. All spells have ranks. Wind magic level 6 means that you can use up to level 6 wind magic spells. Chapter 43, Don't Come Over Here. Boom! The explosion sounded in the forest under the cover of night. Vera knew that it was failing using thunder arrows to stop the flesh and blood monster behind him. Don't stop, it will catch up soon. After hearing Fei Ling's words, Vera, who was carrying Fei Yin on her back, quickened her pace. In fact, if the monster wasn't reluctant to part with the pieces of meat that were blown away, it would have to pick them up again every time. The 3 of them should have been caught up long ago. Even so, Fei Ling's thunder arrows have been used up, and he might not be able to escape if he is caught again. The reason why the 3 of them appeared here was naturally because the gate had been breached. The collapse happened in an instant. Shortly after the branch president named Oberon finished speaking, the horrible monster crawled out of the dungeon. Vera still remembers how it looked when it came out. The diamond-shaped scales glowed with a strange color under the setting sun, and dark green venom continuously oozed out of its body. 3 snake heads twisted and slithered in the air, greedily looking down at everyone present. In front of it, Vera felt like a trapped prey that could only be devoured by it. Fortunately, the 3-headed snake did not target him in the end, but instead aimed at the branch president, who was the most gorgeously dressed. Oberon didn't seem to expect that he would be the first to be attacked while standing in the back row. Faced with the venom spewed out by the 3 snake heads at the same time, he hastily cast a wall of light, but it was corroded in an instant. The venom covered half of his body, and all the adventurers heard the sizzling sound of his flesh being corroded, as well as his inhuman screams. In the end, Marshall grabbed Oberon and fled the battlefield. The two top stewards fled in panic. So who among the remaining adventurers dared to fight to the death? The defense line that had been barely maintained collapsed in an instant, and everyone scrambled to escape, wishing they had grown 2 more legs. The monsters seemed to have started a buffet mode. As long as you could catch up, you could eat. Fortunately, Vera and his men moved to the edge of the team early and were not killed in the first wave. But before they could run, a dragon beast's 10-meter-long tail cut off 2 adventurers in succession and swept towards them. The scimitar in Vera's hand was already full of gaps and could not withstand this attack at all. At the critical moment, Fane cast an impact magic on the spot, which bounced the 3 people away and barely escaped the fate of being dismembered. But Fane herself was still cut in the chest. Although he drank the healing potion in time, he remained unconscious. Vera could only run away, carrying her on her back. They did not flee towards the direction of Mute Wind Town, because there were more adventurers running there, and even more monsters chasing them. In the chaos, Vera could only escape into the forest on the west side. Luckily, there was only one monster chasing them. Unfortunately, they couldn't solve this one. Although Vera did not recognize the monster at the back that was made up of human and monster corpses, her style undoubtedly came from the 9th floor. Even if the 3 of them were in full condition, they might not be able to defeat them, let alone now. Along the way, they relied on Fei Ling's 5 thunder arrows to delay time. But now, this special arrow has run out. The sound of bushes being crushed was heard again behind me. Here we go again. Fei Ling's voice was tired and desperate. They really had no other choice. At this time, Vera said, "Fei Ling, give me the bow and arrow, and you carry Feine and run." No. Fei Ling immediately understood what Vera meant. He wanted to lure the monster away by himself. "I'll be the one to go. I'm faster than you, so maybe I can get away. No one can escape if they go." Vera directly exposed her lie. "You know I can't just leave you alone. I can watch you die. What about Feine? She won't agree to it." Vera sighed, stopped, and put Feine next to the tree. He drew the tattered scimitar from his waist and turned to face the deformed monster that was running towards them. "Well, hopefully it brings the 3 of us closer together." Fei Ling's 2 arrows shot into the flesh, but did not affect the monster's movements at all. It rushed straight towards them with its twisted flesh and blood. A light breeze blew by, and Vera held the hilt of the sword horizontally, assuming the starting stance for his combat skills. Dying in battle is the last dignity of an adventurer. The monster was getting closer, and the wind was getting louder. Finally, a whirlwind formed around it, causing Vera's body to sway and she to lose her balance. Wind. This monster can also make the wind. Under the strong wind, Vera couldn't even launch the final attack. I could only accept my fate and close my eyes. The roar of the monster in my ears is getting louder and louder, more and more miserable. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a flesh and blood monster spinning in the air. It struggled and wailed, but it felt like it had been cut into pieces and was minced into pieces bit by bit in the whirlwind. Even its core was no exception. 8th level magic, wind, tunnel. The blood of Sargus has all come out. It seems that I'm still a little late. At some point, an old man in a gray robe and holding a staff appeared behind Vera. 2 young men. "Can you tell me about the situation over there?" Vera, who had just escaped death, came to his senses and glanced at the badge representing the Relic Association on the old man's chest. The gate's defenses were breached, the branch president was seriously injured and was taken away, and I don't know what else happened. "Thank you for the information. Give this potion to your companion. It would be bad for the little girl to be left with a scar." As he spoke, the old man took out a small bottle of potion from under his robe and handed it to Vera. After Vera took it, a gust of wind blew up around them, and the old man was carried towards the direction of Yafeng Town. After the old man left, Vera and Fei Ling looked at each other. Only then did Fei Ling's legs go limp, and she leaned directly against Fei Yin. He covered his face and started crying and laughing at the same time. Vera squatted down and carefully fed the potion to Fei Yin. The effect was immediate. The chest, which was originally a bloody mess, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Limb regeneration potion. Vera knew that the old man was no simple person, and the potion he gave must be a good thing. But I didn't expect it to be a top-level potion like the limb regeneration potion. It's a bit of luxury. The price of this tube alone is more than what the 3 of them can earn in a year. He woke up Feine. who had recovered and was even in the best condition among the three. After giving her a general explanation of the situation, the three of them continued walking westward, intending to go straight through the forest. Although the old man has already rushed to Dumbwind Town, Vera doesn't want to take any more risks. After the three of them discussed it, they decided to go to the surrounding areas to rest first, and then make long-term plans after the situation calmed down. Hallucinogenic spores filled the entire cave, and the continuous spraying almost drained all of Night Pudgy's stocks. That stubborn dragon man really dug a hole towards here. It must have some kind of detection skills. Unfortunately, it was too late for Lin Jun to see it. Its claws can easily dig through the rocks, and it can dig holes and get into caves like a mole. It's probably been dug halfway now. There was no other way. In order to welcome it, Lin Jun had to offer the highest standard of treatment. Not only was an extremely concentrated poisonous fog prepared, but there were also 6 disposable mycelium cannon barrels extending from behind the Night Pudgy. With the blessing of 200% extra skill power, give it a big gift as soon as it comes out. Chapter 44, Ancient Dragon. Lin Jun was in a cave full of spores, waiting for the evil guest to come. However, new changes occurred on the 5th floor. The rift where the Dragon Man and the giant rat ran out has not had any monsters refresh for a while. Now it has become even more unstable. The space around the crack was slightly distorted and seemed to be expanding. This change made Lin Jun shudder with fear. He didn't understand anything related to space, but this was definitely dangerous. He didn't want his 5th floor to become a Jedi with space shattered. Or maybe there could be a few more permanent cracks, so anyone could stop by and take a look. No matter how much she didn't want to, Lin Jun was helpless about these changes. And right now, dealing with the dragon talents is the top priority. Here we come. From Lin Jun's magical perception perspective, the Dragon Man had already dug to the edge. Click! A rock wall cracked slightly. The next second, a pair of sharp claws broke through the stone. The Dragon Man's head popped out soon after, and his blazing golden dragon eyes swept into the cave. In front of it was the long-awaited Night Pudgy and 6 tentacle mushroom cannons that were fully charged and on the verge of firing. Surprised? 6 triple-power mushroom cannons, all directly hit the confused Dragon Man. Still a headshot. There was a huge explosion mixed with violent vibrations, and the entire rock wall was shattered. The roof of the cave collapsed due to the tremor, and large pieces of rubble fell down, burying the Dragon Man. The cave was barely stabilized only after 1/3 of its area collapsed. Lin Jun had no choice. Facing the Dragon Man, it was no longer the time to consider whether the cave would collapse or not. But it's not over yet. The pile of rocks suddenly exploded, and the Dragon Man rushed out from it, but he did not rush directly towards the Night Pudgy. Instead, it ran around the cave at an extremely fast speed and finally stopped in a corner. The Dragon Man looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Not only was his head covered in blood, but most of the scales on his face had also fallen off, and one of the horns on his head was even broken off. Maybe he was hit hard, so he is now huddled in the corner, growling and not daring to move forward easily. Lin Jun was a little surprised by the Dragon Man's current appearance. Originally, its facial features were hidden under thick scales, and with the horns, it looked more like a dragon. Now, that most of the scales have fallen off, the facial features are exposed, and it actually looks more like a human face. Of course, none of this matters. Being able to maintain a confrontation with the Dragon Man at this time was exactly what Lin Jun wanted. The 6 mycelium tentacle mushroom cannons on his body are all disposable. After using them just now, the recoil shattered the tentacles. Even if it can still be used, it is estimated that it will not be able to defeat the Dragon Man whose movements are not restricted. Lin Jun's trump card has always been the hallucinogenic spores that permeate the air. Although anything related to dragons will have high resistance does not mean immunity, as long as time is long enough. Unfortunately, the Dragon Man finally took action. Its body turned into a residual shadow, circling around Lin Jun, approaching little by little. It was obvious that it was really hurt by the beating, and it did not have any of the recklessness it had when fighting the giant rat. However, Lin Jun likes it this way. If he goes straight to the point, he may not be able to react. Seeing that the Dragon Man was close enough, the knight trembled slightly. Subsonic attack LV6. The Dragon Man's internal organs were attacked, and his movements suddenly stopped. He didn't have time to turn around, and just followed inertia and crashed into the rock wall again. Lin Jun fired another mushroom cannon shot over there without hesitation, causing the cave to collapse by half again, burying the Dragon Man. The power of the infrasonic attack is far less than that of the mushroom cannon of the same level. But its advantage is that it ignores defense and directly causes damage to the body's internal organs. Even if Lin Jun's infrasound was only level 6, in a confined space like a cave, with the amplification of the symbiotic crystal, it was enough to cause certain damage to the Dragon Man and disrupt its rhythm. The pile of rocks was pushed away, and the Dragon Man, who crawled out this time, looked less energetic. But it did not delay. Instead, it rushed over, straight over. Subsonic attack LV6. Dodge LV7. By interrupting its movement, Lin Jun avoided this straight-line attack. But the Dragon Man had learned his lesson and did not use his full strength in this charge. After being disturbed, he adjusted his posture in time, made a circle, and rushed over again in the gap between Lin Jun's sonic attacks. What a keen combat intuition. Facing the sharp claws swung by the Dragon Man, at the critical moment, the Knight Pudgy pressed his body down slightly and bounced up. Assault ejection LV5. The claws crossed with the Knight. Avoided it, but not completely. A claw mark was left on the Knight's shell, almost damaging the inside. The situation seems to be getting bad. What about hallucinogenic spores? I've smoked so much and it still hasn't worked. The Dragon Man seemed to realize that he was gradually gaining the upper hand, and he grinned excitedly, revealing 2 rows of shark teeth. It adjusted its posture and pounced again. However, this time, the Dragon Man had just rushed halfway when his limbs became unbalanced and he rolled into a ball on the ground. This time it wasn't Lin Jun who did anything. The infrasonic attack was almost ready. In fact, Lin Jun himself now feels weak all over and his mycelium is soft. There's one more status on the panel. Dragon Power, total attributes reduced by 50%. What the hell? Lin Jun quickly scanned the 5th floor. The unstable crack in the space suddenly expanded in a circle without anyone noticing. A 5-meter-long giant claw grabbed the edge of the crack, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently. Groar! The terrifying roar that came from the crack echoed throughout the entire 5th floor. It was only because Lin Jun's body was buried underground that he didn't hear it at the first time. But not hearing it doesn't mean you won't be affected. That long way is the best evidence. In other words, the owner of that claw is a dragon. Not a drake or a subdrake, but a real dragon. Judging from the size of its claws, the dragon definitely can't fit through the rift unless it continues to tear it wider. Don't. I can't have all the bad luck happen to me. Lin Jun trembled under the dragon's might, and the Dragon Man opposite him looked even more miserable. He actually dug a hole on the spot and buried his upper body in it to pretend to be an ostrich. The dragon claw seemed to want to continue tearing open the cracks, but suddenly a large number of electric arcs flashed into space. Electric arcs hit the dragon's claws one after another, blowing off a piece of dragon scales. The dragon felt pain and actually loosened its claws. But at the end, he let out another angry roar towards this side. Then, the electric arc wrapped around the crack, causing it to shrink smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. After the crack disappeared, this location returned to its original state of stairs connecting the 4th and 5th floors. The stairs were clean, as if nothing had happened. It was a long time after the crack disappeared that the negative state on Lin Jun disappeared. The Dragon Man was half buried in the soil, motionless. The Knight raised his short legs and kicked it out. The Dragon Man crashed into the rock wall behind him and collapsed. The hallucinogenic spores are finally working. I didn't expect that. Longwei actually helped him. The Knight came to the Dragon Man, looked at the little face, and stomped on it hard. This is not an ordinary step. This is trampling level 3. After stomping on the enemy 30 times in a row, he finally lowered the bloodline and then sprinkled parasitic spores elegantly. After the spores are completely integrated into the flesh and blood and then completely transformed into a parasitic puppet, you'll have an extra trump card. Finally relaxing, Lin Jun also had time to take a detailed look at the Dragon Man's panel. Before, he was either directing the battle, setting traps, or simply fighting with the Dragon Man. I only had time to glance at its basic properties. Now, when he pulled it down and took a look, he saw a row of LV8 and LV9, which made Lin Jun very excited. However, the excitement soon disappeared. Among the large amount of information, 3 special entries were picked out by Lin Jun. Racial talent, blood of the ancient dragon, all attributes increased by 20%. Mark of revenge, transferred to the murderer after death. The caster can track the murderer and cause additional damage to the murderer. Title, Descendant of the Ancient Dragon. Main attribute increased by 50%. Thinking of the Dragon Claw just now. Is there any way to cancel Fusion Parasite? Chapter 45, After the Demonic Tide. What to do? Lin Jun was really dumbfounded now. No matter how I think about it, this dragon person in front of me must be the daughter of the ancient dragon. That's right, daughter. Lin Jun just checked it. The Dragon Man's body is covered with thick scales, and his facial features look like either a man or a woman. I couldn't tell them apart before, but these are minor details. The problem now is that the fusion parasite cannot be canceled. Her current condition is similar to Dylan's. She is parasitized, but is still one step away from becoming a puppet. I wonder if it's too late to send it back through the other rift. I only parasitized half of your cub, and now I'm giving it back to you. Huh. Lin Jun could even imagine the scene of his body being cut into 4 pieces by the dragon's claws, and then being burned, frozen, smashed, and melted. So where is the dragon? Deep Zone? Probably not. Although there is no corresponding information, the monsters coming out of the rift are very different from those in the Amethyst dungeon. Maybe it's some other gathering place for monsters, or even another dungeon. Go back and ask Dylan. If it was another dungeon, I wonder if the ancient dragon would be able to get out. Just now, although the electric arc that appeared in the dungeon repelled the dragon claw, the ancient dragon was only slightly injured and did not seem to have fought with all his strength. If it really has a way to break the rules of the dungeon, then even if I hide on the 5th floor, I'm afraid I won't be safe. No matter what, being targeted by an ancient dragon is too terrifying. Fortunately, things have not yet reached the point of no return. It's just a parasite now, and it hasn't become a puppet yet. Moreover, Gulong probably doesn't know the specific situation of his cub. There's still room for recovery. And, wow, that's so miserable. Dylan, who had just returned to Dumbwind Town, was a little frightened by the scene before him. The charred beams and broken walls were pressed against each other, and the broken load-bearing columns were inserted obliquely into the neighboring roofs. The once bustling streets were reduced to endless rubble, and even the Adventurers Guild Hall, which was built of granite, was now reduced to just a few pillars sticking up into the sky. Most of the town was destroyed. Walking down the street, I felt an uncomfortable sticky sensation on the soles of my boots. The ground was covered with coagulated blood, and I couldn't tell whether it came from monsters or humans. There were also corpses everywhere, and people dealing with the corpses. After the Demon Tide crisis, the United Kingdom and the Adventurers Guild jointly launched a reconstruction mission. Most of the people here are here to accept missions. In the center of the town, the corpse of a huge, 3-headed snake without a head was lying in the middle of the road. There was a circle of venom around the snake's corpse, and no one present dared to deal with it. I heard that it was the president of the Relics Association who arrived early alone. Only then were most of the monsters that had already entered the town and wreaked havoc were killed, preventing the disaster from spreading further. But even so, many residents of the town suffered casualties, and the adventurers suffered even worse. I heard that among the adventurers who took on the gate-guarding mission, less than 1/5 survived. Fortunately, I followed the boss's order and did not stay here, but ran to other places to find out the situation of the Duke's daughter. Otherwise, with my limited strength, I would probably be one of the victims. It is foreseeable that even if Yafing Town is rebuilt later, it will be countless times more desolate than before. Continuing forward, a relatively intact building appeared in front of Dylan, which made him marvel. The Rotten Willow Tavern actually survived. Although it was not completely fine, one wall of the tavern collapsed, and there were obvious signs of burning around it. But compared with the ruins next door, it is already a miracle. Dylan walked into the tavern, intending to see the damage inside, but he didn't expect that someone was already there. Cole, you came back so quickly. The tavern owner looked up at the person who came and saw it was Dylan. He snorted disdainfully and continued to fix the chair with a broken leg. You didn't run at all, did you? Cole then replied. Why are you running away at your age? If the tavern is gone, you might as well just kill me. Dylan gave him a thumbs up in admiration. What a ruthless man. He is extremely lucky to have managed to survive this. But the town has become like this. How much business can you still have? Cole looked nonchalant and rubbed his rosacea. As long as the Amethyst Underground City is still there, This place will return to its original state sooner or later. Now we can go down to the dungeon. What are you thinking? Of course not. The announcement has already said that the dungeon will remain sealed for another half a month. Dylan smacked his lips. He would have to stay there for another half a month. Other aspects don't matter. The key is that the money is not enough. I only brought 5 gold coins with me this time, but I didn't expect to stay outside for so long. I'm almost out of money from drinking magic potions every day. I missed the mycelium coffin board in the dungeon. Dylan came to the counter, picked up the wooden cup, and scooped a glass of wine from the wooden barrel under the counter. There's no way to make money around here right now. Aren't those guys out there making money doing the same thing? The bad wine slid down his throat, and the over-fermented sourness made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in comfort. Cole, I'm not talking about those menial jobs. Cole stopped his carpentry work and looked Dylan over. Why are you short of money? Dylan nodded. We are short of money in an urgent need. Then, Cole looked up and saw that there was no one else in the tavern except them. There is something you can help me with. The wooden trapdoor creaked with a sour sound, and Dylan followed Cole into the wine cellar. The two men came to a large wine barrel. Help me transport these to Euphonport. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a deposit. Once the job is done, the contact person will give you another 7. How do you do? As he spoke, Cole opened the lid of the barrel, and inside was full of monster materials and weapons and equipment, most of which were stained with dark red blood. The unpleasant smell of these things together made Dylan lean back slightly. Old man, you even make money from the dead. Apparently, these were taken from dead monsters and adventurers, which is a definite violation of the rules. Just tell me whether you will do it or not. Do it, why not? If he doesn't make money, his magic power will be exhausted and he will die. But there's so many, I can't take them all out by myself. You can't arrange a carriage for me and let me walk on the road, right? Cole resealed the barrel. Of course we won't take the main road. You come again tonight. 4 of us, 1 bag each, and we'll go through the forest to the west. That means there's still a chance we'll encounter some monsters that we've missed. Otherwise, why would I give you 10 gold coins to help you? Dylan nodded. The tavern owner made sense. When Dylan walked out of the Rotten Willow Tavern, he had 3 more gold coins in his pocket. He was going to buy a bottle of magic potion for use on the road. What Dylan didn't know was that there was a book made of human skin emitting faint magical fluctuations, mixed in with the stolen goods that Cole showed him. Careful readers must have discovered long ago that the 2 lines are not synchronized. For narrative needs, the surface timeline is moved a little later and will be synchronized back later. Chapter 46, Congenital Deficiency. The cross-section of the tentacle mushroom cannon slowly squirmed, and the end had now rewoven into a complete conical structure. The knight's 6 mycelium tentacles have basically returned to their original state under the effect of mycelium reorganization level 2. It's just a little lighter in color compared to other parts. On the contrary, the claw marks on the shell are still clearly visible. The shell is a product of skill and cannot be reassembled. It can only be replaced with a new one to generate a new shell. The demonic tide outside was finally coming to an end, and the monsters began to return to their own levels, and the dragon beasts also drilled back into the cracks one by one. The monsters also returned to their previous state of attacking each other. Lin Jun saw that a split-toothed beast suddenly grabbed the tail fin of a small dragon beast before leaving, and carried the struggling prey into the stairs. Some monsters that get lost and wander around on the 5th floor and can't find their way back will have an additional negative effect once they reach level 25 or above. Fixed State, Soul Siphon, gradually loses attributes and skill proficiency. Obviously, this is the means by which the dungeon restored the original order between classes after the Demon Tide. If you can't go back, you'll probably be sucked dry in the end. But the soul was sucked away. Just thinking about it made Lin Jun shudder. Fortunately, Lin Jun himself didn't have it. Not only Lin Jun didn't have it, the Dragon Man didn't have it either. This is consistent with Lin Jun's guess. Neither he nor the Dragon Man are part of the demonic tide. Needless to say, Lin Jun himself was never truly accepted by the Underground City family. The dragon people can tell something from her behavior patterns. During the monster tide of harmony, it will attack other monsters to protect its food. Unlike other monsters, it does not rush out of the dungeon, but instead searches the 5th floor for Lin Jun's Pudgy to eat. Lin Jun himself is special because he has the title of a hero. As for the Dragon Man, maybe it's the identity of the descendant of the ancient dragon. Speaking of dragon people, I'm hungry. The landslide left less than 20 square meters of the cave. The dragon man squatted in the corner with his paws on his knees, his eyes fixed on the batteries on the other side, his mouth almost drooling. Well, a battery puffed across the gravel in the middle and walked Puff to the dragon man. She hugged Pudgy and rubbed her cheek against him affectionately. Pudgy was soon cut by the scales on the dragon man's face. Just like Dylan, after being parasitized, the dragon man also developed a sense of closeness to the Pudgis. At least he didn't fight to the death with Lin Jun's knights as soon as he woke up. Instead, he was willing to listen to him. Of course, you still have to eat Pudgy. The battery Pudgy, which had only 10 health points, was scratched to death by the scales, and was soon nibbled along the edge of its mushroom cap by the dragon man who had had enough of its intimacy. This dragon man is not very smart. After connecting to the JUN.net and having a brief conversation, Lin Jun discovered that her IQ was about the same as that of a child. This IQ is consistent with her performance in the 5th level. But logically speaking, one of the parents is a human and the other is an ancient dragon. Neither of them has low IQs, so it doesn't make sense for them to be so stupid when it comes to her. Like the half-dragons we've seen before, their intelligence seems to be no different from that of ordinary people. The answer is still on the Dragon Man's panel. Fixed status, congenital deficiency. Intelligence attribute reduced by 80%. Although the intelligence attribute is related to spellcasting ability, it is not equivalent to IQ. But this is all congenital deficiency. I guess he is born mentally retarded, which is reflected in his attributes, that is, low intelligence attribute. In addition, she had more than one congenital deficiency. Fixed status, congenital deficiency. Magical power loss. The magic power in the body will naturally decrease over time. Lin Jun even suspected that she had offended God in her previous life. Magic is the foundation of most skills. Needless to say, magic is a skill. Many other skills that do not seem to be magic, such as Assault Catapult, actually consume magic power as well, but the amount consumed is very small. When a magic power is exhausted, not only can the skills be unusable, but also a feeling of dizziness and nausea will occur, and even coma may occur. Lin Jun has a lot to say about this. When he first came to this world, he knew nothing and fell into many traps. So, no wonder she doesn't eat hallucinogenic food. All the Pudgy she ate had the magic storage skill. The act of eating Pudgy should be to replenish her own magic power. Just like now, the Dragon Man was eating the Pudgy in his arms, and from the panel that Lin Jun saw, 1/3 of her magic power was slowly replenishing. Of course, the good taste of Pudgy is probably one of the reasons. After all, magic storage is not a skill unique to him. After stuffing Pudgy's last short leg into his mouth, the Dragon Man licked his lips with satisfaction. "Are you full?" Li Yun asked. Hearing this, the Dragon Man's golden pupils slightly shifted, and his gaze shifted from the remaining battery puffs to the knight. In her perception, Knight Pudgy was the guy who was talking to her, a delicious but very strong guy. "I want more." Lin Jun glanced at the panel. "My magic power is full, and I still want to eat. Come and do me a favor first, and then I'll let you eat, okay?" Looking back at the remaining 3 batteries, the Dragon Man nodded vigorously. What Lin Jun wanted her to do was nothing else but to dig it out the same way she had dug it in. Their previous fight caused most of the cave to collapse, and the few Pudgis responsible for digging the cave were unfortunately crushed to death. The knight does have the skill of digging holes, but his efficiency is no match for the Dragon Man's claws. That's sharpness level 9. But the fact is, Lin Jun was a little off track. Lin Jun thought she relied on her sharp claws to dig the hole, but in fact the claws only played the role of breaking stones, and the rest was the result of her physical fitness squeezing through. After she squeezed through, the gravel and soil closed together again, making it not suitable for her to drill with the Pudgis. The knight had to follow closely behind her, and was kicked several times by her unintentionally before he could barely squeeze in. This is thanks to the hard shell. As for the 3 batteries without shells, poof. I couldn't keep up from the beginning. So, when the Dragon Man came to ask for Pudgy with anticipation, Lin Jun was already sweating profusely. Lin Jun was really afraid that she would have a disagreement and planned to eat the knight again. It's not that she's worried about being eaten. When the danger is really severe, she will complete the last step of parasitism and become a puppet. But then, becoming a puppet is considered brain death, right? Will it trigger the mark of revenge? Lin Jun didn't know and didn't want to gamble at all. Therefore, we still have to fool this idiot who only cares about eating. Ah, over there, the knight pointed a tentacle towards the forest. The food is over there. You can get it when you go over there. At the same time, Lin Jun hurriedly searched for a small piece of relatively intact fungal carpet in the forest, right next to the ruins of Dylan's cabin. This was one of the few fungal carpets that survived the trampling of demons. On the fungal mat, speed up to the fullest and ripen the 2 batteries. The 5th floor is not safe yet, and many monsters are still wandering around looking for a way back. However, since there was a dragon man following Lin Jun, they either ignored him or simply walked around him. Of course, there are also people who don't have good brains. Lin Jun sincerely thanked them for buying herself a little more time. Next to the ruins of Dylan's cabin, the dragon man couldn't wait to pick up Pudgy, who was not yet full of magic power, and started eating him. She was hungry again after exercising just now. After a while, the dragon man's question came from the fungus network. This one is not very tasty. Chapter 47, it wasn't intentional. Although the demonic tide has subsided, the impact it brought is far from over. The 5th floor is now in ruins after being ravaged by the demonic tide. A third of the trees in the forest have been set on fire by burning beetles, and their charred trunks lay in the cracked soil. 1/3 of the trees were knocked down and trampled by the giant monsters. These 30-meter-tall trees were uprooted, and the trunks were covered with claw marks and footprints. The forest area has shrunk by nearly 70%, and the tree canopy that originally blocked out the sun has now revealed large areas of fluorescent domes. However, fallen trees can be used as breeding grounds for mycelium, which Lin Jun can accept. The poisonous fog lake is more miserable. The poisonous 3-headed snake crossed half of the 5th layer, leaving dark green poisonous scabs along the way. No grass grew wherever it passed, and the poison mist lake happened to be on this path. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it Venom Lake now. In the deep green lake water, all native species no longer exist. Only piles of dead fish and shrimp float to the shore and stink. The poisonous water eroded the surrounding soil, and no vegetation could grow nearby, including Lin Jun's mushrooms. He does have toxin resistance, but it's only level 4. The spores that were tried to be sprinkled disappeared in an instant and were completely unable to withstand such a strong poison. But this is not a complete dead end. A small dragon beast that looked like a scaly salamander moved in. Race, Dragon Beast Miraji. Racial talent, Diaphragm. The whole body inside and outside is protected by the diaphragm. To be honest, Lin Jun wasn't quite sure how a diaphragm could completely block the effects of venom, but they did. In addition, he has a certain resistance to poison and is now living well in the Venom Lake. It's a pity that racial talents cannot be taken away, otherwise it would be quite interesting to have Pudgy wrap a diaphragm. However, Lin Jun felt that these Miragis would not exist for long. Now they fill their stomachs with dead fish and shrimps from the lake, but they will eventually run out of food. The original ecology of the lake had long been destroyed by the venom. That means we will run out of food soon. If they run out of food, they will probably become extinct naturally. However, they have the scale armor, skill, so you might consider keeping them. I just don't know if they eat mushrooms. Lakes and forests are the areas that have been most severely damaged. As for the cave, it was purely blew up by Lin Jun himself, and it will be a long project to dig it again. The only area on the 5th floor that has not changed much is the swamp area. Although the fungal carpet in Lin Jun's swamp area was completely crushed, the environment itself did not change much. In fact, due to the accumulation of corpses, the concentration of magic power in the swamp even increased. It is one of the few good news after the demon tide. Compared to the ground, the fungal carpet on the dome is almost intact. Even if there were flying monsters, none of them in the demon tide would come and waste time destroying the mushrooms on the dome. Now, the mushroom caps on the dome are shaking gently. The spores that had been accumulated for a long time were scattered out in waves, and the entire 5th floor was covered with light blue and gray spore snow. Although the wandering monsters have not been completely cleared out, the remaining numbers can no longer cause too much damage. It is time to restore the mushroom garden to life. On the fungal carpet near the ruins of Dylan's hut, a brand new Pudgy was born, and Lin Jun had special expectations for it. Pudgy, who had finally matured, twisted his body, disconnected from the fungal blanket, and stood up in high spirits. A pair of claws picked it up, and then the dragon man bit it off. How does it feel? Li Yun asks. When the dragon man took this bite, he couldn't bite through all the mycelium and had to tear it apart before he could eat it. The dragon man chewed the mycelium repeatedly before finally swallowing it. This is delicious. I like it. Just like it, this is a spicy noodle with a specially optimized taste. In addition to magic storage LV6, this Pudgy also has toughness LV5. Then when you're done eating, go help me kill some monsters. I'll give you a few more like this when you come back. The dragon man nodded while chewing. After the battle, there was food just like before. But before I could only eat big lizards and smelly rats with hard meat. But now I can eat soft and chewy large mushrooms. She was very satisfied. By the way, do you have a name? In fact, Lin Jun wanted to ask this question a long time ago. Through the panel, Lin Jun can see everyone's name, but there is no name column on this Dragon Man's panel. I'm not sure if she doesn't have a name or if there's some special reason why I can't see it. It should have a name. The Dragon Woman can speak, but her pronunciation is very strange, and Lin Jun can only tell that she is not speaking human language. I seriously suspect it's dragon language. If we have language and can communicate, then we should have names. Unexpectedly, the dragon man shook his head while chewing the mycelium in his mouth. No name, Dalong said. The weak ones have no names. This. Lin Jun felt that he probably didn't deserve to have a name. Who is Dalong? Is he the super scary dragon that day? When mentioning the dragon man shuddered subconsciously. No, that's Mom. Dalong is much smaller than Mom. It really is the dragon's cub. But thinking back to her behavior that day, why are you so afraid of your mother? Is it a menopausal woman? As for the big dragon, it sounds like a different dragon. Are there a lot of dragons and dragon people living together over there? Then what do they call you? Svergis. So your name is Svergis. The dragon man continued to shake his head. No, all the weak ones are Svergis. Wow, it turns out to be a general term. Lin Yun understood. He had already imagined a cruel dragon society where noobs were discriminated against without even a name and were only called lower class, or something like that. However, although the dragon person has no name, I can't always call her you. Using Svergis also feels weird. How about I give you a name? Unexpectedly, the dragon man heard this and shook his head firmly, saying, "Become stronger and you will have a name." It turns out that you don't care about my name. You are still a dragon man with dreams. There was no other choice. Lin Jun could only settle for the next best thing. But I have to call you something. The word Svergis doesn't refer to you alone. It's awkward for me to use it, and it's too hard to pronounce. How about I call you Xiaohei? I'm not giving you a name, I'm just calling you that. It's not that Lin Jun has no taste and only uses words like Xiaohei and Xiaobai. It's mainly because this is not a name. Anyway, it's just a temporary name. There's no need to think about it too much. The dragon man tilted his head and thought about it, and didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it, so he nodded in agreement. After agreeing on the name, the spicy noodles were finally eaten up. The added toughness made them much more durable. Xiaohei stretched out on the ground, then excitedly went to beat the monster as Lin Jun asked. Lin Jun discovered that there seemed to be an extra line on her panel. Name, Xiaohei. Race, Dragon Man. Feel sorry. I should think about it seriously. Didn't you say it doesn't count as naming? What the hell is this mechanism? Chapter 48, Infiltration. The base of the staircase connecting the 6 floors. Several large cows and horses were busy with their mycelium tentacles, packing up the last bit of the monster's corpse. After this busy trip, all the results of the Pudgis battle during the demonic tide will be moved back to the mushroom garden. Thanks to the huge amount of fertilizer and sufficient magic power, in just over a week, a field of mushrooms of all sizes had begun to take shape. In about another week, it could even become more prosperous than before the demon tide. Even Lin Jun himself had to admire the growth rate of the mushroom clan. Of course, this excludes Lake Venom. The pollution of Venom Lake is even worse than before. At first, only the area around the lake became a dead zone, but now it has expanded to within 500 meters. Lin Jun felt a little regretful that he didn't take a closer look at the skills of the 3-headed snake. What kind of poison is so vicious? Fortunately, the spreading trend has finally stopped in the past 2 days, but I don't know how long it will take to restore the normal ecology. As for the mirage in the lake, a 2-meter-tall giant bulldog with a belly full of picked mushrooms. Enter the poison circle and walk towards the lake step by step. The reason why he took one step at a time was that with every step, A layer of venom would corrode the ground where Pudgy's feet touched. This one was so big that when it reached the lake, there was barely enough space left on its legs. Then the whole mushroom rolled down the slope and rolled into the lake with a belly full of mushrooms. The Miragis that had been waiting in the lake swarmed in and started their 2-day feast. Lin Jun finally decided to raise them. After all, there was nothing else he could do with the lake except raise them. These guys are not very aggressive. At most, they can spit out some venom. They only move around in the lake and won't run around. And because they live in the Venom Lake, even if adventurers pass by later, it will be difficult to attack them. And the purpose of raising them is naturally to harvest. The average level of Miragi is only around 10, and they're small in size, so the magic power and experience they can provide are negligible. The only valuable things are underwater adaptation and scales, especially this scale. After decomposing a large number of dragon beasts with scale armor skills, Lin Jun naturally obtained this skill. Then I found that this thing is really more convenient than the shell that Lin Jun is using now. Compared to the outer shell, the scale armor has a strong defensive capability while being lighter and more flexible. Now we have these Miragis as a stable source of acquisition. I guess in the future, I'll just be digging for Pudgy and using the shell to knock rocks. While the mushroom garden is thriving, Lin Jun is also eyeing other classes. I don't know why, but even though it's been so long since the Demon Tide, human adventurers haven't resumed their activities yet. But it's not a bad thing for Lin Jun now. Taking advantage of this period of time, Lin Jun sent out a lot of Pudgy. There is nothing else to do. Just scatter some spores in the corners of the first 4 floors, or in places that are difficult to be touched by monsters, to generate a few mushrooms for peripheral surveillance. Although it is impossible to generate images when there are too few mycelium in one place, we can only sense the fluctuations of magic power. But these small dots can also serve as transit stations connecting the large fungal mats outside back to the 5th floor. As for why we need to set up a large fungal mat outside, of course Lin Jun couldn't bear to see the corpses of monsters from other levels being wasted. At that time, Lin Jun will decompose the corpse and gain magic power and skills. By regenerating some mushrooms and adding them into the social ecological cycle as food, everyone can have a bright future. Unfortunately, the mushroom garden has been in a state of disrepair recently, and there are not enough Pudges. You can only go to the upper level, where the danger level is not high first. As for the lower, if there are not enough Pudgy pies, they will be eaten up by local monsters before completing the mission. At the entrance of the dungeon, 2 guards in charge of guarding the gate were sitting by the fire. The bonfire swayed slightly in the night breeze. Aiden reached his iron sword into the fire and poked it twice. A few sparks splashed on his chainmail. It's so cold. I really want to go back and have a bowl of meat soup right now. The new guy next to him rubbed his shoulders and complained, "Senior, what's the point of the guild letting us stay here? Can we stop those adventurers from going down?" Aiden glanced at him, took off the leather bag of wine from his waist, drank a sip himself, and then handed it to the newcomer. "You're too nosy. It doesn't matter where you stand guard. If you stand guard in the town now, you could drink meat soup." The newcomer took the bag and gulped down 2 gulps. The alcohol flowed into his stomach, instantly warming him up a lot. "How come they're the same?" "Senior, look at that." The newcomer pointed at the dark red mark on a stone. "I heard that a lot of people died here that day. Maybe vengeful spirits will be born." Aiden just looked at the newcomer like this until he felt a little embarrassed. Then he burst into laughter. Listen less to the bard stories. If the vengeful spirits can really become resentful after a few deaths, the dungeon should be filled with vengeful spirits after so many years. I just said it casually. I didn't really think so. Suff. The 2 stopped communicating at the same time and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Aiden even put a whistle to his lips. A newcomer's slightly timid voice came from his side. "It can't be a vengeful spirit. What are you thinking about?" Aiden took out a simple torch, took the fire from the campfire, and slowly walked to the tree where the sound came from. After Taijian struck back and forth in the bushes and haystacks several times, he found nothing. Aiden then returned to the campfire and laughed at the newcomer. "What kind of little animal is this? Look how scared you are. You won't get anywhere with this little courage." The newcomer, who was indeed scared just now, could only sit down angrily, muttering to himself, "I didn't react, and I was just drunk." Neither of them noticed that 2 rows of shallow footprints had appeared behind them at some point, extending all the way into the underground city. The first floor of the dungeon. The light near the stone wall blurred, revealing two young men squatting against the wall. Scared, scared, scared. I was so scared. The young man in the robe was shaking nonstop. Gray, you don't know. That sword was just a little bit away from hitting me. It was really just a little bit away. Gray, dressed as a warrior, looked at his partner and friend, Calvin, speechlessly. It was you who insisted on getting close to listen to what they were saying and ended up getting scared by some evil spirit. Aren't you a wizard? You study magical materials that are weirder than the last every day. So why are you afraid of evil spirits? Speaking of vengeful spirits, Calvin, who had calmed down, started shaking again. Ew, what do you know? I've only seen them when I was with my teacher, so I'm afraid of them. If you met them, you would be afraid too. Yes, yes, Gray said, looking as if he didn't bother to respond. Are you so scared now? Do we still want to go down? Or you can cast an invisibility spell and we can go back. Calvin heard this and grabbed Gray's arm. How can that be possible? How can I brew the truth potion without getting the parasitic tree seeds? How can I hand in my homework if I can't make the potion? If I fail to hand in my homework again this time, the teacher will definitely punish me by making me the target of a spell cast by that Duke lady with a special fetish, and then watching me being turned into a puff. Gray, you must help me this time. Don't forget that I made you a laxative last time you were constipated. That time, I just had a stomachache for the whole day, so it was considered a help. Just tell me whether it works or not. Chapter 49, The Gradually Spreading Mushrooms. The second floor of a dungeon. A light breeze swept through the forest, bringing with it the fresh scent of grass and trees, and the clear spring water in the gravel stream reflected the orange and white light emitted by the fireflies. At first glance, this is a natural woodland with lush greenery and flowing water. But in fact, almost all of the small monsters in the forest are good at hiding and sneak attacks, and many of them are poisonous. It is normal for newcomers to die in there if they are not prepared with antidote. The long sword pierced into the half-man-high grass, and Gray lightly poked it, and a green scorpion as big as a foot was skewered out. Didn't they say that after the demonic tide, the number of monsters would decrease significantly in the short term? I have only been walking for a short time, but I have already killed 3 spiders, 6 scorpions, and 4 small snakes. Calvin, who was checking the dungeon strategy on the side, explained to him without even looking up. The decrease in numbers refers to those high-level or large-sized monsters. After the magic tide, the magic concentration in the dungeon will increase significantly, and low-level small monsters will benefit the most, so it is normal for them to emerge in large numbers. As he spoke, he brought the guide in front of Gray, pointed to a spot, and said, "Look, there's a common black and white python on this floor. We haven't encountered one along the way." Gray swung his sword upwards, cutting a green snake hanging upside down above their heads in half. He took a quick glance at the strategy guide and complained, "That's 5, but this is too annoying. How long will it take to get to the next level? There's still a long way to go." Calvin paused for a moment, as if studying the map. "How about this? Let's take a detour and go through a natural cave. There won't be so many annoying little creatures over there." "What's there?" Gray didn't believe that it could be a completely safe passage. "Spider, big spider." Gray raised the torch in his hand, illuminating the messy and broken spider webs in the gray-white stone cave. It seemed that this place had not yet recovered from the destruction of the magic tide. "Where's the spider?" Calvin pointed above his head, and Gray looked over there and saw a small red hidden in the darkness. "Don't worry, these guys are actually quite timid. Unless you are stuck to the net, they won't dare to come down and attack you." "How do you know?" "It's written in the guide." Gray nodded, then asked, "Why don't they come down to eat this?" As he spoke, he used a torch to drive away the darkness in front of him, revealing a Pudgy struggling on a spider web. Pudgy spiders are carnivorous, so it's normal for them not to eat it, Calvin said with a puzzled look. "But why is there a Pudgy here? What's the problem with appearing here? We've encountered the same problem before." Gray didn't understand what was so strange about it. "So, people like you who don't read books don't understand anything." Calvin moved closer to observe this strange Pudgy and explained to Gray. "The demonic tide will indeed cause the demons to flow into other levels, but they always flow from the lower levels to the upper levels. It is almost impossible for monsters from the upper level to run to the lower level. And this Pudgy is so weird, it even has tentacles. That means there are also walking mushrooms in the lower levels. But the guide says that there's only Pudgy on the first floor. Is your guide outdated?" 3 years ago, it shouldn't be outdated. Calvin became uncertain. If the strategy was really outdated, they might encounter unexpected dangers. Gray stepped forward and took the Pudgy off the spider web in front of him. Gray, what are you doing? This is a mutant. It could be dangerous. Gray shrugged. How dangerous can a walking mushroom be? I just want to see what it's doing here. As soon as Pudgy landed on the ground, from mycelium tentacles suddenly stretched out and shot into the darkness above. After a hissing sound was heard from above, a 2-meter-wide spider was pulled down, smashed heavily to the ground, and died on the spot. Then Pudgy slowly dragged the spider's corpse and walked outside. Gray turned his head and found Calvin looking straight at him. Okay, I admit it's a little dangerous. Should I follow and see? Gray pointed at Pudgy, which was about to turn a corner. Its direction was not the same as theirs. Calvin was also curious at this time. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Since we still have plenty of time, let's go and take a look." After reaching a consensus, the two followed Pudgy all the way. I watched it slap the scorpion that attacked it away with one tentacle, and then walk into 2 hidden paths, and finally enter a small cave located between the cracks of the rocks, with a faint light inside. The 2 men came to the edge of the cave and looked inside. In the small cave, mycelium grows in every corner, and mushrooms of all sizes emitting faint light illuminate the entire cave. What made the 2 of them gasp was, the ground was covered with skeletons starting from the cave entrance. The corpses of wolves, black and white snakes, giant spiders, and unknown dragon beasts were mixed together. Some of the corpses were already covered with mycelium, while others looked like they had just been moved in and the blood hadn't yet completely coagulated. Several mutant Pudgys with tentacles worked together to move the new spider corpse to the empty space, being careful not to let the corpse scratch the fungal carpet on the ground. Gulu, looking at each other, Gray and Calvin saw the shock in each other's eyes. The 2 of them tiptoed back slowly and did not relax until they were completely away from the cave. As soon as he came out, Calvin complained, "Why? Why are you so nervous? This is only the 2nd floor. You're already level 31, and you are still scared. You weren't the one who got nervous first." Okay, but it's so weird that I'm definitely nervous. I've never seen such a brutal Pudgy anywhere else. I will tell my teacher about this when I get back." As he said that, Calvin turned around and looked back, and there was no Pudgy behind them. "Let's go to the 5th floor first." Lin Jun, who was growing large mushrooms in the forest, suddenly received a picture from the 2nd floor branch station. 2 peeping human adventurers. Is the dungeon finally open? It seems that we need to speed up the formation of large mushrooms. We also need to replenish the combat Pudgy, otherwise the guard force will not be enough, and it will be troublesome if we encounter troublemakers. As for the 2 adventurers, Lin Jun ignored them. "I never intended to hide this from humans, and I can't hide it even if I wanted to. The cave was chosen to be in a remote location just to reduce harassment from monsters. And in fact, even if you want to control it, you can't. Unlike the direct connection through mycelium, the signal transmitted through the mushroom node has a slight delay, and what you see is the picture from about 6 minutes ago. The Pudgy outside all carry out their tasks autonomously after being set. They will only fight back unless human adventurers take the initiative to attack or snatch the monster corpses in the cave. This is also Lin Jun's consistent policy of neutrality. If someone really destroyed these substations, Lin Jun could only consider himself unlucky and wait for the other party to go down to the 5th floor before taking revenge. Chapter 50, Almost Killed. The parchment booklet was frayed at the edges, and Calvin checked it for the 3rd time, but still couldn't connect the 5 floors in the guide with the scene outside the stairs. The brightest class is like this. There wasn't even a clump of fireflies to be seen. In the pitch-black 5th floor, the dim glow of mushrooms was the only source of light. And on the road leading out of the stairs, there happened to be a row of fluorescent mushrooms on both sides, as if they were deliberately paved. Calvin felt that this scene was even more bizarre than what he saw in the small cave on the 2nd floor. Even Gray was a little discouraged. Your strategy is too far off. Should we continue moving forward? Since we are here, let's take a look at the situation. After they came out, they found that even the dome was covered with mushrooms, and the fluorescent light was connected into one piece like a sky curtain. Calvin felt uncomfortable all over, as if someone was watching him, and he almost regretted his decision 2 minutes ago. However, when he told Gray about this feeling, Gray shook his head and said he didn't feel anything. Calvin couldn't just decide to return based on his feelings, as that would be too willful. Are we really going to follow this road? Gray asked, pointing at the mushroom road in front of him. This road does look suspicious, but it coincides with the direction of the forest written in the guide. Even though the guide is out of date, the terrain should not have changed completely. After thinking it over, Calvin took out his small staff. First level magic, illumination. A ball of orange-yellow light floated at the tip of the staff. Let's go to the outside of the road. Pah! As they took their first step out of the path, they felt something sticky under their feet. While I bent over to check, I was surprised to find that the outside of the path was covered with translucent mycelium. From beneath them, all the way to the edge of darkness, all they could see was mycelium land. I said the color of the ground looked weird. It turns out it's all this stuff. Gray stepped back in disgust. Why don't we just walk? Calvin could only nod. The path was clean, as if the mycelium was blocked by the fluorescent mushrooms on both sides. The surroundings were quite quiet, and there was no trace of the monsters mentioned in the guide. The only thing they encountered was a hill of corpses, which had been mostly decomposed by mycelium, and were so broken that it was impossible to tell what they had originally been. Everything made the two of them gradually feel uneasy. They were always alert to their surroundings and didn't even speak. The two did not stop until they saw the forest. That's the forest you were talking about. In the direction Gray pointed, countless giant, glowing mushrooms stood tall, with mycelium hanging from their caps, forming a mushroom forest in the staggered heights. Only a small number of giant trees were sandwiched between the giant mushrooms. Apparently, even the terrain information in the guide is outdated. Before Calvin could say anything, a strange sound rang out in the forest. Puff, puff. The rich sound is particularly clear in a quiet environment. A 3-meter-tall fat mushroom slowly walked out from behind the giant mushroom, with 4 thick hyphae tentacles swaying in the air. Next to this giant pudgy, there were a dozen small pudges that also had tentacles and were exactly the same as the one on the second floor. The pudges seemed to have noticed the two people and stopped. Calvin, let's retreat. Calvin. Only then did Gray realize that the light of the illumination magic beside him had disappeared at some point. Calvin, you. The next second, Gray found that his body became transparent, and Calvin's voice came from the side. Oh, what? You did a great job. Your reaction was faster than mine. There was no time to argue any further. Calvin crouched down and grabbed the corner of Gray's clothes to make sure the two would not get separated. Retreat, retreat. This place is too weird. What about your homework? What else can I do? I have to use my savings to buy one from a black marketeer. The already tight treasury was about to shrink again, and Calvin felt like his heart was bleeding. In his grief, Calvin didn't notice the pulling force on his hands and bumped into something. It hurt so much. It seemed like his forehead was broken and he could feel the bleeding. But he soon had no time to care about this minor injury. A humanoid creature covered with inky scales stood in front, staring at the two invisible people with its head tilted. Dragon, 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 dragon. Before Calvin could finish his words, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up by the monster, which was not even as tall as him. The invisibility skills of the two lost support and became ineffective instantly. At the same time, a loud shout came from the side. Fury LV4. Brute Force LV4. It's Gray. Seeing Calvin being attacked, he immediately activated the amplification and chopped down with the sword raised in both hands. Heavy Chop LV5. Clang. Half of the broken sword flew into the air. Gray trembled as he maintained the downward chopping posture, blood flowing out from his broken knuckles. He couldn't understand why his fine steel sword couldn't even cut a scale on the opponent's shoulder. I clearly checked my equipment carefully before entering the dungeon. Isn't this the 5th floor? The monster grabbed Gray's neck with its other claw. Gray wanted to resist, but his hands were numb from the shock, and he couldn't even lift them. Feeling the force coming from the claws getting stronger and stronger, Gray's breathing became increasingly difficult. Calvin next to him had a purple face and was almost suffocating. It seemed like a moment, and also like an eternity. At some point, the pressure on my neck suddenly disappeared. Gray lay on the ground in a mess, breathing the air greedily. After catching his breath, he looked up and found that the horrible monster had disappeared, and Calvin was lying on the ground, motionless, with even his chest not rising or falling. Calvin, wake up! 2 slaps on Calvin's face still failed to wake him up. Gray hurriedly opened the small bag he was carrying and wanted to take out a bottle of healing potion, but was interrupted by the pudges who surrounded him. He subconsciously tried to grab the sword, but missed it, and then he remembered that only the broken sword was left on the ground. He was quickly tied up. It would have been better if you had strangled me to death just now. When Gray was wondering how he would be killed, he saw a Pudgy on the opposite side, stretched out a hollow mycelium tentacle and inserted it into Calvin's mouth. The tentacles expanded and contracted along with Pudgy's body. Gray, who was tied up, struggled, but he could only watch and could do nothing. Suddenly, Calvin's eyes widened and he frantically pulled out the mycelial tentacle from his throat. Cough, 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 a dash. After coughing, Calvin collapsed on the ground as if he was half dead. In fact, his blood volume was indeed reduced by half. Puff! There were heavy footsteps, and the fat guy Pudgy finally walked up slowly. It rummaged around in its stomach, took out 4 things, and threw them in front of Gray. Then the Pudgis let go of Gray, turned around and left, and soon disappeared into the mushroom forest. Gray looked at the sword, fruit core, magic crystal, and a bottle of healing potion left by Pudgy on the ground, and was unable to react for a moment. This is Save from the Monster by Pudgy. Gray quickly gathered his things, carried the weak Calvin, and hurriedly fled back to the staircase. I forgot to tell Xiao Hei that humans are not monsters. Chapter 51. Black eating black? Xiao Hei. Anything with 2 hands and 2 feet is not a monster. You can't just kill it casually. Oh, but green ones are okay. Green. Are you talking about the 6th level demon? After the monsters on the 5th floor were almost cleared, when Xiao Hei wanted to vent her energy, Lin Jun would let her go. Lin Jun didn't know what she was doing, but she would get lost the first few times, and Lin Jun had to go down to pick her up. After she became familiar with the road, she would bring back 1 or 2 monster corpses every time she went there to play. She remembered there was a green monster. But monsters don't have feet. Their lower bodies are connected by bones. If it's not a demon, then what is it? Forget it. The green one is definitely not a human anyway. Well, green ones are fine, but don't kill them next time like today. Xiao Hei pursed her lips and nodded, and Lin Jun then gave her the special spicy noodles Pudgy with strong acid level 3. She liked to eat sour food recently. The 2 humans had also left in a hurry, looking very frightened. Although I almost killed them, I'm not dead yet, and Lin Jun has already paid compensation. That sword is enchanted, much better than the broken one. So we are even now. However, this also reminded Lin Jun that if Xiao Hei often came into contact with different human adventurers, conflicts might arise. Today it was Xiao Hei who took the initiative to attack, but tomorrow it might be some short-sighted adventurer seeking death. The result is likely to be that Xiao Hei will kill people indiscriminately, and I will have to clean up her mess. This won't do. We have to think of a way, if not to eliminate it, at least to reduce the chances of human adventurers coming into contact with her. It is definitely unrealistic to ask her to stay still, given her excessive energy all day long. The reason she stayed quiet for 2 days was all thanks to the increased favorability after being parasitized. It is impossible to confine her for a long time unless force is used. As for using force, her bedrock background prevented Lin Jun from having such thoughts at all. But then again, we can't ban Xiao Hei, but we can restrict adventurers. It's always right to pick on the weak. The forest from now on. No, it's a mushroom forest now. In the future, the mushroom forest will be designated as a restricted area, so that at least no one will disturb Xiao Hei while he is eating and sleeping. As for the rest of the time, maybe I should upgrade the level of Disguise LV2. Although there are no monsters on the nearby floors that can produce this skill, skills can be upgraded through training. I train by doing Pudgy and then pass on the experience. Although the experience that can be transferred back by this method is severely reduced, there are more Pudgis, and the camouflage is only level 2 now, so it is easier to upgrade. Maybe I can train it to level 4 in a short period of time, and then we'll see if this skill can cover up Xiao Hei's scales. Of course, if you want to add skills to Xiao Hei, you will need a huge amount of magic power. I can only live frugally these days. After the plan was made, a batch of Pudgy equipped with the camouflage skill began to be produced. What made Lin Jun a little strange was that no other adventurers seemed to have entered the dungeon. So those 2 people stole away illegally. Anyway, this is good news. I have more time to prepare. Speaking of which, because of the Demon Tide incident, there's been no news from Dylan since he was sent out. I finally told him not to get involved in the demonic tide, and if he listened to me, he shouldn't be in danger. But it's been a month. I wonder if he brought enough money for the blue bottle. I hope my first human subordinate won't starve to death outside. Dylan Dylan groped for the arrow shaft behind him and pulled it out violently. The severe pain made him clench his teeth, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. After throwing aside the arrow covered with mycelium and blood, Dylan took a long time to recover. Praise the boss. As expected, only a few streams of blood gushed out from the wound before gradually stopping. Thanks to the fact that I no longer act as a human being, many vital points are no longer vital points. However, on second thought, if it wasn't for the money to earn the magic potion, he wouldn't have taken on this hard job. The leader of this trip was one of the tavern owner's own men, a bald, strong man who reeked of fish, and 3 workers like Dylan. There were 4 people in the group, each carrying a bulging deerskin bag. You need to cross the forest on the west side of Dumbwind Town and transport the stolen goods to Fishing Sailport. In Dylan's opinion, the most dangerous part of this trip is that there is a certain probability that they will encounter monsters that are still wandering around after the magic tide. But he never expected that even this one-time, small-scale smuggling of stolen goods would lead to him being bullied by gangsters. The attacker's first hidden arrow was aimed at himself. The dull sound of the arrowhead breaking through the leather armor was lighter than he expected, and the arrow hit his back accurately. After realizing what was happening, he deliberately broke off a few dead branches as he fell, allowing his body to roll down the slope into the bushes. Soon, the sound of swords clashing could be heard all around. At first, he was still wondering who among the other 3 was the traitor. It turned out that I was overthinking. The group of black-robed men who attacked them looked as if they were going to kill everyone. His death gave the other 3 people time to react. Those who dared to do this could not be losers. Seeing that there were 8 attackers, they were no match for them, so they fought and retreated, and after running for a distance, they split up and fled for their lives. The man in black seemed not to want to let anyone go, not even if they dropped the bag. Before the last man in black robe left, he did not forget to pick up the bag of goods next to Dylan. Shortly after everyone left, a familiar scream was heard from the front. It was the voice of the leader. It seems like they can't hold on for much longer, so I have to run away quickly. Dylan wanted to just lie there and wait for everything to be over, but the half-burning tree trunk next to him indicated that there was a fire mage among the black-robed men. If he is cremated in the end to destroy all evidence, he will definitely be dead. Dylan pulled out the arrow and climbed out of the bushes. The pain on his back made him grimaced. Just because it was not fatal didn't mean he was fine. So this is what heartache feels like. Without bothering to pay attention to the leaves and branches sticking to his body, Dylan ran in the opposite direction, holding the notebook in his arms. No, when did I? The warm foreign object in his palm only caught Dylan's attention at this moment. The cover is made of some wrinkled material. When I rub it with my fingertips, I can feel the uneven threads. When I hold it in my hand, I can even feel a hint of warmth. Dylan had some impression of this notebook. It should be one of the stolen goods in his bag. But why did I take it out and hold it in my hand? Could it be that when she fell to the ground, she just happened to fall into his arms? No clue, and no time to sort it out. Another scream was heard from the forest. Those 3 people might have been killed. If the attacker intended to destroy the body, he would surely discover that he was not dead yet. You have to run faster and farther. Chapter 52 Dylan is also running for his life today. Leaden clouds hung low, and there were a few rumbles of thunder in the sky. The man in black robe squatted beside the body that was broken into 2 pieces and roughly tore open the bag with his dry fingers. After searching for a while, the man in black robe simply grabbed the last half of the bag and shook it violently, pouring everything out onto the muddy ground. The other attackers also gathered together and dumped out the contents of the other 3 bags. 8 men in black robes squatted on the ground and searched carefully as if they were looking for soybeans in a pile of rice. However, they never found what they wanted. The man in the middle angrily crushed a crystal in his hand on the spot, and the other black-robed men on both sides retreated one after another, not knowing whether they were avoiding the flying fragments or the anger of their leader. No, why not? The suppressed voice was filled with anger, but what came out was not human language. The intelligence can't be wrong. It's impossible for these low-level humans to discover the abnormality so quickly. There must be something wrong. Sir, a man in a black robe stepped forward and reminded carefully, could it be on the corpse? Then why are you still talking nonsense here? Go find it. Yes. Several men in black robes dispersed in panic and went to look for the other 3 bodies. 10 minutes later, all the attackers arrived at the original ambush site and looked at the bloody arrow on the ground. The leader picked up the arrow and whispered, "Avina." One of the men in black robes immediately knelt down and quickly defended himself. "Lord Lakis, I swear that arrow must have pierced his heart. How do you explain this?" The arrow was pressed against Avina's forehead, as if it would pierce her in the next second. Avina dared not move, and could only tremble and pray for a chance. "One, you must have some other way to save his life. I can track him down. Please, sir, let me atone for my crime." After a brief but suffocating silence, the arrow pierced into the mud in front of Avina. "Chase, if you can't find what they want, you'll become a blood animal." Hearing the word blood animal, not only Avina, but also the other black-robed people shuddered and hurriedly responded, "Yes." The raindrops pattered into the forest, and Dylan's soul sank into the pile of rotten leaves, stirring up sticky mud every time he lifted his feet. He held onto a big tree, bent over and gasped, trying to calm his violently heaving chest. After running for more than 10 minutes, my strength was almost exhausted. Becoming a half-mushroom man did not improve his attributes, but his heart didn't hurt as much now. I didn't notice any movement behind me. I might have gotten rid of those attackers. They might not even notice that I had run away. Dylan found a small sheltered slope and planned to take shelter from the wind and rain there. In fact, Dylan felt quite comfortable when the raindrops fell on his face, but it would be uncomfortable if his clothes were wet. And I have this book in my hand. "Oh yes, this book." Dylan brought the book forward and gently stroked the wrinkles on the cover. "What is written in this book?" When Dylan thought this, he naturally opened it. Blank, blank, blank. There's nothing on the leather pages. Dylan flipped through the pages quickly, but couldn't find a single note. "So, this is a new book with nothing written in it. It's a pity that I didn't even throw it away when I ran away. It was all a waste of effort." As Dylan was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that a line of delicate small words had appeared on the page of the book. "If you don't keep running, you'll be caught up." After seeing the words clearly, Dylan felt a chill on the back of his neck. There's indeed no shortage of advanced magic props in this world that have a certain degree of intelligence. For example, a magic ring that can cast a shield autonomously can identify whether it is an intruder or a golem. But almost all of them have only vague or relatively low-level intelligence. And when a creation can talk to you, then there must be a material that was indispensable when making it. Soul. Although it does not mean that soul props are equivalent to evil, given their cruel production methods. Their makers are most likely not good people, and the possibility of making dangerous props is naturally higher. For a moment, several horror stories related to soul props flashed through Dylan's mind. I wanted to throw it away immediately, but that line of words made him very concerned. What's the meaning? Are those black-robed men still chasing me? Finally, Dylan opened the book again, but the words on it had changed. 6 minutes left. What do you mean by 6 minutes left? Dylan asked directly to the book. As soon as he finished speaking, the previous words disappeared and a new row of words appeared. In 5 minutes, they'll catch up here. Not daring to delay, Dylan rushed into the rain and continued to escape. He was not sure whether the book was a lie, but the current situation was that he would rather believe it. The rain hit his body and soaked his clothes, but it failed to wet the book in his hands, and no water stains could seep into its pages. While running, Dylan opened the book and wanted to ask something else, but found that there was already a line of words on it. "You can't escape this way. Run to the southeast." Dylan now had no other choice. He quickly identified the direction and fled to the southeast. I don't know how long I ran. When my strength was about to run out, Dylan's feet suddenly felt empty. Why? The whole person suddenly lost weight and fell into the deep pit below. That's it. At the edge of the deep pit, the black-robed man called Lakis asked behind him. Avina took 2 steps forward and confirmed. Yes, although I don't know why the prey suddenly gave up resting and chose to continue running away. But judging from his last few footprints, his strength had run out, and he might have slipped and fallen in a trance. Looking sideways at the deep pit in front of him, Lakis jumped in without hesitation, and the other men in black robes followed closely behind. At the bottom of the deep pit, Lakis landed lightly, and the edge of his boots didn't even create a ripple. The men's landing posture was not so graceful, and several of them smashed the ground into mud puddles. Fortunately, no one was stupid enough to splash mud and water on Lakis's robe. What appeared in front of the man in black robe was a natural cave. These natural caves in the wild are far smaller and deeper than the caves in the underground city. So there's no need to worry about the prey being difficult to find after it hides in it. Not to mention, a streak of blood in the puddles at his feet attracted Lakis' attention. Not just in one place, the blood was visible all the way into the cave. It seemed that the prey was injured when it fell. Just by the smell of blood, Lakis can track his prey on his own. The scarlet tongue slowly licked across the canine teeth. Little bug, you wasted so much of my time. I hope your blood is not too bad to drink. Chapter 53, You'll Always Listen to Me. The footsteps of the 8 men in black robes echoed between the stone walls. After entering the cave, it was pitch black, but no one lit a torch or cast illumination spells, as if the darkness had no effect on them. A few minutes later, Lakis, who was walking at the front of the team, suddenly stopped. The tip of his nose twitched slightly under the shadow of the hood. In addition to the smell of blood, the air here also had a fishy smell of wild beasts. After a moment, Lakis let out a soft laugh. He saw through his prey's trick immediately, but didn't take it seriously. You have a lot of clever tricks, but this isn't a real no man's land. What monsters can? While talking to himself, Lakis turned the last corner and saw a giant bear in front of him that was 2 stories high. It was staring at them with squinted eyes and slowly standing up. Lakis, sir. Hearing his men's hesitant voices from behind, Lakis' brain was working rapidly. The giant bear looked familiar, but he couldn't remember what species it was. But just based on its size, it shouldn't be too weak. The holy book must be found. Otherwise, not only will he not be able to attend the promotion ceremony, he will even be severely punished. There are no branches in this cave, so the thief must still be hiding somewhere inside. After all, this is the wild area close to human activities, not the real wilderness or the deep dungeon area, so the level of the monsters should not be too high. My level is 40 plus 7 people under me. Lakis was still trying to analyze the strength of both sides, but the giant bear couldn't wait any longer. If it encountered so many people normally, it might hesitate, but now, nameless anger lingered in its heart, and it wanted to kill these invaders who disturbed its sleep immediately. The giant bear roared, raised its palms high, then slammed them down, unleashing its skills. Gravity Field LV6. In an instant, a weight nearly twice their body weight pressed down on the black-robed men present, and everyone staggered as they were caught off guard. The iconic skill made Lakis scream out, "Tyrant Bear!" But soon, Lakis regained his senses. Under the gravity field of a real adult tyrant bear, there was no way that he and his men could stand so easily. In other words, this 2-story-high giant bear is actually just a cub. Thinking of this, Lakis spoke up immediately to stabilize the morale of the army that had been shaken by the 3 words, Tyrant Bear. He has already seen that one of the guys is trying to escape, and he will definitely deal with him when he gets back. Don't panic. This is just a cub or a subspecies. We can kill it if we show our strength. Don't forget, no one will be happy if they return empty-handed. Lakis' words worked, and the black-robed people finally managed to calm down and prepare to fight back. Snap! The black-robed man on the far right who had just raised his staff was beaten into a meat pie by the giant bear. Although the level 6 gravity field could not crush them to death directly, it made several of them lose their flexibility. People with stronger strength can still move against the gravity, but a mage has to use all his strength just to stand, let alone dodge the giant bear's palm. The team, which had just been organized, fell into panic again after one of its members was killed instantly. Some rushed forward with red eyes. Some tried to retreat to avoid the fight, and the one who wanted to run away before actually ran away. A bunch of rubbish. While cursing, Lakis turned into a bat wrapped in black mist and flew behind the fleeing man in black robe. He changed back to his original form, grabbed his head from behind, and bit his neck. The man tried to push Lakis' head away with both hands, but he couldn't do it because of the difference in strength. The resistance became increasingly feeble, and in the end, only a drowning-like whimper was left behind. With blood all over his mouth, Lakis pushed away the guy who had turned into a mummy. Go ahead. I'll kill anyone who takes another step back. His unquestionable order crushed the last bit of hesitation of others. There was no other choice. Even though another unlucky guy was knocked against the wall and turned into a groaning pile of rotten meat, the remaining few people still rushed forward. Lakis was not idle either. He raised his hand and drew the blood from his dead subordinate's body. As for the half-dead man, he died naturally after the blood was drawn out. A ball of blood gathered in his hand, and then condensed into cones and shot towards the giant bear. Each shot could blast a bloody hole in the giant bear's body. However, compared with the giant bear's huge body, these injuries are just superficial ones. As the battle continued, his men died one after another, and in the end, only Lakis and Avina, who was not good at close combat, were left. As a last resort, Lakis could only rely on repeatedly transforming into a bat to fight the giant bear that was already covered in wounds. After dodging the bear's paw once again, Lakis turned all the remaining blood in his palm into a spear, swooped down from midair with it, and stabbed the giant bear's eye with the spear. "Go to hell, you beast! My lord, be careful!" Lakis, who was already bloodthirsty, didn't notice Avina's reminder at all. The giant bear used its acceleration skill after being severely injured. This hateful blow hit Lakis before he could react, and he immediately smashed into the wall like a cannonball. After one blow, the giant bear was no longer able to hold on. It wailed twice and then fell heavily to the ground. "My lord, are you okay?" Avina hurried to check on Lakis. If the commander died, her subordinates would be in big trouble. Unexpectedly, an arm pierced Avina's heart amid the rubble. "Oh, you..." Lakis, with a hideous face that was half bat-like, supported his still-moving upper body, knocked down Avina, who had suddenly suffered a serious injury, and began to suck her blood. His injuries were too severe, and he would die if he didn't replenish fresh blood rich in vitality. As his subordinate, Avina should sacrifice her life for him in this situation. After he had sucked the last drop of blood from the person in his arms, his broken spine was barely reconnected. His current strength is less than 20% of his peak period. Looking at the cave full of blood but without a single living person, Lakis still dragged his weak body, drew the blood of the giant bear, and then it exploded into countless tiny blood blades that shot in all directions. After a short and intensive series of collisions, the entire inner wall of the cave was covered with fine scratches. After taking a quick look around, Lakis couldn't find anything unusual. He was not good at tracking, but he had no choice but to eat Avina just now. That damn human might have slipped away during the chaos. After searching around again unwillingly, Lakis could only roar angrily and turned into a bat and flew away. Now he had to find more blood from living people to heal his wounds. The cave fell into silence again. After the sun rose outside, something the same color as stone moved in the gap between the rock wall and the ground. Dylan, who had been lying there for half a day, turned back to his original color and half dead. Alive, alive. Although he was lucky enough not to be directly affected by the attack, the gravity field was still effective on him, and his old bones were almost broken. Thanks to the mimicry that has been upgraded to level 3, it is perfect for a newbie like me. If you listen to me, you will definitely survive. Looking at the small booklet taking credit next to him, Dylan wanted to say something. These people in black robes, or rather, the demons led by vampires. He was willing to fight the giant bear to find himself. How can? Dylan stared at the pages of the book with a dazed look in his eyes. Maybe it's really to find myself. Thanks to the help of this book, I was able to escape with my life. Lift me up, I can still help you. This time, Dylan didn't hesitate. He just took the yellow book in his hand and raised it up. There were faint sounds of wind and wailing coming from all around the cave, but Dylan could sense nothing except the sounds. Then, a force surged from the book into Dylan's body. After a brief shock, Dylan actually recovered his strength. No, not just recovered, but better than before. Although it's not much, it feels like the attributes have increased. Sharp, of course, as long as I'm here. You can become even stronger. Become stronger? Yes, now we just need to find a remote place where even if someone dies, it won't attract attention, such as, like a dungeon. Ah, yeah, dungeons you can. In the sunshine, Dylan, looking energetic, walked out of the cave exit. After identifying the direction, he put his loyal companion, the yellow book, close to his body inside his clothes and walked towards the dungeon. Chapter 54. The Treasure Room Again. The third floor of the dungeon. Unlike other combat-themed levels, this one is almost entirely filled with puzzles, traps, and hidden doors. It will produce some wooden treasure chests, which are far inferior to the stone chests inside the hidden door, but they are also of certain value to ordinary adventurers. The small number of monsters in this layer are mainly triggered stone statue guards, treasure chest monsters, or harmless monsters that feed on corpses. The dungeon has not been open for some time, so it naturally looks lifeless. But today is a little different. A group of Pudgy came here. Under the arc-shaped broadsword swinging back and forth, a group of Pudgy with scales on their armor were passing through one by one. A not-so-clever Pudgy accidentally got its short legs stuck in the gap between the blades on the ground when it took a step, and it couldn't pull it out no matter how hard it pulled. The swinging sword hit Pudgy as expected. Pudgy was not cut in half directly, but hit the wall and fell down like a baseball. Although part of the reason was that the broadsword was not sharp enough, the defensive power of the level 5 scale armor was enough to satisfy Lin Jun. Of course, this Pudgy was still defeated. After all, the scales cannot protect against blunt attacks. After passing the swinging sword, the Pudgys continued to move forward. He also relied on Assault Ejection level 5 to pass the death platform and relied on his light weight to pass the trigger trap. Finally, they gathered in front of a stone gate, and standing next to the door was Pudgy, the one who first discovered it. This stone gate looks familiar. Lin Jun had been locked up there for 3 months, so he wouldn't have remembered the pattern wrong. This must be the treasure room. The reason why such a large number of personnel were mobilized is that this treasure chest room is perfectly integrated into the rules of the 3 floors. There's a giant pressure plate in front of the door, a large stone pillar is hung on the ceiling, and there's a small stone tablet with a keyhole next to the door. It is obvious that you need to find the key or use the lock-picking skill, put down the stone above, activate the pressure plate, and the door can be opened. But unlocking a lock or something like that, is that something Pudgy can do? Actually, it is possible. Lin Jun's lock-picking skill is at level 2, but this requires the production of corresponding Pudgy, and LV2 is obviously too low. There's no other choice but to use a stupid method, which is to activate the pressure plate. The Pudgys line neatly on the pressure plates. When one layer is full, they step on their companions and lie on the second layer, stacking up like a pyramid. Thanks to the extra mass of their scales, the mechanism finally sank into place when it reached the 4th layer. Just as expected, the stone door slid open smoothly to both sides. The scene inside was very similar to the treasure chest room, where Lin Jun had stayed, but without the pool of water in the middle, it was obviously not the same room. This is not surprising. It would be strange if there was only one treasure chest room in the entire dungeon. So now it is treasure chest time. A Pudgy quickly came forward, jumped up skillfully, and kicked over the lid of the stone treasure chest. Let me see what's there. A scroll. Lin Jun had seen it before. It was the escape scroll. Quickly control the Pudgys to transport this treasure back. Any slimes you see along the way must be fired at to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It's not that Lin Jun intends to use the escape scroll to take his real body out. This scroll is a random teleportation scroll, and is only responsible for sending you out of the dungeon. It is not certain whether you will get stuck in the dungeon. It's too dangerous and definitely can't be used on a main body. In Lin Jun's view, this is Zhang Yangguang's experience voucher. If the main body is not suitable, you can send Pudgy. Although I cannot feel the warmth of the sun, it is nice to see the sun and take a look at the outside world through Pudgy. Of course, in order to prevent this Pudgy from dying as soon as it is teleported, it is necessary to give him more life-saving skills. Rock Eating level 3 is used to dig the ground. Underwater Adaptation level 4 ensures that you will not drown. How to land from the air. It's not that there are no flying monster skills, but their compatibility with Pudgy is very low. Use Assimilation Absorption level 3. This is a skill acquired from the flesh and blood monster called Blood of Sagos during the Demon Tide. It is with this that those monsters can continuously absorb the surrounding flesh and blood and resist the bombardment of the Pudgys. However, this skill has changed a little in Lin Jun's hands. It can only absorb substances similar to itself to assemble its body. Simply put, Pudgy can only absorb mycelium, but cannot absorb blood and flesh like the blood of sage. It feels a bit useless. It seems that it may be of some use only in defensive battles, relying on the advantage of the field covered with mycelium. But it is just right to use it here to assemble a fluffy mycelium shell outside the Pudgy. If you really appear in the air, use it to resist the impact of landing. As for other combat and defensive skills, you should learn them more or less. Otherwise, it would be funny if you were snatched away by stray dogs on the roadside before you could bask in the sun for a few minutes. All in all, it can be considered a weakened version of the disposable Night Pudgy. It's called Explorer 1. Of course, Explorer 1 is still in the gestation stage, and there are many skills to be added, so we can't rush. This precious escape scroll can only be hidden in Lin Jun's small treasure house for a while. Boss. At present, the only one who can chat on the Fungus Network is Xiao He, and he calls him boss. Although Lin Jun was very skeptical, she didn't understand what boss meant. She looks like this now. It seems like she just came back from a walk. Its whole body was wet, and there were water stains on its scales, with a few drops dripping down from time to time. In his hand, he was holding the corpse of a monster that looked like a large turtle, with its head missing. I think it was caught from his 7th level waterway. There was only one reason why Xiao He called me as soon as he came back. Not bad, not bad. This kind is quite rare today. What flavor of pudgy do you want to eat? I want to eat sandwich. Xiao He answered immediately. Okay, I have. As soon as she heard the sound of sandwich pudgy, Xiao He immediately dropped the turtle in her hand and ran towards a mushroom forest. That's where her current nest was. Several other nearby pudges came over and dragged the fresh corpse to the swamp area. The so-called sandwich pudgy is actually the one with slime digestive fluid added, which was used to catch mosquitoes in the deep area before. Among Lin Jun's numerous and varied combinations, this is one that is more popular with Xiao He. When Xiao He entered the mushroom forest, 2 sandwich-flavored pudges were already waiting in her bedroom, next to a large hollowed-out mushroom. This dragon man didn't mind making his sleeping place dirty, so he just went straight into the mushrooms with the 2 pudges in his arms and ate while lying down. In other words, the mycelium can decompose residue and mucus, otherwise this little nest would have become extremely dirty. After sending Xiao He away, Lin Jun originally wanted to focus on his latest research, the skill combination of melee pudgy. After digesting the skills of the Demon Tide, I can indeed make a decent melee pudgy, but I still have to find a combination with the best cost-effectiveness and suitable for mass production. But it seems that there is no time now. The picture came from the upper level, and the adventurers finally started to enter the dungeon. There were quite a few people pouring in the first batch, and it seemed like they all wanted to be the first to try something new. And Lin Jun saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Dylan is finally back. Chapter 55, Did you run into a succubus outside? In a small safe area on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. This is a corridor paved with large light yellow bricks, over 100 meters long. Since there are no traps here and there are not many monsters running around on the 3rd floor, it is regarded as a safe zone. Many adventurers would choose to rest here, and some even bring various supplies and medicines to sell to others. Since the dungeon was opened, a lot of adventurers came in at once, so the number of adventurers gathered here now is actually more than before the Demon Tide. Dylan was among them, and he was currently chewing some jerky while talking to his good friend Yellow Book. 3 floors is good. There are so many traps here that can be used. So what should we do? You can do whatever you want. Others walk into the trap, and you help them trigger it. Let the trap do all the work, and you can just come out and pick up the ready-made ones. Listen to me, and you will have endless power. But we have no grudges against each other. Dylan hesitated as if something was wrong. This is a dungeon. The law of the jungle is the rule here. And don't you want to make money to send to your daughter? Not to mention that once you have the power, you can personally protect your Bella from any harm. It was during this period of time that the Yellow Book actually found out Dylan's weaknesses. Although hesitant, Dylan nodded. Dylan's outstretched foot was suddenly kicked by someone, and Dylan pulled his foot back in pain. This corridor is not narrow, so even if you stretch your legs, it won't affect other people. Dylan looked up and saw a face with a playful smile. Oops. Sorry for kicking you, old man. The man didn't even pause while talking, and just followed his teammates out of the safe zone. Dylan vaguely heard a few words of communication between him and his teammates. Wells, stop looking for trouble all day long. Who asked him to put his feet in front of me? He's just an old man. What's the problem? Looking at the backs of the adventurers leaving, Dylan did not feel any resentment. The quality of adventurers varies greatly. He has long been accustomed to it. These guys can only be regarded as green hands who have never suffered any loss. Once he meets someone who teaches him a lesson, he will naturally learn his lesson. He lowered his head and opened the book again. Why are you still standing there? Follow him. He kicked you on purpose just now. We need to teach him how to respect his elders. Go ahead and teach him a little lesson, just a little. Is that so? Dylan frowned and thought for a while, and felt that what the Yellow Book said made sense. The Yellow Book is never wrong. It seems like it's time to teach it a lesson. After packing up his bag and taking a sip of the magic potion, Dylan left the safe zone. He followed a few people from a distance, relying on mimicry and color change to avoid being discovered. However, even though we want to teach them a lesson, opportunities are not so easy to find. Apparently, there was someone in their team who was good at dealing with traps, and the traps along the way were either avoided or dismantled. Instead, Dylan accidentally stepped on a mechanism. Fortunately, it was just a small trap and a short arrow pierced his palm. Enduring the pain, he pulled out the arrow stuck in his palm. Dylan poured some magic potion on the wound. This was something he figured out. Pouring magic potion could speed up the mycelium's process of filling the wound. Your special physique is really convenient. The same thing happened when I fell into a deep pit. I was able to connect my broken bones like this. Dylan nodded in agreement. He also felt that his current body was very useful and said with emotion, "It's all thanks to the boss's gift. Boss. By the way, I should introduce you to the boss too." Etc. Puff puff. A sudden and orderly puff sound interrupted their communication. At the corner, several Pudges with tentacles and scales appeared in Dylan's field of vision. Looking at Pudgy, whom he had never seen before, Dylan asked in confusion, "Are these new species? Boss, are you here to pick me up?" Dylan went to meet him happily. "Something's wrong. Wait a minute." Unfortunately, Dylan's attention was not on the book at the moment. He walked around the corner and came to the Pooches. The next second, countless hyphae tentacles stretched out towards him, and Dylan was tied up like a dumpling before he could react, including the yellow book. Fixed state, charm, moderate, complete trust in the target. After Dylan entered the dungeon, Lin Jun quickly noticed this thing. "So, Dylan, you old man, did you go to play with the succubus behind my back?" Soon, Dylan's other abnormalities also became apparent. It has been most of the day since we entered the dungeon, but there is no intention to go to the 5th floor. After much thought, Lin Jun decided to be safe and invite him back in person. Thanks to the fact that most adventurers were not progressing that fast, the Pudges were able to carry the big dumplings and successfully return to the 5th floor without being discovered. In the mushroom forest, Dylan, who was tied up like a dumpling, was released. As soon as Dylan came out, he breathed heavily. He almost suffocated to death along the way. When I looked up, I saw a circle of poofs. "Boss, why did you tie me up?" Dylan is really confused now. "Then why are you hanging around on the 3rd floor? Why don't you come down quickly?" "I did it because... Yeah, why?" It seemed that the answer that was in my mind just now disappeared. Dylan fell into self-doubt. "By the way, why not ask the yellow book?" Dylan spread out the yellow book and asked, "What are we doing here on the 3rd floor?" The yellow book on the ground was like a dead object with no reaction at all. No matter how run Dylan asked, he didn't say a word. In Lin Jun's eyes, Dylan now looked like a mentally ill person whose brain was damaged. He asked this and that questions while looking at a book. His emotions seemed extremely unstable, and he would occasionally be in a daze. The succubus in this world are so terrifying. Of course, it may not be the succubus, but there may be something wrong with this book. A mycelium tentacle suddenly inserted into Dylan's mouth while he was still talking to himself. Purple hallucinogenic spores poured into his body, and Dylan's eyes soon rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. He is in such a confused state now that he can't provide any useful information. It's better to let him get some sleep first. As for this yellow book, since Dylan thinks he can communicate, let's give it a try. The hyphae tentacles rolled up a page in the book. "Tear. It wasn't torn off. It's really this book, not the succubus." A book can also use the charm skill. Draw sexy pictures to seduce Dylan. "Xiaohei, come here." After a while, at Lin Jun's call, the dragon man with mucus all over his face came over, licking his lips. "Tear this up." Xiaohei nodded and stretched out his claws to grab Dylan on the ground. "Wait, it's not him, it's this." Looking at the yellow book handed to him by the mycelium tentacles, Xiaohei finally put Dylan down. He grasped the page with his claws, and at Lin Jun's instruction, he exerted force. Sizzle. Even with the dragon man's incredible strength, he wasn't able to tear the pages off the book in one go. But the leather pages still made cracking sounds under the weight, as if they were about to be completely torn apart. Countless repetitive words appeared crazily on the pages. "Stop, stop, 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 stop. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying." Chapter 56 Hardbones. He took the yellow book back from Xiaohei and tore off half of the page and let it hang on the book. Although it's strange to say this, Lin Jun felt like this page had lost its life. The words above continued to appear and disappear, but they were no longer as densely packed and repeated in the same line as at the beginning. It's falling off. The pages are falling off. It's too unfair for a dragon man to appear here. Communicate, communicate, don't be violent. No matter who you are, we can have a good chat. While the Yellow Book was typing, a weak wave of magic power also emanated from the book. The Yellow Book used its unique skills. Lin Jun noticed the fluctuation of magic power, but nothing seemed to happen. I thought this book also wanted to seduce me and Xiao He. But nothing changed on the panel. Lin Jun didn't find anything, so he focused his attention on the text itself. All right, have strength, well, very good. I can't understand the LV2 common language skill at all. Damn, I really miss the days when I could read in my previous life. If only there were more humans. Lin Jun, Lin Jun, how could you be so depraved? You can't learn on your own without greed. Once Dylan is back to normal, I will start learning the common language from him. Xiao Xiao made a decision, but she still had to find a way to solve the problem of a notebook. He held the notebook in front of Xiao He and wanted to ask something. But looking at her clear eyes, Lin Jun still felt that there was no need to ask. It seems that we have to wait until the cultural representative of the park, the literate Dylan, wakes up before we can continue our research. He threw the Yellow Book on the ground, and a self-explosive Pudgy sat on it to suppress it. Anyway, if it makes any small move, Pudgy will explode for it to see. A few Pudges lifted up the unconscious Dylan and threw him into another hollow mushroom. The mycelium inside can help him replenish his magic power. In the future, this kind of mushroom house will become a special staff dormitory. Where the whole body is soft, like a comfortable big bed. It feels like the mycelium in my body has been fed with magic power. I haven't felt so full in a long time. While I was outside, I drank magic potions little by little and didn't dare to drink them all at once. I opened my eyes and saw that the ceiling looked strange. It doesn't look like stone or wood, but rather a bit like a mushroom. Dylan suddenly opened his eyes and recalled his memories before he fell into a coma. Although they were confusing, he still remembered some of them. He immediately turned over and climbed out of the bed. Looking back, it really is a big mushroom. When you wake up, just stay where you are. After receiving the order from the boss, Dylan had no choice but to stay where he was. He didn't quite know what was going on, but it seemed like he had made a mistake. After a while, a few Pudgy came over with their good brother Yellow Book. Also coming along was a humanoid creature covered in sharp, thick scales. Lizardman and the like. Not really. He had never seen a race like this before, and this sense of oppression was stronger than that of the Diamond Adventurers. There was no doubt that if a fight broke out, this guy who was a head shorter than him could be knocked to death with one punch, and even his special physique could not save him. While I get close, I can feel him in the fungus net. Is he the boss's new little brother? Worthy of being the boss. But why is she eating the Pudgy in her arms? Snap! Good companions were left behind. The boss's instructions came from the fungus network. Read out what it says, and repeat what I said. Do you understand? Boss, are you ready to talk to your good brothers? That's great. I'm sure we can get along well with each other through communication. Boss, no problem. Turn over my good brother. This page. Why is half of it missing? Lin Jun looked at the real-time translator and the thugs responsible for the use of force to deter, and they were all in place. So, let the fun interrogation session begin. First, remove the enchantment. Dylan didn't understand what the boss meant, but he still completed his translation task seriously. Okay, I understand. After reading this passage, Dylan suddenly fell into a trance for a while. Boss, what happened? Fixed state, charm, moderate. Before he could finish his words, Xiao He was under Lin Jun's instructions. He stepped on the Yellow Book and grabbed the half-attached page. Before any words could appear, after a short hiss sound, the page was completely separated from the Yellow Book. After the leather pages were separated from the book, they slowly turned into ashes, and at the same time, faint sounds of wailing could be heard. What the hell? This book seems to be more weird than expected. Remove the charm, Lin Jun said again. Dylan looked at his good brother in pain and seemed a little overwhelmed. After Lin Jun repeated it again, he spoke out. This time the Yellow Book didn't respond, but Dylan suddenly covered his head and howled in pain. Looking at Dylan rolling on the ground, Lin Jun just asked Xiao He to grab all the pages of the book and prepare to tear them all off. Fortunately, Yellow Book didn't dare to play tricks this time. By the time Dylan stopped screaming half dead, the charm on the panel had disappeared. Sorry, boss. Although he was bewitched, Dylan still had all his memories. After the bewitching was lifted, he naturally knew what had happened to him when he thought back. Dylan just lay on the ground and not only told Lin Jun the whole story, but also told him everything he knew about soul props. During the whole process, there was no sign of the yellow book and no one knew what it was thinking. However, after hearing the story, Lin Jun was a little surprised. I thought Dylan was simply accidentally controlled by the evil book. I didn't expect it to be related to vampires and demons. How about you need a rest? Lin Jun said this to Dylan. He now looked like someone who was carsick for the whole day and vomited all the way. No, boss, just continue. In that case, I advise you to confess your crime honestly, so you can suffer less. The yellow book in the Dragon Man's claws did not reveal a single word under Lin Jun's threat, and he looked indifferent. Harbones. Xiao Hei continued to grab all the pages of the book with one claw and pulled one out with the other claw, pulling it back and forth and tearing it off bit by bit. The pages of the book were still the same. After being torn off, they turned into ashes with a wailing sound. What surprised Lin Jun was that this time the yellow book didn't even have any text about the screams. Awesome. Try tearing off 2 more pages. Well, could it be that it was strangled by the neck? Dylan pointed uncertainly at the handful of book pages that Xiao Hei had been holding tightly in his hand since a while ago. A book can have a neck. Try to get Xiao Hei to let go of the pages he was holding. Speak. I'll tell you everything. Please keep this black guy away from me. The Duke of St. Clair. Inanna rubbed her sleepy eyes and got up from the goose-down mattress. Seeing the quilt pushed aside, she scratched her messy pink hair helplessly. When I change from Pudgy form back to human form in my sleep, I tend to push the quilt away naturally. This has happened several times. But she always couldn't help herself and cast Transfiguration spell on herself before going to bed. I always feel that after turning into Pudgy, I can only vaguely sense the surroundings, which is particularly suitable for relaxing and sleeping. After thinking about it, I decided that it shouldn't be a big deal since I'm not that afraid of the cold. Although it's still a little early, I'm awake now. So let's go to the teacher to start today's magic learning. Chapter 57, What to Summon? Silk Shoe stepped on the soft, dark red carpet in the corridor. Exquisitely carved brass wall lamps were lined up along the corridor, and on the right wall, various precious art paintings were inlaid in gilded frames. If Lin Jun were here, he would have kept muttering, evil nobles, but to Inanna, all this was just her familiar home. I walked all the way from the bedroom on the 3rd floor to the study on the 2nd floor. Her teacher, Julian Daniels, was hired by her father from the Relic Association. The housekeeper said that the teacher asked for compensation by reading the family's collection of books after teaching. In fact, ever since the teacher came to the mansion, he has almost lived in the study. Even when she was teaching herself magic, except for the practical classes when she would go to the training ground to practice, she would come to the study room for classes at other times. But today, it seemed that someone arrived before her, and the sound of conversation could be heard from the study. Of course, Inanna would not do such an inappropriate thing as hiding outside the door and eavesdropping. Gently push open a side door. Teacher, you don't know, at that time they stuffed such a thick thing into my mouth, blew air into it, and woke me up. The voices stopped abruptly when the study door opened. Inanna looked up and saw someone dancing and talking about something extraordinary beside the desk. She knew the person who looked embarrassed when she came in. Another student of the teacher, Calvin. An overly energetic guy, always either being punished by the teacher after doing something funny or on his way to do something funny. Inanna, it's quite early today. Teacher Julian smiled and invited Inanna to come and sit down. Anyone who first saw this man with a mustache would think he was a pampered middle-aged noble. No one would have guessed that he was actually a diamond-level wizard in his 50s. Good day, teacher. After seeing Inanna sitting down, Julian looked back at Calvin and asked, So what do these things you said have to do with your failed potion? This is the first time I've seen a truth potion brewed into this color. As he spoke, he picked up the bottle of ink-black medicine on the table and shook it. When it comes to potions, Calvin's face suddenly turns bitter. Those Pudgy rescued us and gave us gifts. Teacher, don't look at me like that. I'm serious. The enchanted sword that Gray had was given by them. There was actually a parasitic tree seed among them, so naturally I came to get it to make medicine. How could I know that this was a dead seed that had been picked too long ago and its medicinal properties had all disappeared? Julian leaned on the table and rubbed his brows. Okay, I won't tell you whether your part about Pudgy is true or false. Have I ever taught you that before mixing a potion, you have to test the medicinal properties of all the ingredients before using it? Calvin opened his mouth and whispered after a long while, I have taught you, but I'm not in a hurry to hand in my homework. Go copy the potion-making instructions 30 times and show them to me tomorrow. There was no way to refute it, so Calvin could only hang his head and say yes. At this time, Inanna suddenly came over with a curious look and asked Calvin, can you tell me what the pudgy you mention is? The Duke's daughter's delicate little face was a little close to him, so Calvin shyly moved back a little, and then he exaggerated and loudly described his and Gray's journey to the dungeon. Talk about how they relied on Calvin's wisdom and successfully reached the 5th floor. He fought another 300 rounds with the Dragon Man who suddenly attacked, and barely escaped after being defeated. He was seriously injured, but was unexpectedly rescued by a group of fluorescent pudgy. He also specifically emphasized that what he had said before about being interrupted was referring to the situation when he was rescued by the mycelial tentacles, and not any other strange things. Inanna seemed to have heard a new story, and she would exclaim from time to time, or nod in agreement, which made Calvin speak more excitedly. After Calvin finished speaking, Inanna suddenly suggested, It's amazing, I want to see it too. Teacher, can we go a little further in the practical class next time and go to the underground city? Julian looked at Inanna, who seemed to be feeling a little guilty, strangely, stroking his chin and saying, It's not impossible, but it requires Mr. Eric's consent. As soon as she finished speaking, Inanna cheered, forgot about the class, and ran straight to Eric to get a ticket. Calvin was left with a confused look on his face. How could the story I told be so attractive? I'm afraid I have to deny your request, Miss Inanna. Why? Inanna couldn't understand Eric's unexpected refusal. Teacher is with me. We're only going down to the 5th floor at most. There won't be any danger. Why don't you come along too, Eric? Eric sighed and frowned in thought. After a while, he took out a magic pendant from the drawer. As the pendant activated, a translucent membrane enveloped both him and Inanna. Inanna felt as if she had suddenly entered a secret room and could no longer hear any sounds from outside. At this time, Eric said, Ms. Inanna, it's not that I want to stop you from going anywhere. It's just that the timing is so unfortunate. You should keep the following words to yourself and do not spread them to others. Eric looked at Inanna, and when she nodded with a hint of doubt, he continued, You may not know, but the Hermit Empire has been making more and more moves on the border recently. There was even news that a small group of demons had sneaked into the country. Everything shows that they are ready to restart the war. Under the pressure of war, the Supreme Council passed a resolution to summon heroes. Brave, Inanna was incredulous. This word is just like the word devil. She has only seen it in legends. They were all active 300 years ago, too far away from Inanna. Now, I suddenly heard that the United Kingdom is calling for heroes. Although she didn't know what exactly was needed to summon a hero, she always had a feeling that it was unreal. Eric's words continued here. We are still in the preparation stage. In the name of preparing for war, we are mobilizing resources across the country on a large scale to prepare for the call-up. The real news was blocked within the upper echelons. But if we really want to hide it from the Empire, the Duke and I are not optimistic about this. There has always been a lack of people among the nobles who betray for the sake of eternal life. A traitor reports the news, or clues are discovered from the mobilization of resources. Either way, it is impossible for the Empire to have no reaction after noticing the abnormality. Assassination, sabotage, and even starting a full-scale war ahead of time are not impossible. You are the only heir to the Duke, and you should know this, but I didn't tell you because I was afraid it would affect your magic studies. In short, please stay in the mansion during this period. I will ensure your safety. When Inanna suddenly heard this reason, her head was confused, and she couldn't say no at all. Just asked at the end, Don't summoned heroes still need time to grow? Since this is an imminent danger, why not just resurrect the brave hero from 300 years ago, Lord Link? Unfortunately, Eric shook his head, obviously not knowing everything. Inanna could only wonder about this question alone. At the same time, a brave man. Tell me, what else are you hiding? Xiaohei, try harder. I really have confessed everything. Please don't come again. Woo woo woo. Chapter 58, Adventurer's Suspicion. Give me a chance, I'll be honest. Don't put me in the dark room, please. As the Yellow Book, or Holy Book, begged for mercy, a specially made self-destructive Pudgy took it into its stomach. Then, this Pudgy ran all the way to the rock wall in the deepest part of the mushroom forest and began to use the Rock Eater skill to create rock armor. It will eventually turn into an inconspicuous stone pillar here, relying on the fungal carpet underneath to survive and temporarily seal the book. Although this book is evil, it is also powerful. After Lin Jun and the other two worked together to interrogate the man, they figured out its general function, absorbing the souls of the dead to strengthen the holder's basic attributes, just like Dylan experienced. Of course, there are limitations. Excessive use will make your soul complicated and eventually drive you crazy. In addition to this core function, it also has very powerful reconnaissance capabilities. Otherwise, it would not be able to help Dylan point out the location of the cave where the bear lives. At the same time, it also has the power to induce certain emotions, such as making you suddenly filled with rage. This trick is effective against monsters that only have instincts, but is weaker against intelligent creatures. Not to mention that you can also charm others through words. To be honest, this kind of charm is far from what Lin Jun imagined. As for why it is called the Holy Scripture, and why they do not want to be obtained by the demons. According to it, it didn't know why the demons called it that, and although the demons called it respectfully, they would take it back and lock it up in a small dark room. Lin Jun felt that there was nothing wrong with the demons' actions. Such a dangerous book would probably give even the demons a headache. After all, Lin Jun had no choice but to seal it. Although it has self-awareness, it is a magic prop and Lin Jun cannot see the panel. Lin Jun had no way of verifying the authenticity of much of the information that was said, not to mention the most crucial origins and purposes. If asked, the answer would be no. If asked, it would be because he was born to like souls. Even after Xiao He tore off 2 more pages, he did not change his words. All in all, it is a very dangerous thing. To use it well, you must be able to understand at least one language. Yes, this book is also a master of languages. It knows almost all languages such as Elvish, Dwarven, Human, Demonic, and Orcish dialects. Unfortunately, Lin Jun doesn't know how to do that. The book definitely cannot be given to Dylan. If it is given to Dylan, it is not certain who will use it. If you can charm Dylan, then run away with the bucket, stay away from the Amethyst Dungeon. Lin Jun had no idea what to do. Therefore, before it learns the universal language of mankind, it can only live in a small dark room. On the other side, Dylan brought back news about Inanna. It is said that after the Duke's daughter was rescued, she has been living in seclusion and rarely leaves the Duke's mansion. This is good news for Lin Jun. He was worried that Inanna would run around and be nowhere to be found. I'll write to her or use other methods to try to contact her and ask her to help me find some knowledge about dungeons at the Relic Association. Lin Jun has already thought of the reward, which is that smaller S-level magic crystal. But there is no rush. We can do it after Dylan has rested for a while. Dylan suffered a lot this time when he went out. First, he didn't have enough gold coins, so he had to drink magic potions bit by bit and was always hungry. Later, he was hunted by demons, and his head was almost broken by the hateful yellow book. It's really rare that he came back alive. Lin Jun could only give him a short vacation, hoping that the mushroom hut could relieve his fatigue. For this purpose, some of his favorite special nutrition was specially prepared for him. But before he rested, Lin Jun asked him to do a small favor. The entrance to the 5th floor. Wells and his 4 teammates looked at the sign in front of them with strange expressions. They had no idea who had put up. 5-layer rules. Don't attack anything actively. The monster corpse can distract the Pudgy, blocking the way for up to 10 minutes. Don't leave the fluorescent mushroom road. There are more puffins blocking the way in the dark. You can find Fat Pudgy along the path at the edge of the mushroom forest. You can exchange items with it using monster corpses. Gray mushrooms are edible. Do not enter the mushroom forest or the swamp area. You can go digging in the cave area, but don't pick up the magic crystals that Pudgy knocked down. The poison in Venom Lake is really strong. If you see a completely black humanoid with wings, immediately flee back the way you came. What's this? Wells pointed at the wooden sign and asked his companions what they thought. Strategies left by other adventurers. From the second one, it seems to be an upgraded version of the previous guide on Demon Tide. But what is the Mushroom Forest? The dungeon has just been opened, and it has been explored so quickly. I think this information is not just a little bit extra. Yeah, besides, who would be so kind to provide a guide for free? And putting up a sign here is probably a trap or a bad idea. But what if it's true? If it's true, I'll come back and eat this sign. There seemed to be a slight disagreement between the dwarf crossbowman and human mage in the team. The captain rubbed his chin, looking like he hadn't thought it through yet. This is what a temporary team is like, lacking tacit understanding and prone to disputes. What do you think? Wells poked Ginny, the pastor in the team, to see what she thought. Babble. The sudden high note made several people look over at the same time. Don't poke me suddenly, Wells. Ginny pursed her lips and whispered in reproach. Facing everyone's stares, Wells could only laugh awkwardly. It was clearly the shoulder that was poked, not the waist. Fortunately, Jeannie just complained and brought the topic back. I think that it is not very credible to see such a sign appearing right after the dungeon is opened. Otherwise, just pretend this brand doesn't exist. We should explore however we can and deal with it when we encounter problems. Don't worry, if you get hurt accidentally, I will take care of it. As he spoke, he raised the holy bell and staff in his hands, and his sunny smile made everyone feel less worried. The captain said at the right time, "I think so." Wells and the dwarves naturally had no objections. Only another human mage disagreed, but since his teammates all agreed, he had no choice. So, a few people decided to follow the original plan and explore the forest first to see how much changes there have been after the magic tide. Why? Another group of people who won't listen. The wooden sign was naturally erected by Lin Jun, but he didn't expect the adventurers to be so suspicious. This is the third team that ignores the rules. We won't kill them outright, but we will definitely find a way to teach them a lesson and teach them to abide by the rules. Thinking of this, Lin Jun casually glanced at the configuration of this group of people. A group of people around level 30. Name, Jeannie Allison. Race, human. Level, LV42. Title, Human Killer. Increases damage to humans by 10%. Is this the daily life of adventurers? Suspicion seems to be more important. Thanks to Chan Shi for being the leader, and thanks to all the readers for their support. The book review area is now collecting fan titles. If you're interested, you can nominate your favorite one. Chapter 59, Testing the Closed Combat Model. In the wasteland beside the Venom Lake, except for the occasional sound of water coming from the lake, it is as quiet as the world of the dead. The ground beneath my feet was dark green, and the air was filled with an unpleasant sour smell. This smell is too bad. The wizard covered his nose and cast a purification spell on several people. When the green-eyed frog was here, although it was all green poisonous fog, at least there was no such pungent smell. Wells rubbed his nose. He thought it was okay, only slightly worse than the sour beer in the Rotten Willow Tavern. What he cared more about was the sound of water in the lake. The few people did not walk along the mushroom road. It was pitch black nearby, and the range of the lighting technique was limited, so they could not see the situation in the lake clearly. What do you think is living in the lake now? Should we catch one and see if it has any value? Wells' proposal made several people excited. Things that have never happened before always represent more opportunities. However, Captain Ralph vetoed it. I'm afraid it's too late. What do you mean by too late? Wells didn't understand what the captain meant. You may not have noticed, but in a few minutes we'll be barefoot. Wells raised his foot with a puzzled look on his face. What the hell? That pair of standard adventurer thick-soled shoes actually only had half of the sole left. The others soon discovered the same thing on the soles of their shoes. Why are my feet so slippery? The worst was Jeannie, whose shoes were the thinnest. Ginny stretched out her hands, grabbed Wells' sleeves, and pleaded. Wells, can you carry me on your back? The priest's feet stepped back and forth under his robe, and it seemed that he would really hurt his feet in a while. But I'm still carrying this. Wells patted the two bags on his back, which were full of monster corpses. Please, Wells, you are the strongest among them. Just let them share the two bags. Don't worry, I will also help and won't let you get tired. As he spoke, he shook the staff in his hand. Let me carry it. Just as Wells was about to agree, Ralph suddenly inserted himself between the two of them. Tisk. Wells frowned, said nothing, and just made way. Ginny winked at Wells with a hint of pity, then lay on the captain's back. Then I'll trouble you, Captain Ralph. As he spoke, he stretched out the small staff in his hand and waved it. A gray light flashed by, and Ralph, who was originally struggling, suddenly felt relaxed and set off first with Ginny on his back. Let's get out of this lake as soon as possible. Everyone followed. Only the mage was a little confused. It seemed unnecessary to use potential stimulation here. Lin Jun's attention was no longer on this level 42 human killer. A human killer? What does a mushroom have to do with him? His latest mass-produced fighter, Pudgy, is important. Dodge LV7 plus Scale Armor LV5 plus Accélération LV6 plus Blade Whip LV5 plus Mycelium Réorganisation LV3. In fact, 5 skills consume a bit too much energy, but now that my business is big, it's okay to be a bit extravagant. Although the turrets are powerful, they're also highly versatile. But after each battle, the ground was in a mess, and it took a long time for the fungal blanket to recover. At home, many things are better done by melee weapons with less destructive power. This is also the reason why Lin Jun did not add self-destruction to the close combat. The main responsibility of these melee fighters is to deal with dishonest adventurers within the 5th floor. If we really encounter an enemy that we cannot defeat, it will not be too late to dispatch a large-scale mushroom artillery force. If they still can't suppress it, Lin Jun and Xiao He, this group of security guards, are mainly focused on agility and dodging. Blade whips were brought by dragon beasts during the Demon Tide, the main representative of which was the Blade Tail Whip Dragon. This skill allows the Pujus to generate blades on their mycelial tentacles, which can be quite powerful when swept away. Unfortunately, the mycelial tentacles cannot be extended from 2 meters to 10 meters like those dragon beast tails. The tentacle's attack range is limited to 4 meters. The first batch of 4 long whips are freshly baked. The actual combat capability remains to be tested, because the imaginary enemy is an adventurer. So the best person to help with the test is... Boss, what did you say? Dylan, who had just been sleeping soundly, was pulled to a small open space. He stared blankly at the fine steel sword that Lin Jun had so thoughtfully given him, then looked at the 16 tentacles of the 4 creatures opposite him, the scales and blades on which were shining coldly. A shock hit him from top to bottom. Boss, I can't do it. Don't say such discouraging words. Aren't you also a silver adventurer? You are an elite who managed to escape death from the demon group. That's because I can escape, not because I can fight. Dylan said with a bitter face. Boss, didn't you say I could take a vacation? I'm doing this for your own good, Dylan, Lin Jun advised earnestly. Exercise more to stay healthy. You've been obsessed with special nutrition every day recently, and you'll be ruined in the long run. Just think of it as stretching your muscles. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. There's really no danger. I promise you won't die. Wait. Before Dylan could continue to refuse, 2 of the Puji received the attack order and rushed forward. Grass. Block LV4. Just as Dylan held the sword across his chest, a tentacle blade stabbed over and collided with the sword, making a clang sound. The next second, 2 more tentacle blades swung over from the side. Dylan rolled on the ground to avoid them, leaving 2 deep scratches on the big mushroom behind him. It's 2 versus 1, or the long arm versus the short arm. Dylan, a pure melee fighter, can hardly find a way to get close and can only keep dodging. After hiding for a while, he seemed to have thought of a solution. When the tentacle blade flew over again, Dylan did not retreat. Instead, he seized the opportunity to take a step forward and slashed at the middle of the tentacle. But as soon as the sword struck him, Dylan knew that something bad was going to happen. The sword failed to completely cut the tentacles covered with scales. Instead, the tentacle blades used this fulcrum to circle around and attack him from behind. Spin/LV5. In desperation, Dylan used his fighting skills, not only cutting off the half of the tentacle that was still connected, but also slashing back to knock down the tentacle blade behind him, barely resolving the attack. But Dylan couldn't be proud. He had just knocked down 1 tentacle, but there were still 7 more waiting for him to deal with. What can this do? Dylan simply stopped thinking about attacking and just kept circling around the big mushroom. You know what? This method really works. When Puji swings the blade, it will sink into the big mushroom, and Dylan can take the opportunity to run far away. There was no point in going on, so Lin Jun stopped tormenting Dylan. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your hard work, Dylan. Seeing that the 2 Pujus behind him stopped chasing him with their short legs, Dylan leaned on the mushroom beside him and softened, panting and wiping the sweat from his face. Even if the boss says he won't die, if he gets a few cuts on his body, it would hurt his old bones to death. Dylan, you can't do this. There are only 2 of them. I'll give you an item to increase your strength later. Lin Jun was quite satisfied with this test. Lin Jun didn't do any micromanagement. The Pujus just followed the orders and fought according to their instincts. Although Dylan is considered weak among the silver adventurers, it was a bit beyond expectations that only 2 of them could suppress him. I thought it would take at least 3. Of course, it may have something to do with the fact that Dylan was not completely serious. It is normal that he could not exert his full strength without the pressure of life and death. Moreover, the adventurers will cooperate with each other, so there won't be an embarrassing situation like Dylan, who couldn't hit Puji's real body. Next time, Let's try it on the unruly group of adventurers. Chapter 60, Patching the Mushroom Garden. This is too uncomfortable. Wells stepped barefoot on the fungal mat, which was like stepping into gelatinous honey, with each toe gap filled with slippery active substances. When I lift my feet, I can even see some silk. The situation was similar for the other people. Everyone's shoes were worn out by the Venom Lake. I say, why don't we go back to the Mushroom Road? There are no hyphae there. The captain interrupted Wells's complaints and said, show some perseverance. You are an adventurer, right? We will soon see the forest. Then we can return to the road. Tis. Wells felt that the captain was always belittling him openly or secretly. What a petty-minded guy. As if to vent his anger, he stomped hard on the fungal mat in front of him. Fuck. A sharp piece of gravel pierced Wells' foot, and he squatted down in pain. Are you okay? Let me check. Ginny came over when she heard the scream and held Wells' sticky feet in her hands without any disgust. It's not a big deal, just a minor injury. I can take care of it quickly. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled out the piece of rubble, then used her staff to stimulate Wells' potential. As expected, Wells soon stopped feeling pain. His wounds gradually healed, and he even felt more energetic. Thank you, Ginny. Hearing the thanks, Ginny gave Wells a smile. The captain standing by couldn't stand it any longer. If you're okay, leave now. Don't do stupid things like getting hurt by gravel again. The wizard standing at the back wanted to say something, but some puffy figures appeared faintly in the distance. Another patrol. There are about 10 Pudges wandering randomly on the mycelium ground. Almost all of them are mutant species with tentacles, scales, or muzzles. This is the third wave along the way. I wonder if there will be fewer if we go along the Mushroom Road. No one wants to fight Pudgy. Adventurers already knew before the Demon Tide that the Pudges on the 5th floor are strong and have no drops. After struggling to get out of the pile of mushrooms, I got nothing except 2 chewier slices of mushrooms to roast. It's a pure loss-making business, so of course you should avoid it if you can. The wizard first turned off the lighting spell, and then cast invisibility on several people. Just like the previous times, everyone stayed where they were, waiting for the Pudgy patrol to leave. But this time there seemed to be something unexpected. A Pudgy with the most ordinary appearance, without tentacles or scales, suddenly broke away from the team and walked a few steps towards them. Afterwards, the Pudgy patrol team, which was about to leave, was led by this ordinary Pudgy to change direction and walk straight towards the few people. Seeing this, the captain cursed inwardly. What a shitty luck, Wells, the monster corpse. Wells took one of the bags on his back, selected a dog-shaped monster from it, and threw it out. The monster's corpse immediately attracted the attention of the Pudgy team. They surrounded it, wrapped it with their tentacles, and then changed direction to the swamp. Seeing Pudgy disappear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no accidents on the road afterwards, otherwise the monster corpses would have been fed to the patrol team. But when the team saw the forest, or rather the mushroom forest, they had to stop. How did the forest become this? What is this? Wells touched a huge mushroom, feeling the fluffy touch on his hand. I've never seen a mushroom grow so big. Such a big, glowing mushroom. What is that? The captain suddenly sneezed. The wizard seemed to have thought of something and looked up. From the folds, under the big mushroom cap, light green spores were constantly falling. Everyone stand back. It might be poisonous. Hearing this, everyone retreated 30 steps away before stopping. If the whole forest is like this, taking antidote potions won't be enough. Do we still want to go in? Wells asked. I think we should forget it. Look at that. Following the direction of the dwarf's finger, Wells squinted his eyes, but still saw nothing. It's just a corner of the mushroom forest. What's so special about it? But the people around me have already exclaimed, oh my. What on earth is it? Wells asked Ginny in a low voice. Ginny glanced at him and whispered, look carefully at the mushroom tree. Wells endured the numbing feeling in his ears and looked over again. This time, he seemed to see a Pudgy that was exactly the same color as the mushroom stem. Standing under the mushroom tree, you can't tell them apart at a glance. Mimicry. The wizard nodded. It should be we don't know how many Pudgy are inside. The information on that sign appears to be correct. I suggest you give up exploring here and go down to the 6th floor directly. The captain seemed a little unwilling. Didn't the sign say there was a small path where we could find fat Pudgy to exchange things? Hearing this, several people looked around and actually saw a small dirt road. The captain seemed to feel better when he saw this. Let's go this way and take a look. There are still a few monster corpses in Wells anyway. If we can confirm that we can change them, We can bring more when we come back from the 6th floor. Everyone who comes to the dungeon for adventure wants to earn more, so naturally, they won't object. Wells even had some expectations. I wonder what I can exchange it for. It shouldn't be too bad, right? When they walked all the way to the entrance of the cave, which was 7 or 8 meters high, they found that someone had already arrived there. A cry of surprise came from the cave. A-level magic crystal. Magique perception LV6 plus airflow perception LV7 plus light perception LV4 plus sound wave detection LV6. Another scout puff landed freshly. See how those who like to play stealth can sneak across. If you have the ability, fly directly over the 5th floor. After patching the 5th level security, Lin Jun checked his own panel again. Mimesis LV4. After hundreds of Pudge's work day and night these days, it was finally upgraded a few days later than expected. After Xiao He disguised herself, she no longer had to be confined to the mushroom forest. These days, she was asked to stay in her nest and was obviously becoming more and more irritable. Lin Jun also thought about asking Dylan to comfort Xiao He. As a father of a daughter, he should know how to comfort a little girl. But I gave up in the end because I was afraid that Dylan would go into my stomach if I coaxed him. Fortunately, Dylan is no longer needed, and Xiao He can be upgraded now. Lin Jun was just about to call Xiao He when a preset message came from the Fungus Network, sent by Fatty Pudgy. The grand prize has been announced. The Mushroom Garden reopened, and in order to achieve publicity effect, Lin Jun stuffed an A-level magic crystal into the fat man's pocket. I just didn't expect it to come out so soon. It's a really random draw. I'm really kind. Lin Jun shifted his gaze over there. He was also curious about who was so lucky. 2 teams. There was still a quarrel. Why did they start fighting? Damn it, don't hurt my fat guy. Chapter 61, thank you for your hard work. Wells kicked the vicious dog away and quickly adjusted his posture to block an arrow shot at his face. After finishing it, I looked at the hunter on the opposite side and found that he was 7 or 8 steps away from me. What does this guy Ralph mean by, you go and deal with that hunter? Isn't it 2 versus 1 when the hunter and his dog are together? I'd be lucky if I wasn't killed by the kite. The battle started too suddenly. The previous second, Ralph was still telling the other team leader that he wanted to buy the monster corpses that they had not used up yet, and the two were arguing over the price. The next second, the other party suddenly attacked them. The dwarf was caught off guard and his arm was injured, and the situation was very unfavorable for their side. But Wells couldn't understand why they took the initiative to attack, since it wasn't them who got the A-level magic crystal. Besides, although we are at a disadvantage, we are not without the power to resist. In the end, both sides will suffer losses. That small piece of A-grade magic crystal is indeed precious, but it's not worth risking your life for. Could it be that some of them want to use us to kill a few teammates to get more points? No, this method is too dangerous and stupid. Turning his head to dodge another arrow that was obviously equipped with a spinning skill, Wells took the time to look at his teammates. Ralph was fighting with the leader of the other team. Both of them were agile. Wells felt that every blow was dangerous, but no one was actually fatally injured. Jeannie's position was relatively safe. She was treating the dwarf on the other side. After the gray light, the dwarf's condition improved a lot. Ginny also noticed Wells at this time, and without favoring one over the other, she also cast the grayish-white light on him. In an instant, Wells felt a constant flow of power in his body. Now he felt like he could do anything. The hound pounced from the side again, and at the same time, the hunter shot 2 arrows in a row. One shot directly at Wells' face, and the other blocked his retreat. If it was just now, he might really be defeated under this kind of attack, but now, the long sword flipped up, knocking away the arrow coming from the front, and then chopped down directly at the oncoming hound. Wells showed speed and strength far beyond what he had before. With one slash of his sword, the hound's barking turned into wailing. A wound from the shoulder and neck to the abdomen almost took the beast's life. After being severely injured, it could only flee away in embarrassment. Wells' chest rose and fell slightly, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. He raised his head and looked at the opposite side again, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This time the hunter was going to become the prey. But is there something I missed? Oh, and where's the mage? In the mushroom forest, the law enforcement team that Lin Jun rushed to seemed to have no chance to appear. The 2 teams of adventurers did not continue fighting in the cave, but moved the battlefield outside. Since Fatty and the food in his stomach are fine, this fight between humans has nothing to do with him. It looks like the outcome for both sides is about to be decided. Although the dwarf was ambushed and the mage escaped, the woman named Jeannie, through continuous use of potential stimulation, recklessly exploited her teammates, which directly made the team much stronger than the opponent. I'm afraid these guys will have to lie down for half a month after this game. It's not unfair that the opponent lost. Clang. After opening Ralph's knife again, the leader of the team suddenly stepped back a few steps and took out the A-level magic crystal from his arms. No more fighting. We admit defeat. This magic crystal is for you, just let us go. Otherwise, I will detonate it. As he spoke, a stream of magic power was injected into it, causing the magic crystal to emit a dazzling purple light. This team leader actually had the skill to control magic power. He didn't want to give up such a huge windfall, but the current situation forced him to spend money to avoid disaster. From the middle of the game, he and his men had been suppressed and beaten, and he was almost cut in the neck several times by the opponent who was wielding double knives. The hunter in his own family lost his pet and was forced to fight in close combat with a short axe, barely escaping death. If he had surrendered later, the hunter would have lost his life. Fortunately, Ralph was obviously reluctant to part with the magic crystal. Seeing that the magic crystal was approaching the critical point, he hurriedly stopped it and said, "Wait, don't be impulsive." In fact, Ralph still hasn't figured out why the two sides are fighting. He did covet the magic crystal, but these people looked like they were not easy to deal with, so he would not take action first. It was even more puzzling that the other side suddenly attacked. We had nothing to show except the equipment on display, so how could we attract an attack? Of course, not figuring it out didn't stop him from getting the spoils. He had already fought, so if he didn't take the magic crystal, he would be at a huge loss. "All right, give it to me, and I'll let you go," said Ralph, holding out his hand. The other team leader was almost laughing at his anger. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Get out of the way. We'll make sure there's no obstruction, and then we'll get it to you." Ralph waved his hand, asking his teammates to come closer to him and make way for them. When the other side walked to the outside, but had not yet closed the distance, Ralph stopped them. "Okay, give me the magic crystal, and I promise not to chase you." The team leader obviously knew that this position was probably Ralph's bottom line, and if he didn't give in, there would probably be another fight. He exchanged glances with his teammates. The A-level magic crystal was thrown over with great force, even passing over Ralph and flying towards the mushroom forest. After throwing the A-level magic crystal, several people turned around and ran at full speed, and the hunter didn't even have time to take away the dog who was unconscious beside him. Fortunately, the magic crystal was only thrown to the edge of the mushroom forest, and Ralph went to pick it up cursing. He really didn't intend to kill them all. It's a big win. With a sudden increase in income, Wells almost forgot about the unpleasantness with the captain. Unfortunately, some cowards abandoned their teammates and ran away. Ralph was naturally talking about the wizard, and the others were equally angry about this. Wells even said directly, "Next time I see him, I will make sure he pays the price." "This fight really tired me out," Ralph complained, rubbing his shoulders. He now felt more tired than after 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, and the feeling was getting worse. They left a lot of monster corpses in the cave. We still have a few here. Who has the energy to replace them? I need to rest for a while. After Ralph said this, Wells and the dwarf also felt a little exhausted. In the end, the task of exchanging things fell to Jeannie, who was still in good spirits. The captain said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I have to trouble you, a pastor, to do the manual labor in the end. No, you three are the ones who have worked so hard. Go and have a good rest. I will help you keep watch after I finish moving the things." Jeannie's smile is still so reassuring. The three of them simply rested behind a relatively hidden mushroom not far from the cave. "It's not that I don't want to move to a safer place, but I'm just too tired to walk." Not long after they sat down, the three of them fell asleep. Wells was awakened by a vague sound. How long did I sleep?" Wells wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't move. "I was actually tied up." "Who did it, Ralph?" There was no one else around. "Damn, who the hell is this Ralph? What the hell do you want to do?" "Hey!" The sudden scream startled Wells. The voice is Ralph. Chapter 62, Mysterious Ritual. At the entrance to the 5th floor, the mage stumbled into the stairs. He looks very miserable now. He was only wearing underwear, his robe, and how were missing his staff, and even the 2 rings on his hands were missing. As soon as he came in, he knelt on the ground in despair. It was actually snatched away by Pudgy. When the conflict broke out in the cave, I was the only one who saw it. Standing at the back, a faint light flashed on the woman's sleeve. In an instant, he connected the dots between Jeannie's previous abnormal behavior. However, the battle has already begun. Even if he jumps out and makes a guess now, who would believe him? It was those temporary teammates who were confused by the tricks that believed him. Or will the group of adventurers whom he doesn't even know believe him? More importantly, he saw Jeannie turn around and smile at him. Without much hesitation, he quickly made a decision: sell. Anyway, it was just a temporary team, and he was unwilling to take risks after only a few days of friendship. Besides, it's all the fault of those fools who were bewitched by women. Up to this point, the wizard felt that there was nothing wrong with his choice. The mistake was that he was in too much of a hurry to run away and didn't think to take one of the monster corpses that Wells was carrying before leaving. As a result, they were blocked by a group of people and were not allowed to leave. I tried to force my way in, but I only managed to kill 2 before I was caught by the tentacles. He knew that these Pudges were not weak, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, the Pudges were so magnanimous that they just stripped him naked and let him go. Really? Damn it. Ooh. What the wizard didn't know was that he was already lucky. Ralph's scream, not far away, didn't last long, and then stopped. Although because of what happened along the way, Wells did not have a good impression of the captain. But when I think about my current situation, it's hard not to feel sympathetic towards the other party. After a while, a figure pushed aside the mushrooms and walked over under the fluorescent light. Ginny. Ginny glanced at him and smiled apologetically. Are you awake? Is that Ralph's voice? Sorry, I'm actually not very good at the coma technique, and I didn't expect that he would wake up halfway. Don't worry, I will give you a coma spell in a moment. I guarantee it won't hurt. After saying that, Ginny tried hard to drag the tied-up Wells out. Due to her lack of strength, sweat dripped from her forehead. Wells felt that his brain was not fully understanding what Ginny was saying. He just felt that the current Ginny was very different from the one he remembered. There was no sweet smile, but a kind of sincerity instead. Wells didn't know why he felt this way, but he realized one thing. He was probably going to be killed. Wells, who was dragged out, saw Ralph and his dwarf teammates. There was no blood on the 2 men's bodies. They just lay on the ground with peaceful expressions, and their chests didn't even move. Wells wanted to struggle, but he had no strength left, not to mention he was tied up, so he could only try to beg for mercy. Jeannie, we have no grudges against each other. Please let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone anything. I can even testify for you that they've both died from monster attacks. You don't have to kill me. I still have savings in the Adventurers Guild, and I can give them all to you. Wells couldn't continue because he found that Jeannie didn't waver at all. She just dragged him silently towards an unknown ritual circle ahead. Evil cult. After placing Wells on the ritual array, Ginny replaced the 8 cracked magic crystals around it with new ones one by one. Then he gently lifted Wells from behind and let him lean on his arms. Wells' head sank into something soft, but now he couldn't muster any interest at all. Despair and fear made him curse. Ginny ignored him and just held the little bell in front of Wells and shook it gently. It was as if he really saw the ripples, and even though Wells was unwilling, his eyelids gradually drooped. Before he fell into a coma, Wells heard Ginny whispering softly, like she was telling him a bedtime story. The silver light cleanses the soul, and the ritual solidifies into a journey home. There's no need to worry, no need to be afraid. Navrila will hold you in her arms and remove the shackles of the earthly world. Wells fell into a deep sleep. Under Ginny's control, the ritual array glowed with silver light, and the magic crystals around it shattered one by one. Lin Jun, who had been observing them, saw the magical scene for the 3rd time. On Wells's panel, the skills disappeared one by one, as if someone was erasing them with a backspace key. When the last skill disappeared, Wells, who was still at full health, just disappeared from the panel. Or rather, just died like that. After finishing everything, Ginny kissed Wells' forehead, who looked peaceful, and then dragged him aside. Then he bent down and cleaned away all traces of the ceremony. Then he just left without taking any of the 3 people's belongings. After she left, several Pudges emerged from the mushroom forest. They picked up all the unwanted things on the ground, the equipment of the 3 people, a pile of monster corpses in the cave that had not been replaced in time, and a dog that died of bleeding. I couldn't understand what the woman was mumbling, but the whole ceremony looked quite realistic. So, are these people's skills really gone? Driven by curiosity, Lin Jun didn't care about wasting magic power and directly controlled the mycelium to speed up the decomposition of several people. 7 Sins of Greed trigger. Plundering skills. Human Common Language LV2, LV3. Plundering skills. Bite LV5, LV6. Bite. Oh, the dog's body is mixed in there too. Apart from that, there is nothing. The skill was really deleted. This is too much. This is no longer an ordinary evil ritual. From now on, that woman is not welcome on the 5th floor. But there are so many strange and bizarre things in this world. After stuffing the recovered ill-level magic crystal back into Fatty's stomach, Lin Jun went to find Pudgy, who sealed the pornographic book. Pudgy has been completely petrified, but there's a tiny crack left on the outside. Under Lin Jun's order, the pornographic book was spit out from the crack. After finally seeing the light of day again, it immediately began to show its loyalty. You finally let me out. I will definitely be able to help you. Please don't lock me up again. It's so dark. I feel like I can understand 1 or 2 more words. I'm not sure. I'll check again when I reach level 4. After testing the reading ability, Lin Jun stuffed the pornographic book back into the gap. What comes next is the big thing. In the mushroom forest, Xiaohei is playing with mushrooms. He jumped up, kicked the mushroom tree in half, and then stomped it to pieces from top to bottom. Lin Jun was so shocked by this that this was the 3rd one today. Xiaohei, do you want to go out and play? Think. When Xiaohei heard that he could finally go out, he stopped immediately. The 2 black-scaled feet stomped back and forth excitedly, crushing the mushrooms on the ground even more. Go back and have some sleep first. I'll let you out when you wake up. When he heard that he had to go to bed first, the scales on Xiaohei's face suddenly squeezed into a lump. After Lin Jun's repeated assurances, he was coaxed back. The hallucinogenic spores continued to pour in, and after giving Dylan 14 times the amount, a hallucinogenic coma state appeared on Xiaohei's panel. After ensuring that she would not suddenly jump up and move around, Lin Jun began to mobilize the energy stored in the entire 5 layers of mycelium. If someone turns on magic perception now, they will see that the magic in the entire 5th layer fungal carpet is disappearing like the tide and is continuously gathering into the mushroom forest. To equip Xiaohei with Mimicry Level 4, the cost is much greater than that of Dylan. Chapter 63 Black, Thick and Big. It's not that, it's the person. It's about becoming like him. Lin Jun pointed at the confused Dylan with a fluttering tentacle. In front of Dylan, there was a large Pudgy with thick black scales, 2 arms, and a mycelium tail trailing behind it. The wings on its back seemed to be stuffed into its fat body. This Pudgy looked a lot fatter than Xiaohei originally. Damn it, why does it mimic Pudgy? Why am I consuming so much mana? No, it seems that camouflage can have a little effect. At least adventurers won't know there's a dragon man on the 5th floor. There's just 1 extra particularly conspicuous large pure black Pudgy. Compared to other Pudgy, why is it black? It should be able to change color. Will this guy be able to use it? Will it really not be treated as an elite monster and attract adventurers to fight? Wouldn't that make it more likely to cause a fight? Lin Jun still wants to try harder. The hyphae tentacles stretched out to the template tool man Dylan's face and stretched his cheeks. Xiaohei, take a closer look, it's camouflaged into this. Level 4 mimicry is no longer just about changing color and smoothing out wrinkles. Instead, it can change the actual body shape to a certain extent while ensuring that the properties remain unchanged. Just like Xiaohei is now, he has become a special Pudgy with a tail. So, changing back is very difficult. After all Xiaohei's blind efforts, he not only failed to transform himself into a human form, but instead turned into a coal ball that looked like nothing. At this moment, Lin Jun suddenly thought, could it be that the skill of mimicry is related to intelligence? Oh shit, if you think about it this way, it's really possible. Alas, Lin Jun had to give up temporarily and let her return to the Pudgy form first. Okay, it's better than having the appearance of a dragon man. A little bit stronger. Well, what's going on every day? Looking at Xiaohei, who is already getting impatient and can't wait to go out. Lin Jun had no choice but to fulfill his promise, but he still repeatedly reminded them not to attack humans first. Green, yes. Green's that okay? Looking at the fat black man who was taking 1 step at a time, he was obviously much heavier than the other Pudges. Lin Jun was still a little worried. Before, there was no one in the dungeon, so she could play as she pleased. But now, under Lin Jun's control, The two Pudges quickly followed. One big and two small, they really looked like an elite monster with his little brothers. Dylan, who was still standing there, looked around and saw that everyone had left. I wanted to go back to sleep, but I couldn't seem to fall asleep well. Although I'm on vacation recently, I always feel uncomfortable. After thinking about it, there is no wine. After applying to the boss on the Fungus Network for permission to go out, Dylan took his own equipment, including the phantom cloak that the boss had just given him. He decided to go to the Rotten Willow Tavern and buy a whole barrel of wine from Cole directly. By the way, I should also tell him about the last time I was chased by the demons. No matter how you think about it, that incident shouldn't be blamed on him. It's more like the news leaked, which was Cole's problem. Since you almost died, you should ask for compensation. Oh, by the way, Dylan, help me mail this. Lin Jun's voice suddenly came from the fungus net, and then a Pudgy was seen running over with a letter and an S-level magic crystal. He believed that the letter was written at the dictation of the boss, asking Miss Inanna to help look up information about the dungeon. God knows how the boss knows the Duke's daughter. Hearing that Miss Inanna had been trapped in the underground city for some time, he secretly guessed that this might be related. As for the magic crystal, when Dylan took the magic crystal, his hands were shaking. I had to use my other hand to steady it to prevent the magic crystal from falling to the ground and getting hit. He had never come across such a valuable thing in his life. Don't be fooled by its ring-size size. Even if you work as a silver-level adventurer for 100 years, you will hardly save enough money to buy it. This thing is a priceless treasure. Boss, this means trusting yourself. For a moment, a warm current flowed through my heart. I have been an adventurer for most of my life. When have I ever been trusted so much by someone? Although the boss is not a human. Don't worry, boss. I will complete the mission at all costs. Oh well, your own safety comes first. I will not betray your trust. In fact, Lin Jun wanted to say that it was not the case. Although S-level magic crystals are of high value, I now have the crystal symbiosis skill. After my level is raised, I should not be short of high-level magic crystals. It's such a small piece, it would be a pity if it was lost. In comparison, a human subordinate who has been with you for quite some time, is trustworthy, and can serve as a tentacle extending to the surface is much more important. But seeing how serious Dylan was, and how the free loyalty was increased by 1, Lin Jun had no choice but to cooperate with him. Before leaving, Lin Jun gave him 2 bottles of magic potions as reimbursement for his travel expenses. Watching Dylan disappear into the stairs, Lin Jun turned his attention back to Xiao Hei, or rather, the Big Hei Pudgy. At this moment, she is playing with a poisonous slime. The 6th floor is a large botanical garden, most of which are plant monsters or monsters related to its ecology. Slime barely counts. In fact, most classes have slimes. Although there are different varieties from the most basic slime to strong acid slime to poison, metal, and so on, there are all kinds of weird subspecies. This looks a bit like my own Pudges. However, Lin Jun particularly hates slimes because other monsters will only eat the mushrooms that grow. The slime will digest the fungal mat completely. If Lin Jun wants to extend his perception to other levels without delay, he has to find a way to clean up the slime, or at least clean up most of it. What Xiao Hei is playing with now is a red slime containing neurotoxin. Xiao Hei reached his 2 scaly hands into the slime's body, trying to clamp the slippery core. As for neurotoxins, level 7 toxin resistance will have no effect unless you drink a large amount of it directly. After playing like this for a long time, it seemed that the camouflaged Pudgy hand was not as useful as the original claw. Xiao Hei was anxious because he couldn't catch the core. Pull out both hands and hammer down. The slime was like a bursting water ball, splashing far away. One of the Pudgy that was following had a bad angle and was standing too close, so it got drenched all over. If it were acid slime, it would definitely be cracked. However, Pudgy was immune to the neurotoxin and was just dyed red. After beating the slime, Xiao Hei's bad mood disappeared. He looked around, as if trying to find the way. Then he chose a direction where there was no road and went in. The 2 Pudgy followed, passing through the territories of various plant-type monsters. Xiao Hei was very purposeful along the way and was not disturbed by any monsters. It seemed that he really knew the direction and was not just walking around aimlessly. This really surprised Lin Jun. After all, they were not walking along the road. How could Xiao Hei remember such a complicated terrain? Maybe it's not that he memorized the terrain, but that he locked on to something through perception. Since I was able to be found underground, Xiaohei's various perception skills must be of high levels. After walking for half a day, Lin Jun saw Xiaohei's destination. Also learned what green humanoids are. There are actually tree people in this dungeon. Today, 2 chapters were released together. Chapter 64, the news, leaked out as expected. Race, Dryad. It seems that the official name of these guys is not tree people. The location of the Dryads is very far from the route often taken by adventurers. Lin Jun really didn't expect that there was such a hidden green secret realm deep in the 6th floor. The roots of countless old trees are intertwined on the ground, and green moss covers the surface, spreading throughout the space. The tree spirits also integrated their roots into it. It was not until 3 Pujis, 1 big and 2 small, suddenly broke in that he slowly pulled his feet out of the mud. Faced with invaders, the tree monsters showed a strong sense of territory. Several tree demons slowly surrounded them, twisting the roots on their arms, looking like they would attack at any time. The height of the tree monsters ranges from 2 to 3 meters, while the ordinary Puji is only 80 meters, and the large-sized Puji that Xiaohei mimics is only 1.5 meters. When surrounded, it still looks very oppressive. Xiaohei didn't look threatened at all. Instead, he excitedly pulled one fist behind him, and his fat body leaned back like a bow. When he was pulled to the limit, he used his short legs to launch himself out with all his strength. A small pit appeared where he had stepped, and a lot of mud splashed onto the scales of the 2 puffs behind him. Before the sound of breaking air came, the tree monster on the opposite side had already suffered a heavy blow. The trunk of the tree demon instantly exploded into powder, and its relatively intact limbs flew around. One of the broken arms went straight into the chest of another tree demon. It was also the first time that Lin Jun saw something so fast that it could leave an afterimage. However, the tree monsters seemed to have no idea what fear was. When faced with Xiaohei, who killed his companions instantly, they attacked without any hesitation. 7 or 8 roots climbed up from the ground and wrapped around Xiaohei's 2 short legs, trying to limit her speed. Entanglement. Lin Jun also knows this trick. This is almost a standard skill for most plant-type monsters. If several Dryads use entanglement at the same time, if their opponent is someone else, even a level 10 werewolf, the entanglement can have a certain restrictive effect. Unfortunately, this time they're facing Xiaohei, who is at level 58 and has attributes far beyond the ordinary super elite monster. Just by taking a normal step, all the roots entangled and the body broke. A tree demon clenched its hands together, and the branches tangled into a sledgehammer, which it smashed at Xiaohei, who did not dodge, but it could not even leave a mark on the black scales. There is no skill involved, just pure numerical difference. Xiaohei was like a naughty child, and he kept destroying the tree monsters in different ways. There is no trace of malice. He is just simply satisfying his desire for destruction. After the last tree demon had its limbs removed, Xiaohei seemed to have had enough fun. Instead of going deeper into the forest of the tree demon, he turned around and returned the same way. Lin Jun controlled 1 Puji and left immediately, but the other Puji stayed. He looked at the moss that coexisted with the roots, and then looked at the last tree demon whose limbs were broken but not dead yet. Puji tried to spray the spores all around. This place is not connected to the fungal network yet, so scattering the spores will only allow them to grow on their own. Lin Jun just wanted to try whether the mycelium could compete with these mosses for living space. The tree spirits probably won't let slimes enter their territory. If their mushrooms can outcompete the mosses, then this place will be a natural fungal node. If you find a few more places like this, it will be much easier to expand downwards. After spraying the spores in its body, this Puji turned around and chased Xiaohei. It turned out that Xiaohei found the tree demon by relying on perception rather than recognizing the way. This guy got lost after walking back just 2 steps. In the end, it was Lin Jun's Puji who took the lead and brought her back to the main road. Having played enough, Xiaohei rubbed his belly and looked at the 2 Pujis beside him who had no magic storage. It's time to go back and eat. We were really lucky. We dealt with the monster before it could react and prevented it from spraying out the paralyzing liquid. This whole bottle is enough for us to exchange for half a month's worth of wine. The sound of conversation, which was coming from far away, suddenly stopped at the corner. The 4 adventurers who were preparing to return, looking at the large black Puji that shouldn't be on the 6th floor, drew their weapons cautiously. Among them was a handsome young man holding a short bow, wearing green clothes and a green hat. Xiao He looked at him and began to stretch his body backwards. Xiao He, stop. This won't work either. Bang. In the heart of the Hermit Empire, inside Mulan Castle, pale fingers slid across the armrests of the crystal throne, and 12 large magic crystals on both sides of the hall lit up one by one. When the last crystal began to glow, the giant prism suspended in the dome of the hall suddenly refracted 12 scarlet beams of light. Under each beam of light, a phantom appears whose true appearance cannot be seen clearly. The night remains forever, my friends. The voice of the man on the throne echoed under the blood-red marble dome. All the phantoms bowed and responded, "The Empire will live forever, my lord." The Lord of the Empire swept his eyes across the hall and noticed the only empty beam of light. What happened to Sigismund? Do you know, Eleanor? How could Sigismund allow me to know his movements, your majesty? A lazy female voice came from the third crystal on the right, and the shadow of Duke Eleanor was leaning on a couch made of bones. Her territory was adjacent to Sigismund's, but it was clear that the two did not have a good relationship. Perhaps he foolishly fell into the trap of that human duke again. Last time, we lost half of the knights, and this time, we might even lose ourselves. No one took the second half of Eleanor's words seriously. Everyone present knew that it was just her good wish. The last time a high-ranking noble of the Empire died at the hands of humans was more than 100 years ago. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I was just delayed because of a small matter. I'm not like some people who can cause such a big mess by revealing the missing holy book. A figure that was too strong to look like a vampire formed under the empty beam of light. Sigismund had obviously heard what Eleanor had said just now. Ignoring the broken defense of Eleanor, Sigismund turned around and saluted the emperor. "The Empire will last forever, my lord." Eleanor seemed to want to continue arguing, but was stopped by a light knock from the first seat. "You don't need to worry about the Holy Scripture for now. This matter is the most urgent matter right now." As he spoke, a secret letter written on parchment floated to the center of the hall, showing the contents to all the nobles present, and immediately sparked a heated discussion. It's actually a summoning ritual. Brave. The Western Islands are actually helping them collect supplies. If it is really summoned, we will... The Demon King has already. We must not let them succeed. We should now. When the discussion died down, the shadow closest to the left side of the throne asked at the right time, "My lord, may I ask how credible this news is, and what are your plans?" The emperor looked at his right-hand man, the only prince in the empire, with satisfaction and replied, "The authenticity is beyond doubt. As for how to plan, since humans want to summon heroes, let them do it. I want to see how desperate they will be when the heroes they summon with so much time and effort are killed on the spot." "You mean, Eleanor, Knoxfield, this task should not be difficult to complete with your abilities." "Yes." The two people who were called stood up and responded immediately. After the two sat down, the emperor continued, "By then, the United Kingdom will have consumed a huge amount of resources and only obtained the body of a brave man, and morale will inevitably be weakened. If we divide them up and conquer them, they will collapse on their own. Your Majesty is wise, but what should we do if they fail?" It was the prince who asked this question. "What do you mean? Even if you are His Excellency the Prince, you cannot humiliate me like this." The two people who felt insulted asked the question at the same time, but were suppressed by the emperor. "If we fail, then we will start a war immediately, at any cost, and never let humanity survive until the day when the brave man rises." The cold tone that left no room for doubt made everyone stop objecting. "I will obey your will." The 12 shadows disappeared at the same time, and only the original figure remained in the empty hall. The silence lasted for a long time. A very light whisper came from the throne. "Facts will eventually prove that I am the most perfect ruler of the demon race." Chapter 65. The Rotten Willow Tavern is gone? In the rebuilt Jinyangma Tavern. I'm telling you. At that time, the big black mushroom man just punched. One punch. Just smash a big hole on the ground. It knocked us all out. In order to make others understand, the green-clad adventurer who was speaking tried hard to open his hands and gesture the width of the pit. But obviously not everyone believed him. A bearded adventurer sneered and asked, "Forget about the large black mushroom. But you said 6 floors. Who doesn't know that the walking mushroom only goes up to the 5th floor? Not to mention that the power you described is clearly beyond the realm of a 6th-tier monster." I'm afraid even a monster on the 10th floor wouldn't be able to make the kind of noise you described. Can you brag in moderation? If you go too far, people will see through it at once. The green-clad adventurer blushed and stepped on the table, saying anxiously, "What I said is true. You can ask my teammates. Now run to the 6th floor, and you can still see the pit. Do you dare to bet with me?" Dylan scratched his ears and felt that the big black mushroom described by the people at the next table seemed a little familiar. "It's not what I thought. Forget it, why bother?" He smacked his lips and drank the glass of mellow wine in his hand. It tasted many times better than the inferior wine in the Rotten Willow Tavern. But he was still not used to drinking it. Dylan also felt that he was being a bit too mean, but it was not something he could control. It's now his 3rd day here. The reason why he was sitting in the Jinyangma Tavern instead of the Rotten Willow Tavern was because that idiot Cole actually capsized in the gutter. I don't know who reported me for stealing equipment from dead adventurers. Now the person has been arrested and the store has been closed. Although everyone was disgusted by Cole's behavior, the happiest person should be the owner of the Jinyangma Tavern. Dylan even thought that maybe he was the whistleblower. Although the Lanlu Tavern has been closed, not everyone can afford to spend long hours at the Jinyangma Tavern. For a while, the adventurers at the bottom who had nowhere to go complained a lot, which put a lot of pressure on the people above. It seems that they want to send someone from the guild to continue maintaining the Rotten Willow Tavern. However, no one really trusts the guild members to run the tavern well. In fact, right now, in Mute Wind Town, the guild's credibility has almost hit rock bottom. The last time we concealed the resonance, it resulted in heavy casualties among the adventurers. Although generous compensation was given afterwards, it was still impossible to regain the trust of the adventurers. Not to mention, the person who is now in charge of the Dumwind Town branch is actually the instigator, Oberon. Many people don't understand what the adults in the association are thinking. Not only did they not lock this guy up, they also reinstated him. For a while, all kinds of rumors spread among adventurers. There's a huge network of interest behind Oberon that saved him. Or maybe Oberon sent a large piece of S-level magic crystal to it, so it escaped the disaster. Among these rumors, the most outrageous but most widely spread one is Oberon sold hooks to the adults in the association for 10 consecutive days before he regained his position as branch president by relying on his extraordinary skills. From the rumors, it can be seen how much the adventurers dislike this branch president. Dylan didn't care about the above activities. He only knew that this time, he might have to compromise and buy wine from the Jinyangma Tavern. After all, it's better to have something than nothing, and he is not really short of money right now. He had already sent the boss's letter and the S-level magic crystal through the mail network provided by the guild. The highest standard red letter was used, and it cost 3 gold coins just to send such a letter. Correspondingly, if the letter fails to reach the other party, the guild will take full responsibility. After completing the boss's instructions, Dylan went to find the intelligence dealer again. After paying a deposit of 10 silver coins, he asked the other party to inquire about Bella's whereabouts. Since his boss paid him a lot of money and gave out bonuses frequently, he was now almost saving up 100 gold. It's also time to send this money that I don't need much to my precious daughter. He had only inquired once before to confirm that his daughter had recovered. After that, I never had the chance to find out about my daughter's current situation. This time, I took the opportunity to do all these things. While no one around was paying attention, he quietly took a sip of the magic potion. Dylan just hoped the information dealers would move faster. The reconstruction of the Adventurers Guild in Dumwind Town is a huge project. Even though the demonic tide had passed for some time, the guild had only been half rebuilt. The completed half includes the branch president's office. There was a gentle knock on the office door. "Come in." Oberon's muffled voice sounded as if his entire throat had been soaked in a wine barrel. Mirabelle frowned as she looked at the branch president in front of her, who was drunk even in broad daylight. Oberon's body, which was corroded by the 3-headed snake's venom, had long been fully restored under the effect of the regeneration potion. It's just that there's a clear color difference between the newly grown skin and the old skin, which looks very strange. Some people have begun to call him a two-faced man in private. "President, this is the latest report on changes to the dungeon." Mirabelle performed her duties as always. Oberon glanced at it and asked with a burp, What is the change?" "Report on the ecological changes caused by the Pudgy that appeared in the first 5 layers." "Pudgy again. Got it. Let's go now." From the look on Oberon's face, Mirabelle knew that if she left now, the report would be in vain. "President, She emphasized the pronunciation of these two words. Are you going to continue to be so decadent? Shouldn't you make achievements and prove yourself again now? Mirabelle thought this would persuade Oberon to cheer up, but she obviously didn't know enough. Oberon complained hysterically as if a sore spot had been touched. Prove yourself. Do you think that they still value me by letting me return to this position? I feel I still have a chance to make a comeback. Wrong. I'm just here to be a target. All the resentment during the Reconstruction period is pushed onto me. Once order is restored here, I will be kicked out immediately. Ha 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 ha. Most likely he was thrown to the islands. I don't know. I may die in the fog one day. I'm done. My life is over. After saying that, Oberon was too lazy to pay attention to Mirabelle beside him. He drank strong liquor in big gulps to numb his nerves. Mirabelle looked at him, and he really looked hopeless. I could only leave with my dissatisfaction. As for that report, Oberon never picked it up or even looked at it. He no longer cared about what would happen to Dumbwind Town and Amethyst Dungeon. I just want to have a good time before I am exiled to the archipelago. Chapter 66. No matter how hard you try, you can't win. In front of the gate of the Duke of St. Clair's Palace. Mr. Eric, this is a package from Miss Inanna. The person who spoke was a neatly dressed and polite young man. Eric knew this young man. He was a junior supervisor who had just arrived this year for the postal service of the guild in this area. Whenever there was a letter from the Duke's palace, he would deliver it personally. Behind him were two guards. Judging from the sword and shield emblems on their epaulets, they were both official members of the guild. The young man held a sealed small box in his hands, with a red seal on one corner of the box. This was the highest standard letter issued by the guild post. Mrs. Eric confirmed with a little doubt. Yes, it's Miss Inanna's package. The young man had a smile on his face, and his hands holding the box did not move at all, without any impatience. This is strange. Who would send something to Miss Inanna at this time? Still a red seal. The young lady's social circle is not very wide, mostly limited to the aristocratic circle of the kingdom. In the past year, she has had little communication with the outside world. If it is a formal letter between nobles, a special sky blue seal is used. Then it must have been sent privately by children from other noble families. Is this the child from Count Roland's family? Although Eric thought a lot, he didn't let the young man wait too long when he took action. He reached out and took the box. Thank you for your hard work, Josh. Josh was visibly excited to see that Eric actually remembered his name. But it only took a moment for him to regain his composure, and he didn't stay a moment longer. It is my honor to serve St. Clair. Now that the package has been delivered, please allow me to take my leave. After saying that, he left with two guards. After bringing the package back, Eric did not give it directly to Inanna. Instead, he returned to his room and took out some magic props. First, the red seal was torn open, and a small wave of magic power spread out. Eric was not surprised at all, as the seal was a small prop used to ensure that the package had not been opened during delivery. I opened the box and found it was divided into two compartments. One box contains a letter, and the other box contains a magic crystal the size of a ring. Eric recognized its quality immediately, Escarade. This made him even more puzzled, and he denied his previous speculation that this was a letter from other noble children. No child would be so extravagant as to give S-level magic crystals to friends. Although he was curious, Eric did not deliberately explore the answers to these questions, nor did he read the contents of the letter. All he had to do was ensure the lady's safety. After monitoring with several magic props, it was ensured that there was no danger on the two objects. He did not do these things on his own initiative. The Duke had granted him these powers long before he arrived. After finishing everything, Eric packed up everything and put the letters and magic crystals back into the box. Then he took the box and went straight to the training ground. The training ground is paved with obsidian and reinforced with enchantments. The magical fluctuations caused by the battle spread out in waves. Inside the venue, two young men were competing in magic. Inanna's magic teacher Julian stood at the edge of the field, observing the fight between the two. Noticing the footsteps behind him, Julian looked back. Good day, Mr. Butler. Eric nodded and responded, Good day, Maester. Bachelor is Julian's position in the Relics Association. Mr. Butler, how come you have time to come and watch Inanna's class today? According to Julian's own observation, the butler was a very busy man, although he had no idea what he was busy with. Of course, this question was just a greeting, and Julian had no interest in finding out the secrets of the Duke's palace. The only thing that interested him was the study. Eric didn't hide it. There is a package sent to the lady. Julian also noticed what Eric was holding. Then I'll call her over now. No need, let them finish the fight. Eric shook his head and refused. Seeing this, Julian turned his attention back to the training ground. Calvin threw out several magic missiles, which drew arcs in the air and shot towards Inanna on the other side. Inanna just stood there, using the water mirror to refract and condensed a water mirror with ripples in front of her. She then stopped paying attention to the incoming attacks and focused on casting the next skill. Facing the flying magic missiles, Shui Jing moved flexibly around Inanna, intercepting the attacks just right every time. Two of the magic missiles were even bounced back by the water mirror at the right angle. In order to avoid the rebounded attack, Calvin had to interrupt the next spell in his hand and run 2 steps to the left. Just as he stood still, Inanna's water snake technique flew over again. Calvin wanted to retreat out of the attack range of the water snake technique, but he didn't expect that the concentration of the water snake technique was far beyond his expectations. I had no choice but to use the magic shield to offset the water snake technique. However, during this delay, Inanna's next magic was ready. The scene in the training ground was almost entirely about Inanna standing there casting spells, while Calvin was jumping up and down on the other side to deal with the constant attacks. Occasionally, he would find time to try to fight back, but would be bounced back by the water mirror that had not dissipated, making him even more embarrassed. Calvin almost cried after the fight. After Inanna finally remembered to use the quagmire to block Calvin's movements, Julian ended the duel. Looking at the eldest disciple who collapsed on the ground like a dead dog after stepping out of the mud, Julian did not think that he performed badly. In fact, due to constant interference, the frequency of successful spellcasting was far lower than that of Inanna, and Julian thought Calvin would have been defeated earlier. He didn't expect that his eldest disciple had managed to persist until now with his monkey-like body movements, jumping up and down in an ugly manner that was very unmagic. He didn't know whether he should be happy or helpless. As for Inanna, he could only say that favor of elemental spirits was a talent that even he would envy. Sometimes God favors a person so much that he not only gives her the best birth, but also gives her top talents. Calvin's loss was not unfair at all. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's all go and have some rest. Calvin seemed a little unconvinced, muttering quietly, "If I could use the ring and potion, I wouldn't lose so easily." Julian glanced at him and asked, "Should Inanna also use her magic wand?" Calvin shut up immediately. Indeed, neither of them used any equipment in the duel. If Inanna brought the staff inlaid with a large A-level magic crystal, Calvin knew that he would only lose faster. Ignoring his shocked disciple, Julian said to Inanna, "Inanna, Eric has your package." Unlike Calvin, who was like a dead dog, Inanna was only breathing slightly now, as if she had just done a set of warm-up exercises. After hearing Julian's words, she looked to the sidelines and saw Eric holding the box. Then he asked doubtfully, "My package." Chapter 67, Raising the Price. "Boss, not good." In the room, Inanna quickly covered her mouth. He tiptoed to the door again, put his ear close to it, and listened for a long time. Only after confirming that there were no footsteps outside did he breathe a sigh of relief. "I was so happy to see the letter that I actually shouted it out." The content of the letter was very simple. They just wanted to use S-level magic crystals as a reward, in exchange for information about the Amethyst Dungeon from the Relic Association. There is no signature, but there is a small pink Pudgy drawn in the lower right corner. There are only a few people who know what they look like, and those adventurers from the Silverthorn team are definitely not the ones who can produce S-level magic crystals. On the other hand, the boss had a lot of magic crystals in the deep area, so it was not surprising that he could get S-level ones. In addition, the return address given in the letter was the town of Yafing next to the Amethyst Dungeon. No matter how you think about it, it must be a letter from the boss. So the boss is here too, or at least a few floors above. The Pudgy on the 5th floor that Calvin mentioned last time is most likely the boss. And this letter was written by the boss at the request of someone else. Why does the boss want this information? Inanna thought it was normal to want to know more about the environment around her. She really wanted to go to the Amethyst Dungeon to find the boss immediately. But she's not allowed to go out now. She also wanted to help the boss find information about the Amethyst Dungeon. But she's not allowed to go out now. Eric only said that because of the summoning of the hero, the situation was turbulent and they were not allowed to go out. but I can't tell when the ban will be lifted. What to do? Inanna hugged her legs and rocked on the bed for a long time, but there was nothing she could do. Anyway, let's try to reply first. Eric glanced at Inanna, whose face showed a mixture of happiness, apology, and anticipation. He then looked down at the letter Inanna handed to him. The recipient is Dylan Slick. A man's name. Got it, miss? I'll mail it for you tomorrow. Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Eric. After Inanna left, Eric looked at the sealed letter in his hand a few more times. He definitely wouldn't do something like opening a lady's letter and reading it without permission. But Dylan, it seems necessary to find someone to investigate who he is and why he gave such an expensive gift. We can't let anyone with bad intentions take advantage of the young lady. The Duke's mansion is not too far from Yoffing Town. So, just a few days later, Dylan received a reply from Miss Inanna, and I watched it myself. In other organizations, if a subordinate reads a letter written to his boss without permission, it would be a way to his death. But it's different in DeLand. The eldest son is illiterate, so I asked him to read it when I brought it back. He has to read it sooner or later. Dylan put away the letter he had read. It seems that the boss's commission will be delayed for quite some time. The boss's mission is completed, and what remains is news about Bella. Immediately, Dylan braved the drizzle and walked through the mud towards the part of Yoffing Town that had not yet begun to be rebuilt. Those who buy and sell intelligence like to hide in these dark corners. More than 10 minutes later, a relatively intact building, but one that should still be classified as a dangerous building. The damp and moldy smell rose up through the cracks in the table. The intelligence dealer sat with his legs crossed on the crooked oak barrel. After taking the balance of 1 gold coin, he casually threw out a piece of yellowed papyrus. There were just a few words on it, recording the news of the sale to Dylan. This is the information you sell. Just 10 seconds later, Dylan slapped the so-called intelligence on the rotten wooden table. What do you mean by, I only know she went to the islands? You don't know the reason for going there, the specific location, or the current situation. Are you kidding me? The intelligence dealer slowly picked the dirt from between his fingernails with a dagger, and the tip of the blade flashed dark red rust under the light. Dear guest, or should I call you Dylan? You know, it took a lot of effort for us to even find out that she went to the islands. As for more details, yes, there is, but Dylan looked at his sly smile and immediately understood. It turns out that he didn't fail to find out, but he even found out about my relationship with Bella and wanted to raise the price and control me. After the reconstruction of Yoffing Town, all kinds of monsters and demons have sneaked in. In the past, the information dealers here would not be so unruly. Dylan was so angry that his veins were throbbing, but he finally held back his anger and asked, "How much do you want?" The information dealer shook his dirty cuffs and extended 2 fingers. 2 golds. 20 gold. Why don't you just grab it? There was a sharp sound of the wooden stool scraping against the floor. Dylan stood up suddenly, grasped the long sword at his waist, and glared at the other party. The other person just kept his thumb pointing to the door as a gesture of seeing him off. His shiny face wrinkled as his mouth widened. It was clear that he had him in his grasp. At the same time, 2 figures wrapped in leather armor walked out of the room. They crossed their arms, leaned against the wall, and looked at Dylan with a playful look on their faces. Dylan looked at the 3 of them and ultimately failed to draw his sword. "Wait while I get the money." After saying this, Dylan turned and left. The information dealer chuckled smugly from behind. Just as his heels were about to step out of the house, Dylan suddenly turned around, and the ring in his hand, which was glowing blue, pointed at one of the thugs. Ice cone. 3 ice cones condensed instantly and shot towards the thug. The man was totally unprepared for Dylan's sudden attack and only had time to step to the side and avoid an ice spike. The remaining 2 ice spikes shot into his abdomen and thigh respectively, pushing him and smashing the already flimsy wooden wall. "You bastard, you're looking for death." Another thug rushed forward with a mace wrapped in iron sheet in his hand. From his actions, Dylan could guess that the opponent's strength was probably about the same as his own, who was at the bottom of the silver level. In a head-on fight, Dylan had a higher chance of winning because of his experience. What's more, Dylan wasn't ready to fight him head-on. The blue cloak on his body was blown up by the strong wind. Phantom clone. Dylan's figure blurred for a moment, then turned into 3. The information dealer who was hiding behind and had just drawn his bow said in disbelief, 2 skill items. Through level 4, an arrow was shot and pierced Dylan in the middle. Wait, That Dylan was like a bubble, which was popped and disappeared on the spot. Spin/LV5. The remaining two Dylans attacked the thugs in front of them from both sides. In panic, the thugs could only choose a side to block. The sound of metal clashing was drowned out by the sound of rain outside. The fighter guessed correctly, but he missed the best time to exert force due to his hesitation, and the force he used was not enough to completely resist Dylan's skills. One arm was cut by a long sword, leaving only a layer of skin attached to the shoulder. Ah! A pig-slaughtering scream came out of his mouth. He ignored the thug, who could no longer lift his weapon. Holding the sword that was still dripping with blood, Dylan approached the intelligence dealer, who was already frightened and shaking wildly. The information dealer could never have imagined that this was a former silver-level adventurer who should have been known to him and had entered a period of decline. He actually has two skill equipment. At the same time, they attack so decisively and ruthlessly. Now, being grabbed by the collar and pulled up by Dylan, he could only try to put on a flattering smile. It's my fault. I'm obsessed with money. I will tell you all the information, and you can take all the money I have. Please spare my life. Chapter 68 Traces. Please stay. A routine check is required. Aiden adjusted the copper badge on his chest. His iron gauntlets and chainmail shone with a cold light. He stretched out his arm to block 5 adventurers who had just come out of the dungeon and whose leather boots were still covered with mycelium. Check why. Several adventurers frowned. No one liked having their luggage checked, but they didn't choose to ignore Aiden. They just waited for him to give a reasonable reason. Aiden also knew that this mission was unpopular, so he patiently explained, "We recently received a report about a raider attack." Aiden took out a parchment scroll and unfolded it, revealing the guild's seal clearly visible. "We are searching for equipment left behind by the victims. Please cooperate. Finding the looters will benefit everyone." The robed sorceress in the team snorted and was about to say something, but was stopped by the captain. They unloaded their badly worn cowhide bags, and the metal buckles made a dull sound when they hit the stone floor. Aiden nodded to the 2 guards behind him, then opened the sheepskin-covered record book, squatted down, and began to compare the items in the package one by one. Soon, a rusty dwarf helmet was pulled out from the bottom of the bag by the guard. Also found was a pair of iron shoulder armor. Aiden stood up calmly, took 2 steps back, and quietly raised 3 fingers to the commander, who was wiping his sword under the shade of the elm tree. After the gold-level commander came to his side, Aiden straightened his back and said, "This helmet and shoulder armor match the equipment the victim had. I'm afraid I'll have to delay your questioning for a little longer." "What?" As expected, these words immediately elicited a stress-like reaction from the adventurers. A heavy axe warrior angrily asked, "You mean we are plunderers?" "I'm not doubting you. I'm just following orders. Please cooperate with the guild." Aiden stood behind his own gold class and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, like an emotionless law enforcement machine. The commander pulled out a part of the sword at his waist, and his meaning was quite clear. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out, the leader of the adventurers quickly stepped in front of his teammates. He is just an ordinary adventurer team, so how could he dare to conflict with the guild? "Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. Hey guys, this is what we got from that fat guy Pudgy on the 5th floor. He is not a predator." Seeing that his attitude was quite good, Aiden comforted him. "I guess so. Don't worry. There were some adventurers in the same situation as you before. But routine inquiries still need to be made. We won't wrongly accuse you." The previous groups were also released after questioning. Hearing that they were not the first group to be stopped in this way, the adventurers felt relieved. They are not really predators. On the side, Dylan, who was carrying a large package, did not stop to watch the fun like the others. Instead, he walked past several people and went straight into the dungeon. No inspection was required to enter the dungeon. Aiden rubbed his nose. He seemed to smell some blood, but the smell of blood was obviously not something worthy of attention. This is the entrance to the dungeon. It is normal for the adventurers coming out to smell a little bloody. He has smelled anything that smells like manure. On the 1st floor, Dylan squatted on the ground, scraping his fingers across the cracks in the wall. A large amount of mycelium was attracted, and like this, mycelium growing in the cracks of the wall can now be seen everywhere on the 1st floor. "Boss, you want to slowly occupy the first few floors." While Dylan was guessing, he walked along the passage with the most mycelium. About half an hour later, we finally found a fungal mat in a remote compartment far away from the strategy route. He threw his backpack on the ground and stretched his back vigorously. I am old and still have to carry such heavy things. It is really a torture. Drop the contents of the package onto the creep. The mycelium will naturally take care of the remaining steps. To be honest, if the opponent only asked for 2 more gold, he would have accepted the loss. 20 gold as soon as you open your mouth. Some retired adventurers don't even save this much for their retirement. Of course, the information dealer asked for 20 gold, but that was just a high price, and he was waiting for bargaining. However, Dylan had no interest in getting entangled with him because of his attitude that showed he wanted to squeeze as much water out of him as possible. Now, I got the information and earned 8 gold coins for free, but Dylan really couldn't be happy because Bella really went to the islands. According to intelligence, Bella seemed to have come to Dumbwind Town before the demon tide to inquire about her whereabouts. At that time, Dylan was still extracting spores on the 5th floor and had been living in seclusion for a long time. There were not many people in the entire Yoffing town who knew him. Even people who knew him, like tavern owner Cole, had no idea where he was. In the end, Bella got nothing. But it was also thanks to Bella's stay in Dumbwind Town for some time. The intelligence dealer successfully collected information about her subsequent destination, Insha Bay, the territory of Glossa, one of the 3 major slave owners in the archipelago, a villain notorious for illegally kidnapping people. The news said that my daughter went to save people. This undoubtedly made Dylan worried. Who can you save by going to that kind of place? It must be some unfortunate person who has become a slave. What if my daughter and Glossa come into conflict? Is he just going to stay here and pray that his daughter is safe? After throwing away the things in the package, Dylan simply threw the package in the corner and prepared to leave. It seems like your life outside is also colorful. Boss, this is the first time I heard the boss voice from beyond the 5th floor. However, there was silence for more than a minute. Just when Dylan began to suspect that he was hallucinating, the boss's voice sounded again. The delay is still too high, so I won't chat with you anymore. Since you're on the 1st floor, please do me a favor. Go out from here, walk 3 intersections to the right, and then turn right. There's a big slime over there. Go kill it. No problem. Dylan nodded in agreement. This is 1 level. The highest level of monsters is only level 5, so Dylan can easily deal with it. But he didn't think so when he got there. 2 scaleless Pudges were besieging a giant blue slime that was almost as wide as the entire corridor. The mushroom cannon fired, blasting a small piece off the big slime, but it didn't seem to hurt. There was another half-melted Pudgy floating inside the slime. Seeing this scene, Dylan couldn't help but become alert. This slime is so strong. I tried to use Spin/LV5 at the maximum attack distance. The large slime was not only cut open, but its core was also blown out by the sword wind. Dylan took 2 steps forward with an incredulous look on his face and killed it with 1 more sword strike. So it's not that this slime is too powerful, but these puffs are too weak. He knew very well the power of the cannon mushroom. The power was so small just now that he thought the slime had neutralized all the damage. So what is the boss doing? Why is the first layer of Pudgy so weak? Chapter 69, how about going together? 7 Sins of Greed Trigger. Plundering Skills. Archery LV3, LV4. Plundering Skills. Throughout LV1, LV2. Plundering Skills. Block LV3, LV4. Plundering Skills. Lockpicking LV2, LV3. Accelerate the decomposition and help Dylan wipe out all traces. Unfortunately, I was not able to plunder enough this time to upgrade my proficiency in the common language. But you can't always rely on greed to learn a language. When Dylan comes back this time, let him start teaching me the language. During the time that Dylan was away, Lin Jun focused his attention on 2 things. One of these is to connect the various layers of the mycelium network in an effort to eliminate latency. The biggest obstacle to this matter is slime. They are pests to Lin Jun's fungal mat. Except for the 3rd floor, which is full of traps, there are traces of their activities on the 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors. Lin Jun must suppress the number of slimes to a very low level to ensure that the fungus network will not be delayed from time to time due to the destruction of the slimes. As for extinction, unfortunately, based on my experience on the 5th floor, slimes cannot be exterminated. Since the 5th floor was controlled by Lin Jun, almost all the native monsters have been destroyed. The gnolls and parasitic trees were actively eliminated by Lin Jun, and the crystallized bats and rock lizards were affected by the magic tide. There were still some tadpoles of the green-eyed frog left in the lake, but they were completely wiped out after the three-headed snake swam past. There are several other species in smaller numbers, almost all of which disappeared in the fifth level of environmental change. The native species that can still be seen on the fifth floor are the acid slime and the water spirit. But they have one thing in common. If the environment is right and the magic power is rich, they can be condensed. It's not to say that it's made up out of nothing, but it's very close. Therefore, if you want to suppress the number of slimes for a long time, you still have to rely on Pudgy to clean them up day after day. But if a too strong Poochie is placed on the upper floors, it will undoubtedly attract human attention quickly. Therefore, Lin Jun limited the strength of each level of Pudgy to a certain level, so that it would not appear abrupt. For example, the first floor only has Mushroom Cannon LV2 and Magic Storage LV2, just enough to fight slimes, as long as you don't encounter the rare large slimes. Occasionally, humans would kill Pudgy, but Lin Jun didn't care. Unlike the fifth level base camp, the current main goal of other levels is to spread out the fungus network first. As long as the adventurers don't destroy the fungal blanket, Lin Jun can accept it. As for another thing I'm busy with, swamp area. A Pudgy was sitting in front of a small hill made of low-level magic crystals. The surface of its oval body is densely covered with tiny diamond-shaped scales. Whenever the four-bladed hyphae tentacles move, the scales rub against each other and make a rustling sound. Each of these tentacles is currently rolling up the magic crystal and absorbing it. Where the tentacles were entangled, the surface of the magic crystal gradually became turbid, and the originally transparent crystal layer was eroded into spiderweb-like cracks. When a magic crystal completely turned into lead gray, the tentacles suddenly tightened, and the crystal disintegrated into fine debris. The repetitive sound of mechanical shattering echoed in the space, and the discarded magic crystal fragments formed a large layer around Pudgy. Inside the body of this Pudgy, there's a magic crystal whose quality has reached B grade and is still being purified. This is the Pudgy that Lin Jun was going to take out to explore the outside world. Now that the skill attributes have been filled in, the only thing left is to upgrade the symbiotic crystal to level A. Pull open the panel. Race, Mushroom Puff. HP, 1120. Magic, 2560/2560. Strength, 52. Agility, 52. Constitution, 52. Intelligence, 52. Spirit, 1. Racial Talent, Sport Diffusion. Fixed effect, Connect Fungus Network, Followers, and Crystal Symbiosis. Skill power increased by 64%. Skills, Magic Storage LV6, Infrasonic Attack LV6, Toughness LV5, Mushroom Cannon LV8, Precision LV5, Dodge LV7, Scale Armor LV5, Acceleration LV6, Blade Whip LV5, Mycelium Reorganization LV3, Assault Ejection LV5, Rolling Charge LV7, Rock Eating LV3, Underwater Adaptation LV4, Assimilation Absorption LV3, Mimicry LV4, Magic Perception LV6, Airflow Perception LV7, Light Perception LV4, Sound Wave Detection LV6, Self-Destruction LV4, Hallucinogenic Spores LV6, Magic Resistance LV5, Physical Resistance LV5, Corrosion Resistance LV4. This is already considered a small knight. Although there are more skills I want to equip, such as Life Amplification and Rage, the mana consumption is already too much, especially since a large number of them were consumed by Xiaohei not long ago. The basic attributes of Pudgy, except for the really useless spirit, the other 4 items are all pushed to the highest level. Ordinary Pudgy does not have the treatment of adding attributes. Among human adventurers, it is common to see people who are level 30 but have a strength of 40. However, as a follower created by Lin Jun using his skills, Pudgy's attribute values cannot exceed Lin Jun's level. The reason why this Pudgy was strengthened to such an extent was that he even wanted to take away an A-level magic crystal. The main reason is that Lin Jun wants to use it to see more outside. Don't just look at the sun, but explore the world. All Lin Jun's current knowledge of the outside world comes from Inanna and Dylan's oral accounts. Everything is shrouded in a veil of illusion. Now, Lin Jun wants to lift the veil, even if only from the perspective of manipulating his followers. Boss, I want to leave for a while. The first words Dylan said after returning to the 5th floor made Lin Jun confused. Why? You know I have a daughter. She may be in danger now. I am worried. Dylan explained Bella's situation to Lin Jun in detail. He maintained a restrained narrative rhythm, with each syllable carefully considered and the ending always leaving a pause, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. When mentioning the destination as the archipelago, Dylan deliberately slowed down his speech by half a beat. His tone changed from statement to a questioning tone. He tentatively observed Lin Jun's reaction, as if he was worried that Lin would not let him go. After listening to this, Lin Jun recalled his impression of the world map. The United Kingdom is located in the south of the Continental Territory, and the Amethyst Dungeon is located at the southernmost tip of the kingdom. To get to the archipelago from here, you must first travel by land to the port city in the west, and then take a boat from the port city to the archipelago. It looks simple, but in fact, the journey to the western port city alone takes nearly a month, and it is unknown how long it will take to take the boat and find someone. Doesn't this mean that even if Dylan didn't die halfway and had a smooth journey, it would still take 3 or 4 months? It would be normal for him to not be able to come back for half a year if he was delayed a little. Who will help him do the groundwork during this period? What should I do if I am just about to start learning a common language? Lin Jun was not going to force Dylan to stay. A forced melon is not sweet. But maybe it's time to recruit Dylan too. By the way, isn't your daughter stronger than you? If it's a danger that she can't solve. Lin Jun knew clearly how capable Dylan was. He was fully capable of running errands, but when it came to fighting, he was only slightly better than a small fry. Dylan himself had obviously considered this. I planned to use the money I saved to hire adventurers to help. Hire adventurers to help? That's a solution. But according to what Dylan said, the person her daughter might have a conflict with is one of the 3 major slave owners. What level of adventurer can help? How much money would it cost for them to be willing to offend such a big slave owner? At this time, Lin Jun thought of a small knight who was still eating magic crystals. We're going to explore anyway, so it doesn't matter where we go. Dylan, I have a suggestion. Why don't you wait a few more days? The next chapter officially enters the chapter of Summoning Heroes. Chapter 70 Vampire Duke. Night Lily Manor. The core territory of the Vampire Duke Eleanor is surrounded by 3 cities, 17 towns, and several villages, which are distributed in all directions like the moon surrounded by stars. Eleanor's territory is located just to the north of Duke Sigismund's territory and is not on the border of the empire. There are neither large underground cities nor special minerals in the territory, and even the land is relatively barren, but it is still an indispensable and important part of the empire. Because 70% of the plasma in the entire Hermit Empire is produced here. Between the hundreds of blood ranches operating day and night, there are plantations of morning lilies nourished by corpse manure. Master, the 20 high-quality blood servants and 4 carts of blood plasma needed by the imperial capital have already set out in the evening. Count Duke and Duke Barnabas are both urging for this month's plasma, but there are only 3,200 jugs left in stock. There was an attack on Ranch 45 yesterday. 2 lower servants were killed, and more than 60 bloodstock escaped. It is suspected that the 2 elves who have been on the loose recently did this. Viscount Arnold is leading people to deal with this matter. The 2,000 newly purchased slaves from the archipelago have arrived at Yonlang Port, and 1,656 of them are alive. In addition, milky white petals floated in the thick blood plasma. The steward of the manor stood solemnly by the bathing pool with his head bowed, his hands folded on his abdomen, and meticulously reported the latest situation of the territory. Eleanor leaned naked on the edge of the pool, and the steaming blood mist gathered into dark red droplets in the hollow of her collarbone. A male mistress was immersed in waist-deep blood plasma, carefully pressing the ankles of the mistress. Among the surviving slaves, how many embryos are suitable for training as blood servants? Eleanor asked softly with her eyes closed. According to your newly issued selection criteria, 37 people have been initially selected, including 5 orcs. The blue-gray nails suddenly grabbed the edge of the pool, and blood flowed down through the fingers. Eleanor raised half of her body and looked at her men with dissatisfaction. The orcs will bite you and leave you with a mouthful of fur. If there is any use for it, send it to the ranch. The butler hesitated for a moment, then bowed even lower. Master, Earl Duke specifically ordered that we need orc blood servants. Ah, that barbarian. Eleanor brushed away the wet hair, stuck to her chest, as if she remembered that this was the case. Then keep it, don't ask me about it. If there's not enough plasma, Barnabas and Dakina will be given priority. It doesn't matter if it's a week late. Then tell Arnold that if he fails to catch those little thieves, the defense minister's badge should be replaced with iron shackles. As Eleanor spoke, she stood up, blood and petals dripping from her pale skin, and walked out. The concubine ran up to her with scarlet velvet and put it on her. The butler quickly followed. "Dinner's ready for you." In the side hall with dark red curtains stood a 16-year-old girl wearing a clean dress, with a ruddy complexion and smooth skin. This is what is called dinner. On the ranch that huddle around rusty iron troughs, gnaw on paste mixed with blood tonics, and are squeezed day and night, with a lifespan of no more than 3 years. The one in front of you is a high-level blood servant who has been carefully trained since he was 10 years old through daily balanced nutrition meals and appropriate exercise. There are a total of 60 such blood servants in the manor. In addition to their daily servant duties, they are also required to provide the mistress with the freshest blood once a month. As usual, the girl unbuttoned her collar and obediently walked in front of her mistress. Eleanor held her in her arms, her canine teeth piercing precisely into the edge of the scar that had healed last time. However, this time was different from the past. The mistress did not let her go at the right time. The girl went from endurance to trembling to finally begging for mercy. Eleanor remained indifferent throughout the whole process until she sucked the last drop of blood. Then she licked the corner of her mouth and pushed the mummy in her arms away. The steward at the side lowered his head, seemingly having no objection to the loss of a high-level blood servant. "Call." Eleanor exhaled gently, and the skin on her body gradually turned from pale to rosy. Even height, body shape, and appearance changed accordingly. In the end, he turned into the appearance of the dead girl on the ground. The summoning is about to start, so let's just use this appearance to get by. Substitute level 10. Different from mimicry, which simply simulates the appearance. Substitute. As one of the rare talents of the vampires, it can not only steal the appearance of the target, but even obtain recent memories. Even the detection technique couldn't find any flaws. After Eleanor arrived in the United Kingdom, she could easily blend in as long as she could capture a lone ritual participant. This is why the Emperor sent her to assassinate the brave man. Is there any movement over at Knoxfield? Lord Knoxfield left his residence the day before yesterday and has not been seen since. Hearing this, Eleanor nodded. Although the Hermit Empire is ruled by vampires, nearly half of the dukes under the Emperor are of other races. And Knoxfur, who went with her to deal with the hero this time, was a shadow demon, a collection of elemental spirits that escaped from chaos, had no entity, and was only retained in the world by chains. The two said they were carrying out a joint mission, but in fact they just used their own abilities to sneak into the scene and then launch the attack together. As for communication and cooperation, does not exist. At the summoning scene, it is considered a great level of tacit understanding if you can avoid tripping each other over trying to get the kill. Master, do we need to send people to create chaos and take away some of the human power? The steward put forward his suggestion at the right time. Eleanor thought about it and agreed. As for the candidate, I'd pick Lakis, who embarrassed me so much when he lost the Holy Book last time. Tell him that if he does well this time, he'll be promoted when he comes back, but if he doesn't do well, he will die there. I just don't know if they will be obstructed when passing through the Duke of Sigismund's territory, the steward said worriedly. He dares. Eleanor became annoyed when Sigismund was mentioned. It was this fellow with war on his mind who carried out widespread poisoning and killing on the border, causing his own source of blood livestock to be greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could there be a situation where there's a delay in supply? That idiot only knew how to kill all humans, without thinking that if all humans died, would he, a vampire, really suck the blood of monsters? Not only did the two of them play tricks on each other in meetings, they also used a lot of tactics in each other's territory, and their relationship was quite bad. This is your Majesty's mission. It would be great if he dares to do something naughty. After saying that, Eleanor turned her robe and transformed into a bat, flying directly out of the manor through the window. After Eleanor flew away, the butler straightened up and looked at the mummy at his feet. We have to train new ones. Chapter 71. A world where only the captain is working hard. Redstone City, inside the City Lord's office. Nova was buried in a pile of documents, working overtime to handle official business. After rescuing the Duke's daughter, Duke Amara did not break his promise and really handed over a city to them. It is even a city located on a major transportation route with quite prosperous business. Although only the management rights of the city were transferred to them, they were not in theft as nobles. But it was also a very generous reward. Apart from the small amount of tribute that had to be paid every month, all the surplus generated by managing the city could go into their own pockets. This is much faster than being an adventurer and working hard to make money. As for whether it is easy or not, if you ask Night Owl or Ivan, they would definitely feel relaxed. But if you ask Nova, that's not necessarily the case. Snap! Another stack of documents was placed on Gal's desk. Nova looked up with dark circles under his eyes and asked, "What is this?" 3 foreign businessmen filed complaints against Night Owl. Gal answered, looking away. "She's doing some kind of sting operation again." Gal nodded and stood a little further away. Nova's voice was trembling as he spoke. He was furious. Since he took office as the city lord, his temper has been getting worse and worse. Really? What is she trying to do? Nova picked up the stack of complaints, flipped through it quickly, and then threw it to the ground. Will she be happy only if the caravans have to take a detour? Gal, go get her. Where is she now? Maybe he's on patrol. That means they're still doing it now. Go and bring her to me. At Nova's urging, Gal trotted out of the office. About 20 minutes later, Night Owl, dressed as a beggar with a dirty face, was dragged in by Gal. From the moment he entered the door, Nova stared at her. If looks could kill, Night Owl would have died 3 times by now. Night Owl, can you tell me what you were doing dressed like this? Well, experience life. Night Owl looked innocent, veins throbbing as he looked at Nova. He picked up the stack of reports and threw it in front of her. Pretend to be a mentally handicapped wandering elf and deliberately lure foreign merchants to talk to you. When someone wants to take you away, reveal your identity and take them away for a large sum of money. Is this what a sheriff should do? You are clearly setting up a trap. Night Owl moved and hid behind Gal, sticking out his tongue and saying, "If they don't have any bad intentions, then everything will be fine. I am also eliminating the hidden danger." Eliminate hidden dangers. Did you know that thanks to your efforts, the number of merchants entering the city has decreased by 20% compared to previous years? What do you think those merchants you cheated will say about Redstone City after they leave? Can't you just stop? Even if you're just imitating Ivan and soaking in magic all day long, it is considered helping me. I'm not a magic-addicted idiot. Besides, if you are a sheriff and don't punish them, then you're just wasting your time as a sheriff. Then you should punish the thieves. Why punish the foreign merchants? Night Owl pouted, swaying his body from side to side, not looking at Nova. Anyway, I just have the attitude of, you can say whatever you want, I'll do it next time. Tasks are completed together and positions are allocated as agreed. Even though Nova is the captain, he does not have the right to fire Night Owl. But that doesn't mean he won't get angry. Gal silently retreated to the corner. He could already sense that Nova had reached his limit. "City Lord, there is an order from the Supreme Council." Haha. In front of outsiders, Nova quickly regained his composure and hurried to the communication crystal. When Nova came back, Gal sat obediently in the chair. Night Owl had changed back into his black tights and was hanging upside down on the bookshelf, swaying from side to side. When he saw Nova, he asked, "What's the big deal? You even need a communication crystal." Long-distance communication consumes a lot of magic power, so unless it is something important, people usually communicate through letters. Requesting to escort the priests of the Church of Light to the capital, Oath City. There were also non-compulsory call-ups for a few of us. TSK, they haven't revealed anything yet, Night Owl said dissatisfiedly. They called away many diamond-level adventurers before, and now they want to call us over too, but they don't tell us the reason. They are so secretive. It must be bad news. It's not mandatory, Nova reminded. What about voting? Asked Night Owl. Nova nodded. Gar, go and call Ivan. After a while, the dazed Ivan was grabbed by Gal. Nova told him what happened. Ivan nodded as he listened, but Gal felt that he might not be awake yet. I agree to go. You guys will drive me crazy if I stay here any longer. Nova was the first to vote in favor. He is telling the truth. Ivan was addicted to magic crystals all the time, living a life of drunkenness and dreaming all the time. The Night Owl is always causing trouble, which is totally counterproductive. Gal is an honest man and has no bad habits. Unfortunately, the half-dragon is not very smart and can only help run errands. The burden of handling city affairs fell entirely on Nova, so it was no wonder that his temper was getting worse and worse. Now that he was being recruited, it was just what he wanted to do, to go out for a stroll. As for possible danger, who is afraid of this? Adventurer? I don't want to go. Night Owl only wanted to uphold justice in the city and had no interest in the mess in the kingdom. I'm fine with either. Gallop stained. Ivan. Ivan seemed to wake up when his name was suddenly called. Go, go, go. After saying this, he leaned back in his chair, and it was hard not to wonder whether he knew what everyone was discussing. But then it's 2-1. Let us escort the pastor ourselves. Gal, you go and prepare the carriage and half a month's worth of food. Night Owl, go prepare the potion. Press the amount required for 1 dungeon. I will be responsible for finding someone to take over the job of City Lord. Yes, yes. The Night Owl disappeared in a flash, and Gal carried Ivan back first. A day later, next to 2 carriages. May the Lord of Light protect me. I'm counting on you all along the way. The 3 priests bowed slightly, and Nova hurried forward to express his courtesy. All 3 were gold-level priests in the Redstone City Church, 2 women and 1 man. There was a diamond-level pastor in the church, but he was too old. Nova was so old that he suspected that if he dared to take him with him, he would die on the way. So in the end, the old man was allowed to stay in the city. Anyway, the communication did not specify anyone by name. It just said to send all the priests with gold rank or above in the city. Now these 3 should be enough for the task. After departure, Night Owl sat on the top of the carriage to be on guard, his legs dangling in the air as he asked, Captain, you said they were looking for both priests and adventurers. A batch of magic materials were transferred from the city some time ago. What is it for? Are we going to go to war with the demons? If so, I will withdraw. Night Owl is an elf, and if the situation goes wrong, she can indeed sneak back to the elf forest at any time. How should I know? Nova half lay in the carriage, enjoying the leisure time without having to deal with official documents. But it is definitely not a war. If it is a war, the troops and food should be mobilized instead of just magic materials, adventurers, and priests. 2 days later, Night Owl, there's something going on ahead. Tell the old man to get up and investigate. Chapter 72. Dylan, you have been strengthened. When I opened my eyes, I was in the familiar mushroom house again. As Dylan stood up, the hyphae connected to the fungal blanket on his back broke off one by one. He picked up a piece of woolen cloth beside him and gently wiped the stickiness off his back before putting on his clothes. He has now completely adapted to the little inconveniences in the life of a fungus man. How does it feel to finally wake up? The boss's voice suddenly sounded in my consciousness. This is no ordinary sleep. The boss was talking about increasing his survival rate before, and it seemed like he had added a skill to himself. I always feel like there is not much difference between me and Pudgy. Dylan stood beside the mushroom house, feeling the changes after waking up. Speed up level 6. He drew the long sword from his waist and tried to swing it. Downward slash, straight stab, spinning slash. They are all separate movements, but because of the acceleration, they feel as smooth as flowing water. This feels amazing. No, you can't try it this way. Then how should we? Following the boss's words, Pudgy walked out of the mushroom forest. The familiar scales and the familiar 4-bladed tentacles are mass-produced melee weapons. Last time, 2 of them beat Dylan so badly that he had to run around everywhere. Looking at the 4 Pudgys approaching together, Dylan took 2 steps back with reluctance. Boss, why don't you just send 2 first? If you dare to just run, I'll let Xiao Hei fight you. Golu, what cruel words. The boss must be joking. Dylan glanced at Xiao Hei, who was watching the show while chewing Pudgy in the distance, and tried to recall the power of her claws. Courage suddenly surged out of my body. Just 4 poofs. Looking at Dylan, who rushed forward and fought back and forth with 4 melee Pudgys without losing the upper hand. As expected, speed up is really useful. After his speed disadvantage was no longer a problem, Dylan relied on more sophisticated positioning to prevent the 4 Pudgys from surrounding him. He even found an opportunity to chop down a Pudgy's body before he got hurt. Although due to insufficient attack power, it only scratched the scales and caused little damage. But that's enough. Lin Jun gave him speed up, which was originally used to save his life. If he couldn't win, he could just hide or run. Okay. Since Dylan was unable to inflict fatal damage to Pudgy as time passed, he gradually lost strength and fell into a disadvantage. The effect of acceleration had been tested, so Lin Jun simply called a halt and asked the few Pudgys to retreat. Dylan sat down on the spot and looked at his hands with a little excitement. So strong. Now, if I meet those 3 information dealers again, I can win head-on without a sneak attack. He had never experienced this feeling of rapid growth in strength in his life. It's so fascinating. Of course, Dylan was not blinded by the power. He still remembered his purpose. Boss, when do we set off? Don't worry, just lie back down first, and I'll give you another ability. Come again. Dylan was a little worried about wasting too much time. It's a journey of nearly 2 months, so 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. Lin Jun said impatiently. In order to add skills to Dylan, no new Pudges were produced in the entire mushroom garden in the past 2 days. Why are you still being picky? Dylan scratched his head and said, Boss, what other abilities do you want to add? Magic power storage. Night Owl stood on the roof of the car, looking ahead. There's a fight going on over there. Suddenly, there was a sound of fabric rubbing on the canopy, and Ivan was awakened. He used the reconnaissance technique, facing forward. Human, Wind Wolf King. Ivan's voice suddenly rose 8/10. It's monsters besieging the convoy. Go and help them. Dozens of wind wolves are besieging a convoy of more than a dozen soldiers. The soldiers leaned against the carriage with their backs, and 12 long spears formed a thorn iron ring around the carriage, and each spear shaft was covered with blue-gray wolf hair. There were 2 spellcasters in the middle, constantly casting magic into the wolf pack. This barely saved them from being overwhelmed by the wind wolves wave after wave of attacks. Stand close. Stand close. Don't leave any space. If these beasts dare to come forward, we'll poke their heads out. The captain of the guards was shouting orders to the soldiers, but his hands were not idle either. He shot and killed a wind wolf that was too close. However, this seemed to give the Wind Wolf King, who had been observing from a rock in the distance, an opportunity. Following a short howl, a wind blade shot out from the Wind Wolf King's mouth and headed straight for the captain of the guard who was trying to pull the gun out of the wolf's corpse. Clang! The wind blade hit the armor but failed to penetrate it, but the sudden impact force caused the captain of the guards to fall backwards. There was a gap in the gun array, and the wind wolves didn't give the captain guard a chance to come back and rushed over here one after another. The soldiers on both sides were quickly knocked down by the wolves, and the defense line collapsed instantly. The captain of the guards was also pounced on by 2 wolves and had his arms bitten. Finished. Just when everyone was in despair, a dark shadow flashed by like the wind. The captain of the guards was surprised to see that a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the necks of the 2 wind wolves on his body. The wolf collapsed, its head still biting his wrist guard. Not just these 2, all the wolves that rushed up were beheaded in a very short time. I storm. A slightly old voice came from a distance. Then, a cold wind blew past the convoy. The remaining dozens of wind wolves, including the Wind Wolf King, standing with his head held high on the rock, were turned into motionless ice sculptures after the cold wind. Even though the caster deliberately avoided the convoy, the cold air that escaped still made the captain of the guard shiver. Are you okay? Nova strode over with Ivan and Gal. The captain of the guards looked around and saw that all of his men were injured, but none of them seemed serious. Thank you, I'm saved. No, the captain of the guards suddenly remembered something. Go and save Mina. Mina? Reverend. She was separated by the wolves and ran into the forest. Upon hearing this, Ivan immediately scanned the forest and quickly pointed out a direction. Night Owl, over there. The Night Owl, which had just been observing the ice sculpture, ran in the direction Ivan pointed at a very fast speed. Soon, the whimpering sounds of several wind wolves were heard in the forest. After a while, Night Owl came out of the forest with a priest who was covered in dust and had torn clothes. Seeing this, the captain of the guards also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was fast, and her light curtain was almost bitten through. Night Owl pointed at the priest, named Mina, and said with a smile. After the captain of the guard took the pastor back, he thanked Nova and the others repeatedly. Are you also escorting the priest to the Oath City? Nova asked. The captain of the guard nodded in agreement, but looking at the carriage with damaged wheels, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Nova also noticed their situation and thought it was just on his way. Do you need me to bring the priest over? Thank you so much. The captain of the guard bowed in gratitude. Chapter 73 Night Owl, what are you doing? What did you mean by hero summons? The scream of a night owl suddenly exploded in his ears, and Nova felt a stinging pain like his eardrum was torn. Ivan and Gal on the side also looked like they were attacked by sonic waves. Nova could understand Night Owl's feelings to some extent, and in fact he felt the same way. When the group arrived at the Oath City, they found that the entire city was under martial law. They were then informed of the real purpose of the trip by the person responsible for guiding them. He was also assigned a position where he could watch the summoning ceremony from afar while assisting in the defense. This is a call for heroes. Which adventurer has not heard this story in childhood? More than 300 years ago, when humanity was in danger, the brave hero Link fought off the demons with his own strength and even killed the Demon King in the end. Now, they are fortunate enough to witness the birth of a legend and even participate in it, even though it was only a minor involvement. Most of the diamond-level experts in the kingdom now gathered in this city, not to mention the two who stood at the top. The Silverthorn Squad was not particularly prominent among them. On the day of the ceremony, the gray-white stone floor of Triumphal Square was polished to a shine by the morning light. In the central area, surrounded by 4 heroic statues, a summoning array made of various precious materials was glowing with a faint blue light. The Archbishop of Light stood on the east side of the magic circle, holding a 3-edged scepter, and half a step behind him was the vice president of the Relics Association in a gray robe. Both of them are among the strongest humans at level 70. Around a magic circle are 12 priests holding copper bells. In the second circle, more than 100 priests gathered from all over the country knelt on gold-woven cushions with sheepskin scriptures spread on their knees. They were responsible for praying during the ceremony. Outside the square, the heavy armor of the Silver Knights formed a dazzling metal fence in the sun. The emblem of the Knights Templar on the surface of the standard kite shield is uniformly facing outwards. In contrast, there were those diamond-level adventurers scattered in the shadows of the stone pillars, gathered in groups of 2 or 3. Some were leaning against the statue base, holding cloth-wrapped long swords, while others were throwing daggers repeatedly. The knights on duty always kept their eyes on these non-organized combat forces. There is no way. Most of the adventurers are not considered official. Although they participate in the alert, they are also half-alert objects. Looking at this scene, Gal suddenly became frightened. You said, bringing so many experts here, wouldn't it be just for everyone to watch the heroes summoning? It must be the anti-demon tribe that is causing the trouble. Ivan glanced at him. You're not just realizing it now, are you? What if the demons attack us? Ivan interrupted Gar before he finished speaking. Are you stupid? Don't you see that Duke Amara has not come to the border and must have strengthened his forces now? Only a few elite troops can come. Oh yes. Gar scratched his head. He was not afraid of a small number of elite troops. No matter how he looked at it, the big guys were in the front. They could just serve as an atmosphere group. But I still don't quite understand. Ivan rubbed his chin and asked in confusion. Why do you want to gather so many adventurers? Although it increases the combat effectiveness, it also makes it easier for the enemy to sneak in. Not to mention choosing a place like the square, which is big enough, but very unsafe. If it were me, I would definitely arrange it in the basement. Maybe there is another deeper meaning. Wouldn't vampires be weakened under the sun? Or maybe heroes should be summoned in such occasions. Gal analyzed randomly. Maybe Gal squat for a minute. Gal looked at Ivan in confusion and squatted down. Ivan jumped onto his shoulders. Okay, you can stand up now. No one is allowed to use flying magic in this place now. Ivan used his height as a half-dragon to see through the wall of people and look at the summoning circle in the center. That's strange. What's wrong? This time, even Nova couldn't help but ask. I have never seen a hero summoning array. This thing is the top secret of the church. But this magic circle feels so familiar to me. Where have I seen it before? Aren't magic circles all made up of a circle inside another circle? Doesn't it look normal? Gar said he had no idea what was so strange about it. Ivan stepped on his foot and said, "Shut up, you idiot." However, before Ivan could continue to think about it, the sun had already risen to its highest position. The Archbishop glanced at the sky, waved the scepter in his hand, and the summoning ceremony officially began. The magic circle glowed purple-red in the midday sun, and 12 priests, holding copper bells, began to walk slowly along the rune track. From the first ring of the bell, the priests chanted the prayer of summons. Ixion of the ever-burning wheel, the wielder of the flame of purifying sin, the watcher on the tide of chaos. Please cast a wedge of judgment. Granted the vessel that carries the divine punishment. Make the brave sword an extension of your will. Let the silver holy light become your forging hammer to purify the world. The halo of the summoning circle grew brighter and brighter as if something was about to break free from its restraints. Everyone stared at the spectacular summoning scene, except Night Owl. Nova noticed the strangeness of Night Owl and asked, "What are you looking at?" Night Owl was so absorbed in his words that he didn't reply. Nova followed the Night Owl's gaze and saw a Knight Captain in the outer defense circle. What's so strange about him? Nova's question did not receive an answer. The next moment, the Night Owl actually merged directly into the shadows, weaving through the intertwined shadows of the crowd, and rushed straight towards the Knight Commander. The three people who were left at the scene were immediately horrified. Night Owl, this is bad. Assimilation Absorption LV3. In the mushroom forest, countless hyphae from all around were attracted and wrapped around Pudgy, who had just been officially named a scout. Its height was raised from 80 to 2, turning it into a giant Pudgy. But this is just an impressive sight. The outer layer of mycelium is actually a hollow structure and is very fluffy. Dylan on the side tried to poke it, and his fingers sank into it, exposing its soft nature. When he pulled it out, his finger was still covered with mycelium. Just like wearing thick clothes, this appearance is not conducive to fighting. Lin Jun did this on purpose. Its only use was to serve as a cushion to prevent the scout from falling to death when he appeared in midair. Today is the day to set off. Dylan couldn't wait any longer. It's not just that I hope to find my daughter as soon as possible. Ever since he acquired Magic Storage Level 6, Dylan was somewhat frightened by the look in Xiaohei's eyes. That was a look full of love and curiosity. Dylan instinctively didn't want to explore the reasons behind this look. Fortunately, I can leave today. Scout Pudgy, go out first. Dylan, you will meet up outside later. Two tentacles emerged from the fluffy mycelium coat and rolled up the escape scroll. As the magic power poured in, the scout Pudgy's body lit up with a teleportation light. Chapter 74 Photosynthesis. After a short flash of white light, a white object appeared in the air. It was the scout. As soon as he came out, Lin Jun saw something incredible. 3 moons. 3 full moons hang in the indigo night sky. The silver-blue moon hangs in the eastern sky, with a faint light floating on its surface like ice cracks. The red moon is burning in the low sky in the west, burning the surrounding clouds a burnt yellow. The largest pale golden moon is the most bizarre. It does not shine continuously, but brightens and darkens in a rhythm like breathing. It turns out there are 3 moons in this world. Gravity acted on the scout, but Lin Jun was stunned. After a short fall, a cloud of mycelium debris exploded in the forest. After a while, the scout emerged from the smashed mycelium coat, like a cicada shedding its shell. HP 1021/1120. I did lose some blood after the impact, but it was no big deal. With mycelium reorganization level 3, this minor injury will be repaired in about 10 minutes. Lin Jun finally came back to his senses from the shock of March in the sky. I chose a time period when there were few people around to use the scroll, and I never expected to see a scene like this. Before, whether communicating with Inanna or Dylan, when talking about night, it was just night, and no one would specifically mention the 3 moons. Perhaps to them, this is common sense, just like Lin Jun has always subconsciously believed that there's only 1 moon. Speaking of which, these 3 moons each have their own characteristics. When their light is mixed together and it shines on the ground, it does not appear colorful, but is no different from ordinary white light. The scouts were now in a dense forest with no signs of human activity. Lin Jun sensed the direction and found that it was in the south of the Amethyst underground city. No wonder no one is here. The entrance to the dungeon faces north, facing the town of Mute Wind. It takes a long detour to get to the south, so naturally no one would have the time to go this way. Woo! The roar of wild beasts came from the darkness. I see. Since there are no people, there must be monsters. Wind wolves emerged from the forest and surrounded the scouts. These predators with gray and white fur were now walking among the bushes with their front legs lowered, their silver eyes reflecting the moonlight. This area is probably their territory. It is inevitable that I would be welcomed so warmly after falling down and making such a big noise. However, just relying on these LV-20 windwolves. The scouts suddenly pulled out a bladed tentacle, and a windwolf on the left that was too close didn't have time to dodge before it was split in half. The smell of blood immediately stimulated the wolves, and low growls rose one after another. Lin Jun was not afraid at all. It is difficult for these ordinary wind wolves to bite through the scout's armor. Ouch! The wolves retreated to both sides like a tide, and two wind wolf kings, which were obviously larger than the others and had shiny fur, walked out side by side. The sharp wolf claws gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and the wind blade gradually took shape in the wolf's mouth. The two wind wolf kings took the lead and approached the scouts little by little. Snort. The instincts of wild animals may not always be accurate. Two wind wolf kings, both less than 40 years old, dared to approach so unscrupulously. Then why not get a little closer? The scout danced with 4 tentacle blades and rushed forward with his short legs. When Dylan finally rushed to the surface from the 5th floor and circled around the dungeon entrance to find the scout, a whole night had passed, and it was almost noon the next day. When he arrived, he saw wolf corpses that had bled dry, and the scout Pudgy is now mowing the grass. Lin Jun also noticed Dylan coming. With a hook of the tentacle, it hooked down the large backpack that Dylan was carrying. Then he poured out everything inside and stuffed the cut weeds back in. This is... Dylan was confused. He could understand stuffing the corpse of a wind wolf into it, but why stuff weeds in there? Never mind, go pour all this bag of grass onto the first layer of fungal mat. It will be very useful to us. Looking at the backpack that is stuffed to the brim. Since the boss said so, Dylan had no choice but to pick up his bag and run back the same way. Lin Jun didn't lie to him. These grasses are treasures. Just like Firefly's fluorescent skill, these grasses have a skill called photosynthesis. I've never seen this skill in a dungeon. Lin Jun didn't pay attention at first, but after looking carefully, he found that this photosynthesis was not that photosynthesis. What it generates is actually magic power. Dylan needed it so badly. Magic storage only allows Dylan to replenish his magic power at once without having to hold the potion bottle all the time. And photosynthesis is the magic skill that can truly solve his endurance problem. By the way, is the light emitted by the sunstone considered sunlight? Night Owl, what are you doing? The commotion of the Silverthorn squad attracted a lot of people's attention. Although Night Owl's ability to move along shadows is amazing, there are many experts present who can see through her movements, including the Knight Captain who is targeted by Night Owl. Faced with the sudden rush of diamond-level adventurers, the Knight Captain was not panicked at all. He held the knight's sword in both hands, and the light shone on the blade. Holy/LV8. The adventurer who suddenly rushed over was directly identified as an enemy by the team leader, so he was left no room for maneuver from the beginning. But night owls are not vegetarians. She jumped out of the shadows in advance and collided with the glorious sword, only leaving a shallow scratch on her arm. Night Owl, X3. Nova and the other two behind him screamed and were about to have a heart attack. In this kind of situation, at this kind of time, what is this lady trying to do? The Night Owl was oblivious to everything around it at this moment. After dodging the slash, it leaped up and dived directly into the shadow under the captain. This time the team leader was finally a little panicked. He turned around and was about to stab the shadow with a sword, but he found that the long sword was frozen in midair, unable to be pressed down any further. A huge claw made of black mist grasped his night sword. The silver-white sword blade bent into a dangerous arc in the giant claw, and cracks appeared on the metal surface. The harsh, scraping sound suddenly rose as the claws retracted, and the sword let out its final groan. The blade, broken into 3 pieces, spun and stabbed into the mud, and the last half of the handle was still buzzing in the knight's trembling hands. After crushing the knight's sword with its giant claws, it waved its hand casually. The knight captain, whose whole body was still stiff, was knocked flying, and his life or death was unknown. At the same place, a shadow demon over 4 meters tall, surrounded by darkness, appeared in front of everyone. It also holds an elf in its right claw, a night owl. The night owl looked extremely miserable at this moment. Just a few seconds of confrontation in the shadows caused her right hand to disappear. The only remaining left hand pressed against the shadow demon's claws in vain, but could not shake it at all. The shadow fiend glanced angrily at the guy who was ruining his business. He could have waited for a better time. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely take the elf back and torture it to death. But now, there are other tasks that must be completed first. Throwing the night owl towards the crowd rushing behind him, the shadow demon turned into a ball of thick fog and rushed straight towards the summoning circle that was already emitting a light that shot up into the sky. In the middle, a figure is vaguely visible. Chapter 75, Secret Passage. The night owl was thrown out and flew in a parabola towards the oncoming crowd. No matter they were knights or adventurers, everyone's eyes were focused on the shadow demon in the distance. No one cared what would happen if the weak night owl fell into the crowd, except for her 3 teammates. Third-level magic, Wind Surge. A strong wind wrapped around the grass leaves and blew the night owl high up as it was about to land. Gar, who was rushing forward, leaped into the air, his muscles bulging under his armor. The moment he caught the night owl, he curled up and arched his back. His shin guards plowed 2 deep grooves in the grass at the edge of the square, preventing the night owl from suffering any harm. Nova rushed over, pressed his palms together on the severed hand of Night Owl, and an emerald glow representing healing flowed out from between his fingers. Night Owl seemed to have not lost consciousness yet. When he saw several teammates, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Nova stabilized her injuries and said angrily, "Are you a fool? There are so many masters here. Why do you need to show off your strength?" Night Owl explained weakly, "Before, I would hide in the shadows if I hadn't encountered it. I thought that those that I could detect wouldn't be too strong. Then you should tell us." It was too late. He was about to move. Nova had no words to say but to concentrate on healing Night Owl's wounds. Ivan floated up and looked in the direction of the summoning circle. The thick fog transformed by the shadow demon suddenly accelerated, and hundreds of distorted faces emerged from the dark fog. A paladin just raised his tower shield and rushed over diagonally, but the mist brushed past the edge of the shield like a living snake. The demon-destroying arrows, hastily shot by 3 archers from the royal city, penetrated the fog, but were crushed into powder by the surging demonic energy before reaching the core. Holy Light Barrier. A brilliant golden light burst out in front of the priests, but the shadow demon suddenly split into 7 ghost shadows, which were wrapped in black smoke and cut into the magic circle from different angles. The nearest young priest suddenly covered his throat and knelt down. His shadow was strangling himself on the ground, trying to strangle his real body. A flaw appeared in the barrier maintained by all the forces, and before anyone else could remedy the situation, the shadow fiend got in. The archbishop was still maintaining the final fluctuations of the formation and had no time to pay attention to other things, while the gray-robed wizard beside him took action. The oak staff, inlaid with golden magic crystals, burst out with dazzling light. 8th-level magic, Light Prison. 12 giant swords made of light broke through the clouds and nailed the shadow demon's body into the ground with the force of thunder. In the rolling fog, the shadow demon's repeated mocking voice could be heard. Useless resistance. The imprisoned black fog suddenly collapsed inward and then suddenly exploded. The magic energy shock wave shattered the lightsaber into stardust, and the 5 priests closest to it fell on their backs with blood gushing from their ears and noses. Even the gray-robed wizard staggered back half a step. Breaking through all obstacles, the shadow demon laughed wildly and waved his claws at the man in the formation. "Go to hell, human hero!" Clang! A giant sword collided with the shadow demon's claws and actually resisted his power. He had learned about the brave summons in detail. The hero who just arrived should only be level 1. Even if there was some powerful blessing from the gods, there was no reason why one could master it so quickly. Not to mention the guy who was blocking him with a big sword now. It didn't look like he was using any abilities, but rather he was relying on his physical fitness to take the attack. The shadow demon's elemental brain was working frantically. "Trap! Wow, you're such a dark mess, but I didn't expect you to be so smart." Duke Amara on the opposite side smiled excitedly. "It's a pity it's not an old bat. I've been wanting to tear them apart for a long time." At this time, the shadow demon no longer had the energy to argue with him. His body shrank, and he wanted to escape. The archbishop in front of the formation finally completed the final step. As the scepter fell heavily to the ground, a circular light curtain rose from above the formation, trapping the shadow demon inside without any blind spots. Shadow Fiend doesn't realize now that he has been tricked. What summoning of heroes? This is clearly a trap mixed with a teleportation array. What's worse, another powerful maximum-level warrior who had been hiding in a night team rushed out at this time. Most of the 7 major fighting forces of the United Kingdom appear here, just to kill him. "Eleanor, I know you are here. Come out and help me. There is still a chance to escape." Amara laughed wildly and swung the giant sword, leaving an afterimage, hitting the shadow demon again and again. The Shadow Fiend is now intent on escaping and is being suppressed and put at a disadvantage. He can only hope that Eleanor, who accepted the mission together with him, will help him destroy the magic circle from the outside so that he can escape after paying a certain price. But no matter how he screamed, the vampire never appeared. He had guessed this result. Eleanor, you, elemental curse word. In the chaos, no one noticed a priest named Mina who quietly retreated to the edge of the square against the flow of people. Then he slipped into the alley. Fortunately, I was a step slow. Otherwise, I would be the one trapped to death. As for rescuing Shadow Demon, she was full and went to risk her life to save others. Didn't she see the humans were so well prepared? The worst that can happen is that you'll get punished when you get back. Nothing is more important than your own life. Eleanor turned around for one last look. What we saw was the Shadow Demon who was trapped in the light curtain and was fighting against 4 strong men of the same level alone, and his weakness was finally discovered. The restraint bracelet on his left arm was smashed to pieces, and his entire body could hardly hold on. Without any guilt, Eleanor transformed herself into a bat and flew away quickly despite feeling a little weak under the sunlight. The 4 warriors all noticed her aura when she transformed, but no one paid any attention to it. It is difficult to catch up. The important thing is to eat the fat in front of you. In the Western Islands, on an uninhabited island somewhere close to the mainland, several small boats were moored on the shore. What few people know is that there is a hidden basement on the island. At this time, a priest and 9 pastors had just completed the final arrangements. On the bluestone floor, a magic circle was drawn using rare materials. It was not complicated considering its purpose. A priest asked doubtfully, "Is this really okay? Isn't the formation a bit too simple?" The priest shook his head. The formation itself is not difficult. The difficult part is getting the permission from the Lord of Light. After all, summoning heroes relies on the power of God. It answered the pastor's doubts and was also meant for other people to hear. Let them not be distracted during the prayer and cause unnecessary trouble. The priest knelt on the ground first, and pious prayers came from the mouths of the crowd. The summoning circle emitted a faint golden light as the prayers gradually rose. When the priest finished praying and raised his head, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the halo. The tall woman with blonde hair and blue eyes was clutching a blood-stained short blade and looking around with a frown. A middle-aged man with dark hair, his trousers half pulled down, was sitting on the toilet, staring at his crossed hands with empty eyes, as if in deep thought. Chapter 76, 2 Brave Men. Two brave men. Exclamations continue to be heard from all around. It's not a familiar language, but I can understand it completely without any obstacles after hearing it. It's amazing. Tanaka glanced around calmly. A spacious basement lit by oil lamps. Several glowing circles were painted on the ground inside and outside with an unknown paint. There is a circle of guys wrapped in robes, kneeling on the ground, chanting one after another. I am not an old antique who is out of touch with society. I know about the plot of traveling to another world. But is it reasonable to summon a person with a toilet bowl and no toilet paper during the toilet session? Or maybe I should be thankful that they summoned the toilet together, otherwise I would be squatting right now. There was also a tall blonde woman next to him. Seeing that she was wearing shorts and stockings, she must have been summoned just like herself. But what does this bloody dagger in my hand mean? No, now is not the time to think about others. What I should think about now is how to pull on my pants naturally. Since I have traveled through time, shouldn't I be given some superpowers? Like stealth or something like that? As he thought this, a panel belonging to him appeared in his field of vision. Name, Tanaka Hideshichi. Race, human. Level, LV1. HP, 90/90ths. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 7. Spirit, 4. Racial talent. Experience gain increased by 20%. Skills. Toxin resistance, LV3. Mental resistance, LV4. Title. Brave. Not restricted by race level. A special title or skill can be randomly selected and used. A brave man. Tanaka focused his attention on that which was usable. Effect of the hero title used. Skills acquired. 3 minutes after traveling to the other world, looking at the newly acquired skills, Tanaka's eyes finally regained a bit of spirit. The priest knocked his forehead heavily on the stone slab, and his silver-rimmed hood slid off crookedly. His voice was choked with excitement. Ixion. Ixion bless you. There were actually two heroes in the same era. This kind of thing only happens once in 1,000 years. This is proof that the Lord of Light loves humanity deeply, and he is fortunate enough to be able to participate in it. Although the priests around did not know as much as the priest, they also understood that with one more brave man, humanity had a greater hope of winning. They either prayed devoutly in a low voice or whispered to each other about their excited feelings. For a moment, the two heroes were left stranded where they were. The blonde beauty's expression changed several times, and finally she took a step forward and opened her mouth. "Everyone, can you please look at me?" Someone spoke first. It was the exhibitionist next to him who hadn't put on his pants yet. Tanaka spoke the common language of humans in the other world naturally, as if he was born with the ability. He raised a finger and looked around, seeing that everyone was paying attention to his words. Very good. Snap! There was a flash of light for a moment, and everyone was stunned. Seeing this, Tanaka calmly pulled up his pants and closed the toilet lid, walked past the kneeling priest, and left the basement. He also took away a stack of straw paper made of unknown material. Not long after he left, everyone recovered at once. The priest looked at the figure that was successfully summoned in the formation and shed tears of excitement. Success. Success. Successfully summoned the hero. Bishop, I have lived up to your trust. Then he whispered and praised the Lord of Light, who sent down the brave warrior who represented hope in times of crisis for mankind. The blonde woman in the summoning circle frowned and looked around. When his eyes swept over the white porcelain toilet next to him, he couldn't help but take a second look at it in surprise. The 5th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon. Oh. This power. Large amounts of magic power surged out of the knight's body, so much that the knight could not hold it all, and it dissipated from his body everywhere. If you look at the knight from the perspective of magic perception now, it's like a scion exploded. No. Feels like exploding. Quickly stick the knight to the fungal blanket and let the excess magic power disperse through the fungal network. The knight then cooled down. Lin Jun is now excited but also a little scared. I was a little careless. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Next time I conduct the experiment, I shouldn't stay in the same space with the main body. It's so embarrassing that the overlord of the 5th floor of the dungeon died from a self-destruction experiment. The magic power that the knight is now emitting all comes from the light emitted by the sunstone, remnant, being converted into magic power through photosynthesis. Lin Jun even felt that the amount of magic power was probably greater than going directly to the surface and basking in the sun. After all, none of the plants on the surface can produce so much magic power. It is indeed a magical artifact, even if it's still incomplete. This sunstone has been covered in dust in my hands for so long, and I finally found its location. However, there was a new problem that troubled Lin Jun. Photosynthesis is a passive skill. The magical power provided by the sunstone seems to be a bit too sufficient. The knight can either connect to the fungus web like he is doing now to transfer the excess magic power out. Either you have to constantly use various skills to consume magic power, or wait for it to explode like an overloaded magic crystal. This power is probably even stronger than the self-destruct skill. Other people's mechas all run out of power soon after they go out. The knight is, after going out, he will soon face the risk of being blown up by his own magic power. It feels like the equipment is too good and I don't deserve it. Fortunately, Lin Jun currently does not have any situation that requires the knights to go all out. It's also good to just be a magic machine for a while. On the other side, the surface. Boss, is this correct? In front of the scout, Dylan canceled his mimicry, revealing his green skin that was a mixture of mycelium and flesh. Although I have long known that I am not very human. But the white mycelium looks barely acceptable. Now, after the boss gave himself this photosynthesis, he looks like a big goblin no matter how you look at him. Dylan couldn't accept it for a moment. The scout walked up and patted the distraught Dylan with his tentacles. Dylan, this is the price of power. You are so worried about gains and losses. How can you overcome difficulties and stand on the top? Boss, I never thought about standing on it. Madness. Lin Yun interrupted Dylan directly. How can you protect your daughter if you don't become stronger? It's just turning green. If it's for your daughter, would you object even if I gave you 3 more arms and for more legs? Dylan lay on the ground. Yes, all for my daughter. It's just a change of color. It's the same anyway after the mimicry. Boss, I've thought it through. You're right. For the sake of my daughter. Lin Jun saw that subject number 1 was finally convinced and controlled the scout to nod his mushroom cap with satisfaction. Boss, well, adding arms and legs is just a metaphor, right? Chapter 77, No Career, is easy. The so-called white moonlight is most perfect only when it exists in your mind. Once you get really close, you will find that there are countless gaps. The same goes for the sun that Lin Jun longs for. The sun was shining brightly. The lush on both sides of the official road was bleached by the sun, and the steaming heat waves distorted the scenery in the distance. These few days are the last ravages of midsummer. In another half-month, the cold wind from the north will sweep away the annoying heat, but at this moment the steamer-like heat still scorches every traveler. Dylan rode on a brown horse and galloped along the road to the city. His first target was Norwed, a city 3 days away from Mudwind. Dylan was carrying a slightly oddly shaped backpack on his back, with 3 reinforced leather belts going over his shoulder blades and waist, firmly fixed behind him. It was the camouflaged scout. The actual luggage was carried in duffel bags on either side of the steed. But at this moment, the scout, who should have been tense on his back, was actually a little loose. Dylan controlled the reins with one hand and groped back with the other. The touch from my fingertips is no longer as elastic as before, but instead feels like dry sheepskin. Boss, what's wrong with it? His safety along the way depends on this Pudgy behind him. Lin Jun looked at the dehydration status on the scout's panel and was a little speechless. Maybe it's wilted in the sun. It makes perfect sense that mushrooms would dehydrate if exposed to the sun. It seems that there is some difference between the sunstone and the real sun. At least the night has never been roasted by the sunstone. After coming to this world, there was magic all day long, which made Lin Jun almost think that magic was omnipotent. I thought that as long as Pudgy didn't lack magic power, he would be healthy. It seems that it is not possible. Under the shade of the tree, Dylan unscrewed a water bag and slowly poured the water on the scout's mushroom cap. Clean water seeped in through the gaps in the scales, and after the scout absorbed the water, he became noticeably more energetic. This made Dylan feel a little relieved, as he was afraid that it would wilt and not be able to revive even if it was replenished with water. It seems okay now, but Dylan looked at the little remaining water resources. He had to find a place to replenish them. Don't even think about the city. It's still far away. See if there is any stream or village nearby where we can get some water. Dumbwind Town, the Adventurers Guild after reconstruction. This limestone building, surrounded by 3 towers, rose from the original ruins. Perhaps in order to restore the adventurers' confidence in the guild hall has become twice as large as before. In the center of the hall, 10 beams engraved with the ecology of each level of the Amethyst dungeon support the dome of the hall. However, due to some recent changes in the dungeon ecology, the first few pillars are said to need to be recarved. The entire east wall was transformed into a 3-layer suspended taskbar. Under the influence of the magic circle, tasks of various levels rotated automatically in the glazed cover, reflecting the blood-red emblem on the bounty order on the armor of the adventurers. Handsome boy, long time no see. Leave your ID card here. Helena looked at the 3 young men in front of her with a professional smile on her lips. Seemingly a little surprised that the red-haired lady behind the reception desk actually remembered him, the boy was a little slow in handing over his ID card. This tiny pause, which lasted only half a second, was accurately captured by his companion. One of the girls frowned slightly, reached out and intercepted the metal nameplate that was suspended in midair and placed it on the stage for him. Naturally, the young men wandered around outside for more than 2 months before returning to Vera and the other 2. Although they did not enter the dungeon during this period, they were not idle. Instead, he tried to be a caravan guard. During this period, the dungeon adventurers encountered life and death crises twice in a row, which really made them a little discouraged. I was thinking about whether I could try a different route. Although being a caravan guard might earn less, it wouldn't be that dangerous. Unexpectedly, this action caused trouble for all 3 of them. They did not find the long journey hard, nor did they feel scared when the goblins attacked the caravan. What really stopped them from continuing were the people in the caravan. Or to be more precise, the fat son of the caravan leader. The fat boy is in his 20s and can barely reach the bronze level. He doesn't have much ability, but he has a lot of lust. The 2 sisters were harassed many times by the escort convoy along the way. However, how could Fei Ling and Fei Yin possibly look down upon such trash? But due to their status, they could only avoid him as much as possible. As a result, when this guy saw that his pursuit failed, he had evil thoughts, drugging her. Then Fane saw through it on the spot. Fane has been cramming these knowledge ever since she suffered the loss of the powder at the hands of the plunderer. How could Fane not discover the cheap anesthetic that the fat man used? The nature of the matter has changed now, and it can no longer be considered harassment. Vera and the other two beat him up badly. Failing was the most ruthless and kicked out the fat man's 2 front teeth. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of other people in the caravan, and it even escalated to the point where Vera and the leader were on the verge of showdown. It was also because the leader's son was too despicable, so that although most people in the caravan did not stand on Vera's side, they did not stand on the leader's side either. The matter was eventually left unresolved, but it was impossible for Vera and his companions to continue staying in the caravan guard. As soon as they arrived in a city, the team leader threw the withheld wages to them and drove the 3 of them away like a plague. This experience of being a caravan guard can be said to be quite terrible. As a result, the 3 of them seemed to have no interest in changing caravans. In comparison, the risks that adventurers face are not so unacceptable. So the 3 of them discussed it and hurried back to Mute Wind Town to take up the promising career of adventurer. However, the new Yafing Town seems to be a little different from the original one. After leaving the guild, I found that the familiar Rotten Willow Tavern was closed, so I could only find a restaurant on the street to eat. "Boss, what is this?" Vera asked the boss, looking at the bowl of strange, glowing soup in her hand. The boss looked at Vera with some dissatisfaction and said impatiently, "Don't you want the cheapest set meal? That's just mushroom soup." Mushroom. After the boss said this, Vera gradually associated the color of the soup with the color of the fluorescent mushrooms on the 5th floor. "No way. Can this be eaten?" He looked up at the 2 sisters sitting opposite him. They didn't move their spoons. They were waiting for him to eat first. If you can sell food, you won't vomit it. Scoop up a spoonful and put it in your mouth. What a taste. Surprisingly ordinary. It's not delicious, but not bad either. It's a little bland, which is why the boss saved on salt. Vera put spoonful after spoonful into her mouth, and suddenly realized that the 2 people opposite her had not started eating yet. "It tastes good. Why don't you eat it?" Seeing Fei Ling and Fei Yin staring at her, Vera wiped her mouth belatedly. A hand of fluorescence. Chapter 78. Some mushrooms? The next morning, 4 intermediate healing potions, 3 primary magic potions, and 3 bottles of universal antidote potions. "They're all here. Please keep them, sir." The clerk pushed the medicine box wrapped in oil paper across the counter, and Vera took it and put it away carefully. Failing went to buy food and small props like flints. Fane said she wanted to prepare some medicinal powder, which should be almost ready by the time she returns. Pushing open the wooden door of the shop, Vera was about to return when a gangster-looking guy came up to her. "Brother, you look unfamiliar." Vera frowned slightly and took 2 steps back, trying to avoid him. "Do I look like I'm easy to bully? How could there be such a guy who came here out of nowhere?" The gangster seemed to be unaware of the situation and actually took 2 steps forward and moved closer to Vera. Vera's hand was already on the machete, and if this was not within the town, he would have drawn his weapon. "Hey bro, I mean no harm." The gangster quickly indicated that he was not a threat, and Vera just stared at this annoying guy, waiting for his next words. "Hey, I just want to ask you if you need some specialties from Dumb Wind Town." Specialty. It's not like Vera hasn't been to Mute Wind Town before. If you have to talk about specialties, everything in the dungeon is a specialty. But there is no one that stands out and can represent the entire Dumb Wind Town. It can't be the bar in the now closed Rotten Willow Tavern. Vera soon found out the answer. The gangster reached into his clothes, fumbled around for a while, and pulled out a small bag that didn't look so clean. "Would you like some mushrooms?" he said, revealing the green mushroom crumbs in the bag. Mushrooms. Mushrooms everywhere. This is Vera's current impression of Dumb Wind Town. The bowl of mushroom soup yesterday was not the specialty of that store. Now almost every restaurant in Yafing Town has this delicacy. The reason is simple. It's cheap. It costs almost nothing. Anyone who goes to the 1st floor of the dungeon and takes a walk around can easily collect a lot of mushrooms. Vera and the other 2 had the most intuitive feeling about this after they entered the dungeon. The ground is fine, perhaps because of the coming and going of people. It still remains the same. But the cracks between the ceiling and the walls were full of mycelium and fluorescent mushrooms. This is true from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. As long as there are gaps or places that are not easily stepped on by creatures, there will definitely be mycelium and mushrooms. Not only the levels, but also the stairs connecting different levels are like this. Large patches of hyphae spread along the circular walls, as if the upper and lower parts are connected into one. However, this situation did not cause any trouble to the adventurers. On the contrary, if you don't mind eating fluorescent porridge every day, you can enter the dungeon without preparing any food. Just be careful not to accidentally cook the green button mushrooms in there. All mushrooms fluoresce and can be confusing for those with poor eyesight. And green mushrooms are not completely useless. Just like the gangster mentioned before, they used green mushrooms as cheap sleeping powder. If there is any inconvenience that mushrooms have brought to the dungeon, it is probably the disappearance of fireflies. At least that's the case for the first 5 floors. The warm orange glow of the fireflies is gone, and the mushroom fluorescence that replaces it makes the entire dungeon look several levels more eerie. The way it is now, even if a few ghosts suddenly appear, it won't feel out of place at all. Walking in the spiral passage leading to the 5th floor, the dim light of mushrooms illuminates the steps under your feet. Fei Ling couldn't help but say, "Let's call this place the Mushroom Dungeon." Fei nodded in agreement. All mushrooms and Pooji. Along the way, they had already encountered 2 battles between Pooji and Slime, and even picked up some loot. When I reached the second half of the passage, I heard a noise coming from below. At the bottom of the stairs, more than 20 adventurers were resting in small groups. Some of them even made a campfire, and it looked like they had been here for some time. The arrival of the 3 people did not attract much attention from other adventurers, and many of them looked away after taking a few glances. "What are they doing?" Fei Ling asked in a low voice. Vida shrugged. How would he know? But he noticed a sign at the exit. "Walk forward." The 5th level rules. This code seems to be an expanded version of the strategy that I got at the beginning. The adventurers accepted that the sign was left here instead of being destroyed, indicating that the rules on it should be correct. Just the last one above. If you see a completely black-winged humanoid creature, immediately run back the way you came. I don't know who made the scratch, but instead in the blank space below, a row of different words were carved with a knife. "Do not enter at night." Do not enter at night. Only then did Vera notice that almost all of these adventurers carried moonstones. However, according to the time they entered the dungeon and their progress, it should not be night yet. I feel like I need to ask someone. Vala looked around and locked onto a dwarf who was carefully polishing his axe. As he first walked over, the dwarf raised his axe cautiously. But when Vala told him his purpose and handed him a silver coin, the dwarf started chatting with him as if he had met a friend he hadn't seen for a long time. "So, what's written on that sign is true?" Vera asked after declining the mushroom soup offered by the dwarf. The dwarf didn't mind and took a sip himself, leaving a large fluorescent spot on his beard. "Of course it's true. I don't know which kind-hearted adventurer set it up. At first, some people didn't believe it, but after being exposed by the puffers, they all became docile." As he spoke, the dwarf seemed to recall the scene and chuckled softly. Vera nodded and continued to ask, "What about the last one? Is there any danger on the 5th floor at night?" The dwarf looked like he knew you would ask this, and he came closer to Vera and said in a low voice, "It's a big black mushroom." Big black mushroom. That's right. A black creature as tall as a person with very thick scales. It is so powerful that even gold-level warriors cannot defeat it. It moves around on the 5th and 6th floors every night. You may not encounter it, but if you do, it might snatch it away. Vera's eyes widened in surprise and said, "If it can move between 2 levels, doesn't that mean it can enter the ladder?" "I understand your surprise." The dwarf patted Vala on the shoulder. He was also an experienced person, but this is the fact. This is probably one of the sequelae of the magic tide. The aftermath of the demonic tide. Adventurers attribute most of the changes in the dungeon to this so-called sequelae, including the mushrooms that have spread to the entire first 5 floors. You said it might be robbed by it. Why is it possible? That depends on whether you have anything shiny on you, such as rings, magic crystals, or glass beads. If you see anything you like, grab it. That's why I say you should just not go out at night, so you won't get bumped into and you'll be safe. Then why are you all resting here? It's not evening yet. Vera asked her last question. The dwarf chuckled and said without hiding anything, "Because we are going to defeat it." Chapter 79, Xiao He is angry. The dwarf smiled broadly, as if he had accomplished his crusade. After laughing, he looked Vera up and down, then looked at the 2 sisters who were waiting for Vera in the distance. "Young man, you must be quite capable to be able to come to this level, silver level." Vera nodded, already guessing what he was going to say. How about, do you want to come together? That big black mushroom with its special scales is a valuable item. Not to mention there's a bounty on it. The crusade is complete. Half of all the profits will go to the 4 gold level ones, and the remaining half to the silver level ones. I'm sure you won't suffer any loss. I can't make the decision. I need to discuss it with my teammates, Vera said with a smile. The dwarf nodded in understanding. He just said it casually. It doesn't matter whether Viraga joins or not. After returning to the 2 sisters, Vera repeated everything she had learned. What do you think? Fei Ling said in disbelief. How can there be a monster on the 5th floor that even the gold level can't defeat? Sister, it might be the class boss, Fane said in a low voice. The so-called class boss refers to some special existences that transcend the strength of the class, such as the old bat. But in fact, this is an unofficial statement. After all, not every floor has such monsters. Each one is a special case. I don't think it's necessary. We don't know about that big black mushroom. Since we can't even beat the gold level, it must be quite dangerous. There's no need to make things complicated. The purpose of their trip was to go to the 6th floor and collect the monster's paralyzing fluid. Most of it was used to complete tasks, and a small part was kept by Fane to make props. Fane nodded to show that she agreed with her sister. The 2 sisters' thoughts did not surprise Vera. He thought so too. After going back and politely declining the dwarf's offer, the 3 of them headed for the 6th floor before nightfall. He waved goodbye to the dwarf before leaving. What Vera didn't know was that this was the last time he would see the gang. The light of magic shines in a corner of the mushroom garden. A large group of adventurers are beating up a big black monster here. Bang! A mushroom punch knocked a man flying. After he landed on the ground, the silver-level adventurer with both hands broken let out a painful wail. But this did not affect the actions of other adventurers at all. Taking advantage of the gap when Xiao He was punching, 2 adventurers holding large shields pressed forward, trying to restrain her with their skills. Xiao He pushed one of them away with his shoulder and created some distance between them again. After the adventurers reorganized their formation, they steadily surrounded them. Xiao He wanted to move away, but several ice walls appeared behind him. Seems to be in a passive state. This is actually Lin Jun's problem. Lin Jun had already noticed this group of adventurers sleeping on the stairs, but he had no idea what they were planning to do. There was no movement, so Lin Jun focused most of his attention on the scouts. When the fight broke out in the mushroom garden, Lin Jun realized that they had already started fighting with Xiao He. This was completely beyond Lin Jun's expectations. What were these humans thinking? It was only after I advised him every day that Xiao He learned not to attack humans. I don't know when I developed a collecting habit, but actually all I need to satisfy my craving for collecting is empty glass bottles. Now her little nest is filled with this kind of junk. This group of people are so good, they took the initiative to come to my house and die. It's okay if 1 or 2 people come to die. It's normal for many people to die in the dungeon. But 22 people, there are still 4 gold levels. If all of them disappeared together, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. Lin Jun had to take it easy. So as soon as he discovered the fight, he kept asking Xiao He to stop. Although Xiao He was unhappy, he was still obedient. Otherwise, the silver-level adventurer would have exploded with that punch. Lin Jun has already transferred Pudgy over here, and they will be able to surround us in just 7 minutes. By then, we will severely injure these adventurers, strip them naked and throw them out. I believe they will learn their lesson. Lin Jun originally thought so. Originally, we could let them go. Clash level 6. An adventurer holding a large shield rushed over, and Xiao He kicked him from the front. The adventurer rolled out with his shield, but he did not suffer much substantial damage. Because he had to control his strength, Xiao He had a hard time controlling how much strength to exert. After another 2 minutes of struggle, the dwarf finally found an opportunity and chopped the big black mushroom under its feet with an axe. Earthbound/LV5. Haha, let's see how you can run. The chains formed by the earth element entangled Xiao He. They were not very strong, and it only took Xiao He half a second to break free by brute force. But half a second is enough. Piercing Strike LV7. 6th level magic, Falling Rocks. 7th level magic, Lightning Strike. 4 or 5 different attacks came in an instant and hit Xiao He. This scale defense is really powerful. Who of you is willing to sell me your scales? Guaranteed fair prices. The dwarf flexed his arms and bid for the materials of his new armor. In his opinion, The only problem with the big black mushroom is its speed. Although its scales have high defense, it would be crippled if not dead after being hit just now. The next step is to evacuate in time and avoid being surrounded by the Pudgis. In fact, Xiaohei's defense was indeed broken. HP minus 120. 3 scales on the right shoulder broke off. It wasn't a serious injury, but mimicry failed and Xiaohei got angry. What is this? Humanoid. After the smoke cleared, what appeared before all the adventurers was an enraged dragon man. Finished. Lin Jun already wanted to cover his non-existent eyes. It took the adventurers 3 minutes to find an opportunity to break through the defense. Xiaohei spread his wings, rushed into the crowd, and burst out with all his strength, killing all the silver-level people in just 2 minutes. Under the absolute speed, every adventurer is isolated and has to face Xiaohei's attack alone. 2 minutes later, in the middle of the battlefield littered with corpses, the 4 gold-level adventurers who were huddled together were already sweating profusely. What the hell? What's going on? Aren't we playing PUBG? What the hell is this? Fool! Can't you see the mimicry? This monster mimics the shape of a puff. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Amidst the noise, Lin Jun's group finally arrived at the scene. Mushroom Cannon LV-8XN. Xiaohei fell to the ground, stomped on a corpse to vent his anger, then flew back to the mushroom house feeling aggrieved. It's my fault that I asked her to stop and ended up getting hurt. Well, I'll send some new flavors over to appease them later. What to do next? How will humans react? Fortunately, I am no longer in the same insecure state as when I first reached the 5th floor. Anyway, let's produce another batch of combat Pudgy first. 1 day later. This time it went really smoothly. Fei Ling, who came back from the 6th floor, sighed. Now that you have completed this mission, you won't have to be so tight on money for the next while. Vera, it's time to take care of your knife, too. Vera, seeing that Vera didn't reply, Fei Ling turned around in confusion. Vera was squatting on the ground, digging out a piece of broken iron from the mud. It seems to have broken off from a battle axe. 80, not a knight. A mushroom hut filled with glass bottles and glass shards. Xiaohei curled up on the mushroom bed. The wound on the shoulder had healed long ago, but it would take several days for the scales to grow back. A Pudgy appeared outside the mushroom hut. Although this puffball exudes a honey scent, Xiaohei is unmoved. It even crushed a few precious glass bottles with a crack and turned away without looking at it. There was no other choice. Pudgy had to jump hard. The mushroom house was a little high, so I didn't jump up. With another jump, he barely reached the edge and twisted his way up. Pudgy ran back and forth in the mushroom house twice, filling the entire room with the fragrance of honey. Little Black's nose twitched from time to time, but he never moved. Pudgy simply moved closer, and the mushroom hat swayed in front of Xiaohei, getting closer and closer. Finally, he put it directly on his lips and rubbed it back and forth. Xiaohei originally wanted to push Pudgy away, but after he stretched out his tongue and licked the honey on the mushroom cap, he couldn't help but lick it twice more. Kind of delicious. After a while, Xiaohei was very attentive and started to nibble on the edge of Pudgy like an octopus. 3 more Pudgis of the same kind jumped in from outside. They circled around Xiaohei, waiting for her to eat them one by one. For a moment, the mushroom house was filled with a delicious atmosphere. Call. Thanks to the monster pseudo-flower vine for providing the flavor. It turns out that something sweet is the right thing to do. After comforting Xiaohei, I still have to clean up the scene. The Pudgis spread spores on the bombarded areas to make the fungal carpet grow again. A fat guy staggered to the edge of the swamp area. The thick mycelial tentacle reached into the pocket on his body and quickly took out the adventurer. A bunch of 2 pieces, all thrown into the swamp. This time it's all my own fault. I blame myself for not being able to speak good language and for not being able to see through this group's plan in advance. Although I have started learning the common language from Dylan, the plan has not kept up with the changes. If I had known earlier, I would have let Xiaohei stay in the mushroom forest for a day, or let her go to the 6th floor to play. It's also my fault that I didn't keep an eye on it all the time and my attention was focused on the scout. But what can we do about it? It was Dylan who triggered the plot. Amid the chirping of cicadas, a wheat-skinned girl stood under a large tree beside the forest. The hem of her coarse linen skirt fluttered in the wind, and the straw basket between her arms was filled with various wild fruits. The girl's eyes suddenly collided with Dylan, who was riding past on his horse. Dylan pulled the reins, turned the horse's head, and moved towards the girl. Sir Knight. The girl took 2 steps back timidly. Seeing this, Dylan, who was called Sir Knight for the first time in his life, had to dismount and keep a distance to avoid scaring the girl. Without explaining that he was not a knight, Dylan asked directly, "Little girl, I just want to ask, is your village nearby? I hope you get some water." As he spoke, he patted the water bag around his waist. The girl looked at Dylan for a few more seconds, then pointed to a path. "Thanks, little girl. Thanks, little girl." After confirming the direction, Dylan jumped on his horse and rushed over. "There is no way. If I don't get some water for this pudgy on my back, it will dry up." "Why did you say it twice, Sir Knight?" Under the villagers' puzzled gazes, Dylan stuffed the droopy backpack on his back into the wooden barrel and put it into the well. The village chief was worried that something in the bag might contaminate the well water and wanted to say something. But when he saw the long sword at Dylan's waist, he chose to swallow his words. About 2 minutes later, Dylan turned the wheel and brought up the bucket and backpack. The backpack now looks a lot fuller. Dylan first picked up the scout, shook him hard twice to shake off most of the water, and then carried him on his back. Only then should several water bags be filled with water. I really didn't expect that we had plenty of water prepared for 3 days, but the scouts used up most of it. Fortunately, after this replenishment, we can hold on until Now-Eat, and then we can buy a few more water bags. That's right. Dylan touched his pocket, took out a few copper coins, and stuffed them into the hand of the village chief. "This is money for the water. Take it. This is money for the water. Take it." After Dylan left, Lin Jun's voice came into his mind. "Dylan, I have to remind you that you just said it twice without translating it for me." Is that so?" Dylan scratched his head sheepishly. "It's easy to get confused if you say the same sentence in your mouth and in your mind. The boss wants to learn the common language this way, but I don't know if it's reliable." Returning along the path, I heard faint voices calling from the front. Dylan stretched his neck and didn't see any human figure, but he saw a straw basket and some wild fruit scattered on the ground not far away. And a horse tied to the side of the road? That village girl? Dylan asked the horse to walk a little faster. As the distance got closer, the vague sound gradually became clearer. It was the girl's vague cry for help. Following the sound, we found a knight and a girl who was struggling desperately under him in the bushes not far from the roadside. It wasn't a fake knight like Dylan. The man in front of him had a coat of arms embroidered on his clothes. Although Dylan didn't know who he belonged to, there was no doubt that he was a genuine knight under the command of a noble. It's just that what he is doing now is not so chivalrous. The girl's shirt was torn, and there were bruises on her arms and face. Although her mouth was covered, her tearful eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Dylan. The noble knight naturally noticed the passing mercenary. The burly guy didn't say anything, but his gloomy eyes were undoubtedly warning Dylan not to meddle in other people's business. "Oh, Dylan, you want to meddle in other people's business?" The boss voice came into my mind. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the boss seemed very interested. "Should I care?" Dylan asked. "How should I know? I'm just a backpack. But if you meddle in other people's business, you might delay your trip." Delaying the trip, in other words, Bella would be in more danger. As if seeing that Dylan had been staring at him and not leaving, the burly man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, grabbed the girl's hair and stood up. His hand even touched the scabbard hanging on the horse. "Why, old man, are you looking for death?" Why do they all call me old man, even though I'm only 45? Dylan jumped off his horse, and when he landed, he had the long sword at his waist in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the noble knight. "Do you really want to care? You really shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Are you no longer as cautious as you become stronger?" "But this girl looks about the same age as Bella." Dylan took a deep breath and said, "Wouldn't it be better if we just leave and pretend nothing happened?" It seemed that he was amused by the ignorant behavior of the adventurer in front of him. "A wild dog dares to bark at me." The noble knight threw the girl to the ground with his hands. He pulled out a knight's sword that was a circle larger than the long sword in Dylan's hand. "Try to struggle as hard as you can with your toy sword, and I'll make you watch yourself get chopped into pieces." As the sword turned sideways, he approached Dylan with a grin. "Translate quickly. Is he saying something harsh? This is what I want to learn." 81. It's not me, it's Bao. Dylan is feeling a lot of pressure now. In a physical sense. The noble knight simply swung his sword down normally, but Dylan almost couldn't hold on and was forced to half kneel. Seeing the opportunity when he raised his sword again, the donkey rolled out. With just this little ability, You dare to pretend to be a hero? After the previous confrontation, the noble knight has already figured out the strength of the adventurer in front of him. Weak. Apart from being a little faster, there is nothing to recommend it. Are you ready to die? Phantom clone. Ice cone. Dylan obviously realized the difference, and while the noble knight was talking nonsense, he decisively used the two equipment together. 3 Dylans surrounded the noble knight in a fan shape, and 3 ice cones condensed in front of each Dylan. Skill equipment? So many tricks. The sudden counterattack did not panic the noble knight. The knight's sword stabbed into the ground, stirring up a large piece of soil forward. The dirt particles passed by, and although they did not make the phantom disappear, they passed through it. The noble knight's eyes instantly locked on a 3 Real ice cones flying from the left. Block LV6. The sound of ice breaking on the knight's sword rang out twice in succession, but the time was too tight and he still couldn't block all of it. The last ice cone hit his chest, and the noble knight took 3 steps back before he could stand firm. The ice cone lost its force and fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces, leaving an ugly dent on the knight's originally brand new breastplate. The noble knight's face was gloomy. His fingers gripping the sword became tighter and tighter, veins on his neck bulged, and he became visibly angry. So angry that I don't even talk trash anymore. Charge LV5. Spin/LV6. He combined these 2 skills perfectly, and Dylan only had time to use block in a hurry. Then he and his sword were knocked back twice. When he got up again, he had become a green mycelium man. Freak! This made the noble knight stunned for a moment. No, a demon spy. No matter who Dylan is, just cut off his head and tell the higher-ups that he killed a demon spy. It's a free credit. Facing the knight, who was pressing on him step by step, Dylan showed no fear. In the local area network, Boss, help me. The knight strode forward and slashed with his sword. Die! A backpack strap came out from behind Dylan, crossed the knight's right hand, and drew a thin line of blood in the air. The knight's sword fell to the ground, and the big guy looked down and found that the tendons in his right hand had been cut. If it weren't for the armor, the entire hand might have been lost. But he didn't see clearly what attack he was under. The adventurer is still the same adventurer, looking vulnerable. But at some point, his backpack stood on the ground. Huh? The backpack strap attacked again, and the knight hurried to block it. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, not to mention that he only has 1 hand now, and wounds continue to accumulate on his body. We can't go on like this. We will be exhausted to death. Stop your backward steps and push out in the opposite direction. Charge LV5. The scout, who had been prepared, bent down. Mushroom Cannon LV8. The knight flew backwards, his entire breastplate shattered, and his chest was a bloody mess. He fell to the ground and looked like he had barely enough air to breathe. Boss, why didn't you take action earlier? The scout came behind Dylan and jumped back on his back. The backpack straps camouflaged by mycelial tentacles were automatically tied. You're so brave, I thought you could handle it. Dylan laughed awkwardly twice. Oh, that girl. Looking back, there was no sign of the girl at all. No need to look for her. She's much smarter than you. She'll sneak away once you guys start fighting. She'll probably already be in the village. The question now is, Dylan looked at the knight who was still breathing his last breath, and the knight also looked at him. That look seems to be begging for mercy. Mycelial tentacles shot out and cut the knight's throat in front of his horrified gaze. Lin Jun continued. The question now is what to do with this body. Looking at this still, struggling corpse, Dylan was also in a dilemma. If it was Dylan, an ordinary adventurer, who died, it is likely that no one would care about it. But the person on the ground is a noble knight. If we don't deal with the body, there will probably be a lot of trouble. Boss, can't you just let him grow some mushrooms and disappear? What are you thinking about? This is not a dungeon. It is possible to grow mushrooms, but it will take more than 10 days for natural decomposition. If someone discovers it in advance, wouldn't that leave clues? After much thought, Dylan decided that the only option was to dump the body into the woods, or at least not leave it in such an obvious place on the side of the road. The knight was dragged into the forest with great effort and thrown into a dense bush, where he was dealt with. But before leaving, Dylan leaned down and skillfully groped the motionless knight. Soon a purse, a small package, and a pendant were found by Dylan. The pendant didn't break even after being bombarded by the mushroom cannon. It just stuck in the flesh of the chest. It must be a good thing. There were 18 gold coins and some change in the purse, and Dylan accepted them all with a smile. If it's a package, Dylan took out a beautifully decorated letter with a wax seal. Let's take a look, the boss immediately suggested. Dylan nodded and reached out to tear the envelope. It's so hot. As soon as a corner of the envelope was torn, flames broke out from the inside. Before Dylan could react, only charred fragments were left floating in the air. Oh, so you killed a messenger of secret letter. Dylan, you are done. Didn't you kill that person, boss? And you killed him too. Then go tell others. Tell them that it was the backpack that killed him, and it has nothing to do with you. I believe that the fair nobles will definitely believe your lies. Fuck. It's not over yet. The boss is still finishing off the enemy. Now that the secret messenger is missing, they will definitely do their best to search for him and eventually find this village. Then the girl you rescued will betray you for a gold coin. Then your wanted poster will be hung all over the streets, and when you come back from the islands, you will be surrounded as soon as you get off the boat. Finally, on the beheading platform, the brave Dylan and his magical backpack were beheaded together. Congratulations on reaching the good ending. Gulu. Dylan wanted to refute, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Actually, there is another way. The boss's tone was gloomy, but it undoubtedly gave Dylan hope. What is it? You return to the village now, and together we will kill everyone who has seen you, and no one will report you. Dylan looked back at the backpack in horror. Boss, are you serious? Of course I'm kidding. It's so troublesome, I might as well just hide back in the dungeon now. Dylan, believe me, I have a way to make it so that even your daughter won't recognize you. Dylan didn't think this was a good idea at all. Look up at the sky. How could this happen? I just saved a girl. 82, merchant. Boss, is this really necessary? Dylan's questioning was filled with shyness and embarrassment. Nonsense, this is a long journey. How many potions would you have to carry if you didn't do this? You can get supplies along the way on land, but do you have to bring a whole box of potions on board when you get on board? Now Dylan's clothes and pants were put into the luggage bag. He was riding on a horse wearing only a pair of shorts. In the boss's words, this is called absorbing solar energy over the maximum area. But it's only half a day's journey to Norway. It would be too embarrassing to run into anyone. As the saying goes, the more you fear something, the more it will come. Just before the sun sets, Dylan is able to put his clothes back on. Dylan, who was riding naked, met 4 strangers, but the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. Simply put, 3 guys dressed like bandits were doing something very bandit robbing a man who looked like a traveling merchant. Although the merchant was riding a horse, he was forced to the edge of a slope by the 3 men and had no way to go. The robbers didn't seem to want to hurt the horse, so they were unable to pull the merchant down. Dylan's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the robbers, but the 3 of them just silently took a defensive stance. No one jumped out to threaten him, let alone intend to rob him. These 3 people were low-level bandits who had not even reached the silver level and could only rob ordinary people. When acting, you will naturally choose your targets carefully. A guy like Dylan, who has a weird appearance, is not too nervous when he sees them. I don't want to provoke them if I can avoid it. Dylan touched the long sword hanging on the horse, then turned the horse's head slightly and avoided a few people. Aren't you going to help him? Boss, I have to hurry on my way. How can I take care of everything? Dylan said, as if it was a matter of course. Dylan, has anyone ever told you that you are hypocritical? Sir, help me. I'm willing to pay 2 gold coins. The businessman suddenly shouted for help to Dylan. Shut up. One of the robbers was obviously anxious, and he raised his chipped iron sword and chopped at the horse, not caring whether he would hurt it. As he swung his sword, the bandit caught a glimpse of blue from the corner of his eye and subconsciously hesitated. The next second, an icicle streaked across the tip of his nose. Everyone looked at the naked figure on the horse, especially the ring on his hand with a blue light that had not yet completely dissipated. Skills. Equipment. They can't afford to offend people who have skills and equipment. Friend, there's no need to fight. Let's leave now. Seeing that Dylan didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the attack, the 3 robbers faced Dylan and slowly retreated. After they retreated far enough, the 3 of them ran away. Dylan felt that he had been impulsive. He had no equipment on, and the only thing on his body besides his pants was this ring. At first I decided not to care about it. After all, I'm not short of 2 gold coins now. But that's muscle memory. In the past, I worked so hard to earn a few dozen silver coins, but now I was impulsive when I saw 2 gold coins that I could earn almost for free. Well, Thank you for saving my life. I appreciate it so much. The merchant rode over, nodding his head in thanks, but Dylan just held out his hand. If this guy dares to refuse to pay the reward, Dylan will rob him of everything on his behalf. Fortunately, the businessman had no intention of cheating. Oh yes, here you go. Soon 2 gold coins were delivered to Dylan's hands. What neither of them noticed was that when the merchant approached, the strap of the backpack hanging by the horses but had been slightly lifted up, ready to be pulled out at any time. Dylan took the money, looked at the businessman who was still thanking him, and gave him some advice. Don't save money on guard duty next time. The more you save, the more you lose. Sooner or later, you'll save your life too. Yes, you are right. It can be seen that the businessman himself is a little embarrassed about this. Dylan took the money and was about to leave, but unexpectedly the businessman followed him. Sir, can I go with you to Norweg? Aren't you from Norweg? Seeing Dylan looking at him with a hint of disdain, the merchant immediately tactfully handed over another 20 silver coins. I just realized that the road is too dangerous. I want to return to Norweg and hire 2 guards before setting off again. Dylan didn't lack this little money, but he had just collected 2 gold coins, and it was a bit too cruel to turn around and send him away. Just half a day's journey. All right. Dylan could only accept the silver coins reluctantly. Seeing this, the businessman smiled more sincerely. As it was getting dark, Dylan decided not to go on. After putting on my clothes, I found an open space with no shelter and started a campfire. We did not choose to travel overnight, not because of the additional businessman. Firstly, he had no night vision, and even in the dungeon he had to rely on the boss fluorescent lighting. Secondly, horses also need rest. Under the triple moonlight, the 2 sat at either end of the campfire. Dylan put the dried meat he carried with him into an iron cup, added water, and boiled it into half a cup of broth for dinner. Amid the sound of iron sheets knocking against each other, the businessman suddenly said, Sir, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Anthony Neal. Just call me Dylan. Dylan seemed a little cold. After all, he was just a teammate for half a day's journey. There was no need to spend so much energy making friends. Although the businessman felt a little regretful, he did not force a topic. He just unscrewed the pot at his waist and took a few sips of the contents. After Dylan finished his soup, they both went to sleep. Dylan really doesn't need to be on guard. He still has scouts with a bunch of detection skills that are much better than his eyes. The scout-turned backpack was now hanging on a tree branch, monitoring everything around it, especially this businessman. Name, Chloro. Race, shapeshifter. Level, LV36. Racial talent, transfiguration, can change appearance at will, can imitate humanoid creatures, including the appearance, voice, smell, etc. of a specific individual. Shapeshifters, should they be considered demons. This racial talent is equivalent to obtaining an enhanced version of mimicry at birth. The human world is truly full of shining stars. After only 3 days of walking, they encountered scum knights, robbers, and shapeshifters. Dylan thought he saved the merchant, but Lin Jun thought he might have saved the 3 robbers. This shapeshifter must have originally intended to kill all the bandits, and he was definitely capable of doing it. But after meeting Dylan, he changed his mind. This guy is not a harmless type. He has quite a few attack skills on his panel. At least Dylan has a very good chance of hitting him. I just don't know what this guy's purpose is in approaching Dylan. Lin Jun has not yet told Dylan the true identity of the businessman. After all, it wouldn't be pretty if Dylan looked defensive all the time. After all, he is only level 36. If we pay more attention to him, we won't let him really have a chance to hurt Dylan. Let's see what tricks it's going to play. 83. Our own people. Under the scorching sun at noon, the battlements of Norweg faded to grayish-white under the strong light, and only the shadows still retained the coldness of the bluestone. The ironclad city gate was wide open, and 4 guards were checking people entering the city in the shadow of the city wall. There were already quite a lot of people in this area, and Dylan was finally allowed to put on his clothes. But at this moment, looking at the city gate from afar, Dylan's face did not look very good. He just received a reminder from a boss. There's a magic circle in operation at the city gate. The magic circle placed at the city gate is probably some kind of low-level detection magic, no matter how you look at it. Although it is low-level, it is definitely more than enough to deal with low-level mimicry like myself. The magic circle consumes a lot of energy to keep it open. When did these nobles become so willing to spend money? After leaving the dungeon, I was in a hurry to continue my journey and didn't ask for any news. I don't know if something happened recently that I don't know about. In short, we can't enter the city. Glancing at the businessman beside him, whose name he had forgotten, Dylan made up an excuse. It's safe here. I have other things to do, so I won't go into the city with you. The businessman seemed a little surprised. Mr. Dylan, what's the matter? I want to thank you after we get to the city. Dylan didn't even bother to make up a reason. He just waved his hand, turned his horse around, and left. Isn't Mr. Dylan afraid to enter the city? Reining his horse and turning back, Dylan stared at the merchant. What's the meaning? Exposed? Dylan even began to think about the consequences of killing someone to silence them. The merchant seemed not to notice Dylan's strange behavior and continued. Are you afraid that I am too kind and will delay your journey? His knuckles were stretched blue and white on the reins. After a while, Dylan said in a slightly hoarse voice, just kidding. I do have other things to do, so I won't waste time here. After saying this, he pulled the reins and rode away as if fleeing. The businessman narrowed his eyes and stared at Dylan's departing back. After Dylan rode along the path for a long time, he could no longer see the city wall, and gradually he could no longer see passers-by around him. However, when he turned around, he saw that familiar figure. That businessman actually followed me. At this point, Dylan realized that something was wrong with the businessman, but he couldn't figure out his purpose. If my disguise was discovered by accident, I should ask the guards to catch me, right? Why do you want to follow me alone? Aren't you afraid of being silenced? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and Dylan doesn't want to meet him at all. So they continued running until the sun was about to set and the horse was exhausted, panting. I looked back, and finally I couldn't see the businessman anymore. But he still couldn't feel at ease, so Dylan led the horse and went into the woods by the roadside. Dylan didn't stop until he could no longer see the road. Just as Dylan was about to take the luggage off the horse, a small stone flew over and hit Dylan directly in the face. Regardless of the failure of mimicry, Dylan turned around and looked at the businessman who had caught up with him again and felt a chill down his spine. This is definitely not an ordinary businessman. Only the backpack on the ground could bring him some comfort. But why hasn't the boss taken action yet? Do I have to play around myself first? Dylan drew his sword, and just when everyone thought there would be a fierce battle. As expected, the businessman looked at Dylan's face, his voice full of joy. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. We are one family. Then Dylan saw that the businessman's brain was gradually deforming like a water balloon. It changed into several different faces in succession, even Dylan's face. After the transformation, the merchant smiled and said, Now you understand, right? What do you know? Do you know you're a monster? Wait, our own people? Dylan touched his green face, covered with mycelium, thinking deeply. When a merchant saw him like this, he thought that he finally understood, so he found a rock and sat down. Oh, it's so rare to meet one of our own in a shabby place like this. The businessman now looked relaxed, and his sitting posture was very casual, without any of the pretentiousness he had before. Nice to meet you again. My name is Chloro. What's your name? Seeing him like this, Dylan temporarily gave up his plan to take action and just put his backpack back on. Dylan, brother, you are a parasitic type, right? I have seen it before. I asked for your real name, not the name of this body. Dylan. Okay, Chloro said helplessly. Brother, you're not very good at pretending, but I didn't expect you to be so tight-lipped. Where are the flaws in my disguise? This is exactly what Dylan wanted to know. There's still a long way to go. If anyone can see through his disguise, how can he go on? Brother, not to mention that your mimicry will fail once you are hurt. It is definitely not more than level 5. Just say that your behavior is too weird. Chloro came to Dylan, patted him on the shoulder, and looked like he was teaching a junior with earnest words. How can someone run naked on a horse in broad daylight? I doubted you the first time I saw you. When you saw the city gate later, did you notice their detection array? The way you ran away was so obvious when you left. You showed such a big flaw after I tested you. What did you teach them? Teach. Dylan thought about what the boss had said. Okay, you already look pretty human, so it should be fine. Chloro took a deep breath. So tricky? No. Acting training? No. Anti-reconnaissance teaching? Just let you use low-level mimicry to go behind enemy lines? Who are you from? Aren't you just asking for your death? Which one? Seeing that Dylan was about to remain silent again, Chloro just felt a little impressed. I understand. I can't disclose it casually. But brother Dylan, you have to know that loyalty alone can't get anything done. As spies, We rely on our ability to react and adapt to circumstances on the spot. They sent you here without teaching you anything, which is too immoral even by our demon clan standards. After saying that, Krallo rubbed his chin and began to think, glancing at Dylan from time to time, his eyes full of sympathy and memories. Dylan didn't know what to say at all, and the scene fell silent for a while. And in the fungus network, "Boss, what should we do? What should I do? Isn't this good?" At first, Lin Jun thought that the shapeshifter wanted to find out Dylan's background and then disguise himself as him, but she didn't expect it to develop like this. "But I'm not a demon spy. But you're a spy of the Mushroom Tribe, so it's almost the same if you round it up." Dylan recalled his experience after being parasitized. Helped the boss to get information about humans, spread strategies, write wooden signs to lure adventurers, and help the boss communicate with the pro-mushroom forces among humans. It seems like he really is a spy. On the other side, Chloro seemed to have thought of something. "Brother Dylan, I know you're still a little wary of me, but it's rare to meet a junior like you in this area, and I can't bear to watch you go to death. It just so happens that I don't have any tasks at the moment, so it's no problem for me to walk with you for a while and teach you." Dylan looked at Chloro in disbelief. "Are all you demons so kind-hearted?" Chloro completely understood Dylan's suspicion and was not in a hurry. Like a friend, he sat down next to Dylan, took the pot, and took 2 sips. He was thirsty after talking so much. This time, when he was closer, Dylan noticed that the pot actually contained magic potion. 84 events. "Here, your X. Luckily, I got XXXX snake. If I hadn't XXXX mushrooms, I'd be triple X. Cut XXXX into shreds. Triple X is very good." A mushroom is carrying out its daily voyeuristic activities. A few days ago, 22 humans were killed in the swamp at once, plus what I learned from Dylan. Human Common Language LV5. Lin Jun always felt that the words taught to you by the skill upgrade were not in order of whether they were frequently used or not, but were random. In other words, it is possible that you have reached level 9 in Common Language, but still do not know the word go. It's quite a pitfall. Fortunately, the self-study part is not affected. Now that Dylan has met his good senior, the volume of daily conversations has skyrocketed, which has benefited Lin Jun a lot. It is foreseeable that language will no longer be a shortcoming soon. Also, due to the impact of the large number of casualties suffered by humans last time, the number of adventurers coming down to the 5th floor has decreased significantly recently. Facing the high-level adventurers who might appear at any time, Lin Jun made a lot of preparations. In addition to the conventional increase in the number of cannon mushrooms and whip mushrooms, 2 new defensive types of Pudgy have also been developed. On the 5th floor dome, a special self-destructive Pudgy has been bred. Pudgy twisted his body and kicked his short legs, successfully breaking away from the fungal mat and starting to fall freely. Then it spread its wings. To be more precise, it's a flying squirrel suit that looks like wings. It was too difficult for Pudgy to fly. He had to use a skeleton to make a prototype of the wings, and then he had to find a way to get feathers, plus the power to flap the wings, and, although it can't fly, it is relatively easy to add wings for gliding. Dive right into the enemy's face and explode. However, the reality is somewhat different from expectations. Pudgy tried to twist his body in the air, but couldn't find his balance. Finally, in the chaos, he used Dive LV3 and crashed into the cap of a mushroom tree, causing it to explode. Lin Jun did not control the entire process. After all, he certainly did not have the time to control each one in actual combat. But now it seems that Pudgy's own intelligence is not enough to complete this attack from the sky. Come to think of it, there is definitely no flying instinct in Pudgy's body. What a pity. Lin Jun thought that he could let countless self-explosive puffs swarm towards the invaders. How powerful that would be. Fortunately, the second type of Pudgy does not have such high requirements. Self-destruction LV5 plus, Mimsy LV4 plus, Assaut Éjection LV5. The reason for adding mimicry is that these mushrooms are usually buried in the soil, leaving only the color-changed mushroom cap on the surface. There will also be a layer of fungal mat on top, which is impossible to see. But if you step on it, it will explode. Even if they don't step on it, once they enter the ambush area, they can all be ejected from the soil and self-destruct. And because only 3 skills are needed, the amount of magic power consumed can be said to be quite low. Lin Jun plans to lay more. There's also something that can only be considered a hobby. A Pudgy was spinning in place, and its 4 hyphae tentacles formed a circle. Blade Storm LV1. I don't know which human it fell from. It has no practical value at the moment, but it still looks very impressive when it spins. The last and most important arrangement is the escape route. At the bottom of the swamp, in Lin Jun's real room, countless webs have been woven with mycelium, extending all the way to the 5 steps. Once you reach the edge of the swamp, you'll be connected to a dug underground passage. Make sure that if the army is destroyed and Xiao He is defeated, the knight can use a rolling charge to escape to any direction with his main body. As for fighting desperately, that's impossible. All the way from the deep area to the 5th floor, I have fought for everything I should have fought for in this life. It is now very difficult for humans to completely eliminate the first 5 layers of the fungal mat. As long as they don't die, even if they fail temporarily, they can make a comeback quickly. This is just a plan for the worst-case scenario. In fact, Lin Jun has not yet seen anyone who can threaten himself and Xiao He's full strength. Even the diamond-level adventurer team that killed the fire demon in the deep area was no match for it. Of course, it would be great if this incident could be resolved into a small one and humans could just pretend that nothing had happened. The aroma of beer lingered in the hall of the Jinyangmu Tavern. Since the closure of the Lanlu Tavern, the business here has almost doubled. This butter oyster is really delicious. Vera, you should have some too. The trio, who had made money on the last trip, finally decided to spend more on food and lodging. Fei Ling was so happy while eating that she ended up suffering from a tragedy. Food got stuck in her teeth. Seeing this, Vera lowered her head and didn't look at Fei Ling's embarrassing look as she fixed her teeth. After the plunderer knocked out one of Fei Ling's teeth, due to financial reasons, it was left unrepaired. Vera silently made up her mind that after going to the dungeon again, she would go back to the city and find a professional master to help Fei Ling fill her teeth. Bang! The door of the Jinyangmu Tavern was suddenly pushed open, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. The owner looked at the wooden door that was smashed against the wall, his eyes full of displeasure. The stumbling figure cast a long shadow under the oil lamp. Bigorn! His roar was like scraping against the rocks. Bigorn's Ironheart squad is completely wiped out. Just like dropping a red-hot iron ball into a cup of water, the Jinyangmu Tavern suddenly exploded. Bullshit! A cat adventurer smashed the wooden wine glass in his hand, and the scar on his face was twisted in excitement. That was a gold-level team. They brought more than a dozen silver-level ones, and you told me they were all wiped out. As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. Yes, an adventure group of more than 20 people is not going to the bottom. How could they all be wiped out? The messenger wanted to say something, but he was breathing heavily, so the drinker next to him offered him a glass of beer. The man didn't hesitate either. He tilted his head back and poured it all down in one breath. It was unclear whether he drank more or leaked more. After moistening his throat, he immediately told the rest of the information. An adventurer exchanged equipment of a member of Gon's team with a mushroom merchant on the 5th floor and was recognized when he took it to the trading field to sell. There are a lot of people gathered there now. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. After hearing this, most people believed it at once, and the few who didn't believe it stood up and rushed out, intending to see it with their own eyes. All other topics in the tavern disappeared at this moment, and everyone was discussing Team Gon and their target, the big black mushroom. The consumption in Jinyangmu Tavern is not low, and those who can be regular customers here generally reach the silver level or above. The activity range of the big black mushroom is exactly the 5th and 6th floors. They can't help but pay attention. After all, Bigon's golden team was wiped out, which meant that 99% of the adventurers would die if they faced the big black mushroom. Of course, some people think that he died because Bigon and the others took the initiative to challenge him. According to these people, they also encountered large black mushrooms and left safely after dropping a few glass bottles. There's long been a saying that giant black mushrooms like shiny things, and people still believe it to a certain extent. But after all, it concerns your own life, so you can never be too cautious. I didn't expect that Mr. Bigon and his men would be completely wiped out. Fei Ling gulped down several mouthfuls of wine before she suppressed the fear in her heart. Yeah, I never thought that there would be 4 gold-level people who would be wiped out on the 5th floor. Vera's face also looked bad, and Fei Ling, who was silent beside her, looked even paler. If we were to say who was the most shocked among those present, it would definitely be the trio. They were really close to being included in the annihilation list. At this moment, all the adventurers, including Vera, thought of the Adventurers Guild, which had a less than reliable reputation recently. 85. S-level mission. Mission level S. Task type, exploration. Quest requirements. Confirm the strength and habits of the special monster, Black Pudgy, or defeat it. Mission reward. 100 gold coins / 200 gold coins punitive. 1 level 2 exchange voucher. Mission description. The special monster Black Pudgy is active on the 5th and 6th floors, and there are records of its battles. On the 4th day after the news of the destruction of the Begone team was confirmed, after countless disturbances from Mirabelle, the branch president Oberon finally issued an S-level guild bounty, as Mirabelle requested. Mirabelle had no choice. Oberon would be transferred, so she didn't care, but she was still here. By then, the newly appointed branch president will see that no one in the guild is doing anything about such a big thing, and will have lost a lot of adventurer support in vain. Everyone will be regarded as lazy in governance, and they may use this as an excuse to carry out a major reshuffle and replace the new president with their own people. She was planning to accumulate experience and eventually be transferred to the headquarters to get a position without retirement benefits. So she could only keep interfering with Oberon. If Oberon didn't offer a reward, she wouldn't let him drink comfortably. Fortunately, I finally got it done, although it took a little more time. As for whether anyone has completed it later, that's none of Mirabelle's business. She has done her duty by completing the guild's mission release process. There are 3 modes of Adventurers Guild missions. One is a bounty mission commissioned by others. The types of missions are all-encompassing, from escorting to gathering, from rescue to hunting and setting targets. After the guild initial evaluation, you will pay a deposit and commission fee, and then the task will be put on the task list. This is also the type of task that most adventurers accept. The other is a long-term commission issued by a guild, which usually focuses on collecting various materials. It is called a task, but in fact it is closer to almost unlimited acquisition. The purchase price is usually equal to the market floor price. Adventurers will choose to sell some common materials to the guild when they have nowhere to sell them. The last type is the guild's special commission task, which is referred to as the guild bounty by adventurers. Generally, a mobilization bounty is issued when the Adventurers Guild feels that there are things that must be dealt with. The mission level is at least A or above. In addition to being urgent or difficult, its characteristics also include very generous rewards. Many adventurers who heard the news had gathered in front of the task board that was spinning under the magical light. I'm not here to take on a mission. I'm just here to see something new. Is it really S rank? This actually did not surprise anyone. After all, an entire gold level team was wiped out. If not S level, what else could it be? Some people even speculated that it would be an S+ task, but this speculation did not receive much attention. The Amethyst Dungeon hasn't had an S-level guild bounty for at least 10 years. Even the last S-level mission was 3 years ago when a flesh and blood overlord was somehow born on the 9th floor. That thing wasn't too strong for a diamond rank, but it was difficult to kill the entire 9th floor with its flesh and blood. The most important thing was that it had blocked all the passages, so the guild had to issue an S-rank, large-scale mopping up mission. Find 9 diamond-level strongmen, organize to divide and suppress it, and finally destroy the core. The nature of that large-scale mopping up mission is completely different from this exploration. As for the S+ tasks, just like legends, there are many rumors, but they are of no reference value. The truth can probably only be found in the guild database. It seems like the gold coins given aren't that much. Some adventurers who saw the S-level guild bounty for the first time felt that the reward was too small. They had also seen several privately issued S-level missions, not to mention the one about saving the Duke's daughter, which was a special case that adventurers still talked about with great relish. It is a more conventional one that appeared before the Demon Tide. It is to collect werewolf fangs. The bounty price of 1 fang is 10 gold, which means that 1 werewolf is at least 40 gold. You know, even among the 10th level werewolves, not all of them are level 50, most of them are only around 40 plus. If the Begone team is a little ruthless, they can try to earn this money. In comparison, the gold coin reward for this bounty is indeed not too much. However, the person who felt that he had too few gold coins was soon ridiculed by the people around him. You idiot, you don't know what the 2nd level exchange voucher behind you means, right? You just stare at your few gold coins, what a waste. Then tell me, what can this voucher be exchanged for? The man said unconvinced. With the level 2 exchange voucher, you can go to the guild warehouse and pick any B-level equipment. Do you understand the value of this random selection? Hiss. Everyone around who heard the news for the first time gasped in shock. B-level equipment is at least skill equipment. It is enviable enough for a gold-level adventurer to have one, randomly increasing the value of this reward. After all, skill equipment is something that is in short supply, and it is not easy to find one that perfectly suits you, but the guild warehouse can undoubtedly meet this demand. Then there must be other levels of exchange coupons. Seeing someone asking, the person who spoke fully enjoyed the gazes of the crowd and generously shared this not-so-secret information. Of course, the third-level exchange vouchers can only be exchanged for some attribute equipment or less practical skill equipment. Level 1 exchange coupons are much more powerful. Fire Knight Kunz's Flame Dragon Slash and Blue Bow Wyland's Moonlight can both be exchanged for A-level equipment with level 1 exchange coupons. Someone asked again, is there any S-level equipment? S-rank? Officially, there is no such thing as S-level equipment. If you have to say there is something that is S-level equipment, the legendary Sword of the Brave might be it. But the sword disappeared along with the hero a long time ago, and it is nothing more than a legend. For a moment, everyone in the hall was discussing enthusiastically the various skill equipment they knew, as if they could also own one. The bustle of the guild hall continued from day to night, but the bounty was still hanging there, and no one touched it. It wasn't until late at night that the guild's signboard Helena went off work. A man dressed as gorgeously as a noble stepped into the hall, went straight to the task board, and took down the guild bounty. When the reward was handed over to the counter, the girl on night duty recognized the man. Mr. Aiden? The handsome appearance of the man made the girl blush a little, but she still said seriously as requested, "Sir, your adventure level is sufficient, but this exploration mission is quite dangerous. It requires at least 3 people to take it." Aiden nodded slightly to show that he understood. Then he stretched out his hand and hooked it, and his teammates walked in. That's fine. The girl took the 3 people's ID cards and quickly completed the registration. Mr. Aiden, the mission exclusivity period is 5 days. If the settlement is not submitted after 5 days, the mission may be posted again. You are clear about this, right? These are all routine procedures, and Aiden naturally knows them. After taking the ID card and saying goodbye to the infatuated receptionist behind him, Aiden walked out of the guild hall alone. He reached into his arms and pulled out a small bag of green mushrooms. One always needs to relax a little before working. 86. Aiden Crawl. A thin mist covered the farm where there was no sunlight all year round. On both sides of the road, wheat ears as tall as 2 people rubbed against each other in the wind, making a fine, rustling sound. The tinnitus gradually worsened. Aiden pressed his throbbing temple, and his knuckles turned blue from excessive force. Some non-existent whispers echoed in my head, as annoying as the sound of chains dragging across stone slabs. Aiden's steps unconsciously slowed down. He staggered and found that his companion in front of him had already walked more than 10 steps, and his figure was about to be swallowed up by the swaying wheat waves. In a trance, a warm feeling suddenly flowed across my spine like a stream, and a light golden halo spread from my shoulders and neck to my entire body. The nagging, buzzing sound disappeared in an instant. Even if it was only temporary, it made Aiden feel extremely comfortable. Are you okay? If you feel unwell, you should have told me earlier. The pastor gently helped up the staggering Aiden with his freckled face blocking the drooping ears of wheat. Shaking his gradually clearing head, Aiden came out of this somewhat ambiguous posture. Sorry for my question. Thank you, Fan. The name got stuck on the tip of my tongue. Pastor, what was his name? The pastor seemed not to notice this, and just smiled and said, "We are teammates. Let's go. We're going to be separated from them." Yes, we can't be out of touch. The Abyss requires more coordination than any other dungeon. I quickly caught up with them and found them standing in front of barn door. The thieves were trying to open the lock, and the soldier saw them catching up and scolded them. "Why are you so slow? Is this guy holding you back?" The soldier's eyes were on Aiden, but the priest stepped forward and said, "I was accidentally delayed. I'm very sorry." Seeing that the priest had taken the responsibility, the warrior stopped talking and waited quietly for the thief to open the lock. Click. Done. As the thief whistled, the barn door was pushed open, and the rotten oak bolt made a teeth-grinding friction sound. After entering, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. Gold coins, a barn full of gold coins. The thief's deerskin boots sank into the pile of gold coins. He picked up one and examined it carefully. A gold coin from the Old Kingdom. I won the jackpot. The warriors and thieves pounced forward. Countless gold coins were picked up and fell through their fingers. Ha ha! This must be the secret treasure of this floor. The warrior emptied his backpack directly and stuffed handfuls of gold coins into it. The priest was relatively restrained, but his eyes were gleaming with excitement. Only the newcomer, Aiden, stood outside the bar in a daze, not knowing what to do. "You, what are you doing?" In front of Aiden's eyes, there was not a single gold coin they were talking about, only a warehouse full of grain. Buzz! The tinnitus started again, and when I looked up again, the grain had disappeared, replaced by a warehouse full of gold coins. The warrior's backpack was already full of gold coins, and there was no room for anything else. "No, this is not right. This is a trap. Get out now." Aiden tried his best to remind them loudly, but the warriors and thieves turned a deaf ear to him and only focused on collecting their gold coins. The priest seemed to be in a better situation. At least she heard Aiden's reminder, but her first reaction was to turn around and cast Remove Curse for her two completely fallen teammates. Her subconscious kindness made her miss the opportunity to escape. Grass claws with a rotten smell passed in front of Aiden, and one straw man after another emerged from the wheat fields on both sides. Aiden was forced to retreat step by step and was almost caught several times. When I got far enough back, I looked back and saw that the scarecrows had already filled the barn. We should save them. At least we should save the priest. Although I was thinking this, my feet were still running wildly along the way I came. The auditory hallucination appeared again. This time, no one helped me to dispel it. Can I still escape? It was getting darker and darker around him. Aiden stretched out his hand, trying to pull away the darkness in front of him. The coarse cloth curtains were suddenly pulled open, and the midsummer morning light was like poured hot milk. The bright light stung his eyelashes and trembled. Aiden reflexively raised his elbows to cover his eyes, moved his body, and sat up against the wall. He rested the back of his head against the cold wall and pressed his throbbing temples with his palms, as if this could force the fragments of the dream out of his mind. The exhaustion after the nightmare made him feel like he had been put in a sack and beaten all night. When his eyes swept over the strange woman beside him, her long chestnut hair spread out on the crumpled pillow. "What did you do last night?" "Oh yes, mushrooms." He picked up the half-remaining bag of green mushrooms beside the bed and threw them all into the trash can with a look of disgust. "Damn sleep aid. I bought some of this thing because I heard it could help me sleep, but I didn't expect that it actually helped me sleep, but I had this kind of dream." The nightmare that hadn't haunted him for 15 years was brought back to life by a few broken mushrooms. "Really, I said I would have a good rest and replenish my energy to go to the dungeon, but after this sleep, I feel even worse. Anyway, there are 5 days. Aiden buried his head in the quilt again. "That pastor, what was his name?" "In the Adventurers Guild." Mirabelle threw the bounty acceptance record on the table. Standing next to the desk was the girl who worked the night shift last night. "Who are these Azair and Hoset? When did they become diamond-level adventurers? When you were filling out the form, didn't you feel that these 2 names were wrong?" But they all have guild ID cards." The girl felt a little aggrieved. She had always followed the rules. Forget it. Mirabelle waved her hand and let the girl leave the office. In fact, she also knew that this was not the girl's fault. It was easy for a LV-56 illusionist to fool an ordinary girl. Even if I change it myself, I may not be able to recognize it. She was just feeling annoyed. Each of these adventurers was more troublesome than the last. First, there was the Begone team that confidently gave away kills, and then there came such a confident Aiden who wanted to complete the team mission alone. But what if this guy dies? Do I have to issue another S-level crusade mission? Mirabelle flipped through the information about Aiden Clark page by page, and her eyebrows became more and more raised. Judging from his resume, this isn't the first time this guy has done this. He likes to accept exploration missions, whether they are solo or in a team. When he encounters a team mission, he will use illusion to get by. Since the mission completion rate is quite high, even if it fails, a lot of useful information can be brought back. Other branches seem to have a tacit attitude towards this, and there has been no record of serious injuries so far. Oh, yes, there are. When he was a rookie, he experienced a group wipe in the Scarecrow Abyss. He was the only one who came back from the group of 4. Because of the curse, he lost his sense of taste. After that, he changed his range of activities and never went to Scarecrow Abyss again. Instead, he wandered between other dungeons and came to Dumbwind Town after the Demon Tide. He looks like a capable guy. Anyway, there are not many diamond-level people in Yafeng Town now, so he could be allowed to have a try. 87. The smell of the same kind. 5-story cave. The various mine tunnels that were originally blown down by Lin Jun in the demonic tide have now almost all been dug through, and even several more passages have been widened than before. This is all thanks to the 50 or so digging Pujis who have been working here, as well as some humans who have figured out the rules of the mine. The sound of clanging echoed in the mine. Norris came out from the depths with a pickaxe in his hand and a basket of stones mixed with magic crystals on his back. They encountered a lot of digging pukes along the way, and there were some magic crystals scattered under their feet, but Norris didn't pick them up. One of the rules of the mine is not to steal the fruits of the labor of the Pujis. Norris has seen many guys with dirty hands and feet. The better ones had the better outcomes of being stripped naked, while the worse ones probably became part of the 5th floor. He was also aware of the big black mushroom incident that was causing a lot of controversy outside, but he was not worried about it. He had encountered the big black mushroom twice, and each time he dealt with it with just one glass bead. In his opinion, the annihilation of the Golden Team was most likely due to violating the rule prohibiting attacking Puji within the 5th floor, and they were beaten to death. As long as he abided by the rules, the 5th floor was like heaven for a bronze-level adventurer like him. There were no monsters that would jump out to attack him at any time, and he could earn a little more than the upper classes by digging magic crystals. The only thing he needed to do was to prepare the round-trip toll, 2 monster corpses. But today the situation was a little different. When he finally walked out of the cave, he met a middle-aged man dressed as a noble. Norris first subconsciously wanted to cover up the magic crystal or on his back, but then gave up this action. The way the other person is dressed, perhaps just a button on his clothes, is worth more than everything on your body. What you need to be on guard against are those who are as poor as you. However, why would such a big shot appear in the cave? Norris didn't know, but the other party's eyes were always on him. Under the invisible pressure, he had to speak first. "First, sir, is there anything wrong?" Aiden looked at the young man in front of him curiously. He had just walked around the 5th floor and met such a living person. Most adventurers were frightened by the big black mushroom incident. "Why are you here alone?" Norris looked at the pickaxe in his hand, then looked at Aiden. Aiden also realized that he was wrong and asked again, "Aren't you afraid of encountering Hey Puji?" "Don't worry, I brought glass beads." Norris shook his head and revealed a small bag on his waist, which contained 5 glass beads of different colors. "Have you ever met Black Puji?" Aiden seemed interested. So the rumor among adventurers that Black Puji likes glass products is true. Norris nodded. "That's really interesting. Can you sell me 2 beads? I'm willing to buy them with a gold coin. Of course, I can only give you the gold coin after you go up. I don't have any money with me now." As he spoke, Aiden reached into his pocket to indicate that he had no money. Norris handed over 2 glass beads without any emotion. Not to mention the glass beads, this one was obviously a big shot. Even if he asked to carry the results of the digging in the past 2 days on his back, he had no choice but to agree. As for the reward of 1 gold coin, just listen to it. After handing the glass beads to Aiden, Norris planned to leave. He didn't dare to get too close to Aiden, so he stepped out of the mushroom path and onto the fungal carpet, but the next moment Aiden reached out and pulled him back. Norris was a little confused. Aiden just made way and said, "Just walk along the road and don't step outside." Looking at Norris walking away, Aiden took out a scroll from his arms. Mobilizing magic power to activate the scroll, a large amount of information appeared in front of Aiden. Race, mushroom puff. Race, mushroom puff. Race, mushroom puff. Race, mushroom puff. Really? Although it was not the first time he had seen it since coming down, the sight of the puffs with self-destruct skills all over the ground revealed by the reconnaissance scroll still made Aiden feel his scalp tingle. There's 7 or 8 of them just around me, and I can't tell them apart with my eyes alone. He felt that there was no need to even look for the big black mushroom. The situation on this ground was enough to explain why the Golden Team was completely wiped out. With this number, he wouldn't be surprised if the entire 5th floor disappeared one day. Of course, we still have to find the big black mushrooms. Otherwise, we won't be able to complete the task. But the problem is that with so many scanning targets, each scan will consume spells, greatly reducing the effective range of the reconnaissance scroll. I originally thought that I could find the big black mushroom with just 5 scrolls, but now it seems that I can't do it. Maybe I will return empty-handed this time. When Aiden thought so, a large black mushroom appeared in his sight. He was strolling leisurely on the fungal carpet outside the mushroom road. and after seeing Aiden, he actually came over. This did not surprise Aiden. The intelligence said that the big black mushroom liked shiny things. It would be strange if he was not attracted to it with such a gorgeous outfit. However, Aiden still threw out a glass bead and observed the movements of the big black mushroom. The big black mushroom seemed to be attracted by the glass beads. It ran to the fungal mat and picked up the glass beads with great effort. Aiden threw the second glass bead with force, and the big black mushroom followed the direction the glass bead flew. After doing all this, Aiden took out another scroll from his arms and waited quietly there. When the big black mushroom approached him for the third time, Aiden activated the scroll in his hand, Windblade. The Windblade flew out and directly cut off the cap of the big black mushroom. The mushroom cap that fell to the ground turned into a pile of white mycelium, and a very ordinary-looking Pudgy emerged from the big black mushroom. This scene seemed a little beyond Aiden's expectations, but before he could think about it, the mines around him popped out at the same time. There was no resistance at all. After a series of explosions, Aiden disappeared without a trace, leaving only a broken magic crystal in its place. Lin Jun, who had been directing the whole scene behind the scenes, was not surprised by the scene before him. Lin Jun noticed this Aiden when he entered the dungeon. It's not because of anything else, but because he has no panel. Puppet? Illusion? These are probably it, but it can't be the real body anyway. It's so special, you can tell at a glance that it's heading for the 5th floor. Lin Jun used Assimilation Absorption LV3 and Mimesis LV4 to pinch a big black mushroom and tried his best to make the big black mushroom look like some kind of monster that follows fixed rules in front of him. Following the rules means being controllable, and being controllable means there is no need to eliminate it by force. If this information can be conveyed, then this problem will be over. However, Lin Jun smelled a trace of the same kind in this guy who had never revealed his true identity. He hoped that this temporary solution would not be found to have any flaws. In a hotel room in Mute Wind Town, Aiden slowly opened his eyes and looked at the magic crystal that was broken into 2 pieces in his hand with a playful expression. Attacking the big black mushroom is equivalent to triggering an explosion trap. The glass beads can perfectly lure away the big black mushroom and reveal its true face. He should have no problem handing over this information now. But he felt that the series of events from the appearance of the big black mushroom to the completion of his experiment was a little too smooth. It went as smoothly as the walk to the barn. Do you want to go find out more? Rubbing his chin, Aiden thought for a while and then gave up. If I lose 2 special magic crystals and several scrolls in one trip, wouldn't I be at a loss if I make more trips? After all, there is no extra pay for doing more. 88. It turns out that no one cares about me. Please order first. Brother Dylan, don't take off your clothes. Come and have a drink. Looking at Dylan, who had finished cleaning up the camp and was about to take off his clothes, Chloro handed him the pot of magic potion. Brother Chloro, this isn't good. They passed through 2 cities in succession, both of which had monitoring arrays set up. Dylan couldn't go into the city for supplies, so he had to use his magic potions sparingly. And Krallo relied on his racial transformation talent to avoid the inspection of those low-level magic circles, and he never lacked supplies along the way. But these days, Dylan has been drinking Chloro's magic potion, which makes him feel embarrassed. No way. It's dangerous for me to be naked and attract attention. Don't be polite to me. It's just a little magic potion. Dylan scratched his head, took the potion and drank a few sips, then took out a few gold coins from his pocket. Chloro understood what he meant immediately and held out his hand to hold the gold coin. No, it's all at public expense anyway. In Chloro's opinion, Dylan is just a young man who has just made his debut. Although Dylan looks older than the businessman himself, this is just the age of the host he is parasitizing. Just like himself, his real age is also older than the businessman he is disguised as. Every time he looked at Dylan, who was full of mistakes, it reminded him of himself when he first entered the industry. He himself has come this far thanks to the help of some seniors. And Dylan's situation is much worse than he was back then. With a low mimicry level and unprofessional spy training, they are still tasked with the most difficult delivery missions. Although Brother Dylan has always adhered to his principles and has not disclosed any mission information. But Chloro still noticed the backpack that Dylan almost never left but never opened. In other words, after spending so many days together, it's hard not to notice. Chloro didn't even find any pockets on the bag that could be opened. It was probably a sealed object that would automatically be destroyed if forced to open. This kind of delivery mission is the most difficult. To gather intelligence, you just need to be careful not to behave too abnormally. But the delivery mission involves such a suspicious large package. Sometimes Cloro would wonder if Brother Dylan had offended someone and was sent here to die on purpose. All I can say is, before I get my new mission, I should take good care of this unfortunate junior. Brother Cloro, why are the inspections so strict recently? Brother Cloro, why are the inspections so strict recently? Dylan remembered that people used to go directly into the city, not like now, where they had to go through checks and detection arrays. Brother Dylan, your stuttering problem. Of course I will be strict. I am afraid of your majesty's revenge. Emperor, your majesty? Dylan still felt a little uncomfortable hearing this word coming out of his own mouth. That's right. His Majesty the Emperor must be very angry now. The fake hero summoning trap set up by humans has made it unknown whether Lord Shadow Demon is alive or dead, and the Empire has suffered a great loss. How could His Majesty not take revenge? It's just that no one knows how to take revenge yet. The disappearance of the Shadow Demon could not be concealed at all, so these things were no secret among the demons. Krallo told everything without any hesitation. But it was the first time Dylan heard it. What kind of fake hero summons? Trap? And he also killed the Shadow Demon, one of the 12 pillars of the Empire? So many things happened outside during the time I was in the dungeon. But he quickly grasped the point, revenge. Then, is it possible to start a war directly? Declaring war is undoubtedly the most direct and most impactful way of retaliation. But Krallo just waved his hand. How is that possible, Brother Dylan? As spies, we need to be able to judge the situation. The elves and dwarves are still watching from the sidelines. They won't just sit there and watch us destroy humans and become more powerful. Unless... Cloro paused deliberately as he spoke, and Dylan continued to ask, unless what? Cloro came closer and put his arm around Dylan's shoulders. Even though they were in the wild and there was no one else around, he lowered his voice and said, "There's a rumor going around that in addition to that trap, humans are actually secretly holding a true summons for heroes. If this news can be confirmed, the Empire can go to war without any scruples." This time Dylan's eyes were really clear. He couldn't understand the relationship between summoning a hero and starting a war without any scruples. When Krallo saw this, he looked like a rotten tree that cannot be carved. How stupid. If there really were heroes, the elves and dwarves wouldn't help humans. Our empire is strong, but their lives are hard. Will their lives be better if humans become strong? Standing on the side of humans now is just to balance the power of the empire. But if the hero is really summoned, the situation will be different. Now that the Demon King has disappeared, the brave warriors have grown into supernormal combat power. Believe me, not only do we want to get rid of them as soon as possible, but the elves and dwarves will not let us go if there's a chance to get rid of the hero. Who would want to have another being above their head who can decide life and death over them without any restrictions? At that time, at least until the hero dies, they will most likely remain idly by. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that a brave man is summoned. Cloro unscrewed the kettle, took a sip of magic potion to moisten his throat, and seeing that Dylan didn't look like he had figured it out, he didn't force him. But at the end he reminded, "Brother Dylan, there may be some dangerous missions coming down recently, so you must know what you can do. If you fail to complete the mission, you will be punished, but if you're caught by humans, you will die. Weigh the two carefully." After saying that, he patted Dylan and took the lead on the journey. Dylan followed behind, still digesting the huge amount of information. Lin Jun was also digesting this sudden information. Humans and demons, elves, dwarves, summoning heroes, traps, confrontations, friction, revenge. No wonder there are so few diamond-level players in dungeon activities. No wonder we haven't encountered any humans above LV 60 entering the dungeon so far. It turned out that he was attracted away by the demons. Doesn't that mean almost no one can threaten me now? We have been controlling the fungal mat and only laying out the first 5 layers, instead of continuing to spread it downwards for fear of attracting more attention. Now it seems that this caution has wasted a lot of development time. Fortunately, the tense relationship between humans and demons continues and may even develop into a war later. It's not too late to start moving downwards now. Let the mushrooms spread to the entire underground city before humans have time to do anything. I could even say, maybe I could try to grow mycelium through the entrances and exits of the dungeons that I had never dared to touch before. Come to think of it, the rumor about summoning a hero must be false. I am a brave one, right? Even Lin Jun couldn't understand it. Are the so-called heroes really helping humans? Up to now, I have not killed a single demon, but have dismembered a bunch of humans. How can I be called a hero? As for the demon warriors? That's not right. Wouldn't the identity positioning conflict with the Demon King? Etc. TM, isn't he a monster hero? 89. Pudgy Massage, First Order Request. The westernmost island of the archipelago, Bighorn Island. This medium-sized island was once famous for its narwhal hunts during the archipelago's heyday. But now, this place has been completely abandoned. There is no resident on the entire island. Only some decaying buildings are left, with their paint peeling off in the salty sea breeze. The reason why Bighorn Island was abandoned was very simple. Just like countless other abandoned islands, the fog spread. At this moment, the gray fog only lingers on the northeast corner reef, but all nautical charts have marked the island as an area to be canceled. It is only a matter of time before the name of Bighorn Island disappears. This time may be 3 years, 3 months, or 3 days. The expansion of the fog never follows tidal rules, and its boundaries always fluctuate between reality and illusion. However, at this time, a group of outsiders rarely appeared on Bighorn Island. In the fir forest on the west side, a hunched figure holding a rotten hoe handle was swinging his arms mechanically. Gray skin wrapped around a bony skeleton, cloudy eyeballs hung in sunken eye sockets, and it moved out of the forest with some inhuman pace. There was a flash of cold light in the sky, and an arrow like a silver snake pierced his forehead and came out from the back of his head with broken bones and rotten fluid, killing him instantly. Level up LV6, LV7. Skill upgrade. Archery, LV12E3. The tallest building on the entire island, on the observation deck, next to the Lord's Palace. The tall blonde woman put down the longbow Mitsuki Hikari in her hand, took off the power gloves on her hands, and moved her wrists, which were a little sore from continuous bow drawing. Her constantly changing geometric pupils gradually returned to their normal appearance. During the break, she asked a middle-aged man in religious attire beside her, "Samuel, priest, can you tell me more about this? I still don't quite understand." "Lady Sophia, just call me Samuel." The priest's expression was solemn and dignified, and he did not show any contempt for the man in front of him because of his weakness and ignorance. He bowed slightly and explained in a low voice with a respectful attitude. "These are the lost souls who are lost in the fog. They're no longer the people they once were. They're just some unconscious flesh puppets driven by the fog. Please don't feel any burden in your heart when you shoot them. But please do not underestimate the mist just because these lost souls are weak. This is only a tiny part of it that escaped during its dormant period." Sophia nodded, not quite understanding. At this time, a fully armored guard came up the stairs, holding a hot lunch in his hand, and a bottle of expensive mid-level energy potion next to the lunch. The guard came in front of the two people, knelt on one knee, and raised the tray above his head. "Lady Sophia, please eat." Although it was not the first time, Sophia was still a little uncomfortable with these people's respect. She took the tray and sat aside to eat by herself. Other people would not eat with her, as it seemed disrespectful to them. While Sophia was eating, Samuel asked the guard, "How's the fog situation?" "It is quite stable and will not enter an active period in the short term." Samuel nodded. "That's good." Looking at Sophia, who had eaten all the food and started drinking tons of energy potion, he silently calculated the period required for this adult to be promoted to level 20. Only by reaching the corresponding level can he choose a more suitable trial area for subsequent actions. Until Human Hope has the ability to protect itself, he and the 40 guards stationed in the Lord's Mansion on Bighorn Island will protect her with their lives. Puff, puff. 40 Pudgy stepped onto the 6th floor of land. Lin Jun, who found that he was temporarily free from constraints, naturally would not continue to choose to endure. "I have coveted the ecological environment of the 6th floor for a long time, and now it is time to officially take it over. Not to mention anything else, the flower demon's ability to produce paralyzing fluid is quite tempting. Of course, raising flower fairies in captivity are only the final steps. The first step, of course, is to lay the fungal mat. And to lay the fungal mat, you have to clear the slime first. This layer of slimes is much older. There are two types, a red neurotoxin slime and a green sticky slime. As the advanced team, we need to first figure out the distribution of these 40 Pudges and where they're likely to be born, so as to pave the way for the subsequent large-scale arrival. But now there seems to be a little surprise. A group of adventurers stood in front of the Pudgy advance team that had just walked out of the stairs. Why? Why would Pudgy come down? An adventurer said in disbelief with his eyes twitching. Previously, there was a large black mushroom that crossed the class, and everyone was in a lot of trouble. Now, even ordinary Pudgy can be brought down in large quantities? What are the rules of the dungeon? No one acted rashly. Everyone knew the notoriety of the 5th level Pudgy. If anyone took action first, they would surely suffer a bad outcome. How about throwing a monster's corpse and trying that? Someone suggested. That makes sense. Soon, a bee corpse almost as big as Pudgy was thrown in front of the advance team. The advance team strode forward, ignoring the dead bee on the ground, and stepped directly over it. When the adventurers saw that they were blocking the road, they hurried back the way they came. At most, they could take another passage. However, in a hurry, the pastor stepped on someone's foot and tripped. "Don't leave me." The pastor girl's crying voice attracted the attention of his companion, who had already run more than 10 steps. "Damn it, get up quickly, I'll cover you." The ranger with the bow immediately wanted to use arrows to block the Pudgy advance team and delay time for the priest, but was stopped by the other two people next to him. "You have a pig brain. Don't irritate Pudgy." But what the teammate said made sense, but seeing that Pudgy had already walked behind the priest. The priest's scream made the ranger's heart tremble violently. The Pudges stepped on the pastor as if no one was around, and soon submerged her figure. The three companions could only listen to the priest scream from afar with a broken heart. Oh. The rhythmic screams continued, and the pastor's voice sounded strong and did not sound like anything was wrong. After the Pudges had gone far away, the three of them ran back from a distance and saw the priest with round black footprints all over his back. The ranger stepped forward and lifted her head up. "Are you okay?" It's quite comfortable." The priest blinked his eyes in a daze, his chest rising and falling with some lingering fear of having escaped death, but he also seemed to feel a little unsatisfied. Several people looked at each other strangely, pulled the pastor up, checked him up and down, and found that he was indeed not injured. Without staying long, the four of them picked up the unwanted dead bees on the ground and headed for the surface. They had new material to brag about. 90. Someone stole the internet. Asked for first order. 6 steps. With the infusion of magic power, mycelium grew out from the stairs little by little. A green slime was clinging to the wall, along the edge of the exit, eating the growing mycelium. Wait. A few mushroom cannons hit the target, and a large amount of slime was blown out and scattered all over the ground. But the green slime, which had lost a lot of body fluids and shrunk 2 sizes, was still clinging to the wall, intending to continue eating the mycelium. The Pudges had to fire 2 more rounds of mushroom cannons before the core of the slime was destroyed. However, after a while, new slimes appeared. Some slimes were very small and could be killed by a mushroom cannon, but the mycelium growing around them was also blasted into pieces by their own attack. What is certain is that the botanical garden environment on the 6th floor is indeed very suitable for slimes to survive, and their numbers are much greater than on the previous floors. There are also some mutant species, such as the multi-core slime formed by the fusion of multiple slimes. After Pudgy attacked it, it exploded into individual slimes on the ground, and then other slimes pounced on it from all directions, wrapping Pudgy in the middle. When other Pudges around it rescued it, it had already been half digested. Although the slime caused some damage, it was just a waste of some magic power for Lin Jun, and the spread of mycelium on the stone wall continued steadily. When it spreads to the dome, just like the previous few floors, eat all the firefly grass on it and replace them with fluorescent mushrooms. What bothered Lin Jun the most was the ground. Unlike the previous floors, the land division on the 6th floor of the botanical garden is finer and more crowded. A flower demon will define an area of about 10 meters around itself as its territory. Other demons that break in or grow and will either be killed or driven away by it. The false flower vine will strangle other creatures attracted by the honey fragrance, and any passing Pudgy will also be killed. The demon orchid will emit an enchanting blue light to the surrounding creatures, luring prey into its trap. This poses no threat to Pudgy, as Pudgy is controlled by Lin Jun and is not susceptible to the enchantment. In short, various plant-type monsters and a small number of animal-type monsters divided the sixth layer into many small territories. Unless Lin Jun adopts an extermination-style sweep like the one on the fifth floor, it will be difficult for the Pudgis to advance very far on the ground. Without the protection of Pudgy on the ground, the mycelium far away from the stairs will become a free lunch for the slime. The reason why the fifth level carried out the extermination operation was because Lin Jun needed a stable base. And for other levels, what he needed was the skills of the monsters in the ecosystem, not the level itself. For the next 4 layers, Lin Jun chose to occupy the space not needed by local creatures, and then attack slimes to complete the fungal coverage. And 6 floors of native plants. There's no unwanted space on the ground level. Even if Lin Jun was willing to destroy part of the ecology and forcibly open a safe passage in the botanical garden, it is conceivable that he would have to face an endless tug-of-war with local plants in the future in order to maintain the safe passage. It's a thankless task, and this is not what Lin Jun wants. Lin Jun has thought of some solutions to this problem. If the ground can't accommodate Pudgy, then let Pudgy crawl along the stone wall along with the mycelium. There are 3 optional skills. Suction Cup LV3. Obtained from small lizard during the demon tide. It can be used to attach to walls. However, since Pudgy has no hands, in order to move, it may still have to combine the suction cup with the mycelium tentacles. Honestly, just imagining the scene of Pudgy climbing on the wall with its tentacles made Lin Jun feel a little weird. The other one is just like these green slimes. Digestive Mucus LV6. The way these green slimes climb walls is essentially no different from snails. Their mucus acts as a digestive fluid and also helps them stick their bodies to the wall. Logically speaking, if Pudgy adds corrosion resistance, he should be able to use this to climb walls. But the problem is that the Pudgis not only need to climb the wall, but also have to attack the slimes on the wall. The recoil of the mushroom cannon is probably not enough to be stabilized by the stickiness of the mucus alone, and it will fall off the rock wall after one shot. As for the last one, Rock Food LV4. Obtained from the extinct rock lizard on the 5th floor, it eats the surrounding stones and then covers its body with a layer of rock armor. If there is no foothold on the rock wall, just create your own. Pudgy is produced directly on the rock wall. After it is born, it starts to eat the rocks under it on the spot, and then merges the rock armor with the rock wall, and finally turns into something like a fixed turret. This thing is beautiful and practical, but its disadvantage is also obvious: low-cost performance. With the same consumption, Pudgy, who can move around, will definitely be more useful. Fortunately, I currently have a solar-powered magic machine, so I don't lack magic power for the time being. If you're not satisfied with the first 2 options, choose this as a backup. While Lin Jun was still shaping the newly designed shape of Pudgy, a large black mushroom came down from the 5th floor to the 6th floor. Xiaohei, what are we going to play today? Fighting turtles on the 7th floor? Hit the green man. Xiaohei, that's a tree man. You can't hit a green man randomly, don't you know that? Seeing that she agreed so quickly, Lin Jun knew that she definitely didn't understand. Since Xiaohei couldn't understand, Lin Jun would explain it to her again and again. Over time, this guy actually learned to pretend to understand and just answered with perfunctorily. I'm really worried about it. But speaking of which, Lin Jun also spread spores on the tree man side last time, wanting to see if mushrooms could occupy the ecological niche of moss. Now that Xiaohei is leading the way, I might as well go and take a look. Lin Jun skillfully separated 4 Pudgis to follow Xiaohei, and most of his consciousness was once again immersed in pinching Pudgy. This is a delicate job. If you don't shape the corresponding form well, it will be useless even if you install the skills. However, he couldn't immerse himself in it for too long as a strange voice from the fungus net interrupted Lin Jun. Mushroom, master, you appear again. I looked for the source of the signal. It was the dried forest? The Pudgis followed Xiaohei and violently crossed several plant-type monster territories and reached the entrance to the woods. Only then did Lin Jun see the owner of the signal, a tree demon with mushrooms growing on its body. It looked familiar, and I tried hard to recall. This tree demon seemed to be the one whose limbs were removed by Xiaohei. Now it seems to have grown back. The recovery ability of plant monsters is really amazing. No, the point is wrong. These tree demons turn out to be highly intelligent. Look at what he said before. At least it's more fluent than Xiaohei. Speaking of Xiaohei, This guy's already rolled up his arms and is ready to start fighting. Xiao Hei, wait a minute. Can we stop playing for a while? Gotta beat the green man. As expected, he is a green man, but now is not the time to argue with her. Decisively used the most effective killer weapon to deal with Xiao Hei recently. Be obedient, and I'll give you the glass beads later. Sure enough, when Xiao Hei heard about the glass beads, he instantly became a good boy. He ran to the side and started pulling up tree roots from the ground for fun. At the same time, a Pudgy from the 5th floor ran to Xiao Hei's mushroom house and took out 2 complete glass beads from a room full of glass shards and gave them to Xiao Hei later. After dealing with the little brat, Lin Jun finally had time to take care of the tree demon who had been left aside and had gone through another life-and-death situation. Pull open the panel. There is no name, confirmed to be a barbarian. Mr. Dryad, what can I do for you by connecting to my land? 91 Dryad. Under the mottled bark, the gnarled branches slowly wriggled, and countless translucent hyphae covered the gaps between the branches in a web-like manner, spreading from the chest to the limbs. A cluster of fluorescent mushrooms grew out of the cracks on the tree monster's head. The tender caps looked very inconsistent with its dead, wood-like body. Tree demons are not flesh and blood creatures, so it is naturally impossible for them to be parasitized by themselves. The tree demon in front of me is simply connecting to the fungal web by relying on the mushrooms on its body. In terms of independence, it is higher than Dylan and Xiao Hei. But Lin Jun also noticed it at the same time. The spores I spread last time did not remain in this tree demon forest at all. This mushroom on its body is probably the only result. Only this tree demon was standing at the entrance of the woods, while deeper in the woods, there were many vaguely swaying figures. That's really interesting. No one knew where the source came from, but the roots covering the ground twisted and made way between the tree monsters and the Pudgis. There was only one root that was pulled by Xiao Hei and could not shrink back. Mushrooms, Lord. This tree demon, which had just grown new limbs not long ago and now looked a little thin, came to Pudgy and once again sent a message in the fungus web. The branches and leaves of the ancestral tree long for peace. Please do not bring destruction. When mentioning destruction, the tree demon's head obviously turned a few degrees toward Xiao Hei. Lin Jun felt a hint of fear in the tree demon's emotions. I see. Pray for peace. But what is the ancestral tree? What are the branches and leaves of the ancestral tree? Is it referring to you? It was hard for Lin Jun not to be curious when he suddenly heard a special term from the wild monster's mouth. The ancestral tree is the source of all tree demons, and we are all its branches and leaves. Speaking of the ancestral tree, the tree man seemed a little excited and yearning. Lin Jun looked into the depths of the tree demon forest. Is this ancestral tree in there? I was not scared by this intimidating title. If this ancestral tree is on the 6th floor, then at most it will look like an old bat. If it is not on the 6th floor, no matter how powerful it is, it will not affect Lin Jun. The ancestral tree is not here. We're just a lost branch. Twigs? Lin Jun looked at the old bark on it that could fall off at any time. Okay, I understand. But one question. What do you mean by tranquility? The dryad replied, leaves don't attack mushrooms, and mushrooms don't attack leaves. If I need a little help, can you provide it? Of course I will give you something in return. As for communication, it starts with small contacts, and Lin Jun knows how to do it. The tree demon was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at the other tree demons in the forest, finally shook his head and repeated, leaves and branches do not attack mushrooms, and mushrooms do not attack leaves and branches. Now Lin Jun understood that this was isolationism. Lin Jun thought for a few seconds and replied, if that's all, I refuse. The colable was conveyed to the tree demon, making it fully understand that Lin Jun wanted more. In Lin Jun's eyes, these tree spirits are rare intelligent beings in the dungeon. They can easily connect to the fungal network without any communication barriers, so they are quite valuable. Lin Jun is very willing to absorb them to improve the average intelligence level of the organization. Putting aside how much help these tree spirits who cannot leave their class can bring to oneself, it is also very necessary to accumulate experience in managing other races. But the prerequisite is that you have to join the organization. The tree demon's meaning was very clear. He was unwilling to even contact him perfunctorily. Then there is no way to even think about absorbing them. But why? Although it may sound a bit arrogant to say this, Lin Jun has already regarded the entire underground city as his own private property. even though the area he actually controls now is probably less than 1/3. The tree demon is not a being of equal strength, so why should it allow you to maintain the status of a country within a country? In that case, what is the difference between these tree monsters and other monsters outside to Lin Jun? It can even be said that a group of intelligent but uncontrollable tree monsters are a certain uncertain threat to Lin Jun, even if this threat seems very small now. Moreover, the only one who came out to negotiate with Lin Jun was the tree demon in front of him, while the other tree demons were all hiding in the woods. It was hard to say how sincere this conversation was. Lin Jun didn't want to act overbearing. It was obvious that as long as these tree demons showed willingness to have a certain degree of contact, this conversation would have a good result. Pity. If you don't want to contact me, I won't force you, but since there is no relationship between us, why should I stop Xiaohei for you? Oh, Xiaohei is referring to the big black mushroom. Here, it is normal for monsters to hunt each other. There are only tree monsters in your forest, so I don't think other monsters would give up their land voluntarily, right? Don't you think so? Faced with Lin Jun's words, the tree demon didn't know how to respond. Lin Jun was not in a hurry either. He wanted these tree monsters to think about it carefully. I'll take Xiaohei back this time. I hope I can meet more tree spirits that I can communicate with next time I come. After saying that, Puji pulled Xiaohei away. In fact, with Lin Jun's current strength, he could be tougher and directly pull a team of Puji over to threaten them, but that method would be too ugly. It's hard to say whether the addition of a bunch of resentful tree spirits is a good thing or not. Although the current behavior is not friendly, at least there is room for improvement. What Lin Jun wants to do now is to open a hole in the tree monster, even if it is a small hole. As long as there is contact, Lin Jun believes that with the resources he currently has, he will be able to win over a group of tree monsters. The mushroom lord left, leaving the dryad standing there in a daze. That time, even though its limbs were broken, the tree demon did not die. It has no name, just an ordinary tree demon in this forest, no different from hundreds of other similar ones. If there is any difference, it is that it was unlucky, and when it was its turn to guard the gate, it encountered the black mushroom that represents destruction. But it was lucky and did not die at the hands of the black mushroom. Although limbs are lost, they can be regrown. While they were fighting the big black mushroom, the other tree monsters stayed inside the forest and did not come out. In fact, it was not like this at the beginning. When the big black mushroom came for the first time, half of the tree spirits in the forest gathered together. It was the consensus of all the tree spirits to kill all outsiders who entered the forest. That time, it was far away, and when it arrived, the big black mushroom had already left, leaving countless broken wood chips on the ground. The second time, the third time, the fourth time, amid the endless harassment from the big black mushroom, they realized that it was not an existence that they could defeat. Every fierce resistance will only bring greater casualties. On the contrary, if ignored, the damage caused by the big black mushroom will be much smaller. So the system of taking turns to guard the gate, or taking turns to be a sacrifice, came into being. Anyway, every time the big black mushroom comes, it will kill a few tree monsters and then leave satisfied. It seems quite worthwhile to sacrifice a small number of unlucky guys who take turns in exchange for the survival of more tree monsters. It just felt that this was not a feasible approach, but it couldn't think of any other solution. Dryads are not a species that reproduces quickly, and their number in the woods is steadily decreasing at a slow rate. They will all be killed sooner or later, that's what it thinks. So it did not feel grateful for surviving the disaster. It just delayed the end a little bit, until a mushroom bloomed on top of his head. Although it was very blurry, it sensed the huge existence above it. The will of that being was as vast as a boundless forest. Compared with that being, all the tree spirits in the entire forest seemed insignificant. It was an invincible existence, and even the black mushroom was only a small part of it. It saw the giant from afar, but because of its smallness, the giant did not notice it for the time being, which made it feel frightened. It thought about pulling the mushrooms off its body so that the being wouldn't notice it. But in that case, the tree demon's fate of destruction seems to be inevitable. The big black mushroom is part of that existence. And if the tree demon wants to survive, it has to try to communicate with it. It tried to convey this idea to its tribesmen, but the emotions that responded from its roots were all suspicion and anger. Even if it tried its best, it only got this one opportunity for a private communication. And now, the communication is over. Thanks to communication, the big black mushroom did not tear it apart this time. But it is hard to say that the result of communication is good. This result is more like an ultimatum. It doesn't know how many of its own kind would like to have a mushroom grow on its body. It only knows that it has to try its best to persuade more of its own kind. Hopefully not too little. 92. Where do all these slimes come from? The 2 glass beads were handed to the happy Xiaohei. Xiaohei held them and ran back to the mushroom house. Sweeping the glass shards aside with his tail, Xiaohei gathered all the glass beads under his body and counted them one by one. Then Lin Jun looked at her, tapped a few times, and then went back to the first one and tapped again. Maybe I should take some time to teach her how to count? It's probably difficult to teach. Xiaohei is quite resistant to any learning behavior that requires using the brain. Lin Jun got a headache just thinking about how to teach her. As for hiring a math teacher for her, I can only say that this profession is too dangerous and it is difficult to find someone who can serve for a long time. After creating a new folder for Xiaohei's education plan and putting it aside, Lin Jun now had to test the new variety of Puji first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to push the 6 levels. On the fungal carpet of the mushroom forest, 2 test subjects in different forms twisted their bodies and broke away. One has 8 special tentacles on its body, and the other constantly secretes mucus on its body surface. Let's start with the suction cup. Upon receiving the command, the suction cup Puji quickly ran to the edge of the rock wall, expanded the ends of its tentacles into bowl-shaped suction cups, and attached themselves to the rock wall with a click. It was fine at the beginning. The force of the suction cup supported Puji, and he climbed up without any pressure at all. But soon, problems arose. As it moved continuously, several hyphae tentacles somehow became tangled. Puji tried to separate the tentacles, but the knot kept getting bigger and bigger until the whole thing turned into a ball hanging on the rock wall. When the only 2 remaining suction cups could no longer support it, it fell down and turned into a puddle. Lin Jun didn't have too many emotions about this. It was normal for the test subject to have problems. The problem with this one is still due to Puji's intelligence. 8 mycelium tentacles are too many and they cannot be coordinated. The suction power of the suction cup is greater than he expected, so the number of tentacles can be reduced. Soon, the second Puji was born under the catalysis of magic, and this time the number of tentacles was reduced to 6. Although this Puji still needs to stop occasionally to tidy up its tentacles while moving, at least there are no tangles anymore. But when it lay on the rock wall and fired the mushroom cannon at the designated target, the recoil directly overturned its entire body. Lin Jun looked at Puji hanging in the air and found that the mushroom cannon it fired missed the target, but hit the fungal carpet more than 10 meters away. Without mycelium tentacles, it would be impossible to maintain stability. Lin Jun decisively let the failed product fall down and returned to the cycle of the mushroom garden. Plan 1 was abandoned, and then came the slime puff. Covered in green slime, Puji managed to climb up the rock wall, but encountered some minor problems when firing. The muzzle of the gun cannot be lifted. Puji needs to lie on the rock wall with most of its body to maintain sufficient stickiness, and Mushroom Cannon can only slightly tilt its head upward. The target originally set did not have enough elevation to hit. I tried firing it randomly, and the stickiness that I was worried about turned out not to be a problem. It feels usable, but the flaws are real, and the constant secretion of mucus for crawling consumes surprisingly high magic power. As expected, in the end, we still have to build a fixed turret against the wall. Just do it. On the 6th layer of fungal carpet, close to the outermost layer, a Puji begins to breed every 40 meters. The first batch of Puji was quickly produced under Lin Jun's tycoon-like magic power. These poofs are slightly different from regular poofs. They are round. After they're born, they begin to devour the rocks beneath them and then cover their bodies with the rocks. This process lasted about 2 days. 2 days later, the round stone turrets took shape. Learn from the experience of the slime puff shooting angle limitation problem. The surface of the round stone is covered with round holes of appropriate sizes. These holes allow the mushroom cannon to extend out to attack, but they will not be too large to cause the circle in the middle to fall out. The appearance of these fixed turrets immediately helped Lin Jun to eliminate the slimes that kept popping up to harass him from a distance, and the fungal blanket continued to spread outward until it grew more than 100 meters and exceeded the effective range. Thus, a new round of gestation began again. It took about 2.5 days to advance 130 meters and to cover the entire 6th floor, we can only say that there is a promising future. The generation of Pudgy can be accelerated by magic, but the transformation of Rock Eater into a stone turret cannot be accelerated. The progress is impressive, but in the absence of any better options, we have no choice but to use it this way for now. At least it is a push forward. To be honest, the feeling Lin Jun has so far is that there are too many slimes, and the supply continues. It's not like other classes haven't fought slimes before, and the first few days of the war are usually quite tense. After the two sides have been fighting for a few days, slime's replenishment could not keep up with Pudgy's replenishment speed, and naturally it was gradually suppressed. According to Lin Jun's original idea, the sixth floor should be like this. But now so many days have passed, and the number of slimes has not only not decreased, but has shown a trend of increasing. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right. If there were so many slimes, this floor should not be a botanical garden, but a slime paradise. Given the current situation, Lin Jun could only guess that a large number of slimes were stored somewhere and were being released one after another. Or maybe there was a being that could quickly produce slimes, and after noticing my arrival, it took corresponding actions to prevent me from occupying the sixth floor. Finally, there is one possibility. That is, Lin Jun's continuous encroachment on the underground city's territory activated a certain emergency response of the underground city, and it began to automatically come up with some countermeasures to obstruct himself. This possibility is the smallest. Lin Jun has seen the emergency mechanism of the dungeon. The scale of the ancient dragon that was knocked off by the electric arc is still gathering dust in Lin Jun's small treasury. In comparison, the method of generating a bunch of slimes seems a bit too weak to be a method of the dungeon itself. But what if this is really the method of the underground city, then Lin Jun will have to consider whether to continue to develop to the lower level. After all, what if the dungeon's self-defense mechanism is gradual? The slimes appearing now will only hinder the progress and disgust me. But when I become a bigger threat later, they will also give me some electric shocks, right? If the dungeon really wants to mess with itself, Lin Jun doesn't think it will be unable to find its own body. By that time, the electric shock that even the ancient dragon could not withstand hit its fragile body, and a fragrant and tender, crispy roasted poisonous mushroom was produced under the swamp. If it is confirmed that it is a dungeon mechanism, Lin Jun can only turn his attention to developing on the surface. On the surface, although the mycelium has now grown to the gate and begun to spread outward tentatively, it remains at a slow and restrained level. On the one hand, he wants to take it slow and test the extent of human attention to this. On the other hand, Lin Jun's development focus is still on the downward trend. Although photosynthesis is possible on the surface, the concentration of magic power is relatively thin compared to the dungeon, and the number of monsters is also much smaller. In short, the reason for the slime explosion on the sixth floor must be figured out. If Lin Jun doesn't figure it out, he won't be able to develop with peace of mind. Naturally, this war taking place on a rock wall could not be hidden from human adventurers, and Lin Jun had no intention of concealing it. In recent days, the tavern has been filled with discussions about the news about Pudgy's battle against the slime brought back by adventurers who passed by the sixth floor. Since the Demon Tide until now, everyone has realized that mushrooms and Pudgy have become an important presence in the dungeon. To put it simply, when mushrooms spread to a certain level, they will eat up all the fireflies and replace them with fluorescent mushrooms. The lighting ability will drop by 2 levels, and long-lasting lighting tools or magic will become a necessity. To put it in a broader sense, if the Pudges carry out an extermination operation like they did when they occupied the 5th floor, and then play Pudgy Mutual Protection on the 6th floor, the adventurer's source of income will be reduced again. In the current situation, it is no exaggeration to say that Pudgy's every move affects the hearts of adventurers. Even Norris, a bronze-level adventurer who makes money purely from mining, is the same. But what he hoped for was that Pudgy could completely clear the 6th floor. 93. Mycelium Network Upgrade. The battle on the 6th floor is still progressing slowly. Although we have not yet gained control of the 6th floor, we have begun to gain some results. 7 Sins of Greed Trigger. Plundering Skill. Neurotoxin LV3-LV4. Plundering Skill. Digest Mucus LV6-LV7. Plundering Skills. Physical Resistance LV5-LV6. I have to say that the slime skills on this level are quite useful. Neurotoxin is a liquid version of hallucinogenic spores. It has a stronger effect at the same level, but is relatively less convenient to use. According to Lin Jun's idea, maybe it can be used together with mimicry, so that when the enemy passes by, he can suddenly squeeze the opponent's face. Digestive mucus is a kind of corrosive damage, so it is good for dealing with garbage. Lin Jun would throw skeletons that could not be decomposed by mycelium, and some equipment that was completely damaged and had lost its value into the mucus for decomposition. Not to mention physical resistance, although it is probably not useful for the most ordinary Pudgy. After all, his health is so low that he will die instantly even if it is reduced. But it's different for the elite Pudgy. Since Lin Jun has had more magic power recently, it is time to get out a group of elite soldiers who are not cannon fodder. However, this plan is temporarily scheduled to be put after the 6th floor is conquered. Conquering the 6th floor is also a large project that consumes magic power like water. Even with Lin Jun's current magic power production, it is just about breaking even. In addition to these skills that rely on greed to upgrade, another skill that depends entirely on Lin Jun's own efforts and sweat has finally been improved. Skill upgrade. Mycelium Network, LV6-LV7. It must be said that there is really no shortcut to improving the Mycelium Network, which is one of Lin Jun's core skills. It all depends on hard work. It's been such a long time since I left the deep area, and I've finally been promoted to the next level. What surprised Lin Jun was that after the skill was upgraded, there was an extra line in the description of the skill panel. It can create transit nodes in the Mycelium Network. It looks like a derivative function, but what is a transit node? If you don't understand, try it. Lin Jun randomly selected 4 Pudges that were mining, and based on his intuition, made one of them a transit node. The Pudges are still working, knocking on the stones with their shelled mushroom caps, but the rhythm of these 4 Pudges is synchronized. The other 3 Pudges all synchronize their movements with the Pudgy that became the transit point. If that Pudgy takes a step forward, the other Pudges will also take a step forward, even if there's a wall in front of them. The one that Pudgy knocked on the stone and also knocked on the others, even though there was nothing in front of it. Why does it feel like a synchronizer? Totally useless. Lin Jun thought about it and woke up Xiao He, who was sleeping with a glass bead in his arms. Xiao He was pulled out of the mushroom house by Pudgy's tentacles, with his shoulder hunched, yawning and rubbing his eyes, looking listless. Pudgy brought her to a small open space in the mushroom forest where a large number of Pudges were standing. Lin Jun used Xiao He as a transit point in the fungus net and paddled a Pudgy to her. The effect is immediate. Pudgy imitated Xiao He, stretched out his hyphae tentacles in front of him, and rubbed his non-existent eyes. It's still a synchronizer. This is not the result Lin Jun wants. Xiao He, don't be confused. Feel what's different about yourself. Different. Hearing Lin Jun's voice, Xiao He managed to perk up a little. She turned her head and found the Pudgy that was imitating her. What's this? Xiao He took 2 steps forward and wanted to pick up Pudgy. However, Pudgy followed her lead and took 2 steps forward. Xiao He started to chase, and Pudgy started to run, and they moved forward in sync, one in front and one behind. In the end, Xiao He relied on her long legs to catch up with Pudgy, hugged her in her arms, and began to study this little thing that had some special connection with her. Lin Jun watched her and studied her for a long time, and Pudgy was simply imitating Xiao He's movements. Just when Lin Jun thought this was really a synchronizer, Xiao He seemed to have found the trick. Xiao He's hands were still holding Pudgy, but Pudgy's 4 hyphae tentacles stretched out and rolled together to form a twist. This is? Xiao He then put Pudgy down. After Pudgy landed, he started to swing the twisted dough sticks that had not been undone yet and ran around Xiao He. Lin Jun was very sure that he did not give such an order. Xiao He, are you the one commanding this Pudgy now? It seems so. Xiao He's eyes lit up, sparkling with excitement of discovering a new toy. Lin Jun finally determined the role of this derivative function. To put it simply, the work of controlling Pudgy is subcontracted out, and the so-called transit node is like a team leader appointed by oneself. However, this team leader needs to have a certain level of intelligence. If an ordinary Pudgy is made the team leader, he will become a mere synchronizer. It seems that this derivative ability should be quite suitable for Dylan. Unfortunately, Dylan is not in the Mushroom Garden now, and the command of the scout cannot be given to Dylan. The scout was already so far away, but Lin Jun was still able to control him thanks to the skill follower control. Once the control is transferred, dependent control will be severed. And want to reconnect after being disconnected? Sorry, the target is out of server range. Please try again later. By then, Dylan will really have to rely on himself. While Lin Jun was thinking about how to use her skills, Xiaohei was already controlling the Pudgy to run into her mouth. Xiaohei sat there motionless, and Pudgy took the initiative to turn around and feed Xiaohei the mushroom cap. He had only eaten 1/3 of the meal when Pudgy fell to the ground with a bang dead. Xiaohei suddenly realized that he had lost his remote control toy and became depressed. What the hell is going on? How can you be so depressed while having fun? Lin Jun pulled 2 more Pudges under Xiaohei's command. Feeling the change in connection, Xiaohei's attention was immediately drawn to the new Pudges. The dead one on the ground was forgotten at the speed of light. However, this is not the end. Lin Jun continues to assign more command rights of Pudgy to Xiaohei. 4, 8, 15. In the end, the control of all 21 Pudges on the scene was given to Xiaohei. Lin Jun wants to see the limit of transfer and control. However, before Lin Jun could test the limits of his authority to transfer, Xiaohei's limits came out first. After gaining control of a large number of Pudgy, Xiaohei wanted to stand up, but his left foot stepped on his right foot, and he fell directly on a Pudgy, crushing it, and then bounced on the ground like a fish that had come ashore. As for the other Pudges, they were either running around and rolling on the ground, or just standing there motionless. The whole scene was a mess. The situation did not subside until Lin Jun regained full control. Xiaohei shook his head, and as soon as he recovered, he ran back to the mushroom house using all 4 limbs, dragging his tail and hiding. It seems that the feeling just now was not very pleasant. How so? The ability to control Pudgy is related to intelligence. Xiaohei is stupid and can't control much, which Lin Jun can understand. But there are only about 20 of them. Even if it's not easy to command, it should at least be able to be controlled simply. How come I can't even control my own hands and feet? After thinking about it, maybe Xiaohei is too special. After all, he is born with deficiencies. It would be nice if a being with normal intelligence could try it. At times like this, Lin Jun would especially miss the days when Dylan was by her side. That ordinary man was quite useful. Speaking of which, what's the level of intelligence of the tree demon? 94, first employment. When the 3 Pudgy came to the tree demon forest again, Lin Jun found that the number of tree demons connected to the fungus web increased. Hello again, my tree demon neighbors. There are 5 of you this time. It was a small number compared to the hundreds of dryads in the entire forest, but it was a good start. Several tree demons had obviously sensed Pudgy from the fungus web a long time ago and had been waiting for Lin Jun's arrival. Lin Jun could feel that they were all a little nervous. However, after discovering that Xiaohei did not follow me, this feeling of tension decreased a lot. As if worried that Lin Jun would find the amount too little, the tree demon with a mushroom growing on its head from last time stood up and said, "Mushroom Lord, our people need more time to accept the changes. Please understand." A soothing thought was transmitted from the fungus web to several tree spirits. I am very happy to see 5 of you willing to come out and communicate. In fact, I came here this time just to ask you for a small favor. Is there anyone willing to come? Of course, there will be rewards. Lin Jun didn't say what kind of small favor it was, and it would take some time to explain the matter of testing the transit node. Several tree demons looked at each other. They had all been mentally prepared to join the fungus web, so there was naturally no reason to refuse at this time, and they all walked out together. But no matter how Lin Jun looked at it, there was a sense of determination. Yes, thanks to Xiaohei's good start, they might now think that Xiaomeng was sent to Xiaohei for him to open for fun. Take your time. Pudgy led a few tree spirits out of the woods, and their destination was the bottom of the rock wall near the stairs that was covered with fungal blankets. The location of the Dryad Forest is indeed very remote, and one has to pass through several other monster territories along the way. Actually, there were 5 Pudges when they set out, but without Xiaohei to lead the way, only 3 were left when they finally arrived at the Tree Demon Forest. For example, now, the team encountered another situation on their way back. A vine-type monster suddenly entangled a passing Pudgy and gradually tightened it, and it seemed that it was about to squeeze the Pudgy to death. Lin Jun didn't care about this at first, and it was too late to save him. The Pudges went up and down several levels. Normally, at least 100 of them would die every day, not to mention that it was the 6th level strategy period, so even more people died. But a tree man came up from behind, reached out his hand, and touched the vines, and the vines actually let go of their prey on their own. What is this? Lin Jun opened the panel and searched for a long time before barely seeing a skill, Plant Affinity LV4. He had known that the dryad had this skill before, but he had always thought it was used to grow mushrooms and moss on its body. Is this the effect? If Pudgy had this skill, wouldn't it be? Several tree spirits inexplicably felt a chill, but couldn't find the source. No. There's no need to do anything extreme. I could just go back and pick up the bodies of the tree monsters that died accidentally. They don't probably have a cremation culture, right? After being attacked by vines once, the tree demon jumped over Pudgy and took the initiative to act as a pioneer. When encountering aggressive plants, we will first use Plant Affinity to appease the opponent and then let the team pass. This also made Lin Jun understand this skill more clearly. It was not as useful as he had initially thought. At first, Lin Jun thought that with this skill he would not be attacked. After watching the tree man use it several times, he found that it was an active skill rather than a passive skill. You have to touch the plant when using it, but you have to know that when Pudgy is touched, it will most likely die instantly. And the effect of the skill seems to be closer to a plant version of Charm. If used successfully, the opponent will give up attacking. If used unsuccessfully, the result will be a vine being pulled apart by the tree man through brute force. When the 5 tree spirits finally arrived at their destination, they saw the fungal carpet spreading across the entire rock wall and more than 60 Pudges under the rock wall. Every tree demon was filled with anxiety about the unknown. A brave tree demon asked directly, "Mushroom Lord, can you tell us what we need to do now?" Lin Jun did not deliberately leave them alone and explained directly, "This time, I would like to ask you to help me test the fungus network. The fungus network is what we use to communicate now. You just need to know the general idea." As he spoke, Lin Jun transferred the control of the 2 Pudges to the tree demon who was speaking. The dryad noticed the change almost instantly. It first looked at the 2 Pudges who were imitating its movements, and after half a minute, without any extra reminders from Lin Jun, it understood how to give instructions to Pudges. "How does it feel?" Lin Yun asks. "It feels." The tree demon controlled the 2 Pudges to perform different actions in front of him. "It feels a bit like the root veins, but different." Lin Jun knew the root veins, which are the way tree spirits communicated with each other, but they could only convey emotions. The specific meaning had to be guessed, which was far less convenient than the fungus network. But this is not what Lin Jun wanted to ask. "How do you feel mentally? Any pressure?" The tree demon shook his head to indicate no. Lin Jun decisively grabbed for more Pudges for it. Seeing that there seemed to be no problem, Lin Jun continued to increase the number. "If you feel pressured, just say it." After the number reached 24, the tree demon waved its hands to indicate that it was feeling unwell. Faint. Lin Jun quickly took back all control and let the tree demon go aside to rest. Next, Lin Jun asked several other tree spirits to test it one by one. It was discovered that tree demons can generally control more than 12 Pudges, and the tree demon with mushrooms on its head can control up to 20. From this perspective, the 20 or so I gave Xiao He was indeed a bit too much. These tree monsters seem very suitable for helping me. However, Lin Jun was not in a hurry to let them lead the Pudges to rampage on the 6th floor. This matter could not be rushed. Just 5 dryads aren't enough. After completing the test, Lin Jun took out the reward that he had prepared long ago. 5 finger-sized C-grade magic crystals. It may not seem like much, but for these tree spirits, this mission is just a stroll, so it can be said to be quite rewarding. Moreover, Lin Jun had observed that although there were magic crystals on the 6th floor, they were mostly cracked and of poor quality, and were on the verge of being waste. The quality was so poor that some magic crystals were exposed directly outside the earth wall, and the adventurers passing by were too lazy to pick them up. C-grade magic crystals are definitely a rare resource for 6th-level monsters. As for magic crystals, they should be no different to tree spirits than they are to mushrooms. They can be used to fertilize the fields. Sure enough, after receiving the magic crystals, several tree people were obviously cheered up, as if they had not expected such a good thing to happen. Lin Jun didn't waste any time. After paying them their daily wages, he let them go back on their own. Looking at them like that, Lin Jun knew that the second goal had also been achieved this time. After a few more visits, and with a foundation of trust established, Lin Jun would select some tree monsters that were willing to completely loyal to him and give them more preferential treatment. With role models in place, there will gradually be more and more mushroom factions among the tree monsters, and finally, they will be completely absorbed. Lin Jun has already planned the future for the tree demon. By then, relying on the transit nodes of the fungus network, maybe I won't have to worry about the management and maintenance of the sixth layer at all. It would be nice if there were tree spirits in other classes as well. After thinking about it, Lin Jun remembered that the werewolf on the 10th floor might meet the requirements, but the 10th floor is still a bit far away, and Lin Jun hasn't figured out how to break through the teleportation maze on the 8th floor. Secondly, werewolves might not be a good thing. I don't have a good impression of werewolves in my memory. 95, a reopened pub. The demonic tide has passed for a long time, and the Yafeng town seems to have regained its former prosperity, but many faces are no longer the same as before. If you ask the adventurers wandering the streets, where is the evidence of the town's revival? The answer is not in the rebuilt Adventurers Guild Hall, nor in the new branch president who will arrive in 2 months. The answer is right here and now, because, just today, on this shining March night, the Rotten Willow Tavern is reopening. The adventurers, arm in arm, cheered loudly and rushed into the already crowded tavern and could not wait to go to the front desk to order a glass of the bad wine they remembered. If there was one person who was not infected by this cheerful atmosphere, it would probably be the owner of the Jinyangma Tavern. Today he was free enough to lean against the door of his own tavern with his arms folded, counting the heads of people rushing across the street with cold eyes. In the Rotten Willow Tavern, even the windowsills were filled with people today. Everything is the same as before. The creaking wooden door when opened, the dirty wine-stained floor, and the sour smell of cheap wine in the air. If there is any difference, it is probably that the boss has changed from a dirty, fat middle-aged man to a beautiful woman in seductive uniform. This brings a different flavor to everyone. I don't know what the guild was thinking, sending a delicate beauty to manage such a low-level tavern filled with vulgar adventurers. No wonder they have to pair a 1.9-meter-tall tiger man as a hotel waiter. At the bar, a woman named Mary was wearing a pure white priest robe with a stand-up collar that fitted her snow-white neck perfectly. With a sweet smile on her face, she handed the wooden wine glass to a lecherous drinker in front of her, and then cleverly withdrew her hand in time to avoid being touched by the other party. The drinker didn't seem to want to give up. He came up with his glass and said, "Madam, are you a priest of the god of light? This uniform really suits you. It's just my personal preference to dress this way." Mary replied with a smile, seemingly not noticing the frivolous meaning in the other person's words. The drunkard seemed not satisfied with just talking nonsense, and stretched out his hairy hands towards Mary. But halfway he was caught by a bigger hand with more hair than his. What are you going to do?" The drunkard seemed to want to say a few more nonsense, but the tiger man was too lazy to talk to him. He grabbed his arm and dragged him out. He remained indifferent to his exaggerated screams along the way and soon threw him out. This was the 13th one tonight. In a corner of the tavern, Norris was working hard on the grilled snake steak in front of him. He arrived early enough to find an empty barrel to put his plate on. He had been inexplicably lucky recently. The man dressed as a noble whom he met in the dungeon last time actually kept his promise and found him and gave him a gold coin. Later he found out that the man was named Aiden and was a diamond-level adventurer. The little bit of flesh that flows out from the fingertips of these strong men is a windfall for people like him. This gold coin, plus the 1 gold and 20 silver coins I saved from mining, will help me pay off the 3rd round of debts this year. I can even join in the fun occasionally and reward myself with a good meal instead of drinking mushroom soup every day. Just as Norris was immersed in his own little happiness, an adventurer squeezed through the crowd and kicked over a wooden plate with half a plate of honey-grilled snake steaks. The snake meat rolled onto the wooden floor covered with black footprints, and Norris seemed to hear the groaning of his stomach. That was a delicacy that cost him 30 copper coins. "Ah, it's so dirty." The adventurer who kicked over the plate pulled at his trouser legs in disgust and rolled over the still, steaming snake steak with the heel of his boot. "You don't even know where to find a good place to eat shit." The adventurer with the silver badge on his body left cursing, as if he had already let Norris off the hook by not beating him up so that his trouser legs were soiled. Norris did not stand up to argue, nor did he even curse under his breath. He just shrank back timidly, not daring to look the people around him in the eye. He was just a level 21 adventurer, the lowest level who had just crossed the bronze level threshold. He was alone, and no one could afford to offend him. It's better to be a coward than to be dragged into an alley and beaten half to death. I should have known not to join in the fun at the Lan Lu Tavern. Some people nearby noticed this little farce, but they just burst into laughter mixed with the smell of tobacco. Adventurers believe in strength and courage, and no one will stand up for a bronze-level coward. Apart from, stop! Fei Ling blocked the silver-level adventurer's path, her slender fingers almost poking his nose. You want to leave after you broke someone's things? Don't you even want an apology or compensation? Behind her was Fein, who failed to hold her, and Vera, who looked helpless. Get out of the way. The adventurer suddenly opened Fei Ling's hand. He glanced at the girl who was a head shorter than him and reached out to push her away. Shining. Even in such a crowded environment, Vera's scimitar still accurately rested on the adventurer's palm. If he had pushed forward a little more, his palm would have been pierced through. There are differences in strength between silver level and silver level. What are you doing? This is a tavern. The adventurer was a little panicked because he was not as strong as his opponent and was being pointed at with a knife. Although this is a city, the taverns are full of fools who don't care about their lives when their heads are hot. He doesn't want to gamble. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Don't point the knife at me. The adventurer took 2 steps back, turned around, and planned to remember the guy who had embarrassed him. He didn't dare to retaliate against Vera, who was stronger than him, but he could use that wimp who didn't dare to say a word when he kicked the plate over as a punching bag. But when he turned around, he found that the person who was originally beside the wooden barrel had already left, leaving only half a piece of crushed snake meat on the ground. A tall figure pushed through the crowd and stood in front of the 4 people who had caused the trouble. Fein, who has a sensitive nose, even smelled a hint of the unique body odor of cats. The tiger man folded his arms and looked at the 4 people, then tilted his head towards the gate. The meaning is very clear. Do you want to get out by yourself, or do you want to help you get out? Bad luck. The adventurer who was driven out cursed under his breath and quickly walked away from Vera and the other 2. You're a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Fei Ling glared at the adventurer's back, looking like she was still angry. Vera just sighed. He had just ordered the specialty dish, the sauce noodles, and before he could even take a bite, he was kicked out. Let's find another place to eat. I'm still hungry. The 3 of them quickly found a restaurant that was still open, but after they sat down, they discovered that there was a guy sitting at the next table with his head down, sipping fluorescent mushroom soup. It's you. Fei Ling immediately recognized the guy whom she had taken the initiative to help, but escaped first. Norris, who was talking in a gloomy voice, subconsciously shrank his neck and glanced around in panic, although he didn't know what he was afraid of. Maybe the aura of the girl in front of me is too strong. 96 prepared slaves to inherit debts. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Norris swallowed the last mouthful of soup with his throat rolling, his fingers unconsciously scratching tiny marks on the wooden table. You run really fast. Fei Ling slapped the table, causing the soup bowl to jump half an inch. We came to your rescue. And you. Failing. Vera patted her shoulder, then looked at Norris. Don't mind it. She's just a little bit talkative. She doesn't mean any harm. Fei Ling muttered. How can you be so talkative? Norris lowered his head and said in a low voice, Thank you. He stood up suddenly, knocking over the wooden bench with his old leather boots. Sorry, I have to go into the dungeon tomorrow, so now... Norris almost trotted out the door and disappeared into the night. What do you mean? It's like I'm bullying him. Fei Ling grumbled in dissatisfaction. She felt a little frustrated that the person she was helping was afraid of this. Vera patted her shoulder and said comfortingly, Well, he said thank you before he left, didn't he? Norris knew they meant well, but he really wasn't used to being around people like them. He is like a rat in the gutter, feeling safe only in a corner where no one pays attention to him. He was afraid of the looks from others, whether they were kind or malicious. He knew there was something wrong with him, but there was a reason why he was like this. Isn't it normal for a person who may become a slave at any time because he cannot repay his debts to have some psychological problems? Some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. Norris is unfortunately the latter, thanks to my gambling father who died early. When he was still a minor, he had to take over the debt of 32 gold coins with a crooked signature on the Baron's gray account book. There's no such thing as debts being wiped out when one dies here. Death can take away the breath of a gambler, but it cannot take away the parchment scroll recorded in the notary office that records the debt. It is only natural that a son should pay off his father's debts. Norris had to be thankful that his gambling father was limited in ability and could not incur debts of hundreds of gold. According to the law, those who could not repay their debts would be sentenced to become slaves of the creditor. Fortunately, his father drank himself to death before this step came. As he was only 14 at the time, the United Kingdom law was quite humane and allowed him to repay the loan in installments after he turned 16. Repay 2 gold coins every 3 months, including interest. A total of 40 gold coins will be repaid in 5 years. In order to not live a fulfilling slave life, he had been trying to save money since he was 14 years old. Then, all the money saved previously was used in the first year's repayment. There was no way. Norris, who barely met the minimum standards for adventurers, simply did not have the ability to earn so much money. Now 17 years old, he should have become a slave because he did not pay back the loan, but fate seemed to have favored him a little. The monsters on the 5th floor were cleared out by Pudgy and his companions. Even a bronze-level adventurer like him could dig out baskets of magic crystals from there as long as he carefully followed the rules. Thank you, Pudgy. Otherwise, he would have been on the slave ship to the archipelago. Now, he just wanted to go down to the dungeon as soon as possible and dig up a basket of magic crystals. Early the next morning, Norris rushed to the underground city with his backpack and pickaxe. When he entered, he noticed some traces of mycelium above the dungeon entrance. I don't know whether the other adventurers passing by didn't notice it or they had become accustomed to it. It seems that it is no longer strange where the mycelium grows now. I heard that mycelium has started to grow on the 6th floor, and Pudgy is fighting the slime fiercely there. But it has nothing to do with me for now. As long as I dig magic crystals honestly, I can save a little money while paying off my debts. Even if it was only a few dozen silver coins, it was extremely precious to him. While Norris was thinking about his savings plan, he shamelessly followed the other teams down to the 5th floor. He was weak, so he had no choice but to do so. The pickaxe struck out tiny sparks on the rock wall. As usual, it took Norris nearly 2 days to fill a basket with magic crystal or... When we were near the cave entrance, something unexpected happened. Someone was approaching. Damn it, the ground is covered with magic crystals. The hoarse voice shook the mycelium on the top of the cave and fell down. This gave Norris a bad feeling. Another hoarse voice echoed. It's a big mistake for not having been here before. Hurry up, pack up everything. When Norris walked up, he saw 2 figures wearing leather armor frantically grabbing the scattered ores. Well, if you keep doing this, Pudgy will come over, Norris couldn't help but remind them. When Pudgy fights with adventurers, he doesn't care if he accidentally hurts him. An adventurer glanced at him, and seeing that he was only at the bronze level, he sneered and pushed him down. Stop pretending. You picked it up yourself instead of letting others pick it up. It was obvious that he thought the magic crystals in his basket were also picked up. However, when Norris fell, the pickaxe that slipped out of his hand drew a silver arc in the air and hit a mushroom cap who was mining right on target. The shelled mushroom cap cracked open on the spot and fell limply to the ground. Norris turned pale at this. Damn it. He could only quickly pick up the magic crystal that had fallen on the ground and run outside first. The 2 adventurers were not completely unaware of the situation on the 5th floor. After a brief pause, they immediately reacted. Oops, that's fucking terrible. Then hurry up, it won't be easy for Pudgy to surround you in no time. It was obviously that kid who killed him. A cursing voice came from behind, and 2 adventurers carrying bags filled with magic crystals chased after him. When they passed Norris, someone tripped him. This time Norris fell heavily to the ground, and several magic crystals in the basket on his back fell out from behind and even hit his head. You killed him yourself, so you should bear the consequences yourself. The adventurer's voice faded away, and Norris had no time to pick up the magic crystal. He knew what would happen if he killed Pudgy. Got to escape quickly. However, just after the 2 adventurers in the distance ran out of the cave for a few steps, Norris saw 7 or 8 Pudgy suddenly jumped out from the fungal carpet around them, swooped down, and then there was a series of loud noises. The force of the explosion shook the cave, and Norris had to stick to the wall to resist the impact. He didn't notice that a large piece of rock above his head was shaken off. After an unknown amount of time, Norris finally regained a little consciousness. He wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt so heavy that he could only barely close them. He tried to reach out, but found that his forearm was stuck in the crevice at an angle that violated the joint structure. Half-solidified plasma wrapped around his entire right arm, and the smell of rust seeped into his nose. His body was being crushed by the rubble. Am I going to die? Norris felt a sense of panic in his heart, which was the instinctive fear of death of living things. But then some memories flashed before my eyes like a kaleidoscope. The debt collector mercilessly took the last copper from his hand, looking at him as if he were a dying prey. Adventurers of all kinds bullied him for all sorts of arbitrary reasons, and he had no choice but to retreat. The man he caught stealing his money not only didn't return the money, but also got his accomplices to beat him up. It seems it wouldn't be bad if this shitty life just ended like this. But for some reason, at the end of the revolving lantern, the girl who wanted to stand up for him flashed by. Before he could figure out what this meant, Norris's mind began to wander, and his consciousness seemed to be pulled away into the void. He was about to die. In the final trance, something seemed to stick to his neck. A voice he had never heard before suddenly appeared in his mind. I'm sorry to disturb your enjoyment of death, but I just want to ask, are you still interested in continuing to live? 97. Employment Review. At the collapsed cave entrance, 20 digging Pudgy were working hard to break up the fallen boulders, and behind them, 10 Oxhorse Pudgy were constantly moving the rubble aside with their reinforced mycelium tentacles. This was a small mistake made by Lin Jun. He had wanted to place some automatic attack mines at important nodes to effectively attack the enemy. However, he forgot that the cave was too fragile, and Pudgy's self-destruction ability had been greatly improved. This time it didn't even explode directly in the cave, but at a distance of more than 10 meters. Whenever this happened, Lin Jun would miss the passage in the deep area, where no matter how hard it was bombed or exploded, the overall structure was as stable as Mount Tai. Speaking of which, normal mining requires reinforcement of the mine, right? Lin Jun has no knowledge of civil engineering, so if he had to think of a reinforcement method, it would be to build some scaffolding in the tunnel, but it is hard to say how much effect that would have. I don't know if there is such knowledge in this world. It would be great if we could find a few talented people. After all, if he could finally take control of the dungeon, there would definitely be more places that could be mined than just the 5th floor. If there were landslides every day, no one would be able to bear it. About a day later, the landslide at the cave exit was finally cleared. Some of the excavators trapped inside ran out one by one and rolled onto the fungal carpet outside to replenish their energy. Only about half of the excavators that were originally working were still able to move. The rest fell into standby mode because they were unable to replenish nutrition in time, and a few of them even starved to death. The cows, horses, and other animals entered and carried the animals out one by one. Lin Jun checked the internal tunnels again. The good news was that almost none of the internal tunnels collapsed, which meant that the loss was not that great. Among them, Lin Jun paid special attention to tunnel number 22 and sent a Pudgy to explore all the way to the bottom. He was relieved only after confirming that there was no problem. The reason why Lin Jun is so concerned about tunnel number 22 is that it is not a tunnel dug for the purpose of mining. Its purpose is to dig out a dungeon diagonally upwards, because the dungeon has only one exit. Even if Lin Jun extends out, when he encounters an enemy who knows his situation, the enemy can destroy the fungal mat at the gate in large numbers to cut off his connection with the outside world. At worst, this method can cause a lot of delay in Lin Jun's external control. This is why, when faced with the issue of outward development and downward development, Lin Jun would focus on the downward direction and only spread a small amount of mycelium outward to explore the way. But if we can dig out a second exit, or even a third or fourth one, then there will be no worries in this regard. Of course, this is not because Lin Jun thinks that the dungeon will have such a big loophole. If there was such a loophole, the dungeon would have been riddled with holes long ago. There's a high probability that when you dig to the boundary, there will be restrictions similar to air walls. But don't I have the privileges of a hero? If I can use the privileges to overcome the restrictions, then there will be no problem. Anyway, the cost of giving it a try is just a dozen or so Pudges taking turns to work every day. The cave collapse was not entirely a loss. Lin Jun still gained something. In a mushroom house in the mushroom forest, Norris was lying on a mushroom bed, covered with translucent mycelium. The bones in his left arm and both legs were crushed, his spine was broken, and multiple organs were damaged. Even though the mycelium was repairing his body, Lin Jun still used up several bottles of healing potions to keep him alive. However, the mycelium can repair the flesh and organs, and can barely reconnect broken bones, but it is not possible for bones broken like his. So even if he wakes up now, he will be a paralyzed, useless person. Lin Jun knew that in the human world, there existed a top-level item called the limb regeneration potions that could replenish one's limbs with only one breath left. But he didn't. The items in his inventory were all contributed by the adventurers who came and went. How could these guys have potions of this level? Besides, even if he had it, he would classify it as strategic materials instead of using it to save a stranger. The reason why I say this is that this young man named Norris is my own harvest. That's because this guy has the fewest skills among all the people Lin Jun has ever met. Normal humans, even low-level adventurers, who would enter a dungeon would all have a bunch of skills. Although the skill levels are very low, and most of them have no practical value, they are there. If it were someone as old as Dylan, he would have even more skills. So every time Lin Jun added a skill, the cost would be sky high. Therefore, it is simply impossible to raise Dylan to diamond level by stacking skills. Similarly, Lin Jun could only give Xiao He a few key skills, and he had to save up enough magic power in advance every time. But the young man in front of him is different. He has very few skills, and his panel can even be described as clean, and he is different from Dylan. Although Dylan depends on Lin Jun, generally speaking, he doesn't owe Lin Jun anything. When the two met for the first time, Dylan let Lin Jun out, and Lin Jun saved his life, so they were even. After that, it just developed into a superior subordinate relationship between boss and employees. Therefore, Lin Jun didn't dare to try many of his ideas on Dylan. After all, if he was really transformed into a supernatural being one day, even Lin Jun would feel a little embarrassed. But the young man in front of him was different. He almost died because of the two adventurers who had sunk into the swamp. And now, I save his life, so I ask him to help explore the effect of combining human and monster skills. This is fair. But before that, we still have to investigate the details of this young man. A Pudgy came forward, and its mycelial tentacles slapped Norris' face continuously. After a while, Norris woke up slowly. He wanted to get up, but found that only his right hand could move. Soon, Norris understood his situation. Although he didn't know why he was rescued, it seemed that he might as well have died on the spot. For a moment, he felt that nothing mattered, and he was not even curious about why there was a Pudgy standing next to him. Do you remember that you told me you wanted to live? Lin Jun's voice suddenly rang in Norris' mind. Norris was startled at first, but soon returned to his disheartened look and just asked casually, "Who are you? The god of death? But I heard that the god of death is a goddess. You don't look like you want to live. Is it because you're disabled? Actually, you can recover." Really? Norris' eyes lit up. Really. It's just that there will be a small price to pay. But that's not important. Let me confirm with you again. If you have a healthy body, you still want to live, right? Answer me yes or no. Norris. He actually wanted to ask what the small price was, but this mysterious voice seemed not to want to waste any more time talking to him. Norris thought of the revolving lantern before, and the girl he had only met once. He wanted to get close to her, to get to know her, to talk to her, I want to live. Okay, now let's move on to the second part of the interview. The second part? The mysterious voice seems full of expectation. Norris wanted to continue thinking, but for some reason, he suddenly couldn't concentrate. Young man, let's talk about your story now. This voice seemed to come from the horizon, carrying a magical power that he could not refuse. 98, Underground Runoff. Steal LV2, one of the many inconspicuous low-level skills in the skill library. Although it is not a recovery skill, as expected, after equipping this skill and supplying magic power, the broken bones are indeed replaced by the steel bones generated by the skill, and in fact achieve the effect of bone setting. Claw Attack LV7. Most beast-type monsters have this skill, but when it was used on Pudgy, the claws grew out of the pair of short legs. When Norris was first equipped with it, his nails were replaced by 10 centimeters long bone claws. After these steel bones were added, the bone claws began to transform into steel bone claws. Lin Jun had known about the linkage between skills like this for a long time, and now it seems that it is also effective on humans. Neurotoxin LV4. After installing it, he began to be repeatedly paralyzed and lose blood due to the toxins produced by his own body. So he had to be given Toxin Resistance LV5 and Paralysis Resistance LV5 to avoid becoming a vegetable. Mushroom Cannon LV8. Norris lay unconsciously on the fungal blanket as skills were slowly added one after another. Pudgy on the side would occasionally use his bladed tentacles to cut open his flesh and observe the changes inside his body. Under the swamp, the knight rolled up his pen and wrote all this down on a piece of parchment. Adding skills is a slow process, and the first phase of Nora's transformation will take about a week. It is naturally impossible for Lin Jun to do only this during this period of time. As a busy mushroom, he also controls the scouts and directs the battle on the 6th floor. Things are still fine on the scout side for now. Dylan has the help of his good brother, so everything is going well for now. On the 6th floor, the carrots that Lin Jun gave to the tree monsters began to take effect. More and more tree monsters were willing to come out to work, and now there are nearly 40 of them. The original tree demon directly surrendered to Lin Jun and started calling him boss. In order to make it easier to call him, Lin Jun also gave it a name, Xiaolu. Lin Jun also thought it was strange to name an old tree bark Xiaolu, but he already had Xiaohe, so he thought about whether he could form a 5-color team. He remembered that there were blue-haired werewolves. With the addition of the tree demon, Lin Jun opened up the situation on the ground. The tree demon is an excellent pioneer on the 6th floor and is also a qualified meat shield with control skills. Lin Jun asked each of them to command at least 10 Pudges to clear the slimes on the ground. With them, the pressure on the rock wall was greatly reduced, and Lin Jun could lay a larger area of fungal mat at one time. Now the farthest one had reached the dome where the slime could not reach, and began to devour the firefly grass. It can be said that the outcome of the battle on the 6th floor has been decided. However, these stupid slimes obviously didn't realize this, and kept jumping out from everywhere. Lin Jun's focus also changed from advancing the fungal mat to finding the source of the slime. "Boss, come and take a look." Xiaolu seemed to have discovered something. Honestly, it was quite awkward to be called boss by the tree demon's old voice. It was even more awkward than when Dylan called me that. Lin Jun turned his gaze and found that it and its 12 Pudges were guarding a patch of grass. What's the meaning? But Lin Jun soon understood. The grass in the middle suddenly swayed, and soon a red slime crawled out from it. Without waiting for the slime to jump away, Xiaolu strode forward and smashed the slime to pieces with a tree trunk smash. Then he pulled out all the weeds around it, revealing a gap 1/2 meter long and no wider than a finger, from which the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Underground runoff? No wonder, even though I had such a good view from the rock wall, I couldn't find where the slime came from. It would make sense if it moved to various locations via the underground water network and then drilled out. This can be regarded as Lin Jun's blind spot in thinking. After all, it is underground, and there is no underground water flow in the first 5 floors, so I really didn't think of it for a while. But this is troublesome. With a body like that of a slime, it can fit into any gap and move freely inside. Although Pudgy tried hard and was able to squeeze it a little to deform it, it was definitely not as good as the former. Even if we know that the source of the slime is hidden in the underground water network, it will take some time to find it along this network. As if seeing Lin Jun's troubles, Xiaolu took the initiative to suggest, "I might be able to help you explore the groundwater network." As he spoke, Xiaolu stepped on the edge of the crack, and the roots of his feet moved downwards and penetrated into the soil. Lin Jun was stunned by what he saw. Actually, tree spirits are different from mushrooms and cannot collect magic power directly from the air. Or rather, they can, but the efficiency is very low. When they rest in the forest, they take root in the ground, absorbing nutrients and magic from the soil. I just didn't expect that I could use roots to explore underground. Little Green took root step by step and moved forward little by little along the underground waterway. At this time, it didn't have the time to help the Pudges clear the way, and it even had to be protected by the Pudges as it was inconvenient to move quickly. Faced with the monsters that came to his door, Lin Jun did not show any emotion and ordered the Pudges to fire back decisively. At this time, clearing out a small number of monsters will not cause any trouble to the 6th level ecology. Along the way, they used the panel to find the hidden plant-type monsters one by one and defeated them from a distance, and the Pudges didn't even lose a single one. But after moving for an hour, the magic power was exhausted. This is normal. The Greenbell team has been exploring for a long time, and this hour has consumed a lot of magic power. Just when Lin Jun was about to call a timeout, Xiaolu stopped first. "What's wrong?" Li Yun asked. "Sorry, boss. The underground sewer is too deep here. The roots can't reach it." The tree demon seemed a little embarrassed. After all, the plan he proposed did not work out in the end, and it wasted so much time. But Lin Jun didn't think it was a waste. "Then go back first. I'll give you a map of the 6th floor. Starting tomorrow, You will start exploring the relatively shallow underground waterways on the entire 6th floor, and then draw a summary on the map. These words are not only spoken to Xiaolu, but were also conveyed to all the tree spirits active on the 6th floor through the fungus web. Lin Jun's idea is that if the slime production point is in a shallow waterway, it will be found directly by the tree demon. If it is in a location that cannot be explored, by summarizing the waterway network, Lin Jun can roughly determine which area the deeper waterways are located, and then focus on investigating these locations. Just dig down if necessary. He wanted to see what the hell was that could be hidden so disgustingly. In fact, Lin Jun still has some small fantasies. This thing can produce so many slimes, which means it has sufficient energy. And based on experience, maybe it's another piece of sunstone fragment? Now Lin Jun's sunstone remnant is the result of splicing 2 fragments together. The amount of magic produced through photosynthesis is roughly equivalent to the total magic production of the 5th floor. If we add another fragment, the magic output will increase by at least 50%, right? With so much magic power, maybe the elite Puji plan behind me can be put into small-scale mass production? Yes. After receiving Lin Jun's order, the tree monsters replied one by one in the fungus web. Lin Jun keenly noticed that there was one less reply. After sensing it, Puji, who had lost his command and was in an idle state, found the tree demon, or rather, found its corpse. Norantano Prupe Burial. It is normal for tree monsters to be killed occasionally. Even though the tree demon is considered strong on this level, the dungeon is not short of surprises. But the culprit who killed the tree demon in front of him still made Lin Jun exclaim, "Fuck! What a big flower bud! What a huge flower demon! So big!" Of course, Lin Jun had long transcended the mundane world and did not have any worldly desires. He was just simply marveling at the sight. Come to think of it, the flower demon would grow the core of its flower into the shape of a human's upper body. Was it originally intended to trap humans? However, this kind of mimicry behavior is already outdated. Who among the current adventurers would still fall for it? In addition, although flower demons look like humans, they actually do not have high intelligence. Whether it makes sounds similar to talking or makes various facial expressions and movements like humans, it is just a hunting behavior, which is essentially no different from the Venus flytrap, secreting nectar to attract flying insects. But this flower demon is really big. The dark purple base of the corolla filled the entire small basin, and it looked as if it was so heavy that it had crushed the surrounding land. The tree demon, which was taller than a human, was like a toy in front of it. No one knows how the tree demon offended it, but now it has been flattened by the stems and leaves of the flower demon and turned into waste wood. If the body of the tree demon could still be considered intact after being photographed, then Puji, who went with the tree demon, was in a much more miserable state. They were all stuck to the ground, and it was difficult to catch them, so only one that stood far away became the survivor. He had no intention of seeking revenge. Although it was indeed rare for this flower demon to be so big, it did not have much special value to Lin Jun. After all, Lin Jun doesn't covet the materials on it, so it's good to keep it as the 6th level feature. On the contrary, the corpse of a tree demon is more valuable plant affinity skill. It's a rare sight to see a tree demon die of natural causes. He must be brought back to the 5th floor for a proper burial. But it's hard to ask other tree monsters for help in this kind of thing, so we can only rely on Puji. Soon, a group of miscellaneous troops rushed down from the 5th floor. Because we were formed on the spur of the moment, we have a bit of all kinds of stuff. Cannon mushroom, whip mushroom, cow mushroom, self-exploding mushroom, big black mushroom. Xiaohei, why are you following me? Following Puji. It's okay to join in the fun. Just follow. To be on the safe side, Lin Jun still reminded him. Just follow and watch. Don't make any trouble. The Pujis advanced towards the direction of the big flower demon in a mighty manner. Because there were no tree demons to lead the way, the Pujis were attacked by many plants along the way. Lin Jun didn't care. One problem with plants is that they are slow to digest. If they were fed some Puji along the way, they would take most of the day to digest it all, so naturally it would all become harmless. When Xiaohei first saw Puji being caught, she started to tear up the plants, but she soon realized that she could not keep up with the main group, so she simply gave up. They reached the edge of the small basin, and there were only about 40 Pujis left. Now, there was only one last step left, snatching the tree monster's corpse. Lin Jun still planned to use the old method of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. First put a few baits down, and when it attacks the baits, the cows, horses, and Pudgy will pull up the tree monster's corpse. Simple strategies always work well against these mindless monsters. Suddenly surrounded by a bunch of puffs from afar, the flower demon seemed a little restless. A rhizome suddenly shot out from the ground and pierced a Pudgy standing outside the basin. What the hell? Isn't this out of attack range? Soon, more rhizomes poked out and the puffs were strung together one by one. Depend on, this flower demon still knows how to hide his abilities? The remaining Pudgy had been standing on the edge of the basin and was fine, which made Lin Jun mistakenly believe that the flower demon's attack range was limited to the basin. In just a few seconds, more than 10 Pudgys were killed. Lin Jun commanded the remaining Pudgy to retreat. He had to reorganize the formation. The only slow-reacting fellow left, there was Xiao He. Ding ding ding. The roots of the flower demon kept poking out of the ground, hitting the scales of the big black mushroom with a crisp sound. There was no mark on the scales, but the roots were all broken by themselves. Xiao He stared at the small holes left by the roots in the ground, and then looked at the flower demon in the center of the small basin. After thinking for a long time, I finally seemed to understand that I was attacked by a flower demon. Lin Jun had just reorganized his troops when a loud noise was heard from the small basin. When the Pudgys went over, they saw a flower fairy that had been beaten into the ground, the kind that couldn't be pulled out even if they tried. No, how come he was beaten to death? How rare it is to be so big. It poked me. Xiao He pointed at the flower demon on the ground. It can't poke you. What? Forget it, forget it. Let's pack up and go. Xiao He, take the flower demon with you, don't waste it. The Pudgys lifted up the tree demon, and Xiao He grabbed the core of the flower demon and pulled it out, then dragged the flower demon, which was 3 times bigger than her, behind the Pudgys. Lin Jun looked at the flower bud that remained in place, wondering if another flower demon could grow out of it. The flower demon was already smashed to pieces, and the dragging made it fall off a little here and a little there. By the time it reached the stairs, it looked like less than half of it was left. Boss! The sound from the fungus net gave Lin Jun a startle. Xiaolu stood not far away, looking at the human-shaped rotten wood carried by the Pudgys in confusion. Xiaolu, why did you come out? I sensed a lot of Pudgy coming down. I came to see if I can help. There was a silence afterwards, with only Xiao He looking around, not understanding why he stopped. The tree demon had realized what was going on by now, but it was a bit embarrassing, to be honest. A long time. Xiaolu, accidental death? Lin Jun, it was an accidental death, and I helped to avenge it. Xiaolu looked at the remains of the flower demon, then looked at the big black mushroom dragging the remains, and some not-so-beautiful memories came to his mind. Nodding, the tree demon retreated back the way it came. Lin Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't do anything bad, it would be bad to be misunderstood. It's so hard to improve the tree demon's favorability. It will be troublesome if we sow the seeds of doubt again. Fortunately, Little Green is sensible. I'll give it an A-grade magic crystal later. Lin Jun was busy dealing with the bodies of the 2 monsters. Thousands of miles away, Dylan was doing the same thing. The heavy rain fell on Dylan's face and wet his eyelashes, but Dylan had no time to wipe it off because he was holding something with both hands. Brother Dylan, be careful not to slip. In the grove, 2 people were carrying a corpse, one in front and one behind, in the heavy rain. Do you remember the location? Dylan asked. Upon hearing this, Chloro looked around and turned to indicate a direction. There! Soon, the 2 men carried the body to the destination, and here, there was another body they carried. Dylan took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. I'm not tired, but I feel nervous. This place is already next to the port city of Clark. I didn't expect that I didn't mess up the job, but the experienced Krallo caused trouble. Looking at the 2 bodies on the ground, Dylan was speechless. How did it become like this? 100. Magical uses of slime. What should we do now? It's hard to dig a hole in the rain. This is not like the time with the noble knight. There is no town in front or behind, only a village. If it's lost in the woods, it will probably take a long time for anyone to find it. Their current location is already considered to be in the outskirts of the city. To be more precise, this is a vineyard on the edge of the city. Although not every day, there are always people coming every now and then. If the body is left alone, it will definitely be discovered within a week. Any ordinary corpse would attract the guards to investigate. let alone one of them is a vampire corpse. If Dylan was still in the city and hadn't waited for the boat to the archipelago, he might get into some trouble. Fortunately, Krallo is indeed a professional, and his method of dealing with corpses is much more advanced. Krallo took out a bottle with a simple seal on the mouth from his backpack, opened it, and poured out the contents of the bottle, a green slime. No need to dig a hole. The slime will eat the body clean. Chloro's face wasn't looking good either, and he looked at Dylan with a hint of apology. After all, this was all his fault, and he, as the eldest brother, was really embarrassed. Brother Dylan, please stay here and make sure the slime digests the body properly instead of running around. I went back to clean up the traces. I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble. Dylan waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. Chloro sighed and went back to the vineyard. Dylan was the only one left, staring at the small piece of slime as it grew bigger and bigger. It's actually not quite right to call this woman with protruding fangs and scarlet eyes a vampire. To be precise, he is a half-vampire who has not yet completed his ascension. Because real vampires will turn into ashes when they die, and only half-vampires who have not yet obtained the title will leave behind their corpses. This is common sense. For Dylan, this incident was an unprovoked disaster. The two of them had already arrived outside the port city of Clark, and Chloro suddenly suggested going to a safe house and resting there for a night before taking Dylan into the city. Dylan agreed and followed Chloro to the vineyard. When we got there, we found out that the so-called safe house was the residence of Krallo's old lover. What kind of spies are you? And what kind of a development is this? Catching an adulterer? Dylan covered his face, recalling what Chloro had said in the vineyard. Brother Dylan, please wait outside the door for a while. I'll go give you a surprise first. What does this mean? Why is this man in your bedroom? How dare you, a pretty boy, stab me? You actually helped this pretty boy? When Dylan rushed over, the nameless pretty boy had already fallen in a pool of blood, while Krallo and his so-called lover were fighting each other. Both of them were furious and fought to the death, using all their fighting skills. Seeing that Krallo was suppressed and might be killed at any time, Dylan naturally could not stand idly by and joined the battle with a fine steel sword in hand. When everything was over, it had become what it is now. A demon spy killed another demon spy in human territory because he caught an adulterer. What the hell is going on? What Dylan actually wanted to ask was, are shapeshifters and vampires really okay? But obviously this kind of question cannot be asked now. Dylan also discovered that this pretty boy was really white and his clothes were quite gorgeous. He looked like a rich young man. Anyway, it's definitely not the kind of guy who no one cares about if he dies. Trouble. Brother Dylan. Chloro's tired voice came from behind. After Krallo came back, the two waited for a long time until the slime digested the half-vampire and wrapped the pretty boy in it before leaving. Don't we have to deal with the slime? Dylan asked. No need. It's just an ordinary slime. Who knows what it has eaten? After this incident, the two naturally did not dare to delay and could only choose to enter the city overnight. The way to enter the city is definitely not through the main gate. Not to mention that the gate was closed at this time. Even if it was open, Dylan would not be able to get in. The salty sea breeze blew in their faces as Krallo led Dylan around the city and came to a drainage outlet near the sea. Flowed out from it continuously. After Krallo approached, he grabbed the second iron rod on the left and took it down with a light lift. At Chloro's signal, Dylan went in first with his backpack. Chloro used the toe of his shoe to kick away the broken shells stuck in the stone groove, wedged the iron rod back into place before following. As his boot heels rolled over the years of silt in the drainage channel, Dylan covered his nose and sighed. This is the first time I've seen such a large sewer. When Clark was first established, it was planned according to the standards of a large city with a population of 200,000, so the sewers were naturally not small. You know so much. Dylan guessed it was one of the required courses for spies. Chloro looked at the water level gradually overflowing from the trough below him and reminded, hurry up, if the rain gets heavier, this place will be flooded. After walking quickly for a long distance, the two finally climbed up a ladder before the water rose. Dylan thought he would climb directly to the ground, but unexpectedly, it was a mezzanine. As soon as I came up, I suddenly heard a shrill voice. Wow, I didn't expect that someone would come up here in this horrible weather. Dylan subconsciously touched the sword at his waist and looked at the source of the sound, a rat man. Seeing Dylan touching the sword, the rat man put his hands behind his back and said, You want to cause trouble here? A hand patted Dylan's shoulder. It was Chloro. Don't be nervous. This guy is a newcomer and doesn't know the rules. How much has the introduction become now? Tisk, take care of the people you bring, the rat man complained in dissatisfaction, but he didn't really take it seriously. The primer is 10 silver per person, but the road is flooded today, so I can't take you up until tomorrow. Krallo nodded and handed 20 silver coins to the rat man, who then threw him 2 crooked but very similar iron plates. Chloro gave one to Dylan. The two continued to walk inside, and Dylan asked quietly, "Is that rat man also a spy?" "Of course not. He should be a member of a gang in Clark City. If my intelligence is correct, it should be the Black Steel Brotherhood. No matter who you are, as long as you pay, they will send you to the city at the right time." "So that's what it is," Dylan nodded. At first he thought that all humans have been infiltrated. It turns out that it's just a gang that exists in every city. The two soon came to a relatively clean area where there were some guys sitting here and there who obviously came from nowhere. Some people were holding iron plates similar to the one in Dylan's hand. They seemed to be dangerous people who wanted to sneak into the city. Further away, there were a few guys dressed like the rat men, obviously gang members, guarding the exit. Chloro found an empty space and said, "Let's rest here for now. Try not to get into conflict with these guys. If a fight breaks out, these gang members won't come out to maintain order. I've given him enough trouble today, and I don't want any more trouble." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from behind Dylan. "My hand!" A halfling knelt on the ground, clutching his bleeding wrist and screaming in pain, while the palm that was supposed to be on his wrist fell several meters away. The attention of the people around was drawn over, but they all just looked like they were watching a show. Chloro immediately realized that this man was most likely a thief and was somewhat surprised by Dylan's alertness. "That's pretty impressive, bro. I didn't even notice there was someone behind me." "Huh? It's okay, it's okay." Feeling the backpack straps moving, Dylan finally realized what had happened. Facing the gazes from all around, Dylan could only hold the backpack tighter behind him. At this time, Lin Jun's attention was focused on the panel of a man in black robe. Skill, Abyss Magic LV2. A kind of magic never seen before. And he's the type that suggests he's very strong just by looking at his name. Should we ask Dylan to go and see what's going on? 101 Curse. In a small warehouse near the dock in Clark, there's a sewer that is not on the city's map. A rat man crawled out from inside, looked at the two gang members who were guarding, and climbed up only after confirming that it was safe. Then more than 10 people crawled out one after another. They were all people who had entered the sewer the day before yesterday, including Dylan and Chloro. It rained heavily for 2 days, so everyone stayed one more day. After everyone came out, the rat man first collected everyone's iron plate and then drove them all out of the warehouse. Apparently, the 10 silver coin service ends here. "Brother Dylan, thank you for what you did before," Chloro said sincerely. "At the vineyard, if Dylan hadn't joined, I would most likely have been the one who died. No way. I'm the one who has been taken care of along the way." In just a few words, both of them knew it was time to say goodbye. "Well, Brother Dylan, I wish you good luck. Brother Chloro, see you later." The two held hands and were almost hugging each other. Lin Jun almost changed the channel after watching it. Looking at Chloro's leaving back, Dylan felt complicated. Logically, he had a grudge against the demons, and he still remembered clearly that his daughter had been poisoned by blood. However, Krallo was truly doing good for him along the way, even if his kindness was based on the fact that he mistakenly believed that he was also a demon. I just hope that the two of them won't stand on opposite sides one day. But on second thought, if his boss suddenly wanted to form an alliance with the demons one day, he and Krallo might suddenly become real friends. But I don't want to be hostile to humans. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. The boss's voice suddenly reminded Dylan that he had a new mission. He glanced around and saw the man in black robe almost disappearing around the corner, so he quickly followed him. Lin Jun asked Dylan to follow and observe first, and then consider whether to understand this abyss magic through trading or other methods. It's no wonder that Lin Jun cares so much. Although he hasn't learned how to cast spells yet, he already has all the other magic skills. He's just never seen this one before. It's like a rare card. He's itching to learn more about it. Taking a step back, it is also necessary to understand more about the power system of this world. But Lin Jun still wanted to keep it simple. Krallo's assessment of Dylan's spy skills was correct. Rookie. He had not been following for long when a man in black in front seemed to have noticed him. He quickened his pace and went into the alley. Seeing this, Dylan quickened his pace and followed. In the alley, two people, one in front and one behind, started chasing each other openly. Lin Jun was speechless. He was already exposed. What could he do if he caught up with him? This is the city after all. Think about it. Dylan is not a professional, so it would be difficult for him to communicate with others. Forget it, it's already like this. Before Lin Jun finished speaking, a black light suddenly appeared in the hands of the black-robed man in front of him, and suddenly a ball of twisted magical energy gathered. Dylan's legs suddenly went weak as he took a step forward, and he managed to avoid falling by supporting himself against the wall with his hands. Oh, Lin Jun suddenly became interested. I quickly opened Dylan's panel and saw something different in the status bar. Weakness curse. Attributes decreased by 20%, 104. Curse. It only lasts 2 minutes, which is not long. This was the first time that Lin Jun encountered a negative effect classified as a curse. Just knowing this, at least this trip was not in vain. Poor Dylan, he was already suffering from the aging attribute of minus 20%, and now he was also weak. Now he ran as if he had kidney deficiency. His steps were weak and unstable, and he was thrown off by the man in black in 2 seconds. Not only that, this weak appearance also attracted some scum living in the shadows. While Dylan was holding onto the wall to catch his breath, he was blocked from front and back by 5 thugs holding sticks and knives. A foot stretched out from the corner, causing Dylan to stumble. The luggage bag fell to the ground, and the things inside were scattered all over the floor. These guys, who are at most bronze level, or even not even bronze level, generally don't dare to target adventurers. But if this adventurer looks like he will fall to the ground and faint at any second, that's another story. Weakness curse. Attributes decreased by 20% for. After 4 seconds, the curse disappeared, and Dylan only felt that the sudden feeling of weakness disappeared as suddenly as it came. Taking another deep breath, strength returned to Dylan's body. The people around him obviously didn't notice Dylan's change. A thug came up with an iron rod and threatened. "Old man, leave your sword and backpack behind. It's the old guy again." Dylan's hand was already on the sword at his waist. If the guy in front of him took another step forward, he would cut his throat on the spot. "What are you doing?" At the end of the alley, in the backlight, silver-gray armor reflected the fragmented light, and the crisp sound of iron boots stepping on the blue bricks made the air suddenly tense, and a figure in knight armor strode towards the few people. "Knight, run!" The thugs didn't even dare to mess with the guards, let alone the knights. Only Dylan was left there. Dylan originally wanted to run, but then he thought it would be too suspicious if he ran, so he stopped in his tracks. He also couldn't understand why a knight would care about such a matter. It was normal for him to not bother to take care of such a small matter. And when he got closer, Dylan realized that the person in front of him was actually a female knight. She was wearing armor, but no helmet. She had short chestnut hair and an old scar between her brows. From a distance, it was hard to tell her gender. It wasn't just Dylan who couldn't see clearly. The knight opposite him, Liadrin, was the same. She originally thought that it was just an ordinary person being harassed by gangsters, so she came to help. However, when she got closer, she found that it was a guy dressed as an adventurer. She didn't like adventurers, but since they were all here, she still asked, "Are you okay?" Dylan felt a little relieved by the official attitude. He was afraid that the knight had discovered something unusual and came here. Dylan expertly acted like an ordinary adventurer would when seeing a knight. "Thank you for your protection. I am fine." "Well, that's fine." Liadrin looked past Dylan and glanced at the things that fell out of the luggage bag, her eyes lingering on a familiar-looking pendant. After thinking for a while, without any clue, she decided not to stay any longer. She really didn't want to say anything more to these adventurers. Most of the security problems in the city were caused by these guys. Looking at the female knights leaving back, Dylan also breathed a sigh of relief. Dylan could easily deal with those thugs by himself, but the appearance of the female knight disrupted his rhythm. I didn't feel like I was being helped at all. It was more like I was being suddenly questioned. Fortunately, there was no harm. After packing up, Dylan identified the direction and headed towards the pier. He wanted to find out when the boat to the archipelago would be. That night, at the home of Knight Liadrin. Bang! He banged his fist on the table. "Isn't that Wilfred's power pendant?" 102. Open the door and deliver dinner. The moment Dylan pushed open the oak door, the smell of salty and fishy mixed with watery beer filled the air. This was a tavern for dock workers and sailors, dirty and noisy, and Dylan liked this kind of environment. Stew and a glass of wine, delivered to the room. He flicked a few copper coins to the boss and walked straight through the crowd to the second floor. This is already Dylan's third day in Clark. Tomorrow a ship will depart for the islands at the dock and is willing to take passengers along the way. Dylan has been waiting for it to set sail for 3 days. These days, the guards have been patrolling and checking very strictly. I don't know if it was caused by Chloro killing that pretty boy Rich second generation. Anyway, Dylan tries to stay at home as little as possible. Apart from the tavern owner and the second captain of the ship, he had little interaction with anyone else. After returning to the room, Dylan took out a bottle of magic potion from his luggage bag and drank half of it in one gulp. It is impossible to photosynthesize naked in the city, so we can only rely on potions. The remaining half bottle was poured on the scout. The magic potion flowed down between the scales, and the scout's backpack became fuller. Then Dylan pulled out his sword and wiped it carefully with cloth. "Your stew and wine, sir. Dinner is finally here." Dylan stood up and took 2 steps before stopping. "Gentlemen, you? This is not a high-end place. The waiters in the bar are polite if they don't use swear words. Why would they use words like this?" As Dylan thought about it, he immediately found more problems. Downstairs, I don't know when it became quiet. "Sir, are you asleep?" Seeing that Dylan didn't respond for a long time, the person at the door asked again. Dylan was even more certain that there was definitely something wrong with the person outside. How could he be so polite? He quietly put the scout on his back and held the sword in his hand. Dylan quietly walked to the window and looked down through the gap in the coarse cloth curtains. "Damn it, guards. Just the visible ones. There are 3 guards downstairs, and there's no telling how many more there are that are not visible." Dylan couldn't understand why he was targeted. Could it be that Krallo was caught and gave himself up? Click. While Dylan was daydreaming, the person outside the door seemed to have lost his patience and tried to force the door open. Faced with difficulties, Dylan made a decisive choice. Boss, we need support." Lin Jun, who was originally experimenting with the effects of Plant Affinity LV1, received Dylan's distress signal and shifted his attention. Magic Perception LV6, Airflow Sensing LV7, Sound Wave Detection LV6. After going through several reconnaissance skills, Lin Jun quickly understood the situation. "You were surrounded by 13 people. What did you do?" "I don't know. Dylan hasn't figured it out yet." "Kill them all. Backpack straps ready to go." There was 1 gold and 12 bronze ones, and it was not difficult to kill them all thanks to the terrain on the second floor of the tavern. "Stop it, boss. This is in the city. It is impossible for a city to be without diamond-level strongmen, let alone an important port city like Clark that connects the archipelago." After making such a big fuss here, Dylan didn't think he could get away. "I can't kill him." Then, Lin Jun thought for a moment and pointed in a direction with his backpack strap. Across the street, the house with a red roof. "Rush in." Hearing this, Dylan looked out the window and saw, sure enough, a warehouse with a red roof diagonally opposite. Click-bang. As soon as Dylan confirmed the location, the door was violently opened. "It's you?" Standing outside the door were several guards and a knight in silver gray armor. Although she was wearing a helmet this time, Dylan recognized her at once. So was exposed at that time? But why? Without thinking too much, Dylan decisively broke the window and jumped out. Don't even think about escaping. The knight actually charged straight forward, and although he didn't kill Dylan, he knocked down the wall directly. Dylan jumped from the second floor to the ground, and faced with 2 guards with guns, he did not dare to fight at all. Relying on dodge LV4 and acceleration LV6, he managed to dodge away without getting hurt. The knight behind her had already jumped down, and she just stomped her foot on the spot. Speed LV5. Even though the female knight Liadrin was wearing heavy armor, she did not seem slow at all. With the help of her skills, she quickly chased after Dylan. And further behind were the guards who were hurrying up. Red Roof Warehouse. Red Roof Warehouse. With the advantage of running a few steps first, Dylan rushed to the outside of the Red Roof Warehouse. But there is no time to leisurely knock on the door. Although I don't know why the boss pointed here, I think it's right to just run in. Spin/LV5. Dylan used his 3-pronged attack again. The gate was just an ordinary wooden door, and the wooden latch at the back broke under the blow. Without delay, Dylan plunged in. Dylan realized something was wrong when he came in. Why are there so many people in an empty warehouse? Why are all these people wearing black robes? Why not light a lamp instead of a candle on the ground? Were these circles on the ground? There was a man in a black robe with dark magical energy gathered in his hands. All the people in black robes looked at Dylan in astonishment, as if they had not expected someone to suddenly rush in. Behind Dylan, the female knight had caught up and was blocking the door. "Ah, I see. This is a gathering of abyss magic users. I was wondering why there's so many targets with high magic power here." The boss looked as if he had just figured it out. Dylan's face turned pale. What's worse than being hunted by a group of people? Of course, he was being chased by two groups of people. Troublemaker. The black-robed men's hands lit up with black light, representing abyss magic. "So you're a user of black magic. No wonder." The knight crushed some props and formed a translucent protective film around his body. "Boss, do I have to die today?" Dylan was caught in the middle, his face looking as ugly as it could be. Damn it! Purple mist gushed out from the backpack, and the sweet and fishy smell instantly spread all around. Hallucinogenic spores, LV6. The familiar smell made Dylan, who was at the center, a little dazed. "What are you daydreaming about? Run away now." The boss's voice woke Dylan up all of a sudden. Relying on the resistance he had built up day after day, Dylan ran to the corner in the direction indicated by the backpack. Behind Dylan, the knight and the man in black robe soon started fighting in the chaos. "Quick, activate the magic circle." A distorted roar came from somewhere. Immediately, Dylan felt a chill as if seeping from deep in his bones. Something was very wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly where the problem was. Although the surface of his skin was intact, the feeling of exhaustion from the elapse of life spread throughout his body, as if a pair of invisible hands were grasping his heart and slowly tightening. However, Lin Jun clearly saw that Dylan was cursed again. Withering curse. The upper limit of health gradually decreases. Not only was Dylan cursed, but so was the scout, and there was no time limit. If there is no time limit, then there is a scope limit. Lin Jun directly commanded, "Sneak out now and try to run as far away as possible." Upon hearing this, Dylan's body color changed and became similar to the wall. The light in the warehouse was dim, and the hallucinogenic spores had not yet completely dispersed, so Dylan's whereabouts were concealed very well. The two groups of people in the warehouse were almost fighting each other. The man in black robe wanted to use the formation and abyss magic to kill the knight. Many guards had been killed and fell to the ground, their life or death unknown. The knight wanted to destroy the formation, and although he was forced back after several charges, he managed to chop down several men in black robes. At a time like this, no one had time to notice that something the same color as the wall had sneaked out. When they were a little further away, Dylan just started running. The farther I ran, the lighter the palpitations seemed to become. Just when Dylan relaxed a little, the boss suddenly reminded him, "Be careful." Careful? What to be careful about? Dylan looked around and finally saw a figure walking in the darkness ahead. He was wearing a loose silk dress with two swords, one long and one short, stuck on his waist, which were obviously not ordinary swords. "Boss, who is this?" No response. Dylan didn't dare to move rashly. The boss said to be careful, not to run. As he got closer, Dylan could see the man's appearance clearly, an ordinary middle-aged man. You can find a lot of people like this in the tavern. Apart from the two swords, Dylan couldn't see anything special about this man. But the boss shouldn't be wrong. "What happened over there?" the middle-aged man asked casually. "No, I don't know. A knight and his guards suddenly started fighting with someone." Dylan naturally wouldn't say it had anything to do with him. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to walk forward at a moderate pace. Just after passing Dylan, he suddenly stopped, stared at the backpack on Dylan's back for a long time, and even touched the hilt of the dagger, seeming a little hesitant. However, he had already entered the range of the formation of the group of black-robed men. After feeling a palpitation, the middle-aged man obviously realized what this was. He withdrew his gaze without further delay and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Dylan shuddered as if he had finally escaped from the lion's sight. In fact, not only Dylan, but Lin Jun also felt the final strong sense of oppression, and at one point thought that the guy was really going to chop him down. "Boss, who is that?" This time Lin Jun didn't continue pretending to be dead. "Well, is there anyone among you humans who is called a sword master?" Name, Alvin Slain. Level, 70. Title, Sword Saint. 103. Harvest. "So this is what exposed you?" Lin Jun asked as he looked at the pendant that was taken from the noble knight. "This is the only possibility I can think of." Dylan shrugged. feeling a little helpless. After I got it, I fiddled with it for a long time and confirmed that it was an item that increased strength by 4. It would have been a shame to just throw it away. However, it is not convenient to wear it openly as stolen goods, so I can only put it in the bag and find a blacksmith to reshape it when I am ready to return. I didn't expect this to happen. It seems that the noble knight is most likely one of Clark's men. There was no point in throwing it away now, so Dylan wrapped it up and put it at the innermost part of the luggage bag, and even found a seal to stick on the bottom. After packing up his things, Dylan walked towards the dock. Those people who practiced abyss magic must have been dealt with. After all, the swordmaster had appeared. But after they were dealt with, there must still be guards there doing follow-up investigations. So, originally the tavern where Dylan lived was on the south side of the dock. After escaping last night, he made a big circle and now ran to the north side of the dock, trying his best to avoid being seen by the guards. Dylan also couldn't understand why the swordmaster appeared in Clark. Although the swordmaster does not have a fixed fiefdom like the Duke of Alama and is much freer to go wherever he wants, he should be moving around near the border now. Why would he come to the port city in the west? Of course, this was just Dylan's random thought. He also knew that it would be impossible for him to figure it out with the little information he knew. When it comes to the swordmaster, Lin Jun's focus is obviously different. During the brief contact, Lin Jun saw something completely different from ordinary people on the swordmaster's panel. Sword of Ultimates, a skill that fits the style of swordmaster very well. But it has no levels. It was the first time that Lin Jun saw a skill without a level, and he was not sure what it meant. Is it a unique skill for the swordmaster title? Or is it the ultimate form of the skill that goes beyond LV10? If possible, I really want to have a good exchange with this swordmaster, or at least see how powerful this skill is. It was a pity that Dylan and the scout were in such a state that they couldn't even hide in time, let alone get close. When Dylan arrived at the dock, the eastern sky was just turning gray and white like an oyster shell. At a glance, there were only 4 guards on duty at the dock, and they seemed to be unaffected by what happened last night. We quickly found a 3-masted sailing ship, the Wind Feather, docked at the berth. Dylan, you're punctual. The one-eyed second-in-command who was waiting under the boat greeted Dylan when he saw him. If you look closely, you can see some translucent fish scales on his rough face. This man must have some merman blood in his ancestors, but it is already quite thin. When do we set sail? Dylan asked casually before stepping onto the gangplank. If possible, he would like to leave immediately. However, the second captain just looked up at the sky. Noon. Dylan had no choice about this, as he was not the only passenger. Generally speaking, everyone agreed to depart at noon, and Fengyu was not surprised. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. After the passengers came on board one after another, the Fengyu retracted the pedals before noon, and it seemed that everyone was there. After the boat left the dock, Dylan, who had been observing from behind, noticed that a group of guards appeared on the dock, and the person leading them was none other than the female knight. They went to the ships that were still at the dock one by one, probably to do some inspection, but this had nothing to do with the Fengyu that had already set off. The dust settled, and Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the ship will pass through several islands, including Dylan's destination, Silver Sand Bay. If nothing goes wrong, it will arrive in a month. During this period, Dylan plans to practice his fighting skills after a long time. Regardless of whether he can really improve much, it would be good to get back some feeling. Have you found a good place? The boss suddenly asked. Huh? What place are you looking for? Dylan didn't understand what the boss meant. Find a place where you can bask in the sun. I tell you, not only do you need magic power, but the scouts also have little magic power, so we have to rely on you to replenish it. Scouts? Dylan asked with a puzzled look on his face. How do I replenish the scouts? A backpack strap moved and connected to Dylan's back in the blind spot of everyone on the deck, and immediately demonstrated to him how to replenish. Feeling the magic power in his body being sucked away, Dylan covered his face and could already imagine that he might not have any clothes to wear in the days ahead. The 5th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon, Venom Lake. Lin Jun has always used this place as a breeding ground for the dragon beast, Malaji. Lin Jun has been feeding these Malaji for a long time, and their numbers have been increasing. They used to eat 1 fat pudgy loaded with mushrooms every 2 days, but now they have to eat 3 in the last 2 days, otherwise they will run to the surrounding areas to eat mushrooms because of hunger. Apparently, the number is increasing very quickly, and it is almost reaching the capacity of the Venom Lake. It is time to harvest them. But we can't just kill Malaji in the lake. That would be too troublesome to collect. and it is not easy to drive them out of the lake. Pudgy's corrosion resistance LV5 can only support activities around the lake, but it cannot go into the water. As the saying goes, keep black for 1,000 days and use it for a moment. Look, it came when I was using Xiaohei. Attracted by the sparkling water, the big black mushroom jumped into the bottom of the lake. Even though Xiaohei has disguised himself as Pudgy, the weight of his black scales means he will sink to the bottom of the water and won't float up at all. But it's just right at this moment. Xiaohei, catch them up. Xiaohei, who was at the bottom of the lake, couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He just walked in the center of the lake, swinging his arms and stirring the water. The effect was quite good. The Miragis in the lake were disturbed and climbed out one after another to the shore. The Pudgys, who had been waiting on the shore for a long time and were equipped with corrosion resistance LV5, rolled up the Miragis one by one and threw them to death. Mirajane has scales on his body, so it's hard to cause enough damage by cutting, and the mushroom cannon can easily blast him into pieces. The method of killing him by falling is primitive, but it works. There were really a lot of Miragis. In half an hour, the Pudgys killed more than 300 Miragis. Xiaohei had come up long ago and was rolling around in a mushroom field, trying to get rid of the stench of the lake water on his body. However, when a ruby was rolled by Pudgy in front of Xiaohei, she stopped rolling. Not caring that he still smelled, he grabbed the ruby and ran towards the mushroom house. His aggressive appearance even scared a group of adventurers who were passing by. The four of them ran in 3 directions. The most unlucky guy was chased all the way and was finally out of breath when he was overtaken by Xiaohei. This time Lin Jun actually paid the wages. This ruby is not a magical material. It is just a pure gem. Its only use is probably to exchange for some gold coins. However, Lin Jun has no need for gold coins, so it is just right for Xiaohei to collect. Lin Jun threw all the Miragi into the swamp area. Although the levels of these Miragi are not high, there are enough of them to upgrade the scale armor to level 6. Of course, Lin Jun did not kill all the Miragis. There were probably about 100 left in the lake. According to the Miragis' reproduction rate, if he fed them more mushrooms, they would probably recover in a few months. After Lin Jun dealt with Miragi, a signal came from another key focus point. Norris woke up. 104. Svergi's so weak. Norris had a dream. I dreamed that I returned to the ground with a magic crystal mine, and there was an A-grade magic crystal in it. After selling it, Norris paid off his debts and actually had quite a bit of money left over. He no longer has to work in the mines every day. With the money, Norris studied herbology, became a pharmacist, opened a potion shop in Mutewin Town, and lived the stable life he had always dreamed of. One day, the girl came to the shop. The girl whose name he didn't even know. Norris was so excited that he forgot how to greet the guests. Fortunately, the girl spoke first. He thought the girl was also here to buy medicine, but the girl said, "Strange? Is this because he is not fully awake yet?" Then there was a series of crisp slaps. Snap, snap, snap. When I opened my eyes, I saw a Pudgy slapping my face back and forth with its tentacles. The force was so light that I could hardly feel it, but the sound was very loud. Finally, you woke up. How are you? Is your mind still clear? Have you been poisoned? This sound. The god of death. No, it's the person who asked me if I wanted to live. Norris finally distinguished between dreams and reality and remembered what had happened before. My body. I tried to move my body around and didn't feel any discomfort. I even felt exceptionally good. It's actually really good. The moment Norris raised his upper body, a sound similar to metal friction came from his body. He looked down and saw countless diamond-shaped, silver-white scales covering his entire body. Under the illumination of the surrounding fluorescent mushrooms, the flowing colors rose and fell with his breathing. He raised his hands, and 10 silver-like claws seemed to be able to easily tear apart everything in front of him. What made him feel even more strange was the hole on his right chest. Countless hyphae formed a new structure inside. What have I become? Norris looked at a loss in the mushroom house, and even wanted to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming, but his claws were too long to do so. Are you awake now? Lin Jun asked again. Who are you? Why did you turn me into this? Norris felt like he had turned into a monster. I'm the one who saved your life. As for why you became like this, didn't I tell you? It's just a small price to pay for the treatment. I asked you this once before, did you forget? Norris thought about it, and it seemed to be true, but he didn't expect it to be this price at the time. As if he had guessed Norris's thoughts, Lin Jun said again, why? Knowing that it would turn out like this, You would choose to give up living? In that case, you can choose now. Norris looked at his sharp claws and swallowed. Indeed, even if I knew the result, I still didn't want to die. Lin Jun then comforted. There's nothing wrong with this now. Isn't silver armor beautiful? To be honest, I didn't expect that the scales and steel bones mixed together would mutate into this color. Not only is she beautiful, you've also become stronger. Becoming stronger? Do you want to try it? Soon, the two Pudges brought Norris to a small open space in the mushroom forest. A fat guy came over step by step. Gulu, do you want me to fight it? It's not Norris's fault that he is timid. He really doesn't know how to fight. The only high-level skill he has is the chisel, used for mining. He feels intimidated when he sees the fat boy Pudgy's huge body. Of course not. Just as Norris breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Fatty take out a large wild boar from his stomach. Norris looked at the big guy lying on the ground and still unconscious, and tried hard to recall the monster encyclopedia in the dungeon. Could it be a stone-skinned pig? Norris asked uncertainly. Answer. The stone boar does not really have stone skin. The name is just a description. It is one of the few animal-type monsters that can run around in the 6th-floor botanical garden. It relies on its thick skin and great strength, and is not afraid of being entangled by the plants. No. How am I going to defeat a monster on the 6th floor? Although Norris is level 21, the monsters in the first 3 levels are difficult to deal with when a real fight breaks out. Don't worry, I'll watch you. You won't die. The Pudges pushed Norris back, and the stone-skinned boar slowly woke up at this time. As soon as it woke up, a stone thrown by the Pudges hit on the head. The wild boar shook its head and turned around to notice the shining Norris opposite. The silver armor was really conspicuous. Faced with a huge wild boar that was as tall as a man when standing up, Norris couldn't muster up any courage and turned around and ran away. It would have been fine if he didn't move, but as soon as he moved, the wild boar also moved and rushed straight towards him. Charge LV3. It's not a high-level skill, but with the added weight of the wild boar, the impact is astonishing. Norris was running away aimlessly without even noticing the wild boar's charge. The wild boar caught up with him from behind and pushed him up into the air with one push. Norris slid out of the beautiful parabola in the sky, hit the mushroom tree head first, and bounced off to the ground. The panel showed only 15% of blood loss, but Norris himself was unaware and thought he was going to be killed. After twisting on the ground for a long time, he finally realized that it was just a little painful, and by then the wild boar had already hit him again. This time, the stone boar pushed Norris directly into the mushroom tree and kept pushing Norris hard until he was stuck inside. Norris was also forced into a corner. He tried to hold the wild boar's head with both hands, but unexpectedly his claws easily broke through the wild boar's skin and penetrated into it. Unfortunately, the stab missed the vital part, and the wild boar went berserk after being injured. It hit him again and again. Even though the wild boar's tusks were not sharp and Norris' scales were not damaged, his internal organs could not bear it. Norris spat out a mouthful of blood and became ruthless. He dug his claws into the wild boar's body and pulled hard. Driven by instinct, the magic power in his body gathered to the gap in the right chest. Bang! The mushroom cannon exploded with a loud noise at close range, and the impact force blew off most of the wild boar's head. Norris himself was also shaken and rolled a long distance on the ground. Lin Jun, who was watching the battle, was not panicked at all. Although Norris looked in danger, he actually only had about 60% of his health left, part of which was caused by his own mushroom cannon. After hiding the ruby, Xiaohei, who had come to watch the show at some point, commented, "Svergi's so weak." Svergi's? Lin Jun thought for a while, before remembering that this seemed to be a general term used by the Dragon Clan to refer to those who did not deserve to have a name. Could it be that Xiaohei also mistook him for a dragon man? It clearly doesn't even have a tail or wings, and its scales are close to its body, completely different from Xiaohei's thick scales that stand up. How could you make a mistake? There's nothing wrong with the review, though. It's pretty weak. The skills that Lin Jun equipped Pudgy with were enough to help him defeat this stone-skinned wild boar, not to mention that Norris had much higher attributes, yet he ended up like this. But come to think of it, looking at Norris' previous skill panel, he probably hasn't fought much. Lin Jun and Xiaohei felt that Norris's performance was weak, but Norris himself did not think so at this time. Norris looked at the stone-skinned boar that fell in front of him, his chest heaving violently. A strange sense of excitement climbed up his spine, and a mixture of fear, excitement, happiness and pain filled his brain. He looked at his hands, which were still dripping with blood. This is power. Level up. LV21, LV22. 105. Dig up surprise. Snap, snap. A familiar voice came from behind a bush half a person's height, and Norris turned around to look. Now, he was wearing adventurer's clothes, unlike at the beginning when he was only wearing a pair of shorts. He had asked the boss for the clothes, although the boss said it was an unnecessary shame. After recognizing his situation, Norris quickly chose to accept it. Accepting that he had become a powerful monster would not be any more difficult than accepting the debt of 40 gold coins. At least the happiness from replenishing nutrition and the satisfaction from becoming stronger after killing monsters are much better than the days when you open your eyes to debts. Norris didn't have to wait too long. Snap! A red slime as tall as a person jumped out from the bushes. There was still a small amount of undigested pudgy and some weeds in its body. Norris crossed his claws and pounced on the slime the moment it landed. Splitting Wind Claw LV4. The sharp claws cut through the slime's liquid body. The wind elements wrapped around the claws not only increased the sharpness, but also further expanded the opening on the slime's body when they exploded. Norris didn't pause. He wanted to give the core to the slime before its body recovered. Bang! A mushroom cannon hit the cut slime, and it exploded instantly. Norris, who was closest to the scene, was covered in red liquid containing neurotoxins. Although he was not afraid of neurotoxins, he still looked miserable. Turning around, I saw a pudgy that was as calm as a mushroom. It fired a shot and then walked away. Well, what can he do? His seniority in the organization is not as high as that pudgy. He can only find another target. Snap! Another slime jumped out, but this time it was green. Norris turned and left. He didn't have corrosion resistance. Even if he won against this slime with digestive mucus, he would only suffer heavy losses. He just had to leave it to the other pudgy. Norris was not hunting alone, but was arranged by the boss to clear the slimes nearby to prevent them from interfering with the operations inside. Not far behind him, on a small hill close to the rock wall, in a cleared space, more than 200 pudges were doing a big project. This open space was not originally open space. There's no such thing as a natural open space on the 6th floor. But after the pudges came, this place became an empty space. It's not enough to turn it into an empty space. Lin Jun wants to dig up the entire place. A group of pudges, specially equipped with sharp claws LV7, plowed the ground in circles to loosen the soil with their short legs. The cows, horses, and pudges sucked the broken soil into their stomachs through their special tube-like mycelium tentacles, and when their stomachs were full, they transported the soil to a distant place and dumped it. There was also a group of diggers who started digging in the area where the rock layer had been exposed. The reason why Lin Jun made such a big fuss was mainly because the tree monsters had completed the waterway detection mission. According to the markings on the map, the center of the underground waterway, the source of the slimes, should be in the hill. After 3 days of construction, the greenery in the vacant lot has faded, and all that remains is a huge rock pit, which is still expanding. The clanging sound of excavation never stopped, and cows and horses were transporting gravel and debris like an assembly line on the cleared road. Norris stood at the edge of the rock pit, looking at the scene below, and felt incredible. He had been mining for so long that he naturally knew how the adventurers in the mines dug. The tunnel was dug with potholes and rubble piled on the ground by knocking here and there, and they would not clean it up until it blocked the road. He used to think that was normal, but after watching the work of the pudges for the entire 3 days, he felt that in comparison, what the adventurers did was not even worthy of being called mining. At best, it was just smashing stones for fun. The pudges have clear division of labor, are well organized and efficient. Such a big pit, even if the lords came to organize it, it would probably take more than half a month to figure it out, but the pudges only took 3 days. At first, Norris thought that he was a veteran in mining and wanted to go down to help, but he was driven out of the way by the boss. The reason is, it's in the way. It's impossible to say that he didn't feel shocked. After all, this was the only skill he had in all these years. But after seeing the work of the pudges, he had to agree with this statement. Maybe he could chisel faster than the pudges, but he could definitely not achieve such coordinated cooperation as the pudges. 200 poofs. In the face of cooperation of this scale, slight differences in individual mining capabilities are not important at all. The pudges are much more powerful than anyone thought. Click. In a rock pit, there was an ordinary crisp sound, just like the sound when other rocks were smashed before. But along the gap knocked out in the shell of the Pudgy, a ball of red stuff suddenly spurted out. The Pudgy in front of him was wrapped up before he could react. It's red slime. This is not over yet. Another green slime spurted out from the crack. The rift grew larger and larger, like a bag full of water pouring out. In just a dozen seconds, the bottom of the rock pit was filled up, and it was still overflowing. Most of the puffs in the pit were submerged in the ocean of slime, and Norris at the edge of the pit was frightened and retreated again and again. If he were there, Lin Jun also felt his scalp tingling when he saw this. What the hell? Did you poke the slime's nest? No, it was indeed poking the slime's nest, but what does so much mean? And it's so fat, so big. What do these slimes eat to grow? The slimes that had previously run out along the waterway were only as tall as a person, while the smallest of these in the pit was bigger than any they had encountered before. Wrong. Lin Jun suddenly figured it out. This thing is probably too big, so big that even with its liquid body, it can't squeeze into the waterway, so it's all piled up in the nest, right? The ones who can escape are the smaller ones. It's going to be bad. Lin Jun hurriedly mobilized all the Pudges who were on guard outside, trying to suppress the slimes before they climbed out of the pit. At the same time, a new batch of Pudgy began to gather in large numbers on the 5th floor. If the suppression fails, a fierce battle will follow. We cannot ignore this group of slime Lin Jun. With their size and number, ordinary plant-type monsters cannot defeat them. If we let them run wild, the entire 6-layer ecosystem will suffer. In that case, Lin Jun's work during this period will have been in vain. Go back to the 5th floor first. Lin Jun directly ordered Norris to retreat. These slimes can no longer be considered objects for training. Norris was still hesitating whether to do something, but when he heard the boss's order, he immediately turned around and passed by the Pudges who came over. Bang! Bang! Not only were the Pudges that had arrived attacking, but all the fixed turrets on the rock walls also began firing downwards. Due to the distance, the mushroom cannon on the rock wall can hit ground targets with impressive accuracy. But now the entire rock pit is full of slimes, and the target is so large that this problem does not exist. We could just cover it with firepower. For a moment, slime juice flew all over the pit. However, when the slimes on the surface died, their remaining juice naturally formed a barrier, which greatly weakened the remaining attacks after passing through the juice. Moreover, after the slime is injured, it will absorb the juice around it to repair itself. It is becoming increasingly difficult for the mushroom cannon to cause sufficient damage. And the slimes in the rock pit are still increasing. No way. It's going to spill out. 106, the underground city, is leaking. What's going on? At the entrance to the 5th and 6th floors, a group of adventurers were forced to stop heading to the 6th floor because the stairs were full. The Pudges crowded at the entrance of the stairs and went down in batches, blocking the road and making it impossible for adventurers to get in. People's acceptance of strange things is always being refreshed. Adventurers used to be amazed to see big black mushrooms moving through the stairs, but now they are not so surprised to see the Pudges all going down the stairs. Only, the adventurer looked at the long line of Pudgy behind him and complained. How long will it take to finish all of this? On the 6th floor, the mushroom cannons in the southwest corner have not stopped firing for most of the day, and many of the cannons have been fired until the mycelium is overworked and silent. Among them, the rock walls are the most digested or half-digested and die in the stone shell. The slime even wanted to eat the turrets above, but as the slope turned into a reverse slope, it became increasingly difficult for the slime to climb, and it was eventually beaten back by the firepower of the remaining turrets. Unfortunately, the remaining turrets on the rock wall are too far away and can only be aimed at. Lin Jun is commanding this sudden decisive battle with the slime. The rock pit had been breached long ago, so Lin Jun could only let the Pudges retreat first. After meeting up with the first group of Pudges who came to support from the 5th floor, they drew an isolation zone. More than 200 mushroom cannons surrounded the corner where the hill was, trying to prevent the large slimes from spreading out. In a corner of the defense line, more than 20 Pudges were retreating and fighting under the pressure of 3 slimes. The slime closest to it was hit the hardest, with a large amount of body fluids exploded, and its body was less than a person's height. Another round of mushroom cannons came, but this time without enough mucus defense. The core hidden inside the body was also affected and destroyed, and the entire slime instantly turned into a pool of liquid. However, the situation was not good. The two slimes further away were both 2 people tall. Several mushroom cannon shots at their surface only made them shrink slightly, and their health bars were still growing. One of the slimes jumped a few steps and caught up with the Pudgy that was at the end, wrapped it up, and successfully engaged in battle with the Pudgis. Lin Jun could only let the Pudgis disperse, at least to prevent the slime from killing both of them with one jump. However, even so, the number of Pudgis was decreasing rapidly, and the 2 slimes were only weakened a little and were about to be completely destroyed. Dong dong, dong dong. A heavy sound of footsteps different from ordinary ones was heard, and a big black mushroom rushed out from the woods. The fat man punched a slime and exploded it like a water ball. There were 4 Pudgis that exploded together, but unfortunately they were all gone. The other slime didn't live for more than a few seconds before Xiao Hei jumped up and stepped on it, scattering it all over the ground. The flying digestive mucus also made an animal that was close to it plop to the ground, and it died after struggling for a few times. Xiao Hei licked the slime on his hands. These slimes had plenty of magic power and tasted pretty good. However, Xiao Hei did not stay for long as she was taken away by Lin Jun, as there were other places where she was needed to put out fires. There were only 5 Pudgis left alive, and they could not form a defense line. Fortunately, new troops had come down from the stairs, and this batch had doubled in number, totaling 400. With the help of the super-powerful Xiao Hei, the encirclement that had been pushed back a little was suppressed step by step. To be honest, fortunately, the slimes emerging from the hill are not endless, considering the pressure of the encirclement. After the rock pit was breached, a group of large slimes should have emerged, and there was no follow-up after that. That's right. How can it be really unlimited? It is rather outrageous that there are so many large slimes hidden in this hill, the source of underground water. Although the situation has now stabilized, the slime rampage still caused a devastating blow to the ecology in the encirclement in the southwest corner of the 6th floor. The large slimes sat down, and no matter whether it was a flower fairy or a vine, it would all be digested. Coupled with Lin Jun's mushroom cannon washing the ground, under the double blow, the vacant space in this area suddenly increased. Fortunately, it is only a corner and has little impact on the entire 6th floor. After another half day, they finally pushed the front line back to the rock pit, and with dozens of mushroom cannon shots, they destroyed the last slime within sight. Xiao Hei didn't follow her. She got tired halfway through the fight, so she picked up a Pudgy and started eating with the slime on the ground on her lips. She probably just finished eating now. Lin Jun controlled the Pudgis to come to the dugout crack, and without caring about the corrosive slime on the ground, he sent a few Pudgis to drill in through the broken hole. Once we went in, we found that the inside of the mountain was almost hollow. No wonder it could hold so many slimes. Lin Jun quickly discovered traces of underground water, walked upstream along the water flow, and found a special slime at the end. This slime is only as tall as a person, not small, but compared with its peers that rushed out, it is underdeveloped. It has a mix of red and green colors on its body, and looks like 2 slimes merged together. When Lin Jun saw it, it was trying to split another slime out of its body. After the split, its size became smaller again. The split slime was a pure red slime, not 2-colored like the mother slime. It was killed on the spot by Pudgy after landing. Core split LV9. This is not a common skill. You should know that normal slimes are formed directly from the environment and magic power, rather than reproducing by splitting. No wonder there are so many slimes here that far exceed the upper limit of the 6th floor environment. It turns out that they are not produced naturally. But this still doesn't explain why those slimes can grow so big. Lin Jun also discovered something strange. This slime keeps spraying water. It continuously spews out a large amount of clear water from both sides of its body, and it looks like the source of groundwater. Funny? Lin Jun didn't see a skill that could create infinite water in its skill column. Is the water coming out from where it sits? 2 Pudgis rolled up a thin piece of stone and tried to sweep the slime away. Since he hadn't decided whether to kill it outright, Pudgy didn't use too much force to avoid accidentally killing it. As a result, this 2-color slime, which had not shown any aggressiveness since they met, actually struggled to hold against the stone slab, as if it didn't want to move. Pudgy didn't have much strength, and he couldn't push it open for a while. However, Lin Jun has more than 2 Pudgis. After more Pudgis joined, the slime was reluctantly pushed aside. Sure enough, there was a crack in the rock where water was gushing out. After the slime was removed, a trace of magic power emanated from the emerging water. This water is actually full of magic. This is the first time? No, I've seen it in a treasure chest room, and the magic concentration there was much higher than this one. But there is a lot of water in this crevice. All in all, the total amount of magic power here is greater. Just to explain why the slimes refuse to move and why they can grow so big, it turns out that they've been squatting here, filtering and absorbing all the magic power and eating it all by themselves. This slime can perform filtering magic, so Lin Jun can do it too. Although there is no shortage of magic power right now, you can never have too much magic power. When the time comes, I will use mycelium to form several layers of filters. The hollow of this hill can also be used as a hidden space. When the time comes, I just need to fake the gap outside. Corrosion curse. Continuously receive corrosion damage. What? The curse effect suddenly appeared on the panels of all the Pudgy present, and they began to lose health. Li Yunli exit quickly. When the Pudge's blood was only half gone, he hurriedly moved the two-color slime back to block the water outlet. The slime returned to its original position and made a bubble of satisfaction. Sure enough, the curse disappeared after a while. How could Lin Jun not understand? It turned out that there was a curse in the water. But why? We can't just let this go on like this. While controlling the two-color slime, Lin Jun stepped up the production of various types of puffs with high health and corrosion resistance. When everything is ready, kick the two-color slime away again, and the digging puffs start digging open the cracks in the rocks. Even with such preparations, I still had to bring back the two-color slime once. The longer this corrosion curse stays on the panel, the higher the damage. If you're not immune to corrosion damage like a slime, you will not be able to withstand it. After a while, the Pudges finally chiseled open the cracks in the stone, revealing the truth behind it. A crack. A very small space rift, but just like the one during the Demon Tide, it connects to other dungeons. What happened to this underground city? Has it fallen into disrepair? Does the other side know that sewage is leaking from their water pipes and coming here? 107. Temporarily irreplaceable. In the hollow of the mountain, the slime sits on top of the rift, ignoring the tigers and wolves scurrying around it, filtering out the magic and curse from the water source, as it has been doing for thousands of years. Even if there was Pudgy right next to it using its skills to build a rock frame, and it could suck Pudgy into its body with just a slight push of its body, it was not interested. How should I put it? A good personality? This is the first time I've seen such a Buddhist slime like Lin Jun. Of course, the premise is that you don't move it away from the water source. If you move it away, the resistance will be very fierce. Lin Jun has already studied this crack. I'm not sure where the other side is, but it shouldn't be the Dragon Cliff dungeon from the Demon Tide. Last time, there were two huge cracks on the 5th floor, but there was no curse at all. It was obviously not of the same style. Speaking of curses, Lin Jun thinks of the abyss magic of those men in black robes. However, compared with the abyss magic with limited range and duration cast by the man in black robe, the curse level on the other side of the rift is obviously much higher. Lin Jun tried to command Pudgy to extend its mycelium tentacles to the other side of the rift, but as soon as the tentacles extended their mycelium tentacles, the effect of the curse skyrocketed, and half of the tentacles immediately turned into ashes. Even Pudgy itself was affected and fell to the ground and corroded in a few seconds. This is a professional Pudgy who has increased his health and equipped with corrosion resistance LV5. He was still killed by the curse in one encounter. The only information obtained was that the cracks seemed to be in the middle of a canal on the opposite side, and there were some swaying shadows on both sides of the canal. In the magical water, the perception was too vague to see clearly what exactly it was. All in all, the idea of stuffing the mycelium in reverse is not feasible for the time being. At least you have to build up your corrosion resistance first. Then Lin Jun tried to see if he could plug it. This thing is too dangerous no matter how you look at it. If no one takes care of it, it will conservatively affect half of the 6th floor, and subsequent changes are unknown. Although it can also bring magical benefits, it is not enough compared with the risks. It would be best if it can be blocked. It is obviously impossible to block it with mycelium, as it will be corroded if it encounters the curse. Lin Jun first used the method of pasting the wall with the rocks generated by Pudgy to seal the cracks tightly, so that not a drop of water could leak out. The result is that the curse still shrouds the entire mountain cavity, and it is deepening and spreading outward as time passes. Contrary to Lin Jun's initial judgment, The curse was not hidden in the water. The way the impact came from was second-guessed to be radiation. They had to chisel open the sealed stone wall and put the slime back to its original position. Unable to stop it, Lin Jun had to settle for the next best thing, thinking about whether he could use an ordinary slime to block it. After all, Lin Jun still wants to try the rare skills of this two-color slime. After the two-colored slime split into a red slime, Lin Jun blocked the hole with the red slime. The red slime was not very grateful and struggled at first. It was only after Pudgy suppressed it with a stone slab that it began to filter water obediently. However, as magic power accumulated in the body, the red slime grew larger and larger and struggled more and more vigorously. It was about to be out of control, and Lin Jun was about to give the order to kill it. In the end, Lin Jun didn't have time to take action. Bang! It exploded on its own. The bursting body fluids knocked the surrounding Pudgis all over the place, and even the two Pudgis that controlled the two-colored slime were covered in the juice and couldn't climb out for a while. As soon as the two-colored slime broke free from its restraints, it bounced back immediately. This was the first time that Lin Jun knew that slimes could burst. Since two-color slime splits once in a while, there is no risk of it bursting, but this is not the case with ordinary slime. In the end, after tinkering with it for a long time, everything has to remain the same. The two-color slime suppresses the rift, and the surrounding Pudgis not only cannot harm it, but also have to keep it well. But it is impossible for Lin Jun to do nothing. The Pudgis now use their skill of creating rock walls to build cages around the slimes, or to be more precise, hanging cages. The solid cage bottom has a small hole that fits the crack and two drainage holes. At the top of the cage is a switchable exit for the slimes produced by the splitting to come out and enjoy a one-stop slaughter and decomposition service. The top of the cage is hooked with tentacles made of mycelium with enhanced toughness. When needed, the two-color slime can be lifted up directly to reveal a crack. In a cave in a mountain, Lin Jun directly deployed a total of 40 Pudgis to be on standby for a long time. These Pudgis all have at least increased health and corrosion resistance. They are considered a group of small elites. In addition to being responsible for slaughtering the split slimes, they also have to deal with emergencies that may occur here. For example, if a two-color slime suddenly dies, the Pudgis will have to use their bodies to block the cracks. Relying on its health and resistance, each Pudgy can buy about half a minute, giving Lin Jun a chance to react. In addition to these, they also have another task, which is to train corrosion resistance. Every once in a while, lift up the cage and release a little corrosive curse, then use it right away. Repeat this process to slowly brush up on this skill. These are all Lin Jun's precautions. This crack is so strange that it is uncertain whether it will disappear or expand. If it expands and turns the entire 6th floor into a Jedi of corrosive curse, then Lin Jun will really only be able to fend for himself in the first 5 floors, and this is assuming that the stairs can block the curse. But if I could raise my corrosion resistance and not be afraid of curses, then maybe I could develop in the opposite direction and expand my territory. After everything was arranged, the Pudgis outside also started the soil filling work. This is a new batch of Pudgy engineering team. Almost all of the previous batch was killed in the slime flood. They are filling up the broken hole in the mountain with rubble and soil, leaving only an underground passage reinforced by mycelium. Prevent those curious adventurers from accidentally stumbling into the rift. Level increase. LV52, LV53. 7 Sins of Greed trigger. Plundering skills. Scale armor, LV5, LV6. Plundering skills. Corrosion resistance, LV5, LV6. Plundering skill. Saliva arrow, LV3, LV4. Oh, as you wish, corrosion resistance has been upgraded. The batch of dragon beast Miraji that were harvested earlier has been almost decomposed. Not to mention the purely entertaining skill of Saliva Arrow. Lin Jun originally raised Mirajane mainly for its scales, but now it seems that corrosion resistance is also very important. Perhaps he could consider expanding the scale of breeding? Although I would like to do so, there is no new breeding site at the moment. After all, the new breeding site also needs an environment like the Venom Lake where Miraji can hide and protect himself. Otherwise, if you just grab some from passing monsters and adventurers, that's not called breeding, that's called charity. In addition, this time not only did my skills get upgraded, but my level, which had been stuck for a long time, also got raised by 1 level. I have to say, the upgrade is very slow after reaching a high level. The level has hardly changed for such a long time after the Demon Tide. There is no longer the joy of rapid upgrades, as in the Deep Zone. But it's normal when you think about it. I'm a guy in my 50s, and I stay in a level capped at LV25 all day long. It would be strange if I can level up quickly by relying on natural collection and decomposing corpses to gain experience. I really want to upgrade quickly, but I'm afraid I still have to go back. Speaking of going down, there's another very interesting place on the 6th floor, a rift that leads directly to the deep area. This is where Nana fell. After occupying the dome and opening the entire map, Lin Jun also confirmed the location. Now that the slime crisis has been resolved, I naturally have time to study it. There's just one question. Among so many rifts, which one leads to my original place? 108, Rift Valley. After dealing with the slime, Lin Jun no longer had any obstacles on the 6th floor. With the guidance of the tree demon, you could go anywhere you want. Help me. A faint but weak cry for help came from behind the hill. However, neither the leading tree demon nor Pudgy, controlled by Lin Jun, went to check the situation behind the slope. To be honest, if you see too many flower demons, you'll find them really stupid. The pronunciation system only has this ancestral sentence. If one occasionally came to the wilderness, it might be able to deceive adventurers, but this is a fucking 6th floor botanical garden. Wherever you go, you always say, help me, as if you are afraid that others don't know where you are. Fortunately, the plant-type monsters still retain the ability to absorb nutrients from the ground. Otherwise, based on the performance of these flower monsters, they would all have starved to death. Xiaolu led the way and finally arrived at a seldom visited corner on the 6th floor. The reason why few people come here is that there are neither herbs to collect nor monsters to kill to produce materials. There are only dozens of cracks of various sizes extending downward to the end of the field of vision. The edge of the crack was covered with dark brown weathering marks, like solidified blood scab. When Pudgy stood on the edge and leaned over, he could feel the damp chill emanating from the ground. These cracks look similar and are not necessarily vertical, but each one is bottomless. Sound wave detection LV6. Here, this skill is much more convenient than other means of observation. Through detection, Lin Jun discovered that these cracks were not as completely separated as they appeared on the surface. Some adjacent cracks will merge with each other as they extend, while others will branch out after a certain distance. There is nothing wrong with saying that these structures lead to the unknown. Unfortunately, Lin Jun's detection skills are limited in range, and he cannot directly observe the bottom. Boss, why are you here? Xiaolu has been having a good time recently. The A-grade magic crystal given by the boss accelerated the speed at which the roots absorbed magic power, and lifted the level that had remained stagnant for a long time. From level 29 to the level cap of 30. Lin Jun would also regularly give him a batch of low-level magic crystals as wages. These magic crystals were inserted into the forest to help new tree monsters awaken their consciousness. Because of the tangible benefits brought to the Dryad forest, more and more Dryads have joined the ranks of serving the boss. As long as they are connected to the fungus network, they will naturally be able to understand the boss's unfathomable will and realize that this is the best choice for the Dryads. The current situation is that it is about to become the leader among the tree monsters. Only a few old stubborn ones hid deep in the woods and refused to come out. This time, Lin Jun wanted a tree demon to lead the way. It had just finished resting and came here on its own initiative. It didn't expect that the destination would be this deadly place. This is indeed a dead end for monsters that cannot leave their tears. The Pudgis dragged an unconscious stone-skinned wild boar, found a relatively vertical rift, and threw it down. The wild boar fell quickly, and after it exceeded the level range, a thin arc of electricity flashed by, and the wild boar's panel disappeared. Flash sale. The rules of the maze are still valid, even in the Rift Valley. They're just in a different form. Seeing this scene, Xiaolu felt a bit of empathy. It was also a class monster, and the result of jumping down would be no different from that of the wild boar. Only then did Lin Jun answer Xiaolu's previous question. Why are you here? Because home. So that's it, the boss comes from. For a moment, Xiaolu frantically thought of all kinds of possibilities. Then I heard Lin Jun shouting in the fungus network, hometown, here I come. A Pudgy jumped down, and 4 hyphae tentacles spread out a blanket, a parachute. Then it fell freely, and with a bang, it hit a rock wall somewhere and died. Well, it turns out that the simple parachute I made is useless. But it doesn't matter. There is more than one solution. A round Pudgy covered with a thick layer of mycelium rolled out, and the other Pudges worked together, found a hole, and pushed it in. The mycelium ball hit the stone wall, bumping and banging. Shallow wanted to ask if it was too hasty to return to his hometown like this, but he didn't dare to ask. In fact, Lin Jun is not sure. The opening chosen was not very vertical, and the mycelium ball stumbled around. The mycelium used for cushioning was almost consumed before it even hit the ground, and it was obvious that it would not be able to land safely. He's probably going to fall to his death. A thick white thread caught Pudgy. Pudgy twisted his body, but the stickiness was too strong and he couldn't break free. Spider? There are indeed several species of spiders in the deep area. The vibrations of the thick, sticky line seemed to disturb its owner, and soon the monster was crawling along the line. A large monster with a multi-segmented body like a centipede and a pair of dragonfly wings on its back appeared in front of Pudgy. No, where's the spider? Spiders are gross enough, but this thing is grosser than spiders. Pudgy aimed the mushroom cannon at the monster and fired a shot, hitting the monster's head right. As if it had not expected the prey to fight back, the monster shook its head that was shocked and then crawled straight over without even a trace of injury on its head. After crawling over, the monster stretched out its slender mouth parts and pierced into Pudgy's body, directly sucking up the magic power. He sucked away 1/3 of the magic power in one gulp, and the ball shrank visibly. Before dying, Lin Jun only had time to glance at the panel of the monster opposite. Race, 1000 Axel Mayfly. Level, 62. Well, no wonder the mushroom cannon can't be used. This is a very deep area. As Qianshu Mayfly sucked hard again, Pudgy lost contact. Although Pudgy died, Lin Jun also confirmed it. It's already level 62 monster, far exceeding the upper limit of the 10th floor. It must be from the deep area. However, this crack was definitely not the one leading to the mushroom garden. Inanna fell slowly at the time, and neither hit the rock wall nor encountered any monsters. Although it doesn't make any sense, Lin Jun still wants to take a look at his hometown. But there is no rush today. After confirming that this place was connected to the deep area, Lin Jun planned to spread the mycelium along the rock wall to see if he could go directly down by laying a fungal blanket. Go back. Lin Yun Odot. The remaining few Pudgy were originally used to explore the way, but the second Pudgy completed the task, so there was no need to throw the others down to die. Little Green has no idea. Turn around and clear a way back for the Pudges. When passing the small slope, the cries for help from behind had not stopped yet. Save me. 109. Employees should maintain their own mental health. Splitting Wind Claw LV4. The moment Norris passed by the stone-skinned wild boar, his sharp claws plowed several deep grooves on its thick skin covered with black hair, and the dark red muscle fibers turned outward. It looks miserable, but actually this injury is not fatal to the stone-skinned wild boar at all. It can only make it angry. The pig's trotter stomped the ground quickly, turned around, and rushed towards Norris. Norris was also aware of this. Relying on the special vision provided by the fungus net, he saw the wild boar's movements without turning around. Ever since he connected to the fungus network that the boss mentioned, he has gained this special vision in the area controlled by the boss. It can see farther than the eyes, and there is no blind spot in the 360-degree field, but it is not as familiar as what the eyes allow. When the tusks with the stench of wild boar attacked again, Norris suddenly jumped up on the spot. The wild boar's charge lost its target, but it couldn't stop for a moment, and it directly crashed into the thick tree trunk behind it. Norris seized the opportunity of this pause and blasted out the mushroom cannon that had already stored up enough energy in his right chest. After the explosion, the wild boar that had lost its hind legs was still struggling in a pool of blood, but it could no longer pose a threat. He stepped on the boar and sunk his sharp claws into its head, ending the fight. Norris panted, lowered his head and stared at the blood dripping from the tip of his claws, his eyes flashing with excitement. The feeling of being in control of what he once thought was a powerful monster and being at the top of the food chain made him extremely intoxicated. This is the happiness that Norris, who can only knock stones in the mine day after day, cannot experience. Level up, LV22, LV23. The slimes I cleared in the past few days, plus the monsters I hunted alone in the past 2 days, were all killed by monsters of higher levels. Another upgrade in a short period of time is expected. The attribute improvement brought a feeling of increased strength. Norris couldn't help but hug his arms tightly and didn't even notice the crackling sound of his claws against the scales. After everything was over, Norris leaned contentedly against the body of the stone-skinned wild boar, not caring about the blood and stench on it at all. Looking at his torn clothes, Norris simply threw them all aside. Maybe the boss is right. Things have already become like this. There is no need to be bound by any so-called sense of shame. I should be freer. Norris, hide for a moment. There are adventurers heading your way. Oh. Norris picked up the clothes on the ground, put them back on in a few seconds, and found a dense bush to crawl into. The boss has a strong sense of perception and can always give him an early warning, allowing him to hide. After all, I'm not fit to be seen in public in this state. Losing his human identity was not painful for Norris. Instead, he felt relieved as he no longer had to worry about paying off his debts. The only thing that was a bit uncomfortable was the food. The only seasoning the boss had was salt. There were footsteps, and Norris buried himself completely in the leaves. A familiar voice came from the front. The sixth floor is dark as expected. Fei Ling complained, somewhat annoyed. It's that girl. For a moment, Norris wanted to go up and apologize for running away last time. If possible, I would also like to ask the girl's name. However, before he stood up, Norris caught a glimpse of a cold light from the corner of his eyes. It was his own claws that could easily tear the wild boar's skin. Yes, I'm no longer a human being. The debt and the brief encounter with the girl all disappeared along with his human identity. In the darkness, Norris lowered his body even lower. Vera, who was beside Fei Ling, looked up at the glowing dome and said, "Aren't there fluorescent mushrooms?" It's not completely dark now. Behind the two of them, Fei Yin was maintaining an orange-yellow lighting spell with her staff. The dome is so high. What's the use of those fluorescent tubes? There are at least some mushrooms on the ground on the 5th floor, but it's completely dark on the 6th floor. It's hard to find the way in this dark. I hope I can't find the flower demon last time. Don't worry, I remember the way, Vera said as he shook the map in his hand, which had the marks he had made on it. There is a smell of blood. Fei Yin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly reminded. The three of them immediately became alert. The light from Fei Yin's staff became brighter, even shining on the bushes where Norris was hiding, but Norris hid very well, and not a single scale was exposed. Soon Vera and his two companions found the dead stone-skinned boar. Just died, Fei Ling determined after taking a glance. Vera squatted down and checked the wild boar. She was surprised and said, "It has both claw wounds and explosion damage. It must be an adventurer. However, claw weapons are rare. I don't remember anyone in the town using such weapons. Also, since you killed it, why didn't you take away its fangs?" After 2 seconds of silence, Vera suddenly whispered, "Let's go." When the twins saw Vera's performance, they immediately reacted and quickly caught up with Vera. Fei Ling even took the special arrow in his hand, ready to draw the bow at any time. Ever since they were attacked by the marauders, the three of them had come up with a plan for the next time they encountered one. Of course, whether it is useful or not depends on actual combat. The three of them left quickly. After they disappeared from sight, Norris ran back to the 5th floor as if escaping. He had back in his mushroom house. This was the first time since he woke up that he felt confused about the future and frustrated about the inhumanity. Not far away, Xiao He, who witnessed him running back to the mushroom house, lowered his head and took a big bite of the motionless Pudgy in his arms, revealing a happy expression. Her schedule today is packed. After getting up, count the twinkles, eat some puff pastry, and then count the twinkles again. Lin Jun naturally noticed Norris's situation, although he didn't understand why he was so depressed after seeing those three people. But it's nothing more than some small emotions after becoming a non-human. Didn't Dylan have some of them at the beginning? Frankly speaking, Lin Jun couldn't relate to the situation at all. At least the creature had hands, feet, and a mouth, and could taste delicious food. Look at yourself again, a mushroom. How could Lin Jun empathize with him? Lin Jun didn't know how to comfort him, nor did she want to waste her time trying to comfort him. How about giving him some special nutrition? After all he asked of Norris was to experiment with adding skills, nothing more. As for participating in missions to destroy slimes, going to the 6th floor to fight monsters, and level up, those were all Norris's own ideas, and Lin Jun didn't object. Even if Norris suddenly became depressed and stayed in the mushroom house all day, it would not affect Lin Jun's experiment. If someone really couldn't bear the consequences and committed suicide, it would be a bit of a pity. After all, they are non-humans, which is an unchangeable fact. Lin Jun can't adjust his mentality and accept it, so there is nothing he can do. Everything depends on what Norris thinks in the end. The location of the big flower demon was discovered on the 6th floor. Vera and the other two looked at the only huge flower bud left in the small basin. Where is the flower demon? Where did such a big flower demon go? Today's 2 updates will be posted later. But after personally experiencing the space teleportation array and fighting against the enemy coalition forces, I already had some guesses. When Shen Huan saw Xie Huan like this, his eyes narrowed. It turned out that after following Xie Xiaohua for a long time, their personalities became more and more similar. He separated a strand of his soul and condensed all the words he wanted to say to Schwerer into this strand of soul, which Linger then forced through the space crack and into Schwerer's sea of consciousness. The evil god's ambition has been going on for a long time, but I didn't expect that he would use such an evil method this time to control the people around us and create a chain reaction. However, Long Ji's sudden move was beyond everyone's expectations, so he lifted up the Soul Eater in one go. This was something that no one had expected, and everyone was greatly shocked. Now, Lu Xiu asked for his opinion. Did he mean to consider the poor scholars? Han Song's heart moved, thinking, could it be that the Lord is on the side of the poor scholars? Otherwise, why would he ask for his opinion? Zhou Yu had been at the front line all year round to deal with the threat from Jingzhou. Why did he suddenly come back this time? Sun Quan's mind turned, and he suddenly glanced at Zhang Zhao. In the sky, the rain of treasures emitted golden light, like an endless stream of meteors. But no matter how hard they attacked, they could not break through the red air mass above. Qinjun, don't be discouraged. If possible, my Green Sword Special Forces will always open its doors to you. At this time, Lu Jian stepped forward, patted Qinjun on the shoulder, and said loudly. The empty muzzle of the gun kept shaking, but it was accurately pointing at the beating heart. Enju Ahara smiled and shed tears. Although it was painful, this was the only warmth that a relative could give. The reason why she cared so much was not just for Rushua. After all, she had met Hawkins several times. Hawkins had always been nice to her and was considered her friend. When she heard the news for the first time, she was very sad and couldn't help wanting to know more. Hearing him ask this, Mu Li Xiao didn't know how to answer. Of course, she was in trouble. How could she be fine? She didn't know what Hong Chun had done to her. She just felt that she had no strength at all. She told Feng Shuyan the news. Feng Shuyan didn't understand the reason for a while, but she remembered that when the Queen Mother was still in the palace, she had troubled Mu Li Xiao because of Shun Yueru's matter. It seemed that Shun Yueru and Mu Li Xiao had a deep friendship, but later it was broken. The maids in the branch mansion took good care of Xia Jin Yuan. Xia Jinsi went to the front hall. She wanted to see what Lu was here for. He sent secret guards to protect Xia Jinsi, and even got rare items like white jade from the inner palace in order to save Xia Jin Yuan. His intentions are obvious. You're in a bad shape yourself, but you still want to drag others down with you. You are really a man, third prince. Xia Jinsi uttered these disdainful and sarcastic words, cold and without a trace of warmth. The god pushed the computer keyboard forward, but he began to feel troubled. He held his head in his hands and stayed in the chair for 10 minutes, then suddenly stood up, grabbed his coat, and pushed the door open. This young man had helped her resolve dangers countless times. At first, Lin Moshua thought that this guy must have some ulterior motive in return, but until now, this guy didn't seem to have any other actions except proposing that they practice together. It seemed that he really had nothing to ask of her. The ability to break through the void and teleport to another world is only achievable because of one's extremely powerful cultivation. Otherwise, one would not be able to teleport to another world and end up leaving one's body in another world. But the battle was not over yet. The enemy's hinterland was in sight. The moment she reached the cannon, enemies from all directions surged in like a tide. Even more threatening was that the god of war also followed, with only 30 seconds left before the cannon was fully charged. She deliberately emphasized the word contradiction, and when she saw that Madame Xie's face turned pale, the coldness in her eyes became even more intense. Luo Binwang was born in 619 AD. He could write poems at the age of 7 and was a child prodigy of his time. However, his family fell into poverty, and he had no title or fame. He went to Chang'an many times to take the exams, but failed every time. It was not until he was over 30 years old that he got an official position. He got up early in the morning and sat in his car. He was wondering why he didn't change his body, but the next second, everything went black in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in AI Su's body. With this step taken, Zhao Qian can continuously obtain information about the Salvation Church. There have been a lot of things going on in the mansion lately, and with the title of Imperial Merchant falling, Bai has never gone to cause trouble for the first wife. Seeing Gu Cheng's hand falling on his head again, Yu Yao resisted the urge to overturn the table and smiled. When Tintin saw that what Marino Abiki said was exactly the same as what he heard, his face was filled with excitement. If there is a chip, the perfection of the work will be destroyed if you are not careful during repair. Gu Xingze was not fat and had well-proportioned muscles, but he was an adult male after all, and was over 1.8 meters tall. Even when he was completely unconscious, he was still quite heavy. Su Yuan was almost pinned down by him. It took a lot of effort for Su Yuan to bring him into the room. Those various customs that were once far away from people are also being promoted everywhere as the wheel of time advances rapidly. Haha, I know you guys are not really following Gu Chansha. At this time, Azu spoke. You yourself only have a superficial understanding. How can you talk about a deep understanding? Your own abilities are just evasive. How can you talk about giving your all? The Zhoushuan universe is the super giant universe he was promoted to, which is different from the arcane universe, the Mother Nest universe, the Hunyuan universe, and the Taiwu universe. He has absolute control over the Zhoushuan universe. Yes. Yi Zihan nodded, thought for a while, then took out an emerald green jade slip and handed it to Luo Feng. When everyone was within 100 meters, a raging flame burst out from the ground in front of him. The spiritual form in the front was burned to ashes by the flames, and their master's body also turned into nothingness. Eve's fruit fell to the ground. The mummy spiritual form was the first to be burned to death. 110, glass box? Deep in the tunnel, the vibration of the puff shells hammering away at each other never stops in the darkness. A few cows and horses gathered the gravel on the ground and carried it out. Since the tunnel is already several hundred meters long, it takes a lot of time to run back and forth. So much so that the number of cattle and horses responsible for transporting the gravel now exceeds the number of excavators who are breaking the stones. This place is far beyond the mining range of the amethyst mine, and all that is dug out are worthless stones, but the Pujus are still doing their work under orders. Due to the far distance, Lin Jun had to spread the fungal mat in as well. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire project brought no profit and was a waste of manpower. But if we can finally dig out the dungeon, it will all be worth it. Clang. It was different from the ordinary mining sound. It was like it hit something extremely hard, and a Puji fell to the ground trembling dead. The huge recoil force destroyed its internal mycelium structure, but it was not a big problem, as death was not the end. Since these digging bugs would injure themselves from time to time, Lin Jun gave them all mycelium reorganization LV4. Even if they were killed like this, as long as they were still intact, they could get up and work again after lying down for a while. What concerned Lin Jun was that the rock layer in front of it was just an ordinary rock layer, so why was there such a huge recoil damage? Clang! Just as Lin Jun was about to start investigating, the same sound was heard again, and another Puji also trembled and fell down. Lin Jun immediately stopped all the excavating work and gathered around the location where the two Puji were killed by the shock and began to mine carefully and meticulously. It didn't take long before a wall was cleared. Although they are called walls, they're actually just rocks that can be seen everywhere in the tunnel. They don't look like anything special, but they are so flat. It doesn't look flat, but it actually feels flat. There's not a single bump on it, and you can't even feel the friction when you put the shell on it. It's outrageous. If I have to describe it, it is a very thin yet very strong, transparent wall that separates the inside and the outside. This wall is different from the air wall that Lin Jun encountered on the stairs before. The air wall feels like a spring, which is a force that prevents you from moving forward. This transparent wall is different. It's incredibly hard. In order to test the hardness of the transparent wall, Lin Jun even used mushroom cannons and self-destruction, which even caused a small-scale collapse and took a long time to clean up the rubble. Even so, the transparent wall did not move at all. Lin Jun even pulled Xiao Hei over and asked her to try to see if she could smash the transparent wall. One punch. The transparent wall doesn't move at all. Instead, Xiao Hei, who is always invincible, held his right paw and groaned on the ground in pain, making such a loud noise that he almost caused another landslide. After that, He hid in the mushroom house and ignored the mushrooms. Lin Jun could only rummage through the small treasury, but didn't find any ordinary gems. So he could only pick a ring that added 1 strength to give to Xiao He to restore his favorability. Since they couldn't dig horizontally anymore, Lin Jun asked the Pujus to change direction and start digging upwards in a spiral. This time the digging didn't take long. After half a day, there was another trembling sound. We had reached the top. This height is probably the junction of the 4th and 5th floors. So, am I living in a big glass box? Although he had expected that he would not be able to dig himself out, he still felt quite strange when he found himself living in a large glass box. It reminded Lin Jun of the Petri dish in his previous life. The capital of the United Kingdom, Oath City. In this royal city where every inch of land is valuable, there's a magnificent but sparsely populated building in the east, the headquarters of the Relics Association. This building, which is over 300 years old, is made of white granite as its main body, supplemented by wooden decorative structures, and time has left many traces on it. In the midday sun, the entire building takes on a warm, honey-colored hue. A gorgeous carriage pulled by 4 black horses stopped in front of the gate. The eye-catching coat of arms on the carriage represented the family he belonged to. Behind the carriage were 4 guards on horseback. Eric handed the reins to the servant who came forward, got off the carriage, and personally opened the door to welcome the young lady sitting inside. Ms. Inanna, Mr. Eric, welcome. A staff member of the Relics Association who had been waiting at the door came up to them with a smile. Inanna looked at the badge on his chest representing his bachelor's status, bowed slightly, and performed aristocratic etiquette. The summoning of the brave had long passed, but the demons, who had suffered a loss, had never stopped their subsequent revenge actions, and Inanna was forced to stay at home for several months. However, she never forgot to help Lin Jun find information about the underground city. This time, after much persuasion, she finally got her father's consent to let her visit the Relic Association accompanied by Eric. Eric, who was standing by, naturally guessed that Inanna's purpose of coming here was probably related to the last letter. He also sent people to inquire about the man named Dylan. Although there are some suspicious points, such as suddenly obtaining a large sum of money to buy anti-rebirth potion. But logically speaking, he should have no connection with the young lady. Eric judged that he was just a middleman, but he couldn't find out who was behind him. Recently, even Dylan disappeared, so the investigation had to be temporarily suspended. Under the guidance of the scholar, Inanna passed through the hall and walked in the corridor for nearly 10 minutes before coming to a place similar to a library. Second-level access authority. The bachelor took out a document with the seal of Duke Amara and handed it to the old man guarding the door. After taking a look, the old man signed the document and let Inanna in, while Eric stayed where he was. In principle, he was not qualified to enter. The second-level review authority was granted to Inanna by Duke Amara. It can even be said that if he had not accompanied Inanna, he would not have been able to enter the headquarters of the Relic Society. Miss Inanna, you are applying to access information related to the dungeon, right? The bachelor walking in front asked gently. Although he behaved like a real reception attendant, Inanna did not dare to neglect him. After all, her magic teacher was just a bachelor. Yes. The maester led Inanna through 3 compartments and came to a row of bookshelves. This room is filled with information about the dungeon. It covers a wide range of topics, and you can choose to read them. Since this is secret information, you cannot take it out. Please read it here. Inanna nodded first, then looked at the whole row of bookshelves in confusion. She didn't expect there would be so many. She looked at the maester for help. Seeing her expression, the scholar finally couldn't help but chuckle. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward and said, I personally suggest that you start with this book. As he spoke, he pulled out a book from the bookshelf, Underground City Structure Beyond the Naked Eye. 111. Thief. In the moonlight, Lakis sat on a broken log, surrounded by 2 dead forest bears. Another bear. Lakis now gets annoyed when he sees bears. Last time, it was because of a tyrant bear that his team was wiped out and he lost the holy book. He was severely punished when he returned. Afterwards, he was assigned to harass human cities, but he was ambushed and almost didn't make it out alive. Afterwards, he found out that it was humans who had set a trap in the name of summoning heroes and destroyed Lord Shadow Demon. His master, Eleanor, also went with him, but because she sold out Lord Shadow Demon, she seemed to be punished by His Majesty when she returned. Anyway, when Lakis saw her, he could tell at a glance that she was very angry, and it was natural that she took it out on him. Lakis still remembers what she said. If you find the Holy Scripture, you will redeem your sins and be promoted. If you can't find it, you might as well die outside. However, he was not assigned any subordinates, which clearly showed that he was being used as a pathfinder. Lakis dared to guarantee that after he left, Eleanor must have sent another complete team behind him, and something must have been done to him, either his positioning or his death replay. That damn. After holding in for a long time, Lakis still didn't dare to curse. The fear of a superior is ingrained in the vampire's bones, even if he is only a half vampire. I won't die. I'm a genius. I will definitely be able to retrieve the Holy Scripture and then advance continuously. Lakis was not exaggerating when he said he was a genius. He was only level 40 and had not yet been promoted, but he had already obtained the innate skill, blood control. He could indeed be considered a genius. While encouraging himself, Lakis took out a small metal plate and started grinding it on his nails. He doesn't have any disguise skills, but fortunately, the difference between vampires and humans is not too big. A little powder on your face can hide pale skin. As for his nails and teeth, he simply ground them off. This metal plate is a small magic prop circulated in the Hermit Empire. After grinding nails and teeth with it, a layer of magic will be left on the surface, temporarily preventing them from growing back. Each grinding can last for 2 or 3 days. This method is cheap and convenient. The only problem is that it grinds down the teeth, which is actually quite embarrassing for a vampire. But he didn't have time to care about that right now. After packing up, he stood up and walked towards the Amethyst Underground City. In order to avoid the crowd along the way, he deliberately bypassed the dumb wind town and came from the forest direction. He chose to enter at night. Sure enough, when he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, there was no one else there except 2 guards on night watch. Are you going down to the dungeon alone so late? Guard Aiden noticed Lakis with a hoarse tone mixed with yawns. Although I was a little surprised how he came out of the forest, I still said hello. They're here to pass on information in time in case of emergencies, not to block the gate of the dungeon to check on adventurers. Just picking some fireflies. No need to form a team. Lakis calmly made up an excuse. I thought that was the end of it, but unexpectedly the 2 guards were stunned after hearing it. They looked at him twice but didn't say much. After Lakis entered, another guard asked, "Senior, what level is this person? Do you know him?" Aiden rolled his eyes. "How should I know? I can't possibly know all the high-level adventurers. But since he can go to pick fireflies alone, he must be at least gold level, maybe even diamond level." Lakis was a little puzzled as to why the 2 guards looked at him like that. But fortunately, he entered the dungeon smoothly. He pulled out a faintly glowing black stone from his bosom and looked at it carefully. It seemed a little darker than before. Sure enough, the Holy Book is in the underground city. This is a special item, made by refining magic crystals in an environment with the same origin as the Holy Scripture. Its characteristic is that the closer it is to the Holy Scripture, the dimmer its light becomes. It was thanks to it that Lakis was able to find his way here. However, this item has a limited lifespan, and I have to lock the Holy Book before it expires. I can't do it the same way as last time. Come to think of it, is the Amethyst dungeon so dark? Lakis muttered as he looked at the corridor in front of him with a little dim light. But he had dark vision, so it wasn't affected much. As he went down, he finally realized what mistake he had made just now. There shouldn't be any fireflies in this dungeon, right? He had never been to the Amethyst dungeon before, and he only had a dungeon map in his hand, which naturally would not mention such details. But fireflies are resident plants in the dungeon, so he thought there should be some here as well. I didn't expect to see only one kind of fluorescent mushroom after entering. This is not good. If there really is no firefly grass in this dungeon, then what I just said would become a flaw. If those 2 guards are smarter, they might go to Mute Wind Town to report me. Damn it. Lakis quickened his pace. He had to find the Holy Book quickly and get out. He didn't encounter any difficulties along the way. He easily dealt with monsters such as puffs, scorpions, and snakes. Arriving all the way to the 5th floor, the light of the black stone finally looked like it was about to go out. On this floor, in Lakis's opinion, either the adventurer who stole the Holy Book died in the dungeon, or the Holy Book had its old problem again, controlling its holder to run to dangerous places and secretly kill people passing by. A wooden sign standing at the exit caught Lakis' attention. What is this? The 5th level of rules. After taking a quick look, Lakis looked away and didn't take it seriously. Maybe it really is useful, but first of all, he's going to find the Bible, and he can't follow the rules and walk on a mushroom road. Secondly, after all, it's just 5 floors with a level cap of 25. Following the guidance of Blackstone, Lakis soon deviated from the mushroom road. To Lakis' surprise, he encountered no obstacles along the way except a bunch of mycelium stuck on his feet. He thought he would at least encounter some traps or monsters. As a result, I haven't seen a single living creature so far. Could these 5th floors be empty? It wasn't until he reached the mushroom forest that he encountered any living creatures. Some Pudgis, camouflaged in changed colors, were leaning against the mushroom tree. He also accidentally bumped into one and only discovered it when he felt it was soft. However, these Pudgis were not aggressive at all and seemed to have no sense of territory. They did not react when I entered the mushroom forest and walked up to them. He was also happy not to have to fight. As the black stone in his hand grew darker, Lakis's dead heart seemed to begin beating again. Finally, he stood in front of a stone pillar. This is slightly different from what Lakis thought. He thought he would encounter one or a group of controlled adventurers and would be able to seize the holy book after a battle. Or maybe you find the holy book next to a skeleton. But why is a stone pier? A trickle of blood condensed into a bullet between the fingers, ready to destroy the stone pillar. But before the blood bullet was launched, the stone pillar launched the attack first. What? The sudden gathering of energy frightened Lakis in front of him. He just took 2 steps back when the stone pillar exploded. The gravel smashed Lakis' cheek, but he had no time to care. Amidst the mess, he vaguely saw the yellow book that he had been longing for. But Lakis still retained a bit of rationality and looked around, but didn't see anyone else. Only then did he rush forward, pick up the yellow book, and look through it. Yes, it's the Holy Scripture. It's the Holy Scripture. In the excitement, the holy book was open a little. Not good. He hurriedly wanted to close it. He was in charge of tracking the holy book, so he naturally knew how strong the holy book's enchanting power was. If he saw a few more words, he might be enchanted. However, even if it was just a glance, he still accidentally saw the dense handwriting on the somewhat charred holy book. Run, 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 run. What's the meaning? Puff. There was a slight noise behind me. The moment Lakis turned around quickly, he shot out the blood cone in his hand. The blood spike hit the black scales of the big black mushroom, turning into blood foam. The power seems to be no different from Araji's saliva arrows. But Lakis knew that the attack, just now, could even break the tyrant bear's defense. Puff! The big black mushroom moved 1 step closer, and Lakis retreated to the edge of the stone wall. The pages of the holy book were accidentally revealed. Let me make it clear that this is none of my business. 112, promotion system. What kind of mutation is this? These exploded scales look like dragon scales. Faced with the big black mushroom, Lakis, who had no way to retreat, drew blood from his body again. This damn level is full of mushrooms. He can't find any monsters to draw blood from, so he can only use his own blood. If the blood all can't break the scales of the big black mushroom, just go around it. Lakis is a genius. The blood is no longer condensed into blood cones, but is subdivided and subdivided again. Condense the blood into threads and control the movement of each thread of blood. The overly sophisticated control requirements gave Lakis a splitting headache, but between life and death, he managed to endure the pain that almost made him faint. Skill upgrade, blood control, LV6-LV7. Countless blood threads burst out and rushed straight towards the big black mushroom in front of him. The blood did not hit the scales, but changed its angle after approaching, piercing into the gap between the scales, and then detonated the magic power and vitality contained in the blood. For a moment, the big black mushroom trembled all over and took 2 steps back. There was no time to be proud. Lakis took advantage of the interruption of the big black mushroom and transformed into a bat, grabbed the holy book, and flew into the air. Along the way, the mycelium hanging from the mushroom trees stretched out towards him. Thanks to the small size of the bat, he was able to avoid them by twisting and turning and rushed out of the mushroom forest. Only when he reached midair did Lakis breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he can fly. The Holy Scripture was not left behind, so the next step was to find a way to fly out of the 5th floor. Suddenly, I felt something approaching quickly. A Pudgy, a bird spreading its wings and gliding from the dome? What the hell is this? It is not convenient to counterattack in bat form, so Lakis can only flap his wings as much as possible to get away, but he is not as fast as that Pudgy. But it's okay. Lakis has figured out that this Pudgy can only glide and can't fly. So just quickly avoid it when you get close. Bang! After the close-range explosion, the bat incarnation of Lakis was spun and flew away, and it took a long time to regain its balance. He didn't have time to care about the injuries on his body. He was shocked by his empty claws. Holy Scripture? Where is the Holy Scripture? The holy book he was holding disappeared in the explosion. He wanted to go down and look for it despite the danger, but he felt something blocking him. Pitch-black scales, golden vertical pupils, huge wings, and claws slapping towards him. Lin Jun, who was still enjoying a game of dive and self-destruct, suddenly got a headache when he saw the half-vampire being knocked down like a cannonball. He won't be beaten to death, right? As this guy was the first demon to enter his own dungeon, Lin Jun naturally paid special attention to him. I didn't expect that you came here for the Yellow Book. I originally wanted to interrogate him, but it would be bad if he was beaten to death. Lin Jun doesn't dislike guys who can make breakthroughs in the middle of a battle, who doesn't like to improve their skill proficiency. But how can you hurt Xiao He? I have to say, this guy is quite powerful. He is only level 40 and has just entered the gold stage. He can actually cause effective output when facing Xiao He alone, although it is only a little bit. You know, the last time Xiao He was injured, it was the result of the cooperation of 4 gold-level warriors and nearly 20 silver-level warriors. Fortunately, the panel has not disappeared. Soon, the Pudges who were in charge of cleaning the floor tied up the escaped Yellow Book and his half-vampire accomplice. The Yellow Book is fine. Apart from the slightly yellowed edges of the pages, it looks quite energetic. The text on it keeps refreshing like a scrolling screen. Through study, Lin Jun has now reached level 6 in the human common language and can understand some of it even by guessing. Most of it is nonsense trying to distance oneself from the matter and beg for mercy. It is worth mentioning that when Lin Jun reads the words on the Yellow Book, he will open his own panel at any time. If he discovered the charm effect, he would let the Yellow Book know, and the previous days were already pretty good. As for this half-vampire who is barely in human form, just sprinkle some spores and start interrogating him. So you came here by yourself? The interrogation went smoothly. He sat in front of Xiao He and showed the thief the scene of brutally eating Pudgy. Combined with Lin Jun's parasitic spores and hallucinogenic spores, Lakis told him almost everything he knew. Everything about the search for the Holy Book, the Vampire Duke, and the speculation that he was a pathfinder were revealed by Lakis. But Lin Jun didn't quite understand. Since you are being treated harshly, why don't you choose to leave? Lakis, who had no blood to drink and could not recover from his injuries, lay on the ground and answered in a vague voice. Blood contract. If you betray your master, even if you survive, you will never be promoted. What is promotion? A title of nobility is power, but also a shackle. Lakis suddenly coughed violently, dark red blood stains soaking the ground. Not being able to be promoted to Viscount means that the level cannot exceed 40, and the upper limit of lifespan is no more than 120 years. It sounds like a system with strict hierarchy and strong control. Lin Jun was a little envious. My parasitic ability is still a little weak in terms of coercion after it exceeds the range. Looking at Lakis, who had fainted on the ground, Pudgy beside him carried him to the swamp. He does have a death replay function that allows him to die slowly in the swamp, and no information from his side will be leaked out. There was no intention of keeping him as a dog. During the interrogation, it became clear that this was not a peaceful guy, not to mention that he was stuck in the promotion system. No matter how you looked at it, he was not suitable to be a subordinate. What Lin Jun was more concerned about was how much the demons valued the Yellow Book. No matter how he thought about it, this Yellow Book was a disaster. Should I throw this book away? In just 1 second, Lin Jun rejected this idea. This guy has been here for so long, we can't just let him go like this. Instead of throwing it away, it's better to let Xiao He tear it apart. The Holy Book on the ground, for some reason, the speed of typing for mercy suddenly increased by 3 times. As for the demon team that might come later, Lin Jun didn't care too much. The death of the demons in the Amethyst dungeon will not have any adverse effects on Lin Jun. They can't send a dupe to sneak in just to cause trouble for me, can they? It's not that Lin Jun has any prejudice against the demons. From the shape-shifting monster Krallo, it can be seen that the so-called racial differences in this world are probably just that. Lin Jun even wanted to communicate more with races other than humans, such as elves, dwarves, demons, etc. But you have to be friendly. There's no need to be polite to robbers who come to rob you. I looked at my panel again. There was no charm, which was good. Apudji walked forward and rolled up the holy book in which Jijiwewe still said that he was an honest book. Lin Jun wanted to create a new seal for it. There are at least dozens of mines placed around. By the way, I also have my own elite Pudji plan, and the first batch will be out soon. I hope it can be completed before other demons arrive. I might as well ask them to help test its practicality. 113 Bapu. 7 Sins of Greed Trigger. Plundering Skills. Blood Control LV2. Plundering Skill. Demon Common Language LV1. Plan des Skills. D'incarnation LV1. Plunder Skill. Bite LV6 LV7. A stone-skinned wild boar lay on the mycelium ground, with several cuts on the sides of its gray-brown belly, which was obviously the work of Norris. If Xiao He did something, it would usually be a mass of rotten meat. After lying down for 2 days, the kid plunged back into the battle with monsters. This time, Lin Jun asked him for a prey, and he was watching from the side. The wild boar's skin was tightly attached to the skeleton, revealing its rugged outline. The depressions of each rib were clearly visible, and even the eye sockets had collapsed into 2 deep pits. Apudji stood in front of the wild boar, and the red sphere floating above its head was emitting a faint, fishy smell. Lin Jun manipulated Pudji to control the blood ball, trying to transform it like a half-vampire, but failed after trying several times. In the end, he could only throw the entire blood ball out like a bomb, and the power of it exploding on the ground was almost the same as that of a mushroom cannon. Lin Jun's evaluation is, the level is too low and it only has entertainment value for the time being. You know what? It still looks quite intimidating. Do you want this skill? Lin Jun asked Norris, who was stunned by the sight of Mushroom playing with blood. Norris quickly shook his head. There's a big difference between being treated as a monster and being treated as a vampire. Lin Jun didn't force it. The content of his second round of enhancements has not been decided yet, so it is okay to refer to his opinion to a certain extent. By the way, this is for you. A cow or horse took something out of its stomach and threw it over. Norris took it, looked at the small piece of iron in his hand and asked, "What is this?" Lin Jun explained, "Nail grinding can prevent the nails from growing back for a few days. Your nails are too long, so I'll give it to you." Norris was overjoyed. To be honest, this thing can only be used by Norris. Xiao He would never consider grinding his own weapon. After testing blood control, the next step is Nightmare Incarnation. The name of the skill looks powerful, but actually it just means turning into a bat. But it is also very exciting, because the only thing Lin Jun lacks is the ability to fly. Under the effect of the skill, Pudji turned into Bat Pudji, a Pudji with bat wings. No, this style of painting is wrong, right? Lin Jun recalled the appearance of the lower half of the vampire transforming into a bat, and in the midst of blood, it changed its form and condensed into a real bat. Why is he like this here at Pudji? What's the difference between this and the glider wings you make yourself? After a while, Lin Jun discovered that there really was a difference. Without Lin Jun's control, this Pudji actually flew on its bat wings. It can even hang upside down by holding a rock with its 2 round legs. Is this the power of skills? The wings that I worked so hard to make were just a poor imitation of my skills, not even 1/10 of my real skills. The only shortcoming, I don't know if it's because of the low skill level or because the Pudji is too big compared to the bat's wings, but in any case it flies very slowly and with great effort. The little wings have to flap hard to slowly fly up, and after stopping for a while, they fall freely and naturally their energy is consumed very quickly. Lin Jun tried to install a mushroom cannon on it, but it couldn't withstand the recoil. Not only was it inaccurate, it also spun around after firing. Judging from this flying ability, melee types are not very useful. But fortunately, there is the universal self-destruction. Seeing that the boss began to immerse himself in the game of making Pudji self-destruct, Norris backed away very reluctantly. He was really a little afraid that the boss would get in the mood and self-destruct on him. Back in the mushroom forest, he took out the newly acquired piece of iron and carefully tried to grind off his claws. 10 centimeters was indeed too inconvenient. I can't make a fist, it's hard to pick up things, and there are many other inconveniences. Although it was indeed very useful in combat, he decided to restore at least one of his hands to normal. The claws were very long. When he finally finished grinding one, he looked up and found a big black mushroom squatting beside him for who knows how long. "Senior, after staying here for so many days, he knew that this big black mushroom was actually a dragon man. Having seen the power of her fist, he did not dare to neglect her at all. But he had never dealt with her before, so Norris did not know how to get along with his senior. Xiaohei did not react to Norris's words. To be precise, she didn't know what senior meant. She just stared quietly at Norris, the shiny silver scales on his body. Xiaohei envied Norris very much. His shiny scales were so beautiful, but it was a pity that her own scales were dark and ugly. Involuntarily, Xiaohei moved closer, and his chubby hands were even closer to Norris's body. This touch made Norris feel a little embarrassed. Although he didn't know the gender of this senior, regardless of the gender, he couldn't stand being touched like this. "Senior, what are you doing?" Norris moved back, but Xiaohei came closer again, looking unwilling to give in. Pudgy's hands touched Norris faster and faster, and more roughly. Senior, what are you going to do, With a scream, a silver scale with some skin still attached appeared between Xiaohei's hands, while Norris curled up in place, covering his shoulder and groaning in pain. As if finally realizing that he had made a mistake, Xiaohei hurriedly pushed some mycelium, slapped Norris on the wound, and ran away. Norris? Norris screamed, even alarmed Lin Jun, who was still experiencing flying. The situation was quickly clarified, and a Pudgy brought a bottle of primary healing potion and poured it on Norris' shoulder, and helped him clean the dirt and mycelium on the wound. The injury was not serious to begin with, and the potion took effect quickly to heal the wound, but it would take some time for the scales to grow back. He expressed deep sympathy for Norris's situation and considerately added, mimicry for changing color and regeneration, for recovering injuries to his next round of enhancement list. Lin Jun decided to teach Xiaohei a lesson. How could he just snatch something away like that if he wanted it? To put it another way, it's okay to rob outsiders, but Norris is one of our family members after all, so we still have to follow some rules. Not long after, Norris, who was still checking the wound, saw a big black mushroom holding a bunch of things and walking towards him slowly and reluctantly. He was so scared that he quickly stood up and wanted to run. He was really scared. The feeling of being suppressed and unable to control himself brought back many unpleasant memories. Don't be afraid. Xiaohei is here to apologize to you. The boss's words stopped Norris. Apologize? Looking at the big black mushroom approaching, Norris forced himself not to turn around and run. The big black mushroom stretched out his hands and stuffed a bunch of glass fragments into Norris's arms. Then he stopped looking at the treasures he had given away with a distressed look and turned around and ran back to the mushroom house. Lin Jun also came out to explain at the right time. Okay, Xiaohei has given you her fourth favorite thing, so just forgive her this time. Norris looked at the glass shards in his arms that had torn his clothes. Huh? Lin Jun kindly suggested, by the way, next time you go hunting, if you get scales knocked off your body, you can collect them. Xiaohei will thank you. Norris nodded, slightly dully. Maybe I should collect some of the dropped scales. At least next time, when the senior wants to skin him alive, he can use it to buy his life. 114. Yellow Book's new bedroom. Although skills are everywhere, they're still full of mystery in Lin Jun's view. For example, this nightmare incarnation. When a half-vampire used it, it was clearly a transformation skill, but after it was used on Pudgy, it became a fixed form. However, the half-vampire obviously used his own blood ability when transforming. Lin Jun could only guess that Pudgy lacked blood power, so this skill only retained part of its effectiveness. We have encountered skills that have mutated due to differences in their own characteristics before. The most typical one is assimilation and absorption, which changes from absorbing flesh and blood to absorbing mycelium. This should be considered some kind of adaptation. Then, Lin Jun did some more experiments on flying. Two identical Pudgys with bat wings stood together. Although there seems to be no difference in appearance. When you open the panel, you will find that one of them has the skill Nightmare Incarnation LV1, while the other is a blank Pudgy. Lin Jun spent half a day creating the whiteboard Pudgy by comparing it to the bat Pudgy. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to see if I can fly without relying on any skills. Lin Jun first controlled the Pudgy with skills to fly a circle, and then based on this feeling, he controlled the blank Pudgy. After several failed attempts, I finally made it fly, but it was obviously much more difficult, and each time I flapped my wings, it took more effort, as if some kind of assistance was missing. In addition, if Lin Jun did not control it, this blank Pudgy would not be able to fly no matter what. Pudgy is not very intelligent and acts mostly on instinct. The fact that he cannot fly means that he does not have the instinct to fly. It seems that the skill can give Pudgy this flying instinct, which is like it is easier to hit after having the precision skill. In this case, you can probably do some fancy tricks that don't rely on skills, but if you want to implement them on Pudgy on a large scale, you still need the support of skills. Of course, these so-called theories are only limited to these relatively simple fields. If you don't rely on skills to tinker with a mushroom cannon, it would be pure nonsense. After finishing these quizzes, Lin Jun looked at the construction progress of the trap house again. It was almost completed. The so-called trap room is the new love house that Lin Jun built for Huang Bishu. Lin Jun's previous plan to dig out the underground city failed because he encountered a transparent wall. This time, Lin Jun simply made use of the transparent wall. Anyway, the transparent wall is not afraid of collapse and cannot be blown up no matter how hard it is blown up, so just use it as a trap room. Now, a small team of construction workers are doing the final touches on this area of the transparent wall. The originally cramped space was expanded into a complete basement structure. The arched walls, where mycelium and rock were perfectly integrated, were inlaid with luminous spores, shrouding the entire space in a pale blue halo. There are 8 pillars throughout the basement. The transparent wall used as the ceiling actually does not need pillars to support it. These pillars are naturally camouflaged. They are actually made up of a layer of stone shell made of self-destructive Pudgy. There are 4 self-destructive Pudgy in each pillar to ensure sufficient power. On an altar-like stone base at the innermost part, the yellow book was placed peacefully on it, looking like a reward item after defeating the boss. The stone base will also explode naturally. Anyway, it is cheap and easy to use. I guess the yellow book has no objection to its new home. Of course, there can't be only self-destructive Pudgys. Lin Jun also arranged several newly developed elite Pudgys as guards here. Compared with ordinary Pudgy, the elite Pudgy has more skills, but the main difference is in attributes. For example, for the melee elite Pudgy, Lin Jun raised the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and constitution to 40. For range types, it is enough to raise the intelligence and agility to 40 and the physique to 30. It is enough to put 3 or 4 elite Pudgy in the trap room. At that time, the outside entrance will be sealed with a layer of stone, and the entire trap room will become a hidden space. The adventurers who hang around in the cave are not of very high level. Even if they accidentally enter a trap room, they'll be forced back by the guards. If the demons coming here come looking for you and the elite Pudgy can't defeat them, then let the self-destructive Pudgy blow them up completely. Even if he didn't die, the time he took to retreat was enough for Lin Jun to mobilize the Pudgys to block the door outside the cave. The reason why we took the trouble to move the yellow book over there is that if it is placed in the mushroom forest, a few demons will come to cause trouble every now and then, and it would be bad if the mushroom forest, which serves as the employee rest area, is finally destroyed. Lin Jun's trap hut plan and elite Pudgy plan were both progressing smoothly, but the plan to lay fungal carpet from the 6th level rift directly to the deep area was not so smooth. The rock walls of the rift are very hard, and the mycelium cannot collect nutrients other than magic from the rock walls. It can only rely on the nutrients transmitted by the connected fungal carpet to extend downwards. This problem is not unique to the rift rock wall. In fact, even on the 5th or 6th layer of rock wall, the fungal blanket cannot absorb basic nutrients. It's just that they're not far from the ground and the dome. So, transporting nutrients, there's not a big problem. But here in the rift, the length of the rock wall is a bit too long. The distance over which nutrients can be transferred using fungal mats is also limited. There is no other way. Without the conditions, Lin Jun can only create them himself. First, some hollow tubes made of mycelium are pinched out, and the soil is poured through the tubes, spreading them on relatively flat areas on the rock wall to form supply points one after another. Relying on the nutrients in the soil, the mycelium can be extended further and spread to the next platform using tubes. In this way, it extends one node at a time and is spread downwards smoothly. For this purpose, a group of Pudgys who dig and carry soil, and 3 tree men who are responsible for clearing the way and assisting are stationed on the 6th level of the rift. During the extension of the fungal blanket, Lin Jun also discovered a problem. This rift doesn't seem to be connected to the 70th, 80th, 90th, and 10th floors. At least Lin Jun's fungal blanket did not find any entrance to other levels. Could it be that the other classes just happen to be separated by stone walls? This problem can only be studied again after we go back and occupy the 7th floor. The spread of the fungal creep stopped after finally entering the deep zone. It's not that Lin Jun didn't want to continue, but he met a familiar figure again. Race, Thousand Axle Mayfly. Level, 22. Race, Thousand Axle Mayfly. Level, 31. An area crisscrossed by countless thick white lines, where a large number of Qianshu mayflies live. Unlike the level 62 monster encountered when Pudgy fell down, the highest level seen here is only around level 40, but there are quite a lot of them, and they have a strong sense of territory. When the hyphae extend down and approach their thick threads, they will come over and scrape off the hyphae, or simply spray acid to corrode a large piece. Simply put, it seems that there is no way to get down unless you kill them. 115. Revenge. In a place where supplies are difficult, and there is no place for Pudgy to stay, fighting a territory war with a group of monsters with an astonishing number, and there may be a big boss behind them. Lin Jun did this only after he had eaten his fill and decisively chose to change his route. Now Bat Pudgy comes in handy. Bats flapped their wings and flew into different rifts. It would be best if they could find the rift that Inanna went down into. If not, then at least they could explore a way out without any obstacles and reach the bottom smoothly. However, a strange thing happened. With so many cracks, even if some of them merged after extending downwards, there were still nearly 20 routes left. But no matter which route you take, when you fly down to a similar depth, you will see the thousands of mayflies living there. The only difference is that a few places are inhabited by single high-level thousand-spirit mayflies, while most areas are inhabited by groups of low-level thousand-spirit mayflies. Regardless of whether they were high-level or low-level, when they saw the bat Pudgy flying down, they all chose to rush up and eat Pudgy. The bat couldn't fly over them at all, so it could only explode. But this is strange. If there are 1,000 mayflies on all routes, how did Inanna get down in the first place? After she turned into Pudgy, she was not connected to the fungus network and could not observe the surrounding situation. But she was floating down so slowly. If she had encountered these thousand-spirit mayflies, she would have been snatched away long ago. How could she have successfully fallen down? Or did something change there after I left the deep area? The influence of the demonic tide? Lin Jun was not sure, but he knew that his direct plan would have to be carefully considered. He has not yet decided whether or not to fight a battle far away from home, without any geographical advantage. Lin Jun was still making his last struggle, hoping to find a dead corner that Qianshu Feiqiu hadn't occupied to sneak through, and he didn't notice the job that the new employee had given him. A python entangled Norris and made him unable to move. The snake bit Norris' shoulder and seemed to have injected poison. However, Norris had toxin resistance and paralysis resistance and was not affected. But even if he wasn't poisoned, his condition was not optimistic. His left arm was nailed to the tree trunk by the roots of 3 flower demons, leaving only his right hand free to move. Norris didn't expect that the python would work together with the flower demon, and accidentally fell into a passive situation of 1 against 2. He had already begun to regret sharpening his nails. His right hand, which was still movable, was without claws and could not cause any effective damage to the python in front of him. But if he doesn't fight back, he will be killed. I wonder if I'll be thrown into the swamp if I die. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Norris grabbed the body of the python in front of him with his only remaining right hand, used all his strength to pry open a wound, and then bit it down. Neurotoxin LV4. He can also be poisonous. But this poison is no different from saliva when used, and there is no chance to use in battle. I didn't expect to use it today. Fortunately, the python did not have the corresponding resistance. Under the effect of the toxin, the snake body that was tightening around Norris relaxed. Norris freed his hands and pulled out the roots that were nailing his left hand. He didn't even have time to deal with the python under him. He turned around and wanted to hide in the bushes. The reason why he was in such a hurry was that according to the perception provided by the fungus network, there were 3 adventurers coming towards him, and he had to hide quickly. Another root emerged from the ground beneath his feet and pierced Norris's foot. This flower demon. Norris now hates this flower demon. Injuries and pain don't matter. Since being transformed, minor injuries have healed quickly, but this kind of timing. What is that? When the adventurer's voice came, Norris froze in place. A lizard man from the demon clan? Kind of, but he has no tail. Even in the underground city, In just a few words, the adventurers had already judged Norris's camp based on his appearance. The adventurers seemed a little afraid of the demons, but someone said, "He looks injured." By the time Norris had pulled out the roots from his feet, 3 adventurers had already surrounded him. The demons are dangerous, but the reward for killing demon spies is also high. In a situation where both monsters and demons are hurt, everyone would want to try to be the one who benefits. Norris was still thinking about whether to turn around and run away or try to explain himself, but when he saw a halfling among the adventurers, he stopped retreating. Norris didn't know the halfling's name, but he remembered the iconic burn mark under his left eyelid. It was this person who stole his silver coins. After being discovered by him, he and his companions beat him up. Norris didn't know why he suddenly stopped running. So what if you know that the other person is someone who has bullied you? Haven't I been bullied enough over the years? Now that I'm still injured, I should turn around and run away and ask the boss for help. But why'd he show his claws and move toward them? The memory after that was a bit vague. Norris only felt that his breathing was getting more and more rapid, and his body seemed to be controlled by the devil, dancing outside of his consciousness. When I came to my senses, the first thing I noticed was the strong smell of blood lingering around my nose. There are his, and there are adventurers. Beneath him was the mutilated body of the halfling, and the other 2 adventurers were lying not far away, one with claw wounds all over his body, and the other strangled to death by tree roots. "Root, are you okay?" At the side, a tree demon named Xiaolu, surrounded by Pudgy, came forward and asked. Norris knew it because it often went to the 6th floor. It was also one of the boss's men. "It seems that I have been helped by it." Norris tried hard to recall the details of what had just happened, but he could only remember the feeling of claws tearing flesh. Thank you. Although he couldn't remember, it didn't stop Norris from saying thank you. However, the tree demon just asked again, "Are you okay?" As if realizing something, Norris lowered his head and looked at his body. The gash in his abdomen was bleeding. He was kneeling on the ground because his right leg below the knee was missing. There was also a dagger stuck in his heart. That is to say, how could I possibly defeat 3 silver-level adventurers? Xiaolu caught Norris, who fell headfirst, and quickly contacted Lin Jun on the fungus network. Lin Junga was numb. I wasn't paying attention for a moment. How did I become like this? Lin Jun couldn't understand why he should have told Norris to hide when he encountered an adventurer. Even if there was an unexpected situation, Norris should have called me in time. Why did it happen like this, with both sides suffering losses? And in the end, it was Xiaolu who came to report? He instantly took over the Pudgis that were originally following Xiaolu. A few Pudgis were in charge of dealing with the adventurers' corpses. They scraped them off and threw them to places with fungal mats. The remaining Pudgy rolled up Norris, and he fell into the grass with his right leg and walked towards the 5th floor. "Make way, and tell me what's going on." Lin Yun directly instructed Xiaolu. Xiaolu took the order and walked in front. "I don't know the details. I noticed Norris was fighting with someone, so I came over to take a look. When I came, I saw that he was almost killed by adventurers. In a hurry, I killed one of the adventurers. The tree demon is also connected to the fungus web, so it is normal for it to sense situations farther away. Lin Jun also had a requirement that tree monsters should not actively attack adventurers, so Xiaolu made a special explanation here. Lin Jun didn't ask any more questions. It was estimated that the matter would only become clear after Norris woke up. I am now focusing on several things at the same time, and it is impossible for me to have a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the entire dungeon. It would be nice if there was a replay function for the fungal blanket, or it would be nice to upgrade the spirit integration skill that has not been used for a long time. I hope that Norris's matter was not initiated by him. Norris has told him the rules. Subordinates who don't follow the rules will not be a help, but a trouble. If you think about it carefully, among his 4 subordinates, it is the tree demon Xiaolu who gives him the least trouble. 116 penalties. It's all my fault. In the open space in front of the mushroom house, Norris knelt in the middle of a group of Pudgy, and even Xiao Hei squatted in the corner and looked at him. He lowered his head, his scales rubbing against the ground, making a crackling sound, and his intermittent confessions floated in the air along with a faint smell of blood. At this time, Norris' right foot had been reconnected and the wound on his chest had healed, but he still couldn't hide his embarrassment. There was a clear dividing line between the flesh and blood that had not yet completely glued together at the joints of the broken limbs, and the scales all over the body were missing here and there, and the ones that remained on the body were mostly cracked, and no longer as bright as before. Norris didn't know why he lost control of his emotions. He should have been used to being bullied for so many years. Now that he had committed murder, he could only confess what had happened honestly and then wait anxiously for his fate. With the dual effects of the fungal web and parasitism, Norris would not be able to hide his lies from Lin Jun. In Lin Jun's opinion, it is not entirely Norris's fault. After all, it was humans who took the first action. But it's also true that Norris mishandled the situation. Being entangled by human adventurers, Lin Jun could accept whether Norris fought or fled, but he should have informed her through the fungus network as soon as possible. It was not a good sign for him to act arbitrarily when encountering things. As for the death of 3 humans, it's really not a big deal in the dungeon. So Lin Jun quickly gave Norris a punishment. Norris, you acted without permission and violated the rules of the Mushroom Garden. Now I punish you to wash the land for slime for a month. Washing the floor for slime. Norris couldn't wrap his mind around it for a moment, and subconsciously he still thought that the crime he committed was murder, but now listening to what the boss said, his problem was that he didn't report it? What? Do you have any objections? Lin Jun thought Norris was unwilling. Cleaning the floor for slime is not an easy job. That 2-color slime is quite capable of splitting. The so-called floor cleaning means that after killing the split slime, you collect the core and put it on the fungal mat, and the remaining mucus should be flushed into the underground sewer with water. During the work, we eat and sleep in the caves in the mountain, which is a disguised confinement. It is not an exaggeration to say that this work is done from morning to night. Not to mention that the cage would be pulled up from time to time, and curses would be released to train the Pujus, and Norris would definitely suffer inside. But for Norris, the punishment was lighter than even his best expectations. So he quickly bowed his head and admitted, No, I have no objection. The 2 Pujus took Norris to serve his sentence in an orderly manner, one in front and one behind. Xiaohei had no idea what was going on and waved at Norris, who was leaving. Lin Jun went to find Xiaolu again to confirm the adventurer's strength. Norris achieved a 1-for-2 record in a head-on confrontation with 3 silver-level adventurers who could operate on the 6th floor. The last person was killed by Xiaolu, who arrived in time. Without Xiaolu, Norris would have been dead by now. In this incident, compared to the mistakes Norris made, Lin Jun saw more of the strength he demonstrated. You know, Norris is only level 24 now. The previous fight against monsters was also a challenge of higher levels, but the monsters were not as smart as Norris after all, so it was not surprising that he could kill them. But this time, there were 3 human adventurers who were actually 1 level higher than him, and they were still able to achieve such a record, which showed that the effect of his added skills was indeed very good. The higher skill level plus reasonable matching made up for the attribute gap caused by Norris's insufficient level. Lin Jun also understood that this kind of compensation had its limits. When people reached the gold, or even diamond level, their own skill levels would be very high and reasonably matched. At that time, the advantages of the skills given by Lin Jun would not be obvious. But there is no doubt that relying on this ability, as long as there are enough suitable materials, Lin Jun can mass-produce a group of backbone people who can quickly reach silver or even gold strength. It's just, I can't seem to find the materials. After being in the dungeon for so long, I only met Norris, a blank slate. Everyone else who entered the dungeon was full of skills. Perhaps there are many human civilians and children who are close to blank slates, but taking people away would obviously attract the attention of others, and in the end it would probably not be worth the loss. Put the thought aside for now. After Norris finishes his confinement, Lin Jun plans to give him a second round of transformation. It seems that the originally planned mimicry cannot be given for the time being. Norris is not strong enough, and his character is not stable enough. If he goes out with mimicry like this, he might be exposed if he gets impulsive again one day. It's better to cultivate it more. In comparison, Xiaolu's performance this time was very good. In a dried forest, Little Green was kneeling on the moist ground. It stretched its roots into the soil and carefully combed out the tangled root systems of the new trees. When the tree demon has abundant magic power, a jade-green tender branch will condense in its body every once in a while. If you leave the tender branches and part of the roots on the ground, the demon tree will grow. When the demon tree matures, it will gain consciousness and become a new tree demon. Thanks to Lin Jun's reward, the tree monsters obtained a lot of magic crystals and became much more efficient in absorbing magic power. Naturally, more new branches have been planted recently. Some of them, like the one in front of Xiaolu, have grown well and have become healthy demon trees. The tree demons would occasionally help the tree demons tidy up their overgrown roots. The space under the tree demon forest is much more crowded than it looks on the surface. Little Green. The sudden summons made Xiaolu stop what he was doing. What is it, boss? Please tell me what you want. It's not an order. It's just a suggestion I want to see your opinion on. The land on the other side of the hill has been vacant since it was cleared. Instead of letting other monsters occupy it, I might as well plant some mushrooms. It can also prevent adventurers from accidentally entering the mountain. I just wanted to ask you if you have any plans to plant some trees there together. This way we have bases on both sides, so we don't have to travel far every time. Expand the territory. Lin Jun's suggestion made Xiaolu fall into thought. Indeed, although there is still enough land in the dried forest, if the current momentum continues, outward expansion is almost inevitable. Xiaolu's original idea was to slowly expand out from the forest entrance. Now, according to the boss's idea, he wants them to build a new home directly on the other side. It seems, maybe, the tree demons have lived in seclusion in a corner for a long time. One reason is that their numbers were limited before, and the tree demon forest was enough for them to survive. Secondly, they don't want to attract too much attention from human adventurers, so they live in remote areas and in close proximity, so they are not easily attacked by adventurers. The situation is different now. Whenever the tree demon goes out, he is followed by a group of Pudgy. Not only has his combat effectiveness increased, but adventurers seem to be very afraid of Pudgy, and conflicts have become much less. In this case, it is not impossible to build a new home away from the forest. Boss, do you want Pudgy to live together with the tree demon? Mixed residence. In Lin Jun's view, the Pudgys are just tools, and the tree monsters are his subordinates. Lin Jun finds it a bit strange to use the word subordinates and tools together, but Xiaolu is fine with this understanding. I guess so. I plan to come out in a mushroom forest. You haven't seen the mushroom forest yet since you can't get to the 5th floor. You should like it. In Lin Jun's conception, the tree demon is quite suitable to live with a mushroom forest. Mushrooms mainly collect magic from the air, while tree spirits mainly absorb magic from the land. The two do not interfere with each other. Then the mushroom forest can provide environmental effects such as spores, and the tree spirit can lead Pudgy to guard the mushroom forest without Lin Jun having to worry about it. The ultimate goal of everything is actually to cover up the crack in the 2-color slime in a mountain cave, and other aspects are actually incidental. Boss, I have no objection. When do we start? When Xiaolu knew that he was living with Pudgy, he felt relieved. With Pudgy around, he was no longer afraid of adventurers. Then you can do it now. My Pudgy is already down. Then I will gather the tribesmen right away. 117. Long wait. Rumble. A familiar voice. Norris rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up from the ground, picked up a stone stick, and climbed to the top of the cage. He inserted the stone stick into the hole and started poking it inside. He had to poke the newly split slime out. If the Pudgys are guarding it, there is no need to worry about how long the newly born slimes stay in there. They can be killed when they come out anyway. But now the job has fallen to him, and if 3 or 4 slimes come out together, he will be in trouble. Although the Pudgys will cover for him, he will inevitably suffer, so it is the right thing for him to do as soon as the split occurs. Hard work pays off. After a while, a red slime squeezed out of the stone exit. Norris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw it was red slime. Splitting Wind Claw LV4. The slime's body was cut open. Norris was quick-witted and stretched out his right hand to grab the slime's core and pulled it out. Fortunately, it is not green. Every time he deals with a green slime, his hands will be corroded and injured. Just as he was rejoicing, the cage was suddenly pulled up. Not good. Norris turned and ran, all the way to the corner farthest from the rift and least affected. Then he endured the burning sensation all over his body and waited for the cage to be lowered again. After everything was over, he and the guards, Pudgy, lay on the fungal mat to replenish their nutrients and repair their injuries. When lying on the fungus blanket, Norris would think of his mushroom house. The comfort of the mushroom house was really incomparable to the fungus blanket on the rock. Norris lived his labor reform life miserably and did not notice that he had become a little stronger. Skill upgrade. Wind Claw LV4-LV5. Skill upgrade. Corrosion resistance LV1-LV2. What he also didn't know was that outside the hill where he was, the Pudgys were planting mushrooms and the tree spirits were planting young branches, trying to turn this into an enhanced version of the mushroom forest. And he also missed Vampire Hunt 2.0. The most torturous thing is that you know a group of robbers are going to visit your house, but you don't know the exact time, so you can only pay attention to your door every moment. So, when Lin Jun found the vampire at the entrance, he felt relieved. It's finally here. To be honest, after making so many preparations, it would be really sad if the demons didn't come in the end. Name: Louisa. Level: 50. Title: Viscount of the Blood Clan. It's just level 50, and with Admiral Xiao He backing you up, there's nothing to worry about. This vampire Viscount entered the dungeon with 7 humans, who looked like cannon fodder to Lin Jun. Just when Lin Jun was complaining in his heart that the demons came to his underground city, located far behind the human territory, as easily as going home, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a tail following this team. Relying on the fungal carpet extending out of the dungeon, Lin Jun observed a group of people with obvious symbols of the Church of Light coming to the gate of the dungeon. Solarin, the captain of the Wings of Judgment, walked through the woods, following the footprints of varying depths on the ground, stepping on dead branches. In her eyes, one of the footprints was emitting a disgusting dark breath. Following behind her were Pastor Main and 4 fully armored church warriors. In this team, Sorlin and Main have gold-level strength, while the other fighters are all silver level. Arriving outside the dungeon, the remaining silver light in Sorlin's right eye gradually dimmed as her eyelashes fluttered. Maintaining the vision of truth was also a great drain on her. The priest behind him walked over to the 2 guards who had fallen beside the bonfire and checked them. They are both alive. It seems that they are under a coma spell. As expected, killing people randomly will only make them more vulnerable to being exposed. Apparently, they don't know they have been exposed yet. Solarin looked up at the magnificent underground city gate in front of him. Main, you are right. Their destination is the Amethyst Underground City. After all, there is nothing further south, Pastor Main said worriedly, without any joy at all because of what he said. But we still don't know what they want to do. Thanks to Sorlin's ability, they discovered this group of demons that had sneaked into the kingdom long before outside the forest. During this period, the demons were active in the United Kingdom, but most of them were spies acting alone, so they had no scruples in hunting them down. But the traces discovered this time were of a whole group of people whose strength was unknown. Out of caution, they did not approach rashly, but smashed the communication crystal and called other patrols around. They left 2 soldiers behind to meet with support and continued tracking. This group of people had obviously received stealth training. They had deliberately covered their tracks along the way, and their methods could even be described as ingenious. At least with Main's ability, it was difficult to tell, and it was only thanks to Solarin that he was able to track him all the way here. But Main couldn't understand why they wanted to enter the dungeon. Should we go to towns and villages to cause trouble? What can we do in the dungeon? Kill some adventurers quietly? What effect would that have on the kingdom? Adventurers were never considered part of the regular fighting force. Looking for something or someone. Main was anxious about not knowing the other party's purpose, but Solarin didn't care. It doesn't matter what their purpose is. Since they have entered the underground city, they are trapped. Sorlin sat on a wooden stake beside the campfire, leaning on his sword. Not chasing anymore? Main asked. No need. There is no other exit in the underground city. We just need to meet up with other patrol teams here and wait for them to attack. By then, they will not be able to escape even if they have wings. As Solarin spoke, he suddenly lowered his head to think for a moment, then called over a subordinate. Go contact the Adventurers Guild here and ask them to gather adventurers to help capture the demons. I don't need high-level adventurers. I don't need them to guard the gate or participate in the battle. I will let those adventurers spread out around the dungeon to prevent the demons from using the escape scroll. Escape scroll? Main asked doubtfully. It's unlikely. That thing is rare and dangerous. Just in case. Solarin didn't want to let this guy get away because of this accident. Yes. After receiving the order, the church warrior took the identity card representing the captain of the Wings of Judgment from Solarin and ran towards the Dumbwind town. Although Main felt that he should hold on to the opponent, he chose to remain silent when Solarin had already made the decision. He and Solarin are both at the gold level, but in terms of position, the Chanting Priest is ultimately just a strategic assistant officer. As the team commander, Solarin seeks his advice from time to time out of respect for his strength, and it is by no means a rule that must be followed. And there seemed to be nothing wrong with Sorlin's judgment. Gathering forces to block the door was obviously a safe approach. The only problem is they're not sure how long they'll have to wait here. What if the demons discover what's happening outside and hide in the dungeon and refuse to come out? 118, Viscount Squad, Part 1. What a pity. Where are the twins? The obscene voice beside him made Huck look back at the three figures behind him who were about to disappear at the end of the aisle. Of course, he knew what the so-called pity meant. The person who was speaking was called Shortaxe. He was an ugly man with a centipede-shaped scar across his cheek, which was caused by an iron hook when he was robbing a caravan in his early years. Years of alcoholism made his face dark, and when he smiled with his toothless mouth, the two short axes slung across his leather armor would tremble along with his belly. But even though his body shape is out of shape, he is still a desperate criminal who dares to use fury in battle and can swing his dual-wielded axes into a whirlwind. His brain is not working well. He is always thinking about his two tails of meat. He doesn't even look at the current situation. He is still acting like a robber. Huck secretly glanced at Viscount Louisa, who was walking in the middle of the team. The tall vampire didn't seem to hear Hatchet's complaint, or maybe she heard it but didn't care. He cursed Shortaxe in his heart. After all, if Shortaxe and a few guys hadn't been so horny that they killed the Baron's daughter, they wouldn't have been forced to flee to the Hermit Empire by the high bounty, let alone participate in such an obviously dangerous operation. Did he really think he cared about the so-called eternal life? Being able to live to a certain age is called eternal life. Just having a lifespan and then being killed the next moment is nothing but eternal life. Unfortunately, the situation was stronger than the people, and from the moment they turned to the vampires, they had no choice. The hatchet man next to him took out a small box from his arms, poured out a grayish-white pill that smelled foul, and swallowed it in one gulp. Huck recognized what it was. It was the dead-quieting potion made from morning lilies, which he also had in his arms. Long-term use can make the body closer to the dead, which is a necessary step before being transformed into a half-vampire. This guy, Hatchet, obviously took the Viscount's promise to transform them into half-vampires very seriously if they successfully completed the mission. Really, Hake also took out a deadly medicine and swallowed it. An axe suddenly flew past him, causing Huck to stop in his tracks. Hatchet! Huck's voice was filled with suppressed anger. The axe passed through the Pudgy and Slime who were fighting not far away, making a perfect double kill, and then flew back to the hand of the Hatchet. Why didn't you say anything along the way? Are you pretending to be an expert? Ha! Hatchet's unbridled laughter made everyone turn around and look at him. Even the Viscount was no exception. Hake didn't find it funny at all, and just wanted to chop his ugly face into pieces with a wind blade. He quickly distanced himself from Hatchet, and heard him mutter behind him, "TSK, you can't take a joke." Putting aside this guy with a hole in his brain, the others are relatively reliable and are now discussing the unusualness of this dungeon. Didn't they say that each floor of the Purple Crystal Underground City has a different ecology? Why are there Pudgy all along the way? And they're mutant species. I was here 6 years ago, and it wasn't like this then. I heard that this place experienced a demonic tide before. It might be the influence of the demonic tide. It's so dark here. Huck looked around and found that it was true. There are fungal mats, fluorescent mushrooms, and mutated poofs all along the way. No matter what ecological level you are in, you can see them, and they account for a large proportion. This situation reached its peak when they reached the 5th floor. Snap! There was a strange feeling under my feet. Lighting magic. What's this? In the orange-yellow light, everyone could see the thick fungal carpet under their feet, and every step they took would create a sticky mess. How disgusting. Someone was scraping the sole of his shoe in disgust, but the more he scraped, the more scratches he made. Look what this is. Shortaxe suddenly called out to everyone. Hake looked back and saw that the Hatchet had opened up the fungus blanket under his feet, revealing. Huck felt something was wrong. This stone was too neat. Look, it's soft. The Shortaxe kicked the disc twice. It felt bouncy, and it felt very nice to kick. Then he stepped down. Huck watched with his own eyes as the disc under Hatchet's feet suddenly exploded, blowing away a layer of soil. Ah! Amid the heart-wrenching cry of the Shortaxe, several dark shadows suddenly jumped out from the surroundings and pounced on him. Although Hatchet was a disgusting and annoying guy, it would be a shame to let him die in vain. 3rd level magic. Wind surge. A hurricane blew away the figures that were rushing towards him, and Huck could barely make out what they were. Poochie. Or is it the mimicry of Pudgy? The Pudges that were blown away exploded one by one before they landed on the ground. but fortunately no one else was hurt. Be careful. These puffins are hiding in the ground, someone warned. Hake looked at the holes on the ground left by Pudgy, and then looked at the endless fungal carpet in front of him. Could it be like this all the way? Ah, my legs. Hatchet's scream drew Huck's attention back, and he realized that this bastard had actually failed this time, with his right foot below the knee blown off. Come to think of it, this idiot stepped his entire foot directly into the source of the explosion. It's probably a good thing that he didn't lose any limbs or legs. Hake hesitated whether to give him the healing potion he carried with him, but looking at his condition, it seemed that it would hardly be of use in the next battle. "What's that in the sky?" someone asked, pointing up into the sky. Under the fluorescent light of the dome, small black dots were approaching in the air. They seemed to be some kind of flying monsters. The M-shaped wings behind them seemed to be familiar to me. Bats. Huck felt that they really looked like the bats that could be seen everywhere in the vampire territory. But why is this bat so fat? When I got closer, I finally saw its true face. Puff again. After the previous lesson, no one dared to let Pudgy get close to them now. All the magic arrows were thrown out. These flying puffs were not fast and were easy to hit. After being attacked, they fell down one after another. Bang! Damn it! Don't let them fly over our heads. Huck, blow them away. His teammates cursed and gave orders, and Hake simply stopped using the wind blade and focused on using the wind surge to blow the falling Pudgys away. Finally, everyone was no longer affected by the explosion. Only, how many puffs are there? Small black dots flew up and down all over the sky, making Huck's scalp tingle. Even if we use up all our magic power and arrows, we still won't be able to defeat so many Pudgys, right? Let's retreat first. Huck suggested loudly that since they were not far from the stairs now, he wanted to go back and reorganize before seeing how to deal with these strange things. Need not. Viscount Louisa, who had been observing the situation coldly, suddenly spoke. With just a casual move of her hand, the short axe on the ground made a louder cry, and blood gushed out from his broken limbs and gathered in Louisa's hand to form a blood ball. Then the blood burst out into countless thin threads that shot into the sky, accurately piercing through one Pudgy after another. The damage of each bloodline attack is not high, but the Pudgys just don't have much health points. I don't know if she saw through this. After one strike, all the blood balls in Louisa's hand were used up, and the Pudgys fell from the sky like dumplings. Only a few of them escaped and were shot down one by the archers. It seems that their crisis has been temporarily resolved. Huck glanced at the short axe that had become a mummy. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about whether to waste a bottle of healing potion. 119, Viscount Squad, Part 2. You two, go in and explore the way. Outside the cave, the Viscount pointed at the deep passage and said something that made Hake feel like he was falling into an icy cave. After eliminating the puffs buried in the ground and flying in the sky along the way, Huck had a full understanding of the degree of danger on this level. It is simply impossible for him, a level 42 gold rank, to survive alone in this class. Hake couldn't figure out how the adventurers here usually survived. Did they only stay on the first 4 floors? Now, the Viscount asked him and another person to explore this tunnel that looked suspicious at first glance. In this kind of terrain, he has no confidence that he can escape if there are a few explosive Pudgys. But he had no choice. Under the Viscount's intimidating gaze, Huck could only bite the bullet and walk in. The sloping tunnel was pitch black, but fortunately Huck had the lighting skill to illuminate the bumpy uphill road under their feet. If he was not a wizard who could cast illumination spells, the Viscount might have chosen someone else to go in, Huck thought to himself. How long is this road? After hearing their companion complain like this for the 3rd time, the two finally came to a room. The finely polished stone walls, 8 peculiarly shaped supporting pillars, the innermost stone altar, and a yellow book on it. Is that the holy book the Viscount was talking about? If I take it and give it to the Viscount, it will definitely be a great achievement. Huck thought this, but his body did not move. His companion at the side was about to step forward, but after taking a look at Huck, who stood still like a mountain, he chuckled and stopped. TSK. He was the type that Huck hated, a shrewd fellow. At times like this, he began to miss his hatchet, for he always rushed forward foolishly. Puff. While the two were in a stalemate, for Pudgys walked out from behind the stone altar, 2 with scales and 2 without. Pudgy again? Hake glanced around and saw no other monsters. If there were only 4 Pudgys. Huck made eye contact with his companion. I will support you with my magic. This time his companion did not refuse and nodded. It seemed that the danger was not that great now. Fourth level magic, wind speed. Second level magic, wind blade. The acceleration effect was amplified to the teammates rushing forward, and Hake threw out another wind blade, intending to deal with a Pudgy first. The wind blade came later, but arrived first, and when it was about to cut Pudgy, a black whip flashed by. Just like the collision of swords, a Pudgy swung out a mycelium tentacle with a blade at the tail, just in time to intercept the flying wind blade. It would be acceptable if Pudgy could dodge it, but what the hell was the point of directly using a whip to disperse the wind blade? It's not over yet. Hake noticed that the two scaleless Pudgys on the opposite side suddenly gathered a lot of magic power. Careful. Fortunately, his teammate was not a rookie either. He dodged the sudden magic explosion with the help of the wind speed bonus, and then engaged in close combat with Pudgy, who was wearing scale armor. At this point, anyone who is not a fool can see that the four Pudgys in front of them are definitely not ordinary creatures. At least they're different from those Pudgys outside that can only self-destruct. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who was winning. Huck decided to break the deadlock by doing something ruthless, be ruthless to his teammates. More magic power gathered in front of the staff, and after a long period of energy storage. Sixth level magic, big storm. Countless swirling wind blades flew forward, ignoring the enemy and showering the entire arena. Amid the angry curses of their teammates, the two scaleless Pudgys were crushed by the storm, and even the two scaled melee Pudgys were cut with several wounds. As for Hake's teammates, unfortunately, they also turned into bloody men, but they were not dead yet. But there are only two low-health Pudgy left, and they can be. The proud Hake suddenly glanced at the stone pillar beside him. This stone pillar was affected by a huge storm, and some of the outer rock layers collapsed, revealing a pale body inside. A chill rushed straight to Hake's crown. His eyes quickly swept to the other stone pillars, and under some of the cracks that had fallen off, they were all the same color of Pudgy's body. Run! Hake turned and ran, hearing the angry curses from his teammates behind him, but Hake didn't care. This reminder was all his moral sense as a teammate. No matter whether these Pudgy hidden in the stone pillars self-destruct or fight, it is obviously beyond his ability to deal with. Go out and report to the Viscount, and let the Viscount decide what to do. But when he finally ran out, all he saw was a pile of potholes, some familiar-looking corpses, and the Viscount fighting in the Pudgy Sea in the distance. That's right, Pugihai. Countless fluorescent puffs fired at the Viscount, who was moving quickly in the distance, while the Viscount turned the blood in his hands into thin lines and shot them out. Huck could probably guess where the blood came from. Although the Viscount looked very impressive as she was fighting against countless enemies at the moment, Huck instantly judged that she could not win. There was not much blood left in her hands, and the blood was puffing endlessly on the ground. What's even more outrageous is that Huck even saw a few Pudgys that were pierced by blood and should have been dead, but they stood up again after lying down for a while. What the hell is this? Huck decisively took out a scroll from his pocket. Invisibility. Then he increased his wind speed, and while the Viscount had attracted almost all the firepower, he ran away. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, the most important thing now is to save my life. Lin Jun noticed this guy who deserted the battlefield, but Pudgy was out to encircle and suppress the vampires and was too lazy to split up his forces to deal with him. There are just some Pudgys generated on the next few levels, blocking his way up. This time, Lin Jun deliberately did not let Xiao He take action directly. He wanted to try how he felt when facing a diamond-level opponent. As a result, I suffered a small loss at the beginning. None of the bats shot down by the bloodline were spared and were all smashed to pieces. Her ability to control blood is even stronger than Lakis's. This skill of being able to accurately attack multiple targets over a large area is truly powerful. Although powerful, it is not restrained. After suffering a loss, Lin Jun sent out ground troops equipped with Mycelium Recombination LV4. Bloodline is a skill with little trauma. Even if Pudgy is killed, he will be able to get up again in a short time under the effect of Mycelium Reorganization. Coupled with the astonishing number of Pudgy itself, it creates an endless effect. The vampire on the opposite side should have also noticed this detail, but she obviously had no choice but to drink poison to quench her thirst. Pudgy blocked her retreat, and the blood she drew from the cannon fodder became less and less. In fact, even if there was more blood, it would be difficult for her to break out. Controlling blood also consumes magic power. She has very little magic power left after fighting for so long. The continuous attacks from all angles left her with no chance to transform and escape, and she could only kill the Pudgis gathered in front of her over and over again in vain. At a certain moment, the magic power was exhausted, and the few blood balls left in the vampire's hand collapsed, but the puffing ocean in front of him still had no end in sight. When Vera led the twins out of the dungeon, she stopped subconsciously. Something seems wrong. The surroundings were so quiet. There were no adventurers coming and going, no sounds of small animals, and even the guards who were supposed to be guarding the gate were gone. Vera, Failing asked puzzledly. After leaving the dungeon, Failing naturally became less vigilant. Let's go back. Although Vera had no idea what was going on, he decided to step back and observe the meeting. 4th level light magic, light curtain. A wall of light suddenly appeared behind the 3 people, blocking their retreat, and the sound of dense footsteps came from behind the woods. Vera instantly drew the scimitar from her waist and stood on guard with Failing and Fayin, while quickly looking for a way to escape. But soon they saw the marks on the people they surrounded. Church. A group of church warriors formed an array, their carefully maintained armor gleaming in the sunlight. Our target is the demon tribe. The 3 of you should not act rashly. Priest Main was behind the array, maintaining the light curtain while persuading Vera and the others not to resist. There were at least 30 church warriors who blocked them, and none of them was lower than silver level. Vera had no choice but to lay down his weapon. After a simple body search, they were cleared of suspicion. This is not unexpected. The fact that Sorlin's vision of truth did not react in the team means that there are no demons among them. If there are no suspicious items on them, then it is highly likely that they are not from the demon group. Main and his companions have checked many adventurers like Vera for most of the day, and have not yet found the group of demons. Bang, 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 bang. The sudden noise drew everyone's attention to the direction of the dungeon gate. Hake, covered in dust and having lost his staff, appeared at the exit of the dungeon and slapped the light curtain with his hands in a hurry. Hurry! Let me out! Let me out! Suddenly, something seemed to hook him in the blind spot of everyone's sight and drag him to the ground. Fuck! Let me go! Help me! Help! The shrill cry for help left everyone a little dazed. Sololin jumped out of the formation and rushed towards the gate, shouting, Main, light curtain! Main woke up, as if from a dream, and hurriedly made the light curtain blocking the exit dissipate. However, when Sorlin rushed into the dungeon hall, she searched around but didn't see anyone. The hall was connected to several corridors, and she didn't know where the man who was asking for help was dragged to. She only picked up a small box that had fallen on the ground. What's going on? Main, who had caught up, asked anxiously. Solarin shook the box and poured out a few gray balls. Main, we may not be able to wait for that team of demons. 120. Prisoners. Gurgle. The long-lost feeling of hunger forced Louisa to open her eyes. The back of her head hit the raised gravel, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a cramped and damp basement, and the smell of rotten earth wafted into her nose. No, calling a basement is an exaggeration. What he was in was a temporary hole in the ground. Not far away, there was even a poo-poo pushing the soil to expand the space. She still remembered what happened before. Before the 2 cannon fodders could explore the way out, they were surrounded by endless Pudgy. Endless. Even when I think back on it now, the deep feeling of powerlessness when I knew halfway through the fight that I had no chance of winning, and even escaping was a luxury, still lingers in my heart. But why didn't I die? When the blood cells dissipated, I should have been blown into pieces, just like my men. Why did I wake up in this cave intact? Did the Pudgis just leave her here to die, or was there some other reason? She didn't know, but she knew she was hungry. Louisa glanced at Pudgy, who was still expanding the cave, and seemed to have not noticed that she had woken up. She held onto the wall and managed to stand up. The cave exit was right in front of her. As long as she could get there, something terrible happened. When she took the 3rd step, a mushroom suddenly emerged from her palm. It had a white stem and a gray cap, and looked like an ordinary mushroom. But it's scary when it grows on the palm of your hand. Louisa hurriedly pulled out the mushroom, but felt a pain like cutting flesh. She was already weak and almost fell to the ground. What's wrong with me? Countless terrible speculations lingered in her mind, and subconsciously, she took another step forward. This time it was the back of the other hand. The 2 green mushrooms next to each other were perfectly connected to the flesh on the back of the hand. What on earth is this? In fear, Louisa backed away again and again until she stopped with her back against the earth wall. The mushrooms stopped growing. She understood that she couldn't get out of here. It would be fine if she was killed by a single blow in the battle, but Louisa simply couldn't accept watching herself turn into food for mushrooms like this. Louisa reluctantly pulled out the mushroom again, and this time she didn't dare to take another step towards the cave. But if it stays like this, it will probably starve to death and become food for the mushrooms. Louisa took the initiative to take this mission. After all, she was different from some vampires who just lived a life of idleness and waiting for death after obtaining the title. She wanted to climb higher, and she was stuck at level 50 and needed the next opportunity for promotion. She also knew that this mission would not be easy, and she had considered various possibilities before setting off. Either she was discovered and killed by the human church, or she was unlucky enough to run into a big boss and was killed instantly, or the holy book was taken by humans and used as bait to lure her to death. She had thought of all kinds of ways to die, but she had never thought that she would be put in a compost by a bunch of puffins. Say it with your mouth. It's a nice day today. Louisa's eyes widened, and she looked around, but she saw no one. Where does that sound come from? And what does that sentence mean, what a nice day? How could she see what the weather was like in her hole in the ground? Just when she was confused, the voice appeared again, repeating the same words. Say it with your mouth. It's a nice day today. This time Louisa figured out that the sound was in her head. Who are you? What is your purpose? Do you know what it means to imprison a vampire viscount like this? Louisa asked excitedly, but there was no response from the other party. Suddenly, a small mushroom blossomed beneath her eyelid, and the mushroom cap blocked the vision of her left eye. Say it with your mouth. It's a nice day today. The voice repeated for the third time, and this time Louisa opened her mouth tremblingly and said in the universal language of mankind, It's a nice day today. After a brief silence, in the demon language, a strange feeling lingered in Louisa's heart, but she no longer dared to disobey the voice. What a nice weather today. Louisa read out these words using the unique, jagged syllables of the demon language. Then the voice disappeared. Louisa didn't dare to ask any more questions. She just squatted in the corner, staring blankly at the only living thing in the hole besides her, the Pudgy, watching it dig the soil slowly. I don't know how long it was, but when Louisa was so hungry that she saw double in front of her eyes, the voice appeared again. Say, I'm a pig that eats nothing. This time Louisa read it out obediently without even thinking. A magical thing happened. After she finished reading, 2 Pudges came in from the entrance of the cave, carrying a dead wolf. The tentacle exerted force and threw the dead wolf in front of her. The blood of a monster, especially a dead monster, is no less than stale pig food to a vampire. Eating it for a long time will inevitably make one extremely weak. But now she has no choice. No matter how bad the food tastes, it is better than starving to death. Not caring about the wolf's fur, Louisa bit it. The blood moistened her throat and finally brought a little life back to her eyes. Very good. The demonic common language learning machine is available. Although the demonic language has no use at present, it is always a good idea to prepare for a rainy day. When you are away from home, it is always a good idea to learn a few foreign languages. Her cell was dubbed by Lin Jun under the mushroom forest, so it could be considered a staff room. Lin Jun decided to dig a few more rooms as backup. In fact, if the wizard named Hake had not escaped to the first floor, Lin Jun would have wanted to capture him as well. If you pass the entry review, it is not impossible to recruit you. Who would have thought that a gold-level vampire could almost accomplish what even a diamond-level vampire couldn't do? Escape from the dungeon. Relying on a few scrolls and a lot of ruthlessness, he managed to break through the encirclement despite being covered in injuries and almost escaped, thanks to the light curtain of the church warriors outside. Unfortunately, because he ran to the first floor, he might be discovered by adventurers in the church who came to investigate at any time. So Lin Jun had to dismember him completely and throw his bones to feed the slime. Even if he ran away, he wouldn't be able to reveal too many secrets. At most, Lin Jun would find Huang Bishu another place to live, but that would be a slap in his face. What would others say if they knew? 5 levels of Pudgy are unable to defeat a gold-level wizard. So where is the deterrent power of Pudgy? Wouldn't anyone with a little bit of strength try to challenge the rules in the future? So it's just a pity. Through this battle, Lin Jun had a clearer understanding of the strength comparison between himself and the diamond level. Judging from the current situation, it is difficult for the diamond level to pose much threat to his Pudgy army if they do not form a team and carry full supplies. You have to know that Louisa drank 3 bottles of high-level magic potions and didn't even run 1/5 of the way from the cave to the stairs. Similarly, Lin Jun also had a rough idea of the strength of the elite Pudgy he had created, not enough to be at the silver level or above, but not enough to be at the gold level. 4 against 2? If Huck hadn't been scared away, the price of 1 gold being seriously injured would have been to kill all 4 elite Pudgys. Of course, such strength is enough to serve as the backbone of Pudgy. All in all, the gains were fruitful, but this time it also brought some new problems. Those church members who believed in the Lord of Light, along with the adventurers, began to search for Louisa in the dungeon. After all, the Amethyst Dungeon is within the human race's sphere of influence. It wouldn't be a big problem to kill or imprison a vampire Viscount, but if it came up against something like the church, there would probably be a lot of trouble. I hope they will be sensible and search the periphery. There is no way Lin Jun will agree to let them go into the swamp area and the mushroom forest. 121. Ha 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 ha. Sir, you can't go in there, sir. 2 adventurers stood in front of Solarin and other church warriors, and behind the adventurers was a mushroom forest with brilliant fluorescent light. They were hired to lead the way for these church members, but the mission did not say that the end of the journey was to restart their lives. Enter the mushroom forest on the 5th floor? What a joke! They have never heard of anyone going in and coming out. In their eyes, the beautiful mushroom forest before them was not much different from the hometown of the god of death. If you want to die, why not just find a rope? Why do you have to take them with you? Sir, if you insist on going in, we will have to give up this commission here. Seeing the 2 adventurers resisting so much, Maine turned to look at Sorlin. What should we do? Listen to them. Sorlin, with a silver arc in his right eye, did not object. Seeing that the church members did not insist on going in, the 2 adventurers breathed a sigh of relief. Maine looked at Sorlin strangely. He didn't expect her to agree so readily. It was a little different from his impression of her style. Vision of truth. The world is divided into countless blocks of color on the retina. This is the ability to distinguish the traces of all things. The black color of undead creatures like vampires, the pale yellow or milky white of humans, the light green of elves, the brown of dwarves, and all kinds of monsters also have their own colors. Although there will be differences between individuals, and some strange life forms will have their own unique colors. But Solarin had never seen the color like the one she saw after entering the dungeon this time. Chaos. In the sticky veins of the fungal carpet, countless colors surged in disorder, blending into this unusual color spot. She didn't know what the color represented, but it made her feel very depressed. What shocked her even more was that from the time she entered the dungeon all the way here, all the Hyphae and Pudgy were the same chaos under her vision of truth. Generally speaking, even for the same type of monster, there are subtle differences between different individuals, rather than a uniform color like this. She wasn't sure if it was the color chaos itself, or if all the mushrooms in the dungeon were one individual. Judging from the intelligence collected, the latter is more likely. In her perception, entering the dungeon was like entering the belly of a giant beast. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel palpitations. It was just her duty. She summoned other teams, but there was no response. So she had to come down in person to confirm the whereabouts of the demons. So when the 2 adventurers dissuaded her from entering the mushroom forest, which was full of chaotic colors in her eyes, she just went along with it and agreed. Let's go to the next level and take a look, Sorlin said expressionlessly. She no longer expected to find the demon here. After this trip, she would write a report about the Amethyst Dungeon to the bishop. Lin Jun watched with satisfaction as the church warriors, led by the adventurer, bypassed the mushroom forest and swamp area, completely unaware that the team leader named Solarin was planning to report him. Now that external affairs are over, it's time to deal with internal affairs. I'm talking about you, Yellow Book. In the mushroom forest, Pudgy threw the yellow book to the ground fiercely. Around them were Xiao He, who had just been woken up and looked unhappy, and Norris, who had been temporarily given a day off from the slime prison because he needed a translator. Sir, I was very well behaved in the secret room. Why'd you bring me out? The Holy Scripture, having realized something, tried hard to appear obedient, but unfortunately Lin Jun knew exactly what it was, so it was useless to pretend to be obedient. Facing the yellow book, Lin Jun revealed a string of data. During the 2 vampire attacks, we lost 267 Pudgy of all kinds, The fungal blanket destroyed more than a quarter of the 5th floor, and 7 mushroom trees collapsed. In order to house you, 4 elite Pudgis and 30 ordinary Pudgis are needed to guard you at all times. Not to mention that this time people from the Church of Light were also attracted. I have a question now. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to just lay you off? Norris, kneeling in front of the yellow book, repeated the boss words honestly. He would read the words on the yellow book to the boss in his mind later. The boss said that he could take a day off after the work was done, but he wanted to use it all to sleep. The slime that split every 2 hours was really too torturous. May I ask what layoffs are? Pudgy's tentacle moved under the mushroom cap, and Yellow Book understood instantly. Boss, I'm also a loyal member of the Mushroom Garden. No need to guard, just the same as before. Just find a stone pillar and put me in it. I love the Mushroom Garden so much. If anyone dares to steal from me, I will charm him and make him run back to the Mushroom Forest. Why layoffs? In other words, Huangshu doesn't know what emoticons are, otherwise he would have used all the cute expressions now. Just by looking at these words, Norris was wondering if the boss was a little heartless. Well, I'll give you a chance. Tell me what value you have and what you can bring to the Mushroom Garden. What is the value? The Yellow Book is a holy book, and people either desire it or fear it. Have they ever considered this? Seeing that Yellow Book couldn't make any sound for a long time, Pudgy waved its tentacles and called Xiaohei over. I can help you with early warning. I can detect outsiders from a long distance. How far? Here, even the stairs can be sensed. That is about 1/3 the size of the 5th floor, which is indeed quite far, at least much farther than the adventurer's reconnaissance skills. But that's useless. The little black claws have already touched up. Me, I can also help people improve their attributes. Going crazy after a few upgrades? I can help you control others. Lin Jun thought about his skill, fusion parasitism, and asked Xiaohei to pick up the Yellow Book. Norris, who was in charge of the translation, was already trembling. Could it be that the book he had just silently sympathized with in his heart was a horrible evil book? And the boss seems to be dismissive of these abilities? No, why can't I use so many functions? It feels like you're useless. I could have left you alone to collect dust, but now you've been causing trouble, so I can only say goodbye. Can't you just throw me out? Oh, and then I ask you to tell everyone about the Mushroom Garden. The Dragon Man can only tear up the pages of my book, but cannot damage the whole book. Doing this will only make me suffer in vain and has no meaning at all. Just give it a try. It doesn't cost any money, and I'm not the one in pain, Xiaohei. Feeling the dragon scales scratching on the pages, the Yellow Book suddenly laughed in danger. Hiss! A page of the book was torn off by Xiaohei and soon turned to ashes. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You ask me why I laugh. Hiss! Hey, stop, I set myself. Lin Jun then asked Xiaohei to pause and see if this guy had any last words. Amethyst Dungeon is in danger. Seeing that Xiaohei was about to come up again, Huang Pishu quickly shook out the rest of the sentence. Is there a long-term crack in the dungeon? This is a sign of danger. If you don't do something, your mushroom garden will be in danger. Oh, is there really something? Lin Jun, who originally didn't expect to gain anything, became interested. He had never mentioned the slime and rift to the Yellow Book, unless its perception was even greater than it said at the beginning, and it could sense the location of the 6th level rift across 2 levels. Pudgy took the Yellow Book from the obedient Xiaohei and put it back on the ground. Go on. I am listening. 122 core. In the cave on the 6th floor of the mountain, the cage was pulled up again, revealing a crack in the space underneath. The curse of corrosive damage swept across the entire void, and all of Pudgy's white bodies began to be corroded. This time, the cage took an unusually long time to be pulled up, so long that the 2-colored slime moved impatiently in the cage, making a beep sound. The cage was not put back until the blood volume of the Pudgis was almost running out. The Yellow Book said that the cracks would gradually expand. Lin Jun frowned and read it for a long time. It seems a little bit bigger. It was a very, very small change, so small that if the Yellow Book hadn't mentioned it specifically, Lin Jun wouldn't have noticed it at all. But it is only at this moment. As the crack continues to expand, it won't be long before Lin Jun will naturally notice this change. Is it completely bordering on an unknown dungeon with a curse? It was a trouble. The unknown was always a trouble, but it wasn't enough to make Lin Jun lose his composure. Judging from the expansion speed of this rift, even if it is faster, Lin Jun is confident that he can increase the corrosion resistance before it is big enough, and by then it will just be one more exit on the 6th floor. While thinking, Lin Jun confirmed with the yellow book. The crack has indeed changed a little. Can you tell me where it's located? Lin Jun did not hide it. 6th floor what? Sir, the rift is a sign of the dungeon's collapse. If the collapse starts from the 6th floor, then the crack you see is the whole thing. But if the collapse started from other layers, then the crack on the 6th layer might be just a small part. Haven't you found anything similar elsewhere? At least not from the 1st to the 5th floors, Lin Jun thought. Without answering the yellow book's question, Lin Jun asked directly, "What do you mean by collapse? How to collapse? Why collapse?" The cracks became more and more numerous and larger, and finally the entire dungeon was torn apart, which is called collapse. As for why, it's of course due to the erosion of time, just like a house will be damaged after a long time. It's normal for the underground city to start to have problems after more than 300 years. More than 300 years? This is consistent with the story Dylan told in terms of time. The brave man fought against the devil, opened up a passage connecting to the abyss, and formed a dungeon. Do you know the origin of the underground city? Sir, I don't know everything. TSK. If only the yellow book were a person, then the parasitic arrangement would naturally tell whether it was lying or not. Let's get back to the issue of the rift. You're not the kind of loser who can only point out the problem but can't come up with a solution, right? Sir, can you please stop locking me up from now on? I also want to work for Mushroom Garden, just like now. Faced with the question, Huang Bishu did not rush to answer, but instead made a request first, which did not surprise Lin Jun. If what you say is useful. After getting the reply, Huang Bishu immediately gave the answer without worrying about Lin Jun's regret. Core, the core of the dungeon. Sir, with all due respect, you are now like an outsider living under someone else's roof. Even if the house is broken, you have no right to repair it. But as long as you control the core of the dungeon and become the dungeon master, you will naturally find a way to repair it. The core of the dungeon. Where's the core you're talking about? The deepest part of the deep zone, where the core is. So your method is to let me fight my way through the dungeon. Okay, last question. Lin Jun's tone didn't seem to change after hearing the secret. Instead, Norris, who was in charge of translation, was shaking on the spot. Holy Scripture, how do you know so much? Sir, I don't know. I am just a creation. I know some things naturally. If you really want to know why, you can only ask my mysterious creator. Snort. Sir, you have to believe me. I have nothing to hide. There was a brief silence. Just when Norris thought Lin Jun was going to tear up the book and interrogate again, Lin Jun suddenly said, "If Norris agrees, you can let him take you, provided that it is within the 5th or 6th floor. You are not allowed to charm Norris, and you are not allowed to make him crazy, or I will tear you apart. When Norris is not with you, just stay in the cave." Thank you, sir. Wrong. Thank you, boss. The yellow book was filled with cheers and praises, but Norris looked confused. I? With this evil book? Look what the boss said. Don't let it charm you or drive you crazy. No matter how I listen to it, it feels very dangerous to bring him along. I glanced at the yellow book that was still celebrating freedom. Come to think of it, the boss didn't seem to say that I had to bring it with me. Norris silently decided in his heart that he would try not to touch the yellow book. After asking questions for a long time, Xiao He, who was waiting nearby, was so bored that he fell asleep leaning against the mushroom tree, with saliva dripping down the scales on his face. 3 Pudges came over, stretched out their mycelium tentacles, lifted Xiao He up, and carried him all the way back to her sparkling mushroom house. A mycelial tentacle swayed back and forth, barely clearing out a space and placing Xiao He down. When the Pudges were about to leave, Xiao He suddenly reached out and hugged one of them. Pudgy, who was being held, was still following Lin Jun's order to leave. Feeling Pudgy's struggle in his arms, Xiao He, who was in a daze, held her a little tighter. Snap! Peace returned to the mushroom house. Lin Jun didn't believe everything in the yellow book. This guy is half hiding and half saying. I don't know if he has some idea. The key is that I don't have any good way to verify it. How could an underground city fall into disrepair after 300 years? A castle built with stones will not collapse in 300 years. The credibility is questionable, but there is some useful information in it. For example, the dungeon core. The probability that the yellow book made up something out of thin air to deceive him is not high. Once he gets there, he will know whether it is true or not. Lin Jun himself was not afraid of any traps in the deepest part, because his own Pudgy would be the first to take the lead. If there was a trap, it would only kill a group of his own Pudgy, which was completely meaningless. It has been verified that the cracks will become larger, and as for whether they will become more numerous, Lin Jun will know whether it is true or not as he continues to develop. In general, the suggestions in the yellow paper do not conflict with Lin Jun's original plan. Lin Jun originally wanted to develop further, but now his goal has an additional dungeon core. As for the yellow book, I had kept it secret before. I only knew that it was a holy book and an evil book, but I knew very little about other aspects. It must have more secrets, but Lin Jun hasn't figured out how to pry them out of its mouth, and simply threatening to tear up the book can't guarantee its authenticity. Allowing the yellow book to follow Norris under his nose is also a kind of observation of it. As for the danger Norris might encounter, Lin Jun decided to pay more attention to him and keep an eye on him at all times. 123, 7th floor. 6th floor, in the new mushroom forest which has not yet been completed. Little Green planted its feet in the ground, its roots turning back and forth in the soil, while another tree demon inserted its tender branches into the already turned soil next to it. Loose soil has good air permeability and water permeability, which is conducive to the breathing and growth of the roots. Compared to slow-growing trees, mushrooms grow much faster. The fungal carpet has already been laid on the planned site. Although the mushroom trees have not yet grown, they have all popped out and will be able to grow to a certain size in about half a month. At the same time, spores are also spread on these young branches. They will grow with the young branches and are beneficial. The magic power collected from these mushrooms growing on the tender branches will not be taken away by Lin Jun, but will be provided to the tender branches to help them grow quickly. When these young branches grow into demon trees and further develop consciousness to become tree demons, these new tree demons will be born mushroom factions. In order to make them grow better, Lin Jun also experimented with making some Pudgy tools. In the center of the planted young branch, there's a Pudgy fixed to the ground, constantly expanding and contracting. Every time it contracts, water will spray out from the countless small holes on the cap of the Pudgy mushroom to the surroundings, just like a watering can. There's a special mycelium tube connected to its body, which is actually a modified mycelium tentacle. Complex changes, such as adding wings, are simply impossible for Pudgy's stupid brain to carry without any skills. But relatively simple ones are another matter, such as this tube that only requires suction. The pipe is directly connected to the groundwater, and there is even another Pudgy in the middle as a relay. Simply put, Lin Jun used 2 Pudges to form a shower head, and the effect seems to be quite good so far. Even some tree spirits who have finished their work will come over to take a shower. They really enjoy the experience of the water hitting their bark directly. Norris, who was about to return to the slime room after his parole ended, also saw this novel thing. He imitated the dryad and approached the shower mushroom to let the water droplets hit his white scales. Just after enjoying it for a while, he suddenly remembered something, hurriedly left the water spray range, and opened the yellow book in his hand. Huang Shu, are you okay with getting splashed with water? Do you think I'm a piece of junk that costs 10 copper coins on the roadside? How could you be afraid of water? Also, how do you talk like that? You should call me Senior. I came to the mushroom garden earlier than you. Wasn't it locked up before? Although Norris thought so, he did not say it out loud, but followed the yellow book's request and called it Senior. Originally, Norris wanted to avoid having anything to do with the yellow book as much as possible. The things revealed in the communication between the boss and the yellow book were too scary. He was almost like a dish in front of the yellow book. But the Holy Scripture, as an evil book whose main purpose is to deceive people, even if it cannot use charm, it is useless if it cannot handle a 17-year-old child. It told Norris a story about a brave man saving a princess. On a certain day of a certain year, a princess of a small country was kidnapped by a dragon, and the brave man took on a mission of rescuing the princess. Along the way, the brave man made friends, explored ruins, defeated monsters, and finally found the dragon's lair, but discovered that the princess had been digested until nothing was left. The ashamed and angry brave man could only kill the dragon to avenge the princess. After the hero who failed in his mission returned in tears, he discovered that the small country had been destroyed during the time he was away. No one knew about his dark history of not being able to save the princess anymore. This was truly cause for celebration. Lin Jun also relied on his LV7 perfect common language skill to quietly watch the general idea of the story, which was quite funny, but Norris was fascinated by it. Norris only had a gambler father who died early, and he was in debt after he turned 14. He had no chance to listen to stories, so he was immediately attracted to the evil stories told in the scriptures. After the Bible promised to tell him a story every 3 days, Norris readily agreed to take it with him. Lin Jun's fungal mat has now spread from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. According to the Yellow Book, if no cracks are found on the 7th layer, it means that the 6th layer is the starting point, so there will not be a big problem. But if there are cracks on the 7th floor, the situation may be more serious. But it's unlikely. If the rift problem was already serious, the adventurers should have noticed it long ago. Lin Jun asked Norris. At least before Norris came down, he had not heard of the related rumors. The 7th floor is a very special level. If Lin Jun were to describe the terrain here, it would be like a sewer. Huge sewer. The waterway, which is more than 10 meters wide, is lined with dirt roads on both sides. The waterways are crisscrossed, and the water surface is only 7 or 8 meters away from the dome. Compared with the height difference of dozens of meters on the 5th or 6th floor, the space seems much smaller, and there are not even many monsters in this space. But this is just an illusion. The truly huge part of the 7th floor is the underwater space. The part above water is probably less than 1/10 of it. The monsters on this floor are all aquatic monsters. There are prawns, oysters, turtles, monster fish, and everything else. God knows why there were so many things that looked like seafood. Lin Jun likes this floor very much because the only creatures active on the shore on the 7th floor are some amphibian monsters and a kind of insect living on the dome. No slimes. There is no pressure in laying out the fungal mat. Those monsters that come ashore will just eat some mushrooms at most and will not deliberately destroy the fungal mat. Lin Jun's fungal blanket spread smoothly by eating firefly grass. It was a world of difference compared to the 6th floor. But there is still a small problem. Since most of the space on the 7th floor is underwater, if there's a space crack, the probability of it appearing underwater is very high. Maybe my dungeon is also leaking water into other dungeons. Since we're going to explore underwater, a batch of special Pudgy is naturally indispensable. However, in Lin Jun's skill library, the levels of skills related to diving are quite low. These low-level skills have limited effects and are completely unable to support Pudgy in completing underwater exploration tasks. The highest is Underwater Adaptation LV4, which can only allow Pudgy to stay underwater for a longer time and is of no help for fighting or escaping. Lin Jun had tried throwing a few Pudgy mushrooms down there, but the result was that they were just wasted feeding the fish as the broken mushroom caps floated up not long after they fell into the water. There's no way around it. Lin Jun never had the chance to come into contact with these aquatic monsters before. The only underwater skills he had, at level 1 or 2, were brought back by Xiaohei when he went out to play. If you want to complete the exploration now, you still have to raise these skill levels first. It doesn't need to be too high, just around LV4 will do, which is a level that is easy to reach quickly and is useful. But the problem is that aquatic monsters are not like monsters on land. Lin Jun can just rush over with a group of Pudgy and kill them. Aquatic monsters must be brought to shore first, or at least lured to the surface of the water before there is a chance to kill them. Fortunately, I am familiar with Lin Jun. It's just fishing. Sin 24 Psicla Pudgy. A Pudgy was floating quietly in the deep blue water. Its entire body was submerged in the water, with only a green mushroom cap remaining on the water surface. The mushroom cap, which seemed to be drifting with the flow, was connected to the fungal carpet on the ceiling with a strong rope tangled together by 3 mycelium tentacles. And in Pudgy's body, there was a small sickle weapon hidden as a hook. On the shore sat a group of reserve Pudgys and big black mushrooms that came along to join in the fun. Without Lin Jun's command, the big black mushrooms would randomly refresh on the ground where the Pudgys gathered. When Xiaohei first saw Pudgy soaking in the water, she also wanted to go down, but was stopped by other Pudgys. Now she just leaned against the wall on the shore, staring at Pudgy in the water in a daze, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, the water sank a bit and then bounced back to the surface. Something is about to be hooked. Lin Jun was in high spirits. Logically speaking, Lin Jun didn't think that he would come up empty-handed. How could he not catch any fish when he could sense the bait situation in real time? The guy under the water just pulled off half of Pudgy's foot. He probably intended to drag Pudgy under the water, but he didn't expect his foot to be broken by the rope. He will definitely come again. Sure enough, the bait Pudgy felt a current approaching. The huge catfish jumped out of the water, swallowed Pudgy and half of the rope in its big mouth, and then dived back into the water. The rope was instantly taut under the pole, and Pudgy on the shore also stretched out his tentacles to pull the catfish back. However, before it hooked it, the rope fixed to the ceiling was pulled down along with the dirt and gravel, falling into the water and disappearing. That's what fishing is like. Anything can happen. That's what makes it fun. Lin Jun was in a good mood and asked the Pudgis to change positions. With the infusion of magic power, a new rope soon grew out. He tied a hook in front of the rope and then carefully strung the bait Pudgy on it. Second round, start fishing. The prawn's claws broke the rope. The giant frost eel froze the water surface and leisurely ate the part below the ice. The alligator snapping turtle bit the puff, hook, and rope into pieces in one bite. The one who dealt Lin Jun the fatal blow was Xiao He, who had been watching the entire process. As if he finally understood what the Pudgis wanted, Xiao He quietly dived into the water, grabbed a catfish with his bare hands, and pushed it to the Pudgis on the shore. Obviously, the reason why Lin Jun couldn't catch any fish was not because of his skills, but simply because the seventh-layer fish were not ordinary fish. Monster. They are all vicious monsters. Ordinary fishing methods are naturally not enough. Dozens of hours later, a new batch of Pudgy came back in high spirits. He first randomly threw some mushrooms into the water to make a nest. After waiting for a while, when Lin Jun felt it was about time, the 6 Pudgis jumped into the water one by one. Subsonic attack LV6. The invisible attack spread in the water, but not even a ripple could be detected on the water surface. After a while, a pile of dead fish with their internal organs shattered floated up. But Lin Jun was not very satisfied. There were no big fish. The big fish with a lot of health will hide away in time after being attacked, and the ones that can be killed are just real small fish. I picked up the floating fish and threw them onto the fungal mat. After accelerated decomposition, it was just as expected, with almost no harvest. We still need big fish. Fortunately, Lin Jun had more than one plan this time, and a fat guy came out. Although the fat guy looks fat, he is actually not very dense, and the middle of his stomach is still empty. If he goes into the water directly, he will float on the water like a water ball. So Lin Jun asked the fat guy to stuff a few stones into his stomach in advance. As soon as he entered the water, Fatty sank to the bottom. Lin Jun chose the edge of the waterway, where the bottom of the water was probably less than 10 meters deep. The fat guy was lying quietly underwater. Some small fish began to bite his body tentatively, but Lin Jun didn't care. The confidence brought by blood volume, until a giant frost eel swam over and wrapped its snake-like body around its prey, the fat Otaku Pudgy. A dull sound came from underwater, causing ripples on the water surface. Several cows and horses equipped with underwater adaptation LV4 jumped into the water. At this time, there was no living fish in the water, and the ones that were still alive had long been scared away by the vibration. After a while, the body of the frost giant eel, which had been blown into several pieces, was fished out by the Pudgis. Also fished out was a giant shrimp. It crawled over and exploded before it could take a bite of the fat man, and its claws were blown off. Lin Jun was kind-hearted and helped it fish out the claws and reunite with them. 7 Sins of Greed trigger. Plundering skill, Frost Path LV1. Plunder skill, Frost Shield LV1. Plundering skill, Jet Wake LV1. Plundering skill, Saliva Arrow LV4 LV5. Plundering skills, Water Flow Perception LV1 LV2. Plundering skill, Pincer Attack LV1 LV2. After the 2 counterfeit goods were disassembled, Lin Jun finally obtained the skills he wanted, although they were still very low level. After experimenting with a few makeshift Pudgis, Lin Jun also figured out these skills. Frost Path and Frost Shield are both underwater skills of the giant eel. The former can freeze the surroundings briefly, and the latter can temporarily form an ice shield, but it seems to be of little practicality when equipped on Pudgy. On the contrary, Big Prawn skills seem much more suitable. Jet Wake. As the name suggests, it achieves acceleration by spraying out the water stored in the body underwater, which is very useful for Pudgy to dodge and escape underwater. We still have to rely on the old employee, the fat guy, Pudgy. It was confirmed to be useful, and the areas on the 7th floor where the fungal mat had been laid began to produce Fat House Pudgy. With a little use of magic to speed up, it will probably take half a month to acquire all the skills required to go into the water. The problem with the rifts really cannot be ignored, and now is not the time to save mana. Palm-sized incense balls floated on the water, and the light red substance slowly spread in the water. 4 gold-level adventurers were hiding not far from the shore and waiting quietly. A tiny ripple appeared, and everyone became extremely alert. Here we come. A huge catfish jumped out of the water and swallowed the incense pill. Now, a dazzling light shone on the wizard's staff. 5th level magic, freezing magic. The waterway, which was more than 10 meters wide, was frozen in an instant. The catfish hit the ice heavily, and even its tail was frozen. It struggled violently in order to survive. "Don't give it the chance to destroy the ice," said the captain as he led the way forward. Under the command of the team leader, the experienced men quickly killed the catfish, which had almost no ability to resist. After cutting off the catfish's whiskers, the captain cut open its belly. In addition to the whiskers that can be used as potion materials, the piece of meat in the belly is also a top-notch food ingredient and can be worth some money. Even if they don't sell it to themselves, it will be good to satisfy their cravings. What is this? After a while of searching, the captain took out a small sickle from the catfish's stomach with a confused look on his face. 125, Wind and Water Methods. The sun is scorching. Lying on the rear deck in his underpants, the salty and humid sea breeze made Dylan feel like a salted fish that was almost dried up. The scout's mimic backpack was leaning against the shadow cast by the ship's tower. Today, he still had enough magic power, so he didn't draw it from Dylan. The sound of leather shoes rubbing against the deck was heard, and a one-eyed, dark-skinned strong man came to the rear deck carrying a bag. He saw Dylan performing performance art at a glance, but he was obviously not surprised. "You're sunbathing again, Dylan. You can't get a tan." Throwing the bag in his hand over the stern, the one-eyed man continued. "By the way, didn't I tell you that you can sunbathe on the front deck? Some of the planks on the rear deck haven't been replaced yet." Just as he said, there was a piece of wood under Dylan that was broken. "Galen, are you here to take out the trash again?" Dylan opened his eyes and glanced at the first mate who was walking past him. He said helplessly, "The front deck is full of sailors coming and going. I'm lying there disturbing others. Even if they don't say anything, I'm embarrassed." "Hey you." Without much hesitation, the first mate quickly returned to the cabin. Dylan continued to lie down until the evening, charging up his magic power for the next few days. "I found the second mate on the ship, asked for a bucket of water, and returned to the room." The second mate is a water mage. With 30 silver coins, Dylan can get a bucket of water from him every day. In fact, any reliable ship would have such a person who could make fresh water, and more advanced ships would have priests who were good at healing, but this ship only had an ordinary ship doctor. After leaving the drinkable part, Dylan put Pudgy into the bucket. After Pudgy had absorbed enough, Dylan used the remaining water to wipe its green body with a towel after canceling the mimicry. Through the window, Dylan looked at the 3 colored moons rising one by one and calculated the itinerary in his mind. It has been more than 20 days, and it will probably take less than a week to reach Siren Island. Although Silver Sand Bay is not Dylan's final destination, there are frequent ship traffic between the archipelagos, and it is easy to find a ship to Silver Sand Bay from Siren Island. As soon as I arrived at Eenshaw Bay, I went to find the local intelligence dealer. During this journey, Dylan also thought a lot about himself and his daughter. The situation on the mainland is becoming more and more tense, and war may break out at any time. After finding Bella, maybe I should confess my current situation and take Bella to the underground city to avoid the limelight, or at least stay in a small town like Mute Wind Town in the rear, so as not to be involved in the war one day. With the support of the boss, safety is always more guaranteed. Of course, Dylan absolutely did not want Bella to be parasitized. Apart from anything else, Bella was naturally beautiful. How could she become a strange mixture of flesh, blood, and mycelium like himself? Turning green was even worse. Dong 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 dong. The sound of a gong that had never been heard before outside the window interrupted Dylan's thoughts. What happened? With his backpack on, Dylan opened the door and found that everyone else had also walked out of the room. It's the blood shark. As soon as Dylan left the cabin, he heard the sailors on the observation deck shouting repeatedly. Blood shark? Sounds like a name for a pirate ship. Hold the rudder to the left. Grab the westerly wind. They have triangular sails, and they can catch the crosswind much faster than us. The captain, who is usually invisible, was now shouting orders on the deck. All rowers, get down, get down. Row. Dylan ran to the side of the boat and looked around. He soon spotted the triangular sailboat following behind them and could vaguely see the black flag hanging on the mast. Unlike the Fengyu, which was still organizing the rowers under his feet, the black oars on both sides of the triangular sailboat opposite had already risen and fallen in the sea. Dylan felt that, regardless of whether the Fengyu could outrun the enemy at full speed, the enemy would probably catch up with it just by speeding up for a while. How can they be so fast? A sailor asked in disbelief. The captain seemed to realize something as well. Damn it, they must have a wind mage. Then he looked at Dylan and the other passengers who had walked out of the cabin to observe the situation and asked loudly, "Are there any wind mages among you? If there are, please stand up quickly. If we are caught by pirates, no one will be in trouble." The passengers looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Yes, this ship was originally a cargo ship, and the passengers were brought along the way. There were only 8 or 9 people, and among them, there might not even be any mages, let alone wind mages. Go back to the cabin, don't make trouble on the deck now." Seeing that there was no wind, the captain drove everyone back. He didn't have time to take care of these passengers now. Some passengers were anxious and refused to go back, but Dylan returned to his room. Will Diamond become a pirate? In the Fungus Network, Lin Jun asked directly. The two ships are not close to each other now, and Lin Jun cannot see the panel on the opposite ship. Dylan immediately analyzed. Not many, but there are some. Those who dare to come alone to rob the ship must have at least multiple gold-level combat capabilities. At least the wizard who can blow the sail must be a gold-level one. Plural gold levels? If the previously killed knight is taken as the gold-level standard, it is very safe for a scout to defeat one. It will take some time to defeat 2, and it will be a tough fight with 3. It would be even more troublesome if a group of pirate soldiers were added. Fortunately, the Fengyu is not without combat capability. The captain is a level 42 fighter, and the first mate is also level 35, so they can share some of the pressure if a conflict occurs. But, Dylan, will the pirates here kill everyone after they board the ship? In Lin Jun's impression, even among the pirates in the Middle Ages, only the most vicious ones would leave no one alive every time. Some pirates who have controlled an area on a large scale will even transform themselves into the type that only collects tolls. But this is off topic, and the one behind you is obviously not that. Kill them all? Probably not. But boss, the pirates will probably capture everyone on the ship and make them slaves. Don't the leaders of the archipelago care about this kind of behavior that disrupts trade? Still can't manage it? There wasn't much time to think, as from outside the window, I could already hear the pirate ship catching up from behind. The shape of the backpack is not suitable. It will be difficult to explain if the pirates check the backpack. Lin Jun doesn't want to be the first to stick his head out. Whether he can win or not, a lot of things will be exposed. If the pirates just want to rob some money, Lin Jun doesn't plan to care. Controlling the scout Pudgy to re-camouflage, the backpack soon turned into a solid wooden stool with all the tentacles hidden inside the body. Quick, put me somewhere inconspicuous on the deck. The reason for putting on the deck was because we were afraid that he would be too far away from Dylan and would not have time to react if something happened. When Dylan came out carrying the scout, he suddenly felt something strange. The speed of the boat seemed to have slowed down. When I looked up, I saw a white flag hanging on the mast. So the captain was so aware of the situation that he surrendered decisively when he saw he couldn't escape. Putting down the scout, Dylan saw the pirate ship almost side by side. Stay where you are and don't move. Following a roar with a strong local accent, several hooks had already bitten the side of the ship. After a while, more than 30 pirates jumped onto the deck of the Fengyu. The scarred leader twirled the scimitar in his hand and looked at everyone on the deck with a smile. At this time, Lin Jun opened the panels of all the pirates. 3 gold levels. Chapter 129 Betrayal. Chapter 129 126 Betrayal. The pirate leader Casper felt quite proud when he stepped onto the deck of the Wind Feather. The captain of this merchant ship was quite experienced and responded very quickly after discovering himself. In the past, the two ships would have had to chase for most of the day before the Blood Shark could catch up with the merchant ship. However, with the wind magician that he had hired at a high price, the situation was completely different. The speed difference between an ordinary merchant ship and the Blood Shark at full speed was like the speed difference between an adult and a child. Magicians rarely want to stay on a ship for long. If you just need a wizard to make fresh water, it's easy. A low-level wizard can do it, but if you want to blow the sails continuously, you need a wizard of at least gold level. Even without mentioning the hard life on the ship, for a magician, improving the magic level requires a stable environment for meditation, and learning spells requires a place to acquire knowledge, and these things are not available on the ship. Generally speaking, among high-level magicians, only those who have given up on self-improvement or are extremely short of money will choose to board a ship, and the ships they board are all regular large ships. Ordinary merchant ships, like the Fengyu, rarely hire magicians, let alone pirates. Soon after Casper took over the Blood Shark, he recruited a wind wizard. He persuaded the man to board the pirate ship because he was wanted. He felt that this was God's blessing on him, and everything indicated that his luck was coming. Boarding was risky, so he did not bring along the wizard who was not familiar with the use of ropes. He only brought along the first mate, the second mate, and more than 30 of his men. He had already figured out the strength of the Fengyu through an insider, so these people were enough. Captain Gerhard of the Wind Feather and a group of sailors gathered at the edge of the ship's tower. Although they had hoisted the white flag, they did not put down their swords. It was obvious that they had not given up completely and still wanted a bargain. Casper was not in a hurry either, as he had already taken possession of the ship. A very tactful pirate swaggered out, came to the sailors, picked up the high stool that was almost as big as a bucket, and couldn't help but weigh it in his hand. It was much lighter than expected. Lin Jun Dillon. The sailors around seemed very nervous, and many of them clenched their scimitars, but the pirate seemed not to see them. He walked in front of the sailors and then put the stool under Casper with a flattering look on his face. After the pirates left arrogantly, the sailors' morale, which was already low, dropped visibly. Dillon stretched out his hand, but he didn't know what reason to use to stop the pirate. In the end, he could only watch in horror as Casper sat on him. Casper looked at this subordinate with satisfaction. He was a brave and clever man. It just so happened that the position of bosun was still vacant. I don't know if it's an illusion, but this stool seems a little soft. In order not to be exposed, the scout Pudgy tried hard to straighten his body. Casper twisted his hips calmly and felt it was an illusion. Of course, even if this stool was made of paper, he would still have to squat and pretend to be doing it in this situation, otherwise the pressure he had just exerted would be in vain. The effect is really good. Seeing that the sailors were cowering, and even the first mate Garlon was evasive, which had no deterrent effect at all, Gerhard had no choice but to stand up. People from the Blood Shark, this ship is delivering the breath of oblivion to Lord Glossa. We are willing to give up 1/3 of the goods in exchange for peace. Glossa, one of the 3 largest slave owners in the archipelago, is also the controller of Silver Sand Bay, Dillon's final destination this time. The Breath of Oblivion is a commonly used potion for training slaves. Dillon looked at the captain in surprise. He didn't know before that the ship also served Glossa. The reason why Gerhard mentioned Grossa's name was because pirates in the archipelago also had rules. Many pirate leaders, if investigated in depth, were more or less related to one of the 3 major slave owners. When these pirates encountered ships other than those of the 3 major slave owners, they killed them all, and when they encountered ships of the other 2 slave owners, they only took 1/4 of the cargo. This is a means for the big slave owners to eliminate other emerging small forces in the archipelago, and it is also a way of bargaining between them without tearing their faces apart. The reason why the captain of the Fengyu was willing to give up 1/3 of the goods was because the people from the Blood Shark came with such a strong momentum and did not seem to follow the procedures. He was not sure what the other party was going to do, so he could only give a little in exchange for safety. However, Casper just sneered. You want to get rid of me with just 1/3? So what do you want to do? Gerhard tried to keep his voice steady, but he could not hide his guilty conscience. Even if Casper wanted to leave halfway, he would admit defeat. I want them all. You want to break the rules? Casper grinned. Not only do I want all the goods, I also want your ship and your people. Ew, you want to start a war? Where's Wright? I want to ask him in person. Neither Dillon nor the passengers knew who Wright was, but the pirates on the Blood Shark across the way clearly knew. They just looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Casper said proudly, That coward Wright has been fed to the fish. Now the Blood Shark listens to me, Casper. So what if it's Glossa? We are robbing Glossa's ship. Shit. Knowing that there was no way to end this peacefully, Gerhard raised his knife and shouted to the sailors, Pick up your weapons. If you don't want to become slaves and be tortured to death, pick up your weapons. The sailors and even a few passengers drew their weapons. The pirates were clearly not prepared to treat them differently. Gerhard pointed the knife at Casper again, don't force me. If we fight, there won't be much left of this ship's cargo. Gerhard is also gold level. Even if he is defeated, if he is determined to destroy it, he may be able to sink the ship and both sides will suffer losses. In this situation, this is the only way he can threaten the opponent. Casper watched the performance of the captain of the Wind Feather coldly, then raised his right hand. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, not knowing what he meant. As Casper clenched his right hand into a fist, a dagger pierced Gerhard's chest. Garland's dagger was originally intended for Gerhard's heart, but Gerhard was of gold level after all, and he reacted in the critical moment and moved his body, thus avoiding being killed by the blow, but the situation was not much different. Gerhard turned around and attacked with anger, but Garland dodged it. Then, while the others were still not able to react, Garland quickly ran to Casper and said, "Lord Casper, as you requested." Good. Casper patted Garland on the shoulder. "Not only did you drop guidance beacons along the way, but you also solved this big problem. This trip counts as your greatest achievement. I will definitely introduce you to the adults when I return." Hearing this, Garland couldn't help but curl his lips. "Galen, you followed me for 8 years." Gerhard lay on the ground, spitting blood and cursing. "Don't say that, Captain. We are all out here just to make money. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being cautious enough," Garland said nonchalantly, without any guilt at all. "You." Gerhard spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. He tremblingly took out a bottle of life-saving potion and drank it in one gulp. The pirates naturally couldn't wait for him to recover slowly. Casper waved his hand. "Take them all, oh. End of this chapter. Chapter 130-127 Missed. Chapter 130-127 Missed. Casper's sudden shouting made the pirates who had just started charging stop abruptly, and everyone looked at him strangely. The bosses stepped on a nail. After a brief howl, Casper quickly fell silent. "Boss," Garen, who was closest, asked tentatively. His entire future now depended on Casper, and among the people present, he cared about Casper more than the 2 pirate ship's officers. Casper's arm trembled slightly. Then he raised it and waved it casually to indicate that he was fine. Garland heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, but the 2 gold-level ship's officers, upon seeing the stiff waving of hands, took a step back together and raised their weapons towards Casper. "What the hell?" The mate roared with a hint of horror. "What happened?" Garland was completely confused. Why did the pirates of the Blood Shark suddenly start fighting among themselves? If there is to be an internal conflict, shouldn't we first deal with those people on the Fengyu? Seeing that he failed to trick the 2 pirate ship lieutenants, Lin Jun was somewhat disappointed and controlled the scout Pudgy to pull the mycelium tentacles out of Casper's body, and at the same time cut the neck of the confused Garland in front of him. He originally thought that he could sneak attack one more gold level. Just as Gerhard did not expect Garland's sneak attack, Garland did not expect to be attacked in front of Casper, or to be attacked by the stool under Casper. Garland covered his neck with one hand and grabbed his waist with the other. He wanted to take out the potion from the bag on his waist. As long as he got timely treatment for the cut throat, the scout stabbed him in the wrist again. Ignoring the fat black man waiting to die at his feet, Lin Jun turned his attention to the 2 gold-level pirates who looked terrified but ready for battle. Frankly speaking, Lin Jun didn't want to get involved in this matter because it would be exposed if he did. Although he could make up for it later by saying that it was a magical pet controlled by Dylan, there would still be flaws that could not withstand scrutiny. If the pirates just robbed some goods and money and left the people and the ship behind, Lin Jun would just turn a blind eye. I didn't expect this group of people were so greedy that they want to capture everyone and make them slaves. Doing this seems to violate the rules here, and I don't know what's going on in the archipelago. Lin Jun naturally couldn't let Dylan take a detour to experience slavery again, so he could only take care of this trivial matter. I had originally planned to launch a sneak attack when the pirates and the Fengyu were fighting and the captain had attracted everyone's attention, but I didn't expect that this cannon fodder teammate would be defeated before the fight even started. Waste. Now the scout is facing 2 gold-level enemies alone. There may also be a wind mage on the Blood Shark. We have to win quickly before the enemy can react. But you have to know that the other side still has more than 30 pirates. Although they are ranging from bronze to silver level, so many people are also a trouble. The only one I'm sure I can use is Dylan. With 2 skill equipment, he can probably reach half gold level. As for the sailors and passengers, the way they looked at the scout Pudgy was not much better than the pirates. They were all filled with fear. Who made Scout Pudgy look like a murderous stool? Casper, who had everything under control just now fell on the deck with blood almost drained from the wound on his lower body. Who wouldn't be shocked to see this? There was no choice but to go ahead and hope that the fear would scare off those ordinary pirates. Puff! Pudgy took a step forward, and except for the two pirate captains, everyone else took a step back, including the sailors in the distance. Dylan raised the sword in his hand, intending to cooperate with the Scout Pudgy as soon as possible. But just before Lin Jun was about to launch an attack, he stopped abruptly. Magic perception. Why is it suddenly not working? Since there was no fungal net to provide vision, Lin Jun equipped the Scout Pudgy with a variety of perception skills: light, airflow, sound waves, and magic power. The combat states are all activated at the same time, and Lin Jun can handle it. But now, the perspective of magic perception suddenly became blurred. To be precise, the vision was blocked by the magic that suddenly appeared around the Fengyu, just like fog. Wrong. It's really foggy. In light perception, the visibility around him had decreased a lot at some point, and even the 3 moons in the sky were almost swallowed up. However, it was not as obvious as the changes in the surrounding magic power, so Lin Jun ignored it for a while. And the fog is getting thicker. This is definitely not ordinary fog. At least ordinary fog cannot contain such strong magic. In the minute that Scout Pudgy stopped, the moon's light quickly disappeared until only a tiny glimmer remained, and the others present finally noticed the sudden thick fog. It's fog. I don't know who asked the question, but this sentence soon caused panic among the crowd, whether they were sailors or pirates. Misty is dead. A pirate staggered and knocked over the barrel beside him. The fear in his pupils was 3 times stronger than when he witnessed Casper's death. How is it possible that this place is so far from the border? The stool that killed the boss is the fog monster. Damn it, just sail away. We're the guys on this ship. Who cares about these guys now that Casper is dead? There was obvious chaos among the pirates, and the 2 mates looked at each other and decided to retreat. The moon was completely obscured by the thick fog, and the ship was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the darkness. It was Gerhard, who had taken a breath, lighting the lighting crystal in his hand. This is a moving fog. It's probably too late to run now. Nonsense, what do you know? Some pirates said in disbelief. Gerhard suddenly shouted. 20 years ago, I encountered the Golden Griffin to the west of Bighorn Island. Only 3 people out of 82 people on board survived. We are all in danger now. If we act on our own, we will end up with the same result as before. Now, whether you're a pirate, my crew member, or a passenger, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, no one can survive. If you don't believe me, you can come and kill me now. I'm going to die anyway, so it's better to be killed with one blow. Gerhard's last words were directed to the pirates. The pirates were frightened for a moment, but facing Gerhard, who was their enemy just now, no one dared to obey rashly, until an old pirate said, "The Golden Griffin? I seem to have heard that it was indeed sunk in the fog, but I heard that it seemed to have crossed the border. That's a rumor," Gerhard said again. From the captain to the first mate, the Golden Griffin was once a prominent figure in the archipelago. How could they not be able to tell that the border is the moving fog? Only the fog that is so hard to guard against today can cause the Golden Griffin to be trapped in it. For a moment, even Dylan and Lin Jun almost believed what Gerhard said. The pirate's first mate gritted his teeth and said, "All right, we'll listen to you for now. You decide what to do. I warn you not to play tricks. If we can get through this safely, we can all live in peace. If you dare to have any bad intentions, I'll kill you on the spot. Whatever you want." Gerhard stood up, holding onto the wall. "What should we do with that thing?" The pirate's second mate pointed at the scout and asked. This puzzled Gerhard. He really didn't know what this killing stool was. It was completely different from the enemy in the fog, in his impression. During the brief silence, Dylan came out scratching his head. "That is my magical pet." Chapter 131, 128, Water Ghost. Chapter 131, 128. Water Ghost. Dylan came to the blood-covered murder stool and picked it up. For a moment, the pirate's gazes, almost condensed into substance, were all focused on Dylan. If looks could kill, Dylan would have been killed dozens of times. If Casper had not been killed, they would not have handed the initiative to Gerhard. Gerhard also took a closer look at this middle-aged man who had previously had little presence, a man who was very secretive. The scout Pudgy killed Casper by surprise attack. No one knew his specific strength yet, but everyone silently classified Dylan as a gold-level player, a very sinister and vicious gold-level player. Anyone who saw Casper's death would feel the cruelty of it. Retracting his gaze, Gerhard said loudly, "There should still be some time now. We need to concentrate all our strength. You have to call the people on the Blood Shark over as well. The Wind Feather is taller and more suitable for defense." Defense? What enemy? Now that everyone is here, what should we do with the Blood Shark? The pirates immediately started talking in chaos again. "Shut up." The pirate's first mate suddenly yelled, and the 2-meter-tall guy with a sledgehammer pointed at a pirate at random. "You, go over there and explain things to the people on our boat." "Aye." The pirate being pointed at looked unwilling. In this situation, who knows what dangers might come if he swings back on the rope without a clear view. Bang! The sledgehammer came down without warning, and the pirate's head was instantly smashed into his chest by the first mate. Then the first mate pointed to another pirate and said, "You go." The pirate said nothing and turned to carry out the order. "What else are you going to do?" The pirate first mate turned and looked at Gerhard. Gulu. The brutality of the pirate's first mate not only shocked the pirates, but also frightened Gerhard and the sailors. Gerhard now believed what this guy said before, that if he dared to have any bad intentions, he would be killed on the spot. Gerhard secretly pinched his fingers and then issued an order. "Everyone, take your weapons and anything you can throw and disperse to guard the side of the ship. The enemy will come up from the sea. Don't let them get on board." What kind of enemy is this? The Lost Souls. The one who asked the question was the pirate's second mate with 2 scimitars hanging on his waist. Everyone in the archipelago knows about the fog, and the most widely spread one is the Lost Soul. These guys who got lost in the fog and eventually became like puppets are the most likely things to appear at the edge of the fog. The so-called fight against the fog is mostly about dealing with these lost souls. As for the depths of the fog, there are all kinds of theories, making it difficult to tell the truth from the false. When the pirates heard that there was an enemy, they naturally thought of the lost souls first. However, Gerhard shook his head. "No, at least they're not as weak as those lost souls at the edge of the fog. I don't know what these enemies are called. If I have to describe them by a name, water ghosts might be more appropriate. Their weakness is similar to that of the lost souls, which is their heads." After a pause, Gerhard added, "Of course, all my experience comes from my experience. It is not impossible to encounter something unexpected. You must stay alert and shout out if you find anything." Nodding, everyone was arranged to guard the edge of the ship, and another 10 sailors were arranged into the cabin. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Dylan was assigned to the stern of the ship, which he was most familiar with several pirates. "Damn it, they didn't even give us a magic crystal lamp. What can we see?" The 3 pirates complained and huddled together, obviously not wanting to deal with Dylan. Coincidentally, Dylan thought so too. "Boss, how is it?" Dylan asked in the fungus net. "Nothing has been found yet. Although magic perception and light perception are no longer useful, the scout still has sound wave detection and airflow perception. Unless the opponent is a ghost, he should not be able to escape the scout's detection." Time passed by minute, and just as Dylan was becoming more and more depressed, the pirates behind him began to complain. A flash of fire accompanied by a loud bang suddenly appeared from the fog, coming from the direction of the Blood Shark. Then a huge ball of illumination light rose in the distance, allowing Dylan to vaguely see the crowds of people on the Blood Shark. It seems that the plan to persuade the pirates on the Blood Shark to come over to defend together has failed, and they encountered the enemy first. Snap! A subtle sound was detected by the scout, but Dylan and the 3 pirates were still staring blankly at the Blood Shark in the distance and did not notice the sound. "Dylan, here we come." The scout Pudgy's bladed tentacle suddenly pulled out along the edge of the boat, and the sound of the blade entering flesh was heard from below, but other than that, there was no other sound. At the same time, he ran to the side of the scout Pudgy, looked down, and met a pair of eyes as white as dead fish. The humanoid monster had 10 bloodless fingers clinging to the hull, with translucent webbed membranes sticking between its fingers and sharp bone blades growing on the back of its hands. The damp skin was an unnatural grayish white, and from time to time, slender shadows rose and moved beneath the skin, like some kind of parasitic leeches moving through the blood vessels. There was a deep cut on the shoulder of this water ghost, which was caused by the attack of the scout Pudgy just now, but not a drop of blood came out of the wound. In Lin Jun's eyes, this monster has no panel. The enemy is coming. Dylan, who was mentally prepared, remained calm and loudly reminded others, while stabbing forward with the sword. The fine steel sword successfully pierced through the water ghost's head. The water ghost immediately lost the ability to move, and his hands fell off the side of the boat. But it's far from over. Snap, 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 snap. The sound of the densely packed water ghosts climbing onto the boat came from. One after another, the figures of water ghosts emerged from the fog below. So many. How can we kill them all? Dylan's scalp tingled as he watched, but he did not dare to stop for a moment. He ran back and forth, stabbing to death the water ghosts that tried to climb up within his guard range. The scout Pudgy also waved his blade whip to help. The pirates behind him also became agitated. Apparently, there were also water ghosts coming to their side. The whack-a-mole-like battle lasted for a long time. Dylan gradually became exhausted, and his age disadvantage was clearly revealed. After stabbing another water ghost to death, Dylan just wanted to take a breath when he heard the boss suddenly shout, "Get down!" He fell to his knees in an instant, and the scout swung his blade whip past, and a headless water ghost laid down beside Dylan. The water ghost is coming. When Dylan turned around and saw that the three pirates behind him had lost their position. Two pirates' bodies lay on the deck, and one was missing. He was so absorbed in the battle that he hadn't noticed. "Go back to the front deck quickly," Lin Jun said. "The rear deck can no longer be defended, so we have to join the three gold-class ships on the front deck. I don't know what's ahead." With such doubts, Dylan ran back to the front deck and saw melee. Water ghosts, pirates, and sailors were fighting on the deck. The water ghosts were not strong individually, and a silver-level warrior could handle them one-on-one, but they were outnumbered and kept coming, and many of them had been killed. The good news is that the three gold-level ones have not been damaged for the time being. Although they look very miserable, at least they are still there. The same is true on the Blood Shark, where you can see the wizard's magic attacks from time to time. In fact, the strength displayed by this mage, who had not yet met Lin Jun, was far beyond Lin Jun's expectations. He was at least at the diamond level. However, Lin Jun couldn't understand why the gold-level Casper was the leader if the mage was the strongest. After Dylan joined Gerhard and the others, the battle continued for a long time. There were corpses everywhere under his feet, be they water ghosts, pirates, or someone else's. Dylan no longer had the strength to swing his sword. As for Gerhard and the pirate ship's deputy, they were forced to disperse at some point in time. Another water ghost got on all fours and pounced over with a kick. With a flash of cold light, the water ghost's head was split in half and fell into the pile of corpses, just like its fellow creatures. Scout Mushroom Hat stood dejectedly beside Dylan. Sound wave detection level 6. It seems there are no more water ghosts. After Dylan regained some strength, he followed the scout and walked around on the corpses on the ground. The only people left alive were Captain Gerhard and the pirate first mate. Both of them were covered in wounds, and the pirate's first mate even had an arm broken. As for the others, they were probably all buried in the pile of corpses. Boom! A wave of magic came from the Blood Shark. That diamond wizard is really good. He hasn't used up all his magic power yet. Although the interval between casting spells has become longer, he is still alive. "This, we are considered to have crossed the river," the pirate's first mate asked in a hoarse voice. The voice of this 2-meter-tall ferocious giant was as weak as a mosquito at this moment. Gerhard was speechless. He had been stabbed and had only survived thanks to a few bottles of potion and a little survival wisdom. When faced with the question, he could only nod with difficulty. This time was the same as what he encountered last time, a large number of water ghosts, and he just had to kill them all. The few of them no longer had the same guard against each other as before. After all, the number of people left alive might not even be enough to sail the boat. If it didn't cooperate, they would die. The three of them were thinking about going to find the wizard later, hoping that there would be a few more survivors left on his side. Wow! It was the sound of waves being broken by the bow of the ship. But the strange thing was not coming from the Blood Shark next door or below them, but from the front. In the thick fog, some huge existence is tearing open the veil of fog. When they got closer, they could see clearly that it was a huge ship that was twice as tall as the Fengyu. Unlike the utilitarian Wind Feather and Blood Shark, this giant ship has decorations that are different from the archipelago style. In addition to the bronze bow of the sea monster statue, the huge hull is actually carved with exquisite patterns, and various colors of pigments form patterns with unique cultural characteristics. Everyone was shocked by the size and beauty of the giant ship. Only Lin Jun felt a little strange. What are these rows of squares on the hull? They look familiar. Chapter 132, Chapter 129, come on. Chapter 132, 129. Come on. The huge ship slowly approached. In the fog, there was silence except for the sound of waves. This time, what is it? Asked the pirate's first mate weakly. Captain Gerhard of the Fengyu just shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Dylan wondered, isn't this the same ship that got lost in the archipelago as us? How is that possible? There is no ship this big in the archipelago. I have never seen a ship of this style before. And there is no light on it. While speaking, the pirate first mate secretly glanced at Dylan, the green demon, who had lost his camouflage. But now is not the time to talk about this. Only after he said that did Dylan notice that it was indeed the case. Although magic crystal lamps are not cheap, they are essential items for ships. For example, there are 4 of them on the Fengyu. This ship is so huge and its decorations are so gorgeous that it would be reasonable to equip it with a large magic crystal lamp. But now there's no light at all behind the thick fog. Also, it was too quiet. Such a large ship would require at least 100 people to operate it. Even though it is at a distance, it shouldn't be as silent as it is now. Several people looked at each other and felt strange. Lin Jun was thinking, isn't there any legend about ghost ships in this world? The scouts are now repeatedly using sonic detection level 6, but there is really no living thing on that ship. If it is not a ghost ship, what is it? It can't be the kind of thing. Everyone who has seen it is dead, so there is no rumor spreading. The giant ship slowly approached and finally stopped not far away, with a blood shark between it and the Fengyu. Even though they were not next to the Fengyu, and even though they knew that the ship was huge, when the side of the ship stretched out in front of them like a city wall, everyone still clearly felt the pressure from the giant. What is it going to do? Finally, a sound was heard from the giant ship, but it was not a human voice, but the rumbling sound of heavy objects moving. And not just one, but many, under the gaze of the crowd. The rows of squares on the giant ship were lifted up one by one, and the black gun barrels slowly extended from them. Cannon. This doesn't make sense. There are no muskets in this world. So where do the cannons come from? In the so-called ghost ship, shouldn't it be that it has an advantage of being immortal just because it is technologically outdated? How come your technology is higher than the locals? Is this reasonable? There was no time to react. The sounds of dozens of artillery shells overlapped and were deafening. The scouts who had sonic wave detection were even numbed from the shock. Fortunately, Fengyu was not the target of this round of attack. The blood shark was in a terrible situation. The hull was easily torn apart like a fragile toy under the bombardment of the huge cannons, and even the mast was smashed into several sections. When Dylan ran to the side of the ship to check, he could only see the slowly sinking wreckage of the blood shark. Whatever pirates were alive there before, they are probably gone now. And now, all the cannons have been retracted, and I don't know if they are being reloaded. Magic power suddenly gathered towards the wreckage of the blood shark. The water's surface exploded, and a disheveled figure flew out. It was the wizard. This was also the first time that Lin Jun saw this powerful mage directly, but when he opened the panel, Lin Jun was confused. It's not that he is too strong or has any special features. What Lin Jun is puzzled about is why this mage is a gold-level mage with such an ordinary panel. He is only level 43. His skills are ordinary wind and fire dual-element magicians, and his attributes are not outstanding. How did he use such powerful spells? The answer suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jun. Because of the fog, although the wizard was in a miserable state, he seemed to be in much better condition than the 3 people on the Fengyu. He obviously did not intend to swallow his anger after being suddenly bombarded, and he mobilized the rich magic power in the fog and gathered it on the staff in his hand that was flashing with dazzling light. 6th level magic, Big Storm. Lin Jun had seen this magic before. The gold-level wizard in the Vampire Viscount team had used it in the Yellow Book Happy House. But the storm back then was nothing like the one before us. The high magic concentration environment greatly increased the power of spells, allowing this gold-level mage to achieve diamond-level results. Countless huge wind blades like gate knives whizzed out, any one of which could easily cut the stone pillar that Pudgy had transformed into in half. All of these wind blades rotated and hit the giant ship, causing the chips to fly and revealing the 3 decks inside the giant ship. There are cannons, shells, gunpowder barrels, and all kinds of sundries inside, but no living things. The wizard was obviously stunned for a moment. He probably thought he was attacked by a living person. As the mage looked at the torn deck, 3 crossbows capable of firing grappling hooks appeared from the bow of the giant ship. "Be careful up there," Dylan warned loudly. But it was too late. The ambushed mage tried to dodge in midair, but was still pierced through the body by a claw and fell straight into the sea. There was a rope behind the claw hook. As the rope was retracted, the lifeless body of the mage was brought up from the sea and finally got stuck in front of the crossbow. What's worse is that at a certain moment, without any warning, the giant ship returned to its original state. All traces of damage caused by the storm disappeared, as if it had never happened. If the wizard's body hadn't been stuck on the bed crossbow, everyone would have suspected that they were hallucinating. Lin Jun also felt that he couldn't understand it. If the broken wood chips flew back to fill the gap, it could be understood as a kind of time reversal. But what was this kind of recovery in an instant without any magical fluctuations? Isn't that a bit too shameless? It's a pity that there is no customer service in this world, so there is no way to complain about the giant ship cheating. The squares on the hull were pushed open again, and this time the gun barrels were aimed at the Fengyu. Despair. How did you get out alive? Knowing that there was no possibility of survival, the pirate first mate couldn't help but complain. There were only water ghosts at the time, said the captain of the Fengyu, then closed his eyes and waited for death. Both of them were seriously injured and had no strength to move. Dylan isn't much better in terms of physical strength. Dylan, I'll give you a whole cenotaph in the mushroom garden. Oh, by the way, any last words? Like saying Daddy loves you to Bella. After I die, the boss will take the initiative to jump out and tell Bella these things when he sees her one day. Lin Jun thought about it and said no. Dylan had an "I knew it" expression on his face. Then I'll struggle a little longer. Amid the roar of cannons, Dylan pulled the scout out of the edge of the boat and jumped down. The Fengyu is a bit larger than the blood shark, but this difference makes no difference in front of dozens of cannons. After a round of bombardment, the Fengyu turned into a pile of wreckage floating on the water, with no sign of any living people. After a brief pause, the giant ship started again and disappeared into the thick fog. Wait, a mushroom cap floated to the surface. The mushroom hat sank and floated, and soon moved to the side of the wreckage of the Fengyu. A tentacle wrapped around a larger piece of debris, and the scout dragged the water-filled, unconscious Dylan up with all his strength. The scout Pudgy stood beside Dylan and stomped hard on his bulging belly. With a strength value of 52, he quickly crushed Dylan to the point that he vomited seawater. It seemed that the wreckage would not sink for a while, so the scout swam around nearby and finally found a relatively intact boat in the wreckage of the blood shark. After rowing to the wreckage and dragging Dylan onto the boat, Lin Jun felt exhausted after the whole trip. It's not that I'm physically tired, it's that I'm mentally tired. He was completely confused by this fog. First there was the water ghost without a panel, then there were the giant ships and cannons, and then there was this strange restoration. What was going on in this world? The scout didn't row the boat, and even if he did, he didn't know where to row, so he just let it drift with the current. If another water ghost or giant ship came at this moment, it would be God's will that Dylan would be doomed, and Lin Jun would be helpless. Fortunately, it didn't happen. It floated like this for a long time, and the fog gradually dissipated, and even a ray of light appeared in the distance. It was the morning sun. Just as the boat was about to completely leave the fog, a clear voice suddenly came into the fungus net through the scout. Come on. Chapter 133, 130 Siren? Mermaid. Chapter 133, 130. Siren Mermaid. Lin Jun is checking his own bacterial network. Over and over again, I couldn't find a source of the sound. It would be fine if some sound suddenly came out of the fog, but appearing directly in the fungus web was a bit scary. It's like when you come home and hear a stranger's voice coming from the next room. Come on, did you say this to yourself or to Dylan? You should be talking to himself. After all, Dylan was dizzy. But who said it? Monster in the Mist. This monster's voice is so beautiful that it can rival the siren in the book. Or some gods, foreign gods, old gods, angels and demons. Lin Jun couldn't help but think over all the settings from his previous life. Maybe this world is a drama arranged by some god, and I am just the clown on the stage. I really hope it doesn't unfold like this. The whole night was filled with confusion, but luckily I finally emerged from the fog, and it was morning. 6 hours later, after basking in the sun and replenishing his magic power, Dylan woke up on the boat, and the first thing he saw was the scout, who looked listless. Dylan enjoyed basking in the sun after installing photosynthesis. But the scout not only did not have photosynthesis, he did not even have resistance to high temperatures and was simply tortured under the scorching sun. Not to mention that he had soaked in seawater before. Now Dylan is in much better condition than the scout. Dylan looked around. There was no fog, no giant ship, and of course no water ghost. This is survival. Not yet. Lin Jun poured cold water on him. Even if the sun can replenish magic power, Dylan cannot survive just by basking in the sun, as half of him is still flesh and blood. Need water, need food. We might be able to catch some fish for food, but there is no way to get water. If there were glass bottles or something, we could consider using evaporation to get some fresh water, but the luggage had already sunk into the sea along with the Fengyu, and there was no container at all. If there is no improvement in the next few days, Dylan and the scout will probably turn into two dried mushrooms, one big and one small. The day passed, and night fell again. Without the sun, the scout finally regained some energy. Scout Pudgy used his mycelium tentacles to catch a strange fish from the sea. Lin Jun saw that there was no poison on the panel, so he gave it to Dylan to eat. Of course, we had to eat it raw, as there was no way to make a fire on the boat. Halfway through my midnight snack, a beautiful voice floated in from afar. In the middle of the night, on the sea, singing. In fact, it's okay. As long as it's not a strange voice that appears directly on the fungus network, Lin Jun can accept it. Sound wave detection level 6. Lin Jun immediately locked onto the two figures on the distant reef. The upper body of a human girl and the lower body of a fish. Kraken. Pull open the panel. Race, mermaid. Level, 21. Skill, enchanting voice LV4. Well, there's nothing wrong with this world being called mermaid. However, the enchanting voice, enchanting? How should I put it? I'm so disappointed. Shouldn't it be that kind of heavenly sound? But to Lin Jun, this song sounded ordinary, very ordinary. Lin Jun couldn't help but wonder, with the help of his skills, could Fat Tiger also sing with a charming effect? At least this song, which sounded average to Lin Jun, worked on the uncle next to him. Charm appears on the status bar. Dylan's eyes were blurry. He stretched out his hand and rowed the boat, trying to get closer to the reef. This is of course futile, as paddling with hands cannot reach as far as the waves can push it. As if it had sensed that its prey had been hooked but was taking a long time to come over, a mermaid dove directly into the water and swam over. After a while, a pair of bare arms were on the edge of the boat. A girl with emerald eyes was humming a song, leaning against the boat and looking at Dylan lovingly. Then she failed at first sight. Uncle Dylan's face was green and covered with fungus, like some kind of meat that had grown mold after being left out for too long. The loving look in a mermaid's eyes immediately turned into great shock. She had never seen anything like this in her life. The expression on her face kept changing, as if she was hesitating whether to eat something that might cause diarrhea. For a moment, even the song she was humming became perfunctory. It's really perfunctory. If it was considered ordinary singing before, it is now considered nuisance noise. Anyway, Lin Jun couldn't stand it anymore. The scout's mycelial tentacles shot out suddenly, wrapping around the mermaid's neck the moment she realized something was wrong. At the same time, a tentacle was pulled out, violently awakening Dylan, who was in a shallow state of charm. The charm effect is totally incomparable to that of the Yellow Book. The Yellow Book beat Dylan half to death that time, but the charm was still not removed. What's going on? Charm does not mean loss of memory. Without waiting for Lin Jun to answer, Dylan quickly figured out the situation after waking up. He looked at the mermaid in front of him, who was being carried onto the boat by Pudgy by the neck, with a serious expression on his face. He was solemn not because he had just been bewitched, but because he didn't understand why this thing was brought on board. He had bad guesses. Boss, are you going to eat this guy? If I say yes, will you eat it? Dylan frowned and shook his head. After a moment of silence, he nodded with difficulty. Wow, he really has the potential to become a non-human. Unfortunately, this is not for eating. Dylan felt relieved to hear that it was not food. Then he wondered, then what is this? Dylan didn't understand. If it was just an enemy, why not just kill him? Why drag him aboard? Lin Jun explained, this thing is intelligent. Dylan nodded. He knew that mermaids were intelligent, but he still didn't understand why. Stupid, intelligent, and can swim. What can you think of? Dylan still didn't understand. Alas, this child is incorrigible. Lin Jun simply ordered, Dylan, beat her up. Dylan, Although I don't understand, but since it's the boss's order, Dylan punched the mermaid without holding back. The one in front of him was just a man-eating monster with the appearance of a girl who had just wanted to kill him. When the sun rose, there was already a bruised and battered mermaid pulling the boat in front of the boat. The hyphae tentacles were wrapped around her waist, and if she dared to be lazy and not swim, the scouts would whip her. A wise fish is easy to tame. If a big fish comes, it will definitely swim around everywhere and will be impossible to control. Thanks to the mermaid's efforts, the boat was freed from drifting. Just choose a direction and go full speed ahead to try your luck. If we were really unlucky, we still have some food reserves to last a few more days. The mermaid was lucky enough to find an island with her boat before she was exhausted to death. He kicked the half-dead mermaid back into the sea and plopped onto the beach of the island. Finally, Dylan cried with joy over there. Lin Jun didn't have the feeling of being saved from a desperate situation at all. After all, there was only a Pudgy here. Out of habit, I casually opened the panels nearby. They were all ordinary things, and no monsters were seen for the time being. Skill, delicious. The delicious taste that flashed by made Lin Jun stop and turn back to check the panels that had just been closed one by one. Finally, Pudgy stood under a tree on the beach. There were several red-shelled fruits growing on the tree. Chapter 134, Chapter 131, The Master and the Maid. Chapter 134, 131, The Master and the Maid. Race, Red Reef Fruit Tree. Skills, Deliciousness LV2, Paralysis Toxin LV2, Photosynthesis LV1. Lin Jun thought about it and knocked a fruit down with his tentacles. Dylan, try it. The fruit with a spiral red shell was rolled in front of Dylan. As expected of you, boss, you found food so quickly. Dylan took the bowling ball-sized fruit, and Lin Jun had already cut it for him. Looking at the gelatinous flesh inside, Dylan took a small sip. Delicious. Dylan ate directly from a mouth, and at the end he even tried to use his hands to scoop out the flesh stuck on the inner wall of the shell, with no intention of leaving any. But before he could pull out twice, he suddenly lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Scout Pudgy helped him turn over so that he wouldn't suffocate on his face. It looked like Delicious Level 2 was indeed delicious, but it was a pity that Lin Jun couldn't taste it. No puede decir JPG. The reason why Lin Jun cares about this skill is mainly because he has seen it in the upgrade talent. Taking it should be equivalent to excluding it from the next skill selection, giving you more chances to draw practical skills. However, if you want to obtain this skill, you have to bring this fruit back to the dungeon. It is obvious that it will take a long time before a passing ship appears on this deserted island. After thinking about it, Lin Jun controlled the Scout Pudgy to scatter some spores everywhere. It's not expansion. The newly formed fungal mat here will not be under the control of Lin Jun's fungal network. Lin Jun spread the spores here just to get more mycelium to be useful. Oath City, the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. This 4-story building, which covers a total area of more than 30,000 square meters, not only has the usual guild hall for accepting various tasks, but also has many functional areas that other branches do not have. The warrior training ground on the east wing, the magic shooting range on the north side, the adventurer trading area on the second floor, the forging area with high temperatures all day long, and the alchemy area with steam of different colors in the basement. Combined with the huge stone wall surrounding the guild, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a city within a city with various functions. In fact, it is. If you delve deeper into its history, you'll find that the land occupied by the Adventurers Guild is the original Oath City. The people who were forced to migrate south under the attack of the demons opened up the first piece of land here. The huge stone wall on the outside, which is stronger than the current wall of Oath City, was the result of the 10th level wizard personally cutting stones and reinforcing them. Countless magic power transmission troughs extend from the foundation of the wall. This is a defensive formation that matches the stone wall. It is still operational, but people usually don't waste money to activate it. Everyone knows that the Adventurers Guild headquarters is the most solid building in Oath City besides the Council Hall. However, few people know that there is actually a living area in the guild headquarters, located on the smallest 4th floor. A few important members of the guild will live there, and the 4th floor is also fully functional as a living area. The dull sound of the knife blade hitting the fruit shell spread throughout the kitchen. The shell of the red reef fruit cracked in a cross pattern. The maid used her knuckles to press against the edge of the crack and pried it open, and the translucent gelatinous flesh poured into the silver plate. Sprinkle with crushed orchid leaves and mix in a little mellow elf ice wine. And this dish full of exotic flavors is ready. But there is one last step. Magic power gathered in the maid's hands, and the light of purification sprinkled on the silver plate, clearing away all the paralyzing toxins in the red reef fruit. Prepare a small bowl of clam soup and place them on the tray. A few minutes later, the maid knocked on the door of a room on the 4th floor. "Master Far, it's time for breakfast." The white-haired young man who was lying on the balcony sunbathing raised his head when he heard this. "Lillian, just put breakfast on the table." The maid Lillian put down the plate, but did not leave. She just stood there staring at the white-haired young man. "Why are you guarding me? The young master will definitely skip breakfast once I leave, and there are documents to be handed over to the young master." Only then did Far notice that Lillian was holding a stack of things in her arms. What a hassle! Although he complained, Far still sat down at the table, ate half of the fruit pulp on the silver plate one spoonful at a time, and drank a small sip of the thick soup just to get through this breakfast. Even the food with the attribute of delicious doesn't seem to be anything special and foul. When Far pushed the plate away, Lillian spread out the documents in her hand one by one in front of him. "Most of them are the information that the president prepared for you, the young master, to take over the branch. They include information about the people in Yafeng Town, the forces in the surrounding areas, and precautions related to the Amethyst Dungeon." The president that Lillian mentioned was naturally the current president of the Adventurers Guild and also Fal's father. However, Far was not very grateful. He frowned and flipped through the information casually, saying dissatisfiedly, "Minding my business. Does he think I can't even collect this level of information?" The master is also... Lillian seemed to want to defend the president, but was suddenly interrupted. Fal held a silver-edged document in his hand and asked in confusion, "Why are there documents sent from the church? Are they planning to hold a heresy trial in the dungeon?" "Master, you shouldn't use this tone to ridicule the Church of Light. It will cause trouble if it gets out," Lillian warned. Far glanced at her and said, "Who else here except you still says that you think I'm stupid? You will say the same thing outside." Lillian's lips curled up slightly, and she said nothing more. After a while, Fal, who had just finished flipping through the documents, suddenly exclaimed, "We really need to hold a heresy trial in the dungeon. Aren't dungeons full of monsters?" "It's a monster," Fal explained, his voice much louder than before, and he seemed very interested in this matter. A talented captain of the Wings of Judgment submitted a report saying that the dungeon may have been occupied by a collective consciousness. How was it possible to occupy the dungeon? Lillian was not a member of the guild, but she knew more about the dungeon than most people. "Won't we be assimilated and restrained if we stay in the dungeon? Even if we have a collective consciousness, we can only control one class at most." "Generally speaking, yes. But if someone uses the dungeon core, that's not certain." The possibility mentioned in this report does match the information sent by the guild. Controlling the core of a dungeon. Is there really anyone who can do that? Not to mention the difficulty of getting to the core location. Even if you find it, the core is not a switch button that changes the dungeon according to your ideas. It is the entire operating logic of the dungeon. Analogous to the defense core of the Oath City, daily maintenance requires more than 40 professionals, and full-scale activation requires as many as 300 people to operate simultaneously. The value of the dungeon core is much higher than that of the City of Covenant, and its origin remains a mystery. The human and demon leaders all know that there is a so-called core in the dungeon, but they don't care about it. Could it be that they don't want to control the dungeon? I just can't control it. To take a step back, even if there is new technology that can control it, it should not be something that can be done by one or a few people. As for the personnel and materials, they entered the Amethyst underground city in large numbers under the eyes of Yafeng Town. No matter how derelict the people over there are, it shouldn't get to this point. So Lillian couldn't believe the young master's speculation. "Lillian, you misunderstood. I said utilize instead of control. The dungeon is not perfect, and it has loopholes." Existed. Lillian accurately grasped the key point of Far's words this time. Yes, it existed. For example, more than 100 years ago, someone discovered that the way to refresh a treasure chest was to exchange 2 treasure chests through teleportation. So someone stuffed himself into an open treasure chest, and after refreshing, he came to a space he called the treasure house. After he successfully obtained a large number of top-level equipment and props from inside, he used the same method to teleport out. Some of these devices have even survived to this day. What happens next? Lillian knew things wouldn't be that simple. For didn't keep people on suspense and simply told a follow-up. What happened next was that he never came back after his second attempt. Not only him, but all the speculators who imitated him also disappeared into the dungeon. Apparently, the dungeon doesn't like thieves either. If this is also a loophole, why hasn't the dungeon been patched? That's why I guessed it might be related to the core. Monsters are divided into different layers, which is the most basic rule of the Amethyst dungeon. The breaking of this basic rule means that there is a problem with the core logic. Of course, these are just guesses in the final analysis. It is possible that the Church's intelligence is wrong, or that this situation is caused by some other coincidence. But no matter what, it shouldn't be boring this time. Chapter 135-132, Released from Prison. Chapter 135-132, Released from Prison. The dark corridor is surrounded by walls made of mycelium. Norris carefully climbed up little by little with his hands and feet, so as not to slip back down accidentally. Today is a special day for Norris. The yellow book was stuck in his pants. Although the yellow book emphasized several times that it was a noble, holy book and could not be treated so casually, Norris really had no extra hands to take care of it. Finally, light appeared above, and he was about to climb to the exit. When Norris crawled half of his body out of the passage, what he saw was a mushroom forest. The tender branches planted by the tree demons have not even grown into demon trees yet, but the mycelium planted at the same time has now grown into huge mushroom trees. Norris couldn't tell for a moment whether this was the 5th or 6th floor. After Norris came out, a group of Pudgy surrounded him, including a big black mushroom. At the same time, the boss of the Fungus Network shouted, "Congratulations on your release from prison." The Pudgis immediately threw a large number of petals into the air. If you look closely, you can tell that they are petals from the monster's body. Ding, ding, ding. There seemed to be some glass shards mixed in the petals, hitting Norris's scales. The Pudgis stretched out their mycelial tentacles and lifted Norris out completely. The Pudgis slapped him with their tentacles, knocking off the dust and sticky mycelium. Facing the Pudgis who cared about him, although he knew that they were all controlled by the boss, Norris still felt a feeling he had never had before. That was the feeling of being cared for. If only the blows from the big black mushroom hadn't been so heavy, almost knocking him to the ground. Facing this newcomer, Lin Jun also said earnestly, "Norris, you must turn over a new leaf this time and start a new life. Next time you want to kill someone, remember to apply in advance and take action after approval. We can no longer act on our own without organization or discipline. You have to believe that the Mushroom Garden will always be on your side and is your home." Hearing the word home, Norris could no longer control his tears, crying and excitedly said, "Yes, boss." A Pudgy suddenly brought out a bowl of soup. "You are." Norris wiped away a tear without being hypocritical. He picked up the bowl of soup with a piece of meat on the surface, first smelled the long-lost meat flavor, and then drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, Norris smacked his lips. It turned out to be mushroom broth. He thought it was pure broth, but it was not bad. The meat and soup in the bowl were gone, and there were 2 cloves of mushroom left. Not wanting to waste the boss' kindness, Norris decided to eat it all. I picked up a piece of mushroom. Why is it green?" Norris rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. A few puffs rolled up the unconscious Norris. It was time for him to receive the second round of reinforcement. The yellow book on Norris' waist was also pulled out. During the days when Norris was lying down, it had to go back to the Happy Cottage. In addition to the conventional force enhancement in the second round, Lin Jun also plans to add some other functions to Norris. The current list is Rolling Charge LV7, Sonic Detection LV6, Dodge LV7, Acceleration LV6, Saliva Arrow LV5. Saliva Arrow was designed to work in conjunction with the neurotoxin that Norris already had. As for Rolling Charge, Lin Jun really wants to know what it would be like when humans use it. The Pudgis carried Norris away, and Xiaohei also went to help enthusiastically. While helping, he accidentally knocked off 2 silver scales. Seeing that Norris didn't react, he accidentally knocked off 2 more. When Norris returned to the mushroom house, there was a small bald spot on his back. After dealing with Norris, Lin Jun turned his attention back to the 7th floor. During this period, through hard work in fishing, Lin Jun has acquired the minimum skills required for underwater exploration. The first batch of diving Pudgy has been produced. Underwater Adaptation LV6 plus Wake Jet LV3 plus water flow perception LV4, plus sound wave detection LV6, plus swimming LV4, plus scale armor LV6, plus infrasonic attack LV6. With 7 skills and even agility up to 10 points, he is definitely an expensive species among cannon fodder. Among them, scale armor is a must. Without scales, any small fish in the water will want to come over and take a bite. The main function of scales is to protect against small fish. You can't just swim around and kill people with sonic waves all the way. Through water flow sensing, not only can danger be discovered, but any cracks that may be leaking nearby can also be sensed. Then, thanks to this swimming skill, without Lin Jun's interference, the lower bodies of the Pudgis all turned into fishtail shapes, although they were still made up of mycelium. According to the naming method of this world, it seems okay to call them Pudgy fish now. These diving puffins can only paddle on the shore now, and need help from other puffins to be pushed into the water. The first batch of diving Pudgy consisted of 60 individuals, divided into groups of 5, and they entered the water to explore at different locations. Under Lin Jun's unified command, now we are officially launched. The tentacles pushed the diving puffins down. At one of the diving points, a huge catfish that had been waiting for who knows how long surfaced and opened its big mouth to catch all 5 diving fishes. You don't give me face, do you? Lin Jun was so angry that he changed his perspective. 55 diving Pudgis successfully entered the water and began exploring. The 7th floor is different from the other levels. Take the 5th and 6th floors, which have the largest area, for example. Since there is no stratification, although the space is relatively large, the actual explorable area is not too outrageous. On the 7th floor, more than 80% of the space is underwater, and the aquatic ecosystem is distributed in 3 dimensions. Therefore, even though the overall size is slightly smaller than the 6th floor, the effort required to fully explore it is several times more than that of the 6th floor. The 7-story underwater space is roughly divided into 3 levels. The topmost area is a sewer-like area, with crisscrossing waterways and mountain peaks on both sides that plunging into the water from a ceiling. The middle layer is a pure water area with nothing in it. On the lowest level, that is, the bottom of the 7th floor, there are some ancient buildings covered with aquatic plants. These buildings were obviously not in the water originally, and I don't know why they became like this. Could it be that there is no water before the 7th floor? The first area to be explored is the upper waterway area, which is the smallest and easiest to explore. But even in the simple difficulty area, it still took the loss of nearly 20 divers to complete the investigation, and no rifts were found. But when the Pudgis reach the middle level, survival becomes more difficult. Due to terrain restrictions in the upper area, the size of fish is limited, but there are no restrictions in the middle area, and Pudgy and his friends soon encountered larger and more dangerous monsters. They either rely on their large size and speed to catch up with Pudgy and eat in one bite, or they have special skills. For example, it can suck Pudgy over from more than 20 meters away, or its mouth parts can extend to 30 meters to accurately hunt. Lin Jun almost developed thalassophobia after watching so many of them. Just 2 hours after entering the middle area, Lin Jun was left with only the last 3 diving Pudgis. And Lin Jun also entered the strongest manual operation mode. 2 minutes later, the first batch of diving Pudgy were all wiped out. Chapter 136, 133, Underwater. Chapter 136, 133. Underwater. In the deep water, a team of 5 diving Pudgis are diving cautiously. The team suddenly changed direction and swam sideways for dozens of meters before continuing downwards. Just now, there was a big fish that was almost completely transparent in front of the Pudgis, but it was completely exposed under the sound wave detection. After continuous exploration, they soon discovered another strange fish with a mouth part that could extend more than 30 meters in length in the distance. A diving Pudgy used infrasonic attack, which couldn't cause enough damage to the strange fish, but made it feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, the strange fish turned around and swam to another place. And when a huge jellyfish caught up with Pudgy's team and wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, the last Pudgy broke away from the group and rushed towards the jellyfish behind. Boom! After a muffled sound, the particles shattered everywhere, and a big hole appeared on the jellyfish's body, making it unable to move. It's self-destruction. Lin Jun added self-explosion. This is already the 3rd batch of diving. After the first batch was wiped out, Lin Jun decided to add this self-destruct skill after learning from the painful experience. As expected, Pudgy couldn't escape the fate of self-explosion. Lin Jun also used this skill from level 5 to level 6, making it even more powerful. The 7th floor was a little trickier than Lin Jun had imagined. The most difficult part was the appearance of giant monsters. Maybe it's easier to grow bigger in deep water. A giant monster means that at the same level, it has higher attributes and more health. The specific situation was just like the earthworms at the beginning. 2 earthworms less than level 50 wiped out Lin Jun's expeditionary force. If it were a spider or a minotaur of the same level, it would have been defeated long ago. The same is true for the giant underwater monsters on the 7th floor. The Pudge's combat power in water is already weak. Although it's not to the point of being unable to win, fighting to the death is a thankless task. Lin Jun just wanted to explore all the waters, so he would naturally avoid them if possible. Fortunately, monsters are still monsters, and their habits and attack patterns follow certain rules. After 3 rounds of trial and error, Lin Jun almost finished carrying the board. Finally, the 4 Pudges successfully reached the bottom floor covered with sand and ruins. Maybe there are many places to hide on the bottom floor, and giant monsters usually don't come down, so it's very safe. A pair of pincers shot out from the sand at the bottom of the water and grasped the tail of a diving fish. Subsonic attack LV-6X4. The attack ignored defense and was extremely effective against the crab monster in front of him that relied solely on its shell for defense. Its internal parts were shattered directly, and the pincers that were holding Pudgy naturally loosened. Also killed were 2 other crab monsters hiding in the sand that had not yet taken action. The injured Pudgy had a cut on his waist, making it difficult for him to move, and only a trace of blood was left. Perfect for clearing the way. The low-health Pudgy was swimming hard in front, while the 3 intact Pudges were following slowly behind. This time, Lin Jun made the diving fish float up and keep a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the bottom sandbed, so that they would not be afraid of sneak attacks by crabs. The bottom floor was indeed a refuge for small monsters. In just a short while, Lin Jun saw 4 or 5 types of monsters that he had never seen before. These small monsters hide in the wreckage of the ruins or in the sand like the crab monster. None of them are strong, and they don't even dare to attack when they see Pudgy in groups. As he swam along, Lin Jun looked at the remains of these stone buildings and kept wondering what this area was like before. Residential area? No. Although these stone pillar buildings have collapsed and are dilapidated, one can still vaguely see that they must have been magnificent buildings in the past. The residential houses should be smaller. But if it is a large place like a temple, a meeting hall, or a palace, everything in front of you seems too plain. There are no superfluous decorations and no statues representing any gods or people. Lin Jun felt that this place was a bit too clean. According to my impression, shouldn't there be some rusty ironware, treasure chests, etc. in places like underwater ruins and shipwrecks? And here there is nothing but stone. Human adventurer. This speculation was rejected by Lin Jun as soon as it came out. It's not that humans can't come here, but the difficulty is obviously not the same as just fishing in the upper layer. It is so difficult that every time you come down, you must pick up the good stuff. It is impossible for you to pick it up so cleanly. There is a high probability that there is no treasure here. The exploration lasted for nearly 2 hours, but we didn't encounter any particularly fatal danger. The low-health Pudgy hasn't been consumed yet. Although there was nothing special to gain, Lin Jun had not yet found any signs of cracks. That's good news. While Lin Jun was distracted, a diving fish swam across a patch of water plants and got caught on an inconspicuous hook on its scales. The hook was pulled by Pudgy, and the next second the water grass attached to the hook was quickly pulled back, taking Pudgy down with it. A sharp stone pillar pierced through the hooked Pudgy and sent him to pushing on the spot. Lin Jun quickly stopped the remaining 2.5 Pudges and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Only then did I realize that there was more than one hook. Many parts of the seaweed were connected to hooks, and the hooks were tied on instead of growing naturally. At the bottom of the seaweed connected to the hook is a primitive yet ingenious mechanism, which is used to pull back the prey caught by the hook and finally kill it with these sharp stone pillars specially placed at the bottom. Lin Jun saw some water monsters also strung on the stone pillars. Obviously, this is a trap set by intelligent creatures. Wow, there are intelligent creatures on the 7th floor? Mermaid. It doesn't feel right. If it's a mermaid, shouldn't she go to the upper level to sing and trick the adventurers? Isn't it too miserable to catch fish and shrimps at the bottom level? Control the diving Pudgis to explore more carefully and meticulously. Half an hour later, Pudgy and his friends did not find any intelligent creatures, but they did find a switch that could be turned on the stone wall of a relic. Underwater treasure room. The two Pudges worked together to turn the switch, and with a muffled, rumbling sound, a slanting downward passage appeared. This doesn't feel like a treasure chest room. Lin Jun had seen treasure chest rooms before. They were all simple and exquisite single rooms with a treasure chest placed in the middle. Rather than being a treasure room, this one looks more like a passage leading to a new area. Without much hesitation, Lin Jun directly let 2.5 Pudgy swim in. They were used to do this. In the passage, Lin Jun saw grooves on both sides for lighting crystals, and even in one of the grooves he saw a crystal wreckage that had been scrapped for who knows how long. There were quite a few symmetrical forks along the way, but there were only a few Pudgis now, and there was no point in splitting up, so Lin Jun simply walked in straight line. At the end of this road is a hall. At the feet of the huge, headless stone statue with tentacles, 3 stone plates stand side by side, and on the walls on both sides, there are some murals carved whose contents can no longer be distinguished. There are some modeled murals on the stone walls on both sides, but unfortunately they have been eroded by time and the content is difficult to recognize. So, this is a temple. At the same time, sound wave detection detected some living creatures gathering around the hall. Chapter 137, Chapter 130, For the Wise. Chapter 137, 134. The Wise. A person with a human upper body and a fish lower body is called a mermaid. What about the fish head and human body? Race, Murloc. Its eyes bulged out like cloudy glass balls. Its body was covered with irregular inlaid scales, and behind its ears were 3 bright red pores that opened and closed regularly with its breathing. In their rough hands, they held simple weapons similar to harpoons, which showed that they were quite intelligent, and the traps outside were most likely their work. The 3 diving Pudges were surrounded by a group of such fishmen in the center of the hall. After Lin Jun detected these fishmen, he did not let the Pudges escape. It was a good deal to exchange 2.5 Pudges for more useful information. The strange thing was that they surrounded Pudgy but did not attack. Instead, they stared at Pudgy with dead fish eyes, and no one knew what they were waiting for. By the way, the 3 stone plates under the statue are altars, waiting for an auspicious time to perform sacrifices. Just enough to play one by one. Lin Jun did not intend to let these Pudges self-destruct. This relic used as territory by the fishmen had a certain exploration value. Random self-destruction might cause collapse. Cleaning up gravel underwater is much more difficult than cleaning up gravel on land. I sensed that another belated fishman appeared outside the hall. The other fishmen actually made way for him. An old individual with wrinkles on his body, times more than those of other Murlocs, swam over slowly. In his hand, he did not hold a harpoon like other Murlocs, but a staff, a Murloc spellcaster. The IQ of the fishman is surprisingly this high. Lin Jun opened its panel and was surprised to find it even had a name. Name, Guguru. Level, LV35. Fixed status, Blessing of Neferella, Wise. Skills, Water Magic LV7, Spirit Magic LV6, Magic Power Storage LV6. Title, Sage, Intelligence Attribute doubled. Wise Man. What is this Blessing of Nephra? Can I give one to Xiaohei? This is the second blessing that Lin Jun has seen. The previous one was the Blessing of the Holy Sea on Inanna. However, compared to the Blessing of the Church that provides Light Element Affinity LV4 and Light Magic LV4, the blessing that directly grants the title of Sage is obviously more powerful. Who is this Neferella? How come she is even more arrogant than the Church? Ah, God. The moment this thought came to his mind, Lin Jun immediately wanted to cut off the connection with these 3 Pudges and never come down again. There was no other reason. God was too strange and completely unknown. Lin Jun didn't want to have anything to do with it, at least not now. But Lin Jun still stopped this impulse and just gave her blessing. Although Inanna was blessed by the Vatican, she did not see the Vatican keeping an eye on her at all times. This Murloc hiding in the dungeon should not be watched every day. Besides, it has not been confirmed that Nevrila is a god. Outsider, I wonder what you were looking for by entering this place. The staff in the old fisherman's hand was shining with magical light. Reading. Lin Jun was somewhat surprised at the magic that the old fisherman knew. Unlike the ugly appearance of the merman, the old merman's voice is gentle and intellectual. If one forgets its identity as a fishman, Lin Jun would even imagine it as a white-haired old man in a library just by listening to the voice in the conversation. Is this the wise man? I wonder if my voice will become like this if I get this title. Lin Jun was not surprised that this clever old man guessed that Pudgy could communicate. After all, the first step to enter here is to open the mechanism door. After a little thought, Lin Jun gave up the option of playing dumb and replied, I didn't mean to disturb you. Breaking in here was just an accident. I'm looking for possible cracks under the water, and I wonder if you have any clues. As long as they can communicate, they can cooperate. In this respect, these fishmen are even easier to get along with than the tree spirits. The tree demon had a grudge against Xiao He in the past, but the fisherman in front of him had no previous grudge against him at all. Moreover, regarding the rift, the interests of Lin Jun and the Murlocs should be consistent. As long as the Murloc leader is not an idiot with the title of sage, he should be able to understand the pros and cons. Sure enough, the fishman grunted in reply. There was a rift, but it disappeared long ago. It appeared and then disappeared, which was probably during the Demon Tide period. No now. The crack I'm talking about may not be very big. It may be a small cut that is smaller than the size of a palm. Have you noticed any strange water flow or other anomalies recently? Hearing this, Gugulu turned around and looked at a fishman next to him who was a size larger than the others. The two fishmen made some gurgling sounds, which seemed to be their language. Since there is a language, can we obtain a Murloc Common Language LV1 by decomposing a Murloc corpse? A few minutes later, Gulu said, At least we haven't found any within our range of activity. Excuse me, what is the approximate range of your activities? Outside this building, most of it is underwater. Guguru did not hide it. That's quite a large range. To be honest, after searching for cracks till now, Lin Jun felt that there was a high probability that there were no cracks on the 7th floor, but it was still better to be on the safe side. In that case, I'll look elsewhere. The Pudges tried to return the same way they came, and the fish people had no intention of stopping them. Wait, Gugulu suddenly said, let them help us find the rift. At Gugulu's signal, 3 Murlocs, including the big Murloc just now, followed, and Lin Jun did not refuse. After leaving the ruins, the 3 fishmen took the initiative to swim in front and fully demonstrated to Lin Jun their ability to survive underwater. They always maintain a triangular formation, skillfully shuttle between undercurrents, and accurately identify underwater paths. When sporadic monsters jumped out from the sand piles and the cracks of the rocks, the cold light of the harpoon always arrived before the roar. When facing more difficult predators, the Murloc will suddenly change its swimming rhythm. As for those monsters that can really bring danger, they use water plants to hide in the complex terrain of rocks and ruins and wait until the danger is gone. Although there was no communication along the way, the fish people protected Pudgy very well. The 3 Pudges didn't even have the chance to use their skills, and following them made Lin Jun feel like he was following a tree demon. After more than 10 hours of exploration, Lin Jun had almost finished exploring the entire underwater area and indeed did not find any cracks. Watching the 3 fishmen return to the ruins and the door slowly closing, Lin Jun always had a strange feeling. How should I put it? It's just too friendly. If I saw an outsider breaking into my home, I would strip him naked and throw him out, which would show that I have a good temper. This group of fishmen are actually willing to help find rifts. Of course, the reason must be the old fishman Gugulu. The fishmen obviously all listen to him, so he must have some consideration for being so friendly. But it's not a bad thing after all. Maybe I should communicate with them more. Next time, I could try to ask them questions about the ruins and their beliefs. The 3 diving Pudges did not return to the surface. They had no magic storage, and a whole day of exploration had consumed all their energy. In fact, if the fishmen hadn't helped Pudgy save a lot of energy, they would have starved to death earlier. The 3 diving Pudgy stopped their activities not far from the ruins and disappeared into the fungus web. Not long after, a fishman found the 3 Pudgy corpses that had not been eaten yet and brought them all back to the ruins. Chapter 138, Chapter 135 Talking. Chapter 138, 135. Talk. Out, 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 out. The last 10 monster corpses were thrown in front of the fat Otaku Pudgy. Horn shouted with red eyes, as if shouting like this would make it easier for the fat otaku to take out good things. Several of his teammates looked at the horn helplessly, as they only got a bunch of mushrooms and waste magic crystals after the previous 20 draws, which made the horn a little crazy. It has long been a well-known fact in Yafing Town that the fat man Pudgy on the 5th floor can draw lots with monster corpses. The value of the monster corpses, which were originally useless, has increased significantly, and naturally a new distribution method has emerged. Just like this guy named Horn, he doesn't want any of the materials he harvested along the way. In exchange, all the remaining corpses of the monsters belong to him, and everyone has to help him transport the corpses of the killed monsters down. However, in fact, many teams no longer use this allocation method after trying it several times. The reason is simple. If a teammate breaks down, becomes hysterical or silent on the way back, it will have a negative impact on the morale of the entire team. The fat guy Pudgy finally collected all the monster corpses and started to take out the rewards. Everyone heard the horn's breathing become 3 times heavier. Mushrooms, 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 waste magic crystals, mushrooms. What a big prize. Come get equipment and high-level magic crystals. Several teammates looked at each other and decided to speed up on the return journey to avoid being subjected to the low air pressure of the horn. Hit it. Ha 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 ha. The almost inhuman laughter of the horn made all 3 teammates look over in surprise. He was seen kneeling among a pile of mushrooms and waste magic crystals, holding a dagger with a faint glow in his hands, kissing and crying. The fact that it has brilliance means that it is at least an attribute equipment, and its value is much greater than what they can earn by going into the dungeon 10 times. This time, no one was worried about the low pressure on the horn. Now, the negative emotions were all directed at the 3 teammates. However, before they could say anything sarcastic, an extremely miserable, awkward, and creepy cry suddenly came from the mushroom forest. Even Horn, who was still excited, swallowed the ha-ha that came after him and returned to the team with his neck shrunk. Faced with the unexpected situation, no one wanted to take any risks and quickly retreated towards the stairs. In the mushroom forest, several Pudges pounced on a constantly shaking Big Pudgy and blocked the hole in its mushroom cap. It was this Pudgy that made the strange sound just now. Not only did he scare the adventurers, but even Lin Jun himself was frightened. Why is it so difficult to say something? Lin Jun has now reached level 8 in Human Common Language, and thanks to using the Dylan translation machine to learn, he has mastered most of the basic words. You will no longer be unable to understand what adventurers are saying. But the problem is that he can only listen now, but how to speak? The simplest way is probably to completely parasitize a humanoid creature and then speak through the humanoid creature's mouth. But that always feels like the same as speaking through Dylan's mouth. Lin Jun wanted to try whether he could use mushrooms to simulate a sound machine. Anyway, it is Lin Jun who is personally controlling the machine when it speaks, so there is no skill restriction. All we need to do is modify the inside of Pudgy to make it suitable for vocalization. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The vocal opening, which is made by imitating the structure of human throat, can only make a puff sound. Later, it was gradually modified, and the one just now was just one of the failed products. Lin Jun has decided to change the location. If they go directly to the mushroom forest, adventurers will sooner or later spread the false rumor that Pudgy has imprisoned and tortured adventurers in the mushroom forest. This is not good. The new experimental site was chosen to be under the mushroom forest in the dungeon that had been dug previously. As soon as the Pudges came in, a certain hungry vampire Viscount squatting in the corner spoke in the demon language reflexively. I'm a pig that eats nothing. She thought the meal was finally here, but the Pudges remained indifferent after she said it. Louisa could only shrink back into the corner in disappointment, staring at the Pudges blankly. By the way, I was so addicted to voice editing that I forgot to feed this guy these days. Vampires are really resistant to hunger. There happened to be a newly harvested monster corpse, and soon 2 Pudgy brought one over and threw it to the vampire. Come to think of it, shouldn't vampires have that kind of setting? You can lie in a coffin and sleep for 100 years without eating or drinking. Is there no such thing in this world? I'll ask Louisa about this later. Now Lin Jun is more interested in talking. So Louisa, who had barely eaten only half her fill, huddled in a corner, watching a group of Pudges on the opposite side, making ghostly howling sound from time to time. At first, I would subconsciously shudder when I heard her but gradually I got used to it over time. However, my sleep quality in prison became worse, and I was awakened by strange noises from time to time. If there is any good thing, since the Pudges came here, at least her meals have not been forgotten again. One day, Louisa was awakened by the noise again. Based on past experience, the sound will not last long, and the next sound will be at least 1 or 2 hours later. She blinked her eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. The more sleep she got, the less hungry she would be. Louisa's eyes suddenly widened. The voice was twisted and evil, with a sinister echo, and as unpleasant as the sound of stone rubbing against each other. But the key is that this voice does not appear in a mind. Who? Who is calling her name? For a moment, Louisa imagined that a demon with an unpleasant voice was sent to rescue her. Because no one here knows her name, and the voice in her mind has never asked for her name, the person who can call out her name must be someone from the demon clan. But this fantasy was shattered in less than a second. The sound was in the form of a long strip, and it was almost impossible to tell that it was made by a puffing sound. After failing to imitate the structural sound, Lin Jun completely let himself go. As the saying goes, a cat can be black or white as long as it catches mice. It is a good cat. Being able to speak out is a success. There is no need to worry about any standard results. And this long strip is the first version of the voice, Pudgy. The air flows in from the tail, passes through the complex internal structure, and finally achieves the effect of speaking. Of course, since it was a first edition, there were still some issues like echo and only being able to say 1 or 2 words at a time. But isn't this the first step? Lin Jun believes that with improvements, things will get better and better. Seeing that the vampire recognized that she was calling her name, Lin Jun controlled her laughter and shouted even more happily. Lou! 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 Ah! Louisa suddenly put her hands on her head, rolled over, and screamed. In the end, he even ran towards the exit without caring about the possible punishment of growing mushrooms. However, since Lin Jun never let her eat her fill, the 2 elite Pudges guarding outside easily subdued her and used hallucinogenic spores to calm her down. Obviously, there was a little problem with this magic language learning machine. Maybe it had been in the basement for so long that its brain was filled with dust. Why not let her go mining to get some fresh air? Chapter 139-136 Spell Array Rolling Charge 2-in-1. Chapter 139-136 Spell Array Rolling Charge 2-in-1. Magic power is not a disordered mystery, but a visual expression of rules. Mastering the resonance principle of magic power inside and outside the body is the key to opening the door to magic. Grand Mage Althea Star Trek. TSK. It turns out that textbooks like to start with such a cool quote from a famous person. Unfortunately, Lin Jun didn't know any great magicians. Mycelial tentacles cling to the pages of the book, turning it to the next page. After finally learning how to speak, Lin Jun was ready to show off his skills. However, after looking around, he was shocked to find that there was no one he could communicate with. Xiaohei only knows dragon language, and he only knows a little bit at that. He can't understand human language at all, and relies entirely on the fungus network to communicate. Norris's mushroom house is being renovated. The tree demon has no vocal structure at all and communicates through the fungus network. The vampire is a magical material that is proficient in both human and demon languages, but he just got frightened and is now mining in the mind to calm down. It is not suitable for him to be bothered with in the short term. Lin Jun was very disappointed about this. He was a vampire viscount, but he couldn't accept anything Pudgy said. It was really, the yellow book seems to work, but it's Lin Jun who is tired when communicating with it. Even though Lin Jun seemed to be able to control him at will, he actually had to keep an eye on his panel at all times during the conversation to avoid being bewitched, and there was no sense of relaxation at all. As for Dylan, who is surviving on a deserted island, the scout has no sound-producing structure on his body. I can't let the Pudges say weird things to scare the adventurers. The lack of someone to communicate with immediately dampened Lin Jun's enthusiasm for talking, so she decided to wait for Norris to wake up before chatting with him. After thinking about it, Lin Jun decisively started a new project, learning magic. There is no shortage of teaching materials. Adventurers occasionally leave behind some magic-related books, which Lin Jun has preserved well. For example, this book, Basics of General Spell Construction, looks like a textbook for beginners. Chapter 1. Model of the 7 Magic Nodes of a Human Body. Great, skip it. As a low-level monster, even if Pudgy is equipped with magic storage, there is only one magic node in the center, which is completely useless for reference. Turning to the second chapter, it talks about endogenous magic and environmental magic. Well, endogenous magic is probably one's own mana, and environmental magic is the active magic that can be mobilized around. The process of casting a spell is to use endogenous magic power to construct an effective spell path in the body, and then induce the influx of environmental magic power to finally achieve the casting effect. Pudgy can only achieve this through magic crystals. The book also mentions that spell power is equal to endogenous path efficiency x ambient magic concentration. This also explains why the gold-level wizard in the fog is so powerful. It is simply because the magic power in the environment is too rich. If it is mobilized casually, it will be several times the magic power of the outside world. Similarly, the general function of magic crystals is to gather the free magic power around, making the magic power in the surrounding environment stronger when casting spells. As for the efficiency of the endogenous path, it seems to be linked to the level of magic. High-level magic has so-called minimum casting requirements. If the path efficiency does not meet the requirements, the spell model cannot be used even if you have learned it. Continue turning to the back, and you will see some basic structural models. It's true that the beginning of the book is quite easy to understand, but as you continue to read on, the situation takes a turn for the worse. The initial single-ring structure and double helix structure, although a bit complicated, are still within the scope of understanding. Quickly flipping to the back, he found things like multiple superposition models and triangular linkage models. After a quick glance, Lin Jun immediately regained the feeling of studying advanced mathematics. Let's look back at the title of the book, Fundamentals of Universal Spell Construction. Is this the basics? Lin Jun didn't believe it. Could it be that all the magicians in this world were top students? He closed the book and opened another one called Commonly Used Fire Magic Models, levels 1 to 3. As expected, if the content is limited to level 3, it seems that there is no knowledge beyond the scope of the syllabus. Lin Jun chose a second-level magic fireball and started studying it. Although Lin Jun has not used any spells so far, his magic control has actually reached level 5. This is, of course, all thanks to the credit of greed and the selfless dedication of the adventurers. For the purpose of casting spells, a special magic Pudgy was created. Magic Storage LV7, plus Magic Control LV5, plus Fire Magic LV5. The 3 basic skills required to cast magic are complete, and Pudgy is equipped with a D-level magic crystal to be used as an external casting device. You can't count on Pudgy to cast magic automatically. Even though he has these skills, Pudgy has no knowledge of spell models. Everything is done manually by Lin Jun. Controlling Magic Pudgy number 1 and using Magic Control LV5 to outline the model of the second-level magic is quite easy. But since it was his first time casting a spell, Lin Jun still took 10 minutes to connect the spell path of the fireball in the magic crystal. The last path completed the loop, and under Lin Jun's guidance, magic power indeed gathered towards the magic crystal in large quantities. The temperature of the magic crystal rises rapidly. Isn't this a fireball spell? Why did the temperature of the magic crystal rise? Before Lin Jun could figure out, the magic crystal turned into a fireball, burned the mycelium tentacles, and fell to the ground, and the temperature continued to rise. The sudden explosion sounded in the mushroom forest, and so did the magic puff and the 10 square meters of fungal carpet. Damn, it's okay if the magic crystal is roasted. What went wrong? Lin Jun saw that other people's spells were all formed outside the magic crystal. Fortunately, the 2 books were placed far away and were not damaged. Another Pudgy ran out from the forest and helped Lin Jun to look through the textbook again. Half an hour later, Lin Jun finally figured out. I was so busy constructing the magic path that I forgot to connect an exit to it. The magic power just circulated repeatedly in the path and eventually exceeded the limit and exploded. Having learned from his lesson, Magic Pudgy number 2 finally succeeded in making the first fireball in Lin Jun's mushroom life. Emission. The fireball hit the mushroom tree, creating a hole about 2 meters in diameter. Lin Jun couldn't hide his excitement after successfully casting the spell for the first time. He controlled the Magic Pudgy number 2 and used the fireball spell many times in succession. It is becoming more and more convenient to use. It took 10 minutes to create a fireball at the beginning, but now it can be done in tens of seconds. And Lin Jun is very sure that this time can be further shortened with practice. The mushroom tree in front of him that served as a target was already riddled with holes. Fortunately, there was a fat guy named Pudgy with a bottle of water next to him to put out the fire at any time, otherwise it would have been burned to ashes. After using the fireball technique again, Magic Pudgy number 2 suddenly died. I checked. I ran out of mana, starving. Unlike humans, when their magic power is exhausted, they will at most feel dizzy and faint. But for a monster like Pudgy who relies on magic power to move, they will die instantly if their magic power is consumed excessively. Even with mycelium recombination, it cannot be resurrected. Although the corpse looks intact, most of the mycelium inside has starved to death. The damage is too severe to be repaired, so it can only be thrown into the swamp for recycling. Lin Jun thought about it, and felt that this problem could be solved by letting Pudgy use its tentacles to connect to the fungal carpet, replenishing his magic while casting spells, so there would be no need to worry about it suddenly running out. This little episode did not affect Lin Jun's enthusiasm for casting spells, and soon Magic Pudgy number 3 took over from his predecessor. One day later, the magic puffed and rolled up the magic crystal. The surrounding magic power surged in, and after 10 seconds, a fireball was blasted out. This time the power was even greater than the first time, and the diameter of the explosion reached 3 meters. But Lin Jun was not very satisfied. 10 seconds. This time is still too long for a battle. You should know that it only takes less than 2 seconds from aiming to firing the mushroom cannon. Other human adventurers can usually cast spells in battle within 2 or 3 seconds. After all, when constructing a spell, the mage cannot move around in order to stabilize it. If the casting time is too long, he will be a sitting duck in battle and simply seek death. But the problem is being able to cast a fireball in 2 or 3 seconds is the result of years of practice for others, while Lin Jun has only been playing with magic for a day, and 10 seconds is the current limit. After that, I can only rely on constant practice to improve my skill and shorten the casting time. No, I've already used greed to cheat, so why do I still need to practice questions to improve? Isn't there some skill like quick casting? After thinking about it, it seems that I have never seen it before. Is there any way to quickly sketch out a spell model? By the way, is it possible to draw the spell model directly inside Pudgy's body and cast the spell directly? Bang! Magic Pudgy. I don't know what number it is, but the daily loss increases by 1. The cows, horses, and puffies came out from behind the mushroom tree to wash the floor and cleared away all the puffy debris. Sure enough, magic is not that simple. The method of roughly pinching the spell model directly into Pudgy's body doesn't work. Either it can't be released, or it explodes after the magic power is overloaded. I don't know what the problem is. Although he had expected it, Lin Jun still couldn't help feeling disappointed. After all, if Lin Jun had to spend a lot of time practicing each spell, the practical value of the spell would be greatly reduced for him. It is far less practical than practicing skills to a high level. Looking at the dozen or so magic-related books on ground, can I just treat it as a hobby and play with it occasionally? When she was feeling helpless, the name of one of the books attracted Lin Jun's attention again. Magic Circle? In the employee mushroom house, Norris woke up slowly. What am I doing? My memory still lingers on the hot soup given by the boss. You're awake. The blinding light forced Norris to cover his eyes. What? Squinting a little, Norris saw that it was a Pudgy standing in the light. No, that puff itself is light. The god of Pudge. Norris didn't know that the Pudgy in front of him was the crystallization of Lin Jun's lifelong learning, the lighting technique Pudgy. Sitting up in a panic, Norris suddenly felt something stuck in his throat. Ahem. Salivary Arrow LV5. Neurotoxin LV4. The red poison turned into a water arrow, which shot through Pudgy in front of it and opened a hole in the mushroom house. The light flickered twice, then went out and fell into the mushroom house. Although Pudgy was not afraid of neurotoxins, he could not withstand the saliva arrow, which shot through his body. How can spitting be so powerful? Looking at the dead Pudgy, Norris realized that this was probably a new species created by the boss, and he seemed to be in trouble again. Boss, I'm sorry. Norris had a sad face, praying that this Pudgy was not too important. Would he be locked up in the slime room again? It's all right. Norris. The horrifying sound coming from behind almost made Norris roll out. After crawling to the opposite corner of the mushroom house with his hands and feet, Norris looked back and saw what made the sound, a long, strip-shaped puff. "Boss, what is this?" The long puff twisted and said, "The sounder. Put it on." "Take it." "How?" Then Norris looked at Pudgy with a bitter face wrapped around his neck. After finally accepting the big mouth on his neck, Norris also asked about his own changes. "Boss, what happened? Why is my saliva so powerful?" Not only did it pierce through Pudgy, it even shot a hole in the mushroom house, with power almost as great as that of a bow and arrow. Lin Jun explained to him that she had processed his body again, and now he had more powerful skills. Powerful skills? Saliva arrow and rolling charge. Putting aside these two questionable skills, the other ones are indeed very useful. Speed up and dodge made Norris feel as light as a swallow. If he met those three adventurers now, although he couldn't be said to be unscathed, Norris should be able to defeat them by himself. Sonic detection is a bit difficult to evaluate. The skill can indeed detect a large area, but at the same time, because the detection range is too large and there is too much information, Norris will have a headache every time he uses it. After getting to know his new body, Norris was happy that he had become stronger, but at the same time he felt that he was further away from others. Looking at my nails that have grown longer, it's time to trim them. But Lin Jun felt that he had not yet fully experienced the new skills. "Norris, try your remaining skill." "No need for that now, boss." Norris's evasive look made Lin Jun heartbroken. "What are you talking about? How can we guarantee the practicality of skills without testing them?" "Norris, you have to know that this is all for your own good. Try it for a while. If you find any inconvenience, I can help you improve it next time. What's there to be embarrassed about? In a battle between life and death, should I die just because I feel embarrassed?" Norris felt ashamed after hearing this, and felt that his awareness was still too low. "Grit your teeth." Rolling charge LV7. Ha 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 ha. Amid the boss's inexplicable laughter, Xiao He, who was sitting in his shiny little nest, saw a big silver ball rolling quickly past his mushroom house. With a bang, Xiao He, who was attracted by the large, glittering thing, saw Norris, who was curled up in a ball and embedded in the rock wall and unconscious after the car accident. After thinking about it, Xiao He pulled Norris out of the rock wall. He sent him back to his mushroom house, and then happily returned to his nest with more than 10 beautiful silver scales. Xiao He discovered that sticking these silver scales on the walls of the mushroom house could make the nest much brighter. She hopes that one day she can stick them all over the nest. Lin Jun was also very happy. The skill is truly amazing. Humans can actually curl up like that. Rolling charge must have changed some of Norris's joint structures or muscle toughness. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to achieve this effect. However, with so many added skills, Norris's blank slate is almost over. The next reinforcement will probably be the last round. By the way, what would happen if humans added Wakejet? Forget about Norris. I could try it next time when I have prisoners. End of this chapter. Chapter 140, Chapter 137, some resources that I had never noticed before. Chapter 140, 137. Some resources I haven't noticed before. A little bit of powder ground from low-grade magic crystal. A small cup of the processed liquid slime remained only sticky. Ashwood bark on the second floor. Add some precious material from the 8th floor, firefly grass. A poof crushed and mixed the ingredients, eventually forming a purple coating liquid. Another dead Pudgy was lying on the ground. Its body was cut open, revealing the prototype of the magic circle created by Lin Jun inside its hollow body. Apply the coating liquid evenly, wait for it to solidify, and then close the cut. Under the effect of mycelium recombination level 4, Pudgy, who had died on the ground, was resurrected soon after. Control Pudgy to inject magic power into the magic circle in his body. After a brief flash, Pudgy successfully emitted an orange-yellow light. A lighting magic Pudgy is completed. The biggest reason why Lin Jun's experiment failed in the beginning was that he did not have these auxiliary materials. It was too difficult to rely solely on mycelium to conduct the binding magic power. After reading the book on basic magic arrays, I followed the above steps and added a few small changes to suit Pudgy, and a Pudgy who could quickly cast fixed spells was born. Not to mention, it's quite troublesome. This is still the lowest level of lighting technology. Not only is the structure simple, but it also requires very few materials. As for the advanced magic array, Lin Jun didn't have any relevant books, but he could guess some of it just by imagination. A complex magic array structure might require a fat otaku to install, and the required materials would become various high-end goods. To sum up, the cost is a bit high. Lin Jun's original idea was to be able to cast spells by simply tweaking the structure of the magic circle. But in the end, it was still the same as an ordinary magic circle, requiring the assistance of various materials. The only advantage is that Lin Jun's magic circle can move with Pudgy. In comparison, it is more cost-effective to use skills directly. It's like a magic Pudgy with Fireball spell engraved on it. Its output is probably not as good as two Mushroom Cannon LV8 Turret Pudgys, which are cheap and easy to use. Of course, this does not mean that magic and magic circles are worthless. Some special spells cannot be replaced by skills. The most typical one is the magic involving space, such as teleportation. At least Lin Jun has never heard of any skill that can achieve the effect of teleportation. Therefore, magic arrays and magic still need to be studied, and the positioning is to supplement certain shortcomings of one's own skill system. But magic is okay. Just a few magic puffs, a few magic crystals, and some insignificant magic power consumption. With the addition of the more than 10 magic books of various types, Lin Jun can slowly become familiar with various spells and hone his spellcasting ability. But what about the magic circle? The required materials are a big problem. The materials needed for illumination can be gathered in the Amethyst dungeon, but the others may not be available. Not to mention, Lin Jun had a book about magic array in his hand. From this, we can also see that magic circles are either a niche choice among humans, or those who study magic circles will not become adventurers. Lin Jun thought about it, and felt that he still had to start from two aspects. I should collect some of the materials already available in the Amethyst dungeon. You should stock up on easy-to-store items like ores, teeth, bark, etc. If something is not easy to store, such as some plant materials that die quickly after being picked, see if you could transplant some of them to a hidden place so that they can be easily taken and used when needed. You don't need too much. After all, it's just what you need to practice the magic circle, and it's impossible to use up all the materials in the dungeon. The more difficult ones are those materials that are not available in the Amethyst dungeon, as well as more advanced knowledge books. It seems that I can only disguise myself and trade with humans to get it. I have no shortage of money, but Dylan is not around now. Forget about Norris. Not to mention that he hasn't installed mimicry on him yet. Even if he has, he's still not too confident in letting him do it. This unlucky guy's previous life experiences were being bullied, mining, and paying off debts. For him to do something like this, being taken advantage of would probably be the best-case scenario. Lin Jun believes that it is highly likely that something bad will happen. In fact, there's another way, which is to let the yellow book charm a person, so that he can buy all the things and then bring them back to the dungeon. The disadvantages of this method are also obvious. After all, it is useless. Charm will not erase memory. Once the charm is lifted, the person will naturally spread the news that he is controlled by a book and cause trouble. In other words, in order to avoid subsequent troubles, Lin Jun had to get rid of a person every time he used him. What kind of secret storyline? After thinking about it, Lin Jun decided to give up. He would just make do with the existing materials in the Amethyst dungeon for the time being. In the cave, Norris walked into a remote tunnel. It seems to be here. Following the induction of the fungus net, Norris groped to a stone wall and whispered the command. Puff, open the door. A hole slowly opened up in the stone wall. This stone wall is camouflaged by the Pudgy using rock armor and camouflage. If you look closely, you can see the Pudgy tentacles that act as revolving doors. Behind the mimetic door is a long path that slopes upward, leading to a happy hut. Norris came here to retrieve the yellow book. After finally climbing up the unpolished and rugged uphill road, Norris couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then he sensed the presence of many Pudgys around him, but when he looked around, he saw only an altar and a few stone pillars. Junior, you finally came to pick me up. I thought I would be locked up here for a few more months. I have prepared several stories. Let's go out quickly. When Xingdian saw Norris, it was like seeing a relative, and he couldn't wait to leave here. These Pudgys who usually guard it motionlessly are almost driving it crazy. Norris nodded and held the yellow book in his arms. He had applied to the boss before coming here this time. Ding, ding, ding. After walking out of the hidden passage, Norris heard the sound of knocking on the mine on the way back. Norris felt a little strange. It was because there were no adventurers mining in the cave at this time that the boss agreed to let him take the yellow book away. Why did the mining sound appear now? Looking at the hidden door behind him that was completely closed without any trace, Norris felt relieved. As long as the hidden passage is not seen directly by anyone, there shouldn't be any problem. When Norris walked out, he saw a tall woman holding a pickaxe, and the other party also noticed Norris. Norris also remembered at this moment that the boss seemed to have mentioned that there was a vampire captive who was mining here on vacation. I don't know how vacation and mining are combined, but this is a vampire. Subconsciously, Norris took a step back. He had never seen a real vampire, and all the vampire stories he had heard were bloody and scary. In addition, the vampire woman in front of him was almost 2 meters tall, a whole head taller than him. Norris really felt the pressure. Go, ignore this guy. Seeing Norris stopped where he was, Yellow Book urged him impatiently. Yellow Book didn't like the demon who almost got it implicated at all. That time it clearly sensed the collective consciousness of the mushroom, and it really intended to kill it. If it had not been fearless and eloquent in the face of danger, proving its worth, there might not be a single page left of it now. At the urging of the Yellow Book, Norris took the book, went around to the other side of the tunnel, and walked over carefully. Seeing that the vampire didn't seem to react any further, he quickly ran out. And Louisa kept staring at the Holy Scripture until long after Norris disappeared from sight. Lin Jun received a private message from Louisa on Junwang. Lord Pudgy, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I am willing to exchange important information for my freedom. In a mind, Louisa knelt on one knee facing the rock wall with scattered mycelium growing on it and proposed a deal. God the fucking Lord of Pudgy. Although he thought that he could obtain this so-called information through interrogation or seduction, Lin Jun still gave her a chance. Tell me about it. The Holy Scripture is dangerous. Wow, he's playing werewolf here. Chapter 141, Chapter 138, Special Class. Chapter 141-138. Special Class. Of course, the information that Louisa mentioned was not just the Holy Scripture is dangerous. Not only did she tell Lin Jun what he already knew about the abilities of the Yellow Book, she also mentioned one more, the most important one. Don't let the Holy Book absorb enough souls. This soul refers to the souls of intelligent creatures such as humans, demons, and even tree spirits, but does not include those low IQ monsters. As for why, Louisa herself didn't know. It was just that this point was specifically emphasized as a precaution before she went on the mission. The method to prevent the Holy Book from absorbing the souls around it is very simple. Don't open its pages. Louisa was connected to the fungal web and was parasitized again. Lin Jun could tell that she was not lying. However, it was not that surprising to Lin Jun. He had never completely believed in the Yellow Book, and everything in the Yellow Book was just for reference. Lin Jun didn't care much about Louisa's so-called surrender. This vampire just wanted to improve his situation, not that he really wanted to be under Pudgy. However, it is not impossible to give a certain degree of freedom. Louisa may be used as a bait to let the Yellow Book reveal more information. This matter is not urgent. We still need to make good arrangements. Recently, adventurers on each floor occasionally see 1 or 2 Pudgy passing by carrying some grass. The most outrageous thing is that someone even saw 5 Pudges carrying a gray tree that had been uprooted. Although the Pudges' strange new behaviors were not new in the Amethyst dungeon, moving an entire gray tree was still a bit too outrageous. Unfortunately, no one knows their destination. If someone tries to follow the Pudgy, they will just keep circling around until that person gives up. I don't know how Pudgy found out who was following him, and in a secret place unknown to adventurers. For example, a cave on the 2nd floor that is usually blocked by the mimic Pudgy, the underground space on the 5th floor, behind the new mushroom forest on the 6th floor. A transplanting program is underway. Hidden places are not necessarily suitable for planting, so Lin Jun also put a lot of effort into improving the environment. If someone has time to dig around on the 2nd floor, they might be able to dig out a mycelium water pipe buried in the soil and connected to groundwater. When there was a lack of water, they had to pump the water. When there was a lack of soil, they had to move the soil. Lin Jun even tried to control the temperature. If the temperature is high, use an ice stick with Frost Trail LV3 to cool it down. If the temperature is low, then just leave it low. Lin Jun does have the burning skill, but the consumption is not suitable for long-term use. Among these, the 6th floor is the least troublesome. Lin Jun discovered the greatest value of the tree demon. The tree demons can be called plant experts. None of the plants transplanted by them died, and their growth was much better than those of other classes. It is almost as if each of them is a natural plant expert. With them taking care of it, Lin Jun only needs to draw in some groundwater, and they will solve all other problems. Lin Jun really wanted to share some of the hero's authority with them, so that they could come to other levels to help him manage the plantation. In addition, Lin Jun also moved the bones of the dead giant monster to the back of the mushroom forest. Because Lin Jun discovered that after the previous monster was killed, a new monster began to grow after a month. Although it is still very small and immature, maintaining a sleeping appearance, it is obviously only a matter of time before it grows back to its original size. Since you have to collect materials from monsters anyway, just choose the rarest and largest one. The material yield will be higher than other monsters. Lin Jun put a lot of effort into the magic circle. Naturally, we will not forget that there is a place with the most magic arrays in the Amethyst Dungeon. The 8th floor. Teleportation arrays are something that are rarely seen outside, but they are everywhere on the 8th floor as if they were free. After confirming that there were no cracks on the 7th floor, Lin Jun naturally spread the fungal mat down. But I didn't eat the firefly grass this time. It's actually one of the materials for the magic circle, so I have to save some of it. However, before we even started studying the magic circle, we encountered an epic problem in laying the fungal mat. Lin Jun thought that the 8th floor was a large maze with countless dead ends, and these dead ends were connected by teleportation arrays to form a complete maze. One of the original plans for conquering the 8th floor was to dig through the wall. If we just dig the road through, there won't be any problem of the teleportation array blocking the fungus network. However, Lin Jun was still too naive. After the fungal mat was laid to the 8th layer, he found that it was far from that simple. After a Pudgy walked into the teleportation array, it immediately lost contact with the fungus network. You should know that the controllable range of the fungus net is within 300 meters, and it can have vague sensing within 1,000 meters. Pudgy lost contact directly, which means that the transmission exceeded 1,000 meters. Lin Jun thought that the 8-layer maze was too big, so he used follower control to control a Pudgy to teleport, and this time he did not lose contact. Although the connection was not lost, Lin Jun had no way of sensing the location of Pudgy. So, how big is the 8th floor? Lin Jun tried to dig the wall. After digging more than 20 meters of soil, he encountered the transparent wall that he had dug on the 5th floor. The directions are the same. Lin Jun has a human guide to the 8th floor. By turning 9 teleportation arrays, he can reach the entrance to the 9th floor. The 8th floor obviously cannot be so large that follower control cannot sense the direction, and it obviously cannot be so small that it can be reached by digging a few dozen meters around. Then there is only one possibility. The 8 layers are not a whole, not coherent. Lin Jun suspected that it was composed of fragmented areas whose locations were unknown, connected by teleportation arrays. If this speculation is true, then it is not impossible that a certain part of the road is actually buried deep underground in the demon territory. This has no effect on the adventurers. They won't dig the wall. Through the teleportation array, no matter where the area is actually located, it makes no difference to the adventurer's perception. But for Lin Jun, this was the worst news. The fungal blanket cannot be connected through the teleportation array. If you're not connected, how can I lay my fungus blanket? If we can't lay out the fungus blanket, how can we make the entire dungeon bathe in the glory of the fungus net? How can the mushroom garden be great? After figuring out the situation, Lin Jun lost all interest in observing and learning from the teleportation array. Without fungal blankets, you can't control a large number of Pudgy. Without the advantage of Mushroom C, you can use 1 or 2 elite Pudgy to attack the later levels. It's impossible. So who the hell designed the dungeon? So disgusting. But it's not yet at the stage where nothing can be done. Unable to get through the 8th floor, Lin Jun still remembered that there was a crack on the 6th floor that led directly to the deep area. Previously, because there were a large number of Thousand Spirit mayflies blocking the rift, and that location was far away from Lin Jun's homeland, the cost of attack was too high, so they gave up further exploration. Now it seems that I have to go through that side. Chapter 142-139 Lease. Chapter 142-139 Lease. The entrance to the dungeon. Feeling proud of himself, and having tasted the sweetness of success, Horn was ready to enter the dungeon again, but this time his teammates were replaced. After the last mission, although his jealous old teammates did not kick him out of the team directly, they all quit the team one by one, and then formed a new team. The Horn's comment on this is that they're a bunch of fools who are blinded by their emotions. He did not sell the dagger that represented his luck and increased his agility by 2, but carried it with him to improve his combat effectiveness. His teammates have become stronger, but they abandoned him out of jealousy. Isn't this stupid? Fortunately, Horn was not interested in being with that group of idiots. With his shining dagger, he quickly found a newly formed team. Now the 4 of them are doing the final check outside the dungeon gate. The newly formed team has not yet had time to work together, so in order to prevent accidents, mutual confirmation before entering is essential. For example, since there's no mage in their team, torches or oilcloth needed to make torches are indispensable items. After checking everything, the new team finally entered the dungeon. As soon as they came in, the 4 were attracted by the crowd gathered at the edge of the hall. Something must have happened, otherwise no one would stay here. Adventurers can be said to be one of the most gossipy groups. No one would refuse to watch something fun, so the 4 of them naturally joined in. Someone in the crowd noticed Horn, and he was obviously an acquaintance. He greeted him, "Hey Horn, I heard you got something good on the 5th floor." Adventurers are the most gossipy group, so naturally, the news that Horn had the bad luck to win the grand prize spread quickly. Horn did not hide anything. He pulled out the dagger with a glowing blade and played with it, making the other party cry out in envy. After showing off, Horn also asked, "What are you doing blocking here?" It was indeed congested. The hall at the entrance to the dungeon was connected to 8 passages, and this was one of them. There were more than 10 people standing in the corridor, which was only 4 or 5 people wide. There's a group of Pudgy at the door. As he spoke, he grabbed the hand holding the horn and forced his way through the crowd. After squeezing out, Horn almost thought he was hallucinating. Fat Pudgy actually came to the door of the 1st floor. However, unlike the 5th floor, there were many ordinary Pudgys gathered around this Fat Pudgy, all sitting obediently on the fungal carpet. "What's going on?" asked Horn. The acquaintance shrugged, saying he didn't know yet. Suddenly, an adventurer who seemed to be from outside the area said something that made everyone present shudder. "Hey, are there monsters for free at the entrance of this dungeon?" The person who spoke was a warrior, and he drew the long sword from his waist as he spoke. Just as he drew out his sword, the warrior was kicked down by someone, and then he was attacked by fists and kicks from the people around him. "Go die if you want to, and you want to drag me down with you. The stinky outsider wants to harm people. I can't kill you." Horn also kicked it twice. Everyone knew that Fat Pudgy would explode if he got beaten. If it really exploded here, at least half of the people present would die. After driving away that stupid soldier, many people realized the hidden dangers of staying here and left one after another and stopped joining in the fun, so the place suddenly became less crowded. Horn had originally planned to throw a monster over to see what would happen, but apparently he was not the only one who thought of this, as an adventurer carrying the corpse of a rotten fong hound ran over. Fat Pudgy stretched out its mycelium tentacles and stuffed the monster's corpse into its body. Then it pushed out a Pudgy that was sitting on the fungal carpet in a daze. The tentacle pressed on Pudgy's mushroom cap, and Pudgy lit up. Adventurer. Pudgy, with an orange-yellow glow, followed the adventurer who gave the monster's corpse with his short legs. For every 2 steps the adventurer took, Pudgy would take 4 steps to catch up. "Adventurer!" The adventurer also tried to press Pudgy's mushroom cap, and the light on Pudgy's body flickered twice, and then went out. "Oh!" There are exclamations from other people around. Seeing this, Horn discussed with his teammates, and also hunted a prey, and took away a lighting Pudgy. Everyone wanted to try this new thing, and even some teams with mages took one away out of curiosity. Along the way, they figured out some tricks. Pudgy will only follow you on one level. There's a Fat Pudgy at the entrance of each staircase. You need to hire new monster corpses on a new level. On the 2nd floor, their lighting officer Pudgy was accidentally crushed to death by a scorpion. When they reached the 3rd floor, Fat Pudgy actually ignored them. It was not until they gave away 3 monster corpses that they were able to borrow some lighting. The energy of a lighting Pudgy can only last for a whole day at most. After it goes out, it will still follow you and wait for you to bring it back to Fat Pudgy. The brightness of the lighting lamp is several times that of a torch, and the effect is quite good. The rental price of 1 monster corpse per floor is acceptable for a team without a mage. The downside is that it's too easy to die. Lin Jun quietly observed the adventurer's reactions. He was very satisfied to see that the new business was developing smoothly. After being blocked on the 8th floor, he began to prepare to attack the rift. However, after discovering that the rift was difficult to pass last time, Lin Jun gave up the high-maintenance fungal blanket and now has to lay it again. At the same time, The air combat Pudgy, which is suitable for expeditions to rift environments, also takes some time to produce. Lin Jun used this free time to repeatedly practice drawing magic circles. These lighting products are byproducts of his practice, and it would be a bit of a waste to just recycle them. We might as well come up with a follow lighting service. Earning monster corpses is secondary. The main thing is to continue to increase adventurers' acceptance of Pudgy. Maybe in the future we can launch services like luggage check-in and underground canteen. Use the convenient Pudgy service to slowly corrupt adventurers, and eventually train them to the point where they can explore the dungeon without Pudgy. Of course, this project is still in its early stages, and there are many problems. For example, since the lighting fixtures are all handmade by Lin Jun, the quality varies, and some lighting fixtures that do not meet the quality standards will suddenly turn off. Fortunately, the dungeon does not have a rating system, so adventurers who have been cheated cannot come and give bad reviews. Pudgy also does not support returns or exchanges, and their main policy is that they are not responsible after the goods leave the counter. Lin Jun's evil plan to corrupt adventurers has just begun. At the same time, a team heading to Dumwind Town also set out from Oath City. The gorgeous carriage at the head was engraved with a striking sword and shield emblem, and the gold line on the edge of the emblem indicated the important status of the person in the carriage in the Adventurers Guild. Behind them followed a large carriage carrying 8 civilian staff and 4 gold-level guards on horseback. Chapter 143-140 Lujiao Village. Chapter 143-140 Lujiao Village. Master, are you still reading the report about the underground city? Inside the carriage, the maid Lillian picked up a piece of fruit from the plate and tasted it, then picked up another one and fed it to Fal, whose eyes were always on the documents. Far replied without even looking up. It's not from the dungeon. After the demonic tide, the intelligence submitted by Dumwind Town was scant and perfunctory. I have read it all, but there is not much useful information. I still need to investigate it myself after taking office. As for what I am reading now, it is a report on the recent demon espionage activities. Demon espionage activities. Lillian tilted her head in confusion. Does the guild leader also have to take care of this? Generally speaking, it is handed over to the nobles and the church to handle. But under the current situation, who can be sure? If a war really breaks out someday, it is not impossible to send out quests to recruit adventurers to the battlefield. Another fruit was stuffed into Fal's mouth, and Lillian asked, "What are these demon spies doing recently?" Nothing has been done yet. Fal threw aside the report he had just read. These are all reports of spies being found in the wild, or being caught when they left the city. The demons seem to be moving spies from inside the city to outside the city recently. I don't know what they are planning. Although I don't know what the demons want to do, this is obviously not a meaningless transfer. This kind of large-scale mobilization can be discovered by catching 1 or 2 spies like we're doing now. After that, the nobles will strengthen the inspections in and out of the city, and the church will increase the number of troops patrolling outside the city. The final result will inevitably lead to a large number of spies being caught. So what do they want to gain by making such a huge sacrifice? It was obvious that this demon was preparing for some big move, so it was no wonder that his father, the president, wanted to assign a diamond-level guard to him before he set out. But he refused this. Lying on the cushion in the carriage, Fal was quietly pondering the intelligence at hand, but suddenly he heard some noise coming from the team behind him. What happened? Far asked outside the car. A guard's voice came from outside the car. Branch President, there's a bucket in the back car that was damaged by the bump, and all the water inside has leaked out. This guard obviously understood a lot. Fal hadn't even officially taken office yet, but he was already appointed as branch president. Unfortunately, Fal didn't buy it. As for the bucket being damaged, although it is definitely due to problems with the quality of the bucket, it is actually a normal phenomenon. You can't expect the road conditions to be good outside the city, and the big car behind you doesn't have a shock-absorbing array like Far's exclusive car, so you won't feel uncomfortable sitting in it and reading documents. All in all, it was a minor accident and nothing serious. When we set out, we brought 2 buckets of water. Moreover, the route we chose is populated along the way, so there's no need to worry about running out of supplies. It will be fine even if we continue walking this way. But just to be safe, where is the nearest supply point? The guard's voice came from outside. If you just want to refill your water tank, you will pass by a village with a well this afternoon. Then just replenish there and then continue on your journey, Far ordered. Yes. In the afternoon, the convoy arrived at the small village marked on the map, Lujiao Village. However, The scene that came into view made Far frown slightly. Many villagers gathered at the entrance of the village. They gathered together, arguing about something excitedly. Their voices could be heard from far away, and were full of anxiety and anger. When the villagers saw this well-equipped convoy bearing the Adventurers Guild emblem, the discussion did not subside, but became even more intense. "Master, the atmosphere is not right." Lillian leaned close to Fal's ear and said, "The way they look at us is not very friendly." Far rolled his eyes. How could he not see it? "Stop the car," Far ordered briefly. The carriage stopped at the open space at the entrance of the village. Fal straightened his robe and walked over with Lillian and 2 guards. As they approached, the noisy villagers suddenly quieted down a lot, but the wary and suspicious looks did not disappear. An old man who looked like the village chief came up hesitantly, surrounded by several middle-aged villagers. "Respected, sir," the old man gave a very unstandard greeting. "I wonder what brings you to our Lujiao village. If you need drinking water, there is an old well in the center of the village. Please help yourself. But our village is in trouble now. I am afraid I can't entertain you well." The old man spoke very carefully, fearing that he might anger the person in front of him. You don't need much knowledge to know that Far's car is so luxurious that he must be a big shot who cannot be messed with. Far said calmly, "We are members of the Adventurers Guild. We are passing by here and do need to drink some water. We apologize for disturbing you." He glanced at the worried faces of the villagers around him and changed the subject. "However, I see that you all seem to have encountered quite a bit of trouble. I wonder what the trouble is. Perhaps we can help a little." "Help?" A sturdy man couldn't help but interrupt, his voice filled with grief and indignation. "You big shots from the city. What do you care about except collecting taxes? My land. My life. It was almost harvest time, and overnight it's all gone." Stupid guy, just for this sentence, even if Far killed him, no one would be able to say anything. But Far noticed that his words resonated with many villagers, and many of them lowered their heads and wiped away tears. "Shut up, Hawk," the village chief yelled, but the wrinkles on his face deepened. "Sir, please forgive this poor man for his unreasonable behavior. He was so anxious that he lost his mind." Far waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Let's talk about what happened first." The village chief sighed. "Your Excellency may not know that today, a large area of the best wheat fields near the mountains and forests to the west and north of our village suffered some kind of disaster. Overnight, most of the wheat seedlings died. It's not an insect pest, nor is it an ordinary wilt disease. The stalk is black and brittle, and it crumbles into powder if touched. And people were near the field said they smelled a strange smell, and some even felt dizzy and nauseous. We have been farming for generations, but we have never seen a disease like this." Far frowned. This description seemed familiar to him. "Can you take us to see it?" Far's expression became serious. The village chief nodded, and the group walked through the village and headed towards the fields outside the village. The closer you get to the west of the village, the more obvious the smell of corruption mixed with a pungent sweet and fishy smell becomes. Lillian wrinkled her delicate nose and quietly cast a weak spell to purify the breath on herself and Fal. The scene before me was shocking. The wheat fields, which should have been golden, now seemed to be touched by the invisible hand of death. Large fields of wheat appeared strangely burnt and yellow, with leaves curled and brittle, devoid of life. It is in stark contrast to the still healthy fields in the distance. Far squatted down, and despite the guard's attempts to stop him, he carefully picked up a bit of blackened soil and a piece of dead leaf debris with his fingertips. Feeling the burning sensation at his fingertips, Far found the source of this familiar feeling. Corruption potion. 142 breath. Urskil hybrid. Puis creation elvihit elvignolts. Skill upgrade. Mental integration LV6 LV7. Skill upgrade. Corrosion resistance LV6 LV7. The days are getting better. Putting aside Pudgy creation, upgrading this skill only increases the production speed of Pudgy without increasing Pudgy's basic attributes, and the upgrade effect is average. After LV8, if you don't care about the mana consumption, as soon as the words fell, the raging fire turned into a fiery red arrow that shot out and appeared above the violent bear's head in the blink of an eye. After all, if she loses to Ling Yi, it would be like slapping herself in the face, and she, Ling Yufei, will be despised by everyone. Finally, after walking for about 2 hours, we walked out of the fog area, a blank area surrounded by thick fog. "Hurry up," Follow the blood trail. The assassin is over there, said the butler, pointing at the bloodstains on the ground. And Yi's speed at the moment is actually just at the beginning of reaching the standard. So one can imagine how amazing her speed will be when she fully masters this whip technique. Jiang Gan shouted loudly, and the cold iron sword kept slashing out in the air. Bone-chilling blade lights shot out, breaking through the air and killing. Young master, these two big fat fish should be used to honor the Lord Palace. Qingyi is not blessed. Mu Qingyi refused bluntly. The drifting consciousness gathered together in an area filled with only coldness and darkness. Shaylin had no idea what had happened. He just vaguely heard someone arguing in the distance. That's right. It should be that Yingzhan who was trying to save the devil. Then she was a little curious about our Zhifeng and came here for a stroll. These words coming from a 10-year-old child shocked everyone. The scenes of his encounters with members of the City-State Special Affairs Investigation and Processing Bureau flooded into his mind at the same time. But he didn't know when he had been under the surveillance of the City-State Special Affairs Investigation and Processing Bureau. Brother Black Wolf looked at Meng Hui and Ying Jun in the distance and said, especially Ying Jun, he was still a little scared when he thought about what happened that night. If he hadn't made a prompt decision to take his two companions away, their fate would probably be the same as his companion mouse, never to be seen alive or dead. After Lan Qing left, Chuyu suddenly jumped onto the bed, lay on his side, supported his head with one hand, and dangled an ink-colored jade pendant in the other hand in front of him, looking at him without saying a word. Soon, the army came to the capital. The remnants of Dong Zhuo, who wanted to continue the rebellion, including Li Ju, Guisi, Zhang Ji, and Fan Chou, fled to Shangxi with their defeated troops. Because she went to bed late, Cheng Lingji didn't want to get up when the alarm rang the next morning, and the shadows under her eyes were too obvious. There was no intact tree to be found on the solitary peak ridge. The bare rocks were riddled with holes from shells, and the position was filled with the smell of burnt grass and trees. It was only the end of March, but the temperature on the position was as high as early summer. Among the five of them, Qian Mei and Xiao Yu had the highest skills. Of course, Yuer's Yin-Yang skills had reached a very high level. She was not good at single combat, but her auxiliary attack effect was very obvious. So their formation changed again. This time Yuer stood in the middle, and the other four formed a circle around her. After letting out a sigh of relief, Sidu Haoyu went to the underground training ground contentedly and beat Dong Jie up. He had almost vented all his frustration and returned to the hospital with a blank expression. Hey, one more person like me, Chao Mengde, won't make much difference to the world, and one less person like me, Chao Mengde, won't make much difference either. Gao Gao Sait In Dai Fun. Liu Benchong hurriedly got up from the ground, and soon he saw his men bringing up a team of fully armed soldiers. Su Xianxian couldn't help but complain in her heart that if she really didn't want to engage in meaningless killing, she might as well not send the army of fairies. After destroying the city, ordinary human civilians would not be able to survive anyway. Since he only saw his shadow, these were the only information Stardust could deduce. As for what he looked like, or what weapon he held, Stardust had no idea. The people watching the fruits at the edge of the big market were stunned. What they saw was beyond their imagination. It was too grand. After briefly talking about the different flavors of the dishes, Westbrook and his friends said they wanted to eat the original flavors. So Wang Yu ordered 6 dishes. He also said that if the dishes were spicy or fragrant, the flavors would be slightly lighter. Then Emperor Shi Tian had made all the necessary preparations in advance, and after finding him, he immediately launched the ultimate move specially prepared for him. However, there was something that comforted her. Before leaving Jinshui County, Xiang moved next door to Yang Qianfeng and handed over the key to his house, which made her feel much better. But the reality is not like this. Chaosui City is 5 to 10 years behind Feiqing City, and in many aspects its development is not as good as Xianbao City. After the troublesome follower was dealt with, Yi Yuqian turned to the sleeping man Lu Olan with satisfaction and tiptoed over quietly. Even an adult couldn't stand being bullied like this. Manmerlin burst into tears, covering her face with her sleeves, and her body trembled. If she could really descend into her true form, she should have been stopped the moment she grabbed the man's neck. Ren Ishiu is now a strong man who can threaten his life, so he dare not be careless. Zhan Qian's face flushed red, as if steaming. Of course not. I picked it up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you looking for death? Zhan Qian was so angry that his teeth itched, staring at Luo fiercely, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. "Shut up." Jin Shun pinched Lu Shang's neck to prevent her from suffocating, and he did it in front of Huo Linxue. "I was careless just now and was ambushed by you. I want to see how you die this time." Muxin crowed. "I am scared. Don't be like this. I want to go home." Huo Linxue cried. What Jin Shun feared most was that Shuer would cry in front of him. Seeing her sad, he would feel bad too. Later, he told me that he had predicted that a disaster would happen in the village soon, and he was worried that the village would have to build another road. So he asked me to try my best to stop them from building the road. "Forget it. We are not here to report the results of the battle to the instructors." Tang Chen refused with a smile, still complaining in his heart. Although it is indeed wise to judge that the situation is not good at the time of the incident, and then quickly ask for help. Can you let us say this? The only remaining strength in the black-robed man's body was just transferred to Gu Chen. As this strength was transferred into Gu Chen's body, he no longer had any strength left, which caused him to completely dissipate here. Then let's continue. Tang Chen had no intention of exchanging opponents with his father. Shangguan Xinyue had already said that the power on the Miracle Continent had little effect on Caesar, so just pretend that nothing had happened and continue the fight. Meng Jie's heart was also shocked like a raging storm. But as a soldier, his mental quality was much better than that of ordinary people. Haoyan said this because there were too many people in the room. Zhuangliguo's push gave the students too many unrealistic fantasies, so Haoyan told them with harsh facts. High salaries are not so easy to get. 143. Advance. Come on, Xiaohei, eat more. The puffballs with strong acid fillings gathered around Xiaohei and kept moving towards her, almost running directly into her mouth. Xiaohei opened his mouth, and a half-chewed piece of puff fell out his mouth and landed on the ground. After a long while, Xiaohei suddenly dropped the pudgy in his hand, used his hands and feet to quickly climb up a mushroom tree, and hit on the top of the mushroom cap. The pudges couldn't reach Xiaohei, so they could only. "This is white wine. Can you drink it slowly? I remember you seldom drink, and when you do, you only take a few sips. Can you drink so much now?" Izichin said as he finished the wine in the glass. After all, if others were drinking and he didn't, it would be unreasonable. The two lions looked ferocious, with their eyes wide open and bulging, and they were crouching in the tall grass, looking as if they were about to pounce. Another month passed, and Wang Fading had only collected 40 crystals, which was still far from the 1,000 fire demons mentioned in the trial. Qingzi and Ci Yuehua were also watching this side, not far away. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qingzi twitched her lips speechlessly. In many years of expeditions, including the later Battle of the Abyss, he always led the charge. Looking deeply at the picture displayed on Ron's screen, Li Bear calmed down and made a choice. Zhang Tianchi looked at Su Yan's back, retracted the meaningful look he had just given him, then looked at Yi Gan's Hong and smiled. The airflow generated by the collision alone made the already devastated land even more unrecognizable. Of course, Lin Xiao knew in her heart that even if he showed up, she would not be with him as long as he was not the sect leader. After reporting the recent situation to Lin's father, he had no objection to Lin Xiao working in the bar. Jing Tian was trembling, pointing at Tang Xuejian, and suddenly turned his head and ran away, leaving Chun Fan speechless. This pair of happy enemies was really ridiculous, but it was also good this way, because it was because of this incident that they finally understood each other's heart. However, they were really a weird pair, as they could play a good hand of cards so badly. Li finally understood where Wang Xiangnan's words about the uselessness of physical fitness enhancement came from. After a brutal battle, she was knocked unconscious by a demon soldier, and when she woke up, she had become a prisoner of the demons. She had barely had a proper meal in the whole year, not to mention meat. Now she smelled the aroma of lard, looked at the greasy noodles in the bowl and the few pieces of meat on top, and her eyes glowed with greed. When Tang Sung heard this, he suddenly realized, I don't know what kind of trick this monkey has played. Both of them are real. He said that even Bodhisattva can't tell the real from the fake. Could it be that even Bodhisattva supports him? It has been so long, but Lu Chui still hasn't said a word about what happened that night. Lu Ying and Bian Xingyang have also asked her tentatively, but she always remained silent. All the gold, packed or not, flowed out of the belt like water, piling up and scattering again. The hopes of 2 generations in the villa will also be placed on the 3rd generation, especially Feng Wuji, who has now revealed his talents. The best buildings are built with large stones, while ordinary buildings are made of mud. It is extremely ironic that when Yang Guang destroyed the Chun dynasty in the south, he once conferred the title of Emperor Yang on the licentious and immoral Chen Hozhu. He never expected that one day the same thing would happen to him. Jiang Yi is now even more certain that Song Ningzhao probably hasn't even given Chen Wanqing a decent promise. Besides, he didn't have many years left to live, so how could he bear to disturb her stable and happy life? Hu Biao, who was staying in the Time and Space Channel, suddenly felt uncomfortable all over and was a little overwhelmed. At the same time, a huge amount of information poured into his mind in a chaotic and orderly manner, giving him a strange feeling of ventilation in his skull. After nearly a month of real time, Norman finally organized and arranged his witchcraft tricks. During the entire flight, there was not even enough time to get a good night's sleep after getting on the plane. This doctor was probably in his 30s. In order to save time, Tai Lu and his men carried him up from the foot of the mountain using light skills. It took him half a day to calm down before he was able to take Gong Hongxi's pulse. It was already the next day when Yudi woke up. When she saw the unfamiliar environment, her first reaction was to run. I finally found an empty room and climbed down from the ceiling. However, there's a lot of dust on the ceiling, and after climbing around, I look like a beggar. Yun Yaojin is indeed much better than the original Yun Yaogao, and is even a leader among the younger generation of the Yun family. Lin Yu smiled lightly and saw the scar that had just formed on the other person's neck. If he had arrived a step later, this stunning beauty might have committed suicide. This person was Lin. He was originally lying on a stretcher, but now he stood up. Although his armor was a little torn, his eyes were extremely firm, and he stared at the figure on the treetop. Lufins glanced at Ragmangus indifferently, then snorted coldly and threw Von Straub aside. Instead of feeling any discomfort, the passengers were automatically hypnotized and closed their eyes without noticing. Tingshu was no exception and fell asleep. Zhai Yi narrowed his long and narrow peach blossom eyes and said with a bright smile to the captured Gongsun Howie. Then he stood up from the gold-painted throne with cloud and dragon patterns and gave up his seat. Meanwhile, countless media were frantically taking photos below the stage. What did the emergence of the second coordination master portend? What exactly was the official of the gorgeous contest planning? When Yiming opened the information, Tanjing, with the courtesy name Hien and the studio name Tsuzhai, was from one of the famous Guangzhou 13 factories, mainly engaged in overseas trade. After decades of operation, he became a famous rich man in Shanghai. Seeing Yanran coming forward, Lin Yi suddenly felt warm in his heart. Although Yanran was very arrogant, she still cared about others in her heart. Coupled with her pretty face, Lin Yi had a very good impression of her. 144, single kill. Wow, such a big lump. Is it actually a cocoon instead of a nest? It was the first time that Lin Jun saw a monster that could transform into a cocoon in this world. What will Qinshu Mayfly become after completing the cocooning process? Will it get bigger, or will it take on another form? Lin Jun didn't know. He only knew that these hundreds of Puji were probably going to be gone because, as she asked, she recalled the roster that Tanyu had shown her. There didn't seem to be anyone with the surname Ma among the targets she had chosen. He just watched her leaving figure quietly, then lowered his head and looked at his old yellowed clothes. No matter how luxurious the shoe brocade clothes were, they would become tattered and worn after a few years. Lu Qing, later, I will not only help you change your physique, but also change the water attribute you practice into fire attribute. Remember to follow my guidance and don't go against me. Shi Yao looked at Lu Qing again and then instructed seriously. Not only that, its body is exactly the same as that of a human being, and its hands look like a pair of sharp claws. What's even more terrifying is that it has 3 long furry tails dragging behind it. But this time, Tianyi seemed to have used up all his strength. His body became unstable, and he fell to the ground again. Roan Wanshi did not ask any more questions, but waited quietly for the carriage to arrive. It was probably because he had heard of something strange and interesting and wanted to come and buy it. Now this matter seems a little unexpected, but it is indeed developing in a good direction, and the price of these 2 talismans has already far exceeded Mr. Yun's estimate. This is something they never thought of, and they are naturally very happy to see it. I squinted my eyes again and actually caught a glimpse of a thin man sitting on a chair through the crack in the door in the last few seconds. Due to the distance, I couldn't see the outline of his eyebrows, let alone his expression. Although Zhao, Yi, and Zhu Mao had trapped Zhang Bao in the city, they did not relax at all. At night, the lights in Yangcheng were bright, and the government troops and the Yellow Turban Army were confronting each other in the city. Neither side took the initiative to attack. She was anxious to return the ring to him, but facing his earnest gaze, she couldn't utter a word. But Lin Wei didn't have much time to think. He disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chui now realized that using attributes alone to measure combat power is not very reliable and can only be used as a reference. Perhaps because he was too shocked by Bei Zhuhyun's questioning about copper smelting just now, Suli almost blurted out that name. But fortunately, he closed his mouth in time at the critical moment. Hearing the news about the actual combat, the guys in the village protection team were greatly encouraged. The boring training these days almost suffocated them. After all, he is a man of great wealth and has many things to do, and he is not a serious collector. Locke glanced at the guarding priest who was yelling beside the platform, turned around, and walked straight towards the wooden house in front. He stretched out his hand to push open the door, and what came into his sight was a young man in a gray robe. They walked for a while and stopped at crossroads, then walked forward and arrived at the road to Tying Mountains. He saw the whole process. Even if the taste was a little bad, it shouldn't be fatal. As a result, this area has almost become a death zone. The jungle has turned into a wasteland, and the birds, fish, insects, flowers, and plants have long disappeared. Only some mutated wild animals are still tenaciously surviving. Then why was he able to transform from a mortal to a third-level wizard apprentice in just 2 years? Lin Wei asked the question in his heart. Fatty is cheerful all day long, has good relationships with everyone, and seems to be close friend with everyone. Who would kidnap him? Gu Yanjin not only knew Shoan's personality, but also understood her taste, so she went on to talk about the bean curd in detail. The Zhao family's girls sent it to Cixin Palace. They hired a chef from Mingzhou. The Empress Dowager said that it tasted the same as what she had tasted in Mingzhou when she was young. So Zhang Anqin was not as fake as usual, but put on a very serious attitude, carefully trying to figure out the identity of this person. It's not as outstanding as Su Lingyi's, but it's not mediocre either. After some people commented on it, they went to watch something else. Su San, Su Ho, and Su Shan looked at each other. They didn't communicate with each other, but turned around and rushed over tacitly. One of them punched out with both fists, and the other condensed a yuan formation. They attacked at the same time, sealing that piece of space and landing steadily in front of Su Qingxue. That's good, the Emperor pondered. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, they will definitely restrain themselves after this investigation. It seemed like he was really embarrassed to take the golden platform into his pocket. Zhao Wuji was reluctant to leave and forced himself to look away. Jiugong's assassins are indeed terrifying, but it is not easy to kill a master. Don't look at the fact that there are 3 assassins. If they want to kill a master-level expert, they must first kill other warriors from the supervisory office in the surrounding area. When I came to Sui Yun, I originally wanted to let him live a life of luxury in the Yin family as a son of a prince. After all, he is the only child of Hong Fei. Yixing stepped forward at an ordinary speed and looked like an ordinary person, but with every step he took forward, his aura grew and his strength became deeper. 10 miles away from Deyang County, a convoy of about 100 people was heading towards Deyang County. Except for 3 carriages, the rest of the convoy was full of tough men, more than 50 in total. They were all carrying swords, wearing bright clothes and riding fierce horses, and they looked fierce. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Dortmund have 3 games left in September, 2 league games and a German Cup second-round clash. But it was precisely because of this that Qi Tian had the opportunity. Luo Oyan escaped with serious injuries. Zhang Yu's spiritual power was exhausted, and so was Li Su. In other words, the field was completely his own slaughterhouse at this moment, and these 2 were lambs to be slaughtered. Chang Qingmei laughed secretly. Impeachment, is it that easy? Even the censors can't just shoot without a purpose, right? The crown princess's dowry is 128 pieces. No one can say anything as for what's inside, as long as it's not stolen or robbed, then no one can object. Just like the guild's top shield warrior mentioned earlier, the reason why his health reached the terrifying limit of 115 was that he sacrificed his attack power and magic resistance. What a pity. Luerfa shook his head slightly. He said it was a pity not because he felt it was a pity that Yixing died, but because he felt that he had not had enough fun. Even though the Chinese team is now stronger than the South Korean team in overall strength, they will not allow the head coach of the national team they support to give in. They didn't even see each other's faces before they died, and their deaths were tragic, which made people even more terrified. Fortunately, these innate masters had experienced countless battles and would not collapse so easily. Even so, they were still unsure at this time. 8 o'clock. I just finished revising the manuscript, and I'm so tired. I don't know what's wrong with that guy Basie. He comes to harass me every day. I haven't slept well for several days. Phone by side. Chen Qingqing floated in the air, calmly looking at the Tiger God Emperor in front of him. At this moment, the Tiger God Emperor was hit by Chen Qingqing's palm, and his body, which had been swollen due to the secret method, returned to its original shape like a deflated balloon. Seeing the man's laughing face, Wu Yuxing suddenly felt like he was being fooled and glared at Gu Yanqing angrily. Guaning's mind has always been on Tang Sung. The more she thinks about what is going on with this marriage, the more confused she becomes. She will make sure to ask Tang Sung clearly when he comes back. Tang Sung was afraid of missing something, so he used magic to infuse the stone wall. The entire stone wall seemed to glow, and the fingerprints on it were revealed. The two of them stepped on the 10 waves of auspicious clouds. Li Bai said hello to old Chun. He would be leaving tomorrow and didn't have time to tell Chen Sitsuan and the others. Hearing this shrill cry, Luo Luo was a little frightened. Normally, giving birth shouldn't make the screams so miserable. Could it be that the fetus is in an incorrect position and it is difficult to give birth? Do you know why your second brother went out this time? Mu Qian was always more tolerant toward his son. Thinking that he was old, he planned to talk to him about it. When she woke up again, she found herself lying on a pile of hay in the cave with her clothes on. She subconsciously felt her whole body and found nothing unusual except for some dull pain from internal injuries. She was still alive and well. When the needle walls collided with each other, shattering all over the ground with crackling sounds, and the ice element energy dissipated wantonly, and Mo Yi was no longer in the encirclement. There was no mention of what kind of danger he encountered, but he went straight to her. There was something weird about this matter. The sword forces attacking from all directions blocked all the space of Kampakuyomo. Facing Cerno's sword that she claimed would definitely win, she no longer had the confidence in her heart. They were induced to go around in circles in the foggy illusion, and, after successfully coming out of it, they didn't walk very far. The pickup truck had already been driven away by the driver. They could only deal with the guy and the luggage he took away later. Attributes. After collecting 10 blood diamond fragments, they can be fused into a complete blood diamond. Activating it for use can improve the physical strength of the trial taker, adding 5 to all attributes. Seeing him again at this moment, and hearing the maid in front of him calling him Grandpa Tianxiang, Chunming couldn't help but feel fortunate. The pair of big hands also slapped down, causing a violent vibration on the ground and leaving a deep dent. Qin Rue and others were still trying to guess their own identities. In fact, it didn't matter if they didn't know what identities the official assigned to them, because the official assigned roles were not necessarily correct. To know all the identities, they could only infer through their own observations. In fact, if Mu Wanqing hadn't pushed him too far, Xiao Nantian would have been very happy to cooperate with her. After all, the group developed rapidly under Mu Wanqing's leadership, and his assets also increased accordingly. The more this happened, the more Mo.E felt something was fishy. How could he not catch up? If he hadn't already made some arrangements, then he was being held back by other more important things. The biggest gain for Lu Hui was how to gently pry open the floor. The spiritual pond is located on the branch of Taihe Peak. It was originally a natural hot spring, but after thousands of years, it has become a place to reward outstanding disciples for cultivation. The spiritual pond is a circular pond with a radius of about 500 meters, which is more than enough for more than a dozen people to cultivate together without interfering with each other. Zhu Yimu squatted down to check Jiang Yifeng's breath. Seeing blood oozing from the corner of Jiang Yifeng's mouth and a pool of blood on the ground, she was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't help sobbing softly. Fortunately, she realized that Jiang Yifeng was still breathing, which made her feel a little relieved, and she fed Jiang Yifeng a heart-protecting pill. She deeply practiced what it meant to never force others when you can take action. Since the truth was theirs, she would follow their truth. Zhu Ling curled his lips. People who learn alchemy have a unified name in the Shenzhou continent, alchemists, and the place where alchemists gather is the Alchemist Guild. At first, Everyone was very happy and excited to see the old man who had been bedridden for many years finally wake up, and they felt grateful to Yisheng. But when they heard the old man's curse, the way they looked at Yisheng suddenly turned 180 degrees, and they became extremely alert. During this process, the beehive in Wanhua Valley has also been repaired. As long as the bees hatch, they can build their own beehives. In the past few days, Yisheng and Ling did not disturb Kaiyun, but only sent some food suitable for spiritual insects to its delivery room. I have forgotten a lot of things. Nothing should happen if I don't mention it, but I still need to take some precautions. The so-called prevention means that when the other party loses his memory, this Nyonyo's ability to withstand it can be improved. Cheng Shiyuan finally moved, pulled his arm back, pushed Peng Yaqi's body away, took the menu, and ordered a few dishes at random. He needs a master who is very skilled and willing to work for him, regardless of loyalty or money. It was the reincarnation of Wuli, one of the 6 disciples of Buddhism. However, he had no memory of his past life and had forgotten everything completely. 146. Piggy's new job. Twisted, unstable edges. 2 areas separated by a wall, but with completely different styles. No matter how you look at it, this thing in front of you is a crack. And it is actually the size of a manhole cover, which is much larger than the rift where the 6-layer 2-color slime is located, which is at most the size of a fist. The poor caveman was totally unaware of the crack and fell right into it. I'm afraid he must have been in great danger. Lin Jun's plan to track down the cave dweller's hometown is natural. A high-speed rotating green whirlwind instantly sucked the crystal ball down and rolled it into the pitch-black hole, so that no trace of it could be seen anymore. In this way, after all, she is Qin Yuan's mother-in-law, so there is no need to mention the past, and good days will follow. The smug smile that Lien Palau had previously had completely disappeared, and his gaze was fixed on the turbid area covered in thick dust, as if the area was filled with some kind of fatal attraction, while also emitting a feeling of danger that made him feel cold in his heart. All the doors of the base were open. Natasha walked directly into the central command room of the base and began various operations on the huge computer. There was darkness in front of him, and Dishai knew that it was because the spatial force provided to him by the 3-eyed bull was insufficient. Although it is normal to wear a suit in such occasions, and there is nothing wrong with it, and it should not be criticized rationally, but when it comes to patriotism, there is no such thing as rationality. It would be strange if the people in the country would be tolerant of you, especially when compared with Meng Xinghui and Lin Danyan. They seem even more vulgar. Never mind. Anyway, regarding the casting of our crew, you go back tonight and talk to B's people and cooperate with the casting. At the same time, send invitation letters to the people we just talked about and ask them to come for an interview. If they are not qualified, replace them. Chen Xiao passed this matter to Chun He. On the other side, the Dark Mage, who had the means of escaping by teleportation, kept on fighting, but the frequency of teleportation was gradually decreasing. The Knight Commander also realized that the mage did not have much magic power, so he stepped up his speed to chase him. Just when the long-tailed armor was about to hit Xie Yulong on the back, its tail suddenly stopped, and it looked to the left in surprise. Everyone looked at Chen Xiao lying safely on the balloon, while Fei and Jia had already jumped down, but Chen Xiao was not bounced out. As if to prove this point, Zhou Ziwei lifted her long skirt and smiled playfully at Lu Yi, then took her fair arm and found a place with few people to sit down. Yin Luoyang saw Rambo's ultimate skill coming down, and Rise arrived immediately. He flashed without hesitation and ran towards the passage below and his own high ground. Haha, actually there's nothing wrong. It's just that my Xiaoyao Empire has a short history, so the flow of information is inevitably blocked. Alas, Lao Jiu smiled at first, and then as he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh and said with some embarrassment, "You still dare to ask? Come, lock up the imperial concubine in Co Palace." Lang Xiaochun flicked his sleeves and walked out of Yusin Palace in a rage. The mountain road was rugged, and Bu Qianhuai was still a little depressed. However, the system reminded him the moment he left the prison. The system reward chose the evil dragon arm. This fear did not come about overnight, but rather accumulated slowly. This fear made them dare not dissipate easily, and they really did not know what the consequences would be if they gave up. He didn't expect that although Lu Yan was a strong rival and almost made him fall into his hands, he didn't expect that because of being his enemy, he would get such important news. Although they're death warriors, they have enjoyed a lot of life for a long time. Now they are obviously with a great master. They will not seek death if they can avoid death. Therefore, these death warriors work wholeheartedly. As soon as Nam Min finished speaking, Beiming Hanxian looked at the middle-aged man dressed in foreign clothes with even deeper interest. It was obvious that Nam Min had asked the right question. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A man in plain clothes suddenly rushed into the court and fell on the floor of the hall. The reason she refused Su Ye's invitation to the banquet was not because Xiong Yi was being polite or because she didn't want to go, but because she really had to practice her skills. Do you know each other? The old man was slightly surprised to see that Mo Ku actually knew Yang Yueru. He and Yang Yueru's grandfather were old friends. It happened that Yang Yueru was studying Chinese medicine, so she came here to help during the summer vacation so that she could learn more from her. The house that Li Shui is sharing now is a high-end apartment next to the aviation district. Although the environment is not as quiet as that near the school, it is still pretty good. The only ones who have truly established a life-dependent relationship with Mingyue and call him master are these 10 people in front of him. Jiang Xinyu watched it for several times, but didn't think this kind of performance was reliable. The territory of Zhao State was roughly divided into 3 major regions. The 3 border counties of Yinmen, Dai, and Yunzhong in the north, Taiyuan County in the west where the Zhao family rose to power, and Handan, Zhongshan, and Hejian in the mainland. It took him many years to develop this children's hospital into what it is today. If it were to be destroyed now, it would be such a shame for all his life's hard work. Mo Ku, are you free today? We need you to come to the bureau to cooperate with the investigation. Guo Li's voice came from the phone. Although these people were led by Xiao Yi personally and were quite skilled, their IQ was obviously not at the same level as Xiao Ye's. Why did Shen Jiming look for Su Jinyan so early in the morning? The doubts in her heart that had been suppressed by Bai Qianma with great difficulty were now rising uncontrollably. Just like Lei now, after sensing the power of the abyss in Charles, he nodded and asked him to go down and do the work. This person speaks very honestly and is not a hypocritical person. People who are not hypocritical are truly pleasing to the eye when they speak. The blade light instantly cut through the void and cut off his thigh as he stepped out of the crack. Black mist surged and black blood gushed out. All kinds of bizarre attacks came rushing towards them, and the members of the lion tribe subconsciously wanted to fight back, but were stopped by Hong Chun. 148. Failure to recruit. In the swamp area, Forpujus were wrapped in cocoons made of hyphae and fell into a state of rigor mortis. The specific effect of this skill is unknown, so Lin Jun can only try it out and wait for the results. The reason why the cocoon was placed in the swamp instead of the mushroom forest was mainly because we were afraid that Xiao He would see it and eat it directly if he passed by one day. The swamp area smells bad, and Xiao He doesn't like to come here, so you can hatch it with confidence. I don't know what will hatch out of it. The other side of the great expedition. It was a matter of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because the unexpected attack on Feng Xin gave Yuan Xiao such an opportunity. After the gray tornado approached 100 feet, Chun San's palms flashed with electric light, while his body remained motionless, like an old monk in meditation. However, everyone knew that Chun San could use his magical powers at any time and was just waiting for the right opportunity. After Gao Lei left, Feng Xin called Sun Chun and told him about the previous discussion with Gao Lei. In a daze, she heard the beast chuckle, then stretched out his big hand and took the initiative to hold her leg. Xin Yuan Yin stuck her head out from behind Bing Shuang and looked at Hans Huang with her cute big eyes in confusion. Before, the two of them would fight whenever they met. Now they are both quiet, because I know my inner thoughts clearly. I still feel shy when I express myself to the other person. Sure, she's footsteps suddenly paused, and her nerves felt like they were pricked by a needle, making her look dazed for a moment. After midnight, Chun San was nervous and tired during the day, but he didn't feel anything because of the stimulation of being selected. Now, after getting the gold ring and playing with it curiously, he finally fell into a deep sleep. He sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to follow her listlessly. Her indifferent look was really annoying and helpless. But what could he do? Jing Moli, who was sitting inside, was holding the cup all the time, staring at the place where Su Bei left. They were so sweet. Lin Wei, are you so happy? It even killed her eyes. Hu Cece was walking on the busy street. The sun warmed the spring breeze, and it felt itchy and warm on her face. She didn't want to go back so early, not to escape, but just to be alone and think carefully. Is Ah Xing angry with him? Hu Sisi asked. She knew that hatred is a double-edged sword, hurting others and oneself. But the only hatred in this world that cannot be forgotten is that the person who should love you the most hurts you in the most cruel way. It will take time for Ah Xing to forget this kind of hatred. Palace Master, aren't you afraid that Chi-Chi is a spy who deliberately approaches Wu Ying Palace in an attempt to steal secrets? Yin Shuangfei asked seriously with a smile on his brows and a nice smile on his lips. Seeing that Wang Yujun had left, Wang Hu threw his cloak and snorted coldly. Humph. Goodbye now. After we get everything, we will meet again in the autumn hunt. With that, he led his men out. When we arrived at the hospital, Joy was already prepared. She was a little excited and a little nervous. It had been almost 2 months since she left school, and she didn't know whether her classmates would still accept her. Crackling, Wuji Bagua, isn't that the mantra for the last move of the 9 Yang 13 swords? Zhang Jianhao shook his head. Pei Jin, he never took in a heart. What really worried him was Wenwan. If Wenwan didn't want to, Pei Jin would do nothing. But if Wenwan still couldn't let him go, then it would be Wenwan instead of Pei Jin who stood between them. They should know the result better than anyone else, right? Guolin's forehead was covered with sweat. He had to succeed this time because he couldn't live up to his master's trust and expectations. Xia Haidong couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this point, walls could hit her. What could she afford to lose? The 5 soul refiners faced a wounded earth dragon, and it took them nearly half an hour to kill it. Among them, Guolin and Lin Xiener once again felt the angry and unwilling roar. Let's go in. Ling Yu waved his hand and rushed into the underground base first. A stench of fishmen hit him in the face. There were only 5 ghost-headed dragons, 5 huge monsters. Under the simultaneous bombardment of more than a dozen laser cannons in Anping Town, and with a Silver Star soldier seriously injured to buy time, they barely managed to win. If there was one more, what would happen to Anping City? It might face a disaster. Fang Shi, his eyes only focused on his opponent's sword, without a trace of her, as if he had never seen her. His stiff indifference seemed to remind her, why should she always be so happy? He had always wanted to hire an assassin to kill Xiaolei, but Xiaolei was the uncle of the king of Han, with many relatives and strong defenses, so it might not be easy to kill him. The west wind was strong, howling like a whistle. The night patrol guards could not stand the draft in the corridor and hid away. But in the howling of the wind, the 2 men stood face to face by the stove. In a mixture of black and white, the white's defense was completely broken. When hearing these words, Xia Haitong felt as if she was possessed by Granny Lu. This was her first time entering the Rongwa mansion, and she was truly Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. She didn't comment. She didn't miss the flash of light. In fact, he understood what she meant, right? She and he always had this kind of tacit understanding. Now, he just wanted her to say more. In other words, most of the alien items will have problems. When the church seizes such things, they usually destroy them if they can, and seal them with divine magic if they cannot be destroyed. According to their plan, relying on Nicer, a truth-level being, they continuously cultivate more and more upgrade stages, and then seize the opportunity for Nikes to be promoted to the truth, growing stronger step by step.